With the advent of the dimensional live streaming system, the entire multiverse was thrown into chaos. Iron Man, alas, it turns out I can be this handsome in the future. Loki, how could I possibly be toyed with by an unsubstantiated organization? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Cedric Diggory, I can't believe I was killed by Voldemort and turned into a vampire. Deadpool, holy crap, I can slaughter the entire Marvel Universe. This is unbelievably cool. Thanos, why are there people here shouting for my demise before I even make a move? What gives? The Flash, as a speedster, what gives? Chapter 1, the dimensional live streaming system. In the vast cosmos, a magnificent realm floated serenely. Within the grand Asgardian castle, countless citizens of Asgard gathered excitedly in the resplendent hall. Today marked the coronation of Thor Odinson, the eldest son of their great father of gods, and all the subjects of Asgard were invited to witness this grand ceremony. Observing Thor, adorned with his winged helmet and triumphantly wielding Mjolnir, the All-Father Odin, seated upon his throne, pursed his lips. Although discontent with his eldest's brash demeanor, he refrained from admonishing him. After all, it was a momentous day for Thor, and Odin wished to nurture his son's enthusiasm. As Thor knelt, removing his helmet, the king of the gods gradually rose, forcefully striking the handle of his eternal spear against the ground. With a resounding thud, the previously jubilant castle fell into silence. Thor Odinson, my heir, my eldest son. Upon hearing Odin's proclamation, Loki's thin lips tightened slightly, and he closed his eyes to conceal the disappointment flickering within. At that moment, a ripple in space suddenly emanated from Thor, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, leaving only his winged helmet and Mjolnir standing as silent witnesses to his recent presence. What? Odin widened his remaining eye, unable to contain himself as he stepped forward, staring incredulously at the spot where Thor had vanished. With his power, he could discern that Thor's disappearance was not due to any magic, but rather a rule of sorts. This only served to highlight the might of the one who had intervened, who possessed such power to abduct his son right before his eyes. The hall erupted into chaos, faces filled with disbelief as they regarded the empty space where Thor had just been. Where is Thor? Why has he disappeared? Father of the gods, what just transpired? As the surrounding clamor grew, Loki, who had just opened his eyes, realized Thor's absence. Noticing the agitated expressions of the warriors Three and Lady Sif, Loki instinctively took a step back, contemplating saying that this was not his affair, when suddenly a colossal rectangular holographic projection screen unfolded in the hall. In the azure sky, a private jet soared smoothly, yet even the roar of its engines could not drown out the rock music blaring within its luxurious cabin. Inside the steel fuselage, several stunning flight attendants danced joyously, illuminated by vibrant neon lights, while two men across from them drank and chatted. This morning I put on this uniform, and guess what I saw? The slightly portly African-American officer, James Rhodes, drunkenly draped his right arm over Tony Stark's shoulder, waving a bottle of liquor in his left hand, exclaiming excitedly, I saw everyone in the mirror wearing this uniform, crowding behind me. However, the man with the mustache beside him seemed oblivious to his friend's incessant rambling. His attention was primarily fixated on the flight attendants, as he pushed Rhodes' shoulder with a raised brow. Buddy, have another drink. My head's a bit foggy, you don't mind, do you? But the inebriated Rhodes could not discern Tony's disinterest, becoming even more animated. No, you can't get hazy now. Listen to me. Just as Rhodes raised the bottle before Tony Stark, the latter suddenly jolted and vanished from sight, leaving the liquor-dazed Colonel Rhodes sitting in stunned silence. Before he finally snapped back to reality, slapping his forehead, God, I must be really drunk. In the distant favelas of Rio de Janeiro, a man in his 30s, clad in a gray tank top, carefully operated some rudimentary machinery while wearing glasses. After navigating a series of complicated procedures, Banner finally managed to consolidate the liquid within a dark yellow rubber tube and drip it into a clean glass vial. Gazing at the pale, purple liquid in the transparent bottle, he exhaled deeply, anxiously pricking his thumb with a needle to extract a drop of blood, which he smeared onto a slide. He then used a pipette to add several drops of the pale, purple serum to his blood, bringing it under a microscope he had painstakingly acquired. Through the magnified lens, Banner observed as his green blood cells returned to their normal crimson hue, his heart racing with excitement. But before his watch could sound an alarm, the now normal red cells began to swell again, reverting to their green state. With a faint sound of shattering glass, the cover over the blood was forced off by the expanding cells, signaling the failure of this experiment. Damn it! Banner roared in frustration, slamming his fist against the table before slumping back into his chair, covering his face with his hands. Yet, before he could voice his complaints, his heightened senses detected an unusual force permeating the air around him. With a faint explosion, his body vanished from the cramped, filthy room. In an unknown white space, for figures materialized in the very poses they had occupied at the moment of their disappearance. Tony landed in a seated position, and the moment his bottom made contact with the ground, a jolt of pain surged through his mind, clearing the fog of alcohol somewhat. Downing the remnants of his drink, he slowly rose to his feet, surveying the other three individuals who had appeared in this space, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Among the three, two appeared relatively normal. One was clad in a suit and sunglasses, his receding hairline suggesting a Wall Street investor. Yet the gun he held indicated he was not an ordinary man. The other wore a gray tank top, his tan skin and grimy pants suggesting he was merely a factory worker. But the third, Tony scrutinized Thor, who had risen to his feet and was scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. He observed the gleaming splendor of Thor's reflective armor and the crimson cape that billowed as if animated by an unseen wind. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he addressed the two individuals he deemed relatively rational, clapping his hands together before speaking. "All right, gentlemen, I must concede that your technique in abducting me from my aircraft was quite impressive. However, it must be said that you have chosen the wrong adversary. On my plane, there is an Air Force colonel, and should he discover my disappearance, your organization will face the wrath of the United States military. It's quite possible that your leader will find himself ousted. Hence, before my friend and I lose our tempers, I strongly advise you to cooperate and facilitate my return." Phil Coulson, having regained his vision after a brief bout of dizziness, turned to Tony Stark's self-assured monologue with a slight smile. He then removed his sunglasses and tucked his handgun back into his pocket. Although he was perplexed as to why he had suddenly vanished from a group of agents to find himself here, his extensive experience had endowed him with a robust resilience to such bewildering occurrences. As for Tony's warning, "Rest assured, Mr. Stark, the U.S. military currently poses no threat to our organization." Phil replied with an impassive expression, then turned to Bruce Banner, who was still scanning his surroundings, and extended his hand with a rehearsed smile. "It is an honor to meet you, Dr. Banner. I did not anticipate encountering you here." Bruce stared in astonishment at the diminutive agent before hesitantly shaking his hand and inquiring, "Do you know me?" "Of course, you are a foremost scholar in the realm of particle physics, particularly in your comprehension of gamma rays." Phil released his grip, silently adding, "Moreover, we have been observing you for quite some time." "Who are you? Show yourself." Thor bellowed, tilting his head back to gaze at the vast, white sky, his fists clenched in fury. "How dare you disrupt my coronation ceremony, intruding upon my sacred rite? Come forth, you wretched worms who lurk in the shadows, manipulating dark sorcery. I shall twist your necks and crush your skulls with my hammer." Thor's gaze shifted to the three earthlings standing nearby, and he raised his left hand, shouting, "You three must be the lackeys of these worms. I shall rend you apart first." With that, enraged, Thor charged towards Coulson and Banner, seizing Banner by the collar and hoisting his massive fist, prepared to strike his face. "Warning, warning, all combat is prohibited within the system space. Cease your attack immediately, or you will face compulsory punishment." As Thor initiated his assault, a cold, mechanical voice echoed, and moments later, the white expanse erupted with bolts of thunder as thick as barrels, striking Thor with ferocity after several rebounds. He was sent flying, colliding with a transparent wall, and tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. The thunderous onslaught continued relentlessly until Thor ceased his struggles, at which point it finally abated. Witnessing Thor's dismal state, Tony and the others fell silent, exchanging glances and instinctively stepping back. Then, the mechanical voice resonated once more. "The dimensional live question-and-answer system has been activated. Current theme, Marvel. Thor Odinson has joined the live stream. Tony Stark has joined the live stream. Phil Coulson has joined the live stream. Bruce Banner has joined the live stream. This system will randomly select characters from the multiverse to enter the live stream and showcase significant events from the past and future of certain viewers. During the live stream, the system will pose questions to the audience, and correct answers will yield live points and random rewards. Live points can be used to request past or future events related to oneself. After the live stream concludes, all participants will be free to depart. The first live question-and-answer session will commence in 1 minute. The system has detected a fake connection among the 4 viewers in the live stream. The content will feature the Avengers 1. wishing everyone success in answering the questions. Chapter 2. Live streaming the future, the Avengers. The mechanical voice resonated in the ears of the four, delivering an extensive announcement. Once the emotionless voice ceased, Tony and the others stood in shock. Even the battered Thor, charred and emitting wisps of smoke, was taken aback. Struggling to rise from the ground, Thor spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva defiantly, but refrained from retorting foolishly upon recalling the overwhelming power of the thunder he had just experienced. It was evident that their strength surpassed his, and it was a crushing superiority he had only felt in the presence of his father. Unbeknownst to them, everything happening in the live stream was being broadcasted clearly to the citizens of Asgard through a large screen in the sky. Particularly the announcement made by the system resonated throughout Asgard, leaving its populace in shock and awe. As they witnessed their thunder god, Thor, in such dire straits, whispers of concern spread among them. Broadcasting one's past and future? While sharing the past seems simple, how can the future be possible? What is this multiverse they speak of? I have never heard the All-Father mention it. Goodness, how could Thor be so severely injured? Is he going to be all right? On Earth, in a forsaken military base, after Phil's disappearance, Melinda promptly ordered all agents to vacate the area and dialed Nick Fury's video call, turning the camera towards the large screen that had appeared after Phil vanished. Listening to the sounds emanating from the screen, both the seasoned Black operative and the renowned Melinda were momentarily rendered speechless by shock. Just as they remained in stunned silence, the emotionless mechanical voice echoed once more, inviting special guests to join the live chat group. These guests will not enter the live stream. Loki Odinson has joined the live chat group. Nick Fury has joined the live chat group. Upon seeing his name added to this peculiar live chat group, Nick Fury promptly terminated the video call with Melinda. Meanwhile, the four in the live stream had yet to process the previous audio before two large screens unfolded in the white expanse. One was black and remained inert, while the other began to display a series of rolling comments from the bottom. Tony Stark. So, is this some new neural link technology? I realize that whatever I think can be articulated here. Phil Coulson. Hey, did you also enter this live stream? Nick Fury. Coulson remained calm. This must be some alien technology. Observe it carefully. Thor Odinson. Hey, Loki, I didn't expect you to join as well. How is Father faring since my disappearance? Loki Odinson. Father is well, but we witnessed your rather unfortunate encounter with lightning. Everyone is mourning for you. What? The people of Asgard have seen their mighty thunder god struck by lightning? Thor's heart, which had only just begun to calm, was stabbed anew by a sharp pang. Damn it. Thor growled softly, but recalling what Loki had just mentioned about everyone watching this screen, he suppressed the fire of anger within him. After all, he was the king of Asgard and could not afford to lose his composure. It was certainly not because he found himself powerless against this unseen adversary. The future footage began to play, showcasing the Avengers, Part 1. Upon seeing the text on the screen, Agent Coulson, who was in a white space, and Nick Fury, peering through the office, both furrowed their brows. The Avengers Initiative was their brainchild. They were most familiar with its intricacies. Was this future Avengers team merely the successful realization of their plan? In the depths of darkness, a sinister voice echoed as a blue cube slowly rotated into view on the screen. The Tesseract has awakened. It is lost in a trivial human world. Humans aspire to harness its energy. Alas, only our allies know how to unlock the secrets of the cube. A cloaked figure handed a scepter to another individual. Let our allies pave the way. We, the Chitauri, shall follow closely. As the camera panned, rows of fully armed, grotesque alien soldiers donned their masks. The earth shall succumb to his dominion, but the entire universe will belong to you. What power do humans possess to resist? They can only await their demise. The expressions of the three humans in the broadcast room grew exceedingly grave after witnessing this footage. Is this truly our future? Aliens invading Earth. Nick Fury, seated before the screen, narrowed his single eye and unconsciously opened the second drawer to his right, revealing a file folder with the formidable word Avenger emblazoned upon it. Meanwhile, Thor, who was suffering from bodily aches, could not help but widen his eyes upon the appearance of the figure receiving the scepter, exclaiming, "Is that Loki? Loki? Who is that?" Coulson, keenly picking up on Thor's voice, turned to him in confusion. "Do you recognize the person in the footage?" "He is my brother," Thor blurted out, only to fall into silence thereafter. He was perplexed as to how his brother could be entangled in this scene. If even the oblivious Thor could identify Loki, the people of Asgard needed no further prompting. Their gazes were firmly fixed upon the high platform, where Loki stood beside the All-Father Odin. Even Frigga, the queen, looked at her mischievous younger son in astonishment. Only Odin, grasping the eternal spear, furrowed his brow. Chitauri? With his omniscient wisdom, Odin was aware of this race, which had long ago pledged allegiance to the mad titan Thanos, becoming one of the most formidable forces in his Dark Legion. But how could Loki possibly be entangled with these nefarious entities? Feeling the incredulous gazes directed at him from all sides, Loki's skin twitched involuntarily, and he fervently shook his head internally. What ist? How could he possibly be a harbinger of doom? However, according to the voice in the footage, if he were to assist this faction in conquering Earth, would he not then reign as its sovereign? The footage continued to unfold. Soon, the one-eyed Nick Fury, clad in a black leather attire that melded seamlessly with his skin, leapt from an aircraft, greeted by the bespectacled Agent Phil Coulson. Within the confines of the base, Professor Eric Selvig was conducting tests on the Tesseract. As he worked, the cube seemed to react, pulsating with energy. In a brief moment, a radiant blue beam shot forth, teleporting a crouched figure across from the cube. As the camera rose, revealing Loki, pale and visibly weary, he lifted his head, displaying a sinister grin. In the next instant, amid a flurry of energy blasts and flying blades, Loki swiftly incapacitated all the guards within the base. Even the agile Hawkeye, Barton, succumbed to the scepter's strike to his chest, surrendering all resistance and sheathing his weapon. Upon witnessing this, Nick Fury immediately secured the Tesseract, placing it within a briefcase. Yet, before he could make his escape, Loki called out to him from behind. Put down the case, I traversed vast starry realms solely for the Tesseract. As Nick turned to face him, Loki stood tall, emanating pride, and introduced himself. I am Loki from Asgard, and I bear a glorious mission. Chapter 3 Loki. I do not. Upon hearing Loki's self-introduction, Professor Selvig, who was tending to the wounded, was taken aback and rose in astonishment. Loki? You are Thor's brother? At this remark, Loki immediately turned to glance at Professor Selvig, exhaling an impatient breath through his slightly parted lips. Nick Fury attempted to interject. We have no entanglements with you. Loki dismissively retorted, an ant bears no grudge against your boot. Even the seasoned black egg, accustomed to tumultuous events, could not help but turn pale at these words. Do you wish to crush us? As the imagery played on, the three humans in the live broadcast, along with the eavesdropping Nick, found themselves unable to remain seated. Ants and boots? Tony turned to gaze at Thor, his expression dark with mockery. It seems your brother's worldview mirrors your own, arrogant and grandiose. Although Thor had refrained from attacking Tony during his earlier outburst, the jibes aimed at him were unmistakable. As a man adored by multitudes, Tony had never endured such indignity. Hearing Loki's remarks, he could not resist hurling scornful barbs at his elder brother, Thor. The amiable Banner offered no comment, yet he felt his heart quicken with indignation at Loki's words. Thor, noticing the fury in Tony's gaze, exhaled dismissively through his nostrils. Mortal, mind your demeanor toward divinity. Though I know not why Loki has come to Earth, it is clear you mortals are overstepping your bounds in Asgard's affairs. The Tesseract has belonged to my father, the All-Father Odin, for countless eons. For this alone, I stand with Loki. Tony was about to retort when Coulson interrupted. Regarding the haughty Thor with a furrowed brow, may I inquire, Mr. Odinson, who was it that spoke in that footage? Was it your father Odin, the one preparing to seize the entire universe? Thor, impatient, raised his hand and pointed at Coulson. Do not presume to speculate about Odin with your conspiratorial notions. My father is the All-Father. He has always safeguarded the 9 realms. The All-Father? Who's God? Who's king? Banner could not resist chiming in, gesturing toward the screen, displaying Loki's image. Is this how the All-Father sends his son to assault our Earth? Seated once again upon his throne, Odin furrowed his brow upon hearing the words of the 3 humans in the broadcast. Though their disrespectful inquiries irked him, he too was puzzled. Who was it that lurked in the shadows of the universe, even ensnaring his younger son to attack Midgard? It is well known that Earth is among the worlds Odin protects. No matter how foolish Loki may be, he would never dare to strike against it. Could it be that this truly was a command of his own? Reflecting on this, Odin cast a fleeting glance at Loki, standing nearby. But this casual gaze startled Loki greatly. Father, please believe me. I harbor no treasonous intentions, nor would I ever dare to act against Midgard. At this moment, Loki's mind was rife with curses aimed at this wretched dimensional broadcasting system, which seemed to conspire against him. Asgard has, for millennia, been a protector of Midgard. Odin himself has valiantly fought the frost giants to safeguard it. How could I possibly contemplate an assault on such a realm? It is slandering my name. It must be slandering me. In that instant, Loki lowered his head deeply, suppressing all his ambitions, terrified that Odin, with his omniscient wisdom, might detect his recent blasphemous thoughts and strip him of his powers with but a word. The imagery continued to unfold. Under the control of the scepter, Hawkeye completely aligned himself with Loki. After exposing the ruse of the Egghead's delay, he shot Nick Fury, then departed the S.H.I.E.L.D. base alongside Loki and other enthralled individuals. The pursuing Fury found his helicopter destroyed, while Hill was trapped beneath rubble, struggling mightily to extricate herself. As Loki vanished into the ether from the police car, Nick uttered, "We have entered into war," and began to seek alternative solutions. The scene shifted to an abandoned factory, where a beautiful red-haired woman was bound to a chair, surrounded by a group of ominous men clad in leather. Is this Natasha? Both Coulson and the Egghead were invigorated, their demeanor turning serious. Several men were subjecting Natasha to harsh interrogation when, at that moment, the elderly white-haired leader received a phone call. Upon hearing the threats on the line, he bewilderedly held the phone to Natasha's ear. Upon hearing the words on the phone, the previously docile Natasha erupted with ferocity, swiftly incapacitating all her assailants. Immediately following, Coulson on the other end of the line assigned Natasha her mission. "We'll discuss Barton later, but you must first have a word with the big guy." Natasha, "Coulson, you know Stark harbors no trust in me." "Stark?" Upon hearing his name, Tony turned in surprise to Coulson, who stood to his right. "What does this mean? Have you sent a female spy to me?" Highly intelligent minds process information swiftly. From Natasha's identity and that statement alone, Tony deduced the potential narrative behind it. Coulson shook his head. "No, sir, as of now, you are not deemed worthy of our agent's engagement." "Then what are you implying?" Bruce Banner, observing the exchange between the two, shook his head and redirected his gaze to the screen, but a thought flickered through his mind. The big guy. Could they be referring to me? The scene transitioned to India, where, through a subtle ruse, Natasha lured Bruce Banner to a secluded house. Amidst a casual exchange of words, even the battle-hardened Natasha found herself ensnared by Dr. Banner's rhythm. With a roar, she instinctively drew the firearm concealed beneath the table. "Apologies, I haven't transformed. I merely wish to test you," Banner remarked, his face betraying a barely suppressed grin. Tony and Coulson exchanged a glance, surprised by the unassuming man's adeptness at eliciting information. The egg-headed individual in the office nodded in agreement, inscribing Banner's name on a blank sheet of paper. The future version of himself must see potential in the Hulk, indicating there were indeed remarkable qualities within him. Just as they were assessing Dr. Banner, the scene shifted dramatically to reveal an unexpected figure, the Captain America. Phil Coulson could not suppress a gasp, his excitement evident on his face. Nick Fury widened his single eye, leaning closer to the screen to scrutinize the visage of the man striking the punching bag. As the muscular man delivered punch after punch, a series of flashback images flickered on the screen. The final frame depicted him lying upon an ice bed, after which the punching bag before Steve Rogers was utterly obliterated. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he reached for another bag, prepared to continue his training. Having trouble sleeping? Nick's silhouette appeared in the room, hands clasped behind his back as he approached the man. Steve paused, casting a glance at the newcomer before resuming his punches. "I've been asleep for 70 years, sir. I think I've had enough rest." At this moment, the footage abruptly halted, and a smaller box appeared on the screen. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in the ears of those in the live broadcast. Current video paused. Q&A session commencing. Question: who was responsible for discovering the slumbering Captain America? Options: Tony Stark, Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, Bruce Banner. Please begin buzzing in. Each participant in the live stream has one opportunity to respond. Those who answer correctly will receive 50 live stream points and a random reward. Random rewards may originate from any multiverse, while incorrect answers will trigger an unknown penalty. Chapter 4. The first cue, a super soldier serum. The audience in the live stream fell into silence as they pondered the question. Thor was entirely at a loss, while the other three were lost in thought. After a brief pause, Tony Stark took the initiative, stating, "I believe there are no other viable options for this question. To my knowledge, Captain America's last known location was near the Arctic Ocean, a place my father searched for many years without success. Aside from you agents and spies, ordinary individuals would not mobilize resources to seek out the legendary Captain America, would they?" As Nick Fury entered the live broadcast room, "I heard you refer to him," leading me to believe that the choice should be Tony Stark, vociferously declaring his selection. Ding! Tony Stark has completed his answer. The system begins its judgment. Ding! Tony Stark's answer is incorrect. As a consequence, he receives a random punishment. Upon exiting the space, Tony Stark shall lose his male capabilities for a month. Damn it! Tony's eyes widened in horror. As a man of privilege, the absence of such an ability would be excruciating. Meanwhile, Coulson nodded slowly, observing the frantic Tony Stark, and quietly remarked, "Wasn't it the boss who made the decision?" After contemplating the remaining three options for an extended period, Coulson finally mustered the courage to take a deep breath and boldly announced to the screen, "I choose Dr. Banner." "What? Me?" The contemplative Banner was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his name, incredulously pointing to his own face. "How could this possibly involve me?" Coulson, with a look of certainty, nodded. Since the boss had not found Captain America, it was clear that as a subordinate, he too had been unable to locate him, excluding the still carefree Stark. The only remaining option was indeed Dr. Banner. Ding! Phil Coulson has completed his answer. The system commences its evaluation. Ding! Phil Coulson's answer is correct. Phil Coulson gains 50 live broadcast points, which will be used to request segments related to his past and future. He receives a random reward, the complete super soldier serum. A syringe appeared in Coulson's right hand, and as he gazed at the azure solution within the vial, a sense of surrealism washed over him. Is this the legendary super soldier serum that bestowed immense power upon Captain America? The super soldier serum. Nick Fury, seated before the screen, suddenly became intrigued, straightening his posture within the broadcast room and stating, "Coulson, be sure to safeguard the serum and bring it back for examination." Just as Coulson was about to nod in agreement, a mechanical voice resonated in the space. "The rewards bestowed by this system must be bound before leaving this space. They cannot be traded with others, or they will be considered forfeited. Boss, it seems I cannot take it with me. The system just informed me that if I do not utilize it before exiting this space, it will be regarded as a forfeiture." Coulson explained to the egg with a wry smile. "Is that so?" Nick Fury shook his head helplessly, having no doubts regarding Coulson's words. The imagery continues. In the depths of the dark waters, a glowing Iron Man is engaged in laser-cutting work. Upon completing the task, flames erupted beneath him, propelling him skyward like a missile. After breaking the water's surface, he made a sharp turn to the left, soaring towards the brightly lit city. Pepper Potts was operating a computer while conversing with the man in her earpiece. After a playful exchange, Iron Man landed atop a skyscraper. As mechanical arms ascended, they began removing various components from his suit, and the suave figure of Tony Stark emerged. "Is this me?" Tony exclaimed, astonished to see his own face appear within the confines of the Iron Man suit, his eyes widening in disbelief. He then remarked with a bewildered expression, "What is this dashing armor? Did I create it? And am I in a romantic relationship with Pepper? Wait, what is that thing on my chest?" As Tony gazed in astonishment at this glimpse of his future self, his expression shifted as if he were witnessing a color palette come to life. Just as Pepper and Tony were engaged in a discussion regarding issues at Stark Tower, a call from Coulson interrupted them. Upon being informed by Jarvis that his program had been rewritten, Coulson's image soon materialized at the elevator entrance. Listening to his urgent tone, Tony reluctantly accepted the Avengers' initiative documents from Pepper. He then projected them onto his workstation, watching as images flickered across the virtual screen. Nick Fury, seated before the screen, widened his singular eye in excitement, quickly jotting down the text being displayed. What a delightful surprise! Just as I was pondering how to expand the Avengers initiative, This dimensional broadcasting system has presented me with such a generous gift. Meanwhile, Odin, watching the live broadcast, perked up, distinctly seeing the image of his destroyer armor on the far left of the screen. The scene shifted again, revealing a cramped space where a group of individuals was busily engaged in their tasks. Loki, supervising their efforts, sat idly until his scepter suddenly glowed with a mysterious light. Straightening in his seat, he closed his eyes, entering an extraordinary state. Surrounding him, the factory dissolved into mist, and cosmic stardust swirled around him as an alien clad in a dark robe appeared before him. The Chitauri were becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Calmly, Loki asserted, "Let them regain control. I shall lead them into a glorious battle." The alien, initially dismissive of Loki's ambitions to attack Earth, became agitated after Loki challenged their authority. "How dare you question us?" "Question him? Do not forget, it was he who entrusted you with the scepter. He imparted ancient wisdom during your exile and bestowed upon you a new purpose." In response, Loki's anger intensified. "I am a king, the rightful king of Asgard, yet I have been betrayed." The alien, though displeased, found itself powerless against Loki's resolve and issued a fierce warning. "If you fail, if we do not obtain the Tesseract, no matter where you hide, we will find you. It can make your existence a torment, a fate worse than death." A hand imbued with dark magic enveloped Loki's visage, and in the next moment, he grimaced in agony and opened his eyes. Within the grand hall of Asgard, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly as Loki proclaimed himself the rightful king of Asgard, only to be betrayed and exiled. What have I just heard? Loki is the king of Asgard? With Loki's banishment, will the two princes contend for the throne in the future? Even Sif and the three warriors of the Celestial Palace gazed at Loki in disbelief, unable to fathom that the usually glib and cowardly Loki had ascended to the throne. With a resounding thud, the eternal spear struck the ground once more, its reverberation silencing the crowd. Odin, the All-Father, sat serenely upon his throne, observing the varied expressions on the faces of those present, and spoke with authority. "This matter shall be set aside for now." At Odin's command, the citizens of Asgard fell silent, redirecting their attention to the screen, while Queen Frigga approached Loki, wrapping her arm around his shoulder and affectionately patting him. "Damn it! Who is this wretch who dares to threaten my brother?" In the live broadcast, Thor, witnessing Loki's pained expression, furiously clenched his fist and declared with fervor, "Fear not, Loki. Once we are free, I shall venture into the cosmos to confront the Chitauri and deal with the one who threatens you." To be honest, the rather oblivious Thor failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. He only perceived his brother being threatened, subservient to some unseen puppet master. As Loki listened to Thor's enraged outcry from the broadcast, the corners of his eyes flickered coldly, a slight smile tugging at his lips. But he swiftly reverted to his sullen demeanor. The scene shifted once more, revealing Captain America and Bruce Banner meeting aboard a colossal aircraft carrier. Immediately, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Amidst the roaring winds, from massive turbine engines arose around the aircraft carrier, and soon, the entire vessel astonishingly lifted off, soaring from the ocean into the skies. Banner and Captain America entered the carrier, and under Dr. Banner's guidance, H.O.D. finally located Loki, who had made his presence known. Loki, seemingly unfazed by his discovery, strutted boldly into an upscale banquet. With just a couple of effortless strikes, he dispatched the security personnel with ferocity, then set his sights on his objective, forcefully pinning a doctor to a platform and cruelly extracting his eyeball with a device. Amidst the screams of horror, Loki revealed his true form, clad in the resplendent armor of Asgard, the Mind Scepter transforming into a sharp spear. Observing the hundreds of panicked individuals, Loki forcefully struck the ground with the Mind Scepter and shouted loudly, Chapter 5, Loki's Secret Bow Down, you mortals. In the presence of the formidable Loki, the elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies present turned ashen, most recalling the cruel acts they had witnessed at the recent banquet. Trembling, they bent their knees and knelt upon the ground. Observing the terrified kneelers, a smug smile crept across Loki's face as he began to boast, belittling humanity. Yet, Amidst his monologue, an elder stepped forward. With a resolute expression, the elder's courage provoked a cruel smile from Loki. He brandished his staff, unleashing a beam of blue light. Unexpectedly, Captain America descended from above, deflecting Loki's assault with a shield. Before Loki could react, he was struck down by the rebounding energy. Rising in anger, he glared at Captain America, who taunted him, and a fierce hand-to-hand combat ensued. To everyone's astonishment, Loki completely dominated Captain America, even pressing his staff against the hero's head, demanding he kneel. Lo and behold, Loki, I never anticipated your combat skills to be so refined. Thor suddenly praised, laughing. I thought you would merely cower in a corner casting spells. Silence. Loki retorted, his ire ignited by Thor's words. He typed furiously in the chat. I simply refuse to fight like a brute. Combat must possess elegance. Do you comprehend elegance? Due to their close proximity, Natasha, piloting the aircraft, hesitated to fire, especially with a few civilians nearby. Just as she was at a loss, the aircraft's systems were rewritten and a rock anthem blared through the sound system. Agent Romanoff, have you missed me? Accompanied by a suave voice, a shimmering Iron Man suit streaked across the night sky. Before it even touched the ground, it fired 2 sonic blasts, sending Loki tumbling down the steps. Shortly thereafter, Iron Man landed before Loki, his suit bristling with emerging weaponry, all aimed at the now-recovering Loki. Try moving again, Bambi. Faced with Iron Man's display of arms, Loki chose not to resist. Instead, he relinquished his Asgardian armaments, raised his hands, and opted to surrender. Is that all? A god? Tony remarked disdainfully as he observed himself effortlessly defeating Loki on the screen. Turning to Thor, he gestured mockingly at the screen where Loki was surrendering, saying, It appears your Asgardian gods can only bully the elderly. Mortal, I shall reiterate, show respect towards the divine. Thor warned Tony Stark with a scowl. Do not presume this peculiar realm can shield you. Our power surpasses your mortal imagination. Oh, is that so? Then show me. Tony defiantly retorted, Gentlemen, my memory isn't particularly sharp, but wasn't there a so-called god of thunder just moments ago, struck by lightning and unable to rise? Thor, incensed once more, raised his fists, cracking his knuckles ominously. At that moment, the system space issued another warning. All forms of aggression are prohibited within this space. Thor Odinson, please be mindful of your conduct. Hearing the system's admonition resonate again, Thor, despite his seething fury, restrained himself and ceased his actions. Just wait, Midgardian, once we are outside, I shall make you pay dearly. Loki was escorted aboard a Quinjet by the two, and Captain America regarded Loki's sudden capitulation with skepticism, convinced he was hatching a scheme. Yet Tony remained indifferent, even jesting about Captain America's age. Suddenly, an array of lightning and thunder erupted in the skies, causing Natasha to express her uncertainty, while Loki, who had been quietly brooding in a corner, appeared visibly apprehensive. Captain America, noticing this, asked with a perplexed expression, What? Are you afraid of thunder? Loki scrutinized the heavens, frowning as he replied, I merely harbor a dislike for a certain individual who accompanies the lightning. No sooner had he spoken than a figure transcended the space, landing precisely atop the Quinjet. The occupants sensed something amiss, but Iron Man had already opened the rear hatch of the aircraft. Before they could react, Thor materialized at the entrance of the rear cabin and effortlessly hurled Iron Man away with a single swing of his hammer. He then seized Loki by the collar and flew out of the aircraft. Behold, mortals, this is the might of a god. Thor grinned as he glanced sideways at the silent Tony, relishing the sight of himself having casually dispatched Iron Man. With Loki in tow, Thor descended swiftly to the edge of a precipice, releasing him to fall to the ground, and bluntly inquired, Where is the Tesseract? However, Loki showed no inclination to respond. Instead, he chuckled and said, After the Bifrost was destroyed, how much dark energy must Odin summon to transport you to your beloved Earth? You ought to thank me. What? The Bifrost has been destroyed? Heimdall, who was guarding the Bifrost, felt a strange flicker in his eyes and tightened his grip on his sword. Odin, too, raised an eyebrow in astonishment. As the most formidable strategic weapon of Asgard, he could scarcely fathom who could have the power to obliterate it. Upon hearing Loki's mockery, Thor cast aside Mjolnir and stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Loki's neck as he bellowed. I thought you were dead. Did you mourn for me? Loki replied, gazing coldly at Thor. We all mourned, including our father. Loki suddenly raised his left index finger, halting Thor's words. That is your father. Upon hearing this, Thor despondently released his grip, while Loki, supporting his waist, stepped aside. It seems he has already divulged my lineage to you. Observing Loki's cold demeanor, Thor passionately shouted at his retreating figure. We grew up together, played together, fought together. Have you truly forgotten? Loki turned back, his expression frigid as he replied. All I remember is the shadows. I have lived my entire life in your shadow. The throne of Asgard is mine. It was always meant to be mine. Asgard. Witnessing Loki's icy admission of his existence overshadowed by Thor, the majority of those present fell silent. As ordinary subjects of Asgard, they revered the handsome and valiant Thor, who triumphed on the battlefield, while their impressions of Loki were limited to a few words. Thor's brother, Odin's youngest son, the second prince of Asgard. For over 15 centuries, few had ever respectfully addressed him as Prince Loki. Frigga, with a pained expression, covered her mouth, sorrowfully caressing her youngest son's head, reflecting on whether she had overlooked his growth, allowing him to transform into someone so estranged from kin. Yet, what did Loki's mention of his lineage truly signify? Vandal, one of the three warriors of the realm, looked curiously at his companions, whispering, Didn't Loki grow up with us? What secrets remain that we are unaware of? Loki stirred in Frigga's embrace, intrigued by what he had just revealed on screen. In the face of Loki's obsession, Thor candidly declared that Earth was under his protection. Loki erupted in laughter, mocking that he allowed the inhabitants of Earth to slaughter one another. He then recounted his experiences. During his exile by Odin, he had witnessed countless worlds and understood the true power of the Tesseract. Thor immediately raised his right hand in vigilance. You claim to have witnessed the true power of the cosmic cube. Then who revealed this power to you? If you are to become king, who manipulates you from behind? Struck by Thor's probing, Loki cried out passionately, I am already the king. Yet Thor urged him to relinquish the cosmic cube, to abandon this illusory dream. Come home with me. Loki appeared momentarily touched, a glimmer of tears welling in his eyes. But in the next instant, he blinked, as if relinquishing that moment, and smiled. The cube is not with me. I understand that you require the cosmic cube to return home. Yet Thor has finally succumbed to anger. He summoned his hammer and issued a final warning to his brother. Listen well, brother. In the next moment, Iron Man sped past and knocked Thor aside, leaving Loki, who stood at the edge of the cliff, grinning and saying, I was just listening. Current video paused. Q&A begins. Question: Who is the mastermind behind Loki? Chitari, Thanos. Ronan, begin buzzing in. Each participant in the live stream has only one chance to answer. Those who answer correctly will receive 100 live stream points and a random reward. The random reward may originate from any multiverse. Failure to answer will trigger an unknown penalty. Chapter 6. The Civil War of the Avengers. Haha. I know the answer to this question. Suddenly, Thor, who had been silent, burst into laughter, winking at Tony and the others. As gods, we have lived far longer than you mortals, and we have encountered various forces throughout the cosmos. Ronan is the accuser of the Kree, and they have established diplomatic relations with us as guardians. They would never dare to lay a hand on my brother. As for the Chitauri, the footage indicated they are led by my brother, which means they cannot be the correct answer. Therefore, the correct answer is... Loki gazed at Thor, who spoke with an air of triumph in the live stream, his mind momentarily in disarray. Is this the same reckless brother who once swung his hammer indiscriminately? How has his intelligence surged so dramatically upon entering this peculiar space? Odin, seated upon his throne, nodded in satisfaction, not out of surprise that Thor answered correctly, but rather in delight that Thor was capable of thoughtful reasoning. In this regard, Odin and Loki's thoughts aligned perfectly. It seems that Thor has much to learn within this strange live streaming system. Odin cast a sidelong glance at Loki and turned his gaze back to the screen, pondering what reward this system might bestow upon Thor for answering correctly. Ding! Thor Odinson has completed his answer. The system is now judging. Ding. Thor Odinson answered correctly. Thor Odinson earns 100 live stream points, which can be used to request segments related to his past and future. Random reward. The Power of Odin. Incomplete version. What is the power of Odin? The mechanical voice from the system left Loki and the others wide-eyed in astonishment as they turned to look at Odin upon the throne. As a well-read individual, Loki knew that each generation of Asgard's god kings inherits the power of the All-Father upon ascending the throne. But this is contingent upon the previous king's demise for the transfer to occur. After the demise of Bor, his formidable power was bestowed upon Odin, transforming into Odin's might. Yet, Odin remains vibrantly alive. How could the power of the All-Father manifest? As Loki's thoughts spiraled, Thor, standing in the live broadcast room, abruptly began to tremble violently. His voice echoed with cries of pain as arcs of lightning surged from his body, even erupting from his eyes with overwhelming electrical force. Within mere seconds, the entire studio was engulfed in a tempest of thunder. Once the tempest subsided like a receding tide, Tony and his companions, sheltered by the system, finally beheld Thor's transformed presence. Unlike the previously carefree demeanor of the god of thunder, this newly awakened Thor, imbued with a fraction of Odin's power, emanated an air of authority, exuding a sense of gravitas. Ha ha ha! Is this the power of my father? Such magnificent strength is truly awe-inspiring. Yet just moments later, the regal facade shattered as Thor erupted into laughter, reveling in his newfound prowess. With a flourish of his fingers, he manipulated the crackling arcs of electricity, winking at Tony and his companions. Now you see, mortals, this is the chasm that separates you from the divine. Despite their irritation at his arrogance, Tony and the others had felt the overwhelming force of thunder, even through the system's protection, leaving them engulfed in a sense of despair. Is this the true strength of the Asgardian gods? Meanwhile, seated at the table, Nick Fury scribbled notes on the paper before him. Odin, upon his throne, suddenly flinched, his imposing figure slightly hunching. However, the subtlety of the motion went unnoticed by all but Loki and Frigga, who hastened to Odin's side, softly calling out to him. Yet, as Odin straightened, he waved his hand gently, signaling that he was unharmed. Frigga, observing the new creases at the corners of Odin's eyes, inquired with a hint of concern. Is Odin's sleep approaching? Odin shook his head, tightening his grip on the eternal spear. No, I merely recalled something. Loki's gaze flitted between his parents without uttering a word. However, he keenly sensed the faint presence of stillness and decay lingering in the air around Odin. Yet, Odin was too preoccupied to notice the expressions of his wife and son, as his inner turmoil surged like a tempestuous sea. At the moment when the live broadcast declared Thor's acquisition of a portion of Odin's power, it was as if a bucket brimming with water had been punctured, causing Odin to lose a quarter of his strength instantaneously. As the master of this power, Odin could not even ascertain where that energy had dissipated. As the tempest within the live stream dissipated, Thor's form emerged, and Odin's one eye widened in astonishment at the striking transformation of his son. The realization struck him. His own power had somehow been transferred to Thor. How could this be possible? What manner of existence lay behind this dimensional livestream system? The scene continued, showcasing Iron Man descending from the heavens, colliding with the god of thunder and sending him crashing to the ground. Unfazed by the audacity of Iron Man, Thor issued a stern warning. Mortal, you have no comprehension of what you face. Yet, Iron Man dismissed Thor's caution with a flippant remark. Casting a glance around the dense woodland, he quipped, "Is this a public performance of a Shakespearean play?" Then, Tony Stark stepped forward, striking a pose reminiscent of a dramatic protagonist, gesturing theatrically towards Thor. "Dost thou don a curtain as a cloak? Does thy mother know?" As their dialogue bore no fruit, Tony Stark sealed his armor's visor and turned to apprehend Loki. However, a displeased Thor acted first, hurling his hammer and sending Iron Man flying. Observing the damage report from Jarvis on the ethereal screen, Tony gritted his teeth and retaliated with a palm repulsor blast aimed at Thor. Rising to his feet, Thor ceased his banter, channeling the power of Mjolnir to summon a bolt of lightning. After a brief moment of concentration, he unleashed a relentless barrage of thunder upon Iron Man. To their astonishment, the resounding thunder did not inflict harm, but instead augmented Iron Man's suit's energy levels to 400. Seeing the surge of energy displayed on the screen, Tony wasted no time in launching a trio of repulsor blasts at Thor. Yet, the prepared Thor remained unfazed by the assault, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch. However, as Thor grew increasingly earnest, Iron Man found himself at a disadvantage, gradually being overwhelmed by Thor's superior strength. As he observed on the screen, Tony's efforts to counterattack merely tickled his opponent, leaving him in disbelief. "What manner of beast is this?" he gasped. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, seated before the screen, was left in a contemplative stupor, pondering what weapons humanity could possibly wield against such a creature. A nuclear threat, perhaps? Upon hearing Stark's derisive comments, Thor chuckled smugly, crossing his arms as he continued to watch the unfolding events with an expression of unparalleled confidence. Just as Iron Man began to falter, a circular shield descended from above, separating the two and halting their conflict. Captain America landed upon a branch, commanding them to cease their quarrel and urging Thor to lower his hammer. However, in Asgard, only those defeated would willingly relinquish their weapons, and Thor felt a profound humiliation at Captain America's suggestion. In a fit of rage, he leapt up, preparing to bring his hammer down upon Captain America with great force. The captain, upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, swiftly raised his shield to block the impending blow. At the moment of impact between the hammer and the shield, the formidable kinetic energy was perfectly rebounded by the vibranium shield, sending Thor soaring amidst the explosive shockwave. Observing the ravaged forest around them, the three fallen individuals finally regained their composure. The scene transitions once more, revealing Loki, his hands bound, finally brought into the interior of the airborne mothership, escorted by a squadron of soldiers to a peculiar prison cell. Remarkably, he appeared in good spirits. Casting a meaningful glance at Dr. Banner as he was led away, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 7. Loki, the Adopted One. The beginning of internal strife. Nick Fury, the one-eyed leader, gazed upon the once mighty god, now confined within a cell. A look of vindication crossed his face as he approached Loki, explaining the purpose of the prison. Should you contemplate escape, even a mere scratch upon the glass, he pressed a button, and the hatch beneath the cell opened, unleashing a violent gust of wind that whipped around everyone present. "This cage shall plummet from 30,000 feet. With another press of the button, the hatch closed, and Nick disdainfully gestured towards Loki, as if to say, "And?" He then turned to the control panel, smirking, observing the one-eyed Fury issuing threats from the screen. Loki, situated in Asgard, could only scoff derisively. To him, this was merely the fanciful weaponry conjured by feeble humans. Were he to take the stage, he was confident he could devise 100 ways to ensure their utter defeat. In the face of Nick's threats, Loki, imprisoned within the cage, exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "This cage is rather nice, but I surmise it was not constructed with my interests in mind, was it?" Nick coldly replied, "This was built for someone far more formidable than you." "Ah, I've heard," Loki said, his expression sobering as he turned to face the camera, feigning normalcy while regarding the mindless beast before him. The others in the command room instinctively glanced at Dr. Banner, who held his glasses, an awkward expression settling upon his face. "How desperate must you be to enlist such an uncontrollable creature for your protection?" The exchange between Nick and Loki grew increasingly sharp, with Loki pointing out Nick's own encounter with the power of the Tesseract, while questioning his intentions in wielding it. Meanwhile, discussions unfolded in the command room, where Thor candidly informed the team that Loki commanded an army known as the Chitauri and was preparing to lead them in an invasion of Earth. In that moment, Dr. Banner grasped Loki's purpose in seizing the Tesseract. He intended to utilize the cosmic cube to construct a portal. Thor, now enlightened to Loki's machinations, found the conversation drifting further from their original topic. Dr. Banner also advised everyone not to expend their energy on an unstable individual. Hearing this, Thor immediately stepped forward, cautioning the crowd to be mindful of their words. Though Loki had lost his sanity, He was still an Asgardian and, more importantly, my brother. Beside him, Black Widow glared at Thor, her tone flat as she revealed the latest intelligence. He had killed over 80 individuals in the past 2 days. Without hesitation, Thor replied that he was adopted. What? As Thor's voice resonated through the screen, an eerie silence enveloped all of Asgard, soon followed by a cacophony of noise. Loki stared, dumbfounded, at the imagery on the screen. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the steps before Odin's throne, utterly incapacitated by his thoughts. I am adopted? In that instant, Loki felt a profound clarity wash over him. Why, despite being a son, did he possess no claim to the throne? Why was Odin so preferential towards Thor? Why, as a prince, did he endure disdain and mockery from all? It dawned on him that he was, in fact, not Odin's biological heir. Thor, witnessing this revelation in the live broadcast, was equally astonished, shouting towards the outside world, Loki, father, is what is shown in this imagery true? Loki is not my biological brother. He is adopted? Father, answer me. Odin, watching the screen reveal a secret he had concealed for a millennium, sighed helplessly. He struck the eternal spear forcefully against the ground twice, restoring silence among those present, and with deep affection addressed Loki, saying, Loki, you are my son. That remains an unalterable truth. Yet, in that moment, Loki remained in profound shock, deaf to Odin's words fixated on the screen. Just as the crowd was in discussion, Tony Stark and Coulson appeared from a nearby corridor. Stark strolled into the operations room, engaging in idle chatter while affixing a small electronic button to Nick's computer. Next, he approached Dr. Banner, jesting with him, a momentary amusement that was swiftly curtailed by the returning Nick Fury. Nevertheless, even amidst Banner's busyness, Stark continued to tease him, even gently poking Banner with a charged screwdriver. Observing this, Captain America entered, reprimanding Stark, only to overhear his private dissent against Nick Fury. In the midst of their dispute, the ever-amiable Dr. Banner awkwardly removed his glasses, reminding Captain America of Loki's earlier words. Noticing Captain America's growing suspicion, Stark's arrogance intensified, swiftly pushing the captain out of the workshop. Once alone, Stark discarded his flippant demeanor, adopting a serious tone as he attempted to counsel Banner, sharing his own experiences and encouraging Dr. Banner to embrace another version of himself. As the scene unfolds, Captain America, unable to quell his inner doubts, ventures into a classified warehouse in search of something elusive. Just as the trio grows wary of Nick, Black Widow approaches Loki's cell alone. Gazing at Loki, trapped within the glass confines, she inquires about his actions toward Barton and whether he would spare him once all is said and done. Loki, amused, chuckles, "Oh, do you harbor feelings for him, Agent Romanoff?" Black Widow, arms crossed and expression unwavering, replies, "Love is a trivial matter. I merely owe him a debt." Intrigued, Loki settles in to listen to her narrative. As she concludes, Natasha rises, asserting, "It is not as convoluted as you presume. I simply wish to settle this debt, one that must be repaid." Yet Loki retorts with a smirk, "Is that so? Can you truly absolve yourself of all your blood debts, Dracov's daughter? The Inferno at St. Paul's Hospital. Barton has divulged everything to me. Your ledger drips with blood. Do you believe saving one individual, who is hardly nobler than yourself, will alter anything? This is the most base form of compassion, utterly naive, laughable, and pitiful." Loki's reflection wavers against the glass, his cruel words transforming into piercing blades that stab into her heart. With each utterance, Natasha's expression crumbles, morphing into one of horror, culminating in a formidable punch from Loki against the transparent cage, causing her to recoil in fear. "I will not kill Barton, at least not before he eliminates you," he declares. "I shall ensure he approaches you slowly, tenderly, employing the very methods that terrify you. Then, I will awaken him to witness his own handiwork. When he screams in agony, I shall cleave his skull." Natasha's visage contorts with terror, compelling her to turn away, trembling and unable to confront the increasingly menacing Loki. With a quaking voice, she accuses, "You monster!" Loki, with a brighter smile, lowers his fist. "No, no, no. The true monster is the one you brought with you." Upon hearing this, Natasha's shoulders stiffen with resolve. She swiftly turns to face him, her demeanor composed, the prior fear and tears vanishing. So, it is Banner. He is your target. What? Loki, momentarily taken aback, only realizes the depth of her expression when he sees her face, his smile abruptly freezing. It dawns on him that Black Widow's earlier display of emotional collapse was merely a ruse to extract information from him. However, Black Widow did not grant him the opportunity, promptly reporting Loki's scheme to Nick Fury through her earpiece, and then gracefully bowing to Loki, expressing gratitude for his cooperation. Ah, this agent is quite impressive. Stock, standing in the system space, could not help but whistle and applaud, turning to Coulson with a remark that he truly needed to conduct a thorough inspection of his company upon his return. Coulson, non-committal, shook his head, acknowledging that, given Tony Stark's dandy demeanor, their agency would never expend resources to infiltrate him. At most, they would monitor his actions. Meanwhile, the plugin that Tony had affixed to the computer was detected by S.H.I.E.L.D. system. Captain America finally discovered Hydra's energy weapon concealed within a crate in a warehouse, and the group eventually convened in Banner's workshop. In response to Banner's inquiries, Nick Fury shifted all blame onto Thor, asserting that it was Thor's arrival last year that incited fear and vigilance, leading the higher-ups to permit the study of the Tesseract. However, Thor was unconvinced, bluntly stating that it was humanity's research on the Tesseract that attracted the attention of enemies, prompting others in the cosmos to believe that Earth was prepared for advanced warfare. As tensions escalated within the workshop, the group became increasingly argumentative, unaware that the Mind Stone, resting nearby, was emitting an unusual glow. Banner, with a tone of irony, remarked, "Are we even a team? No. When we come together, we only create chaos like a ticking time bomb." Tony, attempting to lighten the mood with humor, was met with a serious retort from Captain America. "Yes, you merely hide behind your armor playing the hero. Without the armor, what are you?" Tony, maintaining his composure, responded, "Al messermetikot aimnios, al millionaire, al playboy, al philanthropist." This exchange provoked the straightforward and earnest captain, who could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, confronting Stark. "Put on your armor. Let's settle this one-on-one." Chapter 8. The Crumbling Avengers, Coulson's demise in response to Captain America's accusation that he was not a hero. Tony Stark scoffed dismissively, sarcastically questioning, "Hero? Do you really consider yourself a hero? Rogers, you are merely a product of the laboratory. All your extraordinary abilities stem from a vial of serum." As the situation spiraled further out of control, Nick, fearing for Banner's well-being, hastily commanded Natasha to escort him back to his quarters. However, Banner, now agitated, retorted, "Quarters? Haven't you lent the room you prepared for me to Loki?" Nick awkwardly attempted to clarify, "That was just a precaution." A precaution that requires you to eliminate me? That's impossible. I've tried, so I know." As the eyes of the others bore down on him, Banner recounted his suicide attempt, revealing how he had shot himself, only for another version of himself to expel the bullet. As he became increasingly animated in his speech, the expressions of those before him shifted dramatically. Nick and Natasha even unfastened their holsters, gripping their gun stocks, poised to draw at a moment's notice. Captain America furrowed his brow, cautiously interjecting, "Dr. Banner, please set that down." Upon hearing this, Banner was startled, glancing down to realize that his left hand had, unbeknownst to him, grasped the Mind Stone scepter from the table. Before he could voice his embarrassment, the gamma detection apparatus in the room suddenly registered the presence of the Tesseract. Seizing the opportunity, Banner hastily relinquished the scepter and rushed to the machine. In a live stream, upon learning of Banner's past suicide attempt due to his inability to foresee the future and feelings of despair, Tony gently patted Banner's shoulder and clasped his hand. "Take it easy, Dr. Banner. As my future self has said, Stark Industries will always welcome you. If you ever feel bored, come find me. There is much beauty in this world. If you join us, I can throw parties every day that will surely uplift your spirits." Observing Tony's excited demeanor, Banner felt a wave of awkwardness as he attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find Tony's grip too firm to escape. He wished to convey that he was not as fragile as he appeared and had no intentions of resorting to suicide. At that moment, Phil Coulson approached, interrupting Tony's ramblings. He produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Bruce Banner. Dr. Banner, we should discuss this further. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division also welcomes your presence. As depicted in the footage, you may refer to us as S-H-I-E-L-D. I can assure you, we will provide a tranquil environment free from external pressures. As he observed Coulson's invitation to Banner on the small screen below, Nick nodded in satisfaction and subsequently made a phone call, instructing Hill to recreate the containment cell for Loki as seen in the film and to expedite the construction of the aerospace battleship. Noticing a notification on the computer, Dr. Banner looked at Tony in surprise. Just then, as Hawkeye pressed the button on his bow, the arrow he had just shot into the exterior of the aerospace carrier detonated, sending a violent shockwave through the entire vessel. The optical camouflage of the deck failed, and the studio where they were situated was engulfed in the explosion, hurling everyone outward. Bruce Banner and Natasha tumbled into the room below. Under such intense stimuli, Dr. Banner found himself unable to contain the Hulk within. After casting a pained glance at Natasha, conveying an apologetic expression, his body rapidly expanded, tearing through his clothes. A distant roar echoed into Loki's cell, prompting the quietly seated Loki to open his eyes, a sly grin reappearing on his face. In the hangar of the aerial mothership, Thor, the god of thunder, encountered the rampaging Hulk. After fruitlessly calling for Banner to regain consciousness, Thor, in a fit of impatience, summoned his enchanted hammer and engaged the Hulk in fierce combat. During the fray, Thor hurled his hammer with great force. Witnessing this, the Hulk, driven solely by his primal instincts, reached out to catch it in preparation for a counterattack. However, to his astonishment, the hammer's immense kinetic energy not only sent him tumbling backward, but also seemed to adhere to the ground like a magnet. Despite the Hulk's prodigious strength, he found himself utterly unable to budge the hammer, even slightly. Yet, after Thor repelled him, the seemingly immovable weapon was effortlessly reclaimed by Thor. What could be the reasoning behind this? Banner gazed quizzically at Thor, perplexed that the immensely powerful Hulk could not lift such a seemingly trivial hammer. Ah, you mean Mjolnir? Thor chuckled as he watched the intense struggle on the screen, explaining, "It is a divine artifact forged by my father from the remnants of a dying star, uniquely belonging to me. Thus, it is only natural that you cannot lift this weapon. My brother has often attempted to steal my hammer, yet he has never succeeded." A star? Surely this was a jest. The egg-headed figure before the screen furrowed his brow deeply, even with his limited expertise. He understood the colossal energy unleashed by a star on the brink of destruction. The fact that the God King could forge it into a weapon was astonishing. As the battle between the two intensified, in the control room, Hill and Nick, engaged in a gunfight with a tactical team, received reports from their subordinates. Fearing that the Hulk might obliterate the entire mothership, Hill promptly ordered the dispatch of a plane to divert the Hulk's attention. However, as the pilot approached too closely, the enraged Hulk leaped onto the aircraft, dismantling it with ease, and even seized the parachuting pilot, flinging him out of the cockpit with a mighty toss. Observing the Hulk's display of power on the screen, Tony, astonished, circled around Dr. Banner, exclaiming, "Dr. Banner, I never imagined you looked so dashing when you're angry." "It truly appeals to me." Banner chuckled wryly. "Is that what you call dashing?" Meanwhile, Captain America and Iron Man were diligently working together to repair the damaged engines of the mothership, while Thor, having dispatched his opponent, approached the transparent cage where Loki was imprisoned. However, he was evidently too late, as the cage had already been opened by Loki's minions. Realizing this, Thor lunged forward, intending to push Loki back into the cell, only to collide with an illusion conjured by Loki. Turning to mock the deceived Thor, Loki, hands clasped behind his back, wore a disdainful expression and scoffed, "This trick never fails to work on you." In a fit of rage, Thor raised his hammer and struck the inner wall of the transparent cage, producing only a faint crack. Loki sauntered to the console, casting a triumphant glance at Thor, who was imprisoned within a cage, and remarked, "Humans believe we possess immortality. Shall we put that to the test?" Just then, the soldier who had previously freed Loki was struck down, and Coulson emerged from the corridor, wielding a massive firearm. Step away from the controller, he commanded, advancing towards Loki while raising the imposing barrel of his weapon. Isn't it impressive? Thanks to your annihilator, we've developed this prototype from the fragments. To be honest, I'm uncertain of its full power. Care to find out? As he spoke, the muzzle of Coulson's weapon glowed with a dark golden light. However, before he could finish, a sharp blade pierced through his chest. Witnessing this, Thor let out a furious roar, and the true form of Loki stepped out from behind Coulson. The Loki that had just been present was merely an illusion crafted to distract them. Am I truly to perish like this? Coulson thought, staring in disbelief at the screen where his body was penetrated by the Mind Scepter, blinking in a daze. Nick Fury, observing this, was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that this legendary Asgardian would exhibit such malevolence. Coulson, hurry and use that super soldier serum. Nick suddenly recalled the serum that Coulson had just acquired and urged him, speaking up in the live stream. Truth be told, after decades of camaraderie, Nick regarded Coulson as family, and entrusting the situation to others would not sit well with him. Having witnessed a glimpse of the potential future, he felt compelled to avert it. Thus, he promptly instructed Coulson to utilize the super soldier serum. At this moment, Tony Stark cast a discontented sidelong glance at Thor. It seems your upbringing leaves much to be desired. You've adopted such a son and nurtured him to be so ruthless. Perhaps the legendary Norse god Odin is not as wise as the tale suggests. This truly astonishes me. Yet, contrary to Tony's expectations, Thor, who had previously been so intent on defending the honor of his kin, remained silent, offering no retort. Only a complex expression as he watched Loki extract the blade from Coulson's body on the screen, disregarding Coulson's lifeless form as if it were mere refuse. Loki cruelly displayed the bloodstains on the blade of the scepter to Thor. With a malicious grin, he then activated the release mechanism beneath the cage. And amidst Thor's incredulous gaze, Loki gently pressed the button, casting the cage that contained Thor from the mothership. Chapter 9. Loki. The object of universal aversion, the howling winds high above swiftly transformed the cage, imprisoning Thor from free fall into a chaotic tumble. No matter how desperately Thor struggled within, his body and hammer could not escape the grip of inertia, colliding violently within the confines of the cage. As Thor beheld a substantial mass of jagged rock below, he finally gathered his focus, summoning his mighty hammer to his grasp. With a powerful kick, he struck the glass window of his confinement with fervor, shattering it to break free. In the next moment, accompanied by a resounding explosion, the circular prison crashed mercilessly onto the rock, splintering into fragments. Simultaneously, Thor himself landed heavily upon the ground, churning up a cloud of dust. Upon witnessing Thor's successful escape, all within the Great Hall of Asgard exhaled in unison, their hearts racing as they exchanged whispered conversations. Good heavens, I was terrified. I thought our prince would perish, but thanks to the All-Father's protection, he remains unharmed. Yet, how has Prince Loki become so fearsome? Indeed, did you notice? That woman from Earth claimed Loki has slain over 80 individuals. And let us not forget that little dwarf, along with Thor's recent ordeal. By the All-Father, it is utterly terrifying. Loki, having just regained his composure, overheard the murmurs of the crowd nearby. Feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, which rendered his expression awkward, Frigga appeared poised to speak, yet was interrupted by Sif, who obstructed her. It was then that Loki discerned the watchful eyes of the three warriors of the realm and Sif, their expressions brimming with suspicion. Witnessing this, Loki's countenance darkened, and he cast his gaze towards the screen suspended in the center of the hall, a surge of frustration bubbling within him. Is there some grand deity that disapproves of me? Why must I be transformed into this in the future? Loki fixated intently on the live broadcast, spotting Thor in a small image at the bottom of the screen, a glimmer of green light flashing in his eyes. Indeed, although this so-called broadcast has ensnared me, it also harbors intricate opportunities. For instance, the power Odin has just conferred upon Thor. The image of Odin, despondent and weary, flickered in his mind. If he was not mistaken, the power Thor had just acquired was undoubtedly that which had been stripped from him by this enigmatic system. With this realization, The green light in Loki's eyes dimmed, and a plan began to form in his mind. Meanwhile, seated upon the throne, the All-Father Odin, wielding the eternal spear, observed Loki's uncaring assault on Thor with a stirring hand, nearly unable to restrain himself from intervening to save his son. However, he quickly reminded himself that this was merely a glimpse of the future, an event yet to unfold. Nonetheless, Loki's transformation into such a heartless figure was indeed unexpected. Odin could not help but glance at Loki, who remained fixated on the screen, a peculiar thought crossing his mind. Should I perhaps impose some limitations on Loki's growth? The remarkable vision of the Asgardian gods allowed Loki to perceive the remnants of the shattered prison, and with a satisfied smile, he turned to depart from the scene. However, at that moment, Coulson, lying on the ground and barely clinging to life, boldly asserted that Loki was destined to fail due to his lack of conviction. Enraged by these words, Loki barely had the chance to retort before an energy beam struck his chest, propelling him violently through the wall. With his last ounce of strength, Coulson squeezed the trigger of his energy weapon, and upon witnessing Loki being hurled away, he let out a grim smile. That was truly spectacular. In the live stream, even Bruce Banner, who was not well acquainted with Coulson, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Buddy, I must say, that was brilliantly executed." Tony Stark also chimed in, "Absolutely remarkable. To confront a deity with mere mortal flesh, Coulson, would you be interested in working at Stark Industries? I believe your talents are wasted as a mere agent." Hearing Stark's comment, Nick Fury furrowed his brow in discontent, muttering to himself, "What do you mean, Stark? Who gave you the audacity to poach my people?" Yet, Coulson calmly declined the invitation, returning his focus to the screen as if the grievous injury depicted was not his own. Observing his composed demeanor in the face of impending death, Fury nodded in satisfaction, privately pondering whether he should grant Coulson more authority, especially now that he possessed the super soldier serum. The footage continued to play. Somewhere aboard the mothership, Black Widow effortlessly subdued Barton, restoring a semblance of his awareness. However, following the chaos, the mothership's combat capabilities were nearly obliterated, and Thor and the Hulk had mysteriously vanished. In the wake of Coulson's death, Captain America and Iron Man, now despondent, were finally met with Fury's candidness regarding the Avengers Initiative. Prompted by Coulson's demise and Fury's words, Iron Man could no longer contain his fury. He stormed off to the site of Coulson's death. Captain America, too, conceded to some of Tony's assertions, leading the two to regain their composure and begin analyzing Loki's potential next moves. He desires to defeat us, yet he craves an audience to witness his triumph. Loki is the protagonist of this performance, and Stewart's act was merely a rehearsal. Tony's mind raced, his speech quickening. He seeks adulation. He wishes to flaunt his victory. He yearns for a towering monument etched with his name. At this juncture, Tony's expression suddenly froze in realization. Damn it! Standing in the live stream, Tony was momentarily taken aback, then struck his palm with his fist. I understand now that lunatic Loki is fixated on my tower. Observing the bewildered expressions of Banner and Coulson, Tony elaborated, the tower, the Stark Tower I was arguing about with Pepper at the beginning. The once silent Thor, the god of thunder, finally spoke, crossing his arms and shifting his stance. This indeed aligns with Loki's behavioral standards. I have observed your edifice. Though it pales in comparison to the grandeur of our Asgardian architecture, is commendable by human standards. Tony Stark, upon hearing this, shot him a disapproving glare, his expression reflecting disbelief. Apologies, though I wish to disregard you. I must admit that the Asgardians are rather insufferable. I suggest you return to your father Odin and propose that Loki be confined. After all, he has undeniably become a madman in the future, has he not? Loki is my brother, albeit adopted, yet he remains a prince of Asgard, as acknowledged by Odin, the All-Father, in a divine proclamation to all of Asgard. Thor, visibly impatient, stepped closer to Tony, prodding his chest with a finger. Even if he has erred, it is Odin who shall determine the consequences. It is not your place. As a mere earthling to interject, Tony Stark clenched his jaw, weighing the implications of Thor's recent display of power. He refrained from speaking, instead resolving to study the iron armor that had appeared in the recent footage upon his return. One day, he vowed, He would demonstrate to this towering figure what it meant to vanquish a deity with mortal prowess. Once the Avengers were informed of the enemy's location, they geared up for battle, and despite their numbers being reduced to 4, their fervor was reminiscent of an army of thousands. The Iron Suit, having expended considerable energy during the prior repairs to the mother ship, wobbled back to its headquarters in New York. At that moment, Dr. Selvig had already set up the machinery to activate the Tesseract, initiating its operation. In the face of futility, Iron Man unleashed nearly all his energy. Yet he could not breach the energy shield surrounding the Tesseract, nearly succumbing to the backlash of the energy waves. Upon seeing Loki on his rooftop garden, Iron Man reluctantly issued commands to Jarvis from within his suit. Chapter 10. The Third Inquiry. Meanwhile, as the screen in Nick Fury's office continued to display footage, Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Barton received communication from Fury and arrived at the office door. Noticing the locked office, Hawkeye queried Natasha, "Is something amiss?" Nick's message seemed urgent and instructed us to avoid others. Shaking her head, Black Widow flicked a strand of hair from her forehead. "Who knows? Sometimes, Nick just has a peculiar sense of humor." At that moment, sensing their presence, the locked door swung open. Upon entering, they discovered that the once bright office had been shrouded in curtains, all electrical devices turned off, save for a large screen floating in the center, still displaying some footage. Natasha recognized one of the figures on the screen. It was none other than Tony Stark. "Director." Nick nodded at them. Since he had just observed Natasha and Barton frequently appearing in the footage, he comprehended the composition of the so-called Avengers. Consequently, he discreetly sent messages to both individuals, inviting them to his office. Although he contemplated keeping this matter concealed, given Coulson's disappearance and the presence of the screen at the scene, along with Melinda's awareness of the situation, he decided it prudent to inform his loyal subordinates of its existence. This would also provide him with additional hands to share the burden. Naturally, the meticulous Black Egg had already cut off the power in his office and thoroughly inspected the space, ensuring that everything was flawlessly secure. Upon hearing Egg's description of the transparent screen, Natasha and Barton gazed at the images with disbelief, their expressions reflecting deep skepticism about their reality. Tony entered the room, appearing utterly unguarded, even inviting Loki to share a drink. After receiving a refusal, Tony remained unfazed, seizing the opportunity to don 2 wristbands from behind the bar while Loki was momentarily distracted. He then began discussing their team. However, Loki derided Tony's attempts to stall for time, remarking that the Chitauri army was on the verge of arrival and no one could thwart the impending chaos. With a glass in hand, Tony displayed no fear, retorting sharply that they still had the Hulk, and emphasized that the crux of the matter was not in dreaming of emperorship. On Earth, Loki could never reign supreme. "Perhaps your army will soon arrive, and perhaps we will be unable to withstand it, but we will hold you accountable for all that transpires. If we truly cannot protect this planet, then we shall seek vengeance." With that declaration, Tony took a hearty swig from his drink. Loki's expression gradually shifted as he observed Tony's escalating fervor slowly approaching him. "If you and your teammates clash at this moment, who will have the time to seek me out?" The ominous hum of the Mind Stone emanated as Loki raised his scepter, its sharp edge precisely poised against Tony's chest. Yet, contrary to their expectations, apart from a sharp ping, nothing transpired. The energy from the scepter dissipated entirely. Loki's smile morphed into astonishment as he instinctively prodded again, only to receive no response. This has never failed before. At that moment, the screen froze on the image of Loki striking Tony's chest with his scepter for the second time, and the system's cold voice echoed once more. A new question-and-answer session begins. Question: why is Loki's Mind Scepter ineffective against Tony Stark? This session was an open-ended inquiry, granting all participants in the live stream the opportunity to respond. The individual whose answer closely approached the correct one would earn 150 live stream points and a random reward. Random rewards may stem from any multiverse. Failing to answer this question will not trigger punitive effects. Upon hearing this, everyone watching the screen was momentarily taken aback. After 2 consecutive multiple-choice questions, everyone was prepared to engage in a round of blind guesses. Yet this time, the question turned out to be open-ended, and from the phrasing of the system's inquiry, It was apparent that the answer might not even possess a definitive solution. What a devilish method of questioning. While others were still whispering among themselves, the 6 individuals in the live stream had already begun to ponder. Especially Loki, who at that moment was entirely absorbed in thought, even conjuring a shadow clone to head to the library in search of relevant information. As time passed slowly, Tony, who had been pacing in a live stream for quite some time, suddenly snapped his fingers and pointed at himself, who had been struck in the chest by the scepter. I believe the reason Loki was unsuccessful lies in that shimmering object on my chest. To be honest, I don't quite understand what it is. But compared to the glowing part of my armor, I suspect it to be a mechanical power source. Loki's scepter can control individuals, but that only works when it pierces the flesh of the one being controlled. Naturally, it would have no effect on that object on my chest. With confidence, Tony articulated his answer to the screen. So, I believe it is because of that shining object on my chest that the scepter failed. Ding! Tony Stark's answer has been submitted. The system begins its assessment. Ding! Tony Stark answered correctly. The accuracy of his answer is 30. 30? Tony exclaimed, joyfully striking his palm. Indeed, it seems I was right. I never expected the future me could create something even the gods cannot contend with, though. That's far more impressive than my father. However, with only a 30 accuracy rate, what could the true answer be? Tony pondered this and fell into deep thought once again. Beside him, Banner cast an envious glance at the eloquent Tony, then furrowed his brow, fixating on the scepter in Loki's hand. I recall that just earlier on the ship, the future me was also studying the gamma rays emitted by the scepter. Could there be a connection between the two? Could it be that Tony Stark's mechanical device on his chest can counteract the gamma rays released by the scepter? In contrast to the 2 scientists lost in contemplation, Coulson and Thor remained oblivious to the answer to the question, preferring not to waste their mental energy on it. However, in light of Coulson's brave counterattack against Loki before his demise, and witnessing the future version of himself engaging in jovial conversation with the god of thunder, Coulson and Thor found themselves drawn together, soon chatting away as if they were long-lost friends. You are the most valiant human warrior I have ever encountered. If the opportunity arises, I would truly welcome you to Asgard. I would take you to see the giant cone birds. I just saw that the future you seems quite interested in them. Thor excitedly shared his experiences from the 9 realms with Coulson, recounting encounters with formidable foes and how he had shattered their skulls with his hammer. Meanwhile, during their conversation, a second voice suddenly responded to the system's inquiry in the live stream. If I am not mistaken, the reason the Mind Scepter had no effect on this Stark is due to a particular principle. An Infinity Stone cannot exert its influence over another Infinity Stone. At that moment, Loki, who was in Asgard, gradually rose to his feet and opened his previously closed eyes. After hearing the question, Loki had split off the majority of his consciousness and conjured numerous illusions in the Asgardian library, tirelessly searching through various texts until he finally discovered a piece of information within a book. The Tesseract is Odin's treasure, and its prototype is the most powerful Infinity Stone in the cosmos, the Space Stone. Simultaneously, he noticed a line written in ink at the bottom of that page, listing the names of the other Infinity Stones. Among them was one called the Mind Stone. Previously in the footage, the human who transformed into the Hulk had stated that the gamma index of the Mind Scepter was identical to that of the Tesseract, although I do not comprehend what you humans refer to as the gamma index. That statement implies that your research concerning the Tesseract indicates that the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract are fundamentally the same. Moreover, in the recent footage, when the energy of the Mind Scepter pierced the human's chest, it dissipated instantly. This suggests that the Mind Scepter holds no efficacy against the device embedded in Stark's chest. I refuse to believe that human machinery could be immune to the power of an Infinity Stone, yet it undeniably rendered the Mind Scepter ineffective. Loki slowly descended the steps, his expression resolute. The only thing that could nullify this suspected Infinity Stone is the Tesseract. Hence, if the device in that human chest does not contain a portion of the Tesseract's energy, it must surely be a derivative of the Tesseract itself. The Tesseract was created by my father using the most primordial Infinity Stone in the universe. And since that scepter is named the Mind Scepter, I surmise it must be the fabled Mind Stone. Combining this information, I believe the answer is glaringly evident. Ding! Loki Odinson has completed his answer, and the system begins its assessment. Ding! Loki Odinson's answer is correct, with an accuracy rate of 100. Loki Odinson receives 150 live stream points, which can be used to request segments related to his past and future. Rewards include the template of the god of mischief Loki, the artifact Gungnir, the eternal spear, and the god armor of Loki. Chapter 11. Gungnir, the god of mischief Loki. Eternal spear Gungnir? Upon hearing the rewards Loki had received, the multitude within the grand hall of Asgard erupted in renewed commotion, turning their gazes towards Odin on the high platform, more specifically, towards the eternal spear held in Odin's grasp. Odin himself was filled with uncertainty. Ever since he had recently lost a portion of his power, he had grown wary of the system, commanding Heimdall to search every corner of the universe to ascertain whether new forces were coveting Asgard. But now, the adversary seemed poised to target his eternal spear. In anger, Odin rose abruptly, but before he could utter a word, he observed a distortion in the space before Loki. A slender purple thread, akin to a zipper, tore through the fabric of the divine realm, and a magnificent spear leapt forth from the rift, materializing before Loki. This spear bore striking resemblance to the one in Odin's grasp, yet there were subtle differences at its tip. While Odin's weapon was a sheer spear, the one before Loki adorned two sharp axe blades at its tip, resembling a halberd more than a spear. Gazing at the sinister aura enveloping the suspended weapon, Loki hesitated for a few seconds before suddenly reaching out and grasping it firmly. The instant the spear was in his hands, the surrounding purple mist enveloped Loki's body, forming a membrane akin to that of an egg's inner lining. A torrent of power surged into Loki's being as the purple membrane formed, crashing against him like a roaring waterfall, prompting him to emit cries of unbearable pain. Witnessing this, the surrounding guards rushed forward to protect their sovereign, while Sif pulled back the worried Frigga. Odin, no longer holding the eternal spear aloft, sensed the escalating malevolence emanating from Loki and raised his spear in a defensive posture. At that moment, the destroyer armor in the treasury suddenly activated, swiftly flying into the grand hall of Asgard and positioning itself behind Odin, its eyes glowing with a dark golden light. Waves of power continued to batter Loki, and the membrane encasing his body began to transform imperceptibly, gradually morphing into a dark golden armor that enveloped him. Once the torrent of power finally subsided, Loki emerged from the purple mist, his form now revealed. The onlookers of Asgard, witnessing the dramatic transformation of Loki, instinctively took several steps back. Even the guards felt beads of sweat forming in their palms. The aura radiating from Loki was far more intense than the oppressive presence Odin exhibited while sweeping across the Nine Realms. Taking a deep breath, Loki clenched his fists, reveling in the newfound power coursing through him. Satisfied, he opened his eyes, feeling a blend of purple and green within his irises that flickered momentarily before reverting to their normal hue. Odin gestured for the surrounding guards to stand down, reinstated the eternal spear, and resumed his seat upon the throne. Looking down at Loki, who stood proudly below, he began to speak in his aged voice. Loki, I am aware of the doubts that linger in your heart regarding your lineage. Once Thor returns, I shall elucidate these matters for you. In this moment, Odin's voice resonated with a profound sense of relief. The figure of Loki on the screen, harboring such animosity towards Thor and Asgard, was a testament to Odin's educational failures, a heart-wrenching realization for a father, coupled with the disheartening fact that this child now possessed power rivaling his own. Odin felt that his millennia-long reign had been in vain. Loki, however, displayed no reaction to Odin's proposal. His formidable strength not only provided him with the means for self-preservation, but also fortified his resolve. At this juncture, he had long ceased to confine his ambitions to the diminutive realm of Asgard. The moment he broke free from his confinement, he sensed numerous enigmatic gazes emanating from the cosmos's edge, each belonging to entities that stood on par with the present Odin. Yet, Loki felt no trepidation towards these observers, for in his grasp was the eternal spear, which bore a unique attribute, the body of the malevolent deity, The eternal spear is forged from the branches of the world tree. As long as the world tree endures, Loki, who wields the eternal spear, can regenerate infinitely. Through eons of growth, the world tree had fused with the essence of the 9 realms, ensuring that as long as the realms remained intact, Loki would be immortal. The current state of Asgard was unknown to the others in the live stream. Yet Loki's ability to answer with 100 accuracy, while their own responses averaged a mere 30, left the self-proclaimed genius Tony Stark quite vexed. However, the mention of the infinite gems by Loki Odinson piqued curiosity. Do you know what he referred to? He claimed that the cube and the scepter are both infinite gems. Agent Coulson, your organization has been studying the cube for quite some time. Haven't you gleaned its true nature? Coulson remained silent, yet his expression conveyed an undeniable truth. He was no more enlightened about the infinite gems than Stark. The footage continued to play. Loki was taken aback by the failure of his 2 attempts, while Iron Man across from him found amusement in the situation. Experiencing performance issues is quite common. I believe you need not concern yourself. As far as I know, 1 in every 5 men faces such difficulties. Before he could finish his jest, a momentarily recovered Loki seized Tony by the throat and violently slammed him to the floor. Seeing this, Tony hastily commanded Jarvis, "Jarvis, now, activate immediately." As the steel door opened, an enraged Loki once more grasped Tony by the neck, lifting him and hurling him out of the window. Tony, propelled through the air, shattered the building's glass as he began his free fall towards the ground. At that very moment, a crimson object erupted from the building, swiftly trailing the trajectory of Tony's descent. It was none other than Tony Stark's latest armor, the Mark 7. With the infrared sensor on his wrist, Mark 7 swiftly accelerated to catch up with Tony, enveloping his body like a garment, seamlessly adorning him. As he neared the ground, Tony's engines erupted with searing flames. Adjusting his posture to soar back to the rooftop, looking down at Loki, who had raised his head, Tony's serious voice resonated from within the steel armor. "You have also angered another, whose name is Phil." Before Loki could raise his scepter, Iron Man swiftly lifted his right hand, unleashing a powerful repulsor blast that sent Loki hurtling back into the hall. At that moment, the Tesseract, now operating autonomously, unleashed a brilliant wave of azure energy that shot skyward, revealing a massive wormhole before Tony Stark's astonished gaze. Chapter 12. The weak god, the light of Earth, streamed through the wormhole, illuminating the sinister faces of the Chitauri soldiers hidden beyond. As a silent howl escaped the lips of the foremost soldier, the fully equipped troops surged forward, madly rushing toward the only source of light. In an instant, they effortlessly traversed the wormhole, bursting forth from the portal and charging toward the thriving realm below. Observing this, Iron Man soared into the sky, attempting to intercept the foes emerging from the wormhole. However, the sheer number of adversaries rendered his firepower ineffective, akin to a sieve, as the Chitauri soldiers breached his defenses. The soldiers near the ground roared with excitement, launching indiscriminate attacks on the buildings and surfaces while the bewildered populace remained in shock. With his army having descended upon Earth, Loki donned his war regalia, gazing down upon the smoke-filled New York with a triumphant smirk. Thor, wielding his hammer, flew to the rooftop of Stark Tower, loudly demanding Loki to deactivate the Tesseract. Yet, Loki, having already achieved his nefarious aims, paid him no heed, coldly directing his spear toward Thor, declaring, "At this juncture, there is no turning back, only war lies ahead." The two clashed in a fierce struggle, lightning flashing as the colossal letters of Stark Tower shattered, crashing to the ground and igniting sparks. The tardy Black Widow and her companions, prompted by Iron Man's sarcastic remarks, joined the fray. Yet the Quinjet was at a distinct disadvantage amidst the chaos, easily struck down by Loki's beam, crashing clumsily onto the tumultuous ground. As the aircraft came to a halt, the trio comprising Captain America hastily disembarked. However, just as they set foot on solid ground, a colossal shadow descended from the sky, enveloping their faces. The gargantuan Leviathan emerged from the wormhole, its massive form gliding above the astonished crowd, while countless soldiers leapt from its sides and charged into the nearby buildings. Observing the devastation wrought by the extraterrestrial invaders in the video, Hawkeye, standing in Fury's office, could not restrain his clenched fists. His face a mask of despair as he murmured, "Is this an inevitable future? How can we possibly combat such an adversary?" Fury, his expression dark and contemplative, remained silent, rhythmically tapping his pen against the Avengers dossier. Despite his decades of rallying cries, when confronted with this reality, he found his mind utterly devoid of any constructive guidance. Iron Man found himself momentarily at a loss against the imposing Leviathan, while Thor, having temporarily subdued Loki, surveyed the smoke and flames engulfing the city. Grasping Loki's weapon, he leaned in and bellowed, "Look at this. Observe your surroundings. Do you truly believe this chaos will cease once you claim dominion?" Loki did not respond immediately, yet his expression betrayed a flicker of astonishment at the unfolding scenario. As he listened to Thor's inquiries, he abruptly turned his head, exclaiming, "It is too late. It is far too late to stop them." Thor, perceiving a glimmer of remorse in Loki, softened his tone and demeanor. However, before he could finish his admonition, Loki treacherously struck him with a dagger. Enraged, Thor could no longer contain himself. He seized Loki and hurled him forcefully onto the rooftop. Realizing he had ignited Thor's fury, Loki discarded his scepter and executed a roll, leaping from the building onto a passing Chitauri ship. "Ah, brotherly affection," Tony Stark chuckled, shaking his head at the sight of Thor wounded by Loki, glancing over at the brooding god of thunder. Yet, in response to Stark's mockery, Thor calmly shook his head, saying, "To be honest, I've grown accustomed to Loki's little tricks. They are akin to mere tickles. You see, when I was 8, Loki transformed into a serpent and, upon my capture, inflicted a wound upon me." As Thor recounted this seemingly trivial childhood incident with nonchalance, the others exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the dynamics between the two deities. Listening to Thor's commentary in the live broadcast, Loki could not help but raise a hand to his forehead. It had been over a millennium, yet this fool still recalled such details. Must he truly air this in front of everyone? On the ground, Captain America and his two companions were engaged in a fierce battle against the Chitauri soldiers. Outnumbered significantly, they were on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, obliterating the surrounding foot soldiers, while Thor, wielding his hammer, stumbled to the ground. Soon after, the thunderous roar of a motorcycle echoed, and Bruce Banner, dust-covered and riding a small motorbike, arrived at the scene. Casting a glance over the chaotic surroundings, Banner opened his arms and attempted a jest. "The situation here looks absolutely dreadful." Black Widow nodded, her expression stoic as she replied, "I have seen worse." Banner, feeling somewhat embarrassed, offered an apology, which she graciously accepted. At that instant, Captain America called out to Stark over the headset. Upon receiving the news, Tony instructed Captain America to inform Banner that the festivities had commenced. In the next moment, Iron Man appeared in the distance, a streak of light trailing behind him, pursued closely by a colossal Leviathan. Observing the imposing Leviathan charging toward them, Banner calmly stepped forward, grinning as he addressed his companions. "Actually, let me share a secret. I have always been seething with rage." No sooner had he spoken than his body began to swell uncontrollably, his skin transforming into green as he morphed into the massive Hulk. Faced with the advancing Leviathan, the enraged Hulk raised his fist, akin to a mantis blocking a vehicle, and struck fiercely at the creature's head. With a thunderous crash, the seemingly terrifying beast was sent flying by his blow. Witnessing this, Iron Man quickly stabilized his position and launched a missile, which accurately struck a wound on the creature, causing it to explode into pieces, leaving only its head to crash to the ground, inciting frenzied roars from the surrounding Chitauri soldiers. The valiant Avengers finally regrouped, unflinchingly confronting the invaders, each one caressing their weapons, bracing for the impending conflict. Above them, Loki watched the Avengers with disdain, subsequently augmenting his forces. Yet, against the now peak morale of the Avengers, even the influx of soldiers seemed to be mere cannon fodder. Thor soared to the high tower, summoning the powerful lightning of his hammer to strike the portal, sending countless Chitauri tumbling to the ground engulfed in flames, even forcing a massive Leviathan back through the portal. Meanwhile, Iron Man and the Hulk engaged in combat at low altitude. Although the Hulk could not fly, each of his leaps was as if propelled by springs, allowing him to traverse the walls of skyscrapers with ease. In a display of sheer strength, he managed to pull a gigantic Leviathan down to the ground. As time wears on, even the most spirited among the crowd find themselves utterly exhausted. Witnessing this, Black Widow shook her head and suggested that if they did not shut down the portal, they would inevitably be worn down. With Captain America's assistance, Black Widow sprang into action, seizing a Chitauri airship and skillfully maneuvering it upwards to the rooftop. However, her movements soon caught the attention of Loki, who began to pursue her relentlessly. Noticing Loki's approach, Black Widow urgently called out to Hawkeye in the distance, requesting his aid. Responding promptly, Hawkeye knocked an arrow, replacing it with a new tip, and aimed it at Loki. The arrow zipped through the air, but was effortlessly caught by Loki, who, upon discerning its trajectory, wore his signature sly grin. Yet the next instant, the arrow emitted an alarm and subsequently exploded, fortuitously sending Loki hurtling back to the rooftop of Stark Tower. What is this madness? Loki, standing in Asgard, furrowed his brow as he observed the familiar scene in the video, an absurdity swelling within him. Was Midgard confined to such a singular location? Despite their prolonged battle in the skies, he found himself crashing down to this very spot. Wait, that can't be right. How could I, a formidable Asgardian sorcerer, be so woefully defeated by mere mortals? This must be an error. Loki's eyes widened as thoughts surged within him. After all, he was a being of divine stature compared to humans. Why, in Midgard, could a handful of them bring him to such a pitiful state? Could this truly be my future? Impossible, utterly impossible. At that moment, Loki's expression darkened as he gripped the eternal spear tightly. He would not accept such a fate. He was stronger now than even a weakened Odin. The footage continued to play, just as the beleaguered Loki rose from the ground. He was struck down once more by the Hulk, who had leaped from below. Observing the Hulk charging at him like a rampaging gorilla, Loki could no longer contain his fury. Enough, he bellowed, standing defiantly against the oncoming behemoth, momentarily stunning the Hulk into stillness. You wretched, insignificant humans, I am a god. I shall not be bested by mere ants. However, before he could finish his proclamation, the Hulk seized his leg. With a grip akin to that of a child clutching a ragged cloth, the Hulk began to slam Loki against the ground with reckless abandon. The cacophony of collisions echoed incessantly, the rooftop of Stark Tower trembling under the force of Loki's resilient form being battered against it. After flinging him numerous times, the Hulk delivered one final, tremendous blow, embedding Loki deeply into the floor. Yet, despite enduring such ferocious onslaughts, Loki's eyes remained wide open, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. With vacant eyes and a face devoid of expression, he stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in a profound existential doubt. The Hulk scoffed disdainfully, muttering as he departed, "Such a weak god." Chapter 13. The Fourth Inquiry, Nuclear Bombs, and Gundams. Upon witnessing Loki's dismal state on the screen and sensing the peculiar gazes of the three individuals around him, Bruce Banner could not help but cover his face. He found it utterly unbelievable that the green giant capable of delivering an overwhelming thrashing to deities was, in fact, himself. You hail from Midgard, do you not? It appears your strength is quite formidable. We must seize the opportunity to spar. Thor exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with interest as he regarded the bashful Dr. Banner, giving him an enthusiastic thumbs up. To be honest, I have never seen Loki in such a disheveled state. Not just him, but even the inhabitants of Asgard were engaged in hushed whispers. Many, upon witnessing Loki's actions in the footage, expressed their dissatisfaction, instinctively casting him in the role of a villain. The sight of Loki being vanquished by the righteous Avengers ignited a sense of exhilaration within them. Behold, I told you that those who commit evil will ultimately face retribution. Shoo, lower your voice. Do you wish to invite disaster? That is Prince Loki. Be wary lest he poison your drink. Loki, perched upon the high platform, felt his already dark expression deepen further due to the murmurs below. Even the divine armor he wore began to resonate with intense energy waves. Silence. Just as Loki was about to unleash his fury, Odin's voice rang out from behind him. The identity of the mastermind behind this so-called live broadcast remains unknown. Thus, you need not place your trust in the content presented herein. As the king of the gods spoke, the people of Asgard bowed their heads in obedience. At that moment, Odin continued with words that left all present in astonishment. Additionally, I shall announce another matter today. Loki Odinson, my son, is likewise my heir, possessing the right to ascend as king. In other words, Loki is eligible to become the ruler of Asgard. What? Loki immediately turned to face Odin, who stood merely 10 paces behind him, his eyes wide with disbelief. The others were equally taken aback by Odin's sudden proclamation. Even the usually solemn guards exchanged incredulous glances. However, soon the murmurs of the crowd commenced anew. Ignoring the citizens' doubts and discussions, Odin fixed his gaze upon the now-turned Loki. Loki, I am aware of the resentment you harbor towards Thor. Upon his return, I have decided to initiate a new trial between the two of you to choose Asgard's next king. At Odin's suggestion, Loki's expression remained unchanged, merely lowering his head slightly in tacit agreement. At this moment, Frigga approached and gently clasped Loki's arm, gazing upon her son, who had always been shrouded in gloom. With a pained expression, she caressed his face and said, Loki, I am truly sorry. We have neglected your feelings and allowed a profound misunderstanding to develop between you and Thor. Mother, Loki replied, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Observing the tears in Frigga's eyes, he clenched the hand that did not grasp the eternal spear, his energy fluctuations dissipating as he smiled with a newfound sense of relief. I am well, please do not worry. I hold no misconceptions about that oath, Thor. The image displayed was certainly not of me. Consider this. How could I, a sorcerer, be so feeble as to engage in close combat with Thor? That is simply not my style of fighting. After providing solace to Frigga, Loki turned back to face the screen, though shadows of melancholy still clouded his gaze. The footage continued to play. At this moment, Black Widow had successfully reached the rooftop, while Dr. Selvig finally regained consciousness and clarity of mind. Seeing Black Widow in a state of helplessness, Dr. Selvig spoke in fragmented sentences. The scepter cannot be opposed. Our powers seem equal, thus I cannot contend with him. As he spoke, a flicker of pain crossed his face, prompting Black Widow to comfort him. This is not your fault. You are under his control, Doctor. After a brief silence, Dr. Selvig continued, I recall creating a fail-safe device. The scepter could deactivate it. The battle below grew increasingly fierce, and faced with the relentless onslaught of Chitauri warriors. Hawkeye exhausted all his arrows, ultimately resorting to utilizing his last arrow to leap from the rooftop. The immensely powerful Hulk found himself surrounded by numerous alien soldiers, who unleashed a torrent of energy blasts upon him, forcing him to the ground. In the midst of such a desperate conflict, new developments unfolded aboard the helicarrier, where a soldier piloted a fighter jet to the flight deck. Without the authorization of Fury, the aircraft, armed with a nuclear bomb, took off autonomously. Upon receiving this alarming news from Hill, Fury acted decisively, rushing to the deck and firing a rocket launcher at a jet that had just initiated its takeoff, attempting to thwart its launch. However, to his astonishment, his precise shot missed the intended target, as the actual aircraft departed the helicarrier at the very moment the rocket was fired. Realizing this, Fury promptly notified Stark that a nuclear bomb was hurtling towards their location. Upon hearing the dire news relayed by Fury through his earpiece, Iron Man, having received the specific timing, urgently commanded J.A.R.V.I.S. to channel all available energy into the thrusters. With a substantial infusion of power, even the battle-worn Mark armor unleashed an astonishing thrust, propelling Tony skyward. The plane was now on the brink of Manhattan, poised to press the missile launch button aimed at New York. The nuclear bomb had been launched, set to detonate in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Is this truly the extent of your organization's endeavors? While we are engaged in fierce combat on the front lines, you launch nuclear missiles against us from the rear? Tony Stark's fury erupted as he gestured vehemently at the screen displaying the departing aircraft. That is Manhattan, the most bustling area of New York. You show no regard as your pilots carry nuclear arms into the fray? Those are innocent civilians, and you would condemn them to perish alongside the aliens? Bruce Banner shook his head in disapproval, although not as enraged as Iron Man. He too scoffed at the Security Council's decision. To be frank, recklessly deploying nuclear weapons against an unfamiliar enemy is an act of folly. The enemy has countless forces waiting beyond the wormhole. Even if the nuclear strike eradicates those on Earth, they can replenish their ranks indefinitely. And who knows, they might even withstand the radiation. Thor, though unfamiliar with the concept of nuclear weapons, nodded in agreement, sensing the agitation of Tony and Bruce. On the battlefield, we find the most disgraceful behavior to be that of those who strike their comrades from behind. Should we encounter such traitors, we would administer immediate justice. Coulson, with a resigned shake of his head, turned to the chat window beside the live stream. Director, upon our return, should we not consider cleansing our ranks? Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement, giving Natasha a few directives while retrieving another document from his drawer. After venting his frustration, Tony gradually regained his composure. As he paced back and forth in the space, a new thought crystallized in his mind. He resolved to develop the Iron Man suit and ensure his home was adequately fortified. Otherwise, he feared the deranged government might one day obliterate his residence with a nuclear strike. Meanwhile, as Iron Man soared towards the missile, Black Widow, under the guidance of Dr. Selvig, pierced the energy shield constructed by the Tesseract with her staff. Simultaneously, she relayed the information over the communication channel. I can shut down the Tesseract. Is anyone receiving this? Captain America immediately responded, shut it down, quickly. No, wait. Iron Man's voice interjected. A nuclear missile is incoming. It will detonate in 1 minute. At that moment, the transmission abruptly cut off, and the cold voice of the system resonated once more. The fourth round of questions begins. Question: how can the Avengers secure victory against the nuclear threat and the Chitauri invasion? 1. Thor unleashes his full power to vanquish all foes. 2. The nuclear missile is not intercepted. Black Widow forcibly closes the portal, annihilating all enemies. 3. Iron Man transports the nuclear missile through the wormhole to strike the enemy's stronghold. Please commence answering. Each participant in the live stream has one opportunity to respond. Correct answers will yield 200 live stream points and a random reward. Failure to answer will trigger an unknown punishment. The current challenge appears deceptively simple, akin to a mere formality. At the very moment the system's voice faded, Tony Stark exuberantly declared, I choose Iron Man. I had already soared past. It was undoubtedly I who intercepted the nuclear missile and traversed the wormhole to save New York. Ding! Tony Stark's response has been recorded and is under evaluation. Tony Stark's answer is correct. He is rewarded with 200 livestream points. He receives a random reward, Freedom Gundam Coordinator Ability. The Freedom Gundam, hailing from the multiverse of Gundam, is manufactured by military forces equipped with phase-shifting armor, a neutron interference device, and a nuclear engine powered by a nuclear reactor. Upon seeing the announcement from the system, Tony inhaled sharply, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It was as if his thoughts manifested. Just as he intended to explore the armor, such a treasure arrived. Chapter 14, The Great Iron Man. Final chapter, the footage continues to play. Upon hearing Iron Man's words, all present were momentarily stunned, and at that instant, the suit's system finally detected the oncoming nuclear missile. With all its energy loaded, the thrusters surged forward, and Tony swiftly caught up to the missile that had nearly passed him, positioning himself beneath it, and ascended into the sky with the missile in tow. Observing Tony's actions, Captain America and the others grasped his intention. Stark, you may not return from this. Captain America's voice resonated with a mix of awe and concern. Merely hours earlier, he had ridiculed Stark, asserting that such a privileged individual could not selflessly sacrifice himself. Yet Stark's actions served as a resounding rebuttal. However, Iron Man did not respond. Instead, he instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to divert all remaining energy to the turning thrusters. After a brief silence, J.A.R.V.I.S. replied, Sir, should I notify Miss Potts? Tony hesitated momentarily before acquiescing. Meanwhile, aboard the private jet, Pepper anxiously watched the live broadcast, her gaze fixed on Stark's image on the screen, her grip tightening on the sofa, oblivious to the vibrating phone beside her. Unable to connect with Pepper, Tony remained silent. Yet there is little time to dwell on that now. With all energy coursing through the thrusters, Iron Man propelled the missile towards the wormhole. On the ground, Captain America, Thor, Black Widow, and even the bruised Hulk gazed upward in awe as Iron Man soared skyward, their hearts filled with fervent prayers. With a barely perceptible thud, Iron Man, carrying the missile, traversed the wormhole and entered the cosmos beyond. Members of the aerospace carrier, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in cheers. Even the usually composed Hill and Fury could not suppress their breaths, allowing smiles to grace their faces. As they cheered, Stark, having traversed the wormhole, was met with the ominous alert of his armor's energy depletion. The call to Pepper had failed. Distance from Earth, Jarvis's signal had weakened, and with the armor's energy spent, Iron Man's system finally succumbed to shutdown. An abyss of darkness engulfed him as the vacuum devoid of oxygen infiltrated his suit, leaving Tony powerless to continue breathing. The lifeless armor plummeted, while simultaneously, the nuclear missile surged towards the distant Chitauri mothership, culminating in an immense explosion of light. Wait, I can't possibly be dying like this? Tony gazed in horror at the screen, where his dimmed visage stared back, mouth agape in disbelief. Although it seemed grand, was it not a rather hasty demise? Thor approached, placing a solemn hand on Tony's shoulder, and said, "Though you have shown me disrespect, I shall still deem you a hero for this noble act." Coulson nodded in agreement, remarking, "Who would have thought, Mr. Stark, that beneath your playboy facade lies such greatness?" Banner 2 raised his thumb in approval. Natasha and Fury, observing from the screen, exchanged bewildered glances, recalling the extensive character analysis they had conducted on Tony Stark, concluding unanimously that he was a lecherous and insufferable egotist. Yet here he was, displaying an unexpected sense of responsibility. What could possibly have transformed such a rogue? At the moment the mothership in outer space erupted, Chitauri soldiers on Earth collapsed, powerless, while the Leviathan beasts, once showcasing their might, fell from the sky as if bereft of control. Captain America and Thor exchanged astonished looks, quickly realizing the implications, and turned their attention to the portal above. Black Widow, wielding the Mind Stone, gazed skyward, her eyes catching the brilliant light from the other side of the portal, softly murmuring, "Come on, Stark, hurry back." Yet, after waiting for several agonizing seconds, Iron Man's figure still did not emerge from the portal. As the light grew brighter and closer, Captain America reluctantly activated his communicator. "Shut down the portal." Upon hearing the captain's command, Black Widow hesitated for 2 seconds, and confirming Stark's absence, she reluctantly pierced the device with her staff. Accompanied by a spray of sparks, the Tesseract finally cooled, and the blue beam directed towards the heavens ceased its ascent. With the power of the Tesseract withdrawn, the rift in the sky began to close. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Stark's falling body surged through the portal, accelerating towards Earth. The Black Widow immediately caught sight of him and couldn't help but chuckle, while Thor and Captain America shared a joyful smile. The captain even shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "This guy?" as Stark witnessed his body emerge from the spatial rift. He inhaled sharply. The possibility of returning to Earth instilled a glimmer of hope that he might yet be saved. The thought of perishing in the vastness of outer space, without a trace, was truly harrowing. Imagining his body frozen into a drifting ice block in the frigid cosmos sent a shiver down Tony's spine. That scenario was utterly terrifying and profoundly lonely. However, as Stark descended, the expressions of the Avengers on the ground shifted to one of concern. Thor, with a grave demeanor, began to spin his mighty hammer, alerting Captain America to the fact that Iron Man was not decelerating. Just as Thor prepared to take flight, a green figure suddenly leaped into the air and caught Iron Man in a fierce embrace. The Hulk, no longer restrained, had finally emerged and swiftly saved Tony. As the Hulk descended, he cushioned Tony's landing with his own back, ensuring Stark's safety. Captain America and Thor rushed over, removing Iron Man's helmet. only to discover that Tony had ceased to breathe due to lack of oxygen. Seeing Tony lying there, seemingly asleep, Captain America slumped helplessly to the ground. Just as the two mourned Tony's fate, the Hulk let out a thunderous roar. This fierce bellow startled them. But the most astonishing revelation was that the seemingly lifeless Tony was startled back to consciousness by the Hulk's angry cry. As Stark regained his vitality, the Hulk excitedly thumped his chest and continued to roar. What just happened? A bewildered Tony exclaimed, looking around frantically, and, hearing the Hulk's deafening shouts, he anxiously asked, "Please tell me no one performed CPR on me." Captain America couldn't help but chuckle despite his exhaustion as he sat on the ground, surveying the devastation of the city, and remarked with a sense of relief, "We won." In the streaming room, the four heroes and the two agents observing from the sidelines exhaled deeply in unison. Tony continued to pound his chest, rambling incoherently, "I'm just glad to be alive. I'm just glad to be alive." He then excitedly grasped Banner's hand, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Banner. You saved me twice. Seriously, if you ever need my help, just ask. You are my savior." Bruce Banner, feeling a bit awkward, shook Stark's hand and replied, "I just happened to be there." Thor was also preparing to take to the skies to save you. In the office of Nick Fury on Earth, Hawkeye silently wiped the sweat from his brow, pulled a chair from the side, and sat down. As he gazed at the screen displaying the assembled Avengers, he shook his head in wonder and turned to the other two, exclaiming, "It is truly astonishing that we emerged victorious." Natasha, listening to her friend's reflection, nodded in admiration before glancing at the stoic Black Widow. "Director, if it weren't for the nuclear bomb Stark provided, would we have truly been capable of resisting the alien invasion?" Nick Fury pondered for a moment before resolutely nodding. "There must be a way, but it would only be a last resort." While the others reveled in celebration, Loki wore an unusual expression. In this so-called future, he was cast as the villain, and now that the champions of justice had triumphed, what fate awaited him as the antagonist? On the rooftop of Stark Tower, Loki, recently battered, finally managed to rise, only to sense something amiss. He turned a glance behind him. 6 figures stood expressionless at his back, with Hawkeye even drawing his bow, aiming it fiercely at him. Confronted with this, Loki immediately cowered, raising his hands in surrender and gesturing toward the bar. "If possible, I would like to have that drink." The scene shifted, and amidst the sound of news broadcasts, the re-equipped Avengers appeared in an open space. Thor, wielding Mjolnir in one hand and holding a box containing the Tesseract in the other, escorted Loki to the center of a circular platform. After bidding farewell to the others, Thor raised the container and exchanged a knowing glance with Loki. After a moment's hesitation, both turned the container, causing the Tesseract to emit a brilliant blue light that enveloped them. With a soft whoosh, Thor and Loki vanished from their spot. As the screen gradually faded to black, just when everyone presumed it was over, the image flickered back to life. In the vast, dark cosmos, an alien cloaked in black stood upon the surface of a planet, reporting to his master. "Humans, they're not as weak as we imagined. They are resilient and defiant, difficult to subjugate." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the figure seated upon the throne rose, the cloak being quickly bowed its head in response. It was him. The moment the viewers recognized the cloaked figure, a chill ran through them. They recognized him as the one who had previously commanded Loki to attack Earth. To challenge them is to invite one's own demise. Though fear gripped him, the cloaked figure uttered these words. Upon hearing this, the towering figure slowly turned his head, a smirk of derision gracing his features, his purple skin and bright blue eyes beneath the helmet radiating disdain. Chapter 15, Newcomers Join, Avengers Assemble 3. Is this person Thanos? At the very moment they beheld the visage of the giant, nearly everyone was engulfed in confusion. It was abundantly clear that this figure was the puppet master orchestrating Loki's machinations from the shadows. The formidable extraterrestrial race, depicted in the recent imagery, was merely his vassals. Even after Loki's defeat, the complete annihilation of an entire army under his command failed to elicit any fury from him. Instead, he wore an expression of disdainful contempt. Thanos, the Mad Titan. Just as the crowd was enveloped in bewilderment, Loki sent a message in the chat channel of the live stream, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Thor, upon reading Loki's message, hastily inquired, "Brother, could he be the answer I just chose, the Thanos?" Loki nodded slowly, saying, "While I was perusing some records, I discovered notes from scouts dispatched by Asgard indicating that someone had seen the Mind Stone in the possession of Thanos. Damn it, what planet does this Thanos hail from? And why does he covet the Tesseract?" Thor, in a fit of rage, struck his right hand. "That is my father's treasure. That wretched scoundrel dares to covet it." Ding! The Avengers has concluded its broadcast. After each session, new participants are invited to join the live stream. Welcome Stephen Strange to the live stream. As the system's voice faded, a beam of light appeared, revealing a disheveled man clad in pajamas, striking a pose as if to embrace and kiss. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he fell to the ground with a thud. "Oh, Christine, you push me too hard," the man quipped with a chuckle, opening his eyes only to be met with 4 pairs of curious gazes. "Who are you? Where am I? What are you doing?" Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, the newly arrived Stephen Strange sprang to his feet in surprise, retreating defensively while eyeing the oddly dressed individuals. He quickly exclaimed in English, "I don't know what means you have employed to abduct me, but I warn you, 2 blocks over is the Manhattan precinct." As he spoke, he scanned his surroundings, seemingly searching for something to use as a weapon. But to his dismay, this vast, white expanse held nothing. "What in the world is this place?" he muttered, finally calming a bit as he turned in confusion. "This is a live streaming space that will showcase someone's past and future." Bruce Banner, maintaining his composure, began to explain to Strange. Within mere minutes, Strange was left speechless, staring at the still black screen. "This is absurd. You must be playing an April Fool's joke on me." Strange scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. "I find a notion of alien abduction far more plausible." Upon hearing his words, the individuals before him exchanged resigned smiles. Truth be told, their current predicament did indeed bear a certain resemblance. Given that this is the inaugural live broadcast, this on-demand session will not consume any live points and will additionally grant a complimentary opportunity to request a future sequence. Though this particular on-demand will feature only a portion of the segment. Is it free? I wish to request the future with Loki and myself. Upon hearing the System-S announcement, the others immediately clamored, with only Coulson and Strange remaining unperturbed. Ding! Thor Odinson has chosen to broadcast the future, current position. Ding! Tony Stark has chosen to broadcast the future, current position. Ding! Bruce Banner has chosen to broadcast the future, current position. 3. Why do you not opt for a future broadcast? Observing the eager participants, Strange turned to the composed Coulson, unable to suppress his curiosity. Coulson calmly shrugged. "I'm already dead. What future is there to request?" Strange, the segment of Thor's future from Avengers Infinity War is about to play. Commencing invitation for special guests to join the live chat group. Special guests will not enter the live broadcast space. Spider-Man Peter Parker has joined the live chat group. Peter Parker, "Wow, what is this?" I was lying in bed, playing a game, when suddenly a screen appeared in my room. "Hello, is anyone there?" Tony Stark, "All right, kid, we can see your messages." This is the dimensional live broadcast system. Following Tony's introduction, Peter Parker, sitting on the edge of his bed with a bleeding nose, gazed in astonishment at the screen now displaying images, his expression one of disbelief. Peter Parker, "So, is this like being the protagonist of comic book? We've been chosen by some strange cosmic power to exist as beings of dominion?" Tony looked at the nonsensical newcomer in exasperation, frowning as he remarked, "Is the comic book industry really this chaotic nowadays? I remember reading Captain America when I was a child." Coulson immediately perked up at this. "Oh, really? Which issue was your favorite?" "Tony, the image playback begins. In the dark depths of the universe, faint lights flicker incessantly. This is the Asgardian refugee ship, the leader. We are under attack. Repeat, we are under attack. The engines are completely destroyed, and the life support systems have been compromised. We request assistance from any vessels in the vicinity, located 23 parsecs from Asgard. Our crew comprises Asgardian civilians with minimal armament. We are not a warship. Repeat, we are not a warship." The audio becomes increasingly clear as the camera gradually zooms in, revealing the silhouettes of 2 warships, one of which a massive circular battleship incessantly assaults a smaller spacecraft from all directions. Asgardian refugee ship, Odin and Loki, along with the others, immediately stiffened, their expressions focused, unable to conceal their growing concern. How could such a grand and powerful Asgardian empire give rise to the term refugee ship? Has the fabled twilight of the gods truly arrived? Surtur murmured softly, as he simultaneously perused some documents, a fragment of his essence opening a clandestine tome, wherein he stumbled upon the prophecy of Ragnarok and became acquainted with that ominous name. The scene shifts, revealing the interior of the Asgardian spacecraft. Flames and shattered machinery lay strewn about. The bodies of Asgardians grotesquely sprawled within the confines of the space pod, presenting a scene of unimaginable horror, as if a brutal massacre had transpired. A figure, incessantly chattering, traversed the corpses, arrogantly proclaiming, "This is redemption. The cosmic scales have been maintained in equilibrium due to your sacrifices." Beside him, a tall, hooded figure surveyed the surroundings, occasionally wielding a blade to deliver a merciful end to the fallen. A muscular giant, his skin a deep shade of purple, grasped the grievously injured, one-eyed Thor, resembling Odin, and approached Loki, raising his left fist. Upon his golden gauntlet, a purple gem shimmered with a sinister glow. Thanos, grinning cruelly, declared, "Whether you fear or flee, fate is inescapable. It is upon you now, here, or rather, I am your fate." Silence enveloped Asgard that day. Gazing upon the horrific tableau displayed on the screen, the long peaceful citizens of Asgard gaped, their mouths agape, as if stripped of their ability to articulate, collectively frozen in disbelief. Even the valiant warriors of the Valkyrie and Sif, renowned for their martial prowess, recoiled in astonishment, shaking their heads in disbelief at the grim reality before them. Odin, too, stood abruptly, the sound of clashing armor echoing as he rose, his stoic demeanor shattered. Even the recent acquisition of extraordinary power by Loki had not evoked such a reaction. But witnessing his people slaughtered like cattle proved too much to bear, his single eye widening in horror. A singular thought surged through the minds of all present. How could this be? They beheld Thor, akin to a mere chick in the grip of the giant, and the bloodied Heimdall not far off. These two were undoubtedly the mightiest warriors in the realm of Asgard, second only to Odin himself, yet they lay defeated and desolate. What transpired under Odin's watch? "I see Prince Loki. Why does he appear unscathed? Could it be? No, it is impossible. Even if Loki is not the progeny of the All-Father, he could not be complicit in this atrocity. I refuse to believe it. This must be an illusion." Following a brief silence, the dazed citizens of Asgard suddenly awakened from their stupor, erupting into fervent discussions, countless voices raised in panic, clutching at one another as they expressed their profound fears. Upon the high platform, Odin, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly regained his composure, yet his heart remained tumultuous. He had heard whispers of the prophecy of Ragnarok since the days of his father. Throughout the millennia, during times of weakened power, he would willingly enter Odin's sleep, striving to maintain his utmost battle readiness to deter the insidious forces plotting rebellion across the Nine Realms. Yet, even with such preparations, had he truly failed to avert the onset of Ragnarok? Would Asgard ultimately meet its demise, leaving behind only a scant few, fleeing into the cosmos under the protection of Thor and others? As he beheld the sorrowful visage of Asgard's denizens upon the screen, Odin could no longer suppress his despondency and sank back down. His gaze swept across the hall, meeting the worried expression of Queen Frigga and catching sight of his second son, Loki clad in armor of a distinct design. He tightened his grip on the eternal spear. No, there is still hope. While the enemies remain unaware of this news, and with Thor and Loki having gained newfound powers, I can still prepare. Resolute in this thought, Odin vowed that once this vision of the future concluded, he would enter Odin's sleep to restore his lost strength. Chapter 16. Loki's grandiloquent discourse, just as Odin was stealing his resolve within the hall. His keen senses detected the activation of the magical barriers he had set around his treasury. An intrusion? At this moment, with a resounding thud, Odin's eternal spear reverberated. and the destroyer armor behind him surged forth towards the treasury. Loki glanced up in surprise, then suddenly recalled the dire situation. Oh no! He had surreptitiously conspired with 3 frost giants to infiltrate Odin's treasury and cause chaos. In his newfound power, he had momentarily forgotten this matter. Given the current predicament, should he eliminate those 3 to prevent their plans from being exposed? However, as he watched the unfolding images on the screen, Loki hesitated, intrigued by the sight of himself standing unscathed before Thanos. Could it be that he had joined forces with Thanos and Surtur to annihilate Asgard? Damn it, that scoundrel Thanos. Not content with coveting my father's treasures, dares to attack my people. I will see him torn asunder. Thor, standing within the live broadcast chamber, erupted in furious roars. Empowered by Odin's strength, arcs of blue electricity crackled around him, expanding outward, while his golden hair billowed without wind, reflecting his rage. Tony, initially poised to make a jest, held back the words that nearly escaped his lips upon witnessing Thor's frenzied demeanor. Warning, warning, the use of force is prohibited within the broadcast chamber. Thor Odinson, if you do not temper your power, you shall face consequences. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed repeatedly, snapping the furious Thor back to reality, dissipating the storm of lightning that enveloped him. Yet, his ire remained palpable as he fixated on the image on the screen, exhaling bursts of white vapor from his nostrils. It raised a perplexing question. Why must beings in the cosmos rely on spaceships? Can gods not exist within the vastness of the universe? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Tony, nearly at the brink of internal turmoil, posed his question as he observed Thor's emotional steadiness. To him, Thor's earlier display of power had been nothing short of formidable. However, even with such strength, they still depended on a vessel to traverse the cosmos. Was the concept of divinity perhaps somewhat inflated? Peter Parker interjected, Huh? A god? You claim he is a god? Aren't gods merely tales from legends? And what of Thor, the god of thunder? Isn't it said in Norse mythology that he was slain by Jormungandr? Loki Odinson retorted, Do not speak foolishly, young one. We are indeed real gods, and the tale you mentioned is nothing but a fabrication of human imagination, a disrespectful rumor against the divine. The imagery continued to unfold, showcasing a gravely injured Thor ensnared by Thanos' colossal hand, blood spilling from his lips as he taunted Thanos. Your words are excessive. Yet Thanos remained unfazed by the mockery, leisurely lifting Thor's head again, his left fist drawing near to Thor's skull, addressing Loki, Will you choose the Space Stone or your brother's life? The mention of the Space Stone rendered the audience in the live stream momentarily speechless, grappling with the weight of Thanos' fixation on it. What profound obsession did this wretched Titan harbor for the Space Stone? But apart from Odin, none understood the depths of Thanos' desire for it. The Infinity Gauntlet. Odin murmured softly, closing his eyes as he deftly commanded the destroyer armor, which had soared to the vault, to eradicate 3 suddenly appearing frost giants with ease. He approached a resplendent golden gauntlet, nearly identical to the one adorning his left hand, save for its right-handed design. Truly, he was a mad titan. After threatening Loki, Thanos smirked disdainfully. I trust you comprehend your position. With a grimy visage, Loki fixed his icy gaze upon the towering Thanos and calmly replied, Yes, I understand. Go ahead and kill him. At this, not only did Thanos on the screen falter, but the recently awakened denizens of Asgard also gasped in disbelief. Could Loki truly be so heartless? Loki's expression twitched as he beheld the indifferent version of himself on the screen, questioning how his future self had become either a rebel or a figure exuding villainy. Was this truly his inherent nature? After a brief moment of astonishment, Thanos retracted his smile, pressing his clenched left fist forcefully against Thor's head, the purple gem on his gauntlet radiating a menacing glow. After merely a few seconds of contact, Thor could not help but emit a piercing scream as a violet radiance slowly spread across his skin. With each inch of extension, Thor's cries grew increasingly anguished. Hearing Thor's wails, Loki's breath quickened, and his previously proud and composed demeanor shifted, culminating in tears welling in his eyes. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself and shouted, halting Thanos' actions. Enough! Cease your assault. Upon hearing this, Thanos immediately released his clenched fist, granting Thor a moment to gasp for air. Yet soon after, Thor mumbled in a muffled voice, "We do not possess the Tesseract. It was destroyed along with Asgard." The words Thor uttered shattered the hearts of all present within the Grand Hall of Asgard. An Asgardian citizen, vacant-eyed, repeated this phrase, while others instinctively concealed their faces, unable to grasp the reality that the mighty Asgardian race, which had stood resolute in the cosmos for eons, had truly met its demise. The haunting images of that nightmare flooded back into everyone's minds. Asgard had indeed fallen, and those who survived now faced the dual plight of fleeing through the cosmos while enduring relentless slaughter. The majority within the hall trembled, wiping away the tears cascading down their cheeks. My fellow citizens, since this screen has unveiled the visions of our future, we cannot remain passive. Just as despair gripped everyone, Loki, who had maintained silence, suddenly stepped forward, wielding a spear of eternity distinct from Odin's, forcefully striking the ground. With fervor, he proclaimed, "I once heard a prophet from Vanaheim declare that a revealed future is no longer a future. Now that we are aware of the adversary we must confront, we shall rise against it and overthrow it. In the past, I would not have dared to make such promises, but in this moment, I, Loki Odinson, alongside Thor, have acquired formidable strength. We shall surely defy this absurd fate and safeguard Asgard." Clad in divine armor, Loki seemed to radiate light as he descended the steps, raising the spear of eternity towards Thanos displayed on the screen. No one shall dare to offend the majesty of Asgard. Just then, an illuminating thought flashed through Loki's mind. With Thor absent, was this not the perfect moment to establish his own authority as king? Under the looming threat of death, Asgard was in a state of turmoil. Although the system seemed to bear animosity towards him, painting him as a villain, this portrayal was merely a variant of himself. As the system suggested, this could only be a reflection of a multiversal version of him, never his true self. Moreover, a sly smile crept across Loki's lips. With the power he now possessed, he could easily vanquish Thanos, one after another, if need be. Chapter 17. We reside in different universes. Loki's impassioned rhetoric, accentuated by his resplendent armor and the weapon he wielded, also known as the Spear of Eternity, provided a semblance of reassurance to many. However, a significant portion of the populace harbored doubts about Loki's intentions. This skepticism stemmed from the events since the emergence of the system. The portrayals of Loki had revealed a future rife with calamity, characterized by murder and the instigation of wars. Even now, as Asgardians fell, Loki remained unscathed, leading many to question whether he was a traitor. Frigga exchanged a knowing glance with Odin, their millennia of companionship instantly conveying mutual understanding. Initially, Frigga had worried that Odin might fear Loki's ambitions for power, but upon witnessing the resolve in Odin's eyes, she grasped the gravity of their circumstances. Given the imminent perils of the future, such concerns were trivial, since Thanos was pressing Loki for the whereabouts of the Tesseract. It suggested that Thor and Loki were not at odds, at least for the present, standing united. Moreover, as a sorceress, Frigga could sense Odin's frailty. However, with the throngs gathered for Thor's coronation, Odin could not afford to reveal his exhaustion, as it would severely undermine public morale. He observed Loki at the foot of the stairs, and his seasoned mind discerned Loki's intentions. Had he been aware of Loki's ambitions just a day prior, he would have sought to suppress them. Yet, in this moment, he realized he could no longer restrain or coerce him. To do so might foster misunderstandings detrimental to Asgard. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow Loki to explore his potential. After all, Odin had some insight into his son's true nature. Despite having acquired Odin's power, doubts lingered about whether Loki could truly bear the weight of the kingdom. The footage continued to play. After hearing his brother's fragmented words, Loki gazed at his brother's woeful visage and helplessly raised his right hand, magic shimmering as a blue cube materialized in his palm. Thanos immediately broke into a smile, while Thor, his subordinate, lamented in frustration. "How could I have a brother like you?" Loki, holding the Tesseract, slowly advanced while locking eyes with Thor, declaring, "I assure you, brother, we shall emerge unscathed." Thanos, witnessing this exchange, chuckled derisively. Now is not the time for blind optimism, Asgardian. At these words, Loki lowered the hand that had been raised before Thanos, earnestly explaining, "First, I am not an Asgardian, and secondly, we have Hulk." Thanos' face contorted in confusion. But the next moment, a familiar roar echoed, and a green figure suddenly lunged from the side, forcefully propelling Thanos away. Once again, the crowd was astonished as Tony pointed his finger back and forth between Thor and Banner. How curious. Banner, how did you find yourself entangled with Thor? Even embarking on a voyage to the cosmos together? The two individuals, upon being singled out, exhibited similar surprise, shrugging in unison. In the earlier footage from the first Avengers film, despite their collaboration in battle, there had been moments of friction. Yet, who could definitively predict the future? At that moment, Peter interjected, "Wait a minute, guys. From what I gather, that green fellow is the guy in the tank top from the live stream." He exclaimed, "Goodness, what have you been consuming to grow so large?" Coulson, seizing the rare opportunity to jest, responded, "Oh, there's much you're unaware of. This Dr. Banner not only transforms, but is also a dual doctorate genius who has previously clashed with extraterrestrials in New York." "New York?" Peter Parker exclaimed. "What are you talking about? I live in New York. Where do we have aliens?" His statement piqued Fury's interest from the other side of the screen. "You say you live in New York?" Fury inquired. "Yes, I reside in Queens and am currently a senior at Midtown High School," Peter replied. Fury eagerly noted down Peter's address and handed it to Natasha, saying, "Natasha, please investigate whether there's a student by the name of Peter Parker at this high school. If there is, let us see if we can bring him into the fold." Natasha nodded, took the note, and exited the office. Meanwhile, Tony, witnessing Peter's vet in revealing his address, sighed in exasperation. "Ah, kid, you're too trusting. Just because someone inquired about you doesn't mean you should divulge everything. Do you even know who just asked you those questions? That was the world's most formidable spy master, the king of agents, leading the most nefarious organization, S.H.I.L.D. Nick Fury immediately rebutted. "Is that so? Stark, do you think you're any cleaner? Have you forgotten how you amassed your fortune?" Peter Parker interjected. "Wait, is this gentleman wealthy?" Tony replied, "Kid, please remove your question mark. I am the richest person in America." After a brief silence, Peter suddenly spoke up, "But I just searched several times, and I couldn't find anyone named Tony Stark online." "What?" Tony's expression froze, and he sarcastically remarked, "Can you believe there's someone who doesn't know me? Listen closely, kid. Search for Stark Industries. That's my company." After a few moments, Peter spoke again. "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, but I truly cannot find any information about you." At this point, even Stephen Strange raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "How is that possible? Though I hate to admit it, this guy is indeed a media darling. His photo graces the front page nearly every few days." Tony pondered for a moment, then shared an address. "Check the map, kid. This is the address of my company." Unyielding Tony disclosed the address of his company, asserting his disbelief in such precise information, wondering how anyone could fail to find it. "Indeed, it was not found, Mr. Stark. Upon inspection, the address you provided corresponds to Oscorp's laboratory, with which I am quite familiar, as a classmate of mine interned there." "How could this be?" The four humans in the live stream were utterly astonished, and even Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, hastily pulling out his phone to search for Oscorp Industries. However, the search results revealed that the Oscorp mentioned by Peter did not exist at all. Could it be that I am the one deceived? Am I the fool in this scenario? Is this what the multiverse entails? Bruce Banner was the first to regain his composure, muttering to himself as he paced. In Peter's world, there is no Iron Man, no Stark Industries. Instead, it is Oscorp Industries. Tony interjected. "And in our world, Peter Parker does not exist at all? Thus, even if this child divulged all his information to S.H.I.E.L.D., he need not fear agents knocking at his door." Coulson sighed in resignation. He had initially been hopeful that they could attract a new superhero to their team, only to discover that he was an individual who did not exist in their realm. Once he steadied himself, Coulson remarked, "Well, since that is the case, let us see if Dr. Banner can defeat Thanos." Upon hearing Coulson's words, Odin could not help but shake his head. Humanity remains woefully ignorant of the power of the stones. The Infinity Gauntlet, embedded with the Power Stone, can harness the stone's power without consumption, capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet. A mere human's mutated strength cannot withstand Thanos. The footage continues. Although the Hulk's sneak attack temporarily wounded Thanos, he soon withstood the onslaught. Amid the mocking remarks from his subordinates urging him to loosen up, the once formidable Hulk was swiftly overpowered by Thanos, collapsing and being tossed to the ground, green blood staining his face. Witnessing the Hulk's defeat, Thor, dragging his injured form, charged forward, striking Thanos fiercely with a metal rod. However, such an attack was akin to a mere tickle. With a casual kick, Thanos sent Thor flying and ensnared him with Ebony Maw's magic. Seeing their final trump card rendered ineffective, the severely wounded Heimdall gasped for breath, summoning the last of his strength to activate the Bifrost and transport the Hulk away. Is this all? Banner gazed at the screen, watching his transformed self being pitifully whisked away, scratching his head in disbelief, feeling unable to accept the reality. Upon seeing the Hulk being transported away, Thanos, enraged, approached General Corvus Glaive, took his weapon, and coldly regarded Heimdall, shaking his head. You should not have done this. With a dull thud, the weapon effortlessly pierced Heimdall's chest. Upon witnessing the demise of his friend, the imprisoned Thor emitted a furious wail of despair, only to be silenced by a dismissive gesture from Ebony Maw, who covered his mouth and signaled for him to be quiet. Observing this scene, Thor, who had only just regained his composure, was once again consumed by rage, his clenched fists trembling with fury. Curse that Thanos. I shall hold him accountable once I escape. Far beyond the realms of Asgard, Heimdall also witnessed the events unfolding within the Grand Hall of Asgard. Upon seeing his own death, a complex expression flickered in his radiant golden eyes, for it is a rare fate to behold one's own demise. Chapter 18. A Swift Reckoning. The death of Loki following Heimdall's execution. Ebony Maw knelt, presenting the Tesseract to Thanos with utmost reverence, declaring, "No one can wield such power, so esteemed." Possessing 2 Infinity Stones in a single grasp, Thanos slowly accepted the Tesseract, proclaiming, "The entire universe rests within your grasp." As Ebony Maw sang his praises, Thanos squeezed the Tesseract, shattering it, and from the rubble, he extracted the vibrant blue space stone. He brought the gem close to the Infinity Gauntlet, and with a sharp sound, a surge of blue energy radiated outward. Watching the screen as Thanos successfully acquired the second Infinity Stone, Loki, who had been filled with excitement moments before, covered his face in disbelief. Frankly, he could not comprehend what his variant was attempting to accomplish. If it were he would have long since absconded with the Space Stone, for with such power in hand, where could he not go? Why remain on this confined vessel awaiting death? Just as he was lost in thought, the video abruptly froze. Current video paused. Question and answer session begins. Question. After Thanos acquires the Space Stone, what will Loki do next? Escape alone. Rescue Thor and escape together. Pledge allegiance to Thanos. Becoming his vanguard. Launch a solo counterattack against Thanos. Please begin answering. Each participant in the live stream has only one opportunity to respond, and those who answer correctly will receive 100 live points and a random reward. Random rewards may originate from any multiverse, and failure to answer correctly will trigger an unknown penalty. Hearing the system's voice, Peter curiously inquired, "Can everyone answer?" Indeed, whether in the chat group or the live stream, everyone may respond, but each individual has only one chance to do so. I advise against random selections, for Mr. Stark has already suffered consequences for his incorrect answer. Coulson replied with a grin, casting a glance at Stark. Tony, perplexed, looked at Coulson's seemingly innocent face and retorted, "Are you even human? What? If one answers incorrectly, there will be no further attempts." Peter was immediately startled and sat up straight, scrutinizing the options with utmost seriousness. "I believe it should be." Just as several of them were still entangled in their thoughts, Thor suddenly spoke up to answer the question. "I know Loki. His first instinct in a crisis is to retreat. However, under these circumstances, it is entirely implausible that he would abandon me and flee alone. Therefore, I believe it is ding. Thor Odinson has completed his answer. Evaluation in progress. Ding. Thor Odinson answered incorrectly. He faces an immediate penalty upon exiting the space. His powers as the god of thunder will be revoked for a month. Upon hearing such a result, Thor could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. A month without divine power? Ha ha ha. This is utterly ridiculous. Tony couldn't contain his laughter, slapping his thighs as he exclaimed, "Oh, you might as well give up. Given the brotherly bond in Asgard, it's far more improbable for Loki to rescue you than for a pig to climb a tree. I choose that Loki fled alone." Far away in Asgard, Loki, upon hearing Tony Stark's merciless mockery in the live broadcast, clenched his teeth in irritation. Damn mortals! How dare you show such disrespect to a deity? Just wait. I shall descend upon Midgard to deliver divine retribution upon you. Tony replied nonchalantly, "Huh? Loki, may the gods ding." Tony Stark has completed his answer. The system begins evaluation. Ding. Tony Stark answered incorrectly. He faces a random penalty. Upon exiting the space, 1/4 of Tony Stark's total assets will vanish. What? Tony Stark gasped, disbelief etched across his face. How can this be? Given Loki's nature, he wouldn't flee? Oh, damn it, I forgot the options. He might have even surrendered. Loki retorted, "You speak nonsense. Just wait. Mortal, even if Thor cannot slay you, I shall ensure you learn the consequences of showing disrespect to the divine." While Loki and Tony were engaged in a heated argument in the chat channel, in the live broadcast, Coulson, Banner, and Strange were deeply pondering the situation. Peter Parker remarked, "Though I know little of this trickster god named Loki, in mythology, he is known for the annihilation of the entire Norse pantheon. Such a being seeking to ally with a murderer seems rather foolish. Thus, I believe the correct answer must be ding." Peter Parker has completed his answer. The system begins evaluation. Ding. Peter Parker answered correctly. Peter Parker earns 100 live stream points, which can be used to view segments of his past and future. He receives a random reward, the Zemeckis Cube 3, which can reverse time by 60 seconds. Such a powerful artifact. Tony stared incredulously at Peter's name in the chat channel, enviously exclaiming, "This is truly a life-saving device." However, the audacity of Loki to defy Thanos amidst the turmoil on Earth is indeed hard to fathom. Bruce Banner couldn't help but praise, "It appears we have misjudged him." Coulson nodded. "Indeed, one should not judge by appearances." Loki, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged. What do you mean by this cold sarcasm? He had labored to present himself favorably before the people of Asgard, only to find these scoundrels targeting him from the very beginning. Then why not discuss the matter of your debt to Agent Coulson, the life you owe him? In the chat channel, Nick Fury, who had remained silent for a considerable time, suddenly interjected, leaving Loki momentarily speechless. However, at that moment, Thor, the god of thunder, spoke in defense of Loki. Although Loki enjoys playing pranks and is rebellious, at his core, he is a good god. But brother, I never anticipated that you would become so courageous in the future, daring to confront this madman. I truly admire you. As he spoke, Thor gave a thumbs up to the screen. Hearing Thor's praise, a strange sensation swelled within Loki. For over a millennium, most had either ignored him or mocked him cruelly. It was rare for anyone to harbor no malice towards him, and those who did were often driven away by his mischief. Aside from Frigga, it was a rarity for someone to openly commend him. The footage continued to play. Observing the Infinity Gauntlet adorned with 2 gems, Thanos declared, "There are still 2 Infinity Stones on Earth. Go find them for me, children, and bring them back to Titan." The Black Order knelt in obedience. At that moment, Loki suddenly interjected, "Excuse me, may I interrupt?" All eyes turned towards him. "If you plan to go to Earth, you might require a guide. I possess some experience in that realm." Thanos scoffed derisively. "Does your meager experience of failure even count as experience?" Loki shrugged. "It is experience of a unique kind." With that, he adopted a serious demeanor, altering his tone from whimsical to earnest. "All-knowing and omnipotent Lord Thanos, I am Loki, Prince of Asgard, son of Odin." Casting a glance at the imprisoned Thor, the flickering flames illuminated his face, cloaking him in an aura of divine glory. "The legitimate monarch of Jotunheim, god of mischief, I hereby pledge my undying loyalty to you. As he continued to enumerate his lengthy titles, Thor, bound and captive, clearly observed Loki's left hand morphing into a dagger, to signify my unyielding loyalty. As the final words escaped his lips, Loki gasped for breath, then suddenly brandished the concealed dagger in his left hand, aiming it precisely at Thanos' throat. Yet Thanos, with a mere flick of his wrist, raised the Infinity Gauntlet, the Azure Space Stone ensnaring Loki's left hand, rendering him utterly immobile. Gazing at the struggling Loki, a peculiar smile curled at the corners of Thanos' mouth. Undying, you truly are audacious. Casting aside the dagger from Loki's grasp, Thanos seized his throat with his gauntlet-clad left hand, lifting him into the air. Though Loki struggled incessantly, he could not escape the grasp of the already closed Infinity Gauntlet. You will never become a god. He rasped, his eyes reddened from asphyxiation, uttering his mockery. In the next moment, Thanos snapped his neck with a sickening crack. Frigga, witnessing Loki's gruesome demise on the screen, could not suppress a gasp, her hand covering her mouth. And tears streamed down her face as she beheld Loki, now lost in a stupor. Loki himself stood frozen, dumbfounded as he gazed at his limp form in Thanos' hand, resembling a tattered rag hanging down. This vivid scene incessantly stimulated his mind, inducing a surreal disorientation towards the grand hall surrounding him. Am I truly akin to a chick, snuffed out in such a manner? The others in the hall, upon witnessing Loki's feigned surrender, which concealed his intent to assassinate Thanos, were left profoundly shaken by the sight of his ultimate defeat. Those who had harbored doubts about him were astonished. The trickster god, known for his mischief, displayed such bravery in the face of a mad killer. It was utterly unimaginable, yet simultaneously it commanded respect. Is this truly Prince Loki? It is hard to believe he is the most courageous among us in Asgard. I find myself moved by him, as he listened to the cacophony around him and felt the weight of admiring gazes upon him. Loki hastily composed himself, adopting a solemn expression to match the tragic image on the screen. Yet, the twitch at the corner of his eye betrayed his inner turmoil, especially upon seeing his lifeless body hanging limply. Turning his gaze to the eternal spear in his right hand, he found solace in the newfound ability of immortality across the 9 realms. He would not perish. Chapter 19. Odin's doubt that accursed Thanos. Thor, already consumed by rage, clenched his fists as he watched Loki's demise unfold in the projection. His trembling hands could no longer contain his fury. Once I escape, I shall summon Father to unleash our forces. No matter the cost, I will hunt down this Thanos and render him incapacitated. Peter Parker interjected, but perhaps you should calm down. After all, even your future self could not defeat him. You are even less capable now. Thor, unable to contain his rebuttal, exclaimed, It is different. I possess Odin's power now. I am undoubtedly stronger than my future self, and I have the mightiest army of the Asgardians at my disposal. Thanos is merely a trivial opponent. Banner shook his head, dousing the fervent Thor with a dose of reality. I find that doubtful. You witnessed Thanos' combat prowess. Even I am no match for him. Moreover, he does not stand alone. He commands a formidable army. As the discussions unfolded within the live broadcast, Odin, seated in Asgard, contemplated far deeper implications. Moments ago, Thanos mentioned that Midgard, also known as Earth, still harbors 2 Infinity Stones. Odin recollected a formidable human sorceress he encountered a millennium ago, whose power nearly rivaled his own. She seemingly wielded a time stone. Yet, how audacious it was for Thanos to provoke such a powerful being. Odin was acutely aware of Thanos' strength. To put it bluntly, should he desire, he could effortlessly flay Thanos alive with the eternal spear. The sorceress, even more formidable, possessed binding magic that could ensnare Thanos in a space he could never escape, leaving him to struggle until his demise. But what awaited in the future? Thanos so nonchalantly dispatched his minions to invade Earth and seize the stones? A chilling thought crossed Odin's mind. Had the supreme sorceress also perished in the future? What cataclysmic event could have befallen such a powerful entity? The scene continues. Hearing Thor's muffled, anguished cries from his confinement, Thanos cruelly smirked, dragging the lifeless body of Loki before Thor, casually discarding it upon the ground, his tone frigid as he declared, "There shall be no resurrection this time." The camera zoomed in on Loki's contorted, agonized visage. In the next moment, Thanos raised his left hand. The power stone on his gauntlet ignited, and purple flames began to blaze within the confines of the ship. As the ferocious flames engulfed him, a cerulean portal opened, allowing Thanos and his minions to depart unscathed. With their departure, the iron shackles binding Thor also lost their potency. Thor freed himself from his restraints and crawled to Loki's lifeless body, collapsing in sorrowful lamentation. The purple flames surged higher, culminating in a thunderous explosion as the ship erupted. Witnessing the ship, which carried the remnants of Asgard's refugees, detonate on the screen, silence enveloped the Hall of Asgard once more. Was this the future that awaited Asgard? The gathered individuals exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a shared bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. "O Father of the gods, I pledge to lead the Asgardian forces against Thanos and eradicate this foe of our future." The most stoic of the warriors three, Hogun, suddenly knelt before Odin, his right hand pressed to his chest in supplication. As Thor's sworn brother, witnessing Asgard's devastation ignited a fierce anger within him. "We too are willing to fight." The surrounding guards turned as one, kneeling before Odin, having witnessed the preceding vision. The Asgardian warriors were ablaze with wrath. The initial shock of Asgard's obliteration was swept away by the brothers' resolute willingness to face death. Regarding Loki, the guardians and soldiers of the Celestial Palace possess a deeper understanding than the common folk, and it is precisely this awareness that engenders a lack of respect towards him. Asgard venerates the valiant. On the battlefield, the audacious Thor garners far more admiration. Yet, what have they just witnessed? The Prince of Mischief, renowned for his cunning on the field, boldly charged at Thanos with a blade, fully cognizant of his impending doom. What remarkable courage this displays. Odin, with a contemplative shake of his head, gazed down at the multitude of warriors kneeling below. After a prolonged silence, he voiced his disapproval. "The might of Thanos surpasses your imagination. Until we ascertain the true extent of his power, I advise against any preemptive strikes." There was a sentiment Odin withheld, for he had sensed an increasing weakness within himself, a condition that now demanded a brief period of Odin's slumber to regain his strength. Perhaps, he mused, it is time to seek an ally, perhaps the supreme sorcerer from Earth. Following the explosion of the spacecraft, the scene shifted to reveal a burning sun before the eyes of the assembled crowd. Suddenly, a slender rainbow appeared from the distance, swiftly traversing the sun, crossing the moon, and hurtling towards the azure planet of Earth. As the camera drew nearer, the familiar skyline of New York materialized in the frame. Was this the teleportation activated by Heimdall in his final moments? Loki inquired with confusion. But why send us to Earth? A warning? I hardly believe there exists a force on Earth capable of resisting Thanos. Honestly, do you truly have not a single penny? A quaint, ancient hall with a green dome emerged in the scene, its glass roof reflecting the approach of the radiant rainbow bridge. The bonds to materiality are betrayals of the spirit. Two figures, one stout and one lean, emerged from either end of the staircase. The lean one donned a simple casual outfit, hands in pockets, commenting on a rotund figure clad in Eastern monk garb behind him. "Then I shall inform the grocer to prepare a meal for your spirit." "Ah, that is me." Upon seeing the visage of the lean figure, Stephen Strange in the live stream exclaimed in astonishment, "But why do I appear so disheveled?" He stroked his smooth chin. As a physician, he was particularly attentive to his appearance, especially his beard. Yet in the image he had grown facial hair. Furthermore, why did this portrayal of himself seem so gaunt? Just as the two debated what to eat, the roof above them was suddenly illuminated by the resplendent light of the rainbow bridge. Upon witnessing this spectacle, they promptly turned to rush towards it. With a flick of his wrist, Strange summoned a crimson cloak that gracefully draped over his shoulders, while the stout figure extended his hands, conjuring two circular arcane symbols in his palms. The grand rainbow bridge soon dissipated, and the two approached the opening with utmost caution. A groan resonated as the colossal figure diminished, ultimately transforming back into the visage of Bruce Banner. Panic-stricken, he exclaimed, "Thanos is coming. He is on his way." Upon hearing his frantic declarations, Strange and the others exchanged puzzled glances, questioning, "Who do you mean?" As the current broadcast concluded, a question-and-answer session commenced. The inquiry posed was, what is Thanos' underlying motive for coveting the Infinity Stones? The options presented included, to wield dominion over the universe, to pursue ultimate power, to snap his fingers, and to become one of the creators. Participants were urged to respond promptly, with each individual granted a singular opportunity to answer. Correct responses would yield 100 livestream points and a random reward, while failure would incur an unspecified penalty. Regarding the matter of Odin's sleep, I have indeed made some alterations. Consider it a secondary interpretation. Chapter 20. The surprisingly correct answer as the question reappeared. All present braced themselves in anticipation. The rationale behind Thanos' quest for the Infinity Stones seemed blatantly apparent. I recalled the initial footage articulating his desire for universal control. I prepared to respond confidently. But Phil Coulson abruptly raised his hand, interrupting my thoughts. I believe it would be prudent to exercise some caution for now. Thor, perplexed by Coulson's demeanor, inquired further. Coulson elaborated. After several inquiries, I seem to have discerned a pattern within this questioning system. Bruce Banner, resting his chin on his hand, nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. The options presented, at first glance, appear reasonable, yet the correct response consistently astonishes us. Are you suggesting that we harbor doubts about this question as well? Thor furrowed his brow, shaking his head. Coulson, licking his parched lips, contemplated for a moment before stating, whether we are overthinking it can be determined through testing. I choose. The astonishment across the faces of all present was palpable as they regarded Coulson within the live stream. Even Banner, who had previously aligned with him, was taken aback by the audacity of his choice. Tony Stark gazed at Coulson, his expression one of disbelief, and shook his head. While your previous assertions were not far from my thoughts, your selection is extraordinarily perplexing. A figure who instigated cosmic warfare and bloody slaughter could not possibly be gathering the Infinity Stones solely to snap his fingers. Stephen Strange interjected. In contrast to your option, I find my choice far more plausible. Notification. Phil Coulson's answer has been submitted. The system is now evaluating. Notification. Phil Coulson answered correctly. Phil Coulson has earned 100 livestream points, redeemable for viewing segments pertaining to his past and future, as Phil Coulson was unexpectedly rewarded with Hextech runes. The astonishment among the onlookers was palpable. Just then, the system's voice resonated like a thunderclap above their heads, leaving them in a state of sheer disbelief. This was utterly absurd. After a prolonged silence, Peter Parker's voice broke through the chat channel. That colossal purple giant, who seemed so utterly deranged, has killed so many just to collect those Infinity Stones for a mere snap of his fingers. This is beyond comprehension. The high school student, Peter, found the world to be so chaotic that he struggled to articulate the bewildering information he had just absorbed, pacing back and forth in the room, repeatedly exclaiming how ridiculous it was. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki and his companions wore expressions of utter shock, exchanging glances as they questioned whether their ears were deceiving them. Yet, among the crowd, Odin, sitting upon his throne, appeared gravely contemplative, letting out a slow sigh. So, it is. Loki, standing nearby, caught his father's sentiment and turned with curiosity, asking, "Father, do you know his intentions?" Odin nodded slowly, his gaze reminiscent, as he recounted. Legend has it that in the primordial chaos of the universe, following a monumental explosion, chaotic elements coalesced into order, giving rise to 6 stones that embody the fundamental powers of the cosmos. Each appearance of these stones has been accompanied by torrents of bloodshed, rooted in a singular rumor. Whosoever gathers all 6 Infinity Stones shall wield the power to command the entire universe. At this, a wistful expression crossed Odin's face. However, to collect all 6 stones is no simple task. Loki listened intently, his brow lifting slightly, pondering if Odin had once sought the Infinity Stones himself. Yet, The prospect of wielding the power to dominate the universe intrigued him. Turning to face the screen, a unique smile crept upon his lips. The light within his eyes transforming from green to a shimmering lavender hue. However, he soon masked his emotions, observing the bewildered expressions of those in the live stream. Unable to restrain himself, he commented in the chat, "I believe you are missing the point entirely. Whether Thanos snaps his fingers or claps his hands after gathering the 6 stones is merely superficial. What we should truly focus on is what transpires after he snaps his fingers." As the audience in the live stream absorbed Loki's words, a contemplative look settled upon their faces. Thor, ever direct, inquired, "Loki, with all your cunning, do you have any idea what Thanos' true aim is?" Loki retorted, "Whenever I pose a question, it is not I who has the problem, but rather you." Cunning? What do you mean by that? As Loki observed the minuscule figures of humanity on the small screen, their expressions suggesting a sense of entitlement following Thor's proclamation, he could not help but grip the eternal spear with a force that caused it to creak under pressure. The pent-up frustration surged within him. He vowed that upon his return, other matters would be set aside, for he must first enact a righteous vendetta against his foolish brother, to demonstrate the true significance of his own prominence. Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, Loki began to elucidate just a moment ago. Our father elucidated the origins of the Infinity Stones. He imparted that by uniting these stones, one would acquire the power to command the universe. At this declaration, the audience before the screen became increasingly captivated, with Nick Fury fervently jotting notes. "Barton, expedite the research on the Tesseract. With our advanced technology and numerous teams, it is unacceptable that our weaponry development lags behind that of Red Skull from 70 years ago. Is simply disgraceful." While Nick Fury spoke, a sudden thought struck him, and after a brief hesitation, he continued, "I will elevate your ranks shortly. Ensure you collaborate with Natasha to uncover the backgrounds of these researchers. Subsequently, we shall conduct a thorough cleansing of the agency. I do not wish for my office to be surrounded by incompetence." Barton, recalling the pilot he had seen previously, who had taken off with a nuclear weapon, nodded emphatically before departing the office. At that moment, Natasha returned. "Regarding Peter Parker, we have uncovered some intriguing information that I believe will pique your interest." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury, who had anticipated her return with nothing to report, felt a surge of curiosity. After meticulously reviewing the documents Natasha had brought, a perplexing expression settled upon Fury's face. "Are you certain this document is accurate? The Parkers have truly perished?" The first page of the document bore a photograph of a young boy, with the name Peter Parker inscribed above. The records detailed that the now 8-year-old Peter Parker had been adopted by his uncle, Ben Parker, at the age of 6, and that his parents, Richard and Mary Parker, were former agents who had tragically perished in the line of duty 2 years prior during an overseas mission in Sokovia. Coincidentally, this Peter Parker resided in the Queens area of New York. After a long deliberation, Fury turned to Natasha and stated, "Deploy an agent, preferably a couple, to approach the Parker family. They need not overly involve themselves in their lives. Merely monitor them and observe how this Peter Parker may differ from the one in our chat group." Natasha nodded in acquiescence and departed the office, while Fury returned his focus to the screen. In the live stream, the audience, though perplexed by Thanos' reckless pursuit of the Infinity Stones merely to snap his fingers, found solace in the system's validation, their minds still swirling with unspoken critiques. The upcoming broadcast features Tony Stark in the future Iron Man 1, Steelheart. An invitation is extended to special guests to join the live chat group. However, these guests will not enter the live stream itself. Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff has joined the live chat group. Just after finishing her bath and sitting by the window with a drink, Wanda was startled by the screen that suddenly appeared before her, as she felt a sense of panic at the sight of this ethereal display. Her gaze unexpectedly fixated on the face of Tony Stark in one of the small screens at the bottom left. Wanda Maximoff, Tony Stark, even through mere chat messages, those present could sense the excitement emanating from her words. Tony Stark was equally astonished to see his name pop up in the chat channel. "Do you know me?" "Wanda Maximoff. Know you? I know you all too well. I long to peel your skin and drink your blood." Stephen Strange, upon hearing this, let out a whistle and teased Stark. It seems you've managed to provoke yet another individual to incite such deep hatred from a witch. You truly are a scoundrel. Tony, taken aback by the unexpected confrontation, rolled his eyes in silence, reflecting on Wanda's fervent indignation. I must say, dear witch, I don't believe we have any enmity between us. Do we? Wanda, trembling with anger at Stark's nonchalant demeanor displayed on the screen, retorted, your missiles, your weapons, they killed my parents, annihilated all my loved ones and friends. And now you sit there with such an indifferent attitude. Truly, it is a testament to the heavens' blindness that a scourge like you still roams this earth. Chapter 21. Doubts abound. Tony, blown away by his own bomb, observing Wanda's relentless vitriol directed at him in the chat room. The normally eloquent Tony Stark found himself rendered speechless. The matter of developing weapons for military sale had always been merely a business transaction in his eyes. As for their use, honestly, if I sell a knife and someone uses it for nefarious purposes, should I bear any responsibility? This mindset had been deeply ingrained in Tony's psyche. However, as he watched the incessant barrage of messages in the chat, encountering a victim harmed by the very weapons he had sold for the first time, Tony instinctively recoiled. At that moment, the ever-kind-hearted Bruce Banner, witnessing Tony's discomfort, spoke up to offer some counsel. Miss Witch, what has transpired cannot be undone. Harboring further resentment toward Stark serves no purpose. However, I am curious. Since you are acquainted with Stark, from which country do you hail? Wanda took a moment to calm herself before responding. I am from Sokovia. When I was 10 years old, my country was engulfed in war. I vividly recall that we were having dinner when a missile struck, creating a massive hole in the 2 lower floors of our home. My parents fell through, and the entire building subsequently collapsed. Just then, a second missile soared in. It did not detonate. Over the course of 2 harrowing days, my brother and I carefully managed to escape. The missile lay merely a meter away from us. And during those 2 days, we were perpetually haunted by the fear that it might claim our lives. This experience indelibly etched the missile in my memory, upon which the words Stark Industries were clearly inscribed. In a live broadcast, Nick Fury abruptly interrupted Wanda's impassioned recounting, stating, Wanda Maximoff, a Sokovian. Based on your description, I looked into Stark Industries sales records from that time. In fact, during those years, Stark Industries did not sell arms or ammunition to your country, nor did the U.S. military conduct any operations there. However, it is quite intriguing, Stark. He then turned to Tony, who was present in the broadcast, and continued, while cleaning up the battlefield. International organizations indeed provided aid to Sokovia, and they did discover weapons from your company. However, this matter was suppressed by your CEO. Obadiah? Tony raised an eyebrow in surprise. That can't be true. I had already taken over the company by then. If such a thing had occurred, I would have certainly known about it. As he spoke, Tony suddenly halted, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. Perhaps there were aspects he was unaware of? What do you mean by that? Wanda, interrupted and now observing the flurry of messages in the chat, felt her excitement intensify. Are you trying to exonerate this scoundrel? Tony awkwardly cleared his throat and addressed the chat interface. I apologize, Miss Witch. I assure you that I will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you with a reasonable explanation once I leave here. Explanation? Wanda scoffed derisively, her gaze shifting to a flyer for human trials that someone had thrust into her hands days prior, a dangerous glint appearing in her eyes. After delivering his comments, Nick sent new directives to Barton, instructing him to approach the Maximoff siblings in Sokovia. The footage begins to play. On an endless mountain road, several vehicles, blending seamlessly with the earth's hues, raced forward. Inside a certain Jeep, loud rock music blared, while a soldier in the passenger seat frequently glanced back, his expression somewhat anxious. A glass filled with ice appeared on the screen, across from which another soldier watched the person holding the glass with a tense visage. Do you all look like you're escorting me to a military tribunal? Observing the tense atmosphere within the vehicle, Tony took the initiative to lighten the mood with a jest, instantly alleviating the anxiety of the 2 soldiers who had just moments ago appeared so apprehensive. Even the soldier in the passenger seat joined in on the banter. Mr. Stark, may I inquire? I heard that all 12 of Maxim magazine's cover girls from last year have shared your bed. Is that true? Tony removed his sunglasses, responding earnestly. That's a rather astute question. I would say it's a 50-50 situation. He continued, the model from March had a scheduling conflict with me, but fortunately, the cover girl from December happens to be a pair of twins. Upon hearing this, the three men exchanged knowing glances, and Tony took a hearty sip of his drink. Ugh, what a repulsive man. Wanda scoffed, signing her name on a flyer. She hesitated briefly before preparing to dial the number indicated. At that moment, Strange chimed in. As I mentioned earlier, even if we wish to avoid the sight of that insufferable scoundrel, his presence will pervade our lives. Just yesterday, I saw headlines about him dating some female journalist. Frankly, Parker, I wish I could trade places with you. At least my vision would be less polluted. Peter Parker replied, well, it's rather similar here. Celebrity gossip dominates the entertainment headlines. However, as he gazed at the screen displaying the jovial Tony Stark, a wave of envy washed over him. Is this the life of the affluent? Will my childhood friend Harry grow into something similar? This playful exchange eased the tension in the vehicle, emboldening the soldier seated beside Tony to retrieve his camera from his waist, eager to capture a photo with Stark. Facing the lens, Tony quipped, peace. I love peace, though it would render me unemployed. Wanda glared at the screen, watching the arrogant expression of Tony, and with a fierce punch, struck the massive plush toy beside her. The enemy was right before her, yet she could inflict no harm, which only fueled her anger further. But just as the four in the vehicle were still chuckling, danger suddenly struck. The Jeep ahead, which had been cruising smoothly, erupted in an explosion, sending shards of debris crashing onto the hood of Tony's vehicle, causing the driver to slam on the brakes in alarm. The escorting soldiers were taken by surprise at the ambush, erupting into chaos. Tony maintained a facade of calm as he clutched the handle tightly. The female pilot, unable to maneuver properly, opened the car door in an attempt to retaliate. But the enemy's bullets were too densely packed. In a mere breath, she was shot and collapsed to the ground. The wide-open door left the soldier in the passenger seat feeling restless. After ordering Jimmy in the back to stay and protect Tony, the soldier leaped from the vehicle, weapon drawn, ready to engage in the fight. However, his resistance proved futile. In the next moment, the shattering of the lower right corner of the windshield confirmed his demise. In the back seat, Jimmy, witnessing this, also leapt from the vehicle with a furious shout, only to meet his own end mere seconds later, leaving Tony, dazed and bewildered, seated in the bullet-riddled car. After hesitating for a few seconds, as the sounds of intensifying gunfire and the screams of American soldiers filled the air, Tony finally regained his senses, pushed open the car door, and dashed outside. Having evaded the chaotic barrage of artillery, Tony hurled himself behind a massive boulder, retrieving his phone to call for help. Yet at that moment, a missile, trailing smoke from its rear, descended from the sky, embedding itself in the ground not far from Tony. Astonished, Tony turned to behold the missile's blue casing, emblazoned with the white letters Stark Industries. Tony's mind raced as he frantically scrambled atop the stone, but before he could escape, the missile erupted in a violent explosion, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Tony's body was hurled away, blood soaked through his shirt, and as he gazed at the bulletproof vest pierced through his chest, he writhed in agony. Chapter 22. Stark, a master of action, my weapon. Has it killed me? Tony gaped in disbelief at the screen, which displayed his near-death predicament, pounding his chest in incredulity. Meanwhile, Wanda, seated before the screen, erupted with excitement. Serves you right. Stark, this is the consequence of your own misdeeds. Strange, with a peculiar expression, turned to Tony and remarked, observing his stunned countenance, Stark, you haven't crossed some powerful entity and found yourself the target of an assassination, have you? Tony, shaking his head in confusion, suddenly transformed in demeanor, and with a look of disbelief, responded, That's impossible, it can't be. The others gazed at the suddenly frantic Stark, puzzled by his unexpected agitation. Tony, cradling his face with his hands, paced back and forth in a live stream for several laps before pointing at the flames on the system screen. Did you see that warhead just now? Noticing the bewildered expressions of those around him, Tony tilted his head in exasperation. That warhead isn't a team missile. It's merely a warhead. The latest weapon I developed. the sub-warhead of the Jericho missile, which our company hasn't even made available for sale. Cole immediately stood up, exclaiming, "So, you're implying there's a mole within your company? Someone is selling weapons behind your back?" Tony's expression crumbled, though reluctant to admit it. He nodded. "I fear so, but I don't know who it is." The footage continues to play. After a brief moment of recollection, the scene shifts to Tony Stark presenting the Jericho missile before a group of U.S. military officials. It is the inaugural missile system equipped with our proprietary propulsion technology. Some may argue that the finest weapon is one that remains stationary. But I prefer a weapon that only needs to be deployed once. Once given the opportunity to utilize this weapon, I assure you, those nefarious individuals will no longer dare to emerge from their hideouts. As he speaks, Tony gestures, directing the attention of everyone present to the slender missile launcher on the right. Following a brief burst of flames, a missile soars into the sky. In midair, the missile detonates spectacularly, dispersing into countless cluster munitions that rain down upon the distant foothills. A breathtaking explosion illuminates the landscape, while tumultuous gusts of wind and sand are swept across the plain, heading towards Tony and his companions. Behold the Jericho missile. As Tony Stark's proud words resonate, the fierce winds finally reach them. Yet at such a distance, the storm loses its intensity, merely whisking away the hats of all present. In that moment, not only were the military officials in the footage awestruck, but many viewers were equally impressed by the formidable power of the Jericho missile. Peter Parker, goodness, how can such a powerful missile exist? Mr. Stark, you're truly a genius. Far away in Asgard, the onlookers, witnessing the explosive might of Tony's missile, wore expressions of grave concern, even conceding that such a grand explosion might be beyond their own capacity to withstand. It was astonishing that such a formidable weapon could be wielded by an individual in this humble Midgard, suggesting a re-evaluation of its power was in order. After a prolonged silence, Vandal addressed the group, nudging Hogan beside him. "What do you think about procuring some of these weapons from Midgard before our next conflict?" Hogan pondered for a moment before nodding. "I think it's feasible, though I wonder about the cost. It should be effective against the Kree." After declining to ride with Colonel Rhodes, the familiar opening scene begins to play. The scene shifts to a dazed Stark finally awakening, only to discover a mysterious circular device affixed to his chest. In the cave, a bespectacled, balding man observes Tony's awakening and offers a brief introduction. "I have removed most of the shrapnel, but the remaining fragments are still lodged in your heart valve. Therefore, I fashioned a magnet powered by a car battery to attract the shrapnel and prevent it from entering your heart." Ethan is cooking breakfast, appearing in high spirits, while Stark's countenance reveals his discomfort. "We have actually met before at a technical conference in Bern." But just as Tony questioned where he was, the steel door suddenly swung open, and a group of armed thugs burst in. The leader, a burly man with a beard, greeted Tony in broken English. But at that moment, Tony was astonished to discover that the weapons in the hands of these assailants were manufactured by his own company. Indeed, Tony exhaled sharply, gazing at the familiar weapons displayed on the screen, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "There is undoubtedly a traitor within my company." Observing the rudimentary magnet affixed to his chest, Tony's fury intensified. How could someone have brought him to such a wretched state? Once he escaped, he would ensure that traitor faced dire consequences. The bearded man demanded that Tony produce Jericho missiles for him, but the proud Tony was not about to acquiesce, flatly refusing his request. Consequently, the armed men subjected him to severe torment and dragged him out of the cave. Witnessing the valley littered with Stark Industries munitions left Tony profoundly shaken, prompting him to feign agreement with the bearded man's proposal. Upon returning to the cave, Ethan observed the despondent Stark and continuously urged him to regain his spirits. Encouraged by Ethan, Tony finally mustered his resolve. After a flurry of intense preparations, he commenced his plan. Strange turned to the seething Tony and skeptically inquired, "You don't seem like someone who easily succumbs. Are you truly going to build missiles for those thugs?" "Build the missiles?" Tony retorted with an eye roll. "I'd rather send them to the heavens with a single missile. Just watch." After a whirlwind of meticulous operations, Tony procured a sufficient quantity of palladium and, with Ethan's assistance, fashioned a glowing miniature reactor using copper wire and other materials. This hardly resembles a Jericho missile, Ethan exclaimed, gazing at the shimmering arc reactor before him. Tony replied, "This is a reactor. I have a larger one at home that powers my factory." When Ethan inquired about the reactor's energy output, Tony calmly responded, "If my calculations are correct, this device should generate 3 billion joules per second. That's enough to power your heart for several thousand years." Ethan remarked, astonished. "But the large appliances can only last for 15 minutes. With that, Tony handed Ethan a stack of papers, and together they placed them on the reflective workbench. As Tony arranged the documents, a comprehensive blueprint of a bulky suit of armor materialized before them. "Is this what was glowing on my chest in the footage?" Tony mused, nodding thoughtfully at the radiant arc reactor on screen. A miniature arc reactor. "Wow, Iron Man armor. Mr. Stark, you are truly remarkable," Peter Parker exclaimed, his excitement evident as he snapped a picture of the designs. What man does not adore mecha, especially for someone like Peter, a man of remarkable practical skills in the realm of science and engineering? Surrounded by enemies, he manages to maintain such composure while devising an escape plan. One cannot help but admire him as a truly commendable warrior. After a prolonged silence, Thor nodded in agreement and patted Tony on the shoulder. "Although I found you quite irksome before, I believe we should seize the opportunity to spar together someday." At this moment, Coulson interjected, "So, Mr. Stark, you could have actually miniaturized your father's arc reactor long ago, correct?" Tony shook his head in response. "While I have always entertained that notion, theoretically, it should be impossible at this stage. And regarding palladium," he hesitated for a moment. "If I were to solely rely on palladium, I might ultimately succumb to palladium poisoning." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury, who was monitoring from the screen, jotted something down in his notebook, his expression resembling that of an old farmer witnessing a bountiful harvest. "This is a tremendous windfall, based solely on the information we've acquired. Our agency's capabilities will surely ascend to new heights this time." In the cave, Tony and his companion worked diligently, while the armed leader monitoring them finally sensed something amiss, particularly upon witnessing Tony manipulate another mechanical leg with his own. He swiftly rallied a group of armed men and charged into the cave. After threatening Stark with Ethan's life, the bald leader declared a final deadline for Stark by the next day. Once they departed, Tony and Ethan anxiously began assembling the armor. Chapter 23. A narrow escape. As they neared success, the prolonged absence of the two men aroused further suspicion among the armed men. The bearded leader dispatched 2 subordinates to investigate, but Tony had rigged explosives at the entrance. With a resounding explosion, the 2 subordinates were hurled away by the blast. As the situation escalated, both sides hastily initiated their respective actions. The bald leader commanded everyone to converge on the cave where Stark and Ethan were located, while Ethan, under Stark's guidance, meticulously opened the armor systems step by step. They're coming," Ethan exclaimed nervously as he finished tightening all the screws for Tony. However, upon witnessing the sluggish progress bar on the computer, the initially excited Ethan suddenly fell silent. "We need more time," he urged, turning calmly to Stark. "I will buy you some time." With that, and amidst Tony's frantic pleas to follow the plan, Ethan resolutely grasped his submachine gun and exited the cave. "That man is likely to return no more," one of the 3 valiant warriors of Asgard, Volstagg, remarked wistfully, pounding his chest in a salute of respect for the warrior. Stephen Strange exhaled deeply. "Tony Stark, you are truly fortunate. Even in such dire circumstances, there are those willing to lay down their lives for you." Wanda, filled with anger, clenched her fists, perturbed by Stark's imminent escape and lamenting the senseless demise of Ethan. "That man was truly insane, sacrificing his life for a scoundrel like you." Tony offered no response to the others, his gaze fixated on Ethan, who was rushing out, his heart lodged in his throat. Had the stranger, Ethan, survived? Yet, in the next moment, dread enveloped him as he witnessed Ethan burst into the light, only to be met by dozens of guns trained upon him. Damn it! Tony struck the air in frustration, unleashing a roar of impotent rage. The progress bar had finally reached 100, and due to the energy overload, the cavern was plunged into darkness. 3 thugs stormed in, cautiously surveying the scene when a beam of white light illuminated the space, revealing Stark in his armored suit, delivering a powerful punch that sent one of the assailants flying. The remaining two thugs hastily pulled their triggers, but the darkness impaired their vision, causing their bullets to miss Stark's armor entirely. In dealing with these ruffians, Tony found no need for weaponry. A mere swing of his fists was sufficient to send them reeling and disorganized. However, the force of his movements was so great that his armored right arm became lodged in the wall after one particularly vigorous strike. As he struggled to free his arm, a thug stealthily approached, aiming a handgun at his head and firing. Yet, the sleek iron helmet deflected the bullet, striking down the would-be assassin instead. This contraption appears somewhat cumbersome, yet it seems far superior to the armor you later devised. Thor, utterly ignorant of mechanics, surprisingly critiqued Tony's suit, prompting Loki to roll his eyes in exasperation. To be frank, had Stark truly donned this armor during Loki's invasion of Earth, the conflict would have been far less arduous. A single spell could have rendered him powerless. This foolish Thor, lacking any understanding of human technology, audaciously critiqued Stark, truly bringing shame to Asgard. Indeed, upon hearing Thor's remarks, both Coulson and Banner in the livestream exchanged incredulous glances. As Tony raced to the door, he spotted a bloodied Ethan and shouted urgently. But the barely conscious Ethan summoned his last strength to warn him, "Be careful." No sooner had the words left his lips than the bald leader stationed at the entrance launched a bomb at Stark. However, alerted by Ethan's warning, Stark nimbly dodged and swiftly pulled the cord on his left arm. A small missile, trailing smoke, surged toward the leader, and with a resounding explosion, rocks cascaded from the mountaintop, burying the unsuspecting thug beneath them. Without pausing to ascertain the fate of his adversary, Tony hastily lifted his helmet and rushed to Ethan's side. "Arise, Ethan, let us depart from this place together." Observing the frail Ethan, Tony spoke with unwavering resolve. "We made a promise. We must not betray it." Ethan shook his head, offering a weak smile. Yet plans are often outpaced by circumstance. "But you must return to your family. Rise now." Ethan replied, "My family has perished. I am merely going to visit them. Stark, do not grieve for me. This was my original intention." Noting the sorrow etched on Tony's face, Ethan weakly lifted his hand to caress the gaping wound in his armor, struggling to utter, "Do not squander my life, Stark, nor waste your own." With those words, the gravely injured Ethan could bear no more and fell silent. "He was a hero, Stark. You ought to be grateful to him." Thor exclaimed with admiration. "I finally comprehend why you were willing to bear the nuclear bomb through the wormhole during the attack on New York." Tony nodded silently, gazing wistfully at the screen where Ethan's breath had ceased, privately resolving to find him once they escaped and ensure his protection. "What? A nuclear attack on New York?" Stephen Strange, overhearing Thor's words, was momentarily taken aback, casting a fearful glance at Bruce Banner. "Is this caped individual speaking nonsense?" Banner shook his head, casting an awkward glance at Coulson. "He speaks the truth. During Loki's invasion of Earth, those incompetent officials did indeed launch a nuclear bomb at Manhattan. Though Stark resolved that crisis. Good grief. I shall move out of Manhattan upon our return." Strange remarked dryly, "This is utterly insane." As he beheld Ethan's lifeless form, rage ignited within Tony's eyes, and he turned to exit the cave. Outside, armed assailants stood at the ready. Upon spotting the imposing silhouette of the armored suit, they commenced a frenzied barrage of gunfire. Bullets rained down, yet their assault proved futile against Stark's armored form, barely even a tickle. When their firing finally ceased, Tony coldly proclaimed, "Now it is my turn." With his armored arms raised, fierce flames erupted forth, akin to two dragons of fire surging towards the adversaries wielding Stark Industries weaponry. Under the searing inferno, the armed men fled in terror, engulfed in flames, while even the munitions were consumed by the blaze. In the distance, a bandit hastily operated a heavy machine gun, targeting Tony with precision. Under his fire, the cumbersome suit's leg tracks were severed, halting the once mighty iron armor in its tracks. Surrounding bandits, witnessing this turn of events, organized a counterattack, directing their fire toward the joints and connection points of the armored suit. Feeling that remaining any longer would lead to his demise, Tony hastily pressed a red button on his left arm. The bomb, engulfed in flames, could no longer withstand the intense heat and began to detonate, giving rise to a magnificent mushroom cloud in the small valley. At that very moment, as flames surged upward, a figure emitting a radiant glow beneath accelerated into the sky. Wow, I finally made it out. This armor is truly remarkable, Peter Parker exclaimed, more exhilarated than Tony himself, as he cheered in the chat channel. Meanwhile, he had already positioned himself at his desk, attempting to replicate the armor he had seen on his phone. Tony chuckled awkwardly, accepting the high schooler's flattery, yet murmured to himself, with such a heavy suit of armor, having just spewed so much fuel, how long can it maintain flight? As he feared, mere seconds after soaring into the sky, the flames beneath the armor sputtered to a halt. Indeed, without propulsion, the weighty suit could only plummet. Watching the armor descend towards the desert on the screen, Tony contemplated how he might modify its power source after they emerged from this ordeal. With a thud, the immensely heavy Mark I armor crashed into the desert, sending a cloud of sand into the air. Is he dead? Has Stark finally met his end? Wanda inquired. Wait until the dust settles, Tony remarked weakly, as he removed his helmet amidst the shattered remnants of his armor, gazing up at the azure sky and reflecting. Not too shabby. Wanda, witnessing this, exclaimed in disbelief, how is it possible? He fell from such a great height and survived. Doctor Strange nodded in agreement. Logically, the forces from free fall at such altitude should have reduced you to a pulp within that armor. Yet, despite the destruction around you, you appear entirely unscathed. At that moment, Coulson curiously scrutinized Tony's physique. Stark, you're not hiding any superpowers, are you? Enough. Tony retorted, irritated by the surrounding skepticism. Can't you all see that I survived? If it weren't for me carrying a nuclear bomb through the wormhole, you'd all be doomed. Chapter 24. Previously, I lacked opportunity. Now I aspire to be a good man after wandering through the desert for what felt like an eternity. 2 military helicopters finally soared overhead. Upon witnessing this, Tony excitedly shouted. The aircraft landed, and a fully armed Rhodey rushed out, embracing Tony joyfully. The scene shifted to a massive military transport plane landing at the airport. Supported by Rhodey, Tony, with a strap around his neck, descended from the aircraft, declining the ambulance that was offered nearby, as the two approached Pepper, who awaited them outside. Your eyes are red. Are you worried about the long-missing boss? Pepper immediately chuckled, saying, These are tears of joy. I despise the thought of seeking new employment. Tony nodded, acknowledging, Indeed, your vacation has come to an end. Once in the car, Pepper instructed the driver, happy, to head towards the hospital, but Tony interjected, No, I refuse to go to the hospital. I have been confined for 3 months, and now I desire to accomplish 2 things. First, I wish to savor an American hamburger, Tony began, but Pepper seemed to misunderstand his intent, wearing an expression of exasperation. Please don't continue. Tony, adopting a serious demeanor, clarified, It's not what you think. I intend to hold a press conference. Banner stared at Tony in astonishment and inquired curiously, A press conference, Stark? Are you suggesting? Tony paused momentarily before responding, If I'm not mistaken, I believe I am contemplating taking action against the company's weapons division. Strange, incredulous, shook his head. Are you truly prepared to relinquish such a substantial enterprise? Tony offered no rebuttal, merely exhaling deeply. Let us wait and see. The luxurious Rolls-Royce glided into the convention center, where Obadiah, the CEO of Stark Industries, awaited Tony's arrival. After an enthusiastic embrace, Obadiah accompanied Tony into the venue. As Tony ascended the podium, a familiar figure approached Pepper. Miss Potts, I have a moment? I am Agent Coulson, affiliated with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Pepper regarded him with surprise and accepted his business card, remarking, That name certainly sounds convoluted. Coulson nodded. Indeed, we are working to simplify it. We belong to a different system that oversees these matters, and we require details regarding Mr. Stark's escape. While Coulson conversed with Pepper, Tony's address took on a solemn tone. I have come to realize that I have become part of a completely irresponsible system. At this, the reporters perked up. Mr. Stark, What exactly transpired there? Tony hesitated, momentarily lost in thought before rising to speak. I have finally awakened from my slumber. I am beginning to understand that I can contribute more to this world and society than merely destroying it. Thus, I am prepared to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark International. The moment he finished speaking, the room erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Whether it was Pepper in the back, Rhodes, or the reporters who seemed to have caught a whiff of blood, all were stirred with exhilaration. Tony exhaled slowly, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him as he gazed at his own reflection on the screen, articulating the thoughts that lay heavy in his heart. Satisfied, he nodded and then turned his attention to the chat channel, addressing Wanda. Miss Maximoff, I sincerely apologize for the suffering you have endured. My realization regarding the horrors of war has come far too late. I understand that mere words cannot mend the wounds inflicted by my actions, but should the opportunity arise, I am willing to make amends. I assure you, I have never clandestinely sold weapons to anyone, and once I am free, I will thoroughly investigate to uncover the puppeteer behind this, providing you with the justice you deserve. I had no choice in the past, but now I aspire to be a better man. Tony conveyed his heartfelt apology to Wanda, turning to Coulson to add, it appears you have indeed been monitoring my actions. When I discover the true orchestrator, please do not interfere. I will deliver justice myself. Hearing Tony's apology in the live stream, Wanda Maximoff felt her hatred waver slightly. Yet she retorted vehemently, do you think you can so easily absolve yourself of responsibility with a mere declaration of ignorance? Can a single phrase erase the pain of those afflicted by the weapons you created? After a brief silence in the chat room, Peter Parker cautiously broke the tension. However, Mr. Stark, do you not feel a pang of sorrow at so swiftly relinquishing such a lucrative company? Tony shook his head. In the past, I would have felt a deep sense of loss, but upon glimpsing the mere tip of the iceberg of the future, I find myself devoid of any desire to continue arms dealing. Once the press conference concluded, Obadiah approached the entrance of a workshop, gliding in on a hoverboard. Upon entering, he found Tony standing before the colossal arc reactor. The two, having diverged in their perspectives on the day's events, engaged in a firm discussion, with Tony resolutely asserting that their actions were far from honorable and that alternative paths existed, such as re-evaluating the technological potential of the arc reactor. Obadiah scoffed at this suggestion, repositioning, that is merely a ruse, a fade to deceive the uninformed. It is nothing more than a research project, and frankly, it is not worth the cost. We both know that research on the reactor cannot progress any further, correct? We have yet to achieve any breakthroughs in nearly 30 years. Tony slowly turned to him. Let us dispense with the pretense. Observing the silence from Obadiah, Tony continued, no need to conceal the truth any longer. Who informed you, Rhodey? Obadiah replied, whoever was matters not. Show me Tony. Tony gradually removed the restraints from his arm, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal the miniature arc reactor nestled against his chest. Obadiah, upon catching a glimpse, became visibly animated, fastening Tony's shirt once more. He then shifted his demeanor, affectionately draping an arm around Tony's shoulders, claiming they stood on the same side, much like he and Tony's father did years ago. Mr. Stark, do you not find that your elder appears rather sinister? Peter Parker suddenly interjected, expressing his unease. I can't shake the feeling that he seems somewhat treacherous. Are you suggesting that his demeanor has shifted so rapidly? Tony inquired, his curiosity piqued. Upon receiving Peter's affirmative response, he elucidated, it is quite simple. Obadiah is a businessman, prioritizing the interests of the company. Given that I possess the new technology for the arc reactor, he will undoubtedly align himself with me. At this juncture, Phil Coulson interjected. But have you never questioned your esteemed CEO? Tony paused momentarily, then slowly shook his head. Obadiah has been with my father since his era. He would not betray me. Loki, observing Stark's hesitance on the screen, disdainfully shook his head. To judge another's loyalty through emotional ties is the height of folly. I dare say this, Obadiah, is the true architect of your impending misfortune. Silence. Do you truly believe everyone is as treacherous as you? Tony scoffed dismissively. A mere mortals. We shall see. Chapter 25. A discussion on Jarvis. The footage continued to play. Pepper Potts was watching a talk show where the host mockingly commented on Tony Stark's decision to shut down the weapons manufacturing division. At that moment, she received a call from Tony. Pepper swiftly made her way to the basement, overcoming her initial shock and nausea under Tony's guidance as she assisted him in replacing it with a more advanced arc reactor. The rudimentary reactor was carelessly handed to Pepper by Tony, instructing her to dispose of it. As Pepper assisted Tony with the reactor replacement, those in the live broadcast room displayed varied expressions upon seeing the gaping hole in Tony's chest. Stephen Strange was the first to articulate his concern. Logically speaking, Stark, if there were such a large hole in your chest, your thoracic cavity should have collapsed by now. Furthermore, with such a deeply embedded steel tube, Mr. Stark, wouldn't that compress your trachea? The ever-curious Peter Parker echoed, exactly. Tony hesitated, glancing at his image on the screen, his expression awkward as he touched his chest. That shouldn't be the case. It is merely a recessed slot for the reactor. It shouldn't be too deep. The scene shifted to Tony arriving at a U.S. Air Force base, where, after dismissing the other soldiers, he engaged in a conversation with his close friend Rhodey. However, Rhodey was not pleased with Tony's reckless choices made at the previous press conference, leading to an unproductive exchange between the two. Reluctantly returning home, Tony initiated preparations for the new armor, prompting Jarvis to inquire, "Shall I store this in the company's central database?" Tony shook his head at present. "I am unsure whom to trust. If I cannot rely on others, it is best to keep it on my own servers." Subsequently, he began his operations on the virtual imagery constructed by Jarvis, continuously refining the originally cumbersome Mark I armor. Meanwhile, Bruce Banner, observing the interaction between Tony and Jarvis in the imagery, turned to Tony with astonishment and inquired, "Is this artificial intelligence? I mean, is it truly a sentient form of AI, capable of independent thought? Is it the same Jarvis that previously infiltrated DS systems?" "Indeed," Tony nodded, wearing an expression that suggested it was a matter of course. "What of it? This is my intelligent assistant system. Jarvis was my father's butler's name. After his passing, I chose to honor him by naming this system after him. Do you have any questions?" "Of course," Banner exclaimed, cradling his head in excitement. "If only we had such intelligence in our laboratory back then." His enthusiasm waned mid-sentence, and he wore a bittersweet smile. This kind of intelligence, if applied in hospitals, could be tremendously beneficial. Strange nodded in agreement. However, Coulson remained less optimistic than the others. Many companies are developing AI, but the practicality of implementing it into real life is still quite unreliable. You all are being overly simplistic in your thoughts. Well, we must consult Stark about this. Strange added. After all, his AI seems overly powerful and intelligent. I fear if he does not provide some assurances, we may one day awaken to find ourselves enslaved by machines. Shrugging nonchalantly, Strange remarked, "I am merely a doctor. The sky could fall, and it would not be my concern." Observing the chaotic scene unfolding in the live stream, Loki scoffed disdainfully, "Truly, it is the weak and indolent humans who place their trust in machines. Have you all forgotten the threat of Skynet?" Tony rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Regardless of our situation, we certainly do not require an extraterrestrial to critique us. Do you really think this is a film? Terminator? It seems you possess a fair understanding of Earth-esque culture for an alien." As Tony was at home modifying the Mark II armor, armed militants in the distant Afghan region were actively searching for something in the desert with their tools. Suddenly, one of them unearthed an iron mass from the sand and excitedly raised it high, calling out to someone in the distance. A bald man wearing sunglasses turned around. It was the very same bald leader who had been buried under rubble in the cave. The wound on the right side of his head had yet to heal, and he accepted the mass from his subordinate, his tightly pressed lips betraying his simmering anger. Upon seeing this familiar face, Tony, who had been debating the reliability of AI with others, suddenly grew serious. This guy is still alive? He had never expected that such a violent explosion in the valley had failed to kill him and that he had managed to escape. Moreover, he astonishingly assembled a team to search for the Mark I armor he had misplaced at the scene. "Oh no, Mr. Stark, your armor has been found by those ruffians," Peter Parker exclaimed in a panic over the chat channel. "Does that mean they could use it against you?" Tony, upon reading Peter's message, shook his head and calmly pointed to his chest, explaining, "That is impossible. The image of me depicted in the footage possesses an arc reactor in my chest, which provides the energy necessary to operate such a massive machine. This technology is known only to my father and me. How could those thugs possibly fabricate a reactor capable of generating such energy, relying solely on their meager car batteries?" Recalling the car battery he had been holding at the beginning of the footage, a wave of irritation washed over Tony, adding yet another task to his already burdensome agenda. The scene shifted. After several attempts, Tony successfully created 4 intricate jet propulsion devices, affixing them to his arms and legs. Following numerous experiments, he determined the optimal thrust output, even managing to splatter the paint of several luxury cars during the process. Upon landing with precision, Tony exclaimed in exhilaration, "Yes, I can fly." He then moved to the center of the room, as mechanical arms reached out to equip his rugged jet devices with armor. Amidst the sound of screws being tightened, the silvery Mark II armor took shape. "Wow, this is so cool." Peter Parker, who had just completed a sketch of the Mark I armor, looked up to see the Mark II adjusting itself on the screen and began fervently snapping photographs in awe. Glancing back at the Mark I he had just drawn, he disdainfully crumpled it and tossed it into the trash. With a triumphant shout from Tony, the silver armor shot forth like a missile, trailing a streak of light as it spiraled rapidly into the sky. "All right, let's see just how powerful this contraption truly is." After a brief communication with Jarvis, Tony adjusted his position and soared towards the moon high above. The fixed-wing flight recorded an altitude of 26,000 feet. Upon hearing Jarvis's report, Tony shouted excitedly, "Records are meant to be broken. Let us go." However, before he could ascend to the record-breaking height, Jarvis issued a warning. If you ascend any higher, the suit's exterior may suffer severe icing. Yet, Tony remained unfazed, commanding to continue climbing. His intentions were noble, but the ice would not relent. In no time, the entire exterior of the suit was encased in solid ice. The once roaring jet propulsion ceased to function after emitting a burst of fire, and even Jarvis lost connection. At the peak of its ascent, the suit ultimately lost power, beginning its descent amidst Tony's anxious calls. As the attention of everyone in the live broadcast room was captivated by the descending iron armor, the screen abruptly froze. "Iron Man 1 has concluded," it announced. "What on earth is this? Why does it cut off right at the most thrilling moment?" Tony Stark exclaimed, visibly annoyed. "I need to see how I managed to turn the tables." "Turn the tables? Don't hold your breath. I'll wager 500 that you're about to meet your demise." Strange chuckled. "Haven't you figured it out yet? Your intelligent assistant vanished at your most perilous moment. Pardon my curiosity, but were you ever kidnapped by a robot as a child? Why do you harbor such animosity towards technology?" Tony asked, glancing quizzically at Strange. "Think about it. Without intelligent systems, your hospitals would still be employing diagnostic methods from decades ago." At that moment, Thor interrupted their bickering, gazing at the now black screen with a sigh. "This system is truly unlikable. It has twice halted at the most critical juncture. For instance, we just witnessed our warship explode, yet it fails to inform me whether Loki and I survived." "Wait, you mean to say your warship exploded in space, and you're still alive?" Peter Parker queried incredulously. "Do not use your limited knowledge to judge the divine. While you mortals may not endure in the cosmos, we gods certainly can," Loki retorted. "Is that so? God to that formidable?" Peter responded. "Besides, Thor, don't you have a live stream point? Why not try a replay?" "Indeed," Bruce Banner interjected, glancing at Thor. "The system did not deduct your points for this replay. You can utilize your points to view your future and see whether you and your brother survived." "That makes sense. But Loki, why don't you initiate the replay?" Thor quipped, addressing the chat channel. "I only have 100 points, and I'm uncertain if I can replay. You have 150. Why don't you ask?" "I fought valiantly for you, and you're considering pilfering points from me?" Loki exclaimed. "Besides, I am already deceased. What is the point of viewing the future? Let all perish. My heart is too weary." Thor awkwardly scratched his head and called out to the system, how many points are required for a future replay? The system responded, each future replay in the live broadcast requires 100 points. I choose to replay. I wish to see if Loki and I survive the explosion of the ship. Upon hearing that merely 100 points were needed for a replay, Thor's excitement surged, and he enthusiastically shouted. However, just as he was filled with fervor, the system doused his enthusiasm with cold water. The system allows only one replay opportunity per person during each live broadcast. Thor Odinson, you have exhausted your replay quota for today. Thor, taken aback, retorted, I am not merely immortal. I am a god, the rightful king of Asgard's future. You should extend me special privileges. Ah, is it time for you to assume a divine demeanor? Tony Stark grinned, cheerfully reminding, do not forget. This system once pinned you down and relentlessly educated you with lightning. Thor, with impatience, waved his hand dismissively and, spreading his palms, continued to address the chat channel. Loki, you see, I no longer have the opportunity to request a replay. How about you take the reins? As the metaphorical ball was kicked back to him, Loki raised an eyebrow. I refuse to watch. I've already stated that in that future my variant has perished, so what is there to observe? Yet I am eager to discover whether I met my demise. Thor retorted, both illogically and with fervor. Moreover, I wish to witness how I avenged you, Loki. So, you imply I am merely a pawn? At this juncture, the previously silent Phil Coulson unexpectedly interjected, must one always request their own future? May I instead request a glimpse into another's future? The system fell silent for a time, and just as the others believed it would decline to respond to Coulson's inquiry, it finally spoke in a slow, chilling tone. Affirmative, the related rules for requests have been amended. Then may I make a request this time? Coulson inquired hopefully. I wish to see how we vanquish Thanos after his invasion of Earth. However, the system did not acquiesce, as this request is a complimentary one. It will not accept payment for this session. What nonsense is this? Tony exclaimed, irked. Where did all these rules come from? I possess points, and yet they are denied? I shall protest. The protest bore no fruit, for the ultimate authority of explanation rested with the system. The system's icy voice resounded once more, commencing playback of the Incredible Hulk versus the Green Giant, beginning to invite special guests to join the live chat. Special guests will not enter the live broadcast seats. Reed Richards from the Fantastic Four has joined the live chat group. Deep into the night, having observed the elements at hand in his laboratory, Dr. Reed suddenly beheld a phantom screen materializing in the lab, causing him to rub his eyes in astonishment. Reed Richards, goodness, have I truly been awake too long? A screen has appeared out of thin air, and there are so many of you. Who are you? We? Thor shrugged. I am Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard. This is a live broadcast system capable of displaying the future. Asgard? Thor, the god of thunder? Listening to such an enchanting introduction, Reed Richards' materialistic worldview was profoundly shaken after decades of steadfast belief. Nevertheless, he chose not to fully trust Thor's words. He quietly found a chair to sit down, pressing his somewhat weak legs. If, according to the assertions of the individuals in the lower left corner of the screen, the concept of parallel universes truly exists, then should this revelation be disseminated, Reed was certain the entire world would descend into madness. The screen flickers to life, revealing a bustling room filled with numerous individuals clad in military and professional attire, frantically sifting through documents or engaged in phone conversations. The first thing that captures the eye is a trio of imposing letters. A weary female officer sighs, rubbing her tired eyes, before continuing to type a name on her keyboard. At that moment, the computer responds, retrieving the file of a man named Samuel Stern. The scene shifts, and Bruce Banner approaches a vehicle alongside a striking woman. After the impeccably groomed Banner poses for a photograph, the two enter the car and depart from the location. Since the moment the woman appeared on the screen, Bruce Banner's expression shifted, and he let out a slow breath, whispering her name. Tony, noticing this, raised an eyebrow in astonishment. No way, Banner. Is Betty Ross your girlfriend? You know her? This revelation surprised Banner. Of course, I am acquainted with nearly all the military leaders in the United States, and I am well aware of her father, General Thaddeus Ross. Though I do not hold him in high regard, he is like a venomous snake, and scrupulous in his pursuits. Tony shrugged. I truly did not anticipate this connection between you two. Indeed, Banner sighed. Betty's resilience surpasses that of her father. However, you will understand my predicament. I must distance myself from her for her safety. Tony patted him on the shoulder. This is where you are mistaken, my friend. Avoidance is a selfish choice. You must learn to accept yourself. I sense that your lack of confidence is the issue. Banner bit his lip, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only nod awkwardly. As the two drove into the distance, a discussion unfolded in the car between Betty and Bruce. Betty argued that the fact Banner could still recognize her even after transforming indicated that the Hulk was controllable, while Bruce maintained the opposite view, expressing a desire to eradicate it rather than control it. The contrasting perspectives led to a moment of silence, but soon Betty noticed police ahead conducting checks. To evade capture, they exited the vehicle and opted for an alternative means of reaching New York. If I were to be crammed into a large compartment with hundreds of people, I would surely be driven to madness. To prevent Banner from being provoked into transforming into the Hulk, Betty chose to take a taxi to New York. However, the driver proved to be quite erratic, akin to someone under the influence, causing the vehicle to swerve uncontrollably. Upon finally arriving at their destination, the typically demure Betty Ross erupted in anger at the driver. Seeing his girlfriend in such a state, Bruce attempted to lighten the mood with a joke. Actually, I have an excellent method for controlling anger. I could teach you. But Betty firmly dismissed him. Shut up, let's go. Ha ha. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but laugh. It is worth noting that in the footage from the Avengers, Banner demonstrated to everyone the manifestation of his anger, elucidating the means by which he transforms. Merely provoking him would unleash the immensely destructive Hulk. Even the enigmatic director of S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury, exercised caution around Banner, having constructed a formidable prison to contain him. On that battleship, with the exception of Tony Stark, no one dared to exert pressure on him, fearing that he might lose control and become the Hulk. However, the irony was palpable when they witnessed someone who himself struggled to maintain composure, instructing others on how to manage their anger, evoking a sense of misplaced humor among the onlookers. Yet, as the laughter subsided, Coulson began to reflect. Under the watchful eyes of their agency, Bruce Banner frequently monitored his heart rate on his wristwatch, with agents nearby often hearing the alerts emitted by his device. Yet, in that footage, amidst the violent jostling that even Betty Ross could not endure without losing her temper, Banner appeared unfazed, even managing to jest. Was Betty his Achilles heel? It seemed that in her presence, he could wholly relinquish his burdens and constraints. With this thought, Coulson narrowed his eyes, resolutely forming a decision. Chapter 27. The Experiment of Yesteryear. The footage continued, revealing a room akin to an operating theater, where a soldier named Blonsky, bare-chested, entered. General Ross approached him from behind, casually inquiring, "Are you ready?" Blonsky surveyed the machinery within the room, nodding in satisfaction. Of course, this is a fair match. Subsequently, the doctors in the room drew the curtains. Wait, that blue serum. Upon catching a fleeting glimpse of the eerie blue substance on the screen, Banner suddenly exclaimed, covering his mouth in astonishment, uncertainly stating, "That resembles the serum I developed 5 years ago. Back then, General Ross assigned me to this project, but he merely informed me it was a study regarding radiation resistance. However, as my research progressed, I realized that what he truly wanted me to develop was this." As he spoke, Banner pointed towards the syringe in Coulson's hand. Ross aimed to create a squad of super soldiers, akin to Captain America. Coulson glanced at the unused serum in his possession, uncertainly asking Banner, "So, Dr. Banner, you successfully created it? The super soldier serum?" Banner shook his head, despondently sitting on the floor. "If I had truly succeeded, do you think I would still be on the run?" Tony Stark, observing this, shook his head disdainfully, scoffing. "The military has never ceased their research since World War II. Banner is merely one of their pawns. From what I understand, they produced at least 2 subjects similar to Captain America. However, the side effects are considerable." Before the screen, Nick Fury silently nodded. The military's maneuvers had not escaped the watchful eyes of his informants. If those serums were indeed effective, he would have upgraded his agents long ago. Yet this arms dealer, Tony managed to acquire such clandestine information without inheriting his father's legacy. It appears that S.H.I.L.D. must now exercise greater caution regarding the confidentiality of its intelligence. They cannot afford to be so easily scrutinized by others. Meanwhile, the seasoned director, akin to a farmer reveling in a bountiful harvest, remained unsatisfied with today's outcomes, already scheming for the endeavors ahead. Betty and Bruce soon arrived at their destination, where they encountered their target, Samuel Stearns. Under Betty Ross's introduction, Bruce Banner approached, a smile gracing his face as he greeted Samuel Stearns. "Hello, Mr. Blue." Upon hearing this address, Dr. Stearns momentarily faltered, but quickly regained his composure, responding to Banner. "Mr. Green?" The scene shifted indoors, where Dr. Stearns animatedly gestured towards Banner, his excitement palpable. "I have long speculated whether you truly exist. A being of such formidable power appears so unassuming. It astounds me." Bruce and Betty exchanged exasperated glances at Stearns' incessant chatter. Yet, given their need for his assistance, they refrained from interrupting him. Perhaps sensing the discomfort of the two, Stearns shifted the conversation towards the forthcoming experiment, informing Banner of the potential outcomes. His candidness solidified their resolve, and soon the three reached an agreement to proceed with the trial. The scene transitioned to several helicopters in tense preparation. In the vacant restroom, Blonsky, freshly injected with the serum, slowly approached the mirror, his pallid reflection staring back at him as he clenched his jaw with determination. Behind him, his spine grotesquely protruded. Is this a failure of the experiment? After a lengthy silence, Wanda Maximoff suddenly sent a message in the chat channel. "He just injected the serum developed by Dr. Banner. Didn't he?" This reaction, doesn't it suggest a failed experiment, transforming him into a grotesque monster? Wanda gazed at the screen, where Blonsky's spine was grotesquely emerging, her complexion fading as she dropped the pamphlet from her hands, although she had hastily signed her name in frustration just moments ago. Hearing Banner's account in the live stream and witnessing Blonsky's transformation conjured the ominous rumors of a failed experiment leading to monstrosity in her mind. What if she were to become a monster after participating in the human trial? In the throes of uncertainty, Wanda hesitated, glancing at the pamphlet she had just signed. The hatred that had wavered after listening to Stark and Nick Fury's explanations no longer fueled her desire for vengeance. "I hesitate to declare him a failure," Banner murmured softly, observing the spine. Indeed, the serum had taken effect. "Over the years, I have been privately reviewing certain data at hand, and I suspect that the serum provided by the military may inherently possess some flaws. Additionally, the reaction to the serum requires time. It was only after a considerable period that I transformed into the Hulk. This Blonsky's reaction has not yet concluded, so I believe it prudent to wait a little longer." At this moment, Stephen Strange interjected. "So, what you're suggesting is that your serum was never capable of producing a super soldier. It can only create monsters?" Banner pursed his lips, tacitly conceding to Strange's words. Yet after a prolonged contemplation, he shook his head. "I am uncertain. My transformation occurred due to exposure to gamma radiation, and given my precedent, I doubt the military would recklessly initiate experiments." I cannot fathom what aspect of Blonsky caught Ross's attention, prompting him to daringly administer my serum. Stark and Coulson exchanged a wordless glance. Both were well acquainted with the military's dubious maneuvers and had witnessed their antics numerous times. Dressed impeccably, Blonsky soon boarded the aircraft, departing the scene with the assembled team. In Dr. Stern's laboratory, following a flurry of meticulous operations, the doctor instructed Bruce to recline on the chair and secured his limbs with straps. As the machines within the laboratory began to hum to life, he announced, "We are commencing." Bruce's blood was drawn for analysis, while a pale, purple serum slowly flowed into the blood analyzer. Subsequently, Dr. Stern applied an electric clamp to Banner's temple, releasing a potent current that stimulated Bruce's transformation. Amidst Bruce Banner's agonized screams, his body began to swell and contort, the straps binding his limbs easily giving way. The Hulk, long suppressed, finally broke free. Betty Ross, witnessing this, urgently called out to Dr. Stern now, "Quickly inject the serum." However, Dr. Stern, absorbed in the sight of the transforming Hulk, seemed oblivious to Betty's cries, his eyes wide with fascination. Wait, just a moment longer. Barely had he uttered these words when the struggling Hulk casually swiped his hand, sending Dr. Stern sprawling to the ground. As the doctor raised his head, he beheld the supports beneath the pristine chair warping, signaling that Bruce's transformation was nearing completion, his weight rapidly escalating. Observing the fully transformed Hulk, Betty, fearing he might lose control once more, recklessly leaped onto him, striving to awaken Bruce's persona. "Bruce, look at me. Focus on me." Upon hearing her voice, the struggling Hulk seemed somewhat subdued by Bruce's persona, his thrashing movements considerably lessened. Yet, his immense form still caused Betty to feel as if she were a small boat tossed in a tempest. Observing Hulk's apparent calmness, Betty hastily instructed Stern to commence the injection of the serum. However, upon noticing Stern's dazed demeanor, frustration surged within her. She grasped his neck firmly and shouted for him to regain his senses. "Hurry, inject the antidote now." Amidst their frantic efforts, the pale violet serum was finally administered into Bruce Banner's body. The previously agitated Hulk was completely subdued, and after a faint whimper, Bruce's inflated physique swiftly diminished, restoring him to his human form, his green skin regaining a healthy hue. Chapter 28. Who is the abomination? Gazing at the screen displaying a restored Banner, both Coulson and Tony in the live broadcast room exhaled a sigh of relief. They were acutely aware of the terrifying visage he assumed upon transformation, and having just witnessed it, they felt a profound sense of anxiety, especially considering the familiar street in New York's Harlem where Banner was currently situated. Tony casually rested his right hand on Banner's shoulder, teasingly remarked, "I must admit, I truly admire you, Banner. In such perilous circumstances, your girlfriend fearlessly leapt onto you to provide comfort. Such a remarkable partner makes one ponder whether your previous evasive behavior was rather selfish." Banner nodded bashfully, yet his expression remained somewhat restrained. "However, my situation is rather unique. Emotions such as anger and excitement can significantly affect my heart rate. Once my heart rate escalates, I may very well lose control. That suggests your emotional resilience is rather lacking." Tony unabashedly pointed out the flaw. "During my school days, I conversed with some classmates from Huagua, and from them, I learned a phrase: a mountain may collapse before one without changing color. Once you reach that level of composure, I believe you shall no longer need to worry about such matters." At that moment, Coulson interjected, "I find myself perplexed. In this future projection, Dr. Banner is with his girlfriend, yet in a subsequent moment, during Loki's invasion of Earth, he appears alone in India. What transpired in between?" In the room, Dr. Stern was animatedly recounting the astonishing events that had just unfolded. "This is the most incredible thing I have ever witnessed." Betty, exasperated, supported Bruce as he settled onto the sofa, utterly bewildered by Stern's exuberance. "Can you please tone down your excitement? We need to discuss what just happened." Upon hearing Betty's reminder, an exhilarated Stern finally regained his composure and earnestly began to analyze Bruce's situation. He inadvertently revealed a piece of information. "My experimental samples have never survived, though it could be due to their lack of nucleic acid strands." At this revelation, Bruce, who had been reclining calmly on the sofa, instantly straightened his posture and, with a serious expression, questioned Stern, "Wait, what did you just say?" "They did not absorb the nucleic acid strands." Stern assumed Bruce was inquiring about the reasons for the experimental sample's failures and responded quite naturally. No. You mentioned experimental samples," Bruce reiterated with confusion. "What experimental samples?" Dr. Stern hesitated for a moment before gesturing mysteriously to the two. "Follow me." Meanwhile, General Ross's squad had also arrived near the building where the three were located, busily preparing in the vicinity. Observing Stern's recent behavior, I couldn't help but ponder if he was akin to the mad scientist archetype frequently depicted in comics. Peter Parker suddenly chimed in on the chat channel. "Could this experimental sample possibly belong to you, Dr. Banner?" "That is impossible." Banner shook his head. "My laboratory was destroyed in that incident several years ago. And if any of my work remained, General Ross wouldn't be scouring the globe for me." Coulson interrupted. "What if you voluntarily provided your blood? Otherwise, How would you have traversed such a distance from Brazil to find him? Banner hesitated for a few seconds, uncertainly shaking his head. That shouldn't be the case. I wouldn't act so recklessly. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Banner's eyes widened. How did you know I was in Brazil? Are your agents monitoring me? Despite being exposed by Banner regarding the organization's surveillance, Coulson's expression remained devoid of tension or embarrassment. He simply nodded with his ever-gentle smile. Trust me, Doctor, we harbor no ill intentions towards you. In fact, we have even assisted in driving away some unsavory individuals. At this moment, Thor clapped his hands. I've heard that line before. That female agent in the footage said the same to Banner. The others present rolled their eyes, likely thinking only the Na'vi Thor would believe such platitudes from an intelligence organization. The scene shifted as Dr. Stern led Betty and Bruce into a stark white room, where countless vials of blood and blood bags were neatly arranged on shelves. Bruce and Betty moved cautiously amidst the shelves, their brows furrowed as they listened to Stern enthusiastically recounting his endeavors. We must destroy these, just as Dr. Stern envisioned the future. Bruce Banner abruptly interrupted his reverie with grave seriousness. What did you say? Destroy them? Stern appeared to doubt the clarity of his hearing. Bruce's expression was sober, even tense. We must obliterate everything here tonight. Are you out of your mind? We could achieve a Nobel Prize with this. Stark incredulously urgeht Bruce. This is the sacred fire of Prometheus. Banner anxiously interrupted him. You have no idea of the power of this thing. It is far too dangerous for us to control. Current video paused. QA begins. Question. Among the characters that have appeared, who ultimately injected Banner's blood and became the new Hulk? General Ross, Emil Blonsky, Samuel Stearns, Betty Ross. Please begin your responses. Each participant in the live stream has only one opportunity to answer, and those who respond correctly will receive 100 live points along with a random reward. Random rewards may originate from any multiverse, while failure to answer will trigger an unknown penalty. Before addressing the question, I have an inquiry. Tony Stark paced back and forth with a peculiar expression. Why is it that Thor and Banner's spoiler streams have questions, yet mine has none? Am I inferior to them in some way? Is this not discrimination? The audience gazed at Stark, whose focus had drifted into outer space, with a mix of bemusement and disdain. Nick Fury replied, I believe there is little doubt. After all, you are rather simplistic. Beyond women, all that occupies your mind seems to be alcohol. It is a reasonable choice for the system to avoid exhausting everyone's brain cells on you. Wanda Maximoff silently approved the blunt statement made by the Black Egg. Shut your mouth, you vile spy chief. At least I do not spend my days idly sending people to surveil others and invade their privacy. Tony retorted scornfully. At this moment, Coulson interjected, Mr. Stark, SHLD, is not monitoring you. We merely observe potential threats that could disrupt world stability. Is that so? Yet I feel the threats to world stability seem to stem from your actions. Banner interjected, for instance. Loki's and Thanos' invasions were indeed triggered by your development of the Tesseract, were they not? Furthermore, has SHIELD truly not participated in the research of this super soldier serum? Well said, Doctor. Stephen Strange chimed in. I cannot help but wonder if this pervasive organization can monitor you all the way from Brazil. Perhaps our privacy is also being infringed upon. Thor, noticing the group embroiled in argument once more, clapped his hands to regain their attention. Hey, fellows, shouldn't we be focusing on finding the answer to the question? Why are we arguing? If there's a dispute, why not settle it with a brawl later on? Loki, unable to suppress a sigh at Thor's brainless suggestion, remarked, Oh, my foolish brother. Do you think everyone is as violent as you? Why is your first reaction to every situation always to fight? Thor retorted defiantly, What is wrong with my method? I believe that if someone opposes my words, I could simply shatter their skull with a hammer. Odin, seated upon his throne, listened to Thor's exceedingly foolish remarks and could not help but shake his head. Indeed, this fellow is currently ill-suited for kingship, exhibiting far more impulsiveness and violence than Hela did in her time. He certainly requires further training. I too feel that it would be prudent for everyone to remain composed, as we have yet to address the system's inquiry. Peter finally drew the attention of others back to the screen and continued. However, This question is quite perplexing. My intuition suggests that all four answers could potentially be correct. Reed Richards interjected, I believe we can eliminate the first option. General Ross appears to be the military's chief, and he was the one who recently sent Blonsky to the testing platform. It seems improbable that someone like him would recklessly experiment with Banner's blood, as he has no reason to do so. After all, there are far too many individuals in the military capable of conducting experiments. Earlier, when Stern described Banner's symptoms, he seemed to mention Betty Ross, Banner's girlfriend, and her influence on the transformation into the Hulk. Given her intimate knowledge of Banner's condition, the likelihood of her accepting an injection of his blood is even lower. Therefore, I believe that eliminates that option. Furthermore, Stern presents the image of a mad scientist. Such an obsession with power suggests he might very well inject Banner's blood for personal gain. Hence, I choose. Chapter 29, The Already Mad Blonsky Upon Entering the Livestream Room. Reed Richards had been peering at the screen, but could not resist the informative insights provided by New York's friendly neighbor, Spider-Man, Peter. He had fully grasped the purpose of the live stream through the chat channel. He was also quite intrigued by the prospect of receiving rewards for answering questions correctly. After all, some individuals in the live stream had received substantial rewards for their correct answers. What kind of reward might he receive if he were to answer correctly? Would there be cash involved? As the future leader of the Fantastic Four, Reed's first thought was of money, especially since he was currently in a precarious financial situation. His experiments were on the verge of stagnation due to a lack of funding. Yet, the next moment, he slapped his own face in frustration. With such a powerful system at his disposal, why would he need money? Would it not be more advantageous to let the system assist him in completing his research? Beep. Reed Richards has completed his answer and is under evaluation. Reed Richards answered incorrectly, receiving random punishment, sensory deprivation for an entire day after the live stream ends. The cold voice of the system shattered his delightful fantasies. Reed's eyes widened in shock. A whole day of sensory deprivation seemed excessively harsh. I truly wish I could exchange punishments with this fellow. Thor, listening to the system's voice, muttered enviously within the live stream, prompting a nod of agreement from Tony Stark nearby. Especially Tony, upon venturing outside, was not only confronted with a shrinking industry, but also plagued by concerns regarding his masculinity. Today, he had deliberately arranged for several alluring flight attendants on the airplane. Alas, the two unfortunate comrades could not help but sigh. If it were a mistake, then I choose Emil Blonsky. At this moment, Banner raised his hand and stated, in that man's eyes, I discerned a yearning and pursuit of power. Such a person is likely to take risks. Ding. Bruce Banner's response has concluded and is currently being evaluated. Bruce Banner's answer is correct, earning him 100 live points. Received random reward, soul control. Upon acquiring this skill, the host will become immune to all soul attacks and will be able to harmonize with the abnormal personalities within, meaning that at this moment, you can freely switch between Hulk and Bruce Banner, controlling it as the dominant persona. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated in Bruce Banner's ears, akin to a magnitude 9 earthquake, leaving him momentarily speechless. Thus, the dilemma that had tormented him for 5 years was resolved so simply. From this day forth, would he no longer be troubled by the Hulk? Trembling, Banner lifted his hand to pat his ear, ensuring he was not hallucinating, before collapsing onto the ground. This tumultuous life of fleeing was finally coming to an end. The footage continued to play. Just as the three individuals in the room were embroiled in a heated argument, General Ross's team had already set up their positions outside, with snipers poised on the balcony opposite, listening to commands relayed from the command vehicle, aiming at Banner, who stood behind the glass window. However, due to Banner's optimal positioning, the snipers were unable to get a clear shot and could only report their inability to take aim over the communication channel. Upon hearing this, Blonsky, who had been waiting below the building, immediately rushed inside. Noticing Blonsky's movement, the female aide quickly informed General Ross, which greatly displeased him. Concerned that the belligerent Blonsky might provoke the Hulk, Ross commanded through the channel that Blonsky should not enter, as Betty was still inside. Yet Blonsky disregarded Ross's orders. Having injected himself with the super soldier serum, he agilely leapt to the upper floors. Meanwhile, Bruce was still engaged in a heated debate with Stern unaware that calamity was looming. Seeing Bruce Banner's exposed body due to his agitation, the sniper seized this rare opportunity, firing a tranquilizer that knocked Bruce to the ground, startling Stern, who let out a gasp. Betty quickly removed the tranquilizer from Bruce, but before she could steady him, she was violently knocked aside by the rushing Blonsky. "Where is he? Where is he?" Blonsky seethed as he furiously slapped Bruce's face, trying to provoke the Hulk to emerge. The sound of the heartbeat monitor grew increasingly urgent. However, as Bruce's physical state deteriorated, the alarm gradually slowed. "This guy seems to harbor a deep grudge against you," Tony remarked, pointing at the pallid Blonsky on the screen as he turned to Banner. "Shall I take care of this fellow once we step outside?" Banner shook his head, still lost in the haze of his regained freedom, and graciously replied, "It's fine. He is merely a pitiable soul ensnared by the allure of power." As Bruce's condition neared unconsciousness, and with the Hulk still absent, Blonsky's furious elbow strike rendered Bruce completely oblivious. The scene shifted to Bruce Banner, who had regained consciousness, bound to a stretcher being wheeled out. General Ross had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon seeing them, he threatened Bruce, saying, "If you dare to eliminate the Hulk, I will ensure you spend a lifetime in prison." However, after the recent events, Bruce speculated that the Hulk might indeed have been eradicated, and he paid Ross's threat no mind. Meanwhile, Betty found herself embroiled in a fierce argument with her father, Ross. Before they both boarded the plane, exchanging smiles. This lady truly embodies passionate love and fierce resolve. Strange interjected during the live broadcast. Most individuals would falter in the presence of such a domineering father, yet your girlfriend displays a remarkable courage in speaking out. Chatty Peter concurred. "Indeed, Dr. Banner, your girlfriend is extraordinary. Even after your years of absence, she remains steadfastly by your side." Embarrassed, Banner licked his lips. Although he remained silent, his joy was unmistakably evident on his face. Meanwhile, in the room, Dr. Stern was being interrogated by the female officer. Just as he was explaining that Banner was irreplicable, Blonsky stealthily attacked from behind, incapacitating the officer. "Why do you always resort to violence?" the startled Dr. Stern exclaimed. But the next moment, confronted with the gun aimed at his head, he fell silent, his scientific ambitions aligning with Blonsky's threats, consenting to inject Blonsky with Bruce Banner's blood. Simultaneously, the aircraft carrying Ross and Banner's party finally took flight. Unlike the somber soldiers and General Ross, Bruce and Betty appeared indifferent, sharing tender glances. The scene shifted again to Dr. Stern, who held a large vial of his replicated Banner blood, placing it into the machine. Blonsky lay on the previous recliner, commencing the injection. Accompanied by a sustained green light, his body began to swell rapidly, akin to Banner, tearing through his clothing to transform into a new Hulk. However, compared to the more human-like Bruce Banner, his form was far more terrifying and grotesque, particularly the elongated spines protruding from his back, resembling jagged bones stretching outward. As Dr. Stern beheld the terrifying visage before him, he incessantly urged Blonsky to recline back in his seat, only to be struck aside by the transformed Hulk, who disdainfully sent him flying into the apparatus containing Banner's blood. A single drop of blood dripped slowly down, penetrating the wound on his head and infiltrating Dr. Stern's mind. As he felt his head contort and swell, an insidious smile crept across his face. Had this doctor not also been infected by Bruce Banner's blood? Reed Richards, observing the sinister grin displayed on the screen, lamented as he slammed his palm upon the table, exclaiming, "I had indeed surmised this." Strange, glancing at Reed's grievances in the chat channel, shook his head slightly. "While you were correct in suspecting the doctor had been infected, he is not transformed into the Hulk." Moreover, the name Abomination aptly describes that grotesque visage. Peter Parker interjected, "Isn't it a tad late to be discussing this? My greater concern lies in the capabilities of this Hulk. Moreover, Dr. Banner is currently unable to transform. Does that mean the Hulk has vanished entirely? Who shall now thwart this creature known as Abomination?" The friendly neighbor of New York. The future Spider-Man was already beset with concern for his city, as this Hulk appeared far more volatile and unhinged than the one Banner had become. Chapter 30. The Duel of the Greens. Hearing Peter's words of worry, Banner shook his head slightly. "You are overly apprehensive. In the future, the Hulk does not fade away. This indicates that Dr. Stern's experiment has failed. I previously tested that serum using my blood, which merely caused the Hulk's genes to dissipate for a fleeting few seconds. Even if this attempt amplified the serum's potency, it likely only temporarily subdued the Hulk into a dormant state. Tony interjected, furthermore, in the fleeting glimpse we just witnessed, the concentration of the blood sample injected into Abomination was only 145. I suspect that such a level would pose minimal threat to Banner. Yet Stark, you have not accounted for the fact that Blonsky was injected with the super soldier serum, Coulson countered. Dr. Banner developed this serum several years ago, and though our subsequent research revealed it to be significantly less effective than Dr. Erskine's original, it still holds some merit. Thus, we shall reserve judgment on the true capabilities of this Abomination, who has been infused with both the super soldier serum and Banner's blood. With that, Coulson surveyed the vast expanse of white space and discreetly gestured while others were preoccupied. Noticing his signal, Director Fury of the Black Ops Division quickly sprang into action, dispatching a new directive to Hawkeye, instructing him to monitor General Ross and investigate the whereabouts of Emil Blonsky. Before long, Hawkeye's report came back. According to the agent's intelligence, General Ross had contacted Emil Blonsky just yesterday and was assembling a formidable team, seemingly preparing for an overseas operation of considerable magnitude. Have they swiftly located Bruce Banner? Nick Fury pondered as he reviewed the intelligence relayed by Hawkeye. The agents in Brazil had been in constant contact with Coulson, and upon his return, it appeared that a word of caution for Banner was in order. As the monstrous Abomination emerged, soldiers within the building erupted into a frenzy of gunfire. Yet such aggression only incensed the creature further. It burst through the structure and descended upon the streets, wreaking havoc, even taunting General Ross from the vantage of a squadron of soldiers. The occupants aboard the aircraft were left in a state of shock as they watched the severed feed. But Bruce Banner was the first to regain his composure. "Let me go. I must intervene," he urged. Caught off guard by his fervor, Betty Ross swiftly restrained him. "Do you truly believe you can control the Hulk?" In response to his girlfriend's apprehension, Bruce shook his head. "It's not about control, it's about harnessing it. This force was forged by us all." Though he left the remainder of his thoughts unspoken, the implication rendered General Ross momentarily silent. After all, both the Hulk and Abomination were indeed born from his endeavors, and he bore the weight of that responsibility. After a brief hesitation, Ross commanded the pilot to descend the aircraft into the vicinity of the Abomination. However, Bruce countered this order, insisting they remain aloft while opening the rear hatch. Following a tender farewell kiss with Betty, Bruce unhesitatingly leaned back and plummeted towards the earth. Yet, it seemed he had miscalculated, even as he approached the ground. The Hulk showed no signs of emerging. Bruce opened his tightly shut eyes and instinctively muttered, "OSHT." In the next instant, his body crashed violently into the ground, creating a significant crater. "This must signify a successful transformation," exclaimed Stephen Strange, his eyes wide in disbelief. If a mere human were to leap unprotected from an aircraft, they would surely be reduced to a mangled mass, not carve out such a vast hole. Thor blinked in confusion. Is it not natural for one to create a crater upon a fall from such heights? Especially a valiant warrior like Banner. Why you seem so perplexed? Am I displaying odd behavior? Stephen Strange, known for his articulate banter, suddenly found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to elucidate the resilience of concrete to a being from Asgard. From the fractured earth, a massive green fist erupted, forcefully shattering the broken pavement. The owner of the fist, as if awakening from a deep slumber, released his grip and stretched out. On board the aircraft, Ross and his daughter were captivated by the unfolding scene, their eyes glued to the ground where the Hulk was slowly emerging. Amidst the chaos of the streets, the Hulk rose, fixated on the distant Abomination still rampaging, and unleashed a ferocious battle cry. Hulk heard a familiar roar. An Abomination responded with a roar of his own. "Excellent. You have finally emerged." This creature appeared to retain his sanity. Banner, witnessing the clarity in Abomination's words through the footage, widened his eyes in astonishment. Could it be that after injecting the super soldier serum and transforming into the Hulk, one could maintain lucidity? Is there such a possibility? Coulson glanced at the serum in his hand, still unadministered, and fell into deep contemplation. The two colossal monsters clashed like knights in combat, accelerating toward one another with increasing speed. Ultimately, they leapt and collided with tremendous force. However, the abomination, transformed from Blonsky, ultimately triumphed due to his superior combat experience, tackling the Hulk and hurling him into a burning passenger bus. After rolling several times on the ground, the Hulk regained his balance and, noticing Abomination's taunt, glanced at a nearby police car. With a mighty swing of his hand, he cleaved it in two, fashioning a pair of protective gauntlets. Abomination paid little heed to Hulk's use of equipment, but was taken aback when the Hulk, now adorned with gauntlets, exhibited newfound ferocity, easily toppling him and raining down furious blows upon his head. Despite this relentless assault, Abomination remained unfazed, leisurely spitting out a tooth and mockingly addressing the enraged Hulk. "Is this all you are capable of?" No sooner had he spoken than Abomination, who had been on the receiving end of the beating, suddenly kicked out, sending Hulk flying over 100 meters into a nearby building. "Wangdefa?" Stephen Strange exclaimed a curse, watching in disbelief as Hulk was sent sprawling. "This Abomination appears far stronger than your Hulk. Is this truly a monster born merely from your 14 concentration blood?" "Don't forget about that super soldier serum," Thor interjected, his face alight with battle fervor as he pounded his fists together. "I had no idea there were such formidable warriors in Midgard. Once we are out of this, I shall seek you out for a duel, Banner. What do you say?" Yet Bruce Banner paid no mind to his suggestion, fixating intently on the footage still unfolding on the screen. He had concluded that this Abomination was not only more rational than the Hulk, but also seemingly more powerful. How could he possibly defeat such an adversary? After sending Banner flying, Abomination charged onward, treating the walls of the building as though they were mere cardboard, leaping and scaling them with ease. As he crouched at the opening, searching for the Hulk's silhouette, General Ross's aircraft had already arrived behind him. At his command, the gunners began firing upon Abomination, attempting to provide support for the Hulk. Upon hearing the bullets whizzing past him, Abomination bellowed General Ross's name and accelerated, racing across the rooftop. Uncertain whether it was the gunners' overwhelming anxiety or the Abomination's swift movements, not a single bullet struck its target amidst the barrage. At that moment, Hulk, having awakened from his slumber in the refuse bin behind the building, witnessed the Abomination vaulting above him and the bullets whizzing past. With a thunderous roar, he leapt onto the rooftop. On the rooftop, the Abomination, while evading gunfire and sprinting wildly, occasionally glanced back at the helicopter hovering at a distance. Suddenly, it executed a sharp turn, charging towards the aircraft where General Ross and his entourage were situated. Observing this, Hulk hastened his advance, launching himself to intercept the Abomination just before it could collide with the helicopter, gripping its leg in an attempt to pull it down. However, he was a moment too late. The Abomination, even as it was dragged down, managed to grasp the helicopter's landing gear. The helicopter, akin to a small vessel in a tempestuous sea, swayed violently in the air as Hulk and the Abomination wrestled beneath it, a clash of one seeking retribution against Ross and the other defending his beloved. Regardless of the Abomination's ferocious attempts to strike Hulk, the latter clung to it tenaciously, like a relentless parasite. "I must make an emergency landing, sir," the pilot declared, unable to maintain the aircraft's balance, spiraling it downwards. This maneuver forcefully compressed the Abomination beneath the helicopter, using it as a cushion and carving a deep trench into the ground. Hulk was the first to touch down, slowly rising to his feet. He sighed softly upon seeing the wreckage of the helicopter, which had not exploded. Yet, as he relaxed momentarily, the Abomination, previously pinned beneath the aircraft, sprung back to life, charging at him once more. With a brutal force, the Abomination pinned Hulk against the wall, its bony protrusions digging into his chest. Observing the anguish etched on Hulk's face, it sneered mockingly, "You are unworthy of such power. Stand there and watch her perish." Upon hearing this, Hulk's gaze sharpened. He noticed fuel seeping from the side of the helicopter, quickly saturating the ground nearby. As a spark ignited from the wreckage, the fuel ignited, engulfing the entire aircraft in flames. The heat wave and ash from the blaze swept towards Hulk and the Abomination. As Hulk beheld the inferno consuming the helicopter, a fierce green glow emanated from his eyes, his expression morphing into one of fury. He swiftly reversed the tide, toppling the Abomination to the ground. With a few strides forward, he slammed his palms together with great force. The shockwave generated by his clap resembled a powerful blast, not only toppling those within the helicopter, but also extinguishing the raging inferno engulfing the aircraft. The audience in the live stream was once again awestruck by Banner's formidable display, exclaiming in disbelief. Peter Parker remarked, "How is this even possible?" A mere clap of hands generated a gust of wind potent enough to extinguish the flames of burning oil. Reed Richards remarked, "Logically speaking, isolating air can indeed extinguish burning oil. However, in that scene, the amount of ignited fuel was substantial. To completely eliminate all air from the oil surface while extinguishing, it would necessitate creating a vacuum-like condition, which would also endanger the lives of those aboard the aircraft. Yet, General Ross and the other soldiers did not exhibit any signs of asphyxiation, which is quite perplexing." Tony Stark, resting his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, his expression marked by uncertainty. Could it be that Hulk, during the hand clap, released a certain energy that created a shockwave, thus cutting off the oxygen? Reed Richards conceded, "That is indeed a possibility." Nick Fury, observing the astonishing performance of Banner on the screen, nodded in satisfaction, his resolve to recruit Bruce Banner into S.H.I.E. The strengthening. He considered, should we bring Betty Ross into the agency? Nick pondered, realizing that he and Coulson shared the same insight. Bruce Banner's Achilles heel was indeed Betty. In contrast to the discussions taking place in the live broadcast, Loki, far away in Asgard, gazed at Hulk's figure on the screen and recalled the earlier imagery of himself being tossed around, his brow furrowing in concern. With so many extraordinary beings emerging in Midgard, should friction arise in the future, how might I suppress them? Loki began to contemplate the powers he currently possessed, glancing down at the ornate armor adorning his left hand, his fingers dancing as a deep purple glow of energy flickered between them. He had no desire to endure a beating akin to that depicted in the imagery, only to be mocked thereafter. The footage continued to play. As the flames surrounding the helicopter were extinguished, Hulk had no time to relax before the Abomination, rising once more, launched a surprise attack with a massive meteor hammer fashioned from a boulder bound by iron chains. Disregarding the fallen Hulk, the Abomination, eyeing General Ross and his daughter emerging from the aircraft, sneered while brandishing two meteor hammers made of chains and stone, taunting, "General, do you have any last words?" After delivering a scornful taunt, the Abomination spun and accelerated the chains in preparation for a lethal strike against the Ross duo. Witnessing this, Hulk scrambled to his feet, letting out a thunderous roar. Hulk smash. He then slammed both fists into the ground. As his fists struck the earth, a powerful shockwave surged from beneath, racing towards the Abomination. The ground fissured dramatically in its wake. The crack raced towards the Abomination, causing it to lose footing, with one foot plunging into the chasm. The spinning chains slipped from its grasp, soaring into the sky, not only missing General Ross, but also striking its own head, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, as the Abomination was momentarily stunned, Hulk leapt forward and grasped a heavy iron chain on the ground, securing it tightly around the creature's throat. No matter how fiercely it struggled, Hulk maintained an unyielding grip on the chain. Soon, the once formidable Abomination found itself gasping for breath, its resistance dwindling until it began to roll its eyes back in distress. Just as Hulk prepared to deliver the final blow and eliminate the threat for good, a familiar voice interrupted him. "Stop." It was Betty's voice. Hulk's bloodthirsty mind hesitated upon hearing her, and as he regained his composure, he glanced at Betty and finally took in the chaotic scene around him. Although General Ross's troops had arrived late, they had swiftly controlled the vicinity, and a squad of police officers in black uniforms had also shown up, weapons drawn and aimed at Hulk. Surveying the surroundings, Hulk released his grip on the iron chain and, after letting out a roar to demonstrate his immense power, he kicked the severely weakened Abomination towards General Ross's feet. Unfortunately, a new helicopter had already arrived on the scene, and under the glare of its searchlights, Bruce Banner, transformed into the Hulk, bid a brief farewell to Betty before leaping away. As the green giant evaded the beams of light while fleeing, the viewers in the live broadcast let out collective sighs. Tony Stark placed a comforting hand on Banner's shoulder. Wanda Maximoff remarked, "Everything has been resolved." But why did the Hulk leave so abruptly? Weren't you supposed to enjoy a happy life with Aunt Betty? Doctor Strange interjected, "It is a noble thought, but sadly, after such an incident, the two lovers cannot remain together." The extensive destruction in New York means that even if General Ross were to turn a blind eye, the military would not tolerate Hulk's presence. Peter Parker countered, "But how could that be? Dr. Banner just defeated such a formidable villain. The military should be grateful to him." Loki Odinson scoffed, "Grateful? You mortals are truly naive. Humanity thrives on conflict. If I were the leader of that military, having such a powerful being on my territory would keep me awake at night. If I could not control him completely, I would surely seek to eliminate him. Should Banner choose to stay, he would find himself ensnared by the military, putting all his loved ones, including his girlfriend, in the line of scrutiny or provocation. Over time, they would undoubtedly face new reprisals. In such a scenario, it would only endanger Betty. Upon hearing this, Peter finally understood, nodding in realization. So Dr. Banner chose to leave, solely to protect his girlfriend's safety. At this moment, Tony turned to Coulson, raising his head, and remarked, "This next endeavor should fall to you, wouldn't it? Banner will eventually stand united with everyone. I recall seeing you boast about the future, yet now you remain silent." Coulson narrowed his eyes and suddenly broke into a smile, leaving Tony momentarily taken aback. "So, Dr. Banner, would you be willing to join us? To be frank, we can manage everything on the military front." Bruce Banner regarded Coulson's invitation with hesitation, shaking his head after a moment. "I think it might be best to wait a little longer. The system has just granted me the ability to control the Hulk, and I want to test whether I can lead a tranquil life." Coulson did not press further in light of Banner's refusal. Instead, he presented a business card with a mysterious smile. "Very well, Dr. Banner, we respect your decision. Here's my card. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, feel free to reach out." Unforeseen circumstances? Banner felt an inexplicable jolt at Coulson's words, but accepted the card nonetheless. A thought surfacing in his mind. "I should move after I get back." Chapter 32. The end of the first live broadcast. Accidental injury, just as the discussion continued. The previously darkened screen suddenly illuminated once more. "Is there new information?" Tony asked in confusion, drawing everyone's attention again. The screen brightened, revealing a disheartened General Ross seated in a bar, nursing a drink while intermittently puffing on a cigar. As he called for more alcohol, the bar's door swung open, and a figure clad in a sharp suit stepped into the light. "The taste of stale beer and failure is palpable. I had long warned you that the termination of the Super Soldier program was not without reason." A familiar, languid voice resonated from the screen, and the suited man turned around to reveal none other than the well-known Tony Stark. "Surely, there is no shadow of you behind, Ross. Arms Tycoon?" Strange raised an eyebrow at the sight. "It appears I have conjured up something again. Stop slandering me." Tony Stark frowned at the image of himself on the screen, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease. "Listen to me." The Tony Stark on the screen stared intently at General Ross, his expression grave. "We are organizing an alliance." "Who is we?" Ross asked, furrowing his brow. Tony did not respond to his question, merely maintaining a calm gaze upon General Ross. Could this be the inception of our future Avengers alliance? As the screen gradually dimmed, Tony stroked his chin and slowly mused. "However, I am quite curious about when I became involved with the Avengers Initiative, considering I have yet to engage with your organization." As he concluded, he turned to Coulson. "Wait, you Haven T really planted a spy beside me, have you, and brainwashed me in the future?" Coulson, no longer wishing to engage with Stark, simply closed his eyes in silence. "Wait, it seems there's more," Banner suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone towards the screen suspended in midair, which indeed transformed to reveal new imagery. Deep within the snow-clad mountains, a large truck was moving slowly. Moments later, a robustly built man jumped down from the vehicle, and under the truck driver's meaningful gaze, he shouldered his luggage and skis, venturing towards the snowy peaks. The man trudged along the ridge of the mountain, weary from the exertion. He set down his burdens and continued on foot until he reached a vast white plain. Gazing up at the swirling auroras above, he sorrowfully removed his sunglasses and hat, unveiling his identity. It was Bruce Banner. In a state of despair, Banner lay on the ground, haunted by the image of Betty, bloodied and lifeless, before he painfully closed his eyes. He retrieved a handgun concealed at his waist, steadily disengaging the safety. "Dr. Banner, you cannot be contemplating suicide." Peter Parker cried out in concern. Strange inquired, was that flashback a reflection of reality or merely a figment of imagination? Reed Richards speculated, could it be that he lost control and harmed his girlfriend? Tony, upon hearing Reed's suggestion, quickly refuted, that's impossible. Banner has been evading military pursuit. How could he possibly return to see Betty? It must be an illusion. Turning to Banner, he added, do not dwell on this. The future has yet to unfold, and you still have a chance to alter it. Listening to Stark's worried words, Banner slowly nodded, clenched his fists, and replied, rest assured, I remain rational. I am merely pondering whether the despair I expressed in the first vision about contemplating suicide pertains to this future. Coulson and Thor paused, recalling the moment Banner had shared aboard the spacecraft. Thor remarked, so you truly contemplated ending your life? I had thought that was merely a fabrication conjured by Loki's magic. He delights in manipulating others and spinning tales. I remember when you were 8. Silence, Thor. Loki interjected. Hey brother, why so bashful? I recall you took great pleasure in deceiving the guards regarding their wives. Thor teased. I command you to be quiet, Loki said, covering his face in exasperation. Although he had indeed committed such acts, being publicly exposed by Thor felt akin to a public execution. Banner, gripping the gun, took several deep breaths. Just as he prepared to act, his eyes suddenly transformed to a vibrant green. In the next moment, he beheld his own hands morphing into Hulk's massive arms, the revolver now resembling a mere toy in his palm. With a roar, Hulk crushed the handgun, gunfire erupting in tandem with his bellow, echoing across the heavens. In the following instant, Hulk's colossal form leaped into the air, triggering a tremendous avalanche that swept away the snow from his previous position, revealing the solid ice hidden beneath the layers of snow. In the midst of ambiguity, a shield adorned with vibrant colors materialized on the screen, only to vanish in an instant as the collapsing snow-capped mountain once again enveloped the fractured ice. That is Captain America's shield, exclaimed Coulson and Nick Fury in unison. It became clear why the initial question mentioned Banner. It was the catalyst for the discovery of Captain America, revealing an intriguing layer to the narrative. How fortuitous! Tony Stark, with an expression of incredulity, shook his head. Banner, your casual wanderings lead to the revelation of Captain America. The dimensional broadcast has concluded. The next session will take place in 1 week, during which there will be personnel changes in the broadcast room. Upcoming live stream previews include Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, Homecoming, and Thor. Please claim your rewards from this broadcast promptly. If you leave the live stream without doing so, it will be considered a forfeiture of your rewards. Thank you for your viewership. We shall meet again soon. A reminder sounded, indicating that all participants would be forcibly exited from the space in 5 minutes, with a countdown of 459 seconds. Upon hearing the system's notification, the attendees ceased their discussions. Tony Stark gestured in the air, as if manipulating something unseen. Coulson, no longer hesitating, injected the super soldier serum into his body and reached forward, retrieving an object resembling a grotesque Rubik's Cube from the void. Well then, until next time. With that, Coulson waved his hand and was the first to vanish from the live stream. Tony and Banner exchanged contact information and bid farewell to Thor before exiting the broadcast together. Oh, this live stream was far too brief. I didn't get my fill. Peter Parker lamented in the chat channel, but before he could continue, he received a notification that the live stream had closed due to all hosts disappearing. With a whoosh, the large screen that had hovered in his room vanished in an instant. On the private jet, Tony reappeared, heavily landing on the sofa. The wine glass he had brought into the live stream fell to the ground, producing a sharp clink. Don't move. Raise your hands. Before Tony could fully comprehend the situation, he heard a familiar shout accompanied by a gun pointed at his forehead. In that life-or-death moment, he instinctively activated his newly acquired ability. It was as if a brilliant gem exploded in his vision. Tony's pupils were instantaneously dyed the same hue, and under the weight of his newfound power, everything around him slowed down. Or perhaps it was his own movements that had accelerated to an astonishing degree. In a single bound, he leaped, his toes barely grazing the ground as he crossed over 4 meters, his body leaving a trail of afterimages as he surged towards the gunman. Snatching the weapon from his grasp, an elbow strike landed squarely on the assailant's face, silencing the words he had yet to utter. Thank goodness. James Rhodes barely managed to utter half a sentence before Tony's elbow rendered him unconscious. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tony Stark suddenly realized that he may have misdirected his call. After disappearing for over 4 hours, Bruce Banner reappeared in the room, and his adopted dog, having missed its master for so long, joyfully rushed to greet him. After indulging in a brief play session with the puppy, Banner wearily reclined on the bed, suddenly feeling an uncomfortable object in his pants pocket. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it was the business card previously handed to him by Coulson, with a phone number inscribed on the back in Tony's scratchy handwriting. So, everything that just transpired was not a mere figment of his imagination. With a soft murmur, Banner lay back and gazed at the grimy ceiling, a look of relief spreading across his face. Chapter 33. A future altered by live broadcast within the desolate confines of an abandoned factory, Coulson's figure reemerged. The ever-enthusiastic Melinda May, who had been waiting at the location, hurriedly approached him with a beaming smile, inquiring about the experience of being chosen by mysterious forces. Although she had not entered the live broadcast room, a small screen at the site had allowed her to glimpse the forthcoming revelations. Having been injected with the super soldier serum, Coulson, now slightly taller than before, smiled steadily. It's fantastic. I feel imbued with a sense of strength, don't you think? As he spoke, Coulson's expression suddenly shifted, his gaze darting toward a corner of the factory. Someone's here. Impossible. After you left, I dispatched the special forces back. There shouldn't be anyone here, May exclaimed. Just then, she witnessed Coulson's right hand manipulating a peculiar cube, which emitted a bolt of lightning toward the direction of his focus. In an instant, accompanied by a muffled groan, a figure clad in special forces attire collapsed limply to the ground from behind a pillar. Coulson and May swiftly drew their weapons and rushed over. However, they soon realized that the previously convulsing soldier was now utterly still, a noxious odor wafting from his lifeless form. Potassium cyanide. The two were no strangers to such potent toxins, and as they gazed at the deceased soldier, their brows knitted in concern. Clearly, this individual appeared to be an undercover agent, but which faction had sent him? Without time for further contemplation, they swiftly received a message from Fury instructing them to return to headquarters immediately, prompting their departure from the factory. Hey, buddy, do you have any idea how long I searched for you? I was about to dismantle this plane, and then you show up and strike me with a punch rod. Blood trickling from his nose onto his shirt, lamented as he reclined on the sofa, towel pressed against his face. Although he had indulged a bit too much in drink that day, the news of Tony's disappearance for nearly 3 hours jolted him awake, prompting an immediate search throughout the aircraft. This led to the earlier incident of him aiming a firearm at Tony. Holding his nose, Rhodey suddenly sat up straight, gazing curiously at Tony, whose expression was awkward. But seriously, what was that back there? Your speed. He gestured. Even the best in the Marine Corps wouldn't possess the reaction time you just displayed. Have you invented something new? Tony shook his head, shrouded in secrecy. Trade secret. I cannot divulge anything at the moment. Rhodey chuckled helplessly at this. That truly does not align with your typical style, you bastard. I thought you were bursting with words. As he spoke, he noticed a certain melancholy in Tony's demeanor and gradually withdrew his smile. I feel like you've changed after disappearing for a few hours. Perhaps, Tony mused, gazing out at the drifting clouds, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Before long, the plane landed in Afghanistan. Rhodey, still adjusting to the time difference, received orders from his superiors to showcase new weaponry to the military alongside Tony Stark. just as depicted in the footage they had previously viewed. Tony's Jericho missile left all the generals present thoroughly impressed. However, they found it peculiar that the usually greedy Tony Stark refrained from exploiting the situation, merely selling the Jericho missiles they had brought to the military. Several times, Rhodey attempted to nudge Tony towards pricing, but the throng of high-ranking officers surrounding Tony made it impossible for him, a mere lieutenant colonel, to interject. It wasn't until the weapons demonstration concluded that Rhodey finally seized an opportunity to approach Stark, who was preparing to leave in a jeep. "Tony, today's demonstration was indeed a success. I think you might want to, Rhodey, I'm tired. Let's discuss certain matters when we return. Also, you can't ride in this vehicle today." Wearing sunglasses and exuding an air of leisure, as if on holiday in Hawaii, Tony gestured to the senior officers behind him. "Oh, and don't say I didn't warn you. That batch of Jericho missiles is our only remaining stock. If you want them, you'd best compete with them for a lot." Observing his friend's lackluster expression, Rhodey hesitated for a long moment before slowly nodding. "All right, see you at the base." Tony non-committally nodded and gradually rolled up the car window. The convoy formed a long line heading toward the base. On the way, Tony was far more animated than the footage had portrayed, especially when interacting with the 3 soldiers who had sacrificed their lives to protect him. He eagerly posed for photos with them. Yet, just as the shutter clicked, the enemy attack commenced as anticipated. With a thunderous explosion, the pickup truck ahead was sent soaring into the air. Enemy attack. "Jimmy, protect Mr. Stark." As the 2 officers in front, a man and a woman, prepared to leap from the vehicle with their weapons, they suddenly felt Tony's hands firmly pressing down on their shoulders. "Stay in the car." After casually uttering those words, Tony calmly opened the door. Gazing at the hail of bullets and shells raining down upon him, he slowly removed his sunglasses, and an overwhelming sense of excitement and combat spirit surged in his eyes. "Come on!" A thunderous shout echoed as gray-white threads materialized around Tony, accompanied by the sound of clashing steel. Suddenly, an 18-meter-tall, gray-white mobile warrior, a Gundam, emerged in the vast wilderness before him. Good Lord, what on earth is that? The armed militants in the distance, who were firing their weapons, stared in bewilderment at the colossal figure that had suddenly appeared, momentarily forgetting to continue their assault. The scene was truly breathtaking. Not only were the militants stunned, but even the U.S. soldiers retaliating nearby were taken aback by the sight of such a massive robot, raising their guns in its direction. "Hey, fellas, don't be alarmed. I'm Tony Stark." Tony's figure appeared in the cockpit of the Freedom Gundam, looking at the optical projector that had already initiated and displayed the external scene on the screen before him. He pressed the button to activate the transformation armor. The sound of the engine igniting filled the air, and the originally gray Gundam began to change color, its massive wings that had been folded behind it suddenly unfurling, resembling a descending angel with 10 wings. "Is this what an angel looks like?" Jimmy in the cockpit murmured, captivated, as he watched the Freedom Gundam soar into the sky, flames erupting from its wings. As Tony piloted the Gundam, he felt the system transferring all the knowledge and abilities required to operate it into his mind, making the control as effortless as using a regular computer. The cameras of the Freedom Gundam automatically captured the expressions of the armed militants behind the mound, their faces reflecting shock and fear, which were projected on the screen. Recognizing their familiar attire, Tony slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his gaze transformed into a brilliant spectrum of colors. "Now it's my turn." The Sirius laser rifle was raised, and a green beam shot forth from the barrel. Under its power, the capabilities of the Freedom Gundam were unleashed flawlessly. The slender laser struck precisely beside the militants, unleashing a tremendous explosion that was completely disproportionate to the laser's initial impact, creating a powerful shockwave that stirred up a colossal sandstorm. As the dust settled, the small mound that had previously served as cover for the militants was utterly obliterated, leaving only a massive crater emitting black smoke. "What the hell is this?" The U.S. military officers who had been monitoring the battle since the Gundam's arrival watched in awe at the extensive destruction caused by the Freedom Gundam's casual strike, erupting into exclamations of disbelief. Countless personnel flooded the communication channels with questions directed at the soldiers on the ground. demanding to know what had transpired and the origin of that colossal machine. The spectators were already profoundly shaken, let alone those on the battlefield, particularly the armed militants who stood as adversaries. Observing the vast crater not far away, the remaining militants trembled as if caught in a tempest. To ensure the success of their mission, they had brought over 100 men, equipped with an array of heavy weaponry, including various artillery and missile support. Initially, they believed this would merely be a minor terrorist attack, something they could easily accomplish. Yet, upon witnessing the chaos, they were left bewildered. The rocket launcher hastily set up on the small hill had yet to fire when it was obliterated by the steel giant. Half of the militants sent soaring into the sky by the searing laser. How could they continue the fight now? Satan, this is Satan. Run. Lucifer has emerged from hell to claim us. As the armed men regained their senses, they shouted the names of their respective dark lords in frantic panic, fleeing in all directions. Some even discarded their weapons entirely to hasten their escape. Observing their retreat, Tony reattached his laser rifle to his side and, with a burst of acceleration, soared low to pursue them, capturing several of the assailants before ascending into the sky once more. Meanwhile, the American soldiers, having been momentarily stunned, quickly organized a counterattack, pursuing the remaining militants. With a massive mechanical hand, Tony seized a captive, suspending them in midair. Within minutes, he extracted the location of the militants' camp and, guided by their directions, flew towards the valley. Chapter 34. The Rescue of Ethan. The Power of the Father High Above Afghanistan. A white and blue steel giant raced through the skies at an incredible speed. Inside the relatively cramped cockpit of the giant mech, Ethan, dressed in a tattered suit and looking pale, surveyed his surroundings with a childlike curiosity. Observing his astonishment, Tony chuckled as he maneuvered the controls. What do you think, Ethan? Isn't this magnificent? It's hard to believe this is a product of current human technology, Tony. I never imagined that, after just 10 years apart, you would have reached such heights. As he spoke, Ethan's smile turned bittersweet, a self-deprecating acknowledgement of his own dismal years, during which he had even been kidnapped to serve as a medic. He had grown somewhat numb to his circumstances, but was jolted back to reality when the cave suddenly began to tremble violently, accompanied by the sound of explosions outside. Moments later, several terrified militants burst in, forcibly escorting him outside. Upon witnessing the colossal mech hovering in the air, Ethan was momentarily taken aback, finally understanding why the militants had been quaking in fear. Yet before he could ponder further, the robot suddenly grasped him, its chest armor opening to gently deposit him inside. At that moment, he realized that the robot was, in fact, the creation of Tony Stark. Earlier, during his meal, he had overheard the ruffians discussing a planned attack, stating their intention to annihilate a squad of American soldiers, among whom was a prominent arms dealer. To his astonishment, the arms dealer they referred to was none other than Tony himself. Ethan swiftly connected the dots, grasping the truth of the situation. Recalling the terrifying scene of the colossal robot unleashing its firepower upon the ground as they departed, he was momentarily engulfed by a surreal sense of disorientation. Had the notorious armed thugs in the area truly been eradicated so completely? Where do we go from here? Observing the rapidly retreating white clouds outside the cockpit, Ethan suddenly inquired of Tony. Now, back to the United States. Ethan, I owe you much, and this time, allow me to repay you properly. Meanwhile, as Tony wreaked havoc in Afghanistan, the still unnamed SHIELD received live satellite footage of the event. Witnessing the performance of the Freedom Gundam, which resembled a god of war, Nick Fury and the returning Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, fell into a contemplative silence. A self-absorbed egotist had acquired a creation surpassing the current capabilities of humanity, which was entirely beyond their control. Let us set aside the matter of Tony Stark for now. We shall seek him out in a few days. Additionally, have we uncovered any information regarding Strange S' identity? Fury asked, shutting off the tablet and glancing at Natasha. Please don't tell me he is just an ordinary individual. With a resigned shrug, Natasha replied, the only information available is this. I've verified it numerous times. He indeed does not exhibit any extraordinary traits, at least not at this moment. Fury leaned on the table, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowing in thought. As the system screen powered down, the denizens of the divine realm gradually dispersed. Today, they had collectively witnessed extraordinary miracles and glimpsed their future. Father, I have returned. With the hall nearly empty, the long-absent Thor reappeared, excitedly lifting the hammer from the ground and calling out to Odin, "You cannot imagine this power." Before he could finish his declaration, a surge of blue electricity coursed through his body, causing him to convulse briefly before collapsing weakly to the floor, unconscious. A sly smile crept across Loki's face as he recalled the punishment the system had imposed when Thor answered incorrectly, the stripping of the god of thunder's powers for a month. Odin, observing his clumsy son, shook his head in disbelief and, with Frigga's assistance, made his way toward the chamber of slumber. Loki cast a fleeting glance at Thor, who was being supported by the three warriors of Asgard, before shaking his head and following in Odin's footsteps. Once I enter into slumber, I entrust Loki with the governance of Asgard, and Thor, upon awakening, must be closely monitored. I have sensed that while the power of the god of thunder within him is subdued, remnants of Odin's might still linger. At present, he is unable to harness this power. We must not allow him to run amok. Frigga nodded in acknowledgement of my request. I anticipate that this period of slumber will not be prolonged, for there is a matter I need to ascertain. As Odin approached the entrance to the chamber of slumber, he glanced back at his younger son, who followed him with a demeanor of earnestness. His lips quivered as if to utter something, yet he refrained from speaking, instead handing over his eternal spear. "Loki, do not disappoint me." Loki promptly stowed away his own spear and accepted the long staff, emblematic of his father's royal status. Bowing his head gently, "Rest assured, father." Odin, satisfied, nodded and lay upon the golden bed, closing his eyes. A radiant barrier unfurled around him, enveloping his form, while a soft golden light swirled within the confines of the shield like a delicate mist. Frigga embraced her younger son's shoulders, elucidating the nature of the father's power. When your father can no longer withstand the surging force of the father's power, he will enter slumber to dissipate some of that energy, alleviating the strain on his body. Loki, your father is aging. I understand your resentment towards him, yet he has never overlooked you. Loki slowly shook his head. "Do not worry, mother. After what has transpired, I have come to understand and accept that this universe is vast, and our threats extend far beyond these mere 9 realms. You should tend to Thor. He has been stripped of his power, and is likely in the most unstable and painful state now." Frigga nodded in agreement, casting one last glance at Odin, who lay in deep slumber, before departing with her handmaiden. Long after the queen's exit, Loki remained quietly in the chamber until he finally stepped out. Once he departed, the faint golden barrier vanished without notice, and Odin, having rested for half a day, slowly opened his eyes, fixating intently on the ceiling. Within the room, a transport ray of green light materialized, and sensing Odin's awakening, Queen Frigga magically appeared, hastening to support him. "Why has this slumber ended so swiftly?" she inquired, observing the weariness etched upon Odin's face. As the golden battle armor dissipated like smoke, Odin, with Frigga's assistance, stood up, donning a golden robe anew. "In truth, when the system stripped the father's power from me, my body had already begun to recover significantly." Frigga furrowed her brow upon hearing this. "Yet I sense—" Odin nodded in affirmation. "You are not mistaken. The fundamental essence of the ancestral power within the father's force is indeed lacking. The strength of this legacy grows with each passing transmission, compounded by the faith of the Aesir in their king, thus forming the father's power. As time progresses, this power will only grow stronger. However, when Thor first acquired the power of the Allfather, I perceived that the portion of that divine essence bestowed upon me by my father had been stripped away." Odin's expression bore a hint of peculiarity. I could sense that the essence still lingered, subtly amplifying within Thor's being. Yet, when I endeavored to communicate with that power through my royal authority, every attempt vanished into silence, yielding no response. Strangely, although the Allfather's power within Thor grew at an exceedingly slow pace, it was not strength that increased, but rather the essence itself. Strength is birthed from the essence. Thus, it stands to reason that one day, should Thor ascend to the throne of the All-Father, the power within him will become the mightiest of our lineage. Odin gazed at his wife beside him, a smile gracing his aged visage. Perhaps this day is not too distant in the future. The elderly couple gently clasped each other's hands, strolling down the corridor to behold the nocturnal splendor of Asgard. Chapter 35. The benevolent father and filial son of Asgard. Just as the elderly couple reveled in their tender moments, a sudden commotion arose below, and amidst the clamor, they discerned Thor's voice. It appeared that our son was not having a particularly fortunate day. "It seems our son is rather troubled today," Frigga remarked with a gentle smile, adjusting Odin's regal attire and patting his hand. "Go on, do not always wield your authority as the king to intimidate them. Occasionally, be a father." Odin nodded, giving a couple of light pats on the queen's back, and, under Frigga's watchful gaze, he proceeded toward the staircase. Meanwhile, within Odin's treasure vault, Thor and several companions were present alongside Loki. Upon witnessing the lifeless forms of two frost giants sprawled upon the icy ground, Thor, filled with rage, kicked at the remnants of a fallen frost giant, furiously pacing within the vault. Various forces in the cosmos seemed intent on encroaching upon the nine realms. The Chitauri, Thanos, and now even the Jotun dared invade our Asgardian treasury, slaughtering our soldiers. With gritted teeth, Thor turned to his companions, raising a finger to the ground. They must pay in blood for their transgressions. Loki observed Thor's fervor with a calm demeanor, leaning upon the eternal spear, withholding any commentary. He understood better than anyone present how these frost giants had come to Asgard. They had already paid with their lives. At the corridor's end, Odin's voice resonated, and upon sighting his figure, all present bowed in reverence. "Father." Loki respectfully returned the eternal spear to Odin. However, upon gazing at the weapon, Odin shook his head, pushing it back into Loki's hands, and continued toward Thor. "The destroyer has fulfilled its duty. The treasure remains intact." "Intact? Father, they breached our armory. Should we simply overlook them if they had seized any of our treasures?" Thor's defiance was evident, for in his view, any realm bold enough to display disloyalty toward Asgard ought to be conquered. Moreover, he now possesses the Odin's power bestowed by his father. Even though the might of the thunder god within him is currently suppressed, he remains confident that these insignificant foes shall not pose a challenge. Upon hearing the fervor in his son's voice, Odin shook his head in distress. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Hela. Why does their lineage harbor such a penchant for warfare? They have already provoked us, and, as the king of Asgard, Thor continues to lament. It is abruptly interrupted by the furious Odin's resounding declaration, "You are not yet a king." The atmosphere fell silent, save for a slight twitch at Loki's lips, his gaze darting between Odin and Thor. After a moment of stillness, witnessing Odin's opposition to his warlike intentions, Thor let out a disdainful snort and departed first. Observing his son's immaturity, Odin sat down on the steps, enveloped in silence for a long while. Eventually, he beckoned to Loki, who remained in the treasury, signaling him to join him. "Loki, you must have harbored grievances against me as a father for quite some time." For the first time, Odin, as the God King, set aside his lofty demeanor, engaging with his son in a heartfelt conversation and formally disclosing Loki's true heritage. Noticing the astonished expression on his adopted son's face, Odin grasped Loki's hand, his demeanor heavy with sorrow. "I once envisioned a future where you and Thor would each reign as kings, one over Jotunheim and the other over Asgard. I hoped that through you, the two realms could unite, fostering everlasting peace. However, I ultimately relinquished that foolish notion. Loki, you're my son." Odin embraced Loki's shoulders, his voice imbued with deep emotion. Given the prior warnings during today's broadcast, Loki did not react with the frantic outrage that might have characterized his earlier timeline upon learning of his extraordinary lineage. Yet, astonishment and disappointment were inescapable. Nevertheless, having witnessed the impending calamity of the future, Loki found himself less eager for the throne of Asgard than he had been before. If Ragnarok were not averted, even a being as formidable as Odin could fall, could he not? As the two remained silent in the armory, a guard rushed in, visibly agitated. "Your Majesty, trouble brews." Heimdall reports that Prince Thor has stormed Jotunheim with 3 warriors and Sif. "What?" Odin exclaimed, rising swiftly. He acutely understood the formidable strength of the frost giants. Even when Asgard's entire army had once been mobilized, they had failed to eradicate the ice giants completely. How could Thor, with merely 4 or 5 companions, dare to breach the enemy's stronghold? "Father." Upon hearing the guard's report, Loki hurriedly returned the eternal spear to Odin, simultaneously summoning his divine armor and his own eternal spear. "Thor fights alone. He is surely in great peril. We must hasten to his aid." Expressing concern for Thor, it is undoubtedly true that Loki has resorted to deceit. However, his worries are genuine. He fears that Laufey, the king of the frost giants, might divulge their conspiracy to infiltrate Odin's treasure vault. Contemplating this, a shadow of gloom enveloped Loki's eyes. It was high time to eliminate Laufey, for only the dead can keep secrets. Meanwhile, Thor, increasingly frustrated and feeling the weight of his predicament, embarked on a quest to Jotunheim with his 4 companions, forming a formidable 5-man team to confront the monstrous foes. Yet, upon facing the frost giants, they found themselves ensnared in a grueling battle. The frigid climate of Jotunheim significantly enhanced the frost giants' combat prowess, while severely diminishing the state of Thor and his allies, particularly as they were all melee fighters. Engaging with the frost giants proved to be a dire challenge. They not only had to shield themselves from the biting cold, but also withstand the sheer strength of their adversaries. The struggle intensified when one of the valiant trio, Vostag, sustained a wound from a frost giant's icy grip. Thor soon realized that his once invincible MJ, Mjolnir, had lost much of its potency. Though it appeared that his strength remained intact, he was drawing solely upon Odin's power within him. When the world is happening, I once wielded a fraction of my father's strength. I felt so powerful in that live stream. Why do I feel so feeble now? Suddenly, as he unleashed a vast electric field that sent nearby frost giants hurtling away, Thor felt an emptiness within him. The hammer grew heavier in his grasp, causing him to stagger. "Thor, be careful." Just as he half-kneeled to recuperate some energy, he heard Sif's urgent cry. Turning his gaze, he beheld an enormous frost giant barreling towards him with alarming speed. Each of the giant's strides sent tremors through the ground, and as it approached, shards of ice danced across the surface beside Thor. Hogun and Vandal rushed to assist, wielding their mace and sword in a valiant attempt to halt the advancing giant. Yet, their efforts were as futile as a gnat challenging a boulder. The charging frost giant effortlessly sent them flying, spilling their blood midair. Witnessing his friends suffer injuries in their attempt to protect him ignited a fierce rage within Thor. He unleashed a mighty roar, his eyes once again ablaze with electric fury, raising the increasingly burdensome MJ Mjolnir skyward. A torrent of thunder coalesced around the hammer, and after a brief moment of gathering power, Thor swung it forward, unleashing a devastating strike upon the colossal frost giant. The thunderous onslaught effortlessly obliterated all foes before him, clearing a path through the chaos. However, after executing this feat, Thor could no longer maintain his grip on MJ Mjolnir, which clattered to the ground. The system had not only stripped him of his godly power, but had also temporarily revoked MJ Mjolnir's recognition of him. Had it not been for the authority bestowed upon him by Odin's power, Thor would have been incapable of lifting the hammer even in Asgard. However, as the power of Odin within him was temporarily exhausted, Thor found himself unable to wield MJ Mjolnir any longer. Observing the disheveled appearance of the 5-member team, the frost giant Laufey descended from his throne with a mocking smile, gazing down at the kneeling Thor. "You wish to wage war, reveling in displays of strength, Odin's son. You truly act like a reckless child. I take solace in the fact that Asgard has such an heir," he taunted. With a wave of his hand, a frost giant approached Thor, a cruel grin adorning his face as an icy blade formed in his grasp. "This is where it ends, little princess of the Aesir." At Laufey's signal, the frost giant, eyes filled with malice, aimed the icy blade at the exhausted Thor on the ground. Sif and the others screamed in horror. But they were powerless against the frost giant's grip, unable to rescue Thor as they watched the blade descend upon him. Yet at that moment, a vibrant rainbow bridge descended from the heavens, shattering the intent of the frost giant to slay Thor into fragments. As the rainbow bridge dissipated, Odin, riding his 8-legged steed, and Loki, adorned in splendid armor, stood before Thor. "Father, we must eradicate them completely," Thor shouted urgently, calling for his father's support, only to be met with Odin's furious command, "Silence." Ice rose beneath Laufey, lifting him from his throne to glide beside Odin, gradually elevating to match his height. Facing the blood-red eyes of the frost giant king, Odin spoke coldly, "Cease hostilities at once, Laufey. Prevent any further innocent bloodshed." "Cease fire?" Laufey's face contorted in disdain. "Father of the gods, your son instigated this war. It is rather late for negotiations now. Moreover," Laufey sneered, casting a glance at Odin, "your vigor seems diminished from days of old. It appears this kind of air has drained your strength considerably." Hearing the taunt, Thor gritted his teeth and rose. "Laufey, I will tear you apart." Laufey dismissed Thor with a contemptuous glance and continued to address Odin. "As you can see, Father of the gods, your son has shattered the peace. Thus, he shall receive the war and death he desires." At that moment, Laufey's right hand clenched, a sharp shard of ice materializing in his palm. With a fierce thrust toward Odin's aged visage, he attempted to strike. Yet, as his motion progressed halfway, he froze in place, a purple glimmer illuminating the scene as Laufey was abruptly flung into the air, his body losing control. Loki ascended gently, having manipulated Laufey's form with his mind, propelling him away. As Laufey was sent sprawling, Loki's luminous purple eyes flickered before he gestured once more, commanding 3 massive blocks of ice to hurl toward Laufey, relentlessly battering him back. "Damn it, who are you?" As Loki, clad in black armor that concealed all but his violet eyes, gripped the long-handled axe in his hand, the king of the ice giants, Laufey, let out a furious roar. "I?" Loki inhaled deeply, as if resolutely making a decision, and calmly responded to Laufey, "Loki Odinson." The golden spear, Gungnir, raised high towards the heavens, began to glow, and a purple aura emanated from Loki's being. Observing the surrounding frost giants, who had encircled them with eager expressions, a cold smile crept across Loki's face beneath his mask. With a resounding call of divine judgment, Loki forcefully brought Gungnir downwards. Purple lightning descended in response, entwined with dark red tendrils of thunder, striking the heads of the surrounding giants. In disbelief, they were all sent flying, severely injured. Not pausing for a moment, Loki, with a mocking grin, swung the spear again, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of deep purple energy. This arc sliced through the frost giants, sending them sprawling and igniting them with black flames. As soon as the flames touched the giants' bodies, they ignited as if fueled, rapidly consuming them until all those struck were reduced to ashes. Observing Loki raise his spear once more, Laufey urgently raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Father of the gods, I agree to a ceasefire. Please stop. I am willing to permanently submit to Asgard." Upon hearing this, Odin quickly halted Loki's actions, nodding slowly at the submissive, kneeling Laufey. "Remember your oath, Laufey." With a forceful strike of the spear against the ground, the light of the Bifrost reappeared, transporting Odin and the others away from Jotunheim, leaving behind the remnants of battle and the cries of the frost giants, a testament to the fierce conflict that had just unfolded. Asgard, the heart of the Bifrost. With the prismatic glow of the Bifrost illuminating once more, Odin, Thor, and the others appeared beside Heimdall, observing the severely injured warriors of the Valkyrie. Blood still trickling from their lips, and the disheveled Sif, Odin's face twitched as he ordered the nearby guards to hasten the wounded to the infirmary. Once they had departed, Odin turned to Thor, his voice laced with fury. "Do you understand the foolishness of your actions?" "Foolishness?" Thor retorted, feeling aggrieved at his father's inquiry. "I defended my homeland. We're going home. There is much to pack. My apologies. I shall update you again tomorrow. You cannot even protect your friends. how then can you protect the kingdom? Odin angrily drew the lightning-infused sword from the Bifrost and hurled it at Heimdall. Thor, indignant, exclaimed, "You are afraid. You fear war, but I am different. The Jotun must come to fear me, as they once feared you." Odin, this is vanity and arrogance. It is unbecoming of a leader. Have you forgotten the lessons I imparted? You must learn the virtue of patience. You are even inferior to the humans displayed in today as broadcast. Patience? The Nine Realms mock us. The old ways are ineffective. The Aesir will face annihilation in the future, yet you remain here, delivering speeches. Upon hearing this, Thor, without hesitation, retorted fiercely, casting aside his colossal hammer, "You are nothing but an old fool." In that moment, silence enveloped the entire Rainbow Bridge. Listening to his son's furious outburst, Odin momentarily lost his composure, slowly bowing his head. "Indeed, I am a fool, foolishly believing you were prepared, fantasizing that you could ascend as the king of the Aesir." Loki, noticing Odin's words, stepped forward, eager to defend Thor. "Father," but Odin raised his hand, halting his plea. He had not anticipated that his light reprimand of Thor would unveil such profound ignorance and rebellion in his son. Gradually, Odin lifted his gaze, meeting Thor's defiant expression, and spoke gravely. "Thor Odinson, you have betrayed the commands of this king. Through your arrogance and folly, you have shattered the peace between realms, bringing war upon innocent lives." Odin forcefully thrust the eternal spear into the heart of the Rainbow Bridge, unleashing a torrent of lightning that ricocheted throughout the spherical chamber. "You are unworthy of governing this kingdom, undeserving of a title, and unworthy of familial love, for you have forsaken them." Observing his son's sudden bewilderment, Odin, filled with sorrow, turned to the eternal spear, raising his hand to summon Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god. "I hereby revoke your rights. In the name of my father, in the name of my grandfather, in the name of the father of all gods, Odin, I cast you out of the divine realm." As Odin invoked his grandfather's name, the power of Odin within Thor resonated once more. Gazing at his son, Odin swung the hammer with force, simultaneously sealing Thor's innate power in the name of his grandfather. With a thunderous crack, a bolt of lightning erupted from Mjolnir, shattering the armor encasing Thor and hurling him into the depths of the Rainbow Bridge, rendering him completely vanished. "Whosoever possesses sufficient worth may lift the hammer and become the new thunder god." After uttering these words, Odin waved his right hand and softly murmured, "Go," as Mjolnir slipped from his grasp, disappearing alongside Thor. Witnessing the hammer and Thor vanish, Odin let out a long sigh, collapsing onto the steps, appearing as though he had aged a millennium. At that moment, Loki, having shed his divine attire, knelt beside Odin to comfort him. "Fear not, father. Thor will come to understand your intentions." Odin turned to Loki, unable to suppress another sigh. "If only Thor possessed half of your understanding, Loki." A week swiftly passed. During this interval, the lives of several individuals who participated in the previous live stream have undergone various changes. At the suggestion of Nick Fury, the name of Subtitle has finally been successfully altered. Coulson, who was injected with the super soldier serum, has grown taller and stronger. Meanwhile, the hex technology runes he provided have been seized by Subtitle for research, with the aim of developing more formidable weapons to counter future invasions. Similarly, Tony, as if forewarned of the future, announced upon his return home the closure of Stark's Weapons Development Division, although this decision stirred significant controversy. With the subtle support of Subtitle, dissenting voices were ultimately subdued. In contrast, the ever kind-hearted Banner appears to have been less fortunate. Due to his hesitation, he failed to relocate in time and instead encountered the special forces dispatched by General Ross, engaging in a fierce battle at a beverage factory before managing to escape. Regrettably, the business card Coulson had handed him was obliterated by a bomb during the fray. After evading the conflict, Banner pondered briefly and resolved to seek out his girlfriend in the United States, just as he spotted an abandoned cabin in the wilderness. Intending to take refuge from the rain, a familiar, chilling voice echoed in his ear once more. Dimensional livestream system has been activated. Current theme. Marvel. Loki Odinson has joined the livestream. Tony Stark has joined the livestream. Stephen Strange has joined the livestream. Peter Parker has joined the livestream. The second livestream Q&A will commence in 5 minutes. The content for this round will sequentially feature Thor, The Dark World, The Amazing Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, after the livestream concludes. Members possessing livestream points may request a glimpse into their past and future. Wishing everyone success in the upcoming questions. Inviting special guests to join the livestream chat group. Bruce Banner has joined the livestream chat group. Reed Richards has joined the livestream chat group. Wanda Maximoff has joined the livestream chat group. Doctor Strange has joined the livestream chat group. Nick Fury has joined the livestream chat group. Phil Coulson has joined the livestream chat group. Thor Odinson has joined the livestream chat group. Oh, it seems this time it is my turn to join in, which is truly exhilarating. Ever since I encountered this livestream system a week ago and learned that the second session would take place a week later, everyone has postponed their tasks for today and begun to wait in their private spaces well in advance of the livestream's commencement. As noon approached, the familiar voice resonated in their ears. After adapting to the brief sensation of weightlessness, Tony and the others slowly opened their eyes, still in a daze, when they heard a youthful voice exclaiming excitedly. Observing the young man beside him clad in a tan jacket, Tony waved his hand in exasperation, saying, "Calm down, kid. There's no need to be so excited." Peter gasped with excitement, gazing at Tony, who had engaged him in conversation. He stepped forward and joyfully grasped Tony's hand. "You must be Mr. Stark. Your armor is simply magnificent. I have attempted several times to replicate your designs, but alas, I have been unable to recreate your suit." Tony looked at the enthusiastic youth before him, and, upon hearing his words, was suddenly reminded of his own insatiable thirst for knowledge at that age. Especially since this boy hailed from a parallel universe, he felt an immediate fondness for Peter Parker. He waved his hand dismissively and said with a casual bravado, "Don't worry, kid. When I develop that portable armor next time, I'll be sure to bring you a set." Ah, such confidence, truly befitting of Stark. Strange could not help but interject with a teasing remark, then gave Tony a thumbs up. "However, I must admit, you are indeed a person of responsibility. You held a press conference to shut down your company, resulting in considerable stock losses, I hear. Your assets have reportedly diminished by a quarter. Fortunately, I sold all my shares beforehand. Is that so? What a pity. Before long, my stock will soar, and there won't be any leftovers for you," Tony replied nonchalantly. Then continued, "Another newcomer has arrived. Another sorcerer, perhaps." Chapter 37. The Shot from Kamar Taj. Who is Doctor Strange? In Kamar Taj, the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, was engaged in discussion with Master Mordo and Caecilius. She sensed that a dimensional demon might soon approach Earth. Just as she was communicating with Master Mordo about the defensive powers of the three great sanctums, a transparent screen unexpectedly unfolded before them. The sudden appearance of the screen startled Mordo and the others, who immediately assumed defensive stances and summoned magical arrays, ready for battle. However, the series of sounds emanating from the system utterly astonished them. Multiverse? Live streaming the future? Supreme Sorceress, what is this? Mordo turned to Ancient One, disbelief etched on his face, while Caecilius narrowed his eyes, also looking at her. Ancient One shook her head, deftly gesturing as the surrounding environment began to twist and overlap, rapidly swirling like a transparent kaleidoscope. Upon entering the mirror dimension, Ancient One formed intricate hand seals, and the eye of Agamotto at her chest unfolded. After a prolonged moment of concentration, she shook her head in confusion. Incredible. The future I glimpsed through the eye of Agamotto is now in chaos, with only a few singular points in time remaining on the original timeline. Observing the bewildered expressions around her, Ancient One dispelled the mirror dimension, guiding everyone back to reality. She then gazed at the figure of Stephen Strange displayed on the small screens below, uncertainly stating, perhaps a powerful dimensional demon from the multiverse has interfered with the timeline. Meanwhile, as the sorcerers of Kamar Taj remained engulfed in suspicion, Thor entered the chat channel, wailing in distress. "Thor, Loki, brother, can you perceive my words? Please assist me in locating Heimdall and escorting me back to Asgard." Furthermore, I beseech you to intercede with our Father on my behalf, conveying that I acknowledge my transgressions. I truly do not wish to remain in Midgard. In a modest room within a small town in New Mexico, Thor, with a towel draped over his shoulder and a frying pan in hand, was venting his frustrations at the screen. Behind him, Dr. Eric Selvig, with a look of disbelief, removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Standing beside him, Jane and Darcy, holding files and a computer, gaped in astonishment. Is this a holographic projection? When did you install this in the room? Jane Foster, who had long been fascinated by the arcane, was the first to regain her composure. She nudged Selvig's shoulder and inquired. Dr. Selvig, his hair now graying, rubbed his weary eyes once more. After confirming that he was not hallucinating, he swallowed hard and replied, "Holographic projection. I have only heard my former colleague, who worked in a clandestine organization, mention it. However, that is not something within my reach." As he spoke, Dr. Selvig approached Thor, raising his hand to touch the ethereal screen before him. Yet, he discovered that no matter how he extended his arm, the screen seemed to elude his grasp, remaining just beyond his reach. Ah, is that not the illustrious god of thunder? It has been ages. You've certainly let yourself go. Tony chuckled, glancing at Loki, clad in green robes and resembling his image from the first Avengers film, tilting his head slightly. Mia Moltzes, persistently challenging the majesty of the divine. Loki's eyes glimmered with a purple light as he raised his left hand in a gesture of feigned grasp. Accompanied by a fleeting flash of violet, Tony Stark appeared to be ensnared by an unseen force, his body gently lifting from ground. Warning, warning. All combat is prohibited within system space. Loki Odinson, cease your aggressive actions immediately or face compulsory penalties and forfeiture system rewards. At the precise moment Loki seized Tony with his magic, the system's warning echoed through the air. Upon hearing the cold voice of the system, Loki wore a benevolent smile, abruptly relinquishing his power and raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. With a thud, Tony was unceremoniously dropped to the ground, rising in a fury. Damn you, God. One day I will conquer Asgard and hang you from a flagpole. I eagerly await that day. Loki chuckled softly at Stark's ire, shrugging his shoulders as the purple luminescence in his eyes faded. Of course, I hope you possess the strength to match your bold proclamations. Is this truly the god of mischief? As several humans watched the live broadcast, particularly Nick Fury and others, their demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. In contrast to the boisterous and power-displaying Thor, Loki wore a sardonic smile that resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, exuding an aura of cold menace. Thor exclaimed, Why? Why did you strike in a live stream, Loki? Why hasn't the system unleashed lightning upon you? This is unjust. The individuals who had just been intimidated by Loki rolled their eyes, silently expressing their disbelief at Thor's misplaced focus. Banner interjected, However, I just heard Thor mention he was in Midgard. ISNT, Midgard synonymous with Earth and mythology? Coulson and Fury, seated before the screen, perked up and began inquiring about Thor's current whereabouts. Just as the group engaged in their chat, the previously dormant screen finally reacted, bringing a hush over the gathering. The future footage begins to play. Doctor Strange 1. Inside a dark, ancient temple, several individuals clad in monk-like robes and hoods walked slowly. Within the temple library, the librarian was in the process of securing a book on a shelf with iron chains when a group burst in. Surrounding the librarian, they swiftly conjured orange beams of light, lifting him off the ground, and one hooded figure crouched before him, drawing a blade from behind and swiftly decapitating the librarian. Such a brutal scene to commence with, Peter Parker gasped, covering his mouth in shock, then curiously inquired, but what kind of power did that group wield? I saw a staff, but what was that fiery display? That is magic. Loki interjected, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the screen. However, these individuals appear to be humans from Midgard. Could it be that Midgard possesses magic as well? The mages from Kamartaj, upon recognizing the familiar setting and the librarian, exchanged astonished glances. Is this a glimpse into our future in Kamartaj? One wondered. That individual appears to be the current librarian. But ISNT, this a future concerning Doctor Strange? And who is Doctor Strange? The crowd turned their gaze toward Master Gu. Mordo scanned the faces of the puzzled mages and asked, "Master, do you know who this Doctor Strange is?" Master Gu pondered for a moment, then turned to Stephen Strange. With a gesture of her right hand, a chair floated over to support her as she seated herself. ISNT this screen revealing the future? Continue watching and you shall find out. Chapter 38. Is that you, Strange? The mages present found themselves at a loss for words, faced with the Supreme Mage's cryptic demeanor, and their attention was drawn back to the screen. After killing the librarian, the assailant removed his hood, revealing the face of the mage, Caecilius. Subsequently, Caecilius approached the bookshelf and retrieved an ancient tome adorned with orange gemstones, hastily flipping to a certain page before tearing it out. Wait, that is not me. I could never betray the Supreme Sorcerer. Upon seeing his cold visage on the screen and the peculiar gazes of the surrounding sorcerers, Caecilius urgently exclaimed. Gesturing with his hands, there must be some mistake. Ancient One sighed quietly, observing the flustered Caecilius, and spoke soothingly. Do not panic, Caecilius. This is merely an occurrence involving a version of you from a parallel universe and does not dictate your future choices. When she had previously used the Eye of Agamotto to glimpse the future, Ancient One had also witnessed Caecilius's fate, realizing it had become equally chaotic. Thus, his future had been irrevocably altered. Perhaps he was destined to betray, or perhaps he would find redemption. Yet those decisions belonged to a future self, and there was no need to force him onto his original path at present. The surrounding sorcerers, upon hearing her words, respectfully inclined their heads to Ancient One and returned to their meditative cushions. Just as Caecilius prepared to flee the scene, a feminine voice interrupted him. Caecilius, in my opinion, that ritual will only lead to your ruin. Caecilius turned, following the direction of the voice, and beheld Ancient One approaching, clad in a hood, his hands swiftly grasping the blade concealed behind him. Yet in the next moment, he resolutely pivoted and dashed toward the left corridor, traversing the magical barrier as if passing through a curtain of water, reaching the entrance. Pushing open the grand doors, Caecilius, accompanied by his disciples wielding various staffs, surged forward without a glance back. The group sprinted through the streets of London, but upon turning onto another avenue, the very fabric of space before them began to warp and undulate, resembling a multifaceted diamond. All halted abruptly, and before they could retreat, Ancient One's figure materialized behind them. With a gentle wave of her hand, the surrounding space began to slowly rotate, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, as if the entire world transformed into a slowly revolving kaleidoscope. Then, with another wave, the world appeared to flip 90 degrees, rotating languidly in response to her movements. Oh my God! In the live stream, viewers beheld the phantasmagoric world unfolding on the screen, alongside the architectural structures moving like mechanical gears. This time, not only Peter, but the vast majority of viewers were left awestruck, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. What is this? Magic? Strange exclaimed first, then glanced at Loki beside him. Can you perform this feat? Despite his shock, Loki nodded in response to Strange's inquiry. Indeed, I can. It is merely a small spell. However, before he could bask in the astonishment of these mortals, the chat channel erupted with disdainful remarks directed at him. Master Modu, you are speaking nonsense. A fraud. You are lying. After remaining silent in the chat, Master Modu could no longer contain himself upon witnessing Loki claim he could wield the mirror dimension within a live stream. As the most devoted follower of the Supreme Sorcerer, Modu could not abide anyone attempting to usurp the glory of Master Ancient One. Master Modu, the mirror dimension is the hallmark of the Supreme Sorcerer, a spell only wielded by those of the highest order. How dare you brazenly declare yourself capable of such magic? A mere god of mischief, your words are nothing but deceitful drivel. Loki, silence mortal. Do not presume to fathom my greatness with your limited intellect. As the god of magic, I command all forms of sorcery. Wanda Maximov, huh? Did you not claim to be the god of mischief? Loki, I am the god of magic and trickery. By the gods, how have these myths been so twisted that even my titles are being altered? In the face of traitors like Caecilius, Master Ancient One remained unperturbed, engaging in a fierce battle with the traitors within the mirror dimension. Realizing he was outmatched by the supreme sorcerer, Caecilius hastily conjured a portal with his suspended rings, escaping the mirror dimension in a frantic retreat with a few remaining disciples. Watching Caecilius flee, Master Ancient One cast a portal with a wave of his hands, departing the mirror dimension without a glance at the fallen body strewn about. As Master Ancient One strode down the street, discussions in the live stream reignited. Phil Coulson, is this what they call magic? Why does it feel so peculiar to me? Tony Stark, indeed. That fan wielded by the Supreme Sorcerer seemed less like magic and more akin to an energy matrix. If given the opportunity to study it, I believe that magic could potentially be harnessed through technological means. Master Modu. Stark, such ignorant words could only emanate from your walnut-sized brain. Magic is magic. It cannot be compared to the trivial smoke you peddle. Tony, trivial smoke? Come, reveal your location, and once we exit, I shall treat you to a mushroom bomb. As Tony and Master Modu exchanged barbs, the previously quiet Bruce Banner suddenly interjected. I find a mirror dimension far more intriguing than magic itself. Its characteristics suggest it is a replica of the material plane, yet it exists independently within a separate dimensional space. In that realm, gravity and spatial dimensions are entirely at the whim of the caster. What is most astonishing is that despite the fierce battles within, those on the streets remain blissfully unaware. It is truly remarkable. Banner settled into a chair he found in the small room, gazing at the screen before him, and suddenly felt an urge to journey to Kamartaj. General Ross is currently searching for him across the globe. Perhaps it would be wise to seek refuge in the mystical realm of Kamartaj and simultaneously delve into the arcane arts. Nick Fury expressed his curiosity regarding a particular matter. Aside from exiting through the golden circular portal, are there any alternative means to leave the mirror dimension? Master Mordo replied, stating there are none, unless the Sorcerer Supreme dismantles the mirror dimension. One can only depart via the portal magic. Nick nodded in acknowledgement, jotting down notes in a small notebook. Once the live broadcast concluded, their duties at SHIELD would become even more demanding, especially with such formidable sorcerers lurking on Earth. He instructed Coulson to find an opportunity to engage with them. The footage continued to play. In a hospital, a surgeon was performing an operation. Unlike his colleagues, this doctor appeared remarkably at ease, skillfully wielding surgical instruments while rhythmically tapping his foot to the music. It turned out he was enjoying a game of guessing song titles with a colleague while operating. At that moment, a female doctor anxiously approached the operating room door, peering inside. Upon seeing her, another female doctor encouraged the lead surgeon. You should go, Stephen. I can handle the rest. Stephen? The doctor? In a live stream, Tony immediately turned to the equally astonished Strange. Wait, is that you? Dr. Strange, is that you? Chapter 39. Iconic scene, a single hand to release the soul Dr. Strange. Is that me? Stephen Strange was even more surprised than Tony, but he soon regained his composure. So, in the future, I too have become a superhero? In a hospital corridor, the female Dr. Christine presented Strange with a tablet. It revealed a patient with a gunshot wound needing urgent assistance. They quickly proceeded to the emergency room, and after Strange's deft surgical intervention, the patient was successfully stabilized. After completing the surgery, they walked side by side down the corridor, engaging in a rather awkward conversation. I'm scheduled to speak at the Neurology Association's dinner tonight. Would you accompany me? Strange invited Christine. However, she politely declined. Are you trying to use the speech as a date? How romantic of you. With a shake of her head, Christine added, Stephen, the world revolves around you. Though unspoken, the tension between them was palpable. Wait, does that mean I broke up with Christine? Observing the painfully awkward exchange on the screen, Stephen Strange exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be? Someone always claims I am arrogant. Tony, wearing a peculiar smile, gazed at Strange. But it seems you are indeed the same. With your personality, what girl would tolerate you? Upon witnessing the situation, Peter Parker offered some words of comfort, saying, Do not fret, Mr. Strange. Miss Christine has not entirely dismissed you. You both continue to work at the same hospital, and she even seeks your assistance when needed, which indicates that your parting was amicable. Tony, baring his teeth, interrupted Peter, delivering another sharp jab to Strange's heart. Get lost. Meanwhile, within the sanctum of Camartage, as they observed Strange on the screen, Master Mordo turned to gaze at the enigmatic Ancient One, with a fan partially open and a Mona Lisa smile. Suddenly illuminated a profound realization. That night, the elegantly attired Stephen Strange sped along a mountainous road in his luxurious sports car. However, while engaged in a conversation with his assistant, a vehicle unexpectedly collided with him, sending his car crashing into a tree and spiraling off the road, hurtling down the mountainside. Thanks to the efforts of Christine and others, Stephen ultimately regained consciousness. Yet tragically, his hands were utterly incapacitated, rendering him unable to hold objects steadily. This harrowing experience transformed Stephen's demeanor. He relentlessly liquidated his assets in pursuit of a remedy for his hands, yet each attempt ended in disappointment. Just as despair was about to envelop him, he recalled a patient from years past. Despite suffering a shattered spine and being condemned to a life of immobility. When Stephen sought out this individual, named Pangborn, he was incredulously astonished to find him vigorously playing basketball. Stephen approached him, and through their conversation, he learned of a place called Camartage. With the last of his resources, he purchased a plane ticket to Nepal, only to be thwarted in his search for Camartage, instead encountering a group of thugs intent on stealing his watch. As he found himself surrounded and assaulted, a figure emerged, a black man who swiftly dispatched the thugs and reclaimed Stephen's watch. Upon removing his hood, Master Mordo's face was revealed, and after observing the disheveled Stephen, he guided him to Camartage. Under Mordo's introduction, Stephen finally beheld the bald sorceress, the Ancient One, standing within the grand hall of Camartage. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Stephen asked, "Did you once heal a paralyzed patient named Pangborn?" The Ancient One poured herself a cup of tea. Not lifting her gaze as she replied, "One could say that. You enabled him to walk again." Stephen reiterated, seeking confirmation. Upon receiving the Ancient One's affirmative response, he bowed respectfully and inquired, "How did you restore the completely damaged C7 and C8 vertebrae?" This time, the Ancient One did not acknowledge his question directly. Instead, she began to discuss the concept of the human body's capacity for self-healing rather than conventional healing. However, to Stephen's materialistic ears, her words were misconstrued as an indication of some advanced technology. "Are you suggesting cellular regeneration? That is indeed cutting-edge medical science. Thus, you must conduct your research here, as there is no oversight from the medical society. May I be so bold as to inquire about the progress you have made in this regard?" Listening to the words of Dr. Stephen Strange on the screen, all the viewers in the live stream could not help but roll their eyes. Wanda Maximoff remarked, "Mr. Strange, are you truly a medical doctor? Why do I feel as though you are even more foolish than my brother?" Loki scoffed disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Strange. To stand before a master of magic and engage in discussions about human technology is to be amidst treasures, yet remain oblivious. Tony patted Strange on the shoulder, shaking his head in pity. "Indeed, you are not only arrogant, but utterly lacking in the ability to read the room." In the face of their derision, even the proud Strange fell silent for a moment. A foreboding sensation suddenly gripped him. It was evident that the fact that the one named Pangborn could stand was certainly unrelated to scientific treatment. Thus, it must be due to magic. Could he, too, be healed? If Master Gu were to say it was impossible, would his last hope be extinguished? It should be noted that the image of himself reflected in that moment was one of utter despair. If his hands could not provide healing, might he inadvertently offend this supreme sorcerer with reckless words? For a time, strange thoughts spiraled, rendering him unable to respond to Stark and the others. Indeed, when faced with strange inquiries, Master Gu ceased to be evasive and spoke candidly. "Mr. Strange, I possess no new technology, but I know how to teach you to heal the body through the soul." Heal the body through the soul? Stephen's smile gradually faded as he observed the MRI images presented by Master Gu, along with her serene expression. In a state of collapse, he exclaimed, "I saw this in a gift shop before. I have spent my entire fortune on this one-way ticket, and now you tell me that faith will cure my ailment?" Master Gu regarded the distraught Stephen with a gentle smile and slowly began to explain. "To you, The world is akin to peering through a narrow tube. You have spent your life trying to enlarge this tube to see and understand more. Yet now, when presented with the opportunity to expand this aperture beyond your wildest imagination, you choose to reject it? I refuse because I do not believe in the mythos of organ chakras, nor do I have faith in energy or the power of belief. There is no such thing as a soul. Humanity is material, and we are but insignificant specks of dust in the cosmos. Strange raged, drawing closer to Master Gu-E, his voice rising in fervor. As he grew more agitated, he even grasped her collar. Witnessing this scene, Strange could no longer contain himself and covered his eyes, already anticipating the unfolding narrative. I must apologize to you. Tony suddenly spoke unexpectedly, giving a thumbs up to Strange. I completely underestimated you. I always thought you were merely as arrogant as I am, but it appears you are indeed a true materialist warrior. Loki, however, slowly shook his head. You overthink mortal. He is simply foolish. Mordo added with a chuckle. Materialism? Stark, just watch. He will soon be on his knees begging the master to take him as an apprentice. Reed Richards remarked, I can't entirely blame him. After all, magic is utterly astonishing for someone raised in a materialistic worldview. Even now, I can't believe this dimensional live-streaming system isn't merely a dream. Wanda interjected, your ability to accept new things is truly lacking. Reed? The Ancient One, grasping Strange by the collar, suddenly turned serious. She seized his hand and twisted it forcefully, then struck his chest with a swift motion. Bang! Though it appeared to be a gentle strike devoid of any hostility, at the moment it connected with Strange's chest, it violently expelled his soul from his body, causing it to float behind him. Chapter 40. The Hair-Raising Ancient One. Everything unfolded as if in slow motion. Once the slow motion ceased, Stephen Strange gazed incredulously at his ethereal hands, as well as at his physical body being supported by Mordo before him. In the next moment, a powerful suction pulled him back, and his recently freed soul rushed back into his body. What did you just do to me? Strange looked around in disbelief, questioning the Ancient One. With a calm expression, the Ancient One replied, I simply expelled your soul from your body. However, as a doctor, Strange could not accept such an explanation. He glanced at the teacup he had just drunk from, unhesitatingly continuing to inquire whether it contained any hallucinogens. It was merely tea, with just a touch of honey added. The Ancient One reiterated, in that brief moment, you entered a spiritual dimensional space, a realm where the soul exists once it departs the body. Why did you allow me to know this? Strange, still reeling from the experience, remained convinced he had been drugged and was yet to awaken. Seeing his bewildered expression, the Ancient One seemed to lose her patience. I merely wish to show you how ignorant you are. Now, open your eyes wide. The Ancient One raised her right hand and pressed it against Strange's forehead. In the next instant, Strange felt as if he were a rocket propelled into the sky, shattering the roof and soaring towards the heavens, quickly arriving in a sea of clouds. Oh God, oh God. No, this can't be real. This is... The audience in the live-streaming room watched in awe as Strange consciousness was cast into the cosmos by the Ancient One, their mouths agape, unable to close. How terrifying! With a mere word, she flung someone into the universe. Is the power of this supreme sorcerer truly that formidable? Peter Parker mumbled incoherently, gazing blankly at the screen where Strange's anguished cries echoed. This only proves how fearsome a woman can be when enraged. My Aunt May is no exception. When she gets upset, even Uncle Ben has to concede. Tony interjected. It seems we are inevitably destined to attend Strange's funeral. Do you eagerly anticipate my demise? Stephen Strange shot a dark look at Tony Stark beside him. It's the first time I've discovered just how cunning you can be, you scoundrel. Only humans engage in such infighting. Loki, having regained his composure, scoffed dismissively, using mockery towards Tony and the others to mask his previous lapse. Yet, in the next moment, he was mercilessly exposed by Master Mordo. Stop pretending. Loki, I saw your mouth agape the widest. Loki retorted, Pa, perhaps your eyesight is failing you. I'm the god of magic and trickery. What sorcery have I not encountered? A mere soul extraction spell could hardly astonish me. His face was a picture of disdain, and his haughty demeanor left Master Mordo momentarily speechless. Fortunately, Wanda chose that moment to interject. Might I inquire if the Supreme Mage is accepting disciples? When I joined this chat group, the system proclaimed me the Scarlet Witch, yet I possess no magical abilities. Upon seeing her comment, Master Mordo quickly turned to Ancient One. Mage, this girl claims her title is the Scarlet Witch. Should we consider engaging with her? Ancient One pondered for a moment before shaking her head slowly. This young lady is the heir of the Thon, until she awakens. We need not interfere excessively in her life. Moreover, her existence has already been subtly altered by this system, has it not? The imagery continued. In the vastness of space, Strange was suddenly astonished to see a butterfly appear beside him, a scene so contrary to reason that it momentarily overshadowed his fear. Tentatively, he reached out to touch the delicate wings, but in the next instant, his body was once again thrust into an extraordinarily bizarre passage. The walls of the passage reflected a chaotic spectrum of colors, prompting Strange to scream anew. At that moment, Master Mordo's voice resonated nearby. His heart raced, almost threatening to leap from his chest. Swish! As soon as the words left his lips, Strange's body swiftly returned to reality, colliding backward against a chair, gasping for breath in a state of utter disarray. Before he could fully regain his composure, Ancient One leaned in closer, a mischievous grin on her face as she appraised him, nodding in satisfaction. I find him quite acceptable. In the blink of an eye, the space stretched once more, and Strange was propelled back into that fantastical realm, pushed forward at breakneck speed by an exploding star. As he screamed in panic, Ancient One's voice echoed in his ears. You believe you comprehend the patterns of the universe. You still think the material cosmos encompasses all. What is truth? What secrets lie hidden behind your cognition? On the screen, Strange's body shattered and reformed repeatedly, tumbling into various black holes in the microscopic quantum realm. Observing his woeful state, Tony refrained from his usual sarcasm and instead offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. Yet, as Strange turned his head, he smiled back and gave Tony a thumbs up. With a roll of his eyes at the incessantly irritating Tony Stark, Strange redirected his gaze to the large screen. This universe is but one among infinite others. The world is boundless. Some realms are beautiful and vibrant, while others are malevolent and steeped in carnage. In the dark corners of the cosmos, ancient primal forces lurk, poised to strike. As the voice of the Ancient One grew faint, a dark visage materialized on the screen, its brilliant eyes brimming with an aura of malevolence. The scene shifted once more, revealing Strange's body floating in the cosmos, as the ethereal voice of the Ancient One echoed again. In this multiverse, who are you, Mr. Strange? As the voice faded, Strange's form, having endured the onslaught of countless fantastical worlds, finally traversed back to Kamartaj, crashing forcefully onto the floor. Gazing at his corporeal self returning to reality, Strange slowly raised his hands above his head, shedding his former arrogance, and tremblingly bowed to the Ancient One. Please, teach me. However, the Ancient One simply shook her head, uttering a single word of rejection before instructing others to cast Strange out. Current video paused. Question and answer session begins. Question: why does the Ancient One refuse to accept Stephen Strange as a disciple at this moment? Stephen Strange lacks magical aptitude. A retribution for Stephen Strange's previous disrespectful attitude. The Ancient One foresaw a future where Stephen Strange, upon mastering magic, would become a villain intent on world destruction. The Ancient One fears that Stephen Strange may become a second Caecilius. Please begin to answer. Each participant in the live stream has but one opportunity to respond, and those who answer correctly will receive 50 live stream points along with a random reward. The random reward may originate from any multiverse, while failure to answer will trigger an unknown penalty. Unlike previous QA sessions at this moment, the audience in the live stream refrained from immediately answering, instead engaging in a discussion within the chat channel about the recent extraordinary display of magic. Reed Richards, incredible. Was that demonstration by the Supreme Sorceress truly a glimpse into the multiverse? Has her power reached the extent that she can traverse any multiverse at will? Tony Stark, impossible. Absolutely impossible. If she possessed the ability to breach cosmic barriers, why did we not see her intervene during the Chitauri invasion of Earth? Bruce Banner, I find that the recent imagery appears less like the cosmos and more akin to some microscopic quantum realm. However, my primary concern lies with the dark visage that emerged at the end, those brilliant eyes that sent shivers down my spine, even through the screen. Doctor Strange, that is Dormammu, the Dark Dimension's demonic entity. It has long sought to invade Earth, and combating such threats is the duty of us sorcerers. Peter Parker, demonic entity of dimensions? What on earth is that? Doctor Strange, well, the universe comprises numerous independent dimensional realms, each occupied by various demons, some benevolent and others malevolent. Dormammu is among the most aggressive of these dimensional demons. Wanda, my goodness, have you all been battling such formidable monsters? Doctor Strange, it is not quite as exaggerated as it sounds. Only the Ancient One can contend with Dormammu. We are left to deal with its minions or followers. Tony, so you're merely fighting the cannon fodder and lesser foes, then? Asgard, Odin and Frigga observed the transparent screen left behind after Loki's disappearance. Upon seeing Dormammu's visage, Odin, wielding the eternal spear, could not suppress a grunt. Long ago, Dormammu attempted to invade Asgard, but was repelled by a vigorous Odin. He had intended to pursue and eradicate Dormammu, yet the turmoil of the Nine Realms prevented him from acting. Now, witnessing Dormammu's return ignited a spark of battle within Odin. Chapter 41. The Dark Grimoire, special training. The discussions within the live broadcast grew increasingly heated. Yet Thor, seated on the sofa and finishing his hamburger, seemed indifferent to Dormammu. Thor, I believe you are straying from the topic. This Dormammu sounds like anything but a strong name. Once I reclaim my powers as the god of thunder, I shall seek him out in the cosmos for a duel. Loki scoffed disdainfully. Oh, foolish brother, is your head merely for show? Did you not hear that young sorcerer, Mordo, claimed that only the Sorcerer Supreme can contend with Dormammu? How much stronger do you think you are compared to that woman on the screen? Thor, I reckon if I were to reclaim my hammer, defeating that woman would be a simple task. Loki, but can you wield the hammer now? Thor, Loki, why not beseech Mother on my behalf? Father is soft-hearted. If you persuade her to speak well of me, it might help. Tony Stark, oh. So the legendary King Odin has a soft spot for sweet words. How scandalous. Thor, silence, you irreverent mortal. Cleanse your mind of those vile thoughts. Doctor Strange, wait a moment. Loki, explain to me what you mean by young sorcerer. Loki, as the god of magic. What is wrong with me referring to you as a young sorcerer? Doctor Strange, do not leave when the broadcast ends. Let us duel. Odin, upon observing the barrage of comments on the screen, turned to Frigga with a serious expression and remarked, I believe Thor's banishment period is rather short. Perhaps we should extend it by a few decades. Peter, noticing the increasingly off-topic discussions in the chat, could not resist interrupting. All right, fellows, shouldn't we focus on the questions? I just saw the text on the screen flashing. Is it not a reminder for us to answer promptly? Reclining leisurely on the sofa, Thor, having just devoured another tart, was the first to respond to the question. This one is far too simple. If I were the Supreme Sorcerer, that Strange just disrespected me. He would surely not be accepted, hence my choice. Ding. Thor Odinson has completed his answer. The system begins evaluation. Ding. Thor Odinson answered incorrectly. Random punishment awarded, struck by lightning. What? I am the god of thunder. How dare you strike me with lightning? Thor exclaimed, but in the next instant, a spherical bolt of lightning materialized within the not-so-empty room, unleashing 9 powerful strikes that left him incapacitated on the floor. As the thunder subsided, the 3 onlookers, having taken cover, rushed over and found Thor lying unconscious, smoke billowing from his form. The image of Thor's punishment was projected on the screen, eliciting delighted chuckles from the audience in the live stream. Tony remarked, how many times has this been now? The god of thunder struck by lightning. It never fails to amuse me. Master Mordo responded, he brought this upon himself. Master Gu E is known for his compassion. How could he reject someone solely based on Strange's offense? Tony questioned, then why do you think the esteemed Master Gu E is refusing him now? Is it because he lacks magical talent? Mordo replied, that cannot be the case. If Strange possessed no magical aptitude, I would never have brought him into Kamartaj. Loki interjected, could it be the third option? That Strange transformed into a great villain after learning magic? Loki turned to appraise Stephen Strange, whose peculiar gaze made him somewhat anxious. What do you mean by that odd look? A great villain? Like you? Nick Fury chimed in with a mocking tone. How ironic. A being who waged war and invaded our Earth dares to label others as villains. Loki retorted, silence, mortal. That was not me. Merely a variant of myself from the multiverse. Besides, your Earth's meager resources are beneath our notice. And let me inform you of something. The 9 realms are currently under my dominion. With a flourish, Loki brandished the eternal spear, a signature smirk adorning his face. The implication of his words sent a chill through all watching the live stream, even causing Master Gu to pause her fan-esque motion, narrowing her eyes slightly. Could it be that Odin, the All-Father, has bequeathed the throne to this frost giant? As the Ancient One observed the timeline, she also uncovered the truth of her origins. In the original timeline, it was indeed Thor, the god of thunder, who ascended to the throne of Asgard. Just as silence enveloped the gathering, Wanda made her choice. If none of the options were correct, then only the right answer remained. Ding! Wanda Maximoff has completed her response. Evaluation in progress. Wanda Maximoff answered correctly, rewarded with 50 live points. Received a random reward, the Darkhold. The Darkhold? Wanda gazed in astonishment at the ancient tome that had materialized before her. And with curiosity, she reached out to grasp it. Yet, the moment her hands brushed against the book, a series of unfamiliar images flooded her vision. Colorful robots, lively twins. A more mature version of herself clad in a peculiar red outfit, and Pietro, bloodied and riddled with gaping wounds. No! Wanda screamed, startled, and flung the book away. The imagery continued to unfold. After casting Strange out, Mordo and the Ancient One engaged in a debate within the Great Hall, ultimately leading to the Ancient One accepting Strange as her disciple. The scene shifted as Mordo guided Strange into a small chamber, handing him a note as he departed. Gazing at the word Kamartaj inscribed on the note, Strange, perplexed, inquired, "What is this? A spell I am to recite?" Mordo, with a look of intrigue, replied, "This is the password for entry. We are not primitive beings." With that, Mordo closed the door behind him, leaving Strange in a state of bewilderment as he stared at the note in his hand. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Peter Parker remarked, "Haha, I bet Strange is utterly baffled. Who would expect a hidden sanctuary to have such a code?" Tony Stark quipped, "I never imagined the sorcerers would keep pace with the times. I thought they communicated through magical messages." Mordo retorted, "If there are more efficient methods, why resort to magic?" Alone in the room, Strange gazed out at the scenery, and after a moment, he retrieved the watch that Mordo had helped him reclaim. Flipping it over, he beheld several lines of small text. "Time will reveal how deeply I love you, Christine." The scene transitioned to the Grand Hall of Kamartaj, where the Ancient One demonstrated the essence of magic to Strange. As he listened to familiar terms, such as program source code, Strange posed a singular question. Can my hands achieve this? Indeed, during subsequent training, Strange consistently stood out among the group of apprentice sorcerers, for only he, after attempting to cast a spell, was met with the absence of any magical fire. Even when Mordo instructed him on the portal spell, Strange could only conjure a few scattered sparks. Upon witnessing the scene, Master Gu engaged in conversation with Strange and instructed the one-handed sorcerer beside him to demonstrate a technique to Strange. You must learn to harness the power of the moment to channel your magical abilities. Noticing that Strange struggled to grasp his words, Master Gu resolved to immerse him in a practical experience. Chapter 42. Never anger a sorceress. The time stone as Strange followed Master Gu through the portal. He was astonished by his surroundings. They had arrived at the summit of a snow-capped mountain. This is Mount Everest. In such conditions, a person cannot survive beyond 30 minutes. As for you, Master Gu, he glanced at Strange, who was shivering in his thin attire, and added, you will likely endure no more than 2 minutes. Upon hearing her words, Strange suddenly sensed something amiss. He turned to see Master Gu walking directly towards the portal. Awaken, Stephen. With her words, the golden portal vanished, leaving a trembling Strange shouting as he fell into the snow. Peter, in disbelief, pointed at the screen. Is Master Gu truly so ruthless as to abandon him on Everest? Tony replied, indeed, One should never provoke a woman, especially one endowed with power. Loki chuckled. I find the Sorcerer Supreme's approach quite commendable. Sometimes, unconventional methods are necessary for the foolish. In a live stream, Strange, hearing Loki's mockery, retorted defiantly, "Who are you calling foolish? I am a doctor of medicine, a renowned neurosurgeon." "Oh, and then what?" Loki smirked, spreading his hands. "What good is that? Can you heal your own hands?" Strange clenched his teeth, exhaling dejectedly. "Yes, what good is it? A healer unable to heal himself, relying on this legendary magic for salvation." "Do not heed him," Tony interjected, offering words of comfort to Strange. "The values of these deities differ greatly from ours. If you fall into his mental trap, it could be perilous. After all, this is Loki, the god of mischief, skilled in manipulating hearts. Moreover, the reason you cannot heal yourself in the future is due to your lack of knowledge in hand neurology. Now that you are aware of this, upon your return, delve into the relevant studies, and you shall be able to remedy such injuries." Strange, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. Indeed, with his intellect, no surgical procedure would be beyond his capabilities. A mere treatment for hand nerves would be manageable upon his return. "Thank you, Stark. It seems you're not as foolish as I once thought." "Of course." Tony flashed a dazzling smile, revealing his teeth, and then continued, "How about we make a deal? You pursue your studies in neurology, and I will take your place at Kamartaj to learn magic." Upon hearing this, Strange furrowed his brow, realizing that Tony had been waiting for this moment. "I see you're lost in a fantasy. Dream on." Mordo interjected, "Tony Stark, do you think everyone can simply waltz into Kamartaj to learn magic? Let me enlighten you." The message abruptly cut off, leaving several bewildered individuals in a live chat staring at the screen in confusion. Tony urged, "What are you trying to tell me? Speak up." Mordo replied, "All right, Stark. Master Gu-E is watching the live stream, and she has stated that if you are willing to come to Kamartaj, she is prepared to teach you magic. However, considering your previous disparaging remarks about her, she suggests you should be prepared for certain realizations." Tony retorted, "That's quite harsh." The scene shifted back to Kamartaj, where, under the watchful eyes of Master Gu-E and Mordo, a golden portal finally ignited in the square. Observing Strange, who was covered in ice, fall to the ground, both Master Gu-E and Mordo could not help but smile. At this point, Bruce Banner couldn't restrain himself from commenting. The teaching methods at Kamartaj seem rather Spartan. If Strange hadn't mastered the portal, would he have frozen to death on Mount Everest? Mordo defended. "You are unjustly blaming Master Gu-E. I swear, she has been closely monitoring Strange's situation. Besides, this pressure will compel him to learn the spell. Once he crosses this threshold, he will have entered the realm of magic." Having mastered the portal spell, Strange did not practice with the other apprentice sorcerers, but instead utilized the portal to surreptitiously extract books from the library, learning the astral projection spell to study tirelessly day and night. Before long, Strange's rapid progress caught Master Gu-Ye's attention, leading her to invite him into the Grand Hall. "In this very room, you once beseeched me to teach you magic, yet now you profess to question all the lessons and choose self-study." Observing Strange's somewhat defiant expression, Gu-Ye smiled and extended her hand, shattering the surrounding space into a swirling crystalline wall. "Your spells have indeed advanced remarkably. Now you require a secure environment for practice." As Strange gazed in astonishment, surveying his surroundings, Master Gu-Ye explained, "This is the mirror dimension. Whatever transpires here bears no relation to the real world. We conduct our training and supervision within this space, which can also serve to isolate dangers. However, without a protective amulet, you may find yourself trapped here." Strange, perplexed, inquired, "Wait a moment, I'm sorry, but what exactly do you mean by danger?" As the Ancient One deftly waved her hand, the surrounding world began to fold, twist, and extend in an astonishing display. Strange, witnessing this breathtaking scene, instinctively recoiled in fear. To comprehend the infinite multiverse, one must first grasp its boundless dangers. "If I were to reveal all the unknowns to you now, it would surely terrify you," she remarked. "Ah, I surmised, since the Ancient One mentioned the multiverse. She must have encountered it up close." Reed Richards excitedly messaged in the chat channel. Mordo, you just mentioned that the Ancient One is watching the live stream. Could you ask her how she came to interact with the multiverse? Upon seeing Reed's message, Mordo turned to the Ancient One, who was smiling while fanning herself, and addressed her, Master. The Ancient One, with a twinkle in her eye, replied to the gathered Caecilius and others, "This is no secret. I have traversed the river of time and witnessed countless possibilities. Each possibility represents a new temporal branch, varying in length, collectively forming the vibrant and intricate multiverse." Mordo conveyed the Ancient One's words to Reed, who felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Well, I had thought the Ancient One could traverse the multiverse herself. It appears she merely observes it as an onlooker. Peter Parker chimed in. Mr. Richards, why the disappointed tone? Isn't this incredibly fascinating? Observing the future? My goodness. It's something I can scarcely imagine. Phil Coulson then asked, Mr. Parker, if you possess the ability to observe the future, what would you do first? Without hesitation, Peter replied, I would, see what achievements I have accomplished. What kind of person I've become. Laughter erupted in the live stream. Strange, with a playful grin, teased, all right, child, we have all been your age. Your thoughts are not a mystery to us. Tony Stark added, chuckling heartily, next time before you speak, perhaps take a page from the trickster god Loki. At the very least, you should temper that smirk on your face. I can assure you, you were just thinking about a certain girl. Peter's face flushed crimson, and he vigorously waved his hands in denial. No way. Mr. Stark, you are absolutely mistaken. The footage continued to play. After spending some time in Camartage, Strange learned the name Caecilius from the librarian, Wong, and, through Mordo's explanation, gleaned the essence of Caecilius's story. One evening, while alone in the library, Strange stumbled upon spells concerning the Eye of Agamotto. Spotting the Eye of Agamotto displayed within the library, and confirming that librarian Wong was absent, Strange seized the opportunity to take the eye and hung it around his neck. Next, he followed the account in the book and activated the Eye of Agamotto. As he formed intricate gestures with his hands, the Eye of Agamotto gradually opened, revealing a luminous green glow. Strange gazed in disbelief at the successful spell, then continued his actions, conjuring a green magical circle that adorned his right wrist. That radiant light, the intricate network of the magic circle, could it be the time stone among the infinity gems? Loki, who was watching the live broadcast, immediately focused his gaze, incredulously stating, the time stone is actually in the hands of an earth sorcerer. The time stone? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the scenes they had witnessed in Avengers 1 and 3. Nick Fury remarked, Loki, are you saying that the object currently adorning Strange's neck, as seen in the footage, is indeed the time stone among the 6 infinity stones? Bruce Banner mused, I remember Thanos issuing orders to his subordinates after killing Thor and Loki, mentioning that there are still 2 stones on Earth. It turns out he was referring to the time stone. Thor interjected, Hey, Banner, I'm not dead yet. How can you curse me like that? Phil Coulson chimed in. Let us not get caught up in these trivial details. I'm pondering the true power of the time stone. If possible, can we use it to eliminate Thanos? Mordo replied, I just inquired with Master Gu E, but regrettably, there is currently no method to defeat Thanos. Peter questioned, why? Even the Sorcerer Supreme cannot vanquish him? Mordo explained, that is simply not feasible. Master Gu E is the strongest individual on Earth, and Thanos is hardly a challenge in comparison. However, Thanos possesses certain peculiarities. Upon finishing this statement, Mordo fell silent once more, leaving the others with no choice but to redirect their attention to the screen. Gazing at the magical circle encircling his right wrist, Strange began to experiment with the apple he had just finished eating. As he continually rotated his wrist, the apple on the table underwent a series of transformations. It shifted from being reduced to a mere core to reversing back into its untouched, whole form, only to then fast forward into a state of decay and mold. Apologies, there is only one update today. Tomorrow will bring 3 chapters. Chapter 43, Speculation. The secret of Gu E. The sorcerers of Camartage gasped in astonishment, not only at the temporal power contained within the Eye of Agamotto, but also at Strange himself. To witness a mere apprentice sorcerer wielding such unknown power with such proficiency on his first attempt was nothing short of extraordinary. What manner of prodigy was this Strange? Such talent could only be paralleled by Caecilius and Camartage. Yet everyone's gaze once again turned to Caecilius, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his brow, desperately trying to downplay his presence. I did not betray Master Gu. What a pity indeed. Heavenly mercy. I harbored no intention to betray Camartage. Why then? Do you repeatedly cast your gaze upon me? Among those present, only Master Wong maintained an expression devoid of any change, merely nodding discreetly. Truly, the one destined to succeed him as the Sorcerer Supreme possesses extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Strange stared in astonishment at the wondrous scene unfolding, his mouth agape. Is magic truly so enchanting that it can reverse the flow of time? Could it be that his magical aptitude is indeed so remarkable that he could effortlessly cast spells? I pondered, if Strange were to use magic to reverse time on his own hand at this moment, would it heal? Suddenly, Tony spoke up, snapping Strange back to reality. Indeed, with the Time Stone, he could completely restore his hand to its former state. Peter Parker exclaimed, "Guys, I have a bold idea. If Strange were to take the Time Stone and find Thanos, with a mere twist, wouldn't he be able to turn Thanos into a baby?" Master Mordo replied, "I must say, your notion is not bold, but rather naive. With Strange's limited power, even with the Time Stone, he could not possibly deter Thanos. I dare say, before he could even approach, Thanos would tear him apart." Reed Richards then interjected, "Your words pique my curiosity further. What is so special about Thanos that Master Wong refuses to confront him directly?" Observing the faint smile upon Master Wong's visage, Master Mordo inferred her reluctance to explain and remarked in the chat channel, "Perhaps there are some matters the Master finds unfit to disclose to us." The imagery continued. Upon witnessing his recent creation, Strange's eyes brightened, placing the Book of Cagliostro upon the table. As the time magic circle rotated, the previously torn pages astonishingly reappeared. Gazing at the content of the newly emerged pages, a look of astonishment graced Strange's face. Dormammu's Dark Dimension, Eternal Life. As Strange read the text with a visage full of wonder, a multitude of prism-shaped reflections materialized before him, each prism riddled with cracks, depicting chaotic scenes within. "Stop!" Master Mordo and Administrator Wong arrived, their commanding shout abruptly interrupting Strange's magic, chastising him sternly. Time manipulation can create temporal branches. Once an unstable dimensional space is opened, it can lead to spatial paradoxes and time loops. Do you wish to be trapped in an endlessly repeating cycle of time, forever unable to escape? Thus, were those fragments of imagery continuously manifesting within the mirrored spaces mere glimpses of potential timelines? Tony Stark pondered, lightly tapping Strange. Master Gu mentioned that divergent timelines constitute the multiverse. Yet, when you manipulated the apple with time magic, the reality did not respond as expected. However, upon perusing those torn pages, the fabric of space-time before you exhibited signs of collapse. Does this imply that by gazing upon that arcane knowledge, you inadvertently conjured a new multiverse? Reed Richards interjected, "I harbor a troubling premonition. Within those visions, I observed several iterations of Strange, each bearing distinct expressions. Is it conceivable that one of these Stranges has indeed succumbed to villainy?" Bruce Banner remarked, "It is certainly plausible. The human heart is notoriously inscrutable, and given that the multiverse embodies variance and divergence, it is inevitable that one of these Stranges may be ensnared by the allure of eternal life, straying from the righteous path." What? Strange gazed at the skepticism of his companions, exasperatedly raising his hands. "Do you all harbor such distrust in me?" "Do I resemble a villain?" Loki replied, "Oh, proud and arrogant doctor, what gives you the delusion that you are a paragon of virtue? Speak candidly, my young friend. Considering his demeanor during surgery, would you deem him a competent physician?" Peter Parker chimed in, "Well, to be honest, if my loved one were on the operating table and the doctor exhibited such behavior, I would definitely call the authorities." Strange, observing the unrepentant expression on his face, prompted Wong and Mordo to solemnly remind him of the responsibilities of a sorcerer. Sorcerers are tasked with safeguarding Earth from the incursions of otherworldly deities. to fulfill this duty. They have erected 3 sanctuaries upon the planet: the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, the Sanctum in London, and the Sanctum in Hong Kong. A one-eyed director, watching from screen, was suddenly enlightened, hastily jotting down the information, eager to explore opportunities to engage with these enigmatic sorcerers through the New York Sanctum. Simultaneously, Strange inquired about Dormammu. After a brief hesitation, Wong divulged the true nature of Dormammu to Strange. So the pages that Caecilius absconded with. Wong nodded. They contain the incantations for summoning Dormammu, as well as the rituals for siphoning power from the Dark Dimension. Caecilius has allied with Dormammu in the Grand Hall of Camartage. As they absorbed Wong's revelations, all present were astonished. Some sorcerers even conjured magical circles, casting serious glances at the perspiring Caecilius. Misunderstanding. Esteemed sorcerers, I assure you, I have no intention of siding with Dormammu. Master Gui, please believe me. Caecilius hastily turned to kneel before Master Gui, fervently proclaiming his innocence. Observing the flustered Caecilius, Master Gui gently waved her fan, dispelling the enchantments cast by the other sorcerers. Rest assured, esteemed sorcerers, Caecilius is my prized disciple, and I've been closely monitoring his future. At the very least, when I recently glimpsed into his destiny, I observed that he would not betray us. Moreover, I have stated that the visions we perceive are merely occurrences from the multiverse. Please refrain from conflating them with our own reality. The sorcerers exchanged glances, reluctant yet ultimately acquiescing to the directives of Master Ancient One. Thank you, Master, Caecilius exhaled softly, turning his gaze back to the screen. His thoughts consumed by a desire for this troublesome live-streaming system to conclude swiftly, wishing it would cease to torment him. However, fate had other plans. As the scene shifted, a somber chime resonated, and the expressions of Administrator Wong and Master Mordo shifted. Master Wong exclaimed, "London." In the next moment, the grand door leading to the London Sanctum swung open, and a frantic sorcerer rushed forth. Yet, as he burst through the portal, a tremendous force propelled him back, leaving him sprawled on the ground, silenced, with a transparent blade embedded in his back. Strange quickly redirected his attention to the passage of the London Sanctum, where a middle-aged man stood, and Master Mordo's shout revealed his identity. Caecilius. In an instant, Caecilius forcefully swept his hand downward, unleashing a magical projectile that crashed into the ground, causing a tremendous explosion. The shockwave hurled Strange away, colliding him into another passage and transporting him to a new sanctum. Upon groggily emerging outside the door, he was astonished to find himself in New York. However, before he could locate anyone else within the sanctum, Caecilius, accompanied by his subordinates, pursued him relentlessly. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Strange momentarily repelled several of Caecilius' disciples and earned the acknowledgement of the Cloak of Levitation. Under the cloak's guidance, Strange ultimately subdued Caecilius using the implement of punishment affixed to the wall. Yet, in his madness, Caecilius remained convinced of his righteousness, adamantly asserting that only by yielding to Dormammu could humanity, and himself, achieve immortality. He even divulged to Strange that the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, had secretly prolonged her life by siphoning power from the Dark Dimension. Listening to his diatribe, Strange felt a momentary disorientation, but at that instant, one of Caecilius' subordinates ambushed him, hurling an air blade that pierced his chest. This is impossible. Master Mordo's eyes widened in disbelief. Ancient One had consistently battled against Dormammu, repelling him on multiple occasions. She was undeniably the protector of Earth, so how could she possibly draw strength from the Dark Dimension? It is you who speaks deceitfully, slandering the supreme sorceress. Mordo suddenly turned to the bewildered Caecilius, his staff aglow with golden fire, and struck at Caecilius with fervor. He could not tolerate the tarnishing of the reputation of the Ancient One, who had taken him in and taught him the arcane arts. Nor could he believe that she had betrayed all sorcerers by succumbing to the dominion of the Dark Dimension. Enough, Mordo! The Ancient One closed her eyes and once again waved her fan to rescue Caecilius, stating, "What he says is not entirely unfounded." What? At this moment, The other sorcerers present were equally astonished, gazing at the Ancient One in disbelief. Chapter 44. The Death of the Ancient One? The Supreme Sorcerer, revered by all, was secretly drawing power from the Dark Dimension. This revelation not only shocked the sorcerers of Kamartaj, but also startled the audience in the live stream. Peter Parker remarked, "So, this is what the comics say. To defeat a demon, one must first acquire the demon's power?" Tony interjected, "What kind of storylines are you selling in those comics? They sound so juvenile." Bruce Banner countered, "No, I actually find this quite realistic. According to the King's description, Dormammu's power should vastly exceed that of the Ancient One. Yet she has consistently managed to resist Dormammu's incursions. This is inherently suspicious. But if the Ancient One is using Dormammu's power to repel him, it seems rather logical to me." Reed Richards speculated, "If this trend continues, I foresee two potential paths for the relationship between the Ancient One and Dormammu. Either both forces stem from the same origin and stand in opposition, or the Ancient One drives Dormammu away and becomes the new sovereign of the Dark Dimension." Wanda questioned, "But the Supreme Sorcerer possesses her own power. Why would she resort to absorbing such malevolent energy? With her abilities, prolonging her life should be effortless." Loki furrowed his brow. "Malevolent power? Oh, how naive you are. Young lady." Pausing, he continued, "Power is never inherently evil. It is the actions of those who wield it that bestow upon it the labels of justice and malevolence. What a dark power. Much of Asgard's technology and might derives from dark energy, yet we have not committed malevolent acts over the years. My father continues to bring peace to the Nine Realms. Therefore, I see nothing wrong with this Supreme Sorcerer drawing on dark power to extend her life. Moreover, if she were to forsake such power, who among you could stand against Dormammu once she is gone? A group of coddled children, rebuking the very warrior who strives to protect them. How pitifully cowardly are the mortals of Midgard." Loki's disdainful scoff echoed in the live stream, resonating in the ears of all viewers, rendering them silent. Especially Mordo, who was tightly embraced by Caecilius and urged to remain calm, found himself enveloped in silence as well. Indeed, had not the Ancient One reached this juncture solely to safeguard the Earth and ensure their safety? Strange, whose chest flowed with blood, trembled as he traced a portal with his hand, transporting himself back to the hospital where he had once worked. In this narrative, he encounters his ex-girlfriend, Christine, and self-diagnoses his injuries, requesting her assistance to perform surgery. Concurrently, he experiences an astral projection, defeating the adversary pursuing him. Upon returning to his corporeal form, Strange solemnly apologizes to Christine and, under her pressing inquiries, divulges his recent activities. However, upon hearing his account, Christine misinterprets it with concern, believing he has succumbed to some cult. Observing her disbelief, Strange takes her back to the portal he opened, showcasing a transformation that leaves Christine bewildered in the familiar yet strange cleanliness of the surroundings. Now healed, Strange hastily returns to the New York sanctum, only to find that Caecilius has already escaped from his confinement. Support from the Ancient One and Mordo arrives at the sanctum, and upon learning that Caecilius can manipulate space in the real world beyond the mirror dimension, the Ancient One is taken aback. In light of these developments, she declares Strange as the new Sorcerer Supreme of the New York sanctum, a decision met with vehement opposition from Strange. He asserts his identity as a doctor rather than a sorcerer, reminding the Ancient One of his oath to never do harm. Yet, he grapples with the torment of having taken a life. During the ensuing argument, Strange directly accuses the Ancient One of achieving immortality through the absorption of Dormammu's power. This revelation visibly unsettles her, and she sternly cautions him to be mindful of his words, suggesting he may not appreciate the truth of his statements. Their confrontation intensifies, leaving Mordo in a state of confusion. The Ancient One draws her power from the Dark Dimension to attain eternal life. Yet Strange does not spare her dignity, openly criticizing her actions. Faced with this confrontation, the Ancient One chooses to exit the scene without further dialogue. Once she departs, an intense dispute erupts between Mordo and Strange. But at that moment, Caecilius returns with lethal intent. As Caecilius prepares to unleash a powerful explosive spell upon the sanctum, Strange, in a desperate bid, conjures a vast mirror dimension ensnaring everyone within it. Harnessing the power of the cloak of levitation, Strange floats above, boldly declaring, "Let us see who laughs last, you scoundrel." How impressive, Strange. Observing him on the screen, Tony, with a furrowed brow, pats his shoulder, remarking, "It turns out you're just a tough exterior with a soft heart. You claim to abhor fighting, yet your actions reveal your true nature." Peter, Mr. Stark, I believe your focus is misplaced. This is the mirror dimension. Did not Master Mordo initially state that only the Sorcerer Supreme could wield such magic? Yet Mr. Strange has succeeded on his very first attempt, which is quite astonishing. Reed Richards, I have a sudden premonition. Could it be that Strange is destined to become the new Sorcerer Supreme? Master Mordo, impossible. You're overthinking this. Master Ancient One is still present. We could never allow Strange to ascend as the new Sorcerer Supreme. Reed Richards, my intuition remains sharp. I sense that the forthcoming narrative may undergo significant upheaval. Peter, Mr. Richards, are you suggesting a storyline akin to those in comics, where a master relinquishes their duties for some reason and bequeaths their legacy to the protagonist? Reed, indeed, I suspect that may be the case. Strange, you all are becoming increasingly absurd. What merit do I possess to accept the legacy of Master Ancient One? At this moment, Caecilius, upon hearing Strange's declaration, responds with a cold smile. The one who laughs last will undoubtedly be me. With that, he spreads his arms, and the mirror dimension is effortlessly cleaved in two. Realizing that the mirror dimension cannot contain him, Master Mordo urgently urges Strange to flee. However, none anticipated that Caecilius' connection to the dark dimension would enhance their power within the mirror dimension. But I have obtained their Eye of Agamotto. Surely he cannot escape now. As Strange and Master Mordo prepare to conjure a portal upon seeing Caecilius and his cohorts approach, Caecilius merely waves his hand, and the entire city of New York, even the sky, is turned upside down. Despite Strange holding the eye, they find themselves utterly incapable of opening a portal to escape. Oh my God! This battle is exponentially more intense than the initial mirror dimension conjured by Master Ancient One. Being merely a high school student, Peter had never witnessed such a spectacle. As he beheld the grandeur of the battle, he couldn't help but exclaim, "If it were me, I would likely be paralyzed with fear at such a sight, let alone engage in combat." Tony, equally astonished, gazes at the screen. "Do not speak for yourself. Even we might struggle to regain our composure amid such chaos." The space in Caecilius' hands behaves like a mere plaything, and Strange is whimsically toyed with, soon finding himself on the ground, stripped of the eye. Just as Caecilius prepares to deliver the fatal blow, the surrounding space begins to reconstitute, and Master Ancient One arrives on the battlefield. Upon seeing the mark of dark power upon Ancient One's forehead, Master Mordo feels as though the world is collapsing. This is indeed real. She has drawn power from the dark dimension. At that moment, the scene abruptly freezes. Current video paused. QA begins. Question: how does this battle ultimately conclude? Master Ancient One, Stephen Strange, Caecilius, and Master Mordo, please begin the rapid-fire answers. Each participant in the live stream has but one opportunity to respond. Those who answer correctly will earn 100 live points along with a random reward. The random reward may originate from any multiverse, while a failed response will trigger an unknown penalty. Who meets their end last? The audience in the live stream momentarily paused, suddenly recalling Reed Richards' recent speculation. Bruce Banner stated, "From a rational perspective, I believe Caecilius is doomed, yet my emotional reasoning is presently wavering." Phil Coulson responded, "To be honest, I share a similar sentiment." Surely, you do not believe that the Supreme Sorcerer would perish, do you? That's absurd. Thor Odinson laughed heartily. Your notions are rather naive. I have heard from my mother of a formidable warrior in Midgard, nearly as powerful as my father. Only now do I realize that this individual is the Supreme Sorcerer. It is indeed laughable to speculate that the Supreme Sorcerer would die. Phil Coulson interjected, whether true or not, simply provide an answer. I choose the Ancient One. Ding. Phil Coulson's answer is being evaluated. Phil Coulson answered correctly, earning 100 live points. Random reward acquired. Fire Prism. Light Staff, the Fire Prism. Hailing from the world of Digga, allows its bearer to transform into a giant of light for a duration of 3 minutes to engage in battle. Is it truly the Ancient One? This revelation left the audience before the screen in utter shock. Even the king of Asgard, Odin, and his wife were momentarily taken aback. No wonder the future Thanos dared to send forces to invade Earth. Indeed, the Supreme Sorcerer has passed. Odin slowly exhaled, a somber expression gracing his features. Has their era ultimately reached its conclusion? Chapter 45. Time Reversal. The Ancient One is dead? The sorcerers of Camartage were once again overwhelmed. Caecilius and Master Mordo ceased their standoff, collapsing onto the ground. Have I truly caused the demise of the Ancient One? Caecilius trembled as he gazed at his hands, feeling as though they were stained with blood. Master Mordo gasped, his complexion turning ashen, although he was shocked by the Ancient One's absorption of dark powers. He had never dared to envision her death, especially after Loki's recent reminder that the Ancient One was the true guardian of Earth, who could protect the planet in her absence. Among them, only the Ancient One, having confirmed her own fate, remained composed. To speak candidly, during her tenure as the Supreme Sorceress, she had witnessed countless visions of her own future, observing innumerable scenarios of her demise and the various causes of her death. Consequently, the prophetic revelations from the live streaming system no longer held any significance for her. As long as a new guardian existed on Earth, what did it matter if she were to perish tomorrow? The imagery continued to unfold. The Ancient One, wielding a mystical fan, engaged in a fierce battle with Caecilius and others. Amidst the chaos, Caecilius, with a malevolent intent, pierced the body of his own disciple with a translucent blade of air, subsequently striking the Ancient One from a distance. Upon realizing that he had harmed the Ancient One, Caecilius viciously kicked her, expelling her from the portal. With a crash, the Ancient One, ejected from the portal, fell straight down from the heights, shattering a large expanse of glass before landing like a rag doll on the ground, eliciting screams from the startled onlookers. Did the Earth's mightiest protector perish so easily? Nick Fury's eye widened, astonished as he beheld the bloodied image of the Ancient One, unleashing a torrent of expletives. What the hell is this absurd tale? What kind of wretched fate conjures such a demise? As he cursed, he retrieved the device, contemplating how such a formidable being could meet her end so carelessly. His old friend, wandering the cosmos for years without a whisper of news, surely had not met a similarly hasty end. From the depths of the universe, a voice of intrigue interjected, "Fury, have you no manners?" At that moment, Master Mordo regained his composure, turning to the Ancient One, kneeling respectfully on one knee, and solemnly inquired, "Master, you stated that this future shall not unfold, thus you shall not perish this time, correct?" The Ancient One gently waved her fan, a Mona Lisa-like smile gracing her lips as she regarded Mordo as earnest expression and slowly shook her head. "Master Mordo, all mortals face death. It is merely a matter of timing. There is no need for you to fret about the proximity of my demise, at least not for now." Strange and Master Mordo hurriedly transported the Ancient One to the hospital where Christine worked. Observing the Ancient One lying on the surgical table, Strange even donned a surgical gown himself. Yet, at the moment he grasped the scalpel, he found his hand trembling uncontrollably. In resignation, he relinquished the opportunity to operate to a colleague. Her heartbeat was fading. There was no response. All brain activity had ceased. Listening to the frantic calls of the nearby nurse, Strange gazed at the glitching medical instruments and suddenly felt a surge of inspiration, promptly employing astral projection. Indeed, upon separating his soul, he immediately beheld the departing spirit of the Ancient One. "Please, you must not leave." Strange pursued the spirit of the Ancient One, following her to the hospital window. "You must return to your body, for time is slipping away," spoke the Ancient One with a tranquil demeanor. At that moment, Strange was astonished to realize that time itself seemed to slow to a crawl. The helicopter outside appeared frozen in midair, and even the lightning illuminating the horizon tore through the night sky at a glacial pace. "I have gazed into the future for many years, yet at this juncture, I fear I may not endure," the Ancient One continued, her tone unwavering. I have thwarted countless dreadful moments in time, but calamity always follows, ultimately culminating in this very moment, leading to an inevitable conclusion. I have never truly glimpsed your future, only the potential that lies within. Your innate purity and kindness shine brightly. It is not a desire for success that drives you, but rather a fear of failure. Strange's expression suddenly shifted to one of realization. He had not anticipated that the Ancient One could see through him so profoundly. Your arrogance and fear render you oblivious to the simplest yet most crucial truth. The essence of life lies beyond the self. A look of enlightenment crossed Strange's face. As he began to comprehend the weight of responsibility that the Supreme Sorcerer had borne, devotion and protection, he mused. The Ancient One candidly confessed that the power she drew from the Dark Dimension was not for the sake of immortality, but to acquire greater strength to safeguard the Earth. Loki remarked, "It must be said, the Supreme Sorcerer is indeed a figure worthy of respect. Strange, you are fortunate to have such a mentor." A faint smile graced Loki's lips as he reminisced about his mother's teachings, only to shake his head in regret, lamenting how he had disregarded them in the past. Yet, Mordo seems to hold a different perspective, Strange reminded with a hint of resignation. Mordo's stubbornness and rigidity stem from his upbringing. He must learn your adaptability, while you must embrace his tenacity. Only through complementing each other's strengths can you both hope to conquer Dormammu. After savoring one final snowfall, the Ancient One's spirit vanished, leaving Strange alone in the stillness. The passing of the Ancient One was not an end, but rather the beginning of a new chapter for Strange. With the cloak of levitation drying his tears, Strange arrived at Kamar Taj, determined to persuade the disillusioned Mordo to rejoin the fight. However, upon reaching the Hong Kong sanctum, they discovered they were too late. Caecilius had already laid waste to it. The terrifying dark dimension began to encroach upon the earth, spreading its corruption. Caecilius, spotting Strange, rushed toward him. In that dire moment, Strange swiftly invoked the Eye of Agamotto, employing the magic of time reversal to restore the shattered Hong Kong sanctum. Not only that, but those who perished in this cataclysm have been resurrected through the magic of time. Oh God, is this truly happening? Witnessing even the king, pierced through the chest and buried beneath stones, being revived, the viewers in the live stream were utterly astounded. What on earth is going on? Can anyone elucidate this? The reversal of time can indeed bring individuals back to life. This completely overturns the principles of temporal paradoxes. Tony Stark, overwhelmed, shook his head in disbelief. Loki narrowed his eyes. The dissipated souls have reconvened. This is certainly beyond the capabilities of Doctor Strange alone, or mere time magic. This is undoubtedly the power of the Time Stone. It is terrifying. The allure of the Time Stone's power is indeed intoxicating. Dr. Mordo, Loki, are you implying that you covet the Time Stone? Loki, you misunderstand. The Time Stone holds no allure for me, yet I am genuinely intrigued by its power. Just as the magic of time reversal was taking effect, and the collapsed temple was on the verge of restoration, Caecilius reappeared, forcefully striking the ground. A tremendous surge of magical energy swept over Doctor Strange like a tidal wave, knocking him to the ground. At the very moment Strange fell, the magic circle upon his wrist shattered instantaneously. With the destruction of the magic circle, the temple that was being repaired came to a standstill. Moreover, the entire world seemed to have been pressed on pause, becoming utterly frozen, leaving only the 6 sorcerers free to move. You cannot triumph over the inevitable, Caecilius scoffed, then gazed at the slowly shifting dark void above, his face enraptured as he remarked, "This is truly magnificent, a realm beyond time, transcending death." The scene once again froze. Current video paused. Q&A begins. Question: in facing the dimensional demon Dormammu's invasion, how should Strange respond to repel him? Draw upon Dormammu's power. Engaging in a decisive battle. Employ time magic, trapping Dormammu in an eternal time loop, rendering him incapable of escape. Utilize superior magic to vanquish him directly. Employ time magic to incessantly torment Dormammu until his complete collapse. Please begin answering quickly. Each participant in the live stream has but one chance to respond. Those who answer correctly will receive 200 live stream points and a random reward. Random rewards may originate from any multiverse. Failure to answer will trigger an unknown penalty. Chapter 46. Dormammu driven mad by negotiation, how to repel him? The crowd in the live stream murmured to themselves, and moments later, they turned their gaze towards Strange in disbelief. Loki, you, feeble mortal, truly managed to repel a formidable dark-dimensional demon? Bruce Banner. It sounds absurd, yet upon reflection, it seems somewhat plausible. Reed Richards. A quintessential tale of a newcomer saving the world, and the answer to this riddle is quite apparent. Although the magical prowess displayed by Strange is formidable, should he confront the dimensional deity, victory would undoubtedly elude him. The implications may appear similar, yet upon deeper examination, significant differences emerge. The ultimate interpretation of the option suggests that Strange ensnares Dormammu with time magic indefinitely, while the other option implies a complete annihilation of Dormammu, denoting a direct triumph. However, considering Strange's capabilities, I find the latter option somewhat implausible. Peter Parker. So, does Mr. Richards imply that the option is indeed the correct answer? After a moment's hesitation, Reed continued to message. Perhaps, but magic cannot be entirely validated through scientific means, hence I remain uncertain about its correctness. Peter, then I shall give it a try. I choose. Ding. Peter Parker has completed his response. The system begins to assess. Ding. Peter Parker answered incorrectly. Received a random penalty. Following the conclusion of this live broadcast, he will be compelled to reveal his innermost secrets in front of 1,000 people. Peter Parker suddenly felt engulfed in darkness, staring in disbelief at the screen suspended in midair. System, what have you done? How am I to continue living in this world? Tony and Strange exchanged glances, then comfortingly patted Peter on the shoulder. Tony, hold on, kid. Though this penalty is somewhat mortifying, Strange, I hope you can endure it, my boy. Or, during the next live stream, we might not see you at all. Loki chuckled mischievously. If possible, I suggest you record a video, as we are quite curious about the secrets residing in your heart. Peter looked at the three around him, stifling laughter, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In the chat channel, Reed sent another message. So, with Peter's option eliminated, what does that mean for the final answer? Did Strange truly defeat Dormammu to the point of collapse? Ding. Reed Richards has completed his response. The system begins to assess. Ding. Reed Richards answered correctly. Gained 200 live broadcast points, along with a random reward, Thunderfruit. The Thunderfruit, hailing from the world of pirates. Upon consumption transforms one's physique into that of electricity, rendering physical attacks ineffective. It allows for the release of high-voltage currents for assault and enables movement at lightning speed. Furthermore, it can enhance the range of observation hockey through electric waves, possessing terrifying destructive power while also offering electrotherapy capabilities. This item sounds immensely powerful. After hearing the system's introduction, Reed Richards' eyes lit up as he seized the fruit, nearly the size of his head, and took a hearty bite. After he finally finished devouring all the fruits, a sharp pain surged through his chest, and a powerful bolt of lightning erupted from his body, radiating outward and swiftly obliterating his laboratory. As the flashes of lightning subsided, Reed Richards surveyed the chaotic remnants of his lab, yet he felt no despair. Instead, his heart burned with fervor. This system, this reward, indeed, it was not merely a dream. Last time, after the live stream concluded, Reed had stumbled and fallen hard, losing consciousness for a day. At that moment, he had associated the system's so-called punishment with his fall. But even then, he could hardly believe such coincidences existed. The incessant answering of questions and offering of analyses had merely been instinctual for him as a scientist. If only he could experience such questioning a few more times. Reed's eyes sparkled, blue arcs of electricity bursting forth from them, bouncing in the void before him. Perhaps it would be prudent to first master the power he currently possessed. The footage continued to play. Upon hearing Caecilius utter the phrase, transcending time, Strange's expression shifted abruptly as he turned and soared into the vast, dark space behind him, plunging deep into its depths. Countless planets and galaxies were consumed by the forces of darkness, transforming into a series of interconnected orbs of vibrant colors, drifting through the dark space. exuding an aura of primal desolation. Upon reaching the depths of the dark dimension, Strange landed on the surface of a planet and reactivated the time magic. A small circle of green, magical runes appearing on his arm. He then turned to face the newly emerged ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu. With resplendent eyes and a diamond-shaped face, Strange was astonished to realize that he had encountered Dormammu's visage during his initial arrival at Camartage. Bruce Banner remarked, "So does Dormammu. No wonder I felt a chill when I beheld those eyes." The others in the livestream room wore solemn expressions. Whether it was Loki, Tony Stark, or Nick Fury, they all gazed anxiously at the screen. After all, Dormammu was indeed a creature that resided within the same world as they did. As he gazed at the enormous face above him, Strange glanced at the magical runes on his arm, feeling a sense of resolve. "Dormammu, I have come to negotiate. You have come to seek your demise." Dormammu's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the dark space, a chilling and terrifying presence enveloping him. "Your world now belongs to me, just like all the others." No sooner had he spoken than countless sharp magical projectiles hurtled towards Strange from all directions. And Dormammu unleashed a wave of purple energy from his mouth, utterly shattering Strange's form into fragments. "Curse be it! Could I not withstand even a second?" Strange furiously clenched his fist and let out an exasperated roar, only to suddenly freeze. Wait a moment. The question just posed indicated that I ensnared Dormammu with time magic, tormenting him until he shattered. He swallowed hard, his complexion paling, and after a long pause, incredulously muttered, "Could it be?" As everything seemed irretrievable, the scene abruptly shifted. Time began to reverse, returning to the very instant before Dormammu's emergence, precisely when Strange reactivated the time magic array on his wrist. Subsequently, Strange descended once more from the sky, landing before Dormammu, and shouted defiantly, "Dormammu, I come to negotiate terms. You have come to your doom. Your world is now mine." Dormammu retorted. However, as he spoke, a sudden change flickered across Dormammu's expression, his gaze darting around at the floating celestial bodies. "What is happening? Was that merely an illusion?" Strange interrupted his suspicions, proclaiming loudly, "No, this is reality." "Very well," Dormammu growled, and two dark spires shot down, pinning Strange to the ground. Yet in the next moment, another Strange descended from above, glancing at the green magic array on his arm, and shouted, "Dormammu, I come to negotiate terms." Observing Dormammu's bewildered expression, Strange candidly stated, "Just as you granted Caecilia's power from your realm, I have brought something from mine." Strange raised his left hand, revealing the green magical ring entwined around it. "This is time, an infinite loop of time." Indeed, Strange exhaled slowly, closing his eyes in astonishment at his audacity to venture this far. An infinite loop. Master Wong's face bore a satisfied smile as he nodded slowly. "You truly are remarkable. Strange, always conjuring unique ideas." Tony looked at Strange, who appeared unfazed, with a perplexed expression, incredulously stating, "Aren't you afraid? With such a prospect, you would face countless deaths, which would surely drive you utterly mad." Strange nodded, then shook his head. "If I were in the position of this Strange now, perhaps I would indeed succumb to madness. But that version of me is different. He has endured the loss of Master Wong and, under her guidance, learned the virtue of resilience from Master Mordo. I believe that, at this moment, he has completely transcended the fear of life and death." Upon realizing he had fallen in a strange trap, Dormammu erupted in fury, ruthlessly striking Strange down. However, under the influence of the time loop, the next moment saw a new Strange descending once again. "You cannot perpetually continue this cycle," Dormammu hissed, his expression dark and menacing. Strange, however, was undeterred. "In truth, I can. This is the current predicament. We are both ensnared in this moment, caught in an infinite loop of time." Upon hearing this, Dormammu erupted in fury. "Then you must confront endless death." Yet Strange responded, "The people of Earth can survive," only to be subsequently obliterated into particles by the purple waves exhaled by Dormammu. In the ensuing moments, Strange reappeared time and again, only to meet his demise repeatedly. "Dormammu, I am here to negotiate," he proclaimed. Faced with what appeared to be an interminable cycle of time, even the dark dimension's sovereign, Dormammu, began to unravel in a frenzy. Regardless of his tumult, the resurrected Strange would always return, resolutely declaring, Dormammu, I am here to negotiate. In the grand hall of Camartage, the sorcerers wore expressions of shock and solemnity as they watched the screen, witnessing Strange endure repeated deaths, his arms trembling. Respect illuminated their eyes. No wonder the Ancient One had chosen him as her successor. Caecilius murmured, sighing, compared to him, I still fall woefully short. The resilience he had learned from me. Master Mordo twitched at the corner of his eye. Is this fellow truly not jesting? In the live stream, praises for Strange continued unabated until after a considerable time. Thor suddenly interjected in the chat. Strange, while your bravery is commendable, do you truly believe that dying repeatedly can thwart Dormammu? I have seen Loki wield magic before, yet I have never witnessed a spell with enduring effects. My mother has also said that if the caster's power wanes, the spell will falter. How then can you hope to vanquish Dormammu? Strange slowly shook his head. I am uncertain how long this time magic will endure. But given that the Eye of Agamotto houses the Time Stone, I believe that while I cannot face Dormammu directly, maintaining a brief cycle should be feasible. Moreover, I am aware that in Dormammu's agitation, I have already secured my victory, for I have left him a way out. Loki's face illuminated with sudden understanding. Dormammu, I am here to negotiate. And this, indeed, is your condition. Strange nodded. In truth, it, like me, does not know how long this time loop can persist. But the unknown is the most terrifying aspect. Furthermore, as a powerful Lord of Dimensions, being ensnared by a mere sorcerer in this time loop will undoubtedly evoke its ire. Based on this alone, it will surely be the one to falter in this conflict. Provoked by anger, Dormammu subjected Strange to one harrowing death after another. Even in the final moments, in a bid to shatter Strange's spirit, Dormammu relinquished his lethal strike capability, opting instead for a relentless onslaught akin to scraping, repeatedly toppling Strange to the ground. You can never win, Dormammu bellowed frantically. Indeed, I shall lose. Strange laboriously rose from the ground, once more launching a verbal assault that tormented Dormammu's psyche. I can lose time and again, for eternity, making you my prisoner. No, stop, Dormammu roared again, unleashing dozens of sharp spikes that pierced Strange's body, bringing forth a new iteration of Strange. Let me out. No, I have merely come to negotiate. Strange approached languidly, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Faced with the futility of breaking this damn time loop, Dormammu ultimately conceded. What terms do you wish to discuss? Chapter 47. Aunt May has joined the live stream. Observing the now broken Dormammu, Strange declared boldly, my condition is this. Take your followers and depart from Earth, never to commit evil in my realm again, and never return. The scene shifted back to Earth, reverting to the previous dialogue. Caecilius gazed upward into the dark expanse. Entranced as he remarked, it is truly beautiful, a world beyond time, beyond death. Yet in the next moment, the cloaked Strange silently descended behind them. Sensing an anomaly, Caecilius turned, his expression grave as he inquired, What have you done? I have secured my terms. Strange chuckled softly, and, as his words echoed, the bodies of Caecilius and his two companions began to disintegrate, transforming into grotesque, mummified forms that soared into the encroaching darkness amidst their panicked cries. This is all you desired, to persist as a fragment of Dormammu's existence, but I dare say you shall not relish this fate. As he witnessed Caecilius and the others vanish, Strange activated his time-manipulating abilities once more, bringing a definitive end to the chaos in Hong Kong. However, following this resolution, Master Mordo found himself at ideological odds with Strange, leading to their eventual divergence. Returning the Eye of Agamotto to the library, Wong gazed anxiously at the reflection of Earth above, stating, The news of Master Gu Yi's passing will soon echo throughout the multiverse. Without the Sorcerer Supreme's protection, we must be prepared. I am ever ready. Standing before the window of the sanctum in New York, Strange donned his cherished watch, his expression solemn as he gazed outside. Yes, we have triumphed. Peter Parker. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the scene, sprang up in excitement and emphatically slapped his palm against Dr. Strange's drooping hand. "Mr. Strange, you are truly remarkable. I can hardly fathom how one could confront such terrifying demons alone and to have perished so many times. If it were me, I would have surely gone mad by now." Loki slowly nodded, a look of intrigue gracing his features as he remarked, "It is astonishing to discover that mere mortals possess such magical prowess." Tony mused, "I wonder if Strange, having become a sorcerer, can reach the heights of the Ancient One. After all, we currently face threats such as Thanos and those terrifying dimensional demons. I cannot comprehend why, overnight, Earth has become such a coveted prize, attracting all manner of invaders." Master Mordo interjected, "I must clarify that while Strange's talent is indeed formidable, reaching the level of the Ancient One is unattainable. Her gifts are unparalleled." Nick Fury inquired, "May I consult the Ancient One? Since she can foresee the future, would it be possible for her to enlighten us regarding which forces on Earth might unite to safeguard our planet?" Master Mordo replied, "The Ancient One has indicated that even if those forces were revealed to you, they would not join your cause. However, when Earth faces true peril, those with righteous hearts will naturally rise to defend it." Phil Coulson remarked, "Well, listening to your words is as enlightening as it is perplexing." At this moment, the dark imagery shifted once more, and the gathered individuals observed the screen transform, falling silent in anticipation. It appears that Earth now has sorcerers. Thor, clad in casual attire and holding a teacup, sat opposite Strange. When asked what he would like to drink, Thor shook his head, saying, "I do not drink tea." As soon as he spoke, the teacup in his hand magically transformed into a large beer mug filled to the brim with frothy ale. "In fact, I possess a list detailing individuals who could pose a threat to this world, including extraterrestrial entities. Your adopted brother, Loki, is among them." Thor downed the beer in one gulp, wiped the foam from his mouth, and nodded in agreement. "He is indeed deserving of that title." Strange leaned forward, his expression earnest as he asked Thor, "Why do you still bring him to New York?" Tony and Nick exclaimed in unison, "Loki is coming to New York again?" Hearing the commotion beside him, Loki wore a bemused expression, spreading his hands in confusion. "What do you mean by that? Is my presence in New York unwelcome?" Phil Coulson quipped, "What, is the god of mischief preparing to invade New York?" Nick Fury retorted, "Damn it. It seems that after you were taken back to Asgard by Thor, you were not restricted in your freedom. Thus, it stands to reason that next time we capture you, we should confine you directly with us." Upon hearing this, Loki, visibly displeased, warned, "Refrain from harboring such irreverent notions. Insect, I shall reiterate, the one who invaded Midgard is not I. Do not impose his transgressions upon me." Thor, gazing at his beer-filled cup, interjected, "However, we are here to seek my father. Thus, if you locate Odin, will you promptly return to Asgard?" Strange inquired earnestly. Upon receiving Thor's affirmative response, he nodded with satisfaction. "Then I shall assist you." "Father has gone Earth," Loki remarked, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Has something befallen Asgard? Wait, in this future, could it be that Asgard's destruction is linked to my father's departure?" Loki was not alone in his puzzlement. Both Odin and Thor, observing from the screen, bore expressions of skepticism. "Why is it always Midgard?" Odin, wielding the eternal spear, pondered, "Why do all events seem to revolve around Midgard? Does it harbor secrets unknown to me?" In his youth, Odin had fought valiantly to protect Midgard against various foes, as it was an integral part of the Nine Realms and a responsibility passed down through generations, despite the fact that its inhabitants did not revere him as others did. Yet now, it appeared that Midgard held a position of paramount importance in the cosmos. Otherwise, why would even Dormammu covet its existence? As the group continued to contemplate, the still image trembled once more. Dressed in work attire, Parnburn was engaged in mechanical repairs when a hooded figure entered his workshop. Sensing the newcomer, Parnburn appeared somewhat anxious but maintained a calm demeanor, asking, "How may I assist you? You were carried to Kamartaj on a stretcher, yet now, it seems quite different." The hooded figure remarked. The figure lifted their face. It was Master Mordo. Upon seeing him, Parnburn's tension escalated as he approached the workbench, discreetly grasping a crowbar. "I have been away for months and have gained profound insights. Master Mordo said, slowly removing his hood as he moved closer to Parnburn. The true purpose of a sorcerer is to revert things to their original state. They steal power and violate the laws of nature, just as you do. In response, Parnburn turned and shook his head, asserting, I have not stolen power. It is inherently mine. Mordo scoffed at this assertion, shaking his head before suddenly attacking Parnburn, extracting a wisp of ethereal energy from within him. As Parnburn collapsed, paralyzed from the loss of his power, Mordo coldly declared, I have finally grasped the issue plaguing this world. There are far too many sorcerers. As the scene unfolded, Master Mordo's grotesque visage captured the attention of the other sorcerers in the Grand Hall, who shifted their unusual gazes from Caecilius to him once more. This cannot be real, he exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief as he confronted the harsh reality of having ruthlessly caused the demise of Pangborn. Have I truly become the villain in the future? Master Gu-E, closing his eyes, let out a sigh of resignation, reflecting on the unfortunate path his disciples had unwittingly chosen. Doctor Strange 1 has concluded. Each conclusion invites newcomers to join the live broadcast. Welcome Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, to the live broadcast. Carol? The ever-watchful Nick Fury perked up at the familiar name. Having just contemplated news about an old friend, he was pleasantly surprised by her sudden appearance. In the live broadcast, a radiant flash of light heralded the arrival of a woman clad in resplendent battle attire. Where am I? She marveled at the ethereal, misty surroundings, her eyes wide with astonishment as she warily regarded the 4 individuals present. Who are you? What is this place? I warn you, if you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall obliterate your spaceship. Obliterate our spaceship? Loki's lips curled into a congenial smile as he spread his arms wide before Carol. By all means, dear lady. I too am quite curious to witness the aftermath of this place's destruction. Upon hearing this, Carol furrowed her brow, momentarily hesitant at Loki's brazen demeanor. However, his expression appeared so infuriating that she could no longer contain herself. She raised her hands, preparing to unleash a wave of energy as a preliminary test. Yet at that moment, she realized that her powers had vanished entirely upon entering this realm, just as confusion settled within her. She caught sight of a message from Nick Fury in the chat channel. Dimensional livestream. Spoilers of the future? Gazing at the news about her old friend on Earth, Carol stood to the side, skeptical and scrutinizing the screen before her. Throughout her extensive journeys across the cosmos, she had never encountered such an absurd notion. Chapter 48. The Extraordinary Spider-Man. A damsel rescues a hero, Captain Marvel? Tony Stark inquired, observing Carol Danvers engaging animatedly with Nick Fury in the chat channel. What is this? Another captain? Is there a connection to Captain America? Upon hearing his question, Carol shrugged her shoulders, now reassured of the harmlessness of this space, and replied, There is no connection. If there is any, it is merely that we both share the title of captain. So, are you also a superhero on Earth? Upon envisioning himself as the supreme sorcerer, Strange suddenly felt a profound sense of purpose, leading him to concern himself with the safety of Earth. No, Carol interjected, shaking her head. My mission is to uphold the stability of the universe. Typically, I traverse the vast powers of the cosmos. Uphold the stability of the universe? The audience in the live stream was momentarily taken aback by Carol's proclamation. After a brief pause, Loki regained his composure and scoffed. This is the first time I've encountered a woman who can lie better than me, the god of mischief. Who do you think you are, claiming to maintain universal stability? Indeed, Thor chimed in, eager to join the banter. Even my father, Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, who rules over the 9 realms, would never presume to assert that he could ensure the stability of the universe. Yet here you are, a mere Captain Marvel, boasting so audaciously. Asgard? Carol was momentarily taken aback by Thor's words. She had indeed heard the illustrious name of Asgard from various factions across the cosmos, and had even encountered Asgardian scout ships a few years prior. However, she had not anticipated the presence of 2 princes from Asgard within this livestream. What manner of existence is this livestream that it could invite the Asgardians? Just as Carol pondered this, the previously dark screen illuminated once more. The future projection begins, currently showcasing Spider-Man: Homecoming. Within a cozy home, a couple bids a tearful farewell to their young son, entrusting him to his older brother and sister-in-law before stepping out into the pouring rain, leaving the young child gazing sorrowfully at the downpour outside. The scene shifts to a young high school student shaking his head at the glass, affixing a photo of the Black Panther debate club to it, and, amidst the teasing of his classmates, he navigates the corridor on a skateboard. Observing the high school student, who appeared out of place among his peers, the four in the live stream turned their attention to the young man at the center. "Peter, is it you?" Peter Parker, bewildered, nodded in disbelief, slapping his somewhat numb face in astonishment. "I am Spider-Man." To be honest, upon witnessing Tony Stark's Iron Man armor, Bruce Banner's transformation into the Hulk, and even Strange's recent metamorphosis into a sorcerer, Peter's heart brimmed with envy. What boy does not harbor a dream of becoming a superhero? Yet, as an ordinary high school student, devoid of a distinguished lineage or extraordinary heritage, and most critically, lacking financial means, even if he possessed the blueprints for Iron Man's armor, he could not soar through the skies like Iron Man, let alone transform into the Hulk or sorcerer. But now, this system had the audacity to inform him that in the not-so-distant future, he could indeed become a superhero. This was utterly exhilarating. Peter's heart ignited with fervor, and his pulse quickened. After agreeing to help a girl take photos of her boyfriend on Friday, Peter made his way to his locker. At this moment, a couple was passionately engaged atop his cabinet, and Peter exerted considerable effort to extricate a book from the chaotic scene. Wait, wasn't this an occurrence from yesterday? Suddenly, Peter's mouth gaped open in the live stream, and he swallowed hard. Tony, standing nearby, sensed something amiss and turned to regard Peter's flushed face with suspicion. "What's the matter? Peter? Are you infatuated with Miss Danvers?" "What?" Peter was taken aback, staring at the bewildered Captain Marvel, then turned in astonishment to Tony Stark, shaking his head in disbelief. "What are you talking about, Mr. Stark? Are you embarrassed because you witnessed that couple kissing?" Tony inquired, frowning with a disdainful expression. "Hey kid, you're not still a virgin, are you? What are you saying?" No, no. Peter hastily refuted, waving his hands frantically. "Then what is going on?" Even Strange turned his head, observing the agitated Peter, and remarked, "Being the center of attention is indeed exhilarating, but it shouldn't provoke such a reaction, should it?" At this point, Peter was thoroughly perplexed, looking around at the others with his hands raised in confusion. "What are you all talking about? I don't understand at all." Loki, exasperated, covered his forehead and pointed at Peter's chest, saying, "Do you not realize your heart is racing as if it might burst?" Only then did Peter comprehend that his earlier anxiety had caused his heart to race, audible to those surrounding him. I was just..." Peter stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to articulate his feelings. Just then, Peter Parker exited the classroom building and happened upon a girl seated on a bench, engrossed in her book. Observing this scene, Peter hesitated for a moment before raising his camera to capture the beautiful moment before him. "Oh!" The three men in the live stream simultaneously exhaled in realization, then turned their gaze back to Peter Parker, whose face was now beet red, teasing him. "So you're indulging in some covert photography, huh? It seems you have a fondness for that girl." Tony smacked his lips and chuckled. "Come on, admit it. When we previously asked what you would do with the ability to foresee the future, were you picturing this girl?" "That's not true, Mr. Stark. You can't just slander my reputation." Peter fervently waved his hands in denial, but under the scrutinizing gazes of the three adults, his voice gradually diminished. At this moment, the scene shifted, and a call echoed, prompting both Peter and the girl he had surreptitiously photographed to turn their attention. "Eat it, eat it!" In the small square in front of the classroom building, a group of students formed a circle, and one of Peter's classmates, who had bullied him earlier, was holding a shorter student upside down, pressing his head into a plate of food. "Make sure to eat your vegetables, Gordon. Hurry up." He is Eugene Fleisch Thompson, nicknamed Lightning, the captain of the school basketball team and a notorious bully on campus, often tormenting his classmates. At this moment, Fleisch noticed Peter squeezing into the crowd and shouted, "Peter, come here and take a picture of this guy with your camera." Observing the bullied Gordon, Peter frowned and firmly declined, saying, No, Fleisch, I want to take a picture of him. Let him go." The onlooking students began to incite Peter, But he remained undeterred, continuing to urge Fleisch to release Gordon. Put him down, Eugene. The crowd gasped in disbelief at Peter's audacity to confront Fleisch directly. Feeling humiliated, Fleisch angrily tossed Gordon to the ground. As Peter rushed over to help Gordon, Fleisch landed a punch squarely on Peter's face, knocking him down. Watching Peter being beaten on the screen, Tony and the others were momentarily stunned. They had expected Peter, as the protagonist, to triumph effortlessly, yet he was soundly thrashed. What was all that tension for? Facing Fleisch's blows, Peter lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, his voice raspy as he said, "I want to help you take that kind of picture." Fleisch snorted in response. "Then you could just stay down there." He then turned to the others and shouted, "Who else wants to try?" Just as the surrounding students fell silent, the girl Peter had secretly photographed emerged from the crowd and approached Fleisch from behind. "Hey, Fleisch!" Fleisch, who had just turned around and was about to unleash his wrath, wilted upon seeing her. Although the girl was slightly shorter than Fleisch, her presence was far more commanding. "Are we still meeting at my house after school today? I hope you haven't forgotten to do your homework. You really disappointed me last time." Upon hearing her words, Fleisch's face bore a pleading expression, but she mercilessly instructed, "Leave now. Go to class." Despite his displeasure, Fleisch begrudgingly complied and departed. Thus, I had anticipated a drama of a hero vanquishing villains, only to discover it was a comedic tale of a damsel rescuing the hero. Tony shrugged and gestured to Peter, saying, "Hey, buddy, you've really embarrassed yourself this time." Chapter 49, Life, Fragmentation, Infiltration of a Laboratory. "Well, Mr. Stark, that's rather difficult to say." As the scene of his humiliation concluded, Peter shed his tension and unease, recalling the event from the previous day in class, a smile creeping onto his lips. The footage continued, showing Gwen commending Peter for his brave actions upon entering the classroom, suggesting he should visit the nurse's office to check for any signs of a mild concussion. Upon hearing Gwen's concern, Peter couldn't help but break into a silly grin. The scene shifted once more, revealing Peter back at home, where Aunt May was diligently preparing dinner. However, her keen eye soon spotted the bruise on Peter's face. In a hurried attempt to conceal the truth, Peter claimed he had merely tripped. Yet Uncle Ben, perceptive as ever, recognized Peter's stubbornness and urged him to assist in tidying up the storage room. Just after Uncle Ben departed, Peter stumbled upon an old briefcase. As he entered the living room, the argument between Uncle Ben and Aunt May abruptly ceased, their astonished expressions betraying their surprise. "I had nearly forgotten about that. It belonged to your father," Uncle Ben remarked, his white hair framing a face full of memories. He spotted that briefcase at the leather shop on 9th Street and insisted on having it, a 19-year-old boy clamoring for a briefcase. Pausing mid-sentence, Uncle Ben chuckled. "Do you know who sold it to him?" Peter shook his head. "It was your mother. That's how they met," Uncle Ben explained. Tony, unable to suppress his curiosity, interjected, "Your parents never returned after they left, did they?" Peter hesitated, a shadow crossing his face as he shook his head. "No. Uncle Ben told me that the plane they were on encountered some trouble, and for all these years, he and Aunt May have raised me." Tony fell silent, gently patting Peter's shoulder, sharing an unspoken bond of empathy. He too had lost his parents in a tragic accident, leaving him alone in the world. Peter, momentarily taken aback, resumed rummaging through the briefcase and pulled out an old black-and-white newspaper clipping. He turned to Uncle Ben, inquiring, "Who is this? Do you recognize him?" Uncle Ben glanced at the clipping and replied, "I believe he must be your father, colleague." Realizing that both Uncle Ben and Aunt May were unaware of the details surrounding his father, Peter felt compelled to delve into the past on his own. As he sorted through the contents, he unexpectedly discovered a hidden compartment within the briefcase, for which he extracted a stack of documents. With curiosity piqued, Peter opened the folder to find it contained scientific materials. Zero decay rate algorithm? At that moment, a knock echoed at his door and Uncle Ben stepped inside. It turned out that he had recognized the man in the newspaper. After some contemplation, Uncle Ben decided to reveal the man's name to Peter, Kurt Connors. Indeed, upon witnessing the expressions of Uncle Ben and Aunt May, I had surmised they were familiar with this individual. Strange smiled and said, "Peter, you mentioned this was from yesterday. Did you manage to uncover the identity of this person afterward?" Peter nodded, a peculiar expression adorning his face. Indeed, Dr. Connors is a scientist at Oscorp, renowned for his expertise in cross-species genetics and has published several works. It is hard to fathom that my father once collaborated with him. Tony, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow with a strange look. Cross-species genetics? Surely, he does not aspire to create biochemical warriors? No, it cannot be such a terrifying experiment. It seems he is currently engaged in research concerning the engineering of life amalgamation. Peter shrugged. This is all the information I could find online. Bruce Banner remarked. It sounds akin to an experimental project with military involvement, life amalgamation. I hazard a guess that it pertains to experiments on limb regeneration. Reed Richards shook his head, offering a different perspective. I suspect it may involve experiments aimed at prolonging life. Thor scoffed disdainfully. You mortals, do you seek to steal time? Dr. Strange shrugged, alas. Throughout history, many have harbored dreams of immortality. The wealthy, politicians, and a vast majority of the upper echelons of society yearn to extend their lives. Under such insatiable greed, I'm not surprised by the bizarre pursuits that may arise. The following day, unable to quell his curiosity, Peter Parker ventured alone to the towering Oscorp building. After deceiving the front desk to obtain a badge identifying him as a new intern, he found himself outside Dr. Connor's laboratory. To his astonishment, he encountered his classmate, Gwen Stacy. It turned out that Gwen was Dr. Connor's chief intern and was tasked with leading the new interns on a tour of the laboratory. Spotting Gwen, Peter quickly concealed himself behind a tall boy to avoid being seen. The group, under Gwen's guidance, entered the laboratory, and soon, a bespectacled, middle-aged man with a missing right arm approached them. Dr. Connors addressed the interns, articulating his research intentions. I aspire to create a world devoid of flaws. Who can fathom how to achieve this? When someone suggested stem cells, Dr. Connors countered that while promising, his methods would be far more comprehensive. The interns fell silent, preparing to attentively absorb Dr. Connors' presentation of his research findings. Just then, a voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Cross-species gene transplantation. Upon hearing this, the interns parted, revealing Peter Parker standing at the rear. Gwen stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Peter, instinctively checking the intern roster for his name, only to discover that it was not listed. Noticing Dr. Connor's intrigued gaze, Peter hesitated for a moment before sharing the knowledge he had gathered, piquing Dr. Connor's profound interest in the boy. What is your name? At that moment, Peter was momentarily taken aback. He had merely assumed another's identity to gain entry here. Just as anxiety began to creep in, Gwen Stacy unexpectedly stepped in to answer. He is one of the most outstanding and intelligent students at Midtown Science High School, ranking second in his class. Dr. Connors nodded in appreciation upon hearing this. However, Peter couldn't help but chuckle. Second? Are you certain? Gwen replied with a smile. Of course. I'm quite certain. Wow. Wanda observed the scene and couldn't resist teasing in the chat channel. Peter, it seemed to have a chance. This girl appears quite interested in you. Huh? Peter was momentarily stunned, blinking in confusion, uncertain of how to respond. Strange nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems this girl harbors feelings for you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to protect your secret. But remember, Peter, with such a remarkable girl, you must take the initiative. Oh, please, a doctor rejected by his own girlfriend has no right to meddle in another's romantic affairs. Tony nudged Strange's hand away and draped his arm around Peter's shoulder. When it comes to girls, you ought to learn from me. Honestly, I have charmed more women than you have solved equations. As he spoke, Tony leaned closer to Peter's ear, whispering a series of suggestions. Before long, Peter, who had been attentively listening, exclaimed in excitement, "Incredible! Mr. Stark, this technique is phenomenal." Carol Danvers looked disdainfully at the trio of men huddled together, scoffing. Is this something to be proud of? You all look utterly ridiculous. Due to prior commitments, I was unable to provide timely updates today. I will make amends tomorrow. Chapter 50. The poor rely on mutation at that moment. Dr. Connors abruptly received a phone call and hurriedly departed, assigning all responsibilities for the interns to Gwen. Once the doctor had left, Gwen seized the opportunity to approach Peter and inquired, "What are you doing here?" As Peter stammered to explain himself, Gwen suddenly smiled. "Are you following me?" Peter quickly waved his hands. No, I had no idea you were working here. Gwen pressed on. Then why are you here? Faced with her relentless questions, Peter could only concoct a vague excuse. Because I love science. You love science? Gwen glanced back at the interns and shook her head. I have to manage them now. You'd best stay put and not cause me any trouble. Watching Gwen lead the group away, Peter let out a sigh of relief and quickly retreated. However, fate had other plans. He collided with a sharply dressed Indian man, sending the documents he held crashing to the floor. Upon witnessing the scene, Peter hastily offered his apologies and assisted in gathering the scattered documents, only to unexpectedly discover that one of the files bore a striking resemblance to those left behind by his father, particularly the prominent insignia of 2 zeros emblazoned on a protruding sheet of paper. Observing the silent Indian man retreating into the distance, Peter pondered for a moment before deciding to follow him, discreetly noting the code the man had entered. Once the Indian departed, Peter too ventured into the facility known as the Biological Silk Development Department. Upon entering the room, Peter's curiosity was piqued as he surveyed the surrounding machinery, his gaze drawn to the resilient strands of spider silk displayed prominently. His intrigue only deepened as he ventured into the expansive blue chamber and approached the colossal spinning machine, examining the luminous spiders up close. Unable to resist the allure of these peculiar arachnids, Peter cautiously extended his hand to delicately touch one of the silk threads. To his astonishment, his touch caused the entire machine to abruptly cease operation. Moments later, a dozen spiders descended upon him from above. Good heavens, so many spiders! Peter exclaimed, his expression one of distaste as he watched the creatures continue to fall upon him. Although he did not harbor a particular aversion to spiders, the sensation of them crawling over him sent shivers down his spine, making him acutely aware of the prickling sensation on his scalp. With nothing to show for his efforts, Peter reluctantly exited the laboratory. However, as he aimlessly wandered, Gwen seized him and without a word reclaimed his internship badge. At that moment, a spider crawled onto the nape of Peter's neck and delivered a sharp bite. Startled, he let out a yelp and instinctively crushed the creature in his grasp. Disheartened by his fruitless endeavors, Peter boarded the subway, preparing to head home. As he lay dozing on the train, a drunken man, amused by the sight, placed a beer bottle on Peter's forehead, anticipating the humorous spectacle when he awoke. A bead of condensation slowly trickled down the bottle, and just as it dripped onto Peter's nose, his eyes snapped open, and he sprang up as if propelled by springs, not only toppling the beer bottle, but also adhering to the subway, ceiling like a spider. His bizarre behavior startled the surrounding passengers, who recoiled in terror toward the far end of the carriage. Taken aback himself, Peter quickly leapt down from the ceiling. At that moment, a woman seated beside him, drenched in beer, voiced her irritation. Hearing her complaint, Peter rushed forward to apologize, but for reasons unbeknownst to him, his hand became entangled in her clothing, igniting a chaotic scuffle. With alarms ringing in his mind, Peter adeptly evaded the onslaught from those around him, effortlessly toppling everyone in his path, even managing to detach steel rods from the subway S structure. As Peter gazed at his hand that had just released the steel pipe, a look of bewilderment spread across his face. Is this truly me? He pondered, staring in disbelief at the image of himself effortlessly defeating a group of thugs on the live stream, incredulously ruffling his hair. He had always been the one to endure beatings. When had he ever been able to retaliate? Moreover, this agility, this level of skill. Tony furrowed his brow and pointed at the screen, remarking, "Kid, with such reflexes, how did you get pummeled by that Flash character yesterday?" Peter hesitated for a moment before awkwardly replying, "To be honest, I don't know how to fight at all, and I certainly don't possess the reaction speed depicted in that footage. I must confess, Mr. Stark, I'm still trying to comprehend what exactly transpired." The spider, Strange, squinted, resting his chin on his hand, uncertainly suggesting, "I wonder if it has something to do with that spider that just bit you." Peter shook his head at this notion. "Isn't it normal for a spider to bite?" Loki interjected, shaking his head. "Humans are truly forgetful. Have you forgotten that the person you collided with entered that white room and sought out the one-handed individual? And that one-handed person is researching the transfer of animal traits to humans? Tony's eyes brightened as he thumped his left palm. That spider could very well be extraordinary. Also, during your sleep, didn't you have those flashback images? Although they were brief, I distinctly saw the presence of spider webs. Is that even possible? Peter hesitated. Could it be that after being bitten, I underwent some sort of mutation? No, that is too frightening. I think you're all overthinking this. At that moment, Reed Richards chimed in. You must realize that when young Peter entered that room, at least 20 spiders fell upon him. If any one of those spiders could cause a mutation with a single bite, that would be catastrophic. The operation of a laboratory requires nearly 100 personnel, all of whom must have closely studied and interacted with those spiders. Furthermore, these spiders have been perfectly integrated into their application, as suggested by the laboratory's name. Analyzing all of this indicates that these spiders are merely ordinary spiders. To take it a step further, Peter cannot possibly be the first person to be bitten. If a bite granted powers, their world would already be in chaos. Reed snapped his fingers confidently, observing the sparks dancing between them, and with a self-satisfied expression, he mused. It feels marvelous to outsmart the protagonists of the multiverse. Meanwhile, in the live stream, although the audience could not agree with Reed's views, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for counterarguments. After exchanging glances, they redirected their focus back to the screen. In the midst of the chaos on the subway, Peter was forced to disembark prematurely, his skateboard having malfunctioned, and he sprinted home in disarray. Even in the dead of night, Uncle Ben and Aunt May remained awake, seated in the living room, awaiting Peter's return. Upon his arrival, before they could utter a word of reproach, Peter swiftly reached out and caught a live fly before Aunt May's eyes. What remarkable reflexes! At that moment, a silent Bruce Banner interjected in the chat channel, expressing a foreboding sense. This gives me an inkling, Mr. Richards, you may have miscalculated. Impossible. My analysis is infallible. Just keep watching, Reed responded confidently, shaking his head. Peter held the fly firmly, suddenly overwhelmed by an intense hunger that surged through him, instinctively drawing the insect closer. But Peter, it's just a fly. Aunt May's admonition abruptly shattered his trance, enabling him to finally release his grip and frantically scavenge the refrigerator for food. He even bit into a cold meat pie, praising its delectable flavor. After washing his face, Peter was astonished to discover the silken threads on his body, leading him to grasp the lifeless spider that still clung to him. The scene shifted to the next dawn. As Peter awoke, everything seemed to spiral into the realm of the extraordinary. A mere tap shattered the alarm clock into fragments when he squeezed the toothpaste. It erupted onto the mirror as if propelled by a torrent. Even a casual twist of the faucet resulted in the control valve snapping off, gushing water from above. The doorknob, too, succumbed to his grip, twisting off like a cake. After enduring such bizarre occurrences, Peter sat on his bed, fear etched across his face, trembling uncontrollably. His senses, sight, hearing, and even his perception of the wind had magnified immensely. Particularly, his hands and feet exhibited an extraordinary adhesive strength, allowing him to stick to various surfaces. Observing the dazed expression on Peter's face as he raised his hands, with keyboard keys adhering to his fingers, the viewers in the live stream bore expressions of revelation. Chapter 51. The speculations of the crowd. Tony was the first to chuckle. I think it's beyond doubt now. Peter has indeed changed since being bitten by that spider. The term change is somewhat inaccurate. Strange interjected, I believe mutation is more fitting. Loki chimed in, fascinating, truly fascinating. A human endowed with the abilities of a spider. I wonder, young man, will you transform into a giant spider, or perhaps produce webs from your mouth or navel? Loki, grinning mischievously at the visibly anxious and pale Peter, continued, what will become of the girl you adore? Will you crawl up her wall at night and ensnare her in your webs? By the way, which creature is it that consumes its mate? No. Peter vehemently shook his head, dismissing the horrifying imagery conjured by Loki's words. That's impossible. I will not become a monster. Tony gently nudged Peter, pulling him out of his state of fear. Peter, do not panic. Do not be frightened by Loki. At least you have not been bitten by a spider, have you? It was only then that Peter Parker finally steadied himself and swallowed hard before responding. Yes. I was initially planning to visit Oscorp today to inquire about my father from Dr. Connors, but I postponed my visit due to the live broadcast. Thankfully, I did not go otherwise. Bruce Banner, upon hearing this, shook his head and remarked in the chat channel, "This spider has bestowed upon you extraordinary powers. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. To be honest, I have come to terms with the Hulk situation. Rather than living a mundane existence, it is far more fulfilling to harness that power and endeavor to alter one's destiny." Suddenly resolute, Banner realized that had he not foreseen the future, he might have continued to drift through life, waiting for death, perpetually evading reality until escape was no longer an option, leading to despair. However, now that he recognized the Earth's vulnerability to external threats, he felt compelled to take a stand as a member of this planet. In the days that followed, Peter immersed himself in the book Life's Mosaic, concurrently studying his father's notes. After a period of contemplation, he could no longer restrain himself and knocked on Dr. Connors' door. Initially, Dr. Connors intended to decline visitors, but upon Peter's revelation of his identity as Richard Parker's son, he paused. "I have read your book." Peter hesitated but pressed on. "Do you believe interspecies gene transplantation is genuinely feasible?" Dr. Connors, hearing Peter's inquiry, quickly replied, "Indeed, it is possible. Your father and I endured years of ridicule for our theories. They labeled us as mad scientists. It was only when your father cultivated those spiders that everything changed, and the results were profoundly encouraging." As he spoke, a hint of resignation crossed Dr. Connors' face. "Just as we were on the brink of transforming millions of lives, including my own, everything came to a halt. He left, taking all our research with him, and without him, I was left alone." Dr. Connors hesitated, then reluctantly confessed, "I am filled with anger, which is why I did not reach out to you or your family. I apologize." Observing the sorrow etched on the doctor's face, Peter hesitated before asking, "If your hypothesis were to come to fruition, how significant a proportion of the human genome would these foreign genes occupy? What potential side effects might arise?" Dr. Connors sighed. "That is difficult to ascertain, as no test subjects have survived long enough. The issues always stem from a decay rate algorithm." Peter interjected, quickly finding paper and pen on the professor's desk to rapidly jot down a formula. Upon witnessing the formula presented to him, Professor Connors exhibited a look of astonishment. "Remarkable. How did you conceive this?" Peter refrained from admitting that it was his father's notes, instead tapping his forehead with a pencil. Observing this, Dr. Connors chuckled and extended an invitation for Peter to visit him at Oscorp Tower whenever he had the opportunity. Tony, having observed the scene, could not help but shake his head and criticize Peter. "Honestly, I believe it was rather inappropriate for you to disclose your father's research findings to Connors." Noting Peter's bewildered expression, Tony continued, "There are evident flaws in Connors' statements. If they had indeed jointly discovered the mutated spider and were on the brink of success, why would he be oblivious to the details of this decay rate algorithm? I find it hard to believe that, after 10 years of PhD in biology, with the assistance of such a large corporation, could still be unable to derive this algorithm from existing formulas. It is clear that your father must have uncovered something significant, compelling him to conceal this formula. It may even be that he sought to terminate the project by vanishing." Strange furrowed his brow and added, "If we analyze it this way, considering your father's data was hidden in a briefcase and kept secret even from his brother, I can boldly speculate that many were likely eyeing his decay rate algorithm. I would even venture to question whether the death of your father, Richard Parker, is somehow linked to them." Bruce Banner interjected, "It could be even worse. Have you not noticed? Nearly a decade has passed, and Oscorp, or rather Dr. Connors, has not abandoned research on these spiders. What could be the underlying reason?" Reed Richards remarked, "Surely this isn't yet another Klitsch detail of betrayal among experiment partners?" Peter Parker stared vacantly at the messages flooding the chat channel, uncertainly asking, "Are you suggesting that Dr. Connors is connected to my father's disappearance?" Tony Stark responded, "We cannot be certain, but there are indeed numerous suspicious aspects about Dr. Connors. When he previously introduced his research project, I discerned an underlying implication." Peter remained perplexed. "What implication?" Loki shook his head, utterly speechless at Peter's lack of perception. He is desperately seeking a cure for himself. And the absence of surprise on his face when you mention the decay rate algorithm indicates that he has encountered this formula before, though he lacks an understanding of its specifics. This formula was in your father's possession, and their research had nearly reached its final stages. Do you truly believe they did not conduct human trials? Peter inhaled sharply. Are you implying? Tony Stark interjected. In this regard, I must concede to Loki's perspective. Scientists can be categorized into two distinct types. One resembles the archetype of a mad scientist, akin to the character Mr. Blue that Dr. Banner is acquainted with, who recklessly disregards all consequences in a frenzy of obsession. The other type mirrors Banner himself, who, aware of his own issues, chooses to abandon his research and retreat into seclusion. It seems your father embodies the latter category, while perhaps Connors embodies the former. The footage continues to play. In the gymnasium of Midtown High School, Flash is engaged in a basketball game with his teammates. At that moment, Flash executes a block, sending the opposing player's basketball soaring into the air, inadvertently striking a paint bucket on the sidelines and splattering paint all over a girl nearby. Flash, I believe that was intentional. The girl, infuriated, stands up and shouts at Flash. However, Flash merely smirks and replies, not this time. But next time I certainly will. You had better be cautious. With that parting threat, Flash resumes his training. Peter approaches, offering a smile to the girl as he helps her tidy up the chaotic paint bucket. Just then, Flash attempts another block, sending the basketball hurtling toward Peter and the girl. To everyone's astonishment, Peter seems to possess an uncanny awareness, bending his body in an unusual manner to catch the basketball effortlessly. Noticing the girl's astonished gaze, Peter is inspired to hand her his camera before he provocatively challenges Flash, saying, "Come on, if you have the skill, try to take the ball from me." Having already acquired his spider-like abilities, Peter's grip on the ball is akin to that of a sticky substance, making it impossible for Flash to wrest it away, regardless of his attempts. Recognizing Peter's intention to toy with him, Flash, undeterred, relinquishes the basketball, stepping back and adopting a defensive stance, eager to impart a harsh lesson to the showboating Peter Parker with his athletic prowess. "All right, give it your best shot, Parker." In response, Peter dribbles the ball a few times before launching himself forward with the ball in hand. The tremendous force of his advance topples Flash, and Peter leaps into the air, gliding for a brief moment before executing a powerful slam dunk. With a resounding crash, the glass backboard shatters, and even the hoop is violently torn down by Peter's sheer strength. It seems that Peter's physical capabilities have transcended the bounds of normalcy. Observing this, Bruce Banner comments in the chat channel, "Compared to the physical prowess he previously exhibited, I believe his strength has multiplied by more than 5 times. Chapter 52. The Argument and Uncle Ben's Demise. Strange pinches Peter's arm and pats his shoulders, shaking his head after making a comparison. 5 times? Given Peter's currently frail physique, in light of his performance in the footage, I would estimate it to be closer to 10 times. Tony chimes in with a jest. Not merely 10 times. Compared to how he fared when he was being beaten, claiming he is now 20 times stronger would not be an exaggeration. Listening to their teasing, Peter awkwardly scratched his head. At that moment, Wanda chimed in with praise, saying, "I must admit, it looks exhilarating." Peter used to struggle against that classmate, but now he possesses strength. If he doesn't retaliate, even I would lose respect for him. Phil Coulson remarked. That may be true, but Peter has landed himself in trouble now. Indeed, due to the incident at the gym, Uncle Ben had been summoned by the school. After understanding the situation, Uncle Ben sternly reprimanded Peter in the corridor and informed him that, as a consequence, he would need to swap shifts with a colleague, meaning Peter had to pick up Aunt May at 9 tonight. Just then, Gwen Stacy appeared at the end of the corridor, clutching her books, seemingly waiting for someone. Uncle Ben glanced over and took an interest. "She looks familiar. Is she the girl from your computer screen?" Upon receiving Peter's affirmative response, Uncle Ben grinned and pointed at Peter, greeting Gwen. "He has your picture on his computer." He humorously introduced himself. "I'm his parole officer." After teasing Peter, Uncle Ben left the school. Watching Uncle Ben's retreating figure, Peter sheepishly explained to Gwen, "All right, that's my uncle. He often tells fibs." Gwen, holding her books. Feigned disappointment. So, you don't have a picture of me on your computer? Peter, feeling anxious, began to clarify that he had taken a picture of the debate team, which Uncle Ben likely saw while he was editing it. However, gazing at Gwen's beautiful face, Peter's excuse fell apart. He abandoned the topic of the photo and stammered, attempting to invite Gwen on a date. Before Peter could properly articulate his request, Gwen cheerfully accepted his invitation. Is this really happening? Peter was once again astonished, staring at the blushing Gwen and himself on the screen, questioning his existence as he cradled his head. Does Gwen actually like me? Beside him, Tony turned with an exasperated expression, his disdainful gaze making Peter worry he had made a fool of himself again. I think you might truly be getting dumber from studying. I just taught you a few dating tips, yet after all that, you didn't even notice that the girl likes you? Peter opened his mouth, but found himself unable to refute Tony's words. Tony rolled his eyes, snapped his fingers, and spread his hands, saying, "Why do you guys have such odd ways of interacting with girlfriends? Banners like this, Parker too, and Strange, you're not much better." The others in the live stream were perplexed. Strange exclaimed, "Wait, how did this turn into a group discussion about me?" Phil Coulson added, "No way, Tony Stark. You can't seriously flaunt your daily encounters with different women as your dating experience to impress us, can you?" The atmosphere in the live stream abruptly shifted as several men fervently defended their pure love. Peter, rendered speechless by their heated exchange, could only sigh awkwardly, realizing he could not separate them. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Loki, who was observing the spectacle with amusement, and inquired, "Mr. Loki, in your extensive years, have you ever fallen for a woman?" "Me?" Loki paused momentarily at Peter's question, then dismissively shook his head, a look of disdain crossing his face. "As the god of magic and trickery, do you truly believe any woman or goddess is worthy of my favor?" Peter, once again at a loss for words, shifted his gaze back to the screen. Having successfully invited Gwen, Peter spent an exhilarating afternoon in an abandoned warehouse, and by evening, he located Oscorp and entered Dr. Connor's laboratory. Upon receiving Peter's algorithm, Dr. Connors prepared all the necessary equipment and began attempting to transplant the lizard's genes into a mouse. As they immersed themselves in the intricate experiment, Uncle Ben called, but Peter chose to ignore the call, dismissing it to continue working with Dr. Connors. After several attempts, the computer simulation finally succeeded. Witnessing the vividly animated mouse on the holographic projection, Dr. Connors excitedly patted Peter on the shoulder and proceeded with the biological experiment. Thrilled with the experiment's completion, Peter skated home, but his forgetfulness in picking up Aunt May after work earned him a furious reprimand from Uncle Ben. "Listen, kid, you resemble your father, which is a good thing. However, your father is a man of conviction and principles. He always believed that if you could do good for others, you have a moral obligation to do so. That is the crux of it. It is not a choice, but a responsibility." Uncle Ben recalled Peter's day at school and earnestly endeavored to guide him onto the right path. Little did he know, his words struck a deep chord within Peter. "That sounds wonderful, truly splendid, but where is he now?" "What?" Uncle Ben was taken aback, gazing at Peter, whose eyes were reddened and tears brimming. "Where's my father now? As a father, doesn't he believe it is his responsibility to tell me these things himself?" Peter's agitation escalated, tears finally cascading down his cheeks. After a fierce argument with Uncle Ben, he stormed out, slamming the door with such force that the glass shattered upon impact. Watching the confrontation between himself and Uncle Ben unfold on the screen, Peter remained silent in the live stream. To speak candidly, in that fleeting moment, an inexplicable rage surged within him, intertwined with the image of Peter. Although he was fully aware that his father had perished in an accident, he could not suppress the resentment he harbored for their abrupt departure. Throughout his life, the topic of his parents had become a forbidden subject, and each time it arose, it stirred discontent within him. Over time, Uncle Ben and Aunt May had also refrained from mentioning his father in his presence. At this juncture, Loki approached, wearing an enigmatic expression. Gazing at the screen, he seemed to speak to himself while addressing Peter. "Sometimes, you must recognize that the love bestowed upon you by your adoptive parents is not inferior to that of your biological ones. I once found myself in a similar state of confusion, feeling akin to a mere commodity, harboring jealousy and disdain towards everything, even contemplating destruction. However, I ultimately realized that if I continued down that path, I might end up with nothing. Loki turned slowly to meet Peter's bewildered gaze and chuckled self-deprecatingly. This live streaming system is rather remarkable. At least it reveals a possible future to you. If you find that future unsatisfactory, you can choose anew, enabling you to cherish all that you currently possess even more. At this moment, Tony and the others ceased their bickering, listening to Loki's counsel to Peter, unable to suppress their raised eyebrows. Well, what has gotten into our extraterrestrial god of mischief today? Have you been possessed by a different soul? Tony shrugged. All right, though I am reluctant to admit it, I must agree with your sentiment. If you discover that future to be bleak, abandon it and select a more promising one. Of course, family is paramount. Goodness, I nearly shed a tear over my own words. Don't you think I deserve some acknowledgement? As Tony spoke, he noticed Peter Parker staring blankly at the screen, prompting him to voice his exasperation. He then turned back to the screen, eager to uncover what had caused such a disarray of expression on Peter's face. The footage continued to play. In the scene, a despondent Peter argued with a cashier at a convenience store over a mere penny. Yet, as he exited the supermarket, he spotted a man in sunglasses who had been standing behind him, stealthily pilfering all the cash from the register amidst the commotion, tossing a bottle of coffee to Peter before fleeing the store. However, due to his irritation with the cashier when she implored him for assistance, Peter merely shrugged and replied, "That's not my responsibility." Unbeknownst to him, Uncle Ben, who was searching for Peter, happened to arrive at that moment. Upon hearing the cashier's cries for help, Uncle Ben rushed forward to intercept the man in sunglasses. The panicked thief, overwhelmed with anxiety, stumbled and fell to the ground. A gun slipped from his grasp. Upon sighting the weapon, Uncle Ben charged forward, intent on seizing it to prevent the man in sunglasses from inflicting harm. But during the struggle, the thief inadvertently pulled the trigger. With a resounding gunshot, Uncle Ben collapsed to the ground, as if struck by a heavy blow. Chapter 53. The birth of Spider-Man in the live broadcast room. Peter and the Peter on the screen both let out anguished cries. This cannot be real. This cannot be true. Witnessing Uncle Ben lying lifeless on the ground, blood oozing from his chest, Peter Parker screamed in despair. It's impossible. Uncle Ben cannot be dead just like that. That man, it's me. I caused Uncle Ben's demise. I failed to stop him. Oh my God. If only I hadn't thrown a tantrum tonight and left home. Peter's face was filled with remorse, tears streaming down his cheeks as he repeatedly slapped his face in self-reproach. On the screen, Peter was also pressing against Uncle Ben's wound, weeping uncontrollably. Tony, noticing the situation, refrained from questioning why Peter had refused to listen to him earlier. Together with Strange, he helped Peter to his feet and pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, offering it to Peter to wipe his tears. Peter, calm down. Your uncle is not dead. Yes, Peter, Strange added. Moreover, the scenes being broadcast may not necessarily reflect reality. Think of my own experiences. I learned about the future and was able to dismantle the stronghold of those villains. This not only saved my own fate, but also spared Ethan's life. This indicates that the future can be altered. As I just mentioned, once you are aware of the future, you can prepare in advance to avoid it. At this moment, Loki struck the ground with his eternal spear, producing a resonant clang that snapped Peter back to attention. Calm yourself, Peter Parker. Crying will not remedy your unfortunate fate. If you wish to alter it, you must seize power, just like the power depicted in that footage. If you can fully master it, dealing with a mere robber will be child's play, and there will be no risk of harm coming to others, including your uncle. However, if you merely sit here weeping, Loki narrowed his eyes, leaving his thought unspoken. Yet Peter understood his implication. He quickly wiped away his tears and declared with newfound determination, I understand, everyone. Upon my return, I will swiftly enter Oscorp to acquire the power of the radioactive spider. It's not necessarily worth risking everything for power, Strange mused. The incident with Master Key Silius was just broadcast. Since your story is unfolding, I suggest we watch it through before making any decisions. Peter nodded, finally feeling invigorated, and together with the others, they turned their gaze back to the screen. In the live broadcast room, Carol looked skeptically at the four men, feeling bewildered by their conversation. Did that little man imply he had previously engaged with this broadcasting system and learned about his future, altering his destiny? And what of that tall, slender fellow? What did he mean by sorcerer? What exactly is a sorcerer? Carol furrowed her brow and turned her gaze towards the screen, intrigued by the Osborn group, a name she had not encountered during her departure from Earth, yet it appeared to be located in New York. The police arrived at Aunt May's residence, delivering the tragic news of Uncle Ben's demise. Just as they were leaving, Peter managed to acquire a profile sketch of the suspect. Staring at the familiar visage on the paper, Peter was momentarily taken aback. There was one more detail. The suspect bore a star tattoo on his left hand. The officers' voices echoed in Peter's ears as, at that moment, only regret filled his heart. This individual was none other than the robber he had allowed to escape from the convenience store. Observing Aunt May, who sat at the table, sorrowfully shedding tears, Peter felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and concealed himself behind the door of his room. Peter, I know you've been going through a rough patch lately, and I truly regret that. I empathize with your feelings, he recalled, listening to a voicemail Uncle Ben had left him moments before. Overwhelmed by anguish, Peter wept uncontrollably. From that day onwards, Peter became consumed with a relentless pursuit, scouring the streets nightly for those small-time thugs, inspecting their wrists. To avoid being recognized, he found inspiration in an abandoned boxing gym and fashioned a mask. Hearing news about Osborn Bio-Silk on the radio, he procured a box of the substance. Equipped with the Bio-Silk, Peter swiftly crafted two specialized devices that shot webbing, and through his experiments, he repurposed the altered silk as his weapon. Oh, the tensile strength, the resilience, Tony exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He snapped his fingers to catch Peter's attention, proposing, "Hey kid, how about a deal? I'll design a suit for you, and in return, you bring me a few live mutated spiders. I'm also quite interested in that bio-silk. When you next appear in a live stream, could you bring me 2 boxes? Peter nodded, then inquired with a hint of confusion. That sounds feasible. But what if I don't appear in the live stream next time? I mean, if I can only watch as an audience member, how will I deliver the items to you? Tony hesitated briefly before replying. That is a question for the system. He reiterated Peter's query to the system. And after a moment of deliberation, a cold voice responded. Trading items in the chat group is prohibited. If you wish to trade, it must occur within the live stream. If needed, you may spend 200 points to reserve a spot for the next live stream, with points doubling for future reservations. At this juncture, Strange shrugged. Yet I have a question. If we can all see the live stream, what distinguishes the chat group from the live stream itself? The order of requests for on-demand viewing after each live stream will prioritize those within the live stream. For instance, if today's stream concludes with 4 requests, 2 slots will be reserved for the 5 individuals in the live stream. The next time, if there are 5 requests post-stream, 3 will be allotted to those holding spots in the live stream, the system clarified. Understood. Strange nodded in satisfaction, observing. It appears that we possess a considerable advantage within the live broadcast room. At that moment, Thor exuberantly exclaimed in the chat channel, Loki, dear brother, can you see this? After the live stream concludes, do assist me in requesting a glimpse of the future. I am eager to know whether I survive and how I ultimately vanquish Thanos. Loki frowned at Thor's message, retorting with irritation. Then why don't you observe it yourself? Thor replied, Did you not hear what the system just announced? Today's broadcast features none other than me, the God of Thunder. Have you forgotten? Who else dares to call themselves the God of Thunder apart from me? Thor? Loki grimaced, his expression darkening as he pondered for a considerable time before finally acquiescing. Very well, we shall view it then. Just be proactive about it. Do not allow others to seize the opportunity. Thor beamed with joy, his face creased with delight as he looked at his companions. Shavik and Jane, behold. This is my brother. We have lived together for over 1,000 years, and he will undoubtedly assist me in my request. Soon, after numerous encounters with crime, Peter finally perfected his spider suit. However, his relentless pursuit of justice had begun to irk the police, particularly Sheriff George Stacy. Nevertheless, the citizens of New York remained unfazed, captivated by the sight of Peter weaving through the skyscrapers, with many bestowing upon him a moniker, Spider-Man. Chapter 54. Is Loki truly terrifying? The lizard emerges at this juncture. Within the Osborn Corporation, Dr. Connors and Dr. Ratha were embroiled in a heated debate concerning the cross-species gene transfer serum. It had come to Norman Osborn's attention that Dr. Connors had achieved success in his experiments on lab mice. However, due to his dire health condition, he could not afford to wait any longer. Consequently, Dr. Ratha urged Dr. Connors to commence human trials, even suggesting that they could go to the Veterans Hospital under the pretense of administering the winter flu vaccine to transform those individuals into test subjects. Yet, this approach contradicted the rigorous principles of scientists and breached the ethical boundaries that Dr. Connors held dear, prompting him to refuse outright. In the next moment, Dr. Ratha seized Dr. Connors' severed arm and issued a warning. It is a tad late to feel shocked and indignant, Kurt. At least 15 years too late. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Dr. Connors stammered, his eyes averted from Dr. Ratha's gaze. Richard Parker was far more discerning in his attire than you are, and yet you find yourself clad in a cheap suit, just as before, Dr. Ratha remarked, adjusting Dr. Connors' sleeve, his expression reminiscent yet laced with contempt. I had no involvement in that matter. Dr. Ratha's derision deepened. Is that how you conveyed it to his son, Peter? Allow me to remind you of the events that transpired. With a disdainful snort, Dr. Ratha declared, Richard Parker articulated precisely the same sentiments to you at that time. As Strange narrowed his eyes, he realized that indeed, the death of Peter's father was inextricably linked to Connor's cohort. Tony nodded slowly, remarking, It is quite typical, Doctor. Your exposure to scientists has been limited. The treachery of stabbing one's experimental partner in the back is a recurring theme, even in the most esteemed institutions worldwide. Peter shook his head in astonishment, questioning but why? If there was an issue with the formula, couldn't it be revalidated until rectified? Why did my father have to disappear? A silence enveloped the group for a few moments. The scant details provided left Tony and the others momentarily at a loss to respond to Peter's inquiries. Just then, Reed Richards interjected in the chat channel, saying, Perhaps the premise itself is flawed. My research direction aligns closely with your father's, both aimed at unraveling the secrets of human genetics and delaying the aging process. In my world, a cosmic storm is set to pass by Earth in a few days, and I plan to lead my team to study it. However, to be honest, I am uncertain if we can truly decipher the mysteries of the cosmic storm. I suspect your father encountered similar challenges during his research, which he could not resolve, leading him to terminate his experiments, and ultimately, he was found by those individuals. Confronted by the aggressive Dr. Latta, Dr. Connors hesitated briefly before ultimately rejecting his demands. Upon receiving such a response, Dr. Latta could no longer tolerate Dr. Connors, explicitly stating his intention to shut down Connors' laboratory. Late at night, Dr. Connors gazed at his left hand reflected in the mirror, unable to resist the urge to retrieve a syringe and inject himself with the serum. At the very moment the syringe pierced Dr. Connors' arm on the screen, the image abruptly froze. Current video paused. Question and answer session begins. Question: What consequences will arise from Dr. Connors' injection? The serum successfully takes effect, enabling Dr. Connors to regenerate a healthy arm. The serum successfully takes effect, but Dr. Connors transforms into a lizard. The serum fails to take effect, resulting in Dr. Connors' demise. The serum is ineffective on humans, leaving Dr. Connors in a normal state. Please begin answering. Each participant in a live stream has only one opportunity to respond. Correct answers will earn 100 live stream points and a random reward. Random rewards may originate from any multiverse, while failure to answer will trigger an unknown penalty. A new question has arisen. The audience eagerly prepared themselves, staring intently at the question displayed on the screen, collectively entering a contemplative state. After a moment of thought, Bruce Banner was the first to speak in the chat channel. I recall from the previous footage that the mouse, after receiving this serum, indeed grew limbs. This should also yield success, should it not? However, even if the lab mice succeed, human trials may not yield the same results. Strange furrowed his brow and remarked, There are numerous instances in drug testing where the compatibility between lab mice and humans fails. Tony paced back and forth in the live stream, and after a moment of deep contemplation, he snapped his fingers, exclaiming, I believe such a scenario is unlikely. He straightened his suit and added, Loki's previous assessment was likely accurate. The Osborn group must have conducted human trials in the past, but due to the flawed decay rate algorithm, those experiments did not succeed. However, the formula created by Peter's father should rectify this failure, ensuring that the current serum will indeed be effective. Yet, the system presents two potential outcomes: regrowing an arm, or transforming into a large lizard. Peter looked perplexed. How could a human possibly transform into a large lizard? That's absurd. Wait a moment, Peter. Phil Coulson interjected suddenly. Have you forgotten what I mentioned last time? The system's correct answer often lies hidden within an improbable option. Huh? Peter paused for a moment, then, regaining his composure, asked uncertainly, Mr. Coulson, are you suggesting that the answer could be? But how could transforming into a large lizard even be possible? Phil chuckled lightly. I believe it is indeed plausible. If regrowing an arm were the guaranteed outcome, why would the system waste time providing us with options? Remember, during your experiments, you injected lizard genes into the serum. What if this caused an imbalance, allowing the lizard's genes to dominate the human genome? Peter pondered this for a moment before nodding. Now that you mention it, it does seem possible. I choose. Ding. Peter Parker has completed his response. The system is commencing evaluation. Ding. Peter Parker's answer is correct. Peter Parker earns 100 livestream points, which can be used to view segments related to his past and future. Random reward obtained. Symbiote venom. Symbiote? What is that? Peter muttered to himself in confusion. The next moment, a layer of black liquid substance emerged on the surface of his body, enveloping him entirely and forming a layer of bone-like armor. Simultaneously, he grew considerably taller, approaching 2 meters in height. Ugh, that looks so disgusting, Wanda exclaimed, unable to contain her critique upon seeing Peter's transformed appearance on the screen. Previously, driven by her animosity towards Stark, Wanda had signed up for voluntary human trials. However, upon witnessing the grotesque form, she abandoned her plan to participate. After all, it isn't a girl's nature to be concerned with beauty. Thus, upon seeing Peter's fearsome visage, Wanda couldn't help but voice her disdain once more. However, Peter remained oblivious to it all. Possessed by venom, he conjured an array of weapons, reveling in his newfound abilities. Just as he was thoroughly enjoying himself, a deep, resonant voice echoed in his mind. Have you had your fun, kid? I am no mere clay toy. Startled by the voice, Peter immediately dispelled the venom armor and, in his thoughts, inquired, Who are you? A mass of black, liquid-like substance emerged from his armpit, resembling oil, forming a third hand. Yet at its palm sat a grotesque head. I am Venom. Do you possess your own life? Do you have consciousness? Tony Stark exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of Venom, drawing the attention of Loki and the others. Indeed, I am a mightiest symbiote, Venom declared with an air of arrogance, then turned its gaze towards Tony and Strange, remarking, Weak humans, yet you appear quite delectable. Next, it glanced at the sole female in the livestream, Carol. Upon merely observing her, it twisted in fear. This woman seems formidable. Her aura nearly scorches me. Alas, it appears I shall not partake in this feast. With a disappointed shake of its head, Venom's head shifted towards Loki, locking eyes with his intrigued expression. In the next moment, it let out a terrified cry. What the hell? How could such a terrifying being stand here? The malevolent aura radiating from him surpasses even that of the dimensional overlords in hell. How dare you stand beside him? Venom's voice trembled, hastily uttering a few words before retreating back into Peter. The spectators in the live stream were taken aback by Venom's exclamation, casting bewildered glances at Loki, who feigned innocence, raising his hands in a gesture of harmlessness. Don't look at me. I did not scare him, Loki said with a sly smile, taking a couple of steps back while leaning on the eternal spear. However, witnessing Venom's earlier fright, the others could no longer disregard Loki. It dawned on them that he must be significantly more powerful than they had previously perceived. They felt a wave of frustration. Why had they been oblivious to this? Nick Fury, Coulson, and Stark, watching from the screen, furrowed their brows with concern, mentally rehearsing how to respond should Loki decide to invade Earth once more. The footage continued to play. Meanwhile, as Dr. Connors conducted his self-experiment, Peter and Gwen's relationship flourished. On Thursday, Gwen invited Peter to her home for dinner at 8 o'clock. During the meal, Peter discovered that Gwen's father was, in fact, the police chief. The dinner table became a battleground of unpleasant discussions regarding Spider-Man, with Gwen's father accusing Spider-Man of recklessly attacking a car thief, thus jeopardizing their undercover operation. Upon hearing his explanation, Peter, although aware of his own mistakes, insisted that Spider-Man merely sought to offer assistance. However, such statements only served to aggravate Sheriff George, who even questioned whether Spider-Man's apprehension of criminals was merely a personal vendetta. Loki, observing Sheriff George on the screen, could not help but smile subtly, breaking the long-standing awkwardness in the live stream, and turned his gaze to Peter, remarking on the unexpected cleverness of this human, who had inadvertently unveiled Peter's true nature. Peter, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and remarked that perhaps the death of Uncle Ben had spurred this future version of himself into taking desperate measures. At that moment, Strange chuckled and suggested that rather than fixating on whether Peter was enacting revenge, they ought to consider the pressing issue at hand. Peter's future father-in-law seemed rather displeased with his other identity and how Peter intended to resolve this matter. Peter hesitated, and Tony interjected loudly, questioning what was there to be conflicted about. This was not a Shakespearean drama of Romeo and Juliet. In this day and age, would parents truly oppose their children's unions? As long as Peter and Gwen were genuinely in love, no obstacle could thwart them. Seeing the tension at the dining table, Gwen quickly beckoned Peter outside. On the rooftop, Peter struggled to express his concerns about his identity, once again broaching the uncomfortable topic from the table. This conversation left Gwen quite disheartened, but just as she turned away, Peter shot a web from his wrist, pulling her into his embrace. This act subtly revealed his identity to Gwen, and the two shared a passionate kiss atop the rooftop. Oh, as if watching a drama unfold, Wanda, clutching popcorn, bounced excitedly on her bed upon witnessing Peter and Gwen's kiss, exclaiming, "Well done, Peter. You've swiftly captured Miss Gwen's heart." Bruce Banner remarked that revealing his identity directly was a more straightforward approach. Peter seemed at a loss for words in front of the girl he admired. If he continued to conceal his identity, misunderstandings were bound to arise, which would not bode well for their future relationship. Upon hearing Banner's comment, Tony could not resist teasing. "Hey, Banner, since you're so insightful, when will you reconcile with Betty? I've reserved a fancy car for your grand entrance." Just as the two were preparing to head home, Peter's spider sense suddenly began to alert him. It turned out that Dr. Connors, after being injected with a regenerative serum, had developed an adverse reaction to the lizard genes within him after growing a new arm, and he had indeed transformed into a colossal humanoid lizard, wreaking havoc on the bridge. Chapter 55, The Peculiar Old Man, Peter's battle against the Lizard Man, receiving the notification. George Stacy hurriedly returned to the New York Police Department from his home, leading his team to the bridge in Brooklyn. Upon hearing the distant wail of sirens growing ever louder, Peter hastily bid farewell to Gwen and leaped from the upper floor, making his way towards the bridge. This time, Peter resolved to cast aside the persona of a petty thug, as described by Sheriff George, and instead aspire to be a true hero of New York. He tirelessly shot webs, hoisting the vehicles that had been hurled off the bridge by the Lizard Man, preventing them from plunging into the depths below. Just as he closed in on the Lizard Man, preparing to thwart his destructive rampage, he heard a man's desperate cry. "Someone, please help. My son is trapped in the car." Upon hearing the plea, Peter hesitated briefly before abandoning the pursuit of the fleeing Lizard Man, redirecting his efforts towards rescuing the young boy, Jack, from the burning vehicle. Once he handed the child to his father on the bridge, an exhausted Peter watched the jubilant reunion between father and son, and an overwhelming sense of pride surged within him. This pride compelled him to respond earnestly yet excitedly to the inquiries of the father among the onlookers, declaring, "I am Spider-Man." As he beheld the heartfelt reunion on the screen and listened to himself utter the name Spider-Man, Peter was swept away by a torrent of emotions. The fear he had felt upon witnessing Dr. Connors transform into the lizard dissipated, and he found himself yearning to be bitten by a radioactive spider, to instantly become Spider-Man and uphold justice. Was this the elation that came from helping others? Was this the steadfast belief that Uncle Ben and his father had always championed? With great power comes great responsibility. This phrase echoed in Peter's mind, accompanied by the spectral voices of Uncle Ben and his father. However, Sheriff George dismissed Peter's prior assistance as trivial, and the following day, he publicly announced that a warrant would be issued for the arrest of Spider-Man. This declaration extinguished Peter's appetite during a meal, further solidifying his resolve to stop the Lizard Man. By a stroke of fortune, Peter discerned the true identity of the Lizard Man as none other than Dr. Connors. His conviction was further bolstered upon encountering the mutated mouse, Fred, within the laboratory. Having uncovered this secret, Peter rushed to inform Gwen's father, George Stacy. Yet, faced with Peter's urgent report, Sheriff George remained skeptical. After dismissing Peter, he instinctively requested a dossier on Kurt Connors. Are the police in your world truly this inept? Tony scoffed at the sight of Peter being expelled from the precinct. In the wake of such a heinous attack, these officers should be monitoring every unusual occurrence. Yet, when answers are practically delivered to them, they remain unmoved. Strange, overhearing, merely snorted derisively. Do you think everyone revolves around you? Does every government agency cater to your whims, you wealthy elite? As ordinary individuals, our encounters at the precinct in America often culminate in such resolutions. At this moment, Phil Coulson promptly seized the opportunity to advertise. Thus, the necessity of our shield is evident. Our mission is to monitor these supernatural occurrences. Tony chuckled dismissively. Spare me that. Let us not forget that in the footage previously aired, Loki and Thanos were summoned by your agency. Furthermore, the Tesseract remains in your possession, does it not? I contend that if you lack the expertise to study the Tesseract, it would be wiser to entrust it to me. My technological prowess is undoubtedly superior to yours. Nick Fury, visibly displeased, retorted. So, you believe yourself to be more intelligent than all of us? Tony snapped his fingers, wearing an expression of undeniable certainty. I trust this is a point beyond dispute. If you possess the capability, then by all means, construct your own suit of Iron Man armor. Peter, having been expelled from the precinct, wandered dejectedly through the streets. As he aimlessly strolled, he observed several lizards darting toward a sewer entrance, and simultaneously noticed a newspaper lying on the ground. The front page bore a headline, Reward for Evidence. Upon seeing this news, a thought surged within Peter's mind. Without hesitation, he swiftly located New York's largest sewer, crafting a web with his webbing to sense the direction of the lizard people, thus engaging in a fierce battle. However, the Lizard Man, having increased the dosage of his serum, proved to be significantly more formidable, easily inflicting severe injuries upon Peter. Realizing he was no match for the Lizard Man, Peter fled downstream, yet he inadvertently left his camera behind. The Lizard Man, upon seeing the name Peter Parker inscribed on the back of the camera, let out a furious howl. Enraged, Dr. Connors was irked by Peter's investigation and injected himself once more with the serum, charging through the sewers into Midtown High School, where he and Peter clashed in a fierce confrontation. During the tumult, the Lizard Man showcased his remarkable regenerative capabilities. Even after Peter had severed his tail, it astonishingly regrew within mere seconds. Doctor Strange gaped at the screen, displaying the regeneration, squinting in disbelief. This is preposterous. The regenerative power of this serum is terrifying. I suspect this ability is not solely attributed to the serum. Reed Richards pondered before speaking. Reptilian creatures inherently possess a degree of regenerative ability. The serum merely enhances the regenerative capabilities encoded in their genes. Otherwise, how do you explain that each time he reverts, Dr. Connors remains with that severed limb? Regardless, it is lamentable that Dr. Connors has ultimately strayed down a misguided path. Sighing, Peter observed the footage of the struggle with Dr. Connors within the library and suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, fellows, this old man appears strikingly familiar." The attention of the group shifted back to the screen, and upon seeing the librarian wearing headphones, their gazes sharpened in recognition. After a prolonged silence, the mage Modu suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this person from that bus?" In the future envisioned by Strange, during our struggle against the fallen Caecilius in the mirror dimension, I distinctly saw that elderly man seated on the bus, engrossed in a magazine. Upon hearing this, everyone recalled that scene. Not just the bus. Do you remember during our first live broadcast? After our battle with Loki in New York, there was a segment featuring public interviews. Tony Stark squinted, a look of nostalgia crossing his face. I remember that old man shared his thoughts on camera. Banner replied, "You're right, Tony." He claimed he didn't believe in the existence of superheroes. But aren't we from the same world? Peter, puzzled, clapped his hands. Could it be that even in different worlds, there exist individuals who look alike? Do parallel universes share similar appearances? Reed Richards pondered for a moment before chuckling. I see. Even our variants, despite being in different universes, bear such resemblance. This is quite fascinating. Perhaps in your world, there exists another individual who resembles me. Hearing Reed's remark, Coulson couldn't resist interjecting. Does this count as our cross-universe meeting? After the battle, Peter, determined to prevent Dr. Connors from causing further harm, disregarded his own injuries and ventured into the sewers to track him down, simultaneously communicating with Gwen over the phone to prepare a serum to counteract Connors' transformation into a lizard. Soon, Peter discovered an image left by Dr. Connors in the secret lair beneath the sewers. As a scientist, I have devoted my life to creating a world devoid of weaknesses and rejections, striving to forge a stronger humanity, yet to no avail. Humans are inherently fragile, pitiful, and cowardly beings. If that is the case, why should we remain human? We can become faster, stronger, and smarter. This is my gift to you. On the computer screen, Dr. Connors unveiled his plan. He intended to launch the lizard-inducing serum from the rooftop of Oscorp Tower, transforming the entire populace into lizard men. Carol, observing the screen as Dr. Connors elaborated on his scheme, furrowed her brow slightly. Is this guy insane? If the serum spreads, New York will be overrun by those deranged lizard men. Neek, seeing his old friend's commentary, chimed in the chat channel. I never imagined that this alternate Earth could be so perilous. If only SHIELD existed there, we could surely quash the danger before it even begins. On the other side, the police had tracked the lizard man's location and swiftly dispatched a special task force to apprehend him. However, the bullets proved utterly ineffective against the lizard man's regenerative abilities. And that very team of officers fell victim to a cunning ambush, transforming collectively into grotesque lizard men amidst a spray of green serum. At that moment, Gwen finally arrived at Oscorp, diligently preparing the serum that Peter had requested. Yet, Peter's call came through simultaneously. Concerned about Connors heading toward the location, Peter urged Gwen to leave immediately. Despite his insistence, the resolute Gwen chose instead to evacuate the others within the building. Your little girlfriend is quite the brave soul, Loki remarked with a slight smile, admiring her calmness in the face of danger. A mere human girl, yet she exhibits such composure. She far surpasses you, Peter. I wonder, what would she look like as Spider-Man? What? Peter paused, momentarily taken aback, before envisioning Gwen swinging through the streets of New York in a Spider-Man costume, sending a shiver down his spine. I cannot even begin to imagine that image. Chapter 56. Who says only those in the light are heroes worried for Gwen's safety. Peter hurriedly made his way toward Oscorp. However, to his surprise, a group of officers led by George Stacy was executing a capture operation against him. As Spider-Man swung swiftly across the street, the police maintaining order promptly reported to Sheriff Stacy, Spider-Man is heading south. Upon hearing the report, Sheriff Stacy quickly mobilized a helicopter and troops to intercept Peter at his anticipated route. Observing Spider-Man maneuvering between buildings below, Sheriff Stacy seized a microphone to issue an ultimatum. Stop immediately, or we will open fire. You are surrounded and have no chance of escape. The military quickly established firing points on rooftops, and seeing that Spider-Man showed no signs of halting, the police promptly issued an attack order. Even with Peter's extraordinary speed, he ultimately succumbed to an electrifying bullet that struck his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Why are they trying to apprehend Peter? They know it's Dr. Connors' fault. Why are they targeting him? Wanda lamented in the chat channel. Peter hasn't harmed anyone. Why should he endure such treatment? Tony shrugged. There's nothing we can do. Perhaps the police believe that the seemingly frail Spider-Man is easier to intimidate than the malevolent Lizard Man. Just like the media, I shut down the weapons development division to protect the world, yet they relentlessly criticize me in their reports. Everyone's worldview differs. You can't expect the world to align with your comic book ideals, where everyone stand by your side. After all, even comics feature villains, don't they? Tony's latter remark was directed at Peter. This young man from another world truly resonated with him. Their backgrounds were strikingly similar. Both exceptionally skilled in mechanics and endowed with extraordinary powers. The most crucial aspect was his youth, suggesting a long journey ahead. However, from Tony's perspective, this youth was also a flaw, for the boy seemed utterly oblivious to the treachery that lurked in the hearts of people in this world. Peter shrugged, pointing helplessly at the screen displaying Sheriff George, microphone in hand, and said, "But Sheriff Stacy harbors such deep-seated prejudice against me, and I dare not reveal my true identity to him. You might give it a try. I have a feeling your girlfriend's father could be a trustworthy ally. Trust my instincts," Tony replied with a snap of his fingers. "However, you currently face numerous troubles. Let us take it one step at a time." The footage continued. As Spider-Man plummeted from a great height and lay motionless on the ground, a multitude of armed SWAT officers emerged, including Sheriff George himself, who descended from a helicopter, ready to apprehend him. Upon witnessing Spider-Man finally shackled, Sheriff George slowly approached and pulled off his mask. At that moment, Peter, who had appeared to succumb to defeat, suddenly sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating all the surrounding SWAT officers and effortlessly dismantling their weapons. Yet, just as he elegantly landed and prepared to escape, Sheriff Stacy, the first officer he had taken down, had already regained his composure. Raising his pistol and aiming it at Peter's back, shouting, "Don't move. Get on the ground." Illuminated by the spotlight, Peter gradually turned his head, meeting the gaze of the familiar face. Sheriff Stacy's countenance transformed into one of astonishment. "Parker, the Lizard is heading to Oscorp Tower. Your daughter is there." Observing Sheriff George's serious demeanor, seemingly prepared to prioritize justice over family, Peter hastily recounted the peril facing Gwen, prompting Sheriff George to lower his weapon in shock. "You must let me go." Peter crouched down, donned his mask once more, and, taking advantage of the distraction, shot a web to escape. However, at that moment, Sheriff Stacy noticed an officer drawing his weapon, urgently shouting, "Hey, don't shoot." Yet his warning came too late. The bullet grazed Peter's thigh. Though injured, Peter pressed on, recklessly charging forward, swinging from building to building towards Oscorp Tower. As they observed the bloodied handprint Peter left on the rooftop's edge on the screen, even the ever-jesting Tony and Strange fell silent. He was but a newly minted adult, yet he had gone to such lengths to save the world. This boy was indeed a hero. Standing beside Thor, Eric Savage suddenly murmured, "It is truly remarkable that a mere child could go to such lengths to protect the world and safeguard a loved one. At my age, I would scarcely have dared to confront a schoolyard bully." Thor nodded in agreement and messaged in the chat channel, "I had no idea Midgard was home to so many valiant warriors. I must admit, we have not shown you the respect you deserve. Hey, Spider-Kid, should the opportunity arise, I would be honored to invite you to Asgard for a taste of my father's cherished wine. By the way, a friend of mine speaks highly of you as a hero." At that moment, a helicopter from the television station arrived on the scene, and a reporter was relaying his observations. As he reported, the camera zoomed in, capturing the moment when the Lizard crashed through the glass into Osborn Tower. Simultaneously, the lights inside Osborn Tower began to flicker, startling Gwen, who was anxiously awaiting the completion of the antidote. Sensing imminent danger, Gwen quickly raised a Bunsen burner and ignited it beneath the fire alarm, activating the laboratory's fire safety system, which caused the steel doors to descend and seal off the lab. Meanwhile, the serum's preparation process announced its final report. 1 minute remaining. Come on, come on." Peter's heart raced as he anxiously watched the screen, muttering to himself. Unexpectedly, the steel doors crumpled before the Lizard as though they were made of paper, giving way in mere seconds. Seeing the Lizard poised to breach, Gwen hastily disassembled the launch device and concealed herself in a compartment. Upon entering the lab, the Lizard noticed that the launch device was absent and closed its eyes, taking a moment to sniff the air. Its cold-blooded instincts kicked in. and it swiftly followed the scent to Gwen's hiding place. Faced with Gwen's flamethrower, the lizard exhibited an unusual demeanor, refraining from harming her and merely seizing the launch device. Meanwhile, Peter was still desperately making his way to Osborn Tower. However, due to a thigh injury, each leap became increasingly cumbersome, ultimately leading him to collapse onto a fire escape. Slowly rising, Peter gazed down at the fleeing crowd, feeling a surge of strength as he scaled the wall to the rooftop. The news of Spider-Man's journey to Osborn Tower was broadcasted alongside the evacuation order from the police. A foreman at a construction site watched the news report on television, murmuring to himself as he recognized the figure of Spider-Man on screen. That's him. He saved my son on the bridge. At that moment, another worker burst in, clutching a rolled-up blueprint. Hey, Troy, they want us to leave. Something terrible seems to be happening downtown. However, Troy paid no heed to his warning and instead inquired, Are you still friends with Matthews, the crane operator from 6th Avenue? Yes. Connect me to him. The worker, wearing a hat, looked perplexed. The police are evacuating everyone. Who cares about that now? Connect me to him. Troy, undeterred by his friend's counsel, shouted resolutely. After stepping outside, Troy continued to reach out to every crane operator he could contact, swiftly mobilizing all available cranes and towers around 6th Avenue. Spider-Man needs them arranged high. We shall provide him a pathway. Conversation concluded. Peter, gingerly climbing to the rooftop on his injured right leg, lifted his gaze to the scene ahead and was momentarily taken aback. Before him, dozens of cranes swung their long arms, forming an aerial bridge, one after another. Seemingly grasping the worker's intentions, Peter took a deep breath, sealing the wound on his right leg with webbing, and quietly encouraged himself, Come on, Parker, as if the stage had been set. The helicopter's spotlight illuminated Peter just in time, then shone towards the distant Oscorp Tower, pointing him in the right direction. The world appeared to slow down. Taking a deep breath, Peter began his sprint forward. Mr. Toll, did your friend just call me a hero? Peter exhaled and slowly spoke. But I don't believe I am. Compared to me, these workers are more like heroes. Without their assistance, it could take me at least 20 more minutes to reach Oscorp Tower from here. Tony nodded. Who says only those in the limelight are heroes? These workers have impressed me. Bruce Banner remarked, even the little guys can save the world. Wanda added, Shh, don't speak. Peter is about to leap. As Peter's speed increased, he soon reached the edge of the rooftop, leaping with all his might. His web shooter aimed at the nearest crane's arm. But perhaps due to his injury, Peter did not jump high enough. The web failed to attach and fell in a downward arc, with Peter himself plummeting downwards. Surely not. Am I about to fall to my demise just as I was gaining momentum? Observing Peter's descent on screen, the viewers in a live stream gasped in shock. Even Peter widened his eyes, instinctively muttering a comment. Chapter 57. Heroes are always accompanied by sacrifice as the crowd expressed their concern for Peter, who was plummeting. The scene took an unexpected turn. A steel arm suddenly appeared on the screen, followed closely by a horizontal steel beam beneath it. It was only when the entire beam came into view that they spotted Spider-Man barely grasping one end. Peter was alive. What a relief. Wanda patted her chest, exhaling deeply, and joyfully remarked, I thought he was going to fall again, but thankfully the arm appeared just in time. Tony exhaled as well, gazing at the driver, Troy, on the screen, unable to suppress a surprised smile. What a coincidence, Peter. You saved this man's son on the bridge. And now he has not only repaid you, but also saved your life. Reed Richards interjected, It is indeed a remarkable twist of fate. The arrangements of destiny are often so peculiar. Phil Coulson spoke up, Perhaps this is the reward for kindness. The goodness you extend will one day return to you. Tony frowned, glancing at Coulson's comments in the chat channel, a strange expression crossing his face. Honestly, Agent Coulson, while you are undoubtedly a good person, don't you find it odd to say such things in your position? Nick Fury retorted with dissatisfaction, Stark, do you have an issue with S-H-I-E-L-D? You've been looking for ways to undermine us. Perhaps you should consider the state of your own company. As far as I know, your board seems to be planning another meeting to remove you from your position. Damn it, you've indeed planted moles in my company, Tony said, his displeasure evident, then waved dismissively. What you're saying isn't true. I dealt with that board last time. They would never dare to move against me again. Believe it or not. I received the news just half an hour ago, Nick Fury remarked, observing Tony's confident demeanor in the broadcast with a cold laugh. Perhaps once you step out of this broadcast, you will be facing unemployment. Ridiculous. I do not believe your nonsense, Tony scoffed. Though a hint of unease flickered in his eyes, the footage continued to play. Utilizing the aerial bridge constructed by the workers, Peter swiftly arrived at the Osborn building. With the elasticity of his webbing, Peter propelled himself like a cannonball towards the rooftop, quickly catching up to Dr. Lizard, who was in the midst of installing a spray, engaging him in combat. Yet, just as before, despite Peter's utmost effort, he could not bridge the gap between himself and Dr. Lizard. Soon, his web shooters were crushed, and Dr. Lizard ensnared him by the neck with his tail, lifting him off the ground. Poor Peter Parker, without a mother, without a father, without an uncle, alone. Dr. Lizard tore off Peter's mask, looking at his flushed, suffocating face with a scornful sneer. As he prepared to snap Peter's neck, the sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. And George Stacy's voice rang out from the rooftop. He is not alone. As the words hung in the air, Sheriff George abruptly fired his weapon, severing a nearby liquid nitrogen pipeline. The recoiling pipe fortuitously twisted into Peter's grasp, which he seized and aimed at Dr. Lizard, unleashing a torrent of freezing gas. The liquid nitrogen swiftly inflicted frostbite upon Dr. Lizard, even severing his tail, thereby facilitating Peter's escape. Under the barrage of bullets and Spider-Man's onslaught, the temporarily incapacitated Dr. Lizard was thrust into a pile of liquid nitrogen canisters, becoming ensnared by the surging frost around him. "Hey, this is a gift from Gwen," George declared, observing Peter Parker crouched beside him. With one hand brandishing his firearm, he extended a syringe filled with a blue serum towards Peter. It turned out that the sheriff had fortuitously encountered Gwen downstairs, and, at her behest, he had resolved to embark on this perilous venture, entrusting the serum to Peter to aid in vanquishing Dr. Lizard. Detonation in 45 seconds echoed from the device above. Upon hearing the warning, Sheriff George urgently called out to Peter, "Go, Peter, I've got this." Without a moment's hesitation, Peter sprinted upwards. However, as the liquid nitrogen gradually dissipated, George's shotgun could no longer restrain Dr. Lizard. Having regrown his claws, Dr. Lizard merely thrust his appendage forward, piercing Sheriff George's body with lethal precision. "No, no, no. This cannot be real." Peter gasped in horror, covering his mouth as tears welled in his eyes at the sight of George's lifeless form discarded by Dr. Lizard. He had never anticipated that Gwen's father would sacrifice his life to protect him. Tony sighed deeply. "I was right about him. Sheriff George was indeed a man worthy of your trust. Yet in this moment, I wish I had been mistaken." Strange remarked, "This is a significant blow for Peter. Yet another person has perished because of him." Though Loki and Carol remained silent, a flicker of respect glimmered in their eyes. Meanwhile, Peter, unaware of the tragic events unfolding below, succeeded at the last moment in replacing the toxic mist with the serum. As a small missile soared into the sky, a vibrant blue rain cloud erupted and spread over New York. Countless blue droplets cascaded from the heavens, showering the city. Dr. Lizard, who had leapt to seize Peter's leg, encountered the blue droplets and began to revert from his lizard form, his body gradually reshaping into that of a human as he plummeted from the tower. The impact caused the tower's base, previously encased in liquid nitrogen, to commence its collapse. With his web shooter rendered inoperative, Peter had no choice but to leap from the precipice. However, due to the angle, he failed to grasp the slick glass surface, his body instinctively sliding downward. In a moment of desperation, a claw extended from above, grasping Peter's hand with a firm grip. It was indeed the gradually transforming humanoid Dr. Lizard, or rather Dr. Connors. As he lifted Peter onto the platform and beheld the disintegration of his right hand once more, a profound sorrow and despair clouded Connor's visage. Yet in an instant, his expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "Sheriff." Peter promptly began to search the rooftop, soon discovering the gravely injured and barely conscious Sheriff George. Observing the panic etched upon Peter's face, George expressed his apologies for previously misunderstanding him, urging Peter to leave hastily, lest he become embroiled in trouble. Finally, Sheriff George made a request. You will undoubtedly create numerous adversaries, and it is inevitable that injuries will occur, possibly even to those closest to you. Therefore, I implore you to promise me one thing. Do not involve Gwen. As he watched the sheriff grow increasingly frail, Peter was moved to tears and nodded in agreement to his plea. The mist-like serum rained down upon the city, reversing the transformations of those who had become lizard-like monsters due to the spider doctor's toxic fog. After the funeral, Gwen sought out Peter, but the sorrowful Peter hesitated to approach her. Whether due to Gwen's father sacrificing his life to save him or out of a desire to shield Gwen from further harm, he felt he could no longer draw near. Alas, child, you and Banner share the same folly, Tony remarked, unable to suppress a sigh as he covered his eyes and snapped his fingers in exasperation. Why is it that upon acquiring extraordinary powers, you all choose to distance yourselves from those you love the most? Peter and Banner fell into a contemplative silence, until Banner slowly spoke up in the chat channel. Tony, we are not the same. Ultimately, the power I wield is inherently perilous. If I were to be with Betty and something were to happen, I would carry that regret for a lifetime. Thus, I have always avoided her. Even now, though I can control the Hulk, too many covet his power and constantly seek to trouble me. So, I find myself in a difficult position. Peter concurred, indeed, Mr. Stark. You witnessed what transpired. Gwen's father lost his life to save me. What if Gwen were to suffer harm because of our relationship? Tony shook his head dismissively. What utter nonsense. Out of fear, you shut out those who care for you and inflict the pain of separation upon those who love you. Is that your solution? By your logic, if tomorrow were the apocalypse, with aliens descending upon Earth or Thanos attacking, would you choose to live apart from your beloved until the end of your days? Donatiist, love demands that we stand together, facing all adversities and misfortunes with courage. Self-pitying evasion is not the mark of a true man. Listening to Tony's words, Peter was left speechless, and even Banner, who was watching the live stream from a cabin sheltering from the rain, was taken aback, each lost in contemplation. Due to Aunt May's gentle persuasion, Peter ultimately listened to the final message left for him by Uncle Ben. This act illuminated the dim world he inhabited, rekindling his relationship with Gwen. The scene shifted to Dr. Connors, clad in prison garb, being led into his cell. As he sat there, unease enveloping him, a frail figure emerged from the shadows. Did you reveal the truth about his father to the boy? Came the ominous voice, sending a flicker of fear across Connors' countenance. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Connors replied, no. The shadowy figure nodded in satisfaction before vanishing, leaving behind a chilling remark. Very well, we can let him go now. You should have released him all along. Connors shouted into the encompassing darkness. Peter furrowed his brow as he observed the concluding scene, his expression one of confusion. Did that person really vanish before my eyes? Strange tilted his head. It seems he did not simply disappear. I too saw him fade amidst the lightning. However, what does this imply? What secrets did your father conceal all those years ago? As the video concluded, a new round of questions commenced. Question: who facilitated Peter Parker's acquisition of extraordinary powers, transforming him into Spider-Man? Ben Parker, Kurt Connors, Richard Parker, Norman Osborn, please begin your responses. In the live stream, each participant was granted a single opportunity to answer, with correct responses yielding 100 points and a random reward. Failure to answer correctly would trigger an unknown penalty. Chapter 58. Watching Thor's live stream in response to the final question posed in the live stream, the audience momentarily faltered. The broadcast had concluded. Why pose another query? Nevertheless, they quickly regained their composure and began to speculate. Strange remarked, if we are to discuss who contributed to Spider-Man's emergence, I believe Uncle Ben Parker undoubtedly deserves that credit. However, if the inquiry extends to who enabled Peter to gain his superpowers, Tony interjected to clarify this matter. We ought to inquire about Peter. Who, pray tell, is this Norman Osborn? We are well acquainted with the other three options, yet Osborn remains but a name to us. Feeling the weight of scrutiny from the four surrounding him, Peter shrugged. Guys, you should know from the name alone that Norman Osborn is the head of Oscorp. However, it's said he has been ill for quite some time. I met him once as a child. Oh, and his son, Harry Osborn, was my best friend back in the day, but I haven't seen him in ages. The head of Oscorp? Reed remarked in the chat channel. Does this imply that the mastermind behind the interspecies genetics project, previously overseen by your father and Dr. Connors, was indeed Norman Osborn? In other words, he was the one who incited your father to create the mutated spider? Peter nodded in agreement. Well, that does seem plausible. However, we cannot deduce it that way. For instance, the Hulk within me resulted from gamma ray research, and it was the U.S. military that initiated this project. Does that mean the Hulk belongs to the military? That is clearly a fallacious argument. Banner retorted with irritation, recalling how General Ross would always assert that the Hulk belonged to the army whenever he came to capture him, rendering Banner powerless over his own creation. Over time, Banner grew increasingly weary of such assertions. Whoever desires him can take him. Do I relish having a raging green giant residing within me? Wanda interjected. I believe you may be overcomplicating a simple issue. Peter's powers stem from the spider. Thus, wouldn't it suffice to identify who created that mutated spider? Strange responded. While that may hold some truth, it echoes the question we discussed earlier. Why, despite the spider's creation spanning many years, has only Peter been bitten and gained superpowers? Loki squinted, pondering for a moment before conjecturing. Perhaps it relates to genetics? I have perused some texts in the sanctum to pass the time. What you refer to as genes are akin to bloodlines or hereditary lineage in our perspective. If Peter's father was researching cross-species genetic transfer, it is plausible that he not only attempted to transfer spider genes into humans, but also experimented with transferring human genes into spiders. So, whose genes do you think he would have employed? As these words were uttered, the chat room fell silent, with even Tony and Strange displaying expressions of sudden realization. Are you suggesting that it was Richard Parker's own genes? Therefore, after being bitten, Peter acquired the spider's abilities. In other words, upon being bitten by the spider, Peter successfully fulfilled his father's experiment, becoming his most remarkable creation. Loki's tone remained calm, a faint smile gracing his lips. Regardless of whether it was Connors or others from the Osborn Corporation, they were all outsmarted by Richard Parker, for the mutated spider, infused with Richard Parker's genes, could only activate the experiment using Peter Parker's DNA. Anyone else attempting to utilize it would only meet with futility. Yet, my admiration extends beyond this. For this spider is not without its merits. The unique silk it produces has also bestowed considerable wealth upon the Osborn Corporation, a fortune that continues to profit them even 15 years later. Thus, even after Richard Parker's demise, the Osborn Corporation, possessing this wealth, did not seek to eradicate Peter Parker entirely. It is indeed fascinating how mere humans can devise such intricate plans, manipulating the hearts of others to this extent. I find myself questioning. Loki turned to Peter. Can someone who orchestrated such elaborate schemes 15 years ago truly meet an end so simplistic? Peter was momentarily stunned, gazing into Loki's inscrutable eyes, swallowing hard. Mr. Loki, are you suggesting? His voice trembled as thoughts raced through his mind. The notion that his father might still be alive, crashing into him like a tidal wave. I cannot say for certain. Do not take it too seriously, Loki retorted, curling his lips. He then shouted towards the screen. I choose Richard Parker. Beep. Loki Odinson's response is complete. The system begins its assessment. Beep. Loki Odinson's answer is correct. Loki Odinson has earned 100 livestream points, which can be used to request segments related to his past and future. Random reward received. Godslayer Dagger. The Godslayer Dagger, its origins now shrouded in mystery, bears the blood of deities upon its blade, which, even after millennia, continues to narrate tales of its past glory. As the system's cold voice concluded its introduction, a dagger emanating a soft golden light fell into Loki's grasp. The dagger measured approximately 35 centimeters in length, appearing rather unassuming, save for the blood-red gem embedded at the end of its hilt, gleaming brilliantly. Upon firmly grasping the dagger's handle, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from him, enveloping everyone in the live-streaming room in an instant. Oh my God! This dark god has gone mad. Peter, you little rascal, run. I do not wish to perish here. In that moment of unleashed malice, Venom, who had been lurking within Peter Parker's body, suddenly began to scream, frantically urging him to flee, which rendered Peter quite embarrassed. Hey, stop yelling, mister. Loki is not that frightening. In fact, he is quite amiable. Having never witnessed Loki's ruthless side, Peter maintained a favorable impression of the trickster god who had continually encouraged him, promptly interjecting to counter Venom's clandestine slander. Beep. The broadcast of Extraordinary Spider-Man 1 has concluded. After each episode, new participants are invited to join the livestream. Welcome Star-Lord, Peter Quill, to the livestream. A new orb of light materialized in the livestream, and those present, having already encountered Captain Marvel, were unfazed by the spectacle. They calmly stood at a distance, observing the gradually emerging figure, even engaging in hushed discussions. Tony, Star-Lord, what on earth is that? Strange, a noble title, perhaps. Peter Parker, it might be a nickname, similar to how I am called Spider-Man. Quite the coincidence that he shares my name, Peter. A few seconds later, the light coalesced into a figure clad in russet attire, adorned with a peculiar metallic mask. Peter Quill found himself embroiled in a confrontation with the indigenous inhabitants of a planet due to allegations of theft. Just as he was on the verge of being captured once again, a peculiar white space materialized before him, observing 4 men and a woman, all dressed in strange attire not far from him. Peter Quill promptly raised his weapon, exclaiming, "Greetings, companions. I strongly advise you to release me. Otherwise, I shall obliterate your ship, sending you to meet your maker." Obliterate the ship? The 4 of Loki turned their gaze toward Captain Marvel, recalling that merely 2 hours prior, a woman had issued a similar threat upon entering the live broadcast. Noticing their curious stares, Carol Danvers shrugged her shoulders and retorted to Peter Quill, "Destroy our ship? By all means, I'd be quite intrigued to see what this place looks like in ruins." Loki furrowed his brow, visibly irked, and directed his discontent towards Carol, stating, "Cease your poor imitation, woman. This is a provocation against the divine." "Divine?" Quill exclaimed incredulously. "Have you lost your senses, fantasizing that you are a deity?" Loki squinted, casting a sidelong glance at the gun-wielding Quill, and after a moment, broke into laughter. "Never mind. Why should I waste my ire on a frog confined to its well?" Peter Quill removed his mask, his irritation escalating upon witnessing Loki's expression of disdain. He advanced, brandishing his weapon, a frog in a well. "Hey lad, do you fancy yourself some grand figure? With hair that resembles a cow's grooming. I doubt you've even weaned yet." Just as Loki had closed his eyes, they snapped open, witnessing Quill's approach. He swung the eternal weapon, carving a golden arc that cleaved through Quill's firearm. In an instant, the weapon was severed in two, crashing to the ground. And even Quill's brown-red coat was torn apart, exploding outward. As Loki's eyes gleamed with a purple light, and the eternal weapon emitted a soft, golden glow from his grasp, Peter Quill fell silent, subdued. The future imagery began to play, currently showcasing Thor 1. Just as the atmosphere in the live room descended to a frigid silence, the system's cold voice resonated once more, capturing everyone's attention anew. "Thor, behold, this is a future broadcast concerning me. Prepare to witness my valorous form. Peter Parker, yet. I can't shake the feeling that this scene is rather peculiar. Mr. Thor, your title is the God of Thunder. Does that not imply that the God of Thunder is now broadcasting his own exploits?" Chapter 59, Singularities, Divergent Futures Ahem. Upon hearing Peter Parker's jest, Thor sheepishly interjected into the chat, "Actually, I am no longer the God of Thunder. I have incurred my father's wrath, been stripped of my divine title, and exiled to Midgard." Loki sighed, observing Thor once again lamenting to the crowd, and couldn't help but remark, "Cease your wailing. That is merely our father's way of training you. You possess no sense of propriety. Training does not necessitate my exile. Would it not be more prudent to dispatch me to the front lines to quell the rebellion?" Thor, feeling indignant, shouted at Loki, "Honestly, would you consider discreetly assisting me in locating Heimdall so he might secretly allow me to return?" Loki closed his eyes and shook his head. "Despair, foolish brother. Before my departure, I vaguely perceived the system's screen manifesting in my room, which implies." Loki paused, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Father is currently watching the live broadcast. He can see every word you utter." "What?" Thor exclaimed, suddenly recalling his previous discussions about Odin. And he couldn't help but sweat profusely, inwardly lamenting the dire situation. Just then, the imagery on the screen finally materialized. On the screen, an ancient voice narrated the formation of the Nine Realms, accompanied by footage from the year 965, depicting Asgard's battle against the frost giants in Norway. Quickly, the scene shifted to reveal a magnificent realm, where resplendent buildings soared like crowns against the earth. "My goodness, is this Asgard? It is utterly majestic," Reed Richards exclaimed in astonishment. "I never imagined the legendary Norse gods truly existed, and that they constructed such an immense kingdom in the skies." No. Allow me to clarify. Mortal, we are the Aesir," Thor earnestly corrected Reed, speaking with great pride. "However, given your admiration for our realm, I shall pardon your transgression this time. But that footage has already transpired." Observing the imagery reappearing on the screen, Thor stroked his chin. "This is indeed the scene from the day of my coronation." Tony, witnessing the message he had sent in the chat channel, couldn't suppress a chuckle. "You were crowned king? Has Odin truly lost his senses? Is there no one left in Asgard? Even Loki would be a more reliable ruler than you." Loki frowned in displeasure. "Your tone suggests the throne of Asgard was bestowed upon me only because there was no one else to claim it. I harbor no ill will. I am merely astonished that a simpleton like Thor could ascend to kingship." "Oh, forgive me, I forgot you were adopted." Tony feigned an apology, yet his expression bore no trace of remorse. Meanwhile, on Earth, as they gazed at the image of Thor clad in silver armor, adorned with a winged helmet, commanding countless followers with a mere gesture, Professor Savage and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. They simply could not fathom that the imposing and dashing god of thunder depicted on the screen was indeed the very same individual beside them, dressed in a blue shirt, heartily indulging in fries and a hamburger. Daisy Johnson exclaimed in awe, "It is simply stunning. The architecture of Asgard is truly magnificent." "Thor, do you reside in such a splendid abode every day?" Thor swallowed a piece of meat, gazing at the scenes of his coronation ceremony displayed on the screen, and nodded vigorously. Jane Foster, meanwhile, closed her eyes and gently shook her slightly dazed head. At the moment Odin announced Thor's impending coronation, a blue arm, encased in frost, clung to the walls of Odin's treasure vault. The frost giant, having stealthily infiltrated, launched an attack on the patrolling temple guards. Sensing the intrusion, Odin promptly activated the destroyer armor, obliterating the invading frost giant. However, this incident necessitated the abrupt interruption of Thor's coronation ceremony, prompting Odin and the others to hasten to the vault. This future seemed awry. Observing the footage on the screen, Loki in the live broadcast, Thor on Earth, and Odin in Asgard simultaneously gasped. Odin, wielding the eternal spear, rose from his bed, his single eye wide with disbelief as he stared at the screen before him. He distinctly remembered that during Thor's coronation, as Thor removed his helmet and knelt with his hammer laid down, the system screen had unexpectedly appeared, causing Thor to vanish from Asgard and materialize in the live broadcast. Yet there was no trace of the system in this footage. Thor, at that moment, was fervently expressing his concerns in the chat channel of the live broadcast. Through his account, those watching the stream began to grasp the discrepancies between the two scenarios. In other words, this footage depicted an alternate version of Thor and Loki from a parallel universe. Tony Stark, after reading Thor's message, swiftly comprehended the revelation. This system was essentially presenting us with a glimpse of what our future would entail without its existence. Doctor Strange interjected to clarify, "It's a possible future, as time is ever-changing, and new branches of time can emerge at any moment." Moreover, the Supreme Sorceress had previously informed us that when she first viewed the future through the Time Stone, our fate resembled the spoilers of Strange's vision. However, after those spoilers were revealed, the Supreme Sorceress observed that our future had entirely transformed, with only a few singularities remaining unaffected while everything else descended into chaos. Strange queried, "Singularities? What does that mean?" After a brief pause, Dr. Mordo responded, "The Supreme Sorceress indicated that singularities refer to events on the timeline that are irreversible. For instance, Strange, the adversity you faced in becoming the Supreme Sorcerer is an irreversible occurrence." What? What does that imply? Strange was taken aback that a mere question had somehow involved him. Are you suggesting that I must endure a calamity to become the supreme sorcerer? Mordu shook his head, asserting that it was not necessarily a car accident. It could equally be an aviation disaster or a ship colliding with an iceberg. Anything was possible. Strange, visibly irate, cursed under his breath at such a distasteful existence. Why can't you just draw a circle and teleport me over? Just like in that footage. Create a portal. Mordu replied incredulously. Are we to beg you for assistance from Kamartaj? Please, I am the future Sorcerer Supreme. Strange shrugged. Didn't the Ancient One say this was predestined? Mordu countered. Yet the Ancient One also stated that Tony Stark possesses magical talents comparable to yours. He could just as well be the Sorcerer Supreme. Upon hearing this, Tony perked up, adjusted his suit, and confidently declared, I must commend the Sorcerer Supreme SI for talent. Rest assured, I shall merge my technological expertise with magic to elevate Kamartaj to unprecedented heights. At that moment, amidst the fervent debate, Loki stood quietly to the side, a contemplative expression clouding his features. In this realm, due to Thor's foolish mistakes and Loki's own acquisition of power, Odin had no time to pursue the matter of the frost giants invading the treasury. However, now that this system replayed the footage, could it potentially expose his collusion with the frost giants? Narrowing his eyes, Loki was suddenly engulfed by an ominous premonition. Upon seeing the bodies of the slain soldiers of the divine realm, Thor furiously proclaimed that the frost giants must pay for their bloodshed. Yet Odin halted his reckless fury, asserting that the peace of the Nine Realms was hard-won and reminded Thor that he was not yet the king of Asgard, thus could not wield royal authority indiscriminately. This only fueled Thor's anger, but he dared not defy Odin, retreating to his chamber to vent his frustration. At that moment, however, Loki approached him, seizing the opportunity to express his agreement with Thor's sentiments in private. Under his persuasion, Thor became reinvigorated and, with fervent enthusiasm, rallied the warriors Three and Sif, the five of them conspiring with Loki to venture to Jotunheim to teach the arrogant frost giants a lesson. Chapter 60. The mighty Rainbow Bridge without hesitation. The six of them hastily mounted their steeds and galloped towards the heart of the Rainbow Bridge. Wait, Peter Quill exclaimed in the live stream. Aren't you all claiming to be gods? Why are you riding horses? Can't you fly? The others shared his bewilderment. Tony and the others, having witnessed Thor's flight in the first Avengers film, knew he could soar. However, Strange and the others, who entered the live stream later, had only seen Loki's demise and the destruction of the Asgardian refugee ship. They were quite unfazed by Asgard's might. Observing Thor and his companions on horseback struck them as extraordinarily surreal. The deity of horseback riding, Reed Richards, murmured leisurely, It seems you are merely more formidable humans after all. Thor retorted, Who told you we cannot fly? I often soar through the skies. At that moment, Phil Coulson interjected, If I recall correctly, you always hurl yourself into the air with your hammer before flying, don't you? Banner chimed in, Indeed. It appears the hammer is the one carrying you aloft. Thor protested, You misunderstand. I merely utilize the hammer's momentum to achieve greater speed. I am capable of flight on my own. However, the audience in the live stream completely disregarded his protestations and merrily engaged in a discussion about the thunder god flying with a hammer. Flying with a hammer? Are you a god of thunder or a god of hammers? This is hilarious. Wanda laughed heartily. Modu quipped, Oh, so the legendary gods are rather weak? We mages can fly while utilizing our artifacts, and we can even conjure a portal to transport ourselves directly to our destination. Faced with their mockery, Loki retorted sharply, Weak? Modu the little mage, do not presume to comprehend the strength of a god with your limited intellect. Modu immediately replied in the chat, Oh? Then show me. Do not fret, I shall demonstrate. Loki's purple irises flickered as he smiled lightly. At this moment, Odin returned to his seat, observing Loki's composed demeanor in the face of provocation with satisfaction. Compared to Thor, Loki was exceedingly more admirable now, not only in strength but also in cunning and grace, aligning more closely with his vision of the regal essence of Asgard. The footage continued to play. Before the six could enter the heart of the realm, they encountered Heimdall, the guardian of the kingdom, who obstructed their path. Seeing Thor approach as if to negotiate with Heimdall, Loki volunteered, saying, "Leave it to me." With that, Loki positioned himself at the forefront, greeting Heimdall, "Greetings, Heimdall." However, before he could finish, Heimdall interrupted, "You are not dressed warmly enough." Noticing Loki's puzzled expression, Heimdall continued, his face devoid of emotion. "Did you think you could deceive me?" Loki attempted to clarify, but Thor impatiently cut him off. "Enough." Gazing expressionlessly at the obstructing Heimdall, Thor straightforwardly inquired, "Heimdall, may we pass?" Heimdall's golden irises flickered as he answered evasively, "No enemy has ever evaded my sight until today. I wish to know the reason behind it. Then, before we return, do not disclose our whereabouts to anyone. Understood?" Thor issued his final command with authority, leading the way towards the heart of the Rainbow Bridge. The three warriors, accompanied by Sif, followed closely behind. As they passed by Loki, Vostag mockingly remarked, "What's wrong? Has your silver tongue been tied today?" Observing the stark contrast in Heimdall's demeanor towards him compared to that of Thor, coupled with Vostag's taunts, a shadow darkened Loki's features as he silently trailed behind the group towards the center. Tony, noticing Loki's sullen expression on the screen, tilted his head and scrutinized him. Surely not, the god of mischief, reduced to fear by a mere gatekeeper of Asgard? Peter Parker inhaled sharply and queried with skepticism. It seems the people of Asgard wear two faces towards Thor and Loki. Is it possible that they are aware of Mr. Loki's adoption? Impossible. Loki shook his head vehemently. If they knew, I would not have been kept in the dark for over 1,000 years. That is truly unfortunate, Strange remarked with a note of sympathy. What gatekeeper? Heimdall is our guardian of the Celestial Palace. Thor protested in the chat channel. Heimdall oversees the most crucial rainbow bridge of Asgard. Essentially, all who enter or exit Asgard must have my father's or his approval. And what exactly is this rainbow bridge? Tony inquired with curiosity. I don't recall such a thing in Norse mythology. It actually does exist. Bruce Banner interjected. I looked into Norse mythology a few days ago. However, the version I found referred to it not as the Rainbow Bridge, but the Galaxy Bridge, described as the pathway for the gods. Loki shook his head, elaborating. The Rainbow Bridge is a teleportation device of Asgard. We can traverse it to various parts of the universe, and by summoning Heimdall, we can return through the portal. However, the Rainbow Bridge is not merely a teleportation device. A sinister smile crept across Loki's lips once more as he continued. If Heimdall so wished, he could merely align the Rainbow Bridge with your Earth for a few moments, and then he gestured dramatically. Your Earth would transform into a colossal cloud of smoke in the cosmos. Is that truly so terrifying? The others in the same universe, as Loki gasped in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. Mordo turned to the ancient sorceress. Master Gui, is what the god of mischief claims true? Gui, fanning herself and observing the astonished expressions of the surrounding sorcerers, nodded slowly. Indeed, the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard possesses immense power. If wielded by Odin himself, the destruction of a star could occur in the blink of an eye. The sorcerers exchanged glances. Even with Gui's affirmation, disbelief lingered in the air. The audience in the live stream fell into silence, once more upon hearing Mordo's recount. Thus, is that the reason Asgard can dominate the 9 realms? After a prolonged silence, Nick Fury slowly murmured a phrase, only to slam his hand onto the table in anger moments later. Such a formidable Asgard can be annihilated by Thanos? Damn it, does this mean that our Earth is the weakest in the entire universe? When that bastard eventually invades Earth, what means do we have to defend against this wretched lunatic? Unbeknownst to him, having only seen a few snippets, the Egghead was unaware that the fall of Asgard was only tangentially related to Thanos. After pondering for a few seconds, Nick dialed a number, unleashing a torrent of furious reprimands at the person on the other end. The conversation, lasting a full 5 minutes, could be summed up in one sentence. How many years have I given you the Cosmic Cube? And yet you pathetic researchers have not even managed to develop a shadow of a Star Destroyer? The imagery continues. As the colossal sword was plunged into the core of the Bifrost, immense thunder surged like branches, permeating the entire central chamber. As the rotation of the central chamber accelerated, the resplendent Bifrost opened a passage directed toward a certain point in the universe. That point was none other than the realm of the frost giants, Jotunheim. Chapter 61. The divergence between Loki and Thor. As the speed of the Bifrost core continued to quicken, Heimdall solemnly warned, "Be aware, as the guardian of Asgard. I shall uphold my promise to protect this kingdom. Should your return jeopardize the safety of the realm of the Aesir, I shall shut the Bifrost, leaving you all to perish in the cold, desolate land of Jotunheim." Vostag shrugged and quipped, "Then can't you just keep the Bifrost open for us?" Heimdall's emotionless voice resonated once more. "If the Bifrost remains open, it will unleash its full power, leading to your mutual destruction with Jotunheim." Upon hearing this, Thor immediately chuckled. "I don't wish to die today. Let's hope so." The gigantic sword was thrust forcefully into the core of the Bifrost, and with a powerful suction, Thor and his companions were instantly transformed into streams of rainbow light, drawn into the radiant passage of the Bifrost. The scene shifts, revealing Thor and his companions enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, quickly arriving at a planet covered in ice. Observing on the screen as Thor traversed the cosmic expanse in an instant, being transported to the icy blue planet. The audience in the live stream was filled with astonishment. "Is this the Bifrost of Asgard?" Strange's eyes widened. "That was just a few seconds, and you've arrived at Jotunheim? Is Jotunheim so close to your Asgard? But you clearly crossed a vast expanse of cosmic space, rather than a Bifrost. I would argue that it resembles a controllable Einstein-Rosen bridge." Reed Richards gazed at the vanishing spectrum of colors on the screen, marveling as he remarked, "It is well known that scientists proposed the concept of wormholes facilitating instantaneous travel or temporal shifts as early as the last century. However, due to the limitations of our terrestrial technology, humanity has been unable to create a controllable wormhole, as the gravitational forces at play are overwhelmingly powerful, capable of obliterating any object with ease." Bruce Banner concurred. "Indeed, thus we abandon our research on wormholes, yet it is astonishing that you as Guardians possess such technology." Phil Coulson interjected, "Magic and technology. Now I find myself even more perplexed about Asgard's image. It suddenly feels as though the once mysterious veil surrounding Asgard has been lifted, revealing it to be of this world." Tony Stark quipped, "Agent Coulson, are you suggesting that, in light of this, the deities of Asgard are, in fact, merely superhumans endowed with advanced technological prowess compared to us?" Bruce Banner replied, "If Asgard's technology is sufficiently advanced, then to our eyes, their innovations could be perceived as magic, and immortality alongside strength would be readily attainable for those wielding such superlative technology." Reed Richards added, "Much like how Peter's father engineered a super spider, altering his son's genetic makeup to transform him into Spider-Man, Asgard could similarly employ technology to modify Loki, Thor, and others into super warriors." Peter Quill interjected, "Peter? Are you talking about me?" Reed Richards clarified, You're overthinking it. I was referring to the young man beside you." "Huh." Peter Quill turned to see a young man in a tan jacket awkwardly waving at him. "Your name Peter too?" Quill's face lit up with pride. "You are fortunate. Kid, you share a name with the illustrious Star-Lord." Peter Parker remarked, "Whenever I express confusion, it is not indicative of my own issues, but rather a reflection of your peculiarities." At this moment, Tony caught sight of Loki, who stood quietly to the side, his eyes widening in surprise as he playfully teased Strange. "Oh, why has Loki suddenly fallen silent? Could it be that we've unraveled the enigma of Asgard, prompting him to adopt an aloof demeanor?" Strange shook his head and replied softly, "I suspect he may be troubled by something." "Troubled?" Stark exaggeratedly exclaimed. "A god of trickery feeling troubled? I would wager he is simply plotting something nefarious." Loki cast a disdainful glance at the two, whispering together, dismissively retorting, "Do not always project your sordid thoughts onto our divine conduct. You seem anxious," Tony remarked abruptly, studying Loki's face. Loki frowned. "What?" "Strange just alerted me." Tony grinned mischievously, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "Though you conceal it well, I still perceive the flutter of unease in your gaze." "How peculiar! What could be causing you such distress?" "Oh, indeed. Thor mentioned that he is currently in a phase of exile. Thus, This must pertain to events that transpired prior to his banishment, implying that during this interval, there may be occurrences he wishes to keep concealed from us. Observing Stark's eloquence, Loki narrowed his eyes, revealing a glimmer of menace. This fellow, appearing to be a genteel gentleman, harbors such intricate thoughts? Meanwhile, within the live broadcast, Carol and Nick Fury have developed a new perspective on the Bifrost. It could be deemed a formidable strategic weapon. Nick Fury's one eye widened in astonishment. A seasoned warrior, he immediately contemplated the terrifying implications of the Bifrost. It is not merely a star-killing cannon, but a trans-dimensional teleportation device. Such a weapon, in the midst of battle, would be akin to a divine instrument, enabling Asgard to deploy its forces to any corner of the battlefield. Should Asgard desire to invade Earth, the delusional director, suffering from severe persecution paranoia, once again entertained such notions, only to shake his head in despair. He realized there was no solution. With the overwhelming might currently displayed by Asgard, it could easily overpower Earth. Even if he summoned Carol back, could she truly turn the tide? One must consider that behind them looms the formidable Odin, the ruler of the 9 realms, whose power was previously acknowledged by the Ancient One. Could Carol possibly withstand this godly monarch? The director was uncertain. The footage continues to play. Upon arriving in Jotunheim, the group felt a surge of trepidation, yet Thor, still in a furious disposition, pressed onward. Soon, they encountered the king of the frost giants, Laufey, engaging in a conversation thick with tension. "How did you breach Asgard?" Thor demanded, brandishing his hammer as he confronted the elevated Laufey, his temper flaring. Laufey turned, the faint light reflecting off his crimson eyes. Gazing down at the irate Thor, he coldly retorted, "Because there are traitors aplenty surrounding Odin." Thor, incensed by this remark, exclaimed, "You shall not tarnish my father's name with your lies." Laufey, unable to remain seated, rose in fury, rebuking, "Your father is a murderer, a thief. But what brings you here? To negotiate?" A mocking smile adorned Laufey's face, dripping with derision. "No, that's incorrect. You yearn for battle, reveling in conflict. You are merely a wet-behind-the-ears child, desperately seeking to prove your manhood. However, I regret to inform you that I, this mere child, do not relish being the subject of your ridicule." As Laufey's icy words fell, the surrounding frost giants gradually encircled them, manifesting an array of sharp, frost-forged weapons in their hands. Sensing the perilous situation, Loki swiftly approached and began to counsel Thor in hushed tones. However, in the face of Loki's admonition, Thor dismissively retorted, "Silence, brother. Be mindful of your station." "Mind your station?" Tony exclaimed dramatically in the live stream. "Loki, it appears you hold no standing in Asgard at all. Look how your brother treats you. You must be faring rather poorly. After all, a foster son cannot compare to a biological one." Strange, intrigued, inquired, "It seems that the entirety of Asgard regards Loki with disdain or indifference. If I am not mistaken, this might be related to the All-Father himself." Peter Parker interjected, "Mr. Strange, are you suggesting that the All-Father has expressly instructed others to treat Loki in this manner?" Upon hearing this, Loki furrowed his brow. Although he had temporarily forgiven Odin after weighing the pros and cons post-first livestream, it did not signify that the rift in his heart had entirely vanished. Peter's words stirred unrest within him once more. Nevertheless, Strange shook his head, refuting the young man's speculation. "That is unlikely. I believe that since the All-Father governs all 9 realms, he would not take the time to intervene for a single individual. After all, no kingdom is impenetrable. Even the ice giant King Laufey acknowledged that Odin is surrounded by traitors. If outsiders were to discover that Odin had instructed others to treat Thor and Loki differently, Loki would undoubtedly be perceived as a weakness by foes, leading to the downfall of Asgard. The essence of my statement is that I feel Odin's attitude towards Thor and Loki is disparate, though they may not be conscious of it. Akin to how those within the situation often lack clarity, while outsiders can discern the truth more acutely. Thus, the public gradually began to differentiate between Thor and Loki. This also reminded me of an intriguing notion. In certain fairy tales, there are narratives where the entire kingdom favors the elder prince while despising the younger son. Yet, the conclusion often sees the younger prince ultimately inheriting the throne and winning the heart of a fair maiden. Upon hearing this, Tony remarked pointedly, "Yet fairy tales differ from reality, and they do not feature adopted princes. I suspect that the younger prince, driven by jealousy, would attempt to overthrow the king and the elder prince, only to face failure and suppression. Such a scenario is not beyond possibility." Strange words rendered Thor and Odin, watching from afar, silent. Had it truly been my fault all along? Odin, seated beside Frigga, sighed in contemplation, reflecting on millennia of memories, and was astonished to realize that his disparate treatment of Loki and Thor indeed aligned with the mortal S observations. Chapter 62. Thor's exile at this moment. Odin had come to recognize the imbalance in his treatment of Loki and Thor, confiding his regrets to Frigga. Meanwhile, Thor on Earth felt a profound discontent towards strange conjecture. "Cease your nonsense, Earthling," Thor proclaimed in the chat channel. "We, the Asgardian Pantheon, stand united. My father, the wisest among the 9 realms and the most benevolent of kings, could never differentiate between Loki and me. Though we are not blood brothers, our bond forged over a millennium is far more resilient than the fragile emotional ties you mortals possess. You seek to sow discord among us. For such insolence, I would not hesitate to see you hanged." Nick Fury interjected, "I beg your pardon. Did you just assert that you and Loki share a fraternal bond?" Peter Quill replied, "This is utterly absurd. Moments ago, you admonished your brother to remember his place, and now you extol the closeness of your relationship? It seems even the betrayal of Judas could be justified in your discourse." Tony Stark chimed in, "I am reminded of the earliest footage from the Avengers' first assembly, wherein Loki, on my rooftop, plunged a dagger into Thor's abdomen. Does that not resonate with the ancient proverb about brothers betraying one another?" Thor rebuked Loki, "Do not heed their malicious fabrications. They are attempting to incite discord between us. I would never treat you with the disdain exhibited by that version of myself on screen." Seeing the crowd maligning him, Thor felt a surge of panic. He remained in exile, longing for Loki to speak favorably of him to their father, hoping for a return to Asgard. The thought that Loki might succumb to the taunts and grow to despise him was unbearable. Loki, observing Thor's frantic defense in the chat, suddenly smirked, "Hold on, Thor. Your haste in speech suggests you fear I might speak ill of you to father and persuade Heimdall not to return you to Asgard." Thor laughed, "Nonsense, Loki. You overthink. I merely wish to clarify that I am not like that insensible version of myself on screen. Remember our childhood game, Save Me? You were always the happiest during those moments." Loki retorted, "No, in fact, I loathe that game, for you would always throw me out." Thor continued, "But do you recall our role-playing as Valkyries? You don a dress." The audience in the streaming room exchanged intrigued glances, bemused by the sight of Loki gripping Gungnir. His expression strained as they marveled at the playful antics of the Asgardians, feeling the weight of their strange gazes. Loki could no longer contain himself and shouted in the streaming room, "Silence, Thor. I swear, if you utter another word, I shall petition Father to ensure your eternal exile in Midgard." Thor replied, "Very well, but may I inquire if you would advocate for me with Father and request Heimdall to escort me back?" "I have spoken." Silence. "Very well." The image continues to play. Observing that Thor seems to be consumed by rage, Laufey disdainfully averted his gaze. "Before I change my mind, you shall depart." Another imposing frost giant approached Thor and Loki, regarding them with an indifferent expression. Noticing that the frost giants appeared hostile, Loki preemptively accepted Laufey's command for them to leave before Thor could erupt, tugging at the defiant Thor to retreat. At that moment, the burly frost giant mocked, "Hurry home, little princess." What a blow! Upon hearing the taunt, Loki and the 3 warriors exchanged wry smiles. Indeed, provoked by the mockery, Thor could no longer tolerate it and launched an attack against the frost giant, igniting a fierce battle. Peter Quill furrowed his brow as he watched Thor engage in combat on the screen, pointing at the display in disbelief. Surrounded by so many foes, this blonde oaf dares to strike first? Is his mind filled with water? Beside him, Carol observed the startled Star-Lord and shook her head in disdain. What's the big deal? The frost giant has taunted him to this extent. If he holds back any longer, is he even a man? Besides, these fools can only wield ice blades. No amount of them could pose a threat. Thor nodded in agreement. Indeed, these frost giants are remarkably weak. It's merely the harsh weather of Jotunheim that hinders my performance. Otherwise, I could have single-handedly vanquished them last time. He added, and you, woman, are quite impressive. I admire your audacity. Perhaps we shall spar someday. Odin and Frigga were discussing whether they should apologize to Loki upon his return when Odin caught a glimpse of Thor once again shouting about battle in the chat channel. He squinted his one eye in annoyance. Thor truly disappoints me. Why is his mind always on fighting? Why does he recklessly handle matters? Whether in our realm or the multiverse, he instigates war against Jotunheim without regard for the consequences. It infuriates me. Odin took several deep breaths before suddenly closing his eyes, his lips moving. Heimdall, listen. Without my command, you must not bring Thor back. Situated at the heart of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall heard Odin's voice and respectfully lowered his head. As you wish, my lord. After a moment, Heimdall straightened, blinking his golden eyes as he gazed at the live stream projected above. He sighed, poor Thor. No matter how much Thor boasts, he simply cannot win. Soon, the three warriors and Sif found themselves at a disadvantage against the frost giants, with even the largest among them, Vostag, being seized by a frost giant, severely diminishing their combat effectiveness. At that moment, upon witnessing an attempt to ambush Thor from behind, Loki swiftly rushed forward and stabbed the assailing frost giant with his dagger. Yet, even as the giant lay dying, it grasped Loki's arm with an unyielding grip. The armor on Loki's wrist shattered under the relentless cold, and despite his desperate struggles, he could not free himself from the frost giant's dying hold. Surprisingly, as Loki's armor completely disintegrated and the giant's icy grip encircled his bare wrist, his skin transformed to mirror the same azure hue as that of the frost giant. This revelation stunned not only the injured frost giant, but also left Loki momentarily speechless. However, he quickly regained his composure and decisively ended the life of the still-dazed giant. Bruce Banner suddenly interjected in the chat channel, expressing his confusion. Why is it that both Loki and the sorcerers of Kamartaj, despite possessing magic, resort to close combat? Shouldn't they be unleashing spells from a distance if they have mastered magic? I recall seeing Loki attempt to stab Thanos with a dagger during the last livestream, only to be killed by him. And now, in this broadcast, Master Gu, E, and Caecilius engaged in close quarters, being forced out of the portal. Now that you mention it, I too have noticed. Tony nodded in agreement. It seems that aside from the mirror dimension and the few spells cast by Strange using the Time Stone, the sorcerers depicted in the previous Doctor Strange spoilers primarily relied on artifacts for their magic, with very few instances of long-range spellcasting. Indeed, we have cast other forms of magic, Master Mordo interjected, such as the blades conjured by Caecilius with dark powers, the portals, and the crimson rings of Lagardeur, among others. So, even with the knowledge of magic, everyone still behaves as melee mages? Strange raised an eyebrow. In that sense, Loki has not strayed off course, even if he appears more akin to an assassin. The imagery continued. Soon, one of the three warriors, Vangel, was pierced through the chest by an ice spike, leaving the others feeling increasingly isolated. At this juncture, Loki shouted that they must flee. However, the battle had escalated to such a degree that neither side could relent. The frost giant Laufey, now enraged, unleashed formidable beasts to pursue Thor and his companions, as they were driven to the edge of a precipice. In a moment of dire urgency, the All-Father Odin descended upon Jotunheim, riding his eight-legged steed, enveloping them in the Rainbow Bridge and rescuing Thor and his companions. Upon returning to Asgard, Odin chastised Thor in the central chamber of the Rainbow Bridge for his reckless advance, which had jeopardized both his life and that of his companions. Thor, unwilling to cower, openly argued with Odin for the second time, disrespectfully labeling him a foolish old man, a senile dodderer. As the screen echoed with the renewed insults, Odin sorrowfully closed his eyes, his mind drifting back to the image that had haunted him a week prior. Unexpectedly, even in the vastness of the multiverse, Thor remains a picture of spoiled rebellion. At this moment, Odin's heart was once again besieged by regret, further affirming that his choice to exile Thor was indeed the right one. Upon hearing Thor's vitriolic outburst, Odin's countenance betrayed profound disappointment. Without hesitation, he seized Thor's hammer, sealing away his divine powers, and cast both the hammer and Thor into exile from Asgard as the Rainbow Bridge vanished from sight. Chapter 63. The iconic scene returns. The god of thunder and lightning watching the footage of Thor being ruthlessly cast into the Rainbow Bridge by Odin. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Phil Coulson remarked, "I once thought the conflict between Loki and Thor was riveting, but it seems Thor's confrontation with his father is equally intense." Dr. Strange added, "This truly opens my eyes. It appears even the legendary pantheon of gods grapples with familial issues." Tony Stark quipped, "Considering this, Odin's parenting seems tragically flawed. It's one thing for the brothers to harbor animosity towards each other, but for a father and son to be at odds as well? I can't help but wonder." As the plot unfolds, will Loki too begin to rebel against Odin? Bruce Banner mused, "It's quite possible." Stark, have you noticed? In this footage, it seems Thor has yet to formally descend to Earth, and the Rainbow Bridge remains intact. Do you recall the dialogue between Thor and Loki at the cliff's edge in the first Avengers film? Tony, resting his chin on his hand, frowned in contemplation. Loki mentioned how much dark energy Odin would need to summon to transport you to your beloved Earth after the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed. So, this indeed precedes the events of Avengers 1. That conversation indicates Thor had already concluded his exile and returned to Asgard, whereas Loki was exiled for some reason, even leading the people of Asgard to believe Loki was doomed. This was certainly intriguing. Nick Fury interjected, "I am now quite curious about what transgression could have led the All-Father to nearly condemn the god of mischief to death." Peter Quill's eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh wow, I had no idea there was such an explosive backstory. It seems the secrets of the gods are just as thrilling. I can hardly wait to see Loki's execution." Loki frowned at the grinning Peter Quill and retorted, "Another insolent earthling provoking the divine. Can someone enlighten me on the audacity that fuels your arrogance? Do you believe your fragile form, which I could shatter with a single shot, grants you such confidence? Correction, I'm not from Earth," Peter Quill asserted, raising a finger. "I hail from Missouri." Loki turned his gaze to Tony and Strange, exasperatedly covering his face. Dr. Strange reminded, "Missouri is indeed on Earth. Then it seems we can confirm you are indeed a fool," Loki slowly replied, eyeing the awkward expressions of Tony and the others with a questioning glance. The imagery continues to unfold as Thor, cast down to Earth by the Rainbow Bridge, is struck by the vehicle of Dr. Savick and his companions upon landing. Even stripped of his divine powers, Thor's physical prowess remains extraordinary. Though he is knocked to the ground by the automobile, he swiftly rises once more, raising his voice to the heavens in a fervent call for Heimdall and Odin. Dr. Savick and his companions hastily exit their vehicle to assess Thor's condition, but upon witnessing his seemingly frenzied demeanor, they are filled with trepidation and dare not approach. When Thor receives no response to his summons for Heimdall, he abruptly turns to Dr. Savick and bellows, "You! What realm is this? The land of elves? Nibelheim?" Daisy Louise speculates that he must be a drunken fool and promptly brandishes a stun gun, aiming it at Thor as she declares, "This is New Mexico." Upon seeing her weapon aimed in his direction, Thor erupts in fury, exclaiming, "You dare threaten me, Thor, with such a trivial weapon?" As Thor approaches with an intimidating presence, Daisy, without hesitation, pulls the trigger of the stun gun. The crackling sound of electricity fills the air, causing Thor to convulse violently, his body trembling as he collapses to the ground, his eyes rolling back in a frenzy. Observing the trio's scrutinizing gazes, Daisy raises her hands in exasperation, saying, "Why do you all look at me like that? I was terrified too, you know." Thor waves his hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. I've already forgiven your disrespect, and there is no need for an apology." Daisy. Peter Quill, a so-called god of thunder being incapacitated by a mere human stun gun. This is truly laughable. Wanda. Shall we count how many times this has happened? I recall during the live broadcast, Thor was struck down by lightning for answering a question incorrectly. Wasn't he? Did he not also faint then? Bruce Banner, you arrived late to the live stream. Initially, when we first entered, we witnessed him being struck once. It was witnessing his plight that deterred us from acting rashly within the stream. Peter Quill, you must be jesting. That scoundrel Loki just attacked me. So why did the system not intervene? Does it only bully the weak? Banner, well, I cannot say. Perhaps you should inquire with the system. Meanwhile, Phil Coulson and Nick Fury refrained from engaging in the banter, instead making phone calls to discuss matters concerning New Mexico. A week prior, SHIEL DS satellites detected a powerful energy signal emanating from the state of New Mexico. After several days of investigation without success, just as they were about to abandon the search, the satellites detected the same signal again 2 days ago. In light of this development, Nick promptly dispatched Hawkeye to assemble a team and uncover the truth of the occurrences in New Mexico. However, before Hawkeye could provide any feedback, Nick and his companion had already discerned the nature of the situation. If I am not mistaken, this must be Thor cast down to earth by Odin, along with his mighty hammer. What is perplexing, however, is that the Bifrost is supposed to facilitate immediate transportation. Why then has such an extensive interval elapsed between the two? After Thor was struck unconscious by Daisy, Jane Foster and Selvig promptly assisted him, driving him to the hospital. Upon finally regaining consciousness, Thor discovered that the doctor was preparing to draw his blood. Hearing this, Thor erupted in fury. How dare you lay hands on Odin's son? With that, he engaged in a scuffle with the doctors and nurses present. Alarmed by his outburst, the medical staff hastily called for security. The security personnel and nurses quickly subdued Thor, administering a tranquilizer, which caused him to succumb to the pressure and slide into unconsciousness against the glass. As the screen displayed Thor's contorted visage, laughter erupted once again in the live broadcast room, even eliciting a rare smirk from the typically serious Loki. The scene shifted to a makeshift room within a garage, where Jane Foster was in discourse with Selvig. They were analyzing the data recorded by their instruments from the previous day, only to discover that the energy wave of the light column bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a legendary wormhole. At that moment, Daisy pointed excitedly at a photograph pinned to the whiteboard, calling Jane and Professor Selvig's attention. To their astonishment, the image revealed a vague silhouette of a figure that closely mirrored Thor's own physique. This revelation left Jane astounded, prompting her to rush to the hospital to retrieve Thor. Observing Thor at her side, Jane felt a sudden pang of embarrassment and explained, "Please do not misunderstand. Thor, we did not intentionally abandon you at the hospital that day. It was merely that we had never encountered the energy fluctuations of the Bifrost before, and it slipped our minds." Thor nodded, a smile gracing his features as he replied, "It is of no consequence. Once I reclaim my rightful place as the god of thunder, I shall ask Heimdall to escort you to Asgard, so you may experience my home firsthand." Daisy, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Really? We can visit Asgard? Indeed, you're my friends. But it is contingent upon my regaining my powers, and of course, retrieving my hammer." Meanwhile, in the western part of the town, an elderly man driving by noticed a crater in the ground created by the hammer's impact. Curiosity piqued, he stepped out of his vehicle to tug at the hammer, but found it utterly immovable. He subsequently informed the other townsfolk of his discovery. Soon, a multitude of residents arrived at the site, each eager to prove their strength, attempting to lift the hammer. Some even went so far as to secure a thick iron chain to its handle, accelerating their trucks in a futile effort to dislodge it. No matter how much power they exerted, the hammer remained steadfast, seemingly welded to the ground, even tearing the back of the truck apart in the process. The driver, feeling a jolt from the vehicle, promptly halted and leaned out to inquire with curiosity, "Does this actually work?" Upon seeing the elderly man adorned with sunglasses on the screen, the audience in the live stream was momentarily taken aback, collectively exclaiming, "Him again? Isn't this old man from New York? How could he possibly have made it to New Mexico so quickly?" Tony remarked in astonishment. "Why do I feel like I can spot him anywhere?" Bruce Banner interjected, "Do you believe this is mere coincidence?" Phil Coulson replied, "If he appeared once, it might be coincidence, but he has repeatedly surfaced during superhero events. Although he merely appears as a bystander, This indicates that there is something extraordinary about him. Should we investigate further? After addressing the live stream, Coulson sent a text to Nick Fury, noting that this enigmatic elder had appeared 3 times in Today as broadcasts. Coulson suspected that the identity of this individual was likely not trivial. Nick nodded in acknowledgement, providing Coulson with an affirmative response before resuming his viewing of the live stream. The next scene left him wide-eyed. Just as the group in the valley was immersed in their revelry, the impeccably dressed Coulson emerged above them. He leisurely retrieved his phone and turned to report to the individual on the other end. "Sir, we have located it. S.H.I.E.L.D. truly is omnipresent." Tony Stark remarked with a hint of sarcasm while observing Coulson's visage on the screen. "Honestly, Nick Fury, since you're always monitoring the world, why didn't you intervene when I was attacked in Afghanistan? Don't tell me that an organization capable of launching aircraft carriers into the sky can't handle a nest of insurgents." Listening to Stark's inquiries emanating from the live stream, Nick responded slowly, "We could have dealt with the insurgents, but it was unnecessary. If you, Stark, were so easily dispatched by those individuals, then you wouldn't warrant our efforts to save you." "That's quite the argument," Loki scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. "Yet I must admit, I admire your ruthlessness." Tony rolled his eyes and nodded slowly. "It seems that this chief of agents and you, the god of trickery, indeed belong to the same ilk, birds of a feather." Loki refrained from arguing, though a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. "This Samaik? Huh." At that moment, the scene shifted back to Asgard. In a resplendent chamber, one of the 3 warriors, Hogun, was tending to the wounds of Fandral and Volstagg, while the trio discussed the exiled Thor. As they pondered how Odin had learned of their journey to Jotunheim, Loki candidly revealed that he had instructed the guards to inform Odin. Volstagg, upon hearing this, was quite agitated, but Loki coolly responded that had he not notified the guards, they would have perished in Jotunheim that day. As soon as Sif heard this, she immediately stood up and insisted that Loki plead with Odin to lift Thor's exile. But Loki resolutely declined. "Even if I were to do that, what would it change? My affection for Thor surpasses yours. Yet today you all witnessed his arrogance, recklessness, and danger. Can such a man truly reign as king of Asgard?" Thor, gazing at the screen displaying Loki's assessment of him, could not help but gasp in astonishment. However, in the face of his brother's accusations, he found himself utterly speechless, unable to mount a defense. Odin sighed as well, pondering whether had Loki articulated Thor's flaws sooner or if he himself had recognized them earlier. Perhaps he could have imposed the necessary restraints to facilitate Thor's transformation. After delivering this remark, Loki departed the room without hesitation, leaving Sif and the 3 warriors behind. He claims to act for the good of the realm. Yet he has always harbored jealousy towards Thor. Sif seethed as she watched Loki's retreating figure vanish. At this moment, the cold-faced Hogun turned to remind them. Laufey once mentioned that there are traitors in Odin's midst, and a sorcerer could easily usher 3 Jotun giants into Asgard. Vandal shook his head in disagreement. "Loki may revel in mischief, but your current accusation is an entirely different matter." While the 4 debated within the confines of the room, Loki, after exiting, made his way directly to the treasury, grasping the frost box in his hands. Taking a deep breath, he exerted himself to lift the frost box. Just then, a loud shout echoed from behind him. "Stop!" Odin had approached him unnoticed, yet even upon hearing Odin's voice, Loki did not turn around. Instead, he quivered as he posed a question. "Am I cursed?" "No." Although Odin could not see, he could surmise what had transpired. Indeed, when Loki slowly turned to face him, his skin had transformed to the icy blue hue characteristic of the frost giants. Thor, witnessing this on the screen, gasped in disbelief. "Loki, how could you have changed to this form? This resembles that of a frost giant. Were you just captured and injured by one?" The others in the live stream appeared equally astonished, observing the blue-skinned, red-eyed Loki on the screen, then collectively cast glances at the Loki beside them, who, despite appearing as a normal human, wore a grim expression. Tony Stark remarked, "So all this time, you were a frost giant before being adopted. But wait, you are a frost giant, and yet accompanied Thor to slay your own kin? You truly are the most dangerous and ruthless of the dark gods." With a disdainful look, Tony stepped back, shaking his head. It became clear why Mr. Loki deemed himself the rightful ruler of Jotunheim during his suicidal assault on Thanos. It was evident that the blood of the frost giants coursed through his veins. Peter Parker mused, now that Mr. Loki's identity has been revealed, how will he manage to survive in Asgard? In the imagery before me, it appears that the frost giants in Asgard are indeed locked in a state of enmity. Just a moment ago, the frost giant king, Laufey, was contemplating war. Peter Quill interjected, survival? Are you concerned about that? If I were Odin, and the frost giants dared to rebel today, I would execute Loki at dawn as a sacrifice to the gods. After all, he is an easily accessible hostage. Upon hearing Quill's sardonic remarks, Loki's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. When Odin had disclosed his lineage, Loki, newly imbued with the powers of the god of mischief, had not given much thought to the implications of hostages. However, Quill's reminder sparked a new consideration within him. Could it be that Odin had not merely retrieved treasures from Jotunheim that fateful day? As he gazed at Odin, who stood at the entrance of the treasure vault, a sinister and frenzied look crossed Loki's face as he approached. That day, you did not only bring back treasures from Jotunheim, did you? Odin, silent, regarded the advancing Loki and eventually managed to utter a single word through clenched teeth. Yes. After the war, I entered the temple of Jotunheim and discovered an infant, so small that he hardly resembled a frost giant's offspring, abandoned and suffering, left to fend for himself. That was Laufey's son. Laufey's son? Loki hesitantly echoed. Indeed. Odin nodded slowly. This revelation shattered Loki's composure. Why? He demanded, looking up at Odin. Your hands are stained with the blood of frost giants. Why bring me back? You were merely an innocent child, Odin replied. Yet Loki could not accept his words. No, you must have ulterior motives. What is your true intention? This question left Odin, standing atop the dais, momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why his youngest son held such beliefs. Seeing Odin's silence, Loki's emotions surged, and he shouted, Tell me. Faced with Loki's frenzied inquiries, Odin reluctantly revealed his plan. I envisioned a day when our two realms would unite, forming an alliance through you, leading to lasting peace. Loki stared at Odin in disbelief. What? Odin's lips quivered as he continued, but those plans have become irrelevant. So I am merely another stolen trophy, confined here until you find a use for me? Loki's expression crumbled further. Odin shook his head repeatedly. Why do you misinterpret my words? But Loki felt no misinterpretation had occurred. With a stubborn glare, he rebuked Odin. You could have told me from the outset. Why did you not? You are my son. Odin stammered. I only wish to shield you from the harsh truths. Upon hearing words identical to those from a week prior, Loki in the live stream let out a slow, heavy sigh, his expression marred by confusion. A tempest brewed within his heart. Had Odin not revealed the truth of his lineage that fateful day, what might have become of him? Loki held no doubt that, given his inherently suspicious nature, had he sought the truth on his own, he would have descended into a madness far more profound than the one reflected in this image. Tears welled in Loki's eyes. His features contorted in anguish. Is it merely because I am the monster from the tales told by parents to their children at night? No, Odin lamented, closing his single eye and shaking his head in despair. Yet, at that moment, Loki's mind was wholly consumed by madness. He was oblivious to the pain etched on Odin's face, nor did he notice the elder king collapsing in defeat. Instead, he raged on. Now it all makes sense. Why? For so many years, you favored Thor. No matter how fervently you claimed to love me, you would never allow a frost giant to ascend the throne of Asgard. Loki's roar echoed in Odin's ears, plunging the aged king into a dual torment of spirit and flesh. Overwhelmed by the intensity of Loki's outburst, Odin, who had fallen to the steps, weakly lifted his hand to grasp Loki's garment, only to let it fall helplessly once more. As Loki finally released the pent-up resentment from deep within, he regained his composure, only to behold the once mighty king of the gods, who had rescued them from Jotunheim, now lying unconscious at his feet. Stunned, Loki knelt beside Odin, taking his hand and observing the pained, labored breaths of his father. Suddenly, he looked up, panic-stricken, and shouted, Guards! Guards, come quickly and help me. Chapter 65. divergent life paths, witnessing the incessant fury of Loki in the image, alongside his own collapse from distress. Odin let out a weary sigh. "Frigga, do you think I'm selfish?" He gazed at the queen, who had stood by him through countless seasons, his face etched with despondency and helplessness. Were it not for the emergence of this system, revealing Loki's true heritage and prompting me to confront him days ago, I might still be concealing the truth from him. Odin gestured towards the floating screens in the vast chamber. The consequences of this situation have been made abundantly clear. Frigga gently patted Odin's hand in comfort. "Do not dwell on it, Odin. The children will understand your heartfelt intentions. While Loki may appear mischievous, he possesses a depth of understanding far surpassing that of Thor. We simply overlooked his feelings, allowing him to believe he was unloved. Now that we recognize our missteps, let us endeavor to make amends." Odin nodded. "As you say, I too have some plans in mind." As Odin and Frigga laid bare their hearts, the audience in the live streaming room exhibited a myriad of reactions to Loki's recent hysterical display. "You guessed it right, Stark," Strange remarked with a shrug. "It appears that Loki, having been deceived by Odin for so long, experienced a profound shock upon discovering the truth. This aligns perfectly with Banner's earlier analysis. It seems that Loki intended to incite a rebellion during Odin's unconsciousness, although he was ultimately thwarted, either by Thor or Odin's return, leading to his exile. What follows is the tale you recounted, wherein Loki orchestrated an alien invasion of New York. Even without having seen the entire plot, Strange had already pieced together a coherent timeline from the fragmented narrative at hand. He then turned his gaze toward the silently brooding Loki and inquired, "I am curious. Given that you learned of your true lineage before this version of yourself, would you still choose to rebel?" Peter Parker, puzzled by this line of questioning, asked Mr. Strange, "Why do you ask that?" "Because it brings to mind the singularity that Mordo mentioned earlier." Stephen Strange paced within the streaming room. "Throughout our lives, we have encountered various renditions of Norse mythology. Yet regardless of the version, they all culminate in the event known as Ragnarok, wherein Loki invariably plays a role, directly or indirectly hastening its arrival. Might I boldly conjecture that Loki's betrayal of Odin, or more broadly, his treachery against Asgard, constitutes a singularity as well?" Before anyone could respond to Strange's analysis, Loki in the live stream suddenly widened his eyes. Would he have chosen betrayal? To be frank, yes. From the moment he acquired the powers of the malevolent god Loki, a wild ambition took root in his heart. If even a mad titan, whose subordinates rank as second-rate in the cosmos, dared to strike at Asgardian refugee ships after seizing the Power Stone, even going so far as to kill himself and Thor, then why shouldn't I collect the Infinity Stones to rule a kingdom? Asgard? No. After gathering all 6 Infinity Stones, I, Loki, shall seek to dominate the entire universe. Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. This notion swelled within him increasingly, and by the day following the last live stream, Loki resolved to commence the execution of his grand design. Having been freed from Thor's persistent entanglements, Loki found himself with ample leisure time, which he utilized to traverse the spatial pathways surrounding Asgard, employing magic to seek out the scattered factions and forces in the 9 realms under the pretense of launching a counteroffensive against Asgard. He was certainly not intent on overthrowing Odin's reign. Rather, his ambition lay in preparing a formidable army for the inevitable confrontation with Thanos. After all, the universe was rife with those who coveted the Infinity Stones, and Loki could not possibly vanquish them alone. These thoughts had remained unspoken, concealed deep within his heart. Yet at this moment, upon hearing the analysis from the mortal doctor before him, he began to contemplate the implications of bringing the frost giants into Asgard to rally a force against it. In the eyes of Odin and Asgard, such actions would undoubtedly be seen as treachery. Previously, he could comfort himself with the notion that he was overlooked due to Thor's favoritism. However, with Thor now exiled and the throne of Asgard within reach, he had already surpassed Odin in strength. And even the legendary specter of death was something he could now entirely evade and disregard. So why, then, did such thoughts arise within him? And why was he so eager to scheme? Did the allure of the Infinity Stones truly possess such astonishing power? Loki believed otherwise. After all, when one stands above the threshold of death, all other forms of power appear as mere wisps of smoke. Countless spells and infinite paths lead one to ponder a singular question. Is immortality attainable? It is not. Then what, indeed, am I striving for? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? These questions, which plague billions of humanity, left even the god of magic and deceit momentarily bereft of answers. Strange thoughts swirled within his mind, and after a while, Loki found himself astonished, questioning, am I truly destined to tread the path of betrayal? Is there a curse of treachery embedded in my very essence? The footage continued to play. Thor, accompanied by Jane Foster and two others, entered the dining hall, feasting with abandon. Observing Thor consume his meal with the ferocity of a beast, Daisy could only express her silent incredulity. At that moment, two patrons arrived at the dining hall, discussing the meteorite crater with the proprietor. One diner, mistaking it for a satellite, remarked to Dr. Selvig, I cannot discern what that satellite is, but it is indeed heavy. No one can lift it. Thor, who had been engrossed in his meal, perked up at these words, grasping the diner's shoulder and inquiring about the satellite's location before dashing out the door without hesitation. What is a satellite? Thor queried, bewildered. He had missed that segment of the footage while fetching food from the kitchen, leaving him somewhat perplexed by the diner's comment. Upon hearing this, Daisy swiftly retrieved her device, having seen the trio's likeness in the live broadcast, and resolved to record her future, hoping for unexpected revelations. Holding and fiddling with it for a while, she presented the small screen to Thor, exclaiming, Look here, they are trying to transport this satellite with a vehicle, yet it is utterly immovable. This old man even managed to damage the vehicle. Thor squinted, straining to comprehend the images displayed on the small screen. Suddenly, his golden brows twitched with excitement as he shouted, This is not a satellite. It is my hammer, Mjolnir, the divine artifact bestowed upon me by my father. Only my father and I can lift it. No one else can even dream of it. By the way, where was it discovered? Let's hurry there. Also, why has no one mentioned this topic during our meals at the restaurant these past few days? Jane Foster shook her head, attempting to calm the fervent Thor. I am sorry, Thor. We only found you at that location. There was no hammer in sight. If you wish to go, we can accompany you to the town's west side after this broadcast concludes. It is unlikely to be lost. Compared to the legendary Asgard, the system capable of broadcasting glimpses of the future captivated Jane Foster's curiosity even more, especially the content being displayed, which stirred her emotions profoundly. It was astonishing to discover that extraterrestrial beings existed within the cosmos, that sorcerers still roamed the earth, and that an ordinary high school student could gain superpowers from a mechanical spider's bite. All of this utterly enchanted Jane. Thor hesitated for a moment, realizing the validity of her words. Mjolnir, apart from himself and his father, could not be lifted by anyone else, thus it was unlikely to be lost. Moreover, the system was currently revealing his future, making it difficult for Thor to leave. However, due to Dr. Selvig's lack of trust in Thor, the four of them could only part ways. Surprisingly, upon returning to their residence, Jane Foster and her companions discovered a group of well-dressed individuals in black suits packing up all their instruments and data. Seeing this, Jane rushed forward to intervene, but was stopped by Phil Coulson, who, under the pretense of SHIELD, investigating a security threat, confiscated all of Jane Foster's instruments and data. Witnessing such brazen behavior, the expressions of Tony and the others in the live broadcast shifted dramatically. What the hell? Isn't this robbery? Peter Quill exclaimed with disgust. Has Earth become this chaotic? What is SHIELD? SHIELD is nothing. Tony replied with a disdainful smile. They are merely a spy organization, obsessed with monitoring humanity, scrutinizing what everyone is doing each day. Chapter 66. The discovery of Captain America and Loki, the king at this moment, even the last remnants of goodwill I held towards SHIELD, vanished completely. Initially, I had heard tales of their battles against extraterrestrial threats in New York, yet behind the scenes, they exhibited such a deceitful facade. Strange shook his head in disappointment. Vanner remarked. Coulson seems rather amiable. How could he be so domineering this time? Surely, there must be more to the story? More to the story? Do not speak kindly of these spies, Banner. Your kindness has rendered you susceptible to their hypocritical facade. Did you not hear the words spoken by that spy leader just now? If I were to perish in that cave, it would signify that I am unworthy of their rescue. Does that even resemble human sentiment? Tony lamented, his voice tinged with frustration. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he snapped his fingers before continuing. Moreover, you lot, I intend to accuse you of corporate espionage and infiltrating my company with spies. In a live stream, the audience began to vocally criticize S.H.I.E.L.D. While in a room in Old Bridgetown, Jane Foster was incensed to see her equipment data brazenly seized by S.H.I.E.L.D. How dare they? That is the fruit of my labor. What gives them the audacity to take it from me so shamelessly? Jane stood up in anger, pacing furiously around the room, before rushing to her computer and started to type furiously on the keyboard. Noticing her actions, Shavig inquired curiously, Jane, what are you doing? Without turning her head, Jane replied as she continued to type, I cannot allow my treasures to be snatched away like this. I must back up the data first. Daisy, come help me. Hearing Jane's call, Daisy rolled her eyes but ultimately stood up to assist her in organizing the information, as it contained her efforts as well. Observing their frantic activity, Thor chimed in the chat channel, calling out to Coulson, Hey, Coulson, Jane is my friend. You cannot treat them this way. Return their belongings. Due to the storyline's uncanny resemblance to reality, the oblivious Thor could not discern whether this was a mere spoiler or a genuine occurrence, continuously sending messages in the chat channel. However, at that moment, Coulson was too preoccupied to monitor the messages on the screen. Instead, he instructed Natasha, who had just entered, to continue watching the live stream while he stepped aside to dial Nick Fury. We found it, Coulson exclaimed excitedly as the call connected, glancing at the holographic tablet in his hand. Based on the comparative analysis of the last scene from Dr. Banner's future vision, we've located the plane the captain was piloting beneath a series of icebergs in the Arctic. A photograph displayed on the holographic tablet revealed a shield painted in blue and red, reflecting white light. The survey team has already recovered the captain, and he is being transported here. The shield has also been found, and the doctor and machinery are prepared. I believe the captain will awaken soon and rejoin us. Listening to Coulson's enthusiastic voice over the phone, Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction and offered rare praise. Well done, Agent Coulson. This is truly exhilarating news. Additionally, I have a new task for you. The situation in New Mexico appears to be connected to this Asgardian realm. I fear Barton may struggle to manage it alone. You're the only one in our agency who has met Thor. After the live stream concludes, reach out to them. Do not antagonize them, at least not for now. Understood, boss. Coulson hung up the phone, gazing at Thor, who was roaring in the chat channel of the live stream. He rubbed his face vigorously and began to respond, attempting to soothe him. The scene continues, as Dr. Shavig and the others lamented atop the rooftop, watching the S.H.I.E.L.D. convoy gradually recede. In the realm of Asgard, Sif and the three warriors stormed into the grand hall where Odin often resided. Father of the gods, we have urgent matters to report to you. Sif and her companions bowed their heads, speaking hastily in their plea. However, when they lifted their gaze towards the throne upon the dais, they were all left in astonishment. Seated upon the throne, which rightfully belonged to the aged god-king Odin, was none other than Loki, clad in the battle attire of the divine realm, adorned with a horned helmet and wielding the eternal spear. Furthermore, the surrounding guards displayed no signs of surprise, as if it was entirely natural for Loki to occupy that seat. Sif and her companions stood frozen, slowly lowering their hands that had been clutched over their hearts. Observing the bewildered expressions of the four below, Loki spoke in a measured tone. My friends. The four snapped back to reality at Loki's call, and Vandal exchanged glances with the others, inquiring, where is King Odin? Loki cast his eyes downward. Father has entered Odin's sleep, and Mother fears he may not awaken this time. We must speak with her. Sif and her companions approached the steps, looking up at Loki, reiterating their request. However, Loki was naturally unwilling to acquiesce. Mother refuses to leave Father's side. Yet, you may convey your urgent matters to me. Loki slowly rose from his throne, the eternal spear in his left hand momentarily halting, producing a dull thud that echoed throughout the vast hall. He gestured towards himself, continuing to introduce, I am your king. Loki certainly appeared quite the part. Did he not? Frigga observed Loki on the screen, smiling as she remarked, he looks just like you did when you ascended to the throne. I was far more radiant back then. Odin shook his head. If we consider merely the Loki in this image, he pales in comparison to the regal bearing I envision for the king of Asgard. Just as Sif stated, this Loki is filled with jealousy towards Thor. Frigga nodded, then inquired further, and what of our Loki? Odin paused at her words, suddenly recalling the Ancient One's assessment of Strange. I do not know, but it seems that Loki possesses boundless potential. Upon hearing Loki claim he was the king, though Sif and the others were skeptical, they nonetheless knelt before him respectfully. Immediately, Sif raised her head and implored Loki, Your Majesty, we beseech you to end Thor's exile. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Loki's face, and with an impassive demeanor, he declined Sif's request. My first decree cannot contravene the final command of the Allfather. He descended the steps slowly, stating that the battle with Jotunheim was imminent. Our people require a consistent kingdom policy to feel secure during these trying times. We must unite to defend Asgard. Upon hearing the underlying significance of Loki's words, the four individuals rose abruptly and departed from the great hall in discontent. Why Loki? Thor suddenly exclaimed in the live stream, expressing his grievances. Now that you are the Allfather, you could easily permit my return. Why do you refuse to let me come back? No wonder Heimdall has ignored my calls for days. Could it be that you have instructed him to disregard me? Loki retorted, What nonsense are you uttering? When did I become the Allfather? Moreover, Heimdall's indifference to you has nothing to do with me. Did our father not faint from your antics? Who told you that our father fainted due to me? Loki replied, his eyes narrowing. Open your eyes and observe clearly. I just informed you that our father and mother are watching this live stream. Furthermore, this is an act carried out by a variant of myself from another multiverse. You cannot indiscriminately blame me. Thor, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, I see now. How disappointing. I thought you were deliberately preventing my return. It turns out I misjudged you. Disappointing? Odin, the Allfather, glared fiercely. What are you disappointed about? That I did not succumb to unconsciousness? How could I have spawned such an ungrateful wretch like you? Morduf, the sorcerer, interjected. Has Thor always been this absurdly confident? I dare say, even if Loki were to become the Allfather, he would never allow Thor to return to Asgard. Thor exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting, mortal? Do you dare question the bond between Loki and me? Quell chimed in, Do not jest with me. As a son who defies his father, if I were your brother, I would gladly ensure your downfall, and the thought of bringing you back to Asgard makes me nauseous. Has the divine family been so foolish for so long? Infuriated, Loki struck the ground with the eternal spear, producing a resounding thud. Insect, I care not if you belittle Thor, but do not project your malice onto other deities. Thor was taken aback. At that moment, while Thor was at a pet store requesting a horse from the clerk, Jane Foster arrived in her car, taking him to the location of the meteorite crater. On the way, Jane curiously inquired about Thor's true identity, but the typically oblivious Thor, for once, feigned mystery. You shall soon find out. Chapter 67. Thor, reduced to a mortal, and the devious Loki as Thor made his way to the meteorite crater. Located 50 miles west of Old Bridgetown, Loki arrived at the place where Odin lay in slumber. Odin was resting on a grand bed ensconced in a golden barrier, his eyes closed and bearing traces of the pain he had endured prior to his unconsciousness. Soft golden particles danced within the barrier, continually settling upon Odin's form. Frigga grasped Odin's left hand tightly, her face etched with concern. He has been unconscious for quite a while now. I'm rather anxious, she remarked, her gaze fixed upon Loki, who sat opposite her. Loki, upon hearing her words, inquired slowly, How much longer will he remain in this state? Frigga's tone was laden with uncertainty as she replied, I do not know. This situation is unlike any we have faced before, and we are utterly unprepared. Loki's eyes cast downwards, his expression inscrutable, betraying neither sorrow nor joy, rendering it impossible to discern his innermost thoughts. After a brief silence, he pressed further. Why'd he deceive me? Frigga lifted her gaze to meet Loki's, her voice low yet earnest. He concealed the truth from you, so that you would never feel like an outsider. You're our son, Loki. The Queen's declaration resonated with unwavering conviction, rekindling a flicker of hope within Loki's eyes. We are your family. Your father will return to us. We cannot relinquish our hope, and your brother will come back too. At the mention of the latter, Loki's expression sharpened, and he involuntarily leaned forward. Is there still a chance for Thor to return? Your father's actions are always purposeful. Thor, upon hearing his mother's words on the screen, was instantly filled with excitement and leapt up, enthusiastically embracing Professor Savick, who was 2 meters away, with such force that it nearly took the breath from the professor. Hey Jane, Darcy, Eric, when the time comes, I shall take you all to Asgard. I want you to witness the might of our greatest army and the breathtaking beauty of the 9 realms. Jane, still engrossed in backing up data, replied without turning her head, That sounds wonderful. I am truly honored. Tony Stark, observing Loki's shifting demeanor on the screen, rested his chin on his hand and suddenly snapped his fingers. Did you see that? The moment Thor's potential return was mentioned, Loki's expression changed instantly. It seems we are about to witness yet another familial drama of the Asgardian brothers. Strange nodded in agreement. Ultimately, power resembles a poison. Even the gods are captivated by it, especially Loki, who has endured deception and oppression for so long. When his desires are fulfilled, he may very well succumb to obsession. Reed Richards added, That is certainly the case. Consider how Loki has lived. Anyone plucked from that environment would look down upon him. Yet, the instant he ascended to the throne of the God King, even the likes of the Warriors 3 and Lady Sif, despite their displeasure, had no choice but to kneel in deference. However, that final smile from Lady Sif seemed to carry a hint of provocation. Wanda remarked, Indeed, that warrior, as Thor describes, is the mightiest among the godly realm. And with her close ties to Thor, I suspect that after being rebuffed by Loki in her attempts to summon him, she is surely concocting a scheme to bring Thor back. Thor, is it true? Are you suggesting that my dear friend will come and take me back to Asgard? Wanda. Well, I was merely speculating. At this juncture, Tony Stark interjected. How about we place a wager and see if Thor's companions dare to approach him under the wrath of Loki, the God King? I mean, judging by Loki's recent expression, he certainly seems inclined to create trouble for Thor. He might even seek to eliminate this exiled god of thunder. Thor, nonsense earthling. Although Loki and I have had our share of misunderstandings, he would never wish for my demise. Just last week, when I ventured to Jotunheim, it was Loki who personally intervened to rescue me. The scene continues. Jane Foster and Thor swiftly arrived at the site of the meteorite crater, only to find it completely surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D., which had established a small base encasing Mjolnir. Despite the multitude of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present, Thor, ever confident in his identity as the god of thunder, dismissed them with arrogance, proclaiming to Jane Foster, Once I reclaim Mjolnir, I shall demand they return what they have stolen from you. When Jane questioned how he planned to escape, Thor merely scoffed, I shall simply fly out of here. The challenge commenced. Though he had boasted outside moments prior, Thor entered the S.H.I.E.L.D. base with considerable caution. Utilizing a strategy of distraction, he deftly evaded numerous guards and made his way to the transparent corridor constructed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, sensing his presence, Mjolnir began to resonate, heralding the onset of thunder and lightning in the sky, as ominous clouds gathered, soon releasing droplets of rain. Realizing something was amiss with Mjolnir, S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists grew anxious, and Coulson recognized the gravity of the situation, urgently calling for reinforcements. Upon witnessing Thor single-handedly infiltrate the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base on the screen, Nick Fury frowned in displeasure. A group of incompetents. This lumbering oaf, devoid of any real power, has them all spinning in circles. It appears the agency needs to significantly enhance the combat proficiency of its team. After a few grumbles, Fury took out his notebook and jotted down several new insights, preparing to instigate reforms once the live broadcast concluded. Upon hearing Coulson's call, Hawkeye Barton emerged, bow in hand, ascending to the heights with the aid of a crane. Do you want me to eliminate him, sir? Barton, with his bow drawn and aimed at Thor, expressionless, inquired, "Or are you considering sending more personnel to capture him alive?" Coulson promptly replied, "Wait for my command." As their dialogue unfolded, Thor finally evaded his pursuers and reached the center of the corridor, where, mere meters ahead, Mjolnir lay quietly. Beholding the hammer he longed for, Thor smiled with joy. However, in an instant, he was struck down by an agent of African descent. The imposing figure of the black agent rivaled even that of Thor, as the two engaged in a fierce struggle, crashing through the transparent corridor and grappling on the muddy ground outside the camp, soaked by the rain. Despite having lost his divine powers, Thor's strength remained far beyond that of an ordinary man, and soon he had the black agent thoroughly subdued, triumphing over him. High above, Hawkeye observed the scene unfold. And as Thor made his way toward the hammer of the Thunder God once more, he cautioned through the channel, "You ought to give the order, Coulson. I feel compelled to cheer for this fellow." Having torn through the transparent membrane and rushed into the heart of the camp, Thor gazed down at the hammer resting on the ground, a joyful smile breaking through the mud that smeared his face. In his mind, as long as he could lift the hammer, his divine powers would be fully restored. At that moment, Hawkeye urged Coulson to make a swift decision. Yet Coulson stood resolute at the second-level platform, observing Thor below. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Thor extended his hand and grasped the hammer's handle. However, regardless of the strength he exerted, the hammer of the Thunder God remained unyielding, as if it were firmly affixed to the earth. With gritted teeth, Thor strained against the hammer, a low growl escaping his lips, his muscles tensed, veins bulging with exertion. Yet, the hammer remained steadfast and unmoving. After repeated attempts, Thor finally relinquished his grip and raised his gaze to the heavens, letting out a furious roar. The sound was so thunderous that even Jane Foster, outside the camp, seemed to hear it clearly. Coulson observed Thor, who had collapsed to his knees from exhaustion, with an expression of calm detachment. Lifting his walkie-talkie to summon agents to apprehend Thor. Why can I not lift the hammer? Thor thought, reflecting on the image of himself struggling to reach the hammer. Initially filled with excitement as he prepared to call Jane and Daisy to witness his grand display of power. Yet, the cruel reality revealed by the future image told him that, as the god of thunder, he was unable to lift the very hammer that symbolized his might. Why? Could it be that my father has truly stripped me of my divine authority? As this thought crossed his mind, Thor once again cried out in the chat channel, "Father, can you see me? Why? Why can I not lift the hammer? Have you truly taken my powers from me? Father, I implore you, answer me." Daisy, watching Thor descend into a frenzied state, could not help but interject, "Thor, your father is not in this live stream. He cannot see or hear you." In truth, Odin was watching, yet he could not respond to the agitated Thor, perhaps out of disappointment, choosing silence over engagement. If the Thor depicted in the image had just arrived on Earth and sought the hammer without contemplating his own worthiness, he had the right to cry out in anguish. But what of the Thor in this world? He has been in self-imposed exile for over a week, yet no change has transpired. As the omniscient and omnipotent king of the gods, Odin can easily observe Thor's behavior in Midgard, should he choose to do so. He sees clearly that Thor has shown no remorse, aside from his basic needs, and continues to boast about how he will reclaim his powers as the god of thunder. Such a Thor has already left Odin profoundly disappointed. Furthermore, upon learning that he cannot lift the hammer of Thor, rather than seeking forgiveness or reflecting on his mistakes, he dares to question Odin. This clearly illustrates that Odin's decision to exile him was entirely justified. After Thor was subdued, Coulson and his team interrogated him, suspecting he might be an assassin trained by some organization. However, due to his inability to lift the hammer, Thor sank into a deep despair, unwilling to respond to anyone's inquiries. Following fruitless questioning, Coulson had no choice but to leave, as he had other matters to attend to. Just as he stepped outside, an unexpected figure appeared before Thor. Loki, clad in earthly attire, materialized in the very spot where Coulson had just stood. Upon seeing him, the typically taciturn Thor displayed a look of astonishment. "Loki, what are you doing here?" Thor asked, his voice tinged with surprise. With a calm demeanor, Loki replied, "I had to come and see you. Noticing the weight in Loki's tone, Thor grew anxious and pressed. What has happened? Is it Jotunheim? I can explain to Father. Before he could finish, Loki interrupted. Father is dead. What? Thor instantly froze, blinking in disbelief, his expression one of shock, as if he were hearing a hallucination. Loki remained silent for a few moments before continuing. The burden of your exile and the looming threat of war became too much for him. Do not blame yourself. I know you love him. I wish to convey this to him, but he would not listen. Thor lowered his head in anguish as Loki went on. Knowing you could not lift the hammer, yet still placing it within your reach, was utterly cruel. Goodness, I must commend you. Tony Stark chuckled. Truly, the god of mischief. You deserve full marks for your ability to lie with a straight face. Peter Parker was taken aback. Mr. Thor has just suffered the loss of his powers. And now Mr. Loki comes to deliver the news of Odin's death. Such a succession of blows would shatter anyone. The young man struggled to accept this harsh reality. His expression, one of disbelief as he remarked, is the allure of the throne truly so great that it has driven Mr. Loki to deceive Mr. Thor? Strange shook his head, stating that deceit was the least of their concerns, for at least Loki had not yet sought to take Thor's life. He reminded them that history is rife with tragic tales of fraternal conflict. Peter Quill interjected, expressing concern that if deceit had already begun, how long would it be before violence followed? He further remarked that this Loki appeared far more sinister than the one present. I wager he will soon claim to have inherited the throne and demand Thor's execution for being a traitorous son. Observing Thor, who hung his head in despair, on the verge of tears, Loki spoke slowly. The burden of the throne now rests upon my shoulders. Hearing this, Thor quickly lifted his head, hope flickering in his eyes as he asked, Can I return home? Loki shook his head, replying, The truce with Jotunheim was established on the basis of your exile. Chapter 68. Is Loki to commit patricide? Thor, still grasping for a glimmer of hope, protested, But we can find another way. Yet Loki swiftly extinguished his last hope, declaring, Mother would not permit your return. In that moment, despair overtook Thor, tears streaming down his cheeks as he gazed at Loki, his face a mask of hopelessness. I have come to bid you farewell, brother. I'm truly sorry, Loki said, his voice heavy with sorrow and resignation. After a moment, Thor regained his composure and slowly shook his head. No, it is I who should apologize. Thank you for coming here. Witnessing Thor's naivety and his willingness to apologize to Loki, the audience in the live stream displayed expressions of deep discomfort. Oh dear Thor, I can scarcely believe my eyes. Peter Quill exclaimed, casting a disdainful glance at the screen, pointing at the mud-streaked Thor and asking, Is that fellow in the screen truly Thor Odinson, the so-called god of thunder? Has he always been this foolish? Tony Stark nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is him. However, I believe his gullibility in this instance does not stem from a lack of intelligence. Carol, who had been silent until now, concurred precisely. Asgard is miles away from Earth, and a prince in exile would not be privy to the real-time circumstances of Asgard, while we, as onlookers, know Odin is not dead. Thor does not. Furthermore, having just endured the agony of losing his powers, it is only natural for him to be momentarily deceived by Loki. Phil Coulson added, Moreover, they are brothers. Who could have anticipated that Loki would spread such a falsehood about Odin's demise? Thor, bewildered, questioned, What do you mean, brother? Why would you deceive me into believing our father is dead? Loki, confronted by Thor's inquiry, shook his head in response. I did not spread any rumor. It was the misdeeds of another version of me from a different multiverse. Do not lay that at my feet. Wanda interjected. But the version from the multiverse is still you, is it not? Loki retorted, I refuse to acknowledge that power-hungry individual as my own. Upon hearing this, Tony snapped his fingers, drawing Loki's attention with a mocking expression. He remarked, So, you are no longer infatuated with the throne of Asgard? With Thor exiled, the throne is within your grasp, and yet you are not the least bit tempted? Of course, Loki replied with unwavering confidence. Mortal, do not measure my divine essence with your fallen values. His self-assured demeanor momentarily stunned Tony, who had been prepared to witness a spectacle. He pondered, Strange. Has this fellow suddenly changed his character? No, wait. After a few moments of contemplation, Tony's realization struck him. What they just discussed. Odin was also watching the live stream, so Tony let out a prolonged sigh, a triumphant expression spreading across his face as if he had discerned Loki's intentions. I see that you refrain from accepting my words because Odin is also viewing this broadcast. Loki let out a dismissive hum, gazing at the self-satisfied Tony with disdain, exhaling sharply as the eternal spear gently struck the ground. You are all merely a group of mortals peering into the sky from the confines of your well. Has he been putting on this act all along? Peter Quill remarked, patting Carol's shoulder, attempting to extract a smirk from her. By the way, beautiful lady, may I inquire your name? Scram. Captain Carol Danvers swatted away Star-Lord's inappropriate hand, disdainfully uttering a single word before crossing her arms and returning to the live stream. Observing Loki's machinations against Thor, Odin sighed deeply. Why could these two children not comprehend his intentions and collaborate to govern the kingdom? Must they engage in such treachery? Yet, Odin shook his head again. It was not treachery, but rather Loki's schemes that toyed with Thor, who was as oblivious as a fool counting coins after having been sold out. The footage continued. After leaving Thor's confinement, Loki appeared at the center of the camp. Curiously, the surrounding individuals exhibited no reaction to his presence. Glancing at the hammer on the ground, Loki's face illuminated with interest as he reached for its handle. However, just like Thor, even though Loki gripped the hammer's handle with both arms and exerted force, he could not budge it in the slightest. Releasing the handle and adjusting his clothing, Loki finally relinquished the unyielding hammer and turned away from the camp. Soon after, Dr. Eric Selvig arrived to bail Thor out. Observing the fabricated identity information displayed on the machine, Phil Coulson chose not to delve deeper, selectively ignoring it and releasing him, merely dispatching a few agents to accompany Thor. After departing from SHIELD, the two made their way to a bar where Dr. Selvig engaged Thor in conversation, first offering him solace before suggesting that to protect Jane Foster, Thor must distance himself from her. Hey, Eric, I am no longer a child. You need not treat me as such. As she gazed at the screen displaying Dr. Savage's attentive care, Jane Foster felt both warmth and embarrassment. Stealing a glance at Thor, who was sipping on cola beside her, she quietly complained to Dr. Savage, "Am I not entitled to make my own friends?" Dr. Savage merely shrugged in acknowledgement. After all, since the inception of this live stream, Thor had proven himself to be far from a delusional madman, allowing Dr. Savage to lower his guard. The scene shifted, and the radiant light of the Bifrost flickered as Loki's silhouette emerged in the icy realm of Jotunheim, swiftly arriving before the ice giant king, Laufey. Upon seeing Loki appear alone, Laufey commanded without hesitation, "Kill him." Loki, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a disdainful smile. "I have been quite helpful to you." Laufey's interest piqued. He remarked, "Ah, so it was you who led us into Asgard." Thor immediately stood up, his expression alight with excitement as he shouted into the chat channel, "Loki, were you the one who brought those ice giants into Father's treasure vault? My goodness, how thrilling." Strange instinctively joined in, exclaiming, "So, Loki was the mastermind behind Thor's exile?" Upon hearing King Laufey's words, Loki's heart raced. Indeed, this spoiler had revealed him. Loki, why? Even if you were playing tricks, you shouldn't have brought the ice giants here. Thor found himself at a loss for words. Too embarrassed to voice the term. Although somewhat naive, he understood that accusing his brother of betrayal would inevitably create a rift among the three of them. Yet Loki, unfazed, interjected, "Are you implying this is treachery?" After a brief silence, he continued, "You are correct, Thor. I was indeed blinded by folly and led the ice giants into Asgard, nearly causing a disaster while foolishly believing I was merely playing a prank. However, after witnessing your experiences, I have gained some wisdom. Brother, I apologize for the trouble I caused you." Thor stared blankly at Loki, who was candidly apologizing in the live stream, momentarily at a loss for a response. He had not anticipated that Loki would charge into Jotunheim because of his mistake, nor did he foresee Loki's defiance against their father. This was entirely unexpected. Nevertheless, since all these troubles originated from him, he resolved to sincerely apologize once Loki returned. Thor remained silent for a long while, unable to utter further accusations against Loki. Memories of his conversation with their father in the treasure vault surfaced, as did their dialogue at the Bifrost's Nexus. Indeed, after executing the ice giants, their father had decided to forego pursuing the transgressions of Jotunheim. It was he who had recklessly led his friends into Jotunheim, causing them grave injuries. And it was his own rash anger that had prompted him to utter such disrespectful words to their father. Loki merely played a prank, yet the ensuing consequences stemmed from his own choices. Do not blame you, dear brother. All of this is my fault. My impulsiveness instigated the war between Asgard and Jotunheim. Furthermore, you are correct. I have shown disrespect towards our father, and I alone must bear the burden of this bitter fruit. Thor remained silent for a moment before slowly typing a message in the chat channel, only to lapse back into silence again. However, upon witnessing his admission of fault, everyone in the live stream was struck as if by lightning, left in a state of shock. Tony Stark stared wide-eyed at Thor's acknowledgement of his mistake in the chat. After a prolonged pause, he snapped back to reality and playfully slapped Peter Parker on the back of the head. As Peter cried out in pain, Tony murmured to himself, "If you still feel pain, then this cannot be a dream. Mr. Stark, if you suspect you are dreaming, why not strike yourself?" Peter, with a look of grievance, rubbed his sore head, knowing all too well how painful that slap had been. The venom within him stirred, echoing a deep voice in his mind. This is terrifying. Is this truly the trickster god? He betrayed this so-called Asgard. Yet this foolish thunder god, Thor, has been duped into admitting fault. Peter, heed my words. Keep your distance from him. I do not wish to be sold as cannon fodder by this terrifying individual. Strange quietly commented, "Is my understanding of this world's madness insufficient? Why has Thor, of all people, taken the initiative to admit fault? You are not alone. In fact, my thoughts are somewhat muddled as well. However, one thing is certain." Tony finally responded after absorbing Strange words. Odin's decision to exile Thor was justified. If this being were to inherit the throne of Asgard, I assure you that this vast kingdom would soon meet its demise. Bruce Banner added, "Thor is a competent warrior, but he is certainly not a suitable leader, let alone a king." Others nodded in agreement, with Wanda even remarking, "I have no doubt that if Thor were to become king, he might one day lose his own trousers to deception." "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Thor protested in the chat, indignantly exclaiming, "How can you all distrust me so? Am I truly that inadequate?" Peter Quill interjected, "What makes you question this matter? Forget others. Loki alone could easily manipulate you." "Shut up, mortal. You are sowing discord between us brothers." Thor shouted in anger. "No one understands our bond better than I do. You are simply envious of my clever brother." The group could not help but roll their eyes, having completely lost hope in the oblivious Thor. Loki acknowledged his actions and said to Laufey, "In truth, I only sought amusement to stir up some excitement on the day of my brother's coronation, in order to protect our realm from being governed by this fool." As all those watching the live broadcast, save for Thor, heard Loki's words emanating from the screen, they could not help but nod in agreement. Laufey, intrigued, leaned forward and said to Loki, "I am eager to hear your plan." Loki paced slowly before Laufey, declaring, "I can conceal you in your band, leading you into Odin's secret chamber, where you may slay him upon his bed." Laufey, taken aback, countered, "Why do you not take matters into your own hands?" To which Loki replied with a scoff, "The Asgardians would never crown a murderer of their former king. Once Odin is dead, I shall return the casket of winter to you." Upon hearing this, Laufey rose in excitement, while Loki continued to entice him. In doing so, "You shall restore the glory of the land of giants." As soon as Loki's words fell, Laufey could not contain his agreement. "I accept." The prospect of killing the oppressive Odin, who had held sway over them for over a millennium, and reclaiming the stolen casket, made Laufey more eager than Loki himself. Watching the screen as Laufey uttered his consent, Odin could not help but rise in disbelief. What does Loki intend? He dares to conspire with the frost giants to assassinate me? Odin's single eye widened in astonishment, unable to fathom that the one plotting his demise with Laufey was his own adopted son, Loki. He dejectedly sank back onto his bed, a chill enveloping his heart as he clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Odin remained calm. Freya, her face mirroring Odin's disbelief, attempted to console him. I know Loki well. Though he has a penchant for mischief, he would not commit such a heinous act. You know this child. He is not inherently evil. How dare he? Odin bellowed, turning to Freya. He has already colluded with the enemy to conspire against me, and you still speak in his defense? The All-Father, Freya's voice unwavering, responded, Have you forgotten? My studies in sorcery allow me to see beyond mere appearances. What is seen is not always the truth. You may wish to wait and see how Loki's machinations unfold. After all, this is transpiring in another universe, is it not? Chapter 69. Could anyone truly believe I am the villain? Despite Freya's persistent reassurances, Odin's fury remained unabated. Truth be told, he had been exceedingly lenient towards Loki's antics. Last week's Frost giant incursion into the treasury had been orchestrated by Loki, a fact Odin had long discerned, yet he had chosen not to pursue retribution since it had not escalated into catastrophe. Coupled with Thor's lack of fortitude, Odin found himself utterly fatigued. Under such circumstances, even Loki's minor transgressions could be overlooked. But now what did he behold? At such a critical juncture, Loki had sought out Laufey, aiming to assassinate him while he lay in Odin's sleep? Could it be that over a millennium of nurturing ultimately pales in comparison to blood ties? Odin was filled with both fury and profound sorrow. He prided himself on his magnanimity, capable of tolerating Loki's mischievous antics and accepting his mistakes, yet he would not abide betrayal, especially one that involved an attempt on his life. However, the trembling warmth transmitted through the hand of the goddess at his side momentarily silenced him. If you are willing to exonerate Loki, I shall grant him one last chance, Odin thought, gritting his teeth, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his solitary eye. His aura gradually rising, a faint golden wave of power radiating forth. Should Loki truly choose treachery, I shall show him no mercy. Within the live broadcast, silence enveloped the room as Loki and Laufey conspired with sinister smiles to assassinate Odin. After a lengthy pause, the astonished Loki finally regained his composure. Sensing the peculiar gazes of those around him, even the socially adept Loki felt his skin tighten in discomfort. What on earth was this parallel universe version of himself up to? Truly, it was a sight to behold. The sorcerer Mordo scoffed. I never imagined the legendary Aesir would be embroiled in such a tragic human drama. By the way, isn't Odin watching the live stream? Upon witnessing this, will he not prepare chains and shackles for your return? Thor interjected, Loki, have you lost your mind? That is our father. Why would you so audaciously plot against him? Is it merely for the throne? Tony Stark pursed his lips and added fuel to the fire. To be precise, Odin is not Loki's father. Didn't Odin clarify that Loki's true father is Laufey? Silence. You insufferable mortal. I am conversing with Loki, and you have no right to interrupt. Thor roared at Stark, his anger boiling over. Yet, separated by a screen, Tony paid little heed to Thor's tirade and continued, Honestly, I don't see why you should be surprised. Just ask any random earthling. They'll tell you that the myth of Ragnarok in Norse mythology is indeed attributed to Loki's hand. Therefore, his choice to betray is hardly unexpected. Strange interjected, But Stark, have you forgotten that when I entered the live stream, it was playing footage of Thanos killing Loki, where Loki was still with Thor? Tony raised his right index finger and shook his head, confidently explaining, That doesn't imply anything. Moreover, in that footage, Odin was already dead. As for Thor, that big oaf, do you really think he possesses the wit to outmaneuver Loki's cunning and eloquence? Bruce Banner added, and you all might have overlooked a crucial detail in that footage. The reason Thanos was able to locate Thor and me aboard the ship was due to the Tesseract that Loki possessed. It was he who led Thanos to us. But what about the fact that Mr. Loki was attempting to assassinate Thanos from Mr. Thor? How do we reconcile that? Peter Parker raised his hands in confusion. If Mr. Loki is truly that formidable, he could easily have created a portal and escaped like Master Gui. Tony gazed at the innocent-faced Peter Parker, exhaling a weary sigh. Surely, you do not genuinely believe that Loki perished at the hands of Thanos? A being so fond of cunning and trickery would never so boldly choose death. Enough, mortal! Loki, who had remained silent for a considerable time, could no longer endure the provocation. From the moment I entered this live stream, you have besmirched me with your narrow-mindedness and malicious spirit, repeatedly challenging my authority. Do you truly believe that this platform can provide you with eternal protection? Loki advanced step by step toward Tony, the eternal spear held at a slant, its sharp tip pressing against the side of Tony's neck. His eyes shimmering with violet particles of energy as he slowly bore down on the weapon. The spear's weight upon Tony's shoulder caused him to tremble, as though a great burden pressed down upon him, compelling his form to bend. Narrow-minded? Malicious? Filthy? Tony raised his hand to grasp the descending eternal spear, pressing down on his wrist as if activating a mechanism. In an instant, a crimson, miniature suit of armor enveloped his left arm. With a deft motion of his right hand, a similar clanking sound echoed as another armor encased his right arm. A faint hum of engines filled the air as Tony raised his right hand, the palm cannon aimed squarely at the menacing Loki before him. To be frank, those words are more befitting of you, and I see no reason to treat you kindly, particularly given your identity as an invader. While I may not be fond of that one-eyed fiend, I share his disdain for you. Moreover, I made it clear during the first Avengers film, should you dare to lay a hand on my world, I shall seek vengeance. The two stood there, faces devoid of expression, locked in a tense standoff. Apart from Strange and Peter Parker, the two newcomers showed no inclination to mediate. Stark has truly developed an iron suit. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes at Stark's arm, jotting down notes in his small notebook. The standoff persisted for some time, until Loki's strength finally waned, and he slowly lifted the spear. Tony, too, dissipated the light from his palm cannon. Your barren world is not worthy of my intervention. Loki stood once more, spear in hand, regarding the ever-watchful Tony Stark with disdain. He then surveyed the varied expressions on the faces of the other five in the live stream, suddenly breaking into his signature smile. Furthermore, you do not truly believe that I am a patricidal villain, do you? What? The abrupt shift in topic left those present momentarily stunned. As if to affirm his words, a cold voice from the system echoed within the white space. Current footage paused. New question begins. Question: why did Loki conspire with Laufey to assassinate Odin? Laufey is his biological father. The blood bond between them prompted him to align with Laufey and the realm of Jotunheim. Loki resolved to entice Laufey to invade Asgard, intending to slay Laufey at the moment he sought to assassinate Odin, thereby securing the support of the populace in his claim to the true throne of Asgard. Loki aimed to eliminate Odin through Laufey's hand, ensuring that his own reign remained unchallenged. The torment of his origins darkened Loki's mischievous nature, compelling him to orchestrate Odin's demise at the hands of the Frost Giants, plunging the 9 realms into utter chaos. As the 4 options were presented, the audience gradually emerged from their state of shock. However, upon perusing the choices, they found themselves ensnared in yet another wave of astonishment. This was due to Loki's very nature being a paradox, rendering all 4 answers seemingly valid in their eyes. Wand inquired, "Whereas Uncle Reed, aren't you adept at analysis? Please, provide us with your insights. We await your correct answer." Reed Richards responded, "Goodness, young lady, are you challenging me? How am I to guess this? It seems each answer holds potential validity." Bruce Banner, furrowing his brow, after re-evaluating the options, reached a resolution. "If you trust my judgment, I believe we can dismiss one possibility. If Loki truly intended to ally with Jotunheim, he would need only to reveal his identity as a frost giant. Laufey would undoubtedly accept him, especially considering he is Laufey's son. Conversely, if you suggest he sought Laufey to orchestrate Odin's murder, I find that implausible. Have you noticed he arrived in Jotunheim via the Bifrost?" Phil Coulson interjected. Indeed, his ostentatious arrival in Jotunheim suggests that should Laufey succeed in killing Odin, it would plainly implicate Loki and the Frost Giants in this conspiracy, which contradicts Loki's cunning nature. "Precisely," Banner nodded, continuing, "had Loki truly wished to assassinate Odin, he could have approached discreetly. Let's not forget he bypassed the Guardian's gaze to smuggle 3 Frost Giants into Asgard." Seeing the analysis from Banner and Coulson, Dr. Strange also chimed in. "So what do you believe the answer is? If it is indeed that, it seems quite cruel considering Lao Fei is Loki's biological father. Strange cast a glance at the still smirking Loki, pondering, this notion seems exceedingly mad. Madness? Peter Quill frowned, pointing at the last option on the screen. Now, that is truly madness. Dragging the 9 realms into his own despair, simply because he cannot accept his lineage? Nick Fury remarked, I find it quite plausible, after all. We are speaking of the trickster god Loki. His actions are rarely predictable. Loki gazed at the analyses of those around him, slowly exhaling as he retracted his disdainful smile and spoke aloud. Cease your wild speculations. I shall make the choice. Odin and Frigga were momentarily taken aback by his declaration, their expressions morphing into a complex tapestry of emotions. Frigga, caught in a moment of reflection, found herself at a loss, unsure whether to commend Loki or lament his ruthlessness. Odin, too, sighed in resignation, although the answer brought him a sense of reassurance. The reality of Loki making his own choice stirred an odd sensation within him. Beep! Loki Odinson's response is complete. The system begins its evaluation. Beep! Loki Odinson's answer is correct. Loki Odinson earns 200 streaming points, which can be used to view segments of his past and future. Rewards received: 3 forbidden spells, Eternal Nightmare, Frigid Domain, and Apocalypse Retribution. To clarify, this narrative lacks a singular protagonist. Yet in my eyes, both Loki and Stark are the central figures, hence they receive a bit more emphasis. Additionally, a reader expressed skepticism regarding Odin's anger. As this is a reading experience, I cannot respond directly, but I shall elucidate here. In the original film, Odin refrained from pursuing the matter of Loki bringing in the frost giants, perhaps due to his weakened state or other reasons. He simply did not press the issue. However, regarding Loki's treachery in colluding with Lao Fei and subsequently slaying him, Odin was indeed incensed. At the film's conclusion, when Loki mentioned this act in a plea for Odin's forgiveness, Odin's reaction indicated his firm disapproval and profound rage. Chapter 70. Dispatch the destroyer to kill me. Brother, you still claim you are not a rebel? Eternal Nightmare. Upon casting this spell, all individuals within the caster's vicinity will be plunged into a realm of nightmares, where the caster becomes immune to all elemental damage. Furthermore, all allied units marked by the caster within this nightmare realm will return to their original state once the spell concludes, even if they have just perished. Frigid Domain. Upon invoking this spell, a vast, icy domain will manifest around the caster, the dimensions of which are controlled by them. Once established, all adversaries within the domain will be frozen by the ice, bypassing magical immunity and proving unresistant. The duration of freezing can be reduced based on the opponent's strength, with a minimum freeze time of 2. Upon thawing, all enemies will experience movement restrictions, their teleportation and mobility halved. Apocalypse Retribution. The caster may select any target to unleash divine wrath, banishing them to a dark void and summoning the stars to inflict multiple strikes upon their form. As the system's cold voice concluded the introduction of Loki's newly acquired rewards, all individuals in the streaming room were rendered speechless. Could it be that this system is akin to a relative of this malevolent deity? He is already so formidable. Why then does the system bestow upon him such a powerful advantage? Venom was screaming frantically in Peter Parker's mind. Peter, don't just stand there. The rewards from this system are too good to pass up. You should answer the questions too. What if you encounter that malevolent deity later? If he takes a disliking to you and snuffs out your life, where will I flee to? Peter Parker, coming to his senses, scratched his head where his unruly hair lay, questioning inwardly. Why are you so afraid of Mr. Loki? He isn't even from my universe. What? Not from the same universe? Venom, taken aback, extricated a limb resembling an arm from Peter's body. Cautiously peering at Loki while balancing its head, it sniffed delicately and with wide, astonished eyes, whispered to itself, Indeed, he is not from the same universe. I cannot detect the essence of our universe's life upon him. Can you really smell that? Peter Parker gazed incredulously at the Venom head protruding from his left shoulder and retorted, I've read extensively. Don't think you can deceive me. Damn it, Loki's power has grown. The earthbound egghead slammed his fist on the table, a wave of strong dissatisfaction swelling within him, akin to Venom's feelings. In this live broadcast, He was the least inclined to witness Loki's ascendance. The disparity in strength between Asgard and Earth was already significant. Although Loki incessantly claimed disinterest in Earth, Egghead, well aware of his deceitful nature, believed not a word. What if one day he decided to visit Earth? What means would he have to defend himself? Especially since this fellow seemed to be coveting the throne of Asgard. Compared to dealing with such a sinister schemer, Egghead found Thor's simplicity far more manageable. With that thought, Egghead couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it! Can't Thor the Thunder God lend a hand and suppress his brother?" The footage continued to play. With the radiant light of the Bifrost, Loki's figure was returned. However, as soon as his form solidified, he noticed Heimdall staring intently at him. "Do you have any worries, Guardian?" Loki inquired with a cheerful smile. Heimdall lowered his sword, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. "I attempted to observe your actions in Jotunheim, but I could neither see nor hear you. It felt as though I were isolated, much like when those ice giants infiltrated Asgard." Upon hearing the skepticism from across the way, Loki remained unfazed, even responding with a mocking tone. "Perhaps it is because after so many years of service, your abilities have begun to decline." Heimdall appeared to overlook his derision, continuing to speak to himself. "Or perhaps someone has found a way to conceal what he does not want me to see." Loki chose not to dwell further on the topic with Heimdall, instead broaching the matter of Heimdall's loyalty. He gazed at the Guardian before him, sword in hand, a smirk of mockery and disdain gracing his visage. "Odin was once your king, but now you must pledge your allegiance to me. Do you understand?" In response to Loki's derision, Heimdall refrained from retorting. After a brief silence, he uttered a single word through clenched teeth. "Very well." Upon hearing Heimdall's reply, Loki stepped away from the heart of the Bifrost, declaring, "You cannot open the Bifrost for anyone until I have repaired the damage wrought by my brother." There was a certain satisfaction in witnessing a petty triumph, Tony mused, clicking his tongue and casting a sideways glance at Loki. And rather foolish, too. To his surprise, Loki displayed no signs of displeasure at this jibe. Instead, he settled comfortably, nodding in agreement. "You are right. This incarnation of mine is indeed foolish." He sighed slowly, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. "Yet this merely signifies that this is not my true objective." Puzzled, Tony instinctively questioned his own hearing, tapping his ears, and then looked at Loki with suspicion. Could it be that this fellow was actually criticizing himself? However, he subconsciously overlooked the latter half of Loki's reflection. If this was not his goal, then what could it possibly be? Loki, who clearly embodied the essence of a god-king, seemed to have motives that were glaringly apparent. Why play the enigma? Observing that the others appeared utterly oblivious to the identity of their parallel universe counterpart, Loki gradually closed his eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of ennui wash over him. A rebellion destined for failure, or perhaps a mischievous prank, had lost its allure, and he found no desire to continue watching. The scene shifted. Unable to assist Thor, the trio of warriors began to quarrel among themselves. Just then, a guard entered, announcing that Heimdall awaited them at the heart of the Bifrost. As they feared Heimdall had discovered their treasonous intentions, he sternly rebuked them. "Dare you defy the commands of King Loki? To betray every vow you have made as warriors, preferring to commit treason rather than return Thor?" Though the four were bewildered by Heimdall's accusations, Sif instinctively responded, "Yes." "Very well." Heimdall nodded before departing the Bifrost's heart, walking towards the exit. This left the four in a state of confusion. "Will you not assist us?" Heimdall did not look back. His deep voice resonated. "I must remain loyal to the king. Thus I cannot open the Bifrost for you." As Heimdall's figure vanished from the doorway, Sif and the others were momentarily taken aback. But the sudden crackling sound of electricity behind them jolted them back to reality. Turning around, it became evident that Heimdall had plunged his longsword into the heart of the Rainbow Bridge before his departure, activating its teleportation mechanism. Standing atop the grand platform of Asgard's palace, Loki, wielding the eternal spear, gazed at the fleeting passage of the Rainbow Bridge, his expression growing exceedingly grim. With a derisive huff, he turned away from the platform and made his way to the treasure vault. The spear's handle thudded against the ground, emitting a dull sound as the wall behind the icebox opened, revealing the destroyer, the entity responsible for slaying the frost giants. Upon observing the towering metallic giant, Loki's face darkened as he issued a command. Ensure my brother can never return. Obliterate everything. Is this the destroyer? Phil Coulson stared at the screen, displaying the metallic giant. Momentarily taken aback, he recalled his final words before being slain by Loki in the first Avengers film, along with the colossal firearm he had held. He had mentioned that the weapon was crafted from the remnants of the destroyer sent to Earth by Loki, realizing it had arrived at that very moment. However, Coulson's brow furrowed as he remembered the initial scene where the destroyer effortlessly dispatched the frost giants. With such immense power, who could have possibly destroyed this destroyer? Was it the work of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Are we truly that formidable? As the familiar silver giant appeared, and upon hearing Loki's sinister words, Thor, seated on the sofa watching the live broadcast, felt a surge of unease. Brother, could it be true? Are you truly intent on killing me? You even dispatched the destroyer? Chapter 71. Confrontation. The restored power of the Thunder God having been transported to Earth via the Rainbow Bridge, Sif and her companions quickly located Old Bridge Town, where they found Thor. The reunion with his old friends brought him immense joy. Yet Thor soon expressed his sorrow, stating that Odin had perished because of him, and he must continue his exile. This revelation left the three warriors utterly bewildered, with Sif asserting that Odin was not dead at all. Upon hearing this, Thor's countenance shifted dramatically as he realized he had fallen into Loki's scheme. The conspiracy has been unveiled. Peter Quill chuckled and queried Thor in the chat channel. Hey, big fool, your brother intends to kill you. Aren't you rushing back to Asgard to skin him alive? Thor responded with a question mark. Irritated, what is it to you? This is a matter between our divine kin. Do we need a lowly minion like you to interfere? The scene shifted once more as Loki approached the heart of the Rainbow Bridge, encountering Heimdall, who stood resolutely with his sword, seemingly unwilling to engage in further pleasantries. Heimdall straightforwardly inquired, Loki, tell me, how did you allow the frost giants to enter the realm of the gods? In response to Heimdall's bluntness, Loki dispensed with pretense. Do you think the only access to the realm of the gods is through the Rainbow Bridge? There exist numerous secret passages beyond that. Even someone as gifted as you could not possibly uncover them all. However, I no longer require them, for I am the king. I hereby declare that, due to the transgression of treason, I strip you of your position as gatekeeper, and you are no longer a citizen of the divine realm. Loki pronounced with a fierce demeanor, yet Heimdall, standing before him, remained unfazed and calmly responded, In that case, I am no longer beholden to your commands. With that, Heimdall raised his long sword and charged at Loki. However, Loki was swifter. With a deft movement, the box of frost materialized in his hands. At the moment he grasped the box, his visage transformed into that of a fearsome frost giant. An endless chill emanated from the box of frost, instantly encasing Heimdall in ice, rendering him a frozen statue. Observing Heimdall trapped in ice, Loki stowed away the box and reverted to his usual form. Although frozen, Heimdall's consciousness persisted, and he witnessed everything unfold before him. As he beheld Loki's fleeting transformation, a flicker of realization sparked within his golden irises. Bruce Banner suddenly interjected, Have you all noticed something? In Norse mythology, Loki and Heimdall are actually adversaries, and legend has it that during Ragnarok, Loki ultimately perishes alongside Heimdall. Upon hearing this, Strange's face illuminated with understanding. No wonder Heimdall has never regarded Loki favorably. It seems this is their fated conflict. Fate, Loki scoffed, offering no commentary. Yet the disdain in his eyes betrayed his sentiments. After dealing with Heimdall, Loki dispatched the destroyer to Earth. Upon first sight of this metallic colossus, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. mistakenly believed it to be a new weapon crafted by Stark. However, the destroyer paid no heed to their shouts. It obeyed Loki's command and commenced its path of destruction. Terrifying beams of energy erupted forth, obliterating every vehicle in the vicinity of S.H.I.E.L.D. before it soared into Old Bridge Town, where it engaged in battle with Sif and her companions. Yet, as a weapon esteemed by Odin, the destroyer was not to be underestimated. No matter what tactics Sif and her allies employed, they could inflict no damage upon its armored form, and the town lay in ruins under its onslaught. Seeing his friends fall one by one, Thor could no longer contain himself. He grasped Sif, who was eager to charge forth. Sif, you have done your utmost. Survive and recount today as events, but for now, you must flee this place. With that, Thor dashed to the side of the incapacitated warriors. 3. You must return to Asgard and stop Loki. Vandal, supporting Volstagg, turned to Thor with surprise. And what of you? What will you do? Thor wore a facade of feigned nonchalance, assuring his companions, do not fret, my friends. I have devised a plan. Witnessing his determination, the 3 valiant warriors had no choice but to grit their teeth and retreat alongside Professor Shavik. At that moment, Jane Foster heard the sound of a shield clattering to the ground and turned in astonishment, exclaiming, wait, what is he doing? In truth, Thor harbored no strategy. He had merely discarded his shield and approached the formidable destroyer unarmed, lifting his gaze to meet the fiery visage of the creature. Amidst the dense, dark smoke, Thor's expression remained serene. Brother, regardless of my actions that have led to this moment, I am truly sorry. These individuals are innocent, and their demise would bring you no benefit. Therefore, end it with me, bring this to a close. The destroyer's helmet fully retracted, flames simmering from every seam of its armor, radiating an intense power directed at Thor, who stood a head shorter than the Colossus. Loki, seated upon the throne of Asgard, stroked his chin thoughtfully, a pensive look etched upon his face. He then lowered his hand, causing the destroyer on Earth to mirror his motion, its helmet sealing once more, extinguishing the flames that had surged from its body. Ah, brother, I knew you still held affection for me, ha ha ha. Thor shouted in elation as the destroyer turned away, giving Jane and Professor Shavik a hearty pat on the shoulder, proclaiming, my brother still loves me. Did he truly let Thor off so easily? Tony remarked with a perplexed expression, casting a glance at Loki, who had closed his eyes as if in a trance. Shaking his head, this is not characteristic of him. Meanwhile, Odin nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Thor's words, recognizing that this exile had indeed borne fruit. Thor had come to understand the virtue of self-sacrifice for the protection of others. I wager $5 that Loki would never simply allow Thor to go unscathed, Strange interjected, articulating Tony's unspoken thoughts. If it were me, I would seize this opportunity to eliminate Thor. Upon hearing this, Thor swiftly dismissed the notion in the chat channel, stating, impossible, you do not comprehend the bond we share as brothers. We would never harm one another. As the destroyer turned away, a faint smile crept across Thor's lips. And just as the group began to breathe a sigh of relief, the destroyer unexpectedly swung back with a resounding slap, sending Thor hurtling several meters away. No! Jane Foster cried out, rushing to Thor's side and cradling him in her arms. It is over, Thor said, looking at Jane, whose face was filled with anxiety as she shook her head repeatedly. I mean, you are safe. It is all over. With those words, Thor closed his eyes, as if succumbing to silence. Observing this, Loki turned away within the grand hall of Asgard, as the destroyer's armor receded into the distance. How absurd! Peter Quill exclaimed, Hey, you big fool. Did you not claim your brother would never harm you? How then did you meet your demise with a mere slap? Thor stared at the screen in disbelief, unable to fathom the image of his seemingly lifeless self. Impossible. I am Thor, son of Odin. How could I possibly perish from a single punch? No, this cannot be. This must be a hallucination. I must have been intoxicated. Meanwhile, in the slumber chamber of Asgard, a single tear escaped Odin's eye as he slept. Concurrently, at the location of Mjolnir, a cacophony of alarms blared from the instruments held by a group of scientists. Odin's prior words echoed once more. Whoever wields this hammer and is worthy shall possess the power of the god of thunder. The hammer trembled violently, shattering the surrounding debris, and with a resounding thud, it soared skyward like a rocket, hurtling towards the town below. Due to the hammer's incredible velocity, it produced sonic booms in the air, leading Dr. Selvig to mistakenly believe a dreadful weapon was approaching, prompting him to hastily escort the still grieving Jane Foster away. Yet, as they departed, the hammer descended, trailing a white shockwave, and was grasped by the unconscious Thor. The moment the hammer touched his hand, a formidable bolt of lightning struck down upon the town. Awakening from his stupor, Thor opened his eyes anew. Sensing something amiss, Loki turned around, and through the vantage point of the destroyer, beheld the unfolding scene. Amidst the cascading bolts of lightning, scales of armor began to adhere to Thor's form, rapidly coalescing into a resplendent suit of battle armor. As the blinding lightning finally subsided, the magnificent, reinstated Thor stood before them, radiating power. The destroyer's mask opened once more, its hollow visage igniting with flames. However, in the next instant, a hammer struck its face with prodigious speed, staggering its form. The hammer returned to Thor's grasp, and joy illuminated his countenance as he beheld the reclaimed Mjolnir. "Aha! This is it! This is how it should be!" Thor jubilantly bounded about the room, thumping his chest like a gorilla. This is the essence of the god of thunder, so majestic, so striking. Chapter 72. Odin observes the whole. Loki's triumph restored to his divine identity. Thor ascended into the sky, spinning his hammer. As the velocity of his hammer increased, a dark tornado erupted from the center of the town. The scattered remnants of vehicles and damaged signage were caught in the spiraling winds, propelled towards the stationary destroyer. Witnessing the tempest he unleashed, Thor accelerated the rotation of his hammer, generating an increasingly powerful gale. In the next moment, the colossal destroyer was swept into the sky by the force of the wind. Could mere hammer swings conjure such ferocity? Reed Richards gazed in astonishment at Thor's display on the screen. Effortlessly lifting cars, this tornado must have reached at least a level 5 intensity. It was truly unfathomable. Was this truly the might of the divine? I understand the theory, but why can a god of thunder summon a storm? Strange inquired, his expression perplexed. Can such a small hammer really create such a tumult? Once the destroyer was lifted into the air, it unleashed 2 beams of laser toward Thor, both of which he effortlessly deflected with his hammer. Subsequently, Thor swung his hammer with great force, charging directly towards the destroyer, ensnared in the eye of the tornado. The lasers shot forth again, yet this time, Thor did not evade. He collided directly with the oncoming beams. As the clash of metal echoed, the robust beams of light were shattered by Thor's hammer, and even the formidable destroyer, which had just displayed its might, was utterly obliterated by Thor's strike to its head. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a blinding radiance akin to the sun illuminated the skies above the town. When the brilliance subsided, both Thor and the remnants of the destroyer's armor descended to the ground. Is that all? Tony suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of futility in his sarcasm, sensing that the disparity in the destroyer's combat prowess was far too severe. Strange, observing the scene, pondered for a few moments before turning to Loki. You just mentioned that Loki's intention in this footage was not the throne, correct? Loki slowly opened his eyes, meeting Strange's inquisitive gaze with a disdainful snort. What else would you presume? Do you truly believe the destroyer's armor is merely ornamental? Do not be mistaken. The destroyer is Odin's battle armor from his conquests across the 9 realms, chronicled in the libraries of Asgard with tales of its glory. My father utilized it solely to guard the treasury. Does he not comprehend its immense power? Strange nodded in understanding. If that is the case, then I grasp your implication. This world's Loki never genuinely intended to slay Thor, nor did he truly aspire to rebel from the outset. Tony was taken aback, gazing in astonishment at Strange's shifted perspective, and queried, "How can you be so certain?" Strange shrugged. "It is quite simple. If you were Loki and genuinely wished to kill Thor, why not allow the destroyer to strike him while he was still immortal?" Not necessarily, Tony speculated. Loki might harbor reservations, considering Thor is Odin's sole son. If he were to kill Thor, would Odin ever forgive him? If I were Odin, I would certainly not allow such a Loki to ascend to the throne. Strange shook his head, raising a finger. But if you were to orchestrate this coup, how would you proceed? As you pondered deeply and reflect upon Loki's actions, Tony fell into a contemplative silence, his eyes widening suddenly after a prolonged internal deliberation. "It seems you have come to an understanding." Strange snapped his fingers. From the moment Loki traversed the Bifrost to Jotunheim, I sensed something amiss. If he truly intended to rebel, Why did he not seize the opportunity to replace Heimdall while Odin slumbered? Surely, Loki as confidant would not subsequently transport Sif and the others to Earth, would he? Particularly regarding the journey to Jotunheim, it appears he was handing over incriminating evidence to Heimdall. Do you truly believe that a god of mischief would orchestrate such a glaringly flawed coup? Moreover, there's another aspect you have overlooked. Bruce Banner interjected in the chat channel. The timing of Thor's awakening is exceedingly peculiar. He did not awaken earlier or later, but precisely after being wounded by Loki, at which point the hammer came to his rescue. Does that seem normal to you? Consider Odin's words when he sealed the hammer. They bear no relation to Thor whatsoever. First, he did not lift the hammer. Second, while he did save Jane Foster and her companions, one could argue that had Loki not shown mercy, Thor would have perished, and it would not constitute a rescue. Yet, remarkably, after Odin shed tears, the hammer relinquished its so-called seal and flew to revive Thor, implying that Odin was never truly asleep. He has been observing Thor and Loki all along. Strange nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is apparent to us all. As someone who has had close contact with Odin, does Loki not recognize this? Especially in that grand hall, the words spoken to him by Queen Frigga were quite illuminating. Reed Richards interjected at this moment. Given your analysis, regardless of Loki's actions, is it not evident that the rightful heir to the throne has already been determined as Thor? The group exchanged knowing glances before collectively turning to regard the once again closed-eyed Loki, their expressions tinged with complexity. I never anticipated that I would be the last to see through this. Tony Stark smirked, then sat down in imitation of Loki. After a lengthy bout of excitement, Thor, upon hearing the analysis from those in the live stream, finally tempered his exuberance with a newfound clarity. It dawned on him that all his actions had been preordained by his father. After vanquishing the destroyer, Thor was preparing to depart when he encountered a contingent from Hield. Upon affirming his alliance with them, Thor requested that Coulson return the instruments and data previously seized from Jane Foster's team. Observing Thor's serious demeanor, Coulson chose to comply. With matters on Earth resolved, Thor beamed at Jane. Would you like to see the bridge we discussed earlier? At his words, Jane nodded in delight. And amidst Coulson's reluctant protests, the two ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, the scene shifted once more, returning to Asgard. In the heart of the Rainbow Bridge's central chamber, Loki withdrew the eternal spear embedded within the core, a devilish smile gracing his face as he gazed upon the ice giant that materialized within the chamber. "Welcome to Asgard," he proclaimed. Just as Loki departed the central chamber with Laufey and his companions, a subtle crack appeared in the solid ice encasing Heimdall's body. On Earth, Thor and several others had gathered near the Rainbow Bridge. Yet no matter how fervently they called for Heimdall, the vibrant hues of the bridge remained absent from the heavens. This absence filled Thor with anxiety, his calls becoming increasingly urgent. Upon hearing his summons, the cracks upon Heimdall's icy prison multiplied until, with a thunderous explosion, the ice shattered completely. The two frost giants stationed nearby attempted to thwart Heimdall, but even in his wounded state, he effortlessly dispatched them, plunging his sword into the core of the bridge. Dragging his weary form, Heimdall finally reached the heart of the Rainbow Bridge and drove his sword into it. A kaleidoscope of colors erupted from the eye of the swirling storm above, and with a resounding roar, Thor and his companions were transported back to Asgard. At that moment, the door to Odin's chamber suddenly became encrusted with frost. Queen Frigga, upon witnessing this, swiftly drew her sword from the bedside. Just as she unsheathed the blade, Laufey crashed in, accompanied by a frost giant. Frigga managed to slay one of the giants, yet she was unable to prevent Laufey, who overpowered her and knocked her to the ground. With his fingers prying open Odin's single eye, Laufey sneered, "I hear that you can still perceive your surroundings." "I hope this is true." As he spoke, a blade of ice formed in his hand. "Then you shall know that it is I, Laufey, who will end your life." With that, he raised the ice blade, preparing to strike. However, at that moment, a beam of golden light shot forth from behind him, striking his back and sending him sprawling. As Laufey lay on the ground, gasping for breath yet bewildered, Loki, wielding the eternal spear, coldly declared, "And you shall perish by the hand of Odin's son." With those words, Loki lifted the spear once more, unleashing a golden ray that shattered Laufey into particles of light. "Loki, you have saved him," Frigga exclaimed, rushing to embrace her son with fervor. Loki returned her embrace, fervently promising, "I swear to you, mother, they shall pay for today's transgressions." Witnessing Loki's scheme unfold successfully, the live audience erupted in awe once more. Stripped of the outcome, one could not deny the brilliance of Loki's stratagem. Master Mordo remarked, "Even Master Ancient One has expressed admiration, acknowledging that Loki possesses all the attributes of a ruler. Alas, he is but a frost giant." Bruce Banner nodded solemnly. "It is indeed unfortunate. If our assumptions are correct, Loki is merely a pawn, while the true mastermind is none other than the All-Father Odin." Doctor Strange interjected, "However, what we never anticipated was Loki's willingness to slay his own father for Odin." Peter Parker contemplated, "One might say that Odin has also nurtured him. After all, wasn't it mentioned that Loki, due to his frail constitution, was abandoned by Laufey? The debt of nurturing is profound, akin to my Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Alas, the moment I think of Uncle Ben facing peril while searching for me, I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt." Wanda remarked, "To you, Uncle Ben is like a biological father, which is truly wonderful. Upon your return, you must heed his words and refrain from mischief." Peter Parker nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, Miss Maximoff, I shall." At that moment, Tony was adjusting his armored gauntlet, yet we have just witnessed that Thor has returned to Asgard. It seems inevitable that a confrontation between these two is on the horizon. Chapter 73, Brothers at Arms. The Shattered Rainbow Bridge. Just when Loki believed everything was proceeding smoothly, Thor's figure suddenly appeared at the door of the sleeping chamber. Upon Thor's arrival, he bellowed in fury, "Loki!" Seeing her eldest son return, Frigga rushed forward joyfully and embraced Thor. After a brief reunion with his mother, Thor strode into the room, his expression dark as he glared at Loki. "Why did you not explain to Mother how you dispatched the destroyer to attempt to kill me and my friends?" Frigga gasped in shock, her face a mask of disbelief. "What?" Yet, Loki was still attempting to deflect blame. "Why? I assumed the destroyer was merely executing Father's final command." Thor, however, was far from satisfied. "Brother, you truly are a master of deception. You have not changed one bit." Noting Thor's furious countenance, Loki tilted his head. "Well, I am genuinely pleased to see you back. Excuse me, but I must now proceed to obliterate Jotunheim." No sooner had he spoken than Loki unleashed a beam of golden light from the eternal spear, sending Thor crashing through the wall and plummeting from the palace. Subsequently, Loki rode to the core of the Rainbow Bridge, activating it with the eternal spear, directing the vibrant beams towards Jotunheim. As the core of the Rainbow Bridge discharged lightning, connecting all the magical arrays within the chamber, Loki summoned his frost powers, encasing the lightning in ice to maintain the bridge's activation. The lightning danced within the solid ice, and even Thor, upon witnessing such a spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. "You cannot thwart this. The Rainbow Bridge will be fully constructed, and it shall utterly rend Jotunheim asunder." To obliterate Jotunheim? As I gazed at the screen, witnessing the destruction of a building in Jotunheim by the Rainbow Bridge, countless ice giants hastily fled in panic into the distance. The onlookers in the live broadcast room were left agape. Even Loki, who had kept his eyes closed, could not resist opening them. "Shet, have you completely lost your mind? Killing your own father is one thing, but turning against your own kin? They are your brethren." Peter Quill stared at Loki in bewilderment, his body involuntarily shivering. "Damn, is this guy truly so ruthless? He is nothing short of a cold-blooded killer." In response to Peter's words, Loki turned to him, his face etched with icy disdain. "My kin? No, I am of the Asgardian race. The monsters in Jotunheim are unworthy to walk alongside me." Thor, taken aback, murmured while observing Loki on the screen, "Loki, how could you have strayed so far and committed such a grave error?" At that moment, the image suddenly froze. Current footage paused. A new question begins. Question: has Loki's rebellion succeeded? Is Jotunheim thus destroyed? The plan succeeded. The Rainbow Bridge has utterly destroyed Jotunheim. The plan succeeded, but Jotunheim has not been destroyed. The plan failed, yet the Rainbow Bridge still destroyed Jotunheim. The plan failed, and Jotunheim remains intact. Please begin to answer quickly. Each participant in the live room has only one opportunity to respond. Those who answer correctly will receive 100 live points and a random reward. Failing to answer will trigger an unknown penalty. Upon seeing this question, the atmosphere in the live room relaxed. Reed chuckled. This question is significantly simpler than the previous ones. It's akin to acquiring points effortlessly. Although I did not witness the prior discussions, it was mentioned that Loki was ultimately exiled, which undoubtedly signifies the failure of his plan. I choose. Ding. Reed Richards has completed his answer. The system begins evaluation. Ding. Reed Richards answered incorrectly. Received random penalty. Forgetfulness. Upon leaving the live room, Reed Richards will have his memories of the live room and the abilities obtained therein sealed for 15 days. What? Is there such a penalty? Peter Parker exclaimed upon hearing the system's decree. As one of the fortunate few privy to future spoilers, Peter believed Tony Stark's words were sagacious. Knowing the impending tragedy, he thought he could alter it and choose a brighter future. Yet, now he was suddenly confronted with the possibility of such a penalty. He felt disoriented. If he answered incorrectly and faced forgetfulness, it could very well lead to him endangering Uncle Ben once more. Reed Richards, the one punished, was equally bewildered. How could he have erred? Where'd he gone wrong? Ah, you answered too quickly. Tony Stark shook his head in disbelief. Did I not mention during our discussion about the Bifrost that Loki claimed it was destroyed? This implies he was unable to obliterate Jotunheim this time. How absurd. Loki was so confident earlier, asserting that Thor could not prevent the formation of the Bifrost. I actually took him seriously. Feeling deceived, Reed Richards expressed his dissatisfaction with a sarcastic remark. Tony sighed and replied, "You actually believe that? However, I suspect Thor might genuinely be unable to stop the Bifrost. It is likely Odin intervened to protect Jotunheim and was compelled to destroy it." After a brief pause, Tony declared, "I choose." Beep. Tony Stark's response is being evaluated. Tony Stark answered correctly, earning 100 live points. Received random reward. Spark Source. Spark Source. Originating from the Transformers universe, it hails from the planet Cybertron. Representing the source and sanctuary of the Transformer spark, capable of transforming any mechanical device into a sentient mechanical life form. A sentient life form? Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes sparkled with interest. Although Jarvis possessed autonomy, it was more accurate to say it operated according to the programming Tony provided. In Tony's view, despite Jarvis's advanced intelligence, it was still far from the autonomy he envisioned. To his surprise, the system offered such a treasure. The brilliance of the Bifrost striking Jotunheim illuminated the 9 realms. Even Earth could perceive the radiant aurora from beyond the heavens. In the central chamber, Thor, struck by Loki's eternal spear, rose and questioned Loki's motives. Loki regarded Thor coldly, his tone chilling as he replied, "To prove to Father that I am worthy to be his son. When he awakens, he will realize I saved his life and annihilated that monster's race. I shall become the rightful heir to the throne." Thor shook his head, pointing his hammer at the Bifrost beneath him. "But you cannot annihilate an entire race for this." "Why not?" Loki's face twisted into a grotesque smile. "Since when did you become so merciful towards the frost giants? Even unarmed, you would leave none alive." Thor remained silent for 2 seconds before responding seriously. "I have changed." Seeing his expression, Loki's smile faded. "So have I. Let's settle this." With that, he brandished the eternal spear and sent Thor flying. After launching Thor away, Loki gritted his teeth and roared, "I never desired the throne. I merely wished to be treated as your equal." In the live broadcast room, although the audience had formed some conjectures from Strange's earlier analysis, they remained silent upon hearing Loki's anguished cry. In that moment, they felt a profound sorrow for Loki's future in this universe. Abandoned by his parents at birth, and subjected to the disdain of his peers as he grew. Even his elder brother, who had shared his upbringing, had once treated him with cruelty. All these experiences compelled him down a dark path. Yet despite everything, he did not genuinely choose betrayal. Instead, he resorted to acts of mischief to garner the attention of those around him. Perhaps, in Loki's heart, enmity and fear were more palatable than discrimination and disdain. Frigga covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Since the last live broadcast, She had felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards Loki, yearning to make amends. However, in the days that followed, every attempt to seek him out was met with closed doors, and the guards had no knowledge of his whereabouts, leaving her in a state of helplessness. Coincidentally, with Thor exiled and Odin in a foul mood, Frigga's responsibilities had multiplied, preventing her from finding an opportunity for a heart-to-heart with Loki. Little did she know that her youngest son had accumulated such deep-seated grievances. Were it not for the revelations from the live broadcast system about the future, she would have been oblivious to the extent to which their family would descend into conflict. Odin's emotions surged, yet he did not condone Loki's actions. To him, such behavior was unbecoming of a ruler. Even the brash and combative Thor understood that the annihilation of a race was unacceptable, yet Loki had ruthlessly committed to this course. It seemed prudent for Odin to exercise caution and perhaps test Loki's resolve as well. He reflected on a previous discussion with Frigga about allowing Loki to take on a regent's role, but it appeared that the throne could not be so easily bestowed upon them. Alas, why did their family members act without regard for the consequences? Hela, Tur, and even Loki, who appeared to be the most composed, were all the same. Upon hearing Loki's anguished cries, Thor responded loudly, "I will not fight you, brother. I am not your brother. I never was." Loki retorted, a tear escaping his eye as he confronted Thor. "Why won't you strike? What has transpired on Earth that has rendered you so weak? Is it that woman?" Observing Thor's expression, Loki discerned the truth and continued to provoke. "Ah, so it is true. Perhaps, once this matter is settled, I should pay her a personal visit on Earth." Thor, seemingly struck by Loki's threat towards Jane, retaliated, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Their conflict escalated dramatically, quickly spilling out of the central chamber and onto the bridge outside. The force of their clash was so great that Loki skidded to the edge of the Rainbow Bridge upon landing, desperately grasping it to prevent himself from plunging into the turbulent waters below. "Help me, brother," Loki cried out in terror, his face a picture of desperation as he pleaded with Thor. Thor rose without hesitation, rushing to the edge of the bridge, intent on pulling Loki up. However, to his astonishment, the Loki he sought was merely an illusion. As the apparition faded, the true Loki, brandishing the eternal spear, emerged from behind, piercing Thor's abdomen. Observing his injured brother collapse, Loki let out a mocking laugh, conjuring illusion after illusion. Infuriated by the deception, Thor roared, "Enough!" A tempest of thunder erupted, and relentless lightning shattered all the illusions, sending Loki's true form crashing to the ground. Gazing upon the brother who had perpetually tormented him, Thor, in displeasure, placed his hammer upon Loki's chest, pinning him to the bridge. This eternal spear could effortlessly slay Laufey, yet failed to injure Thor? Nick Fury widened his single eye, observing the screen where Thor bore no wounds, unable to suppress his incredulity. "Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" "Exaggerated?" Loki chuckled. "Now do you understand why Thor is so reckless, yet always remains unscathed? His physique is nothing short of monstrous." Wanda, intrigued, inquired, "Why were you and Thor fighting in this footage? Isn't that self-torture?" Loki's expression faltered momentarily, his eyes twitching. "How should I know? That was my variant, not me." Carol, watching Thor's display of might on the screen, clenched her fists, producing a series of cracking sounds, a hint of combativeness dawning upon her face. From the looks of it, he seems quite durable. I might pay him a visit sometime. Upon hearing this, Thor promptly messaged in the chat, "Forget it, I don't hit women. One punch from me, and you'd likely be crying for quite some time." "Is that bravado?" Carol scoffed, raising an eyebrow. "I've encountered plenty of men who boast like you. Yet, none of them were worthy of receiving a second punch from me." The footage continued, pinned beneath the hammer and unable to move. Loki watched as Thor struggled towards the core chamber of the Rainbow Bridge, a mocking expression upon his face. "Look at you, all-powerful Thunder God, even with your boundless strength. What good does it do? Did you hear that, brother? You can accomplish nothing now." In response to Loki's taunts, a resolute expression emerged on Thor's face. He extended his hand backward, and the hammer that restrained Loki flew into his grasp. Without hesitation, Thor lifted the hammer and struck the Rainbow Bridge beneath him. As Loki had previously uttered, the Rainbow Bridge was nearly fully opened. Under such circumstances, even if Thor entered the core chamber, he could not halt the bridge. Thus, to prevent the destruction of Jotunheim, Thor had no choice but to obliterate it. With each strike, the structure of the Rainbow Bridge fractured further, the cracks widening ominously. As Thor prepared to strike the Rainbow Bridge, King Odin of Asgard had already awakened, his eyes opening in the sanctuary. Witnessing the imminent destruction of the bridge by Thor, Loki hastily rose to his feet, once more raising the eternal spear to thrust at Thor. "Forgive me, Jane," he called out, bidding farewell to Jane Foster. Far away on Earth, as Thor summoned all his strength to deliver the final, thunderous blow, the Rainbow Bridge, which had withstood the test of time in Asgard for countless years, finally shattered under the weight of Thor's last strike, accompanied by a tremendous explosion. With the bridge's collapse, the devastating force that threatened Jotunheim came to a halt, and even the central chamber of the Rainbow Bridge was obliterated, its remnants soaring into the depths of the cosmos. The shockwave from the explosion propelled both Thor and Loki into the void, just as they were about to plummet into the celestial expanse beneath the realm of gods. In that moment, a hand reached out, grasping Thor's leg. While Thor seized Loki's eternal spear, halting his descent, Odin arrived just in time to save both Loki and Thor. Gazing up at Odin, who stood at the edge of the bridge, tears welled in Loki's eyes as he cried out, "Father, I could have done it. I could have eradicated the giants of Jotunheim, for you, for all of us." Looking down at Loki, Odin's expression was complex, but he finally spoke slowly. "No, Loki." Ultimately, Odin could not condone Loki's actions, whether it was his attack on Thor, the murder of his biological father Laufey, or his attempts to annihilate Jotunheim. Each transgression led Odin to renounce him. As he discerned the sorrow etched on Odin's face, Loki's demeanor gradually returned to indifference, the sadness in his eyes fading as he slowly released his grip on the eternal spear. "Loki, no. No!" Thor exclaimed in alarm as he saw Loki begin to relinquish the spear. Yet, Loki remained unmoved, letting go of his right hand, plummeting into the black void formed by the recent destruction of the Rainbow Bridge, until he vanished from sight. Odin, watching his younger son disappear into the whirlpool of the black hole, displayed a visage of profound sorrow. The scene shifted, following Loki's rebellion and Odin's awakening. Asgard returned to its former tranquility. After a celebratory feast, Thor sought out Odin, who stood on the palace balcony, gazing into the distance. Sensing Thor's presence, Odin did not turn, but spoke softly, "You will become a wise king." Thor shook his head in response. "No one could be wiser than you. Nor could any father surpass you. I still have much to learn from you." Thus the scene concluded. Chapter 74. A pause in the broadcast as the screen faded to black. The audience in the live stream collectively exhaled, their emotions varied and profound. The live broadcast of Thor Ragnarok showcased a distinctly different Loki to the audience, compared to the Loki in the Avengers, who instigated war with extraterrestrials and harbored aspirations of dominion. This version of him in the future footage appeared less irksome. This perspective, of course, is rooted in the viewpoint of Earthlings. After all, from the standpoint of Tony Stark and Nick Fury, the internal squabbles of Asgard are of little concern. They would hardly be fazed, especially by a rebellion destined for failure. Speaking of which, have today's 3 spoilers concluded? Is it now time for the on-demand segment? Suddenly, Tony interjected, "Strange, why has the system ceased to gather participants?" Nearly 10 minutes have elapsed. The expressions of Strange and others reflected astonishment. Yet before they could respond, the system's cold voice resonated through the space. The 3 spoiler segments of this live broadcast have been completed. Viewers uninterested in the on-demand content may silently exit and close the live stream. Given that this live broadcast has lasted 6 hours, the system has decided to take a brief respite. The on-demand segment will resume tomorrow. However, prior to the closure of the live stream, all may vie for on-demand slots by paying 100 live stream points. Commencement of on-demand slot allocation. Goodness, this system is quite lethargic. Desiring a break after merely 6 hours of operation, the crowd could not suppress their grumbling, secretly lamenting that they wished to remain in the live stream for 24 hours. Eager to absorb the wondrous tales of the multiverse, yet this entity was intent on resting. Nonetheless, despite their complaints, they unhesitatingly shouted their requests. I wish to request on demand. I want to witness how we confronted Thanos. I also wish to request on demand. I request to see if Thor and I truly perished after Thanos departed. I shall not request my own, but I yearn to glimpse Captain America's future. Those possessing live stream points clamored in excitement. Phil Coulson even opted to request the future of Captain America, reasoning that since he was already deceased, there was no need to squander live stream points. However, having recently unearthed his idol, Coulson was determined to witness his future. This, of course, was done with the tacit approval of Deputy Director Nick Fury. Yet, before Coulson could receive a response, he assumed Fury would acquiesce to his choice. In the SHIELD office, Nick observed Coulson's messages in the chat channel, his eyes twitching as he tightened his grip on his phone, hastily deleting the unfinished message. He had initially intended for Coulson to view the future footage of SHIELD, but since Coulson had made his selection, he resigned himself to it. However, he could forget about his bonus for this month. Beep. Stephen Strange has chosen to broadcast the future, current position. Beep. Tony Stark has chosen to broadcast the future, current position. 2. Beep. Loki Odinson has chosen to broadcast the future, current position. Beep. Phil Coulson has chosen to broadcast the future, current position. For the order of on-demand requests has been confirmed. Today's live broadcast is hereby concluded. The rewards from this live quiz must be claimed promptly. Failure to do so before exiting the live room will be considered a forfeiture of the rewards. Thank you for your viewership. We shall meet again tomorrow. In 5 minutes, all participants will be forcibly exited from the space. Countdown. 459. Upon seeing the countdown displayed on the screen, Thor exclaimed in the chat channel, "Wait, why doesn't the system continue the live stream? I still have things to say." Loki, brother, since I regained my divine power after being injured by the Destroyer in that future vision, you should send someone to attack me right away. I am here in Midgard, in this place called Old Bridgetown. Hurry, I want to restore my power and reclaim my title as the God of Thunder. Loki, did you see that? Loki, unable to suppress a grimace at Thor's incessant foolish remarks, muttered a curse under his breath and exited the live stream. Tony turned his head, observing the direction of Loki's departure, and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "In my opinion, that version of Loki in the vision was rather lenient with Thor. If it were me, I doubt I would have been able to hold back. I would have dispatched him without hesitation. Hey, mortal, show me some respect, or I will come to deal with you once I regain my powers." Thor warned, his displeasure evident. Mr. God of Thunder, have you forgotten that you are currently on Earth? If someone were to deliver a beating, wouldn't it be Stark flying over to do so? Strange teased with a mischievous smile. You are now just an ordinary man without your powers. I won't go. Tony chuckled lightly. What if I accidentally injure him and he regains his powers? I think it might be best for him to experience life as a mortal. Devious human. Thor glared at Stark's smug visage on the screen, his fists clenched tightly, making an audible cracking sound. Master Gu E of Kamartaj gently fanned himself, gazing at the now blank screen with a slow sigh. Having witnessed this projection of the future through the live stream, we come to realize that such a miraculous system exists in this world. Yet, we remain unaware of the entity behind this system, which has inexplicably altered the fates of many among you. Caecilius nodded in agreement, having seen himself align with Dormammu, only to end up as a lifeless husk. He had completely extinguished any thoughts of betraying Master Gu E. Isn't it better to be alive? Being consumed by Dormammu, becoming a part of its existence. Can that truly be called eternal life? However, Master Mordo's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. After the conclusion of Doctor Strange's future vision, he seemed to have developed a significant misunderstanding regarding the sorcerers. Observing their plight, he even began contemplating actions against those sorcerers who had fallen from grace, a notion that was difficult for his currently steadfast self to accept. Master, I have a question. After a prolonged silence, Mordo sat upright and inquired of Gu E. Since you claim our fates have changed, then why does Strange still remain an anomaly? The Ancient One paused in her gestures of fanning, and after a considerable moment, resumed her actions, stating, "To be honest, I am uncertain as to why this is so. But as I mentioned during my discourse with Strange in that vision, His future has never adhered to a singular path. Rather, it is replete with countless possibilities. Consider causality. The same event can yield a multitude of divergent outcomes due to the variables encountered along the way, thus giving rise to the myriad of distinct multiverses. Regardless of how many outcomes exist, they all stem from this singular cause. Strange transformation into a sorcerer, following his unfortunate incident, is a fixed variable, the root of all that ensues. This cause is preordained, and thus, no matter how strange attempts to evade it, this calamity will remain ever present. Upon hearing the Ancient One's elucidation, the assembled sorcerers in the Great Hall exchanged bewildered glances, astonished to discover that there existed such a perspective regarding Strange's ascension to sorcery. Meanwhile, Loki, having exited the live stream, found himself back in the previous chamber. Just as he began to regain his composure, he was approached by the goddess Frigga, who, wiping away her tears, enveloped him in an embrace. "It is my fault, my son. I failed to notice the depths of your inner turmoil," Frigga lamented, tenderly stroking Loki's hair, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Loki, you and Thor are both our sons. We are family. Though Thor may not always treat you kindly, I assure you, there is no malice in his heart." Loki cast a complex glance at Odin, seated regally upon his lavish throne, then lowered his gaze and offered Frigga a faint smile. "Fear not, mother. Now that I am aware of the mistakes I am destined to make, I shall certainly avoid repeating them. Moreover, that foolish Thor is not worth my ire." He then turned slightly, bowing toward Odin. "Father, I assure you, I harbor no covetousness for the throne of Asgard." Odin, who had been preparing to propose that Loki undertake the management of Asgard's internal affairs, a decision recently deliberated with Frigga, was momentarily taken aback by his son's assurance. Loki, noticing Odin's momentary astonishment, continued, "If there is nothing further, I would like to take my leave. I have yet to fully absorb the magic recently bestowed upon me by the system." Odin nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for Loki to depart. As he watched his son's retreating figure, he exhaled slowly. Frigga grasped Odin's hand and gently patted it. "I understand your thoughts, but Loki has always been sensitive to such matters, particularly following the revelations from the live stream." Frigga paused before continuing. "You must allow the children time to process and assimilate." Chapter 75, Awakening Captain America, the Black Spider-Man suit. What can one accomplish in a day? Watch a film. Play a game. Gazing out at the drifting clouds beyond the porthole, Coulson let out a slow sigh, twisting his neck to ease the stiffness that had settled there. Due to the sudden emergence of the live streaming system, the workload for several individuals has more than doubled. Apart from Hawkeye, who remains in relatively relaxed New Mexico, Melinda, Natasha, and others have been assigned numerous tasks by Fury, leaving them scurrying across the globe these past few days. Particularly concerning is Coulson, who not only must venture to the Arctic in search of Captain America, who vanished for 64 years only to reappear in the future, but also needs to uncover the identity of the individual responsible for smuggling a vast amount of arms into Afghanistan. After all, that group of deranged individuals had genuinely attacked the U.S. military while attempting to kidnap Tony Stark. The back-and-forth flights have left even Coulson, who has been altered by the super soldier serum, feeling overwhelmed, wishing for a day to be stretched into 48 hours, granting him an extra 24 hours to rest. Of course, he understands that such a desire is unattainable. The threats posed by the alien invasion and Thanos loom over them like a Damoclean sword, unyielding in their presence. Yet at times, Coulson finds it difficult to decipher what lies behind Nick's perpetually impassive expression. After the conclusion of their last live stream, when Nick convened them to discuss the impending threat of Thanos, he remained astonishingly composed regarding the being capable of slaying Thor and Loki. It was as if he bore no concern for the consequences of Thanos' arrival, even exuding an inexplicable confidence. Were it not for the duration of time he had spent alongside Nick, Coulson might not have perceived this nuance. Why is the boss so confident? Is it due to the Tesseract? Or perhaps the hex technology runes he provided? Or is it the result of his own transformation into a super soldier alongside Captain America? "Director, we will arrive at the headquarters in half an hour," an agent exclaimed, presenting a tablet to Coulson. his eyes glinting with excitement as he glanced at the frozen Captain America secured behind them. Director Fury says everything is ready. The stage has been set, and we are just awaiting your invocation of the captain with the runes. Coulson accepted the tablet and scrutinized the room prepared for the awakening of Captain America. Nodding in satisfaction, he shared Fury's perspective that in such extraordinary times, certain exceptional elements are essential to instill confidence in everyone. The plane soon descended upon SHIELD's headquarters, and amidst the flurry of preparations, the still frozen Captain America was escorted into a specialized room, its walls adorned with an array of runes. Once all agents exited, leaving only the two of them, Nick observed Coulson, who held the Hex Technology Cube, poised to cast a spell, and suddenly remarked, "The last fellow is dead." Coulson was momentarily taken aback, recalling the Special Forces operative he had incapacitated with lightning after their first livestream. However, wasn't he that individual confined within SHIELD's prison? With this thought, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exchanged a glance with Fury's singular gaze. "You're not mistaken. There has been an undercover operation within the agency." Fury extracted a transparent screen resembling a mobile device from his pocket. Magnifying an image for Coulson, a person with their hands shackled behind their back had managed to shatter a plastic plate to slit their throat in a desperate act of suicide. "It seems some individuals truly consider us to be fools." "What do you imply?" Coulson inquired, his expression unchanging as he gazed at the gruesome image before shifting his attention to Fury. "Last time, you intervened without taking action. Have you now secured leverage against them?" Fury shook his head, feeling no need to feign anything with his old subordinate. "I am utterly at a loss. It feels as though a thin veil obscures my vision. Although I can vaguely discern figures across from me, their faces remain indistinguishable." "Director, would you like me to stay and investigate?" Coulson eagerly volunteered, honestly wishing for a few days of respite, though primarily driven by the imminent awakening of his idol, Captain Steve Rogers. If possible, he yearned to remain close to the action. Nick waved his hand dismissively. "There's no rush. Let us first awaken Captain Rogers in the world of the Amazing Spider-Man." After the live stream concluded, Peter Parker hastily concocted an excuse and hurried to Oscorp Tower, following his lunch. As he dashed out of the house, Aunt May, who was tidying up the dishes, turned to Uncle Ben with a puzzled expression, questioning, "Did you send the boy to work today? Why has his appetite suddenly increased so dramatically?" Uncle Ben, observing the spotless plates that Aunt May had prepared, shrugged in bemusement. "Who knows? It seems someone has discovered that your Italian meat pies taste like gourmet delicacies. This is a first for me." Due to his foreknowledge of the plot, Peter did not act as furtively as in the past, but rather boldly retrieved the internship badge bearing the name Rodrigo Guevara from the front desk. "Hey, kid. I never expected you to be this kind of person, stealing when things don't go your way." A silly voice echoed in his mind, just as he smiled and bid farewell to the receptionist. No, Venom, I'm merely borrowing the identification. I will return it after use." Peter muttered uneasily, then boarded the elevator, feeling a surge of anxiety at the thought of infiltrating a laboratory brimming with mutated spiders. "Spiders? Are they delicious?" Venom inquired once more, then lamented, "Your world is truly a paradise, filled with delectable food. My saliva is nearly uncontrollable." As Venom's exuberant howls resonated in his mind, Peter suddenly felt an overwhelming hunger swell within him. Yet peculiarly, this hunger targeted those around him. "Wait, Venom, didn't we just feast on a plethora of meat pies at home? Why are you still hungry, and why do you wish to eat people?" Peter exclaimed in a panic within his mind. "This is unacceptable. We cannot resort to murder. Killing is illegal." After warning Venom, Peter swiftly caught up with the throng of interns ahead, where he encountered Dr. Connors and Gwen. Yet Peter chose not to advance, opting instead to remain in the shadows. Much like in the films, he believed that it was his own arrogance and love for the spotlight that led Dr. Connors to employ that seemingly erroneous formula, transforming himself into the lizard, and, as a consequence, causing the demise of Gwen's father. Thus, Peter reasoned that as long as he refrained from speaking, none of this would transpire. "Do you harbor affection for that girl? Why not voice your answer?" However, fate had other plans. As Peter completely overlooked the fact that a certain entity within him relished chaos, Venom suddenly emerged from behind Peter's neck, answering Dr. Connor's inquiry. Interspecies gene transplantation. After uttering this, Venom retreated back into Peter's body, mischievously chuckling. Well, now your little sweetheart has noticed you. No need for thanks. What the hell are you doing? Peter growled under his breath, only to notice the crowd parting, revealing his figure before Gwen and Dr. Connors. Faced with Dr. Connors' curious gaze, Peter could only grit his teeth and raise his hand. Apologies, Dr. Connors, I was merely guessing. At this, Dr. Connors broke into a smile, poised to explain his proposed interspecies gene transplantation when the phone rang as expected. After finishing the call, Dr. Connors departed, instructing Gwen to tend to the interns. Seizing the opportunity, Peter leapt aside, evading Gwen's search, and navigated towards the bioweb laboratory, retracing his steps from memory. Along the way, he found himself in a heated argument with Venom. Could you possibly consult me next time you wish to steal the spotlight? Do you realize that your reckless words nearly opened a new multiverse? Peter whispered urgently. If Dr. Connors had truly noticed me just now, unspeakable consequences would follow. And what sort of consequences? Venom inquired. Someone could perish, and Dr. Connors would become the lizard. The lizard? That's no longer human. Can I eat it? No. Peter waved his hand dismissively. That lizard is fundamentally still Dr. Connors. Amidst their bickering, Peter swiftly approached the laboratory. When Dr. Rada called away the staff, Peter dashed into the blue room, captured a few spiders in a box, and exited Oscorp, also pocketing several vials of concentrated bioweb to craft his web shooters. Why do you always steal? Venom questioned, perplexed by his actions. Though I am unaware of what stealing entails, that word perpetually arises in your mind. Peter awkwardly scratched his head. Well, I would exactly call it stealing. This is my father's research. Just as he spoke, a sudden sharp pain pierced the back of his neck. Instinctively, he reached back and was astonished to find a mutated spider had somehow nestled within his collar and bitten him. As Peter clutched the lifeless spider, a sudden secretion of a dark substance emerged from its right leg, enveloping the corpse and consuming it. In that moment, the voice of Venom resonated within him once more. Ugh, what is this? The taste is revolting. How does this spider feel? Wait a moment. Peter, wandering through the alley, abruptly halted as the black liquid materialized again, encasing him and forming a layer of bone-like armor upon his skin. This spider is peculiar. Venom's voice echoed in Peter's mind, and he was astonished to realize that this transformation was entirely different from the one he had experienced in the live stream. This metamorphosis was wholly under his control, and Venom's appearance bore significant differences from before. Peter glanced to his left, where a discarded mirror leaned against the wall. To his amazement, he discovered that the symbiotic substance enveloping his body resembled the extraordinary Spider-Man suit he had glimpsed in a prophetic vision during his live stream. The sole distinction lay in the color. His original suit was red and blue, while this one was black. Chapter 76, The Zemeckis Cube. I missed a date due to the fusion of Venom and spider genetics. Peter was astonished to find that he seemingly no longer needed to craft a Spider-Man suit. Of course, he still had to create web shooters, for Venom could not produce webs. Perhaps he could experiment with Venom's new abilities? Gazing at the imposing black, symbiotic Spider-Man suit, a wild thought surged through Peter's mind. That night, at Ben Parker's home, Uncle Ben noticed the clock had struck 9:30, yet Peter had not returned. He decided to venture out in search of him. As he scanned the surroundings, calling out Peter's name, disappointment washed over him as he encountered countless faces, none of which belonged to his nephew. Just as he turned a corner, aimlessly continuing his search, a commotion erupted ahead. Catch him! Grab that thief! Hearing the cries, Uncle Ben's spirits lifted. He spotted a man in sunglasses rushing towards him and instinctively reached out to block his path. The young man's robust physique easily knocked down the elderly Ben, but in the process, the thief lost his balance and fell. At that very moment, a handgun slipped from the thief's grasp, sliding between him and Uncle Ben. Seized by a surge of righteousness, Ben scrambled to his feet, intent on seizing the weapon to prevent further harm. Yet, he was a moment too slow. The robber, leveraging his youth, snatched the gun first. "Hey, old man, do you want to die?" The robber brandished the firearm threateningly at Uncle Ben, glancing around in a panic as he prepared to flee. However, upon seeing Ben still standing with arms outstretched, the robber instinctively pulled the trigger. With the sound of gunfire, blood splattered as Uncle Ben's body was struck forcefully, sending him crashing to the ground. In his ears echoed a familiar and anguished cry. Not Uncle Ben. Peter walked contentedly down the street, having thoroughly enjoyed his afternoon after acquiring venom. Yet, as he approached his neighborhood, he inexplicably felt a surge of hunger upon seeing the convenience store sign. Acutely aware of Venom's insatiable craving for food, Peter reluctantly entered the store. However, as he approached the checkout with an armful of items, he realized, in his haste to leave the house, he had forgotten his wallet. Embarrassed, he could only purchase a bottle of milk with the loose change in his pocket, drawing mockery from the cashier. After awkwardly exiting the store, Peter's keen ears caught the sound of commotion from within, accompanied by the cashier's exasperated shouts. "Hey, are you serious?" Peter paused and glanced back, but from his vantage point, he could only see a hand reaching into the cash register, snatching the bills inside. The sight sent a chill through him. It was all too familiar. Instantly, he yelled in alarm and dashed toward the fleeing robber. This was the very incident that would lead to Uncle Ben's demise. Even if this world allowed Uncle Ben to escape unscathed, Peter could not let the thief go unpunished. As he donned his Venom suit and closed in on the robber, Peter's heart sank as he spotted Uncle Ben colliding with a criminal in the distance. A foreboding sense of dread enveloped him. No, it couldn't be. His fears were confirmed as he witnessed the robber raise his gun, aiming it at Uncle Ben. Without hesitation, Peter leaped into the air, shouting, "Uncle Ben, get down." Yet, even as he called out, the gun in the robber's hand erupted with blinding light. In that moment, panic surged through Peter. Suddenly, a cube appeared in his hand. It was the prize he had received from answering questions correctly. After much deliberation, he had twisted all the sides to the final step, enabling him to use it in time. With a gentle twist, the cube illuminated as the 54 squares on its 6 faces glowed, releasing a brilliant aurora that enveloped the entire planet. The Zemeckis cube could reverse time by 60 seconds. In the radiant light, everything appeared ethereal, and with the sound of a clock chiming, the magic of time rewound everything to its state 1 minute prior. The bullet retreated into the chamber, the flames dwindled, and eventually extinguished. Witnessing this miraculous reversal, Peter exhaled with relief and raced toward Uncle Ben once more. The Zemeckis cube, while inherently ineffective for its user, allowed Peter a fleeting moment of temporal reversal, enabling him to rush to Uncle Ben's side. As gunfire erupted once more, Peter instinctively pushed Uncle Ben aside, positioning himself as a shield. In an instant, a bullet struck the symbiotic suit encasing Peter, causing a burst of black ichor to erupt as the projectile was expelled. Unscathed, Peter stood resolutely, his white eyes coldly surveying the robber before him, whose face was contorted in terror. The robber, confronted by this monstrous apparition, felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Uncle Ben, bewildered, gazed at the dark figure that had knocked him down, pondering if he had merely imagined hearing Peter's voice moments ago. In a white hospital room, Steve Rogers awoke from his slumber, listening to the radio broadcast of a baseball game. Slowly, he propped himself up. The door swung open, interrupting his focus on the game, as a striking woman with voluminous red lips entered. A flicker of confusion crossed Steve's face as he inquired, "Where am I?" "In a hospital room in New York." The woman replied with a smile, her eager gaze fixated on the captain. Yet, Steve remained unperturbed, coldly demanding, "What is my location?" The woman seemed poised to elaborate, but Steve swiftly cut her off, asserting, "This baseball game took place in May 1941. I know because I was there." Observing the change in the woman's expression and the panic in her eyes, Steve rose to his feet, loudly repeating, "I shall ask you once more. Where am I?" Agent 13, suddenly anxious, pressed a button, and with the illumination of a red light, 2 special operatives burst into the room. Phil Coulson stared in disbelief at the monitor displaying Steve's earlier rampage before hastily exiting. Steve, undeterred, barreled through every agent attempting to obstruct him. making his way to the streets of New York, where he took off running. However, the vibrant billboards lining the streets, the eclectic architecture, the diverse attire of the pedestrians, and the bustling traffic gradually slowed his pace until he came to a halt. Steve stood, dazed, amidst a city that felt surreal to him, observing the onlookers pointing and whispering, his shoulders slumping as he drew deep breaths. The jarring sound of brakes echoed around him as S.H.I.L.D. swiftly surrounded the area, cordoning off the curious crowd. Phil Coulson, of similar stature to Steve, exited a vehicle alongside Nick Fury, approaching the bewildered captain. "Calm down, Captain," Coulson began. "We apologize for the rather clumsy performance earlier, but please understand, we believe this was the most digestible approach for you." Digestible approach to what? The captain gazed in confusion at the two individuals before him, his eyes occasionally drifting to Coulson's face, from which he could always sense an inexplicable familiarity. After exchanging a glance with the egg, Coulson finally spoke up to reveal the truth to the captain. Upon learning that he had been in slumber for nearly 70 years, Captain America's mouth fell agape in astonishment, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly uttered, "I missed a date." Fury and Coulson, naturally unaware of what Captain America was referring to, observed his acceptance of reality and escorted him back to his H.I.L.D. headquarters, where they provided him with a set of normal clothing and briefed him on the origins of S.H.I.L.D. However, just as Fury was preparing to continue introducing the newly emerged superheroes to the captain, Captain America suddenly vanished from their sight. In the next moment, the system's cold voice echoed in their ears once more. "Dimensional live streaming system has been activated. Current segment. On demand, ding. Thor 1 has concluded. Inviting newcomers to join the live stream. Welcome Captain America, Steve Rogers to the live stream. Chapter 77. Playing Avengers. Infinity War. Another Spider-Man? Where's this place?" As Captain America appeared in the live stream, he surveyed the surrounding blank space and, turning around twice in bewilderment, called out, "Fury? Coulson? What kind of game are you playing? You know Nick Fury and Phil Coulson? You are also a human from Earth?" Upon hearing Captain America's voice, the recently appeared Tony Stark curiously interjected, "Hey, aren't you Captain America Steve Rogers? You know me?" Captain America furrowed his brow in confusion as he regarded the little mustached man who had suddenly appeared on his left. After taking a moment to size him up and recognizing his somewhat familiar visage, he incredulously exclaimed, "Howard Stark?" With a resigned shrug, Tony replied, "You just call me by my dad's name. I'm Tony Stark. Howard's son." Captain America paused, recalling what Fury had just told him about his 70 years of slumber. Is he really Captain America? Just as he was lost in thought, a female voice rang out from his right. Turning towards the sound, Steve beheld a woman clad in a Stars and Stripes uniform, arms crossed, as she scrutinized him. "When I was still in the military, I remember the instructor saying that Captain America sacrificed himself 30 years ago by piloting a bomb-laden plane into the sea to protect America." 30 years ago, Captain America thought, realizing he had plunged into the sea nearly 70 years prior. "So, you must be at least 60? Wait," Tony Stark interjected, "you're also a human from Earth?" Nick Fury chimed in, "Hey, Tony Stark, aren't you aware that inquiring about a woman's age is quite impolite? Furthermore, Captain, I know you are curious about this matter, but we will explain everything once you return." Steve Rogers furrowed his brow slightly. Thus, it appears that the director of S.H.I.L.D., his current superior Nick Fury, has not been entirely forthcoming with him. At this moment, Tony suddenly noticed that Peter Parker, positioned to the right of Strange, seemed somewhat out of sorts, lost in thought. Curiosity piqued. He approached and waved his hand in front of Peter's eyes. "Hey kid, what's going on today? You seem a bit distracted." Awakened by Tony's presence, Peter finally snapped back to reality. "Oh, it's nothing, Mr. Stark," he replied, producing a small box and handing it to Tony. "By the way, Mr. Stark, this is the spider I obtained from Oscorp yesterday, and inside is a small vial of my blood. You might find it useful for your experiments." "You went to Oscorp? So, you've completed your mutation?" Tony raised an eyebrow. His interest in young Peter ignited. Peter nodded affirmatively, projecting a strand of webbing. However, after a moment of hesitation, he continued, "There's something else. Yesterday, My Uncle Ben was shot, just as portrayed in the future vision. Upon hearing this, Tony, Strange, and Loki exchanged solemn glances. After a brief silence, Tony placed a comforting hand on Peter's shoulder, his expression heavy with concern. "I'm sorry for your loss. My uncle isn't dead. I saved him," Peter retorted, somewhat irritated. "What puzzles me is that the assailant was not the same robber from the vision, and the convenience store was different. The street location varied as well. Yet, that man had a gun and shot during the struggle when my uncle attempted to disarm him. Had I not been nearby yesterday, my uncle would likely have perished. Even so, I had to use my last reward, a Zemeckis cube." Upon hearing Peter's account, the others exchanged bewildered glances. The situation was indeed unexpected. Such is the nature of the multiverse. After a moment, Strange remarked, "We cannot guarantee that our experiences align with the visions we have seen." Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the edge of the group where Peter Quill stood. "I am quite curious about this individual known as Star-Lord. I hardly recognized him after just one day. Indeed, had they not met him yesterday and been aware that the live stream would not arbitrarily swap individuals, Tony and the others would have scarcely recognized this bruised and battered figure as the Star-Lord from the previous day. What is wrong? Did you get into a fight?" Peter Quill glared back at Tony and the others, his disheveled appearance reminiscent of someone who had endured a brutal encounter. After being captured by the live stream for 2 hours, he had returned to the same location, only to find himself surrounded by hundreds of individuals upon his reappearance. They not only assaulted him for an entire day, but also stripped him of all his possessions. Had it not been for his own betrayal, entangling himself with the female guard and escaping under the cover of night while she slumbered, he might still be languishing in a cell. I suddenly found myself intrigued. If someone were to perish in the live stream, would the system replace them, or would it summon another iteration of them from a parallel universe? Loki chuckled unexpectedly and posed a curious inquiry, though the question sent a chill down the spines of those present in the streaming room. To be fair, is one's self in a parallel universe still truly oneself? The request segment is about to commence. According to the ranking principle, footage of Stephen Strange's future Avengers, Infinity War, will be played shortly, inviting special guests to join the live chat group. These guests will not be entering the live stream stage. Spider-Man from the Marvel Multiverse, Peter Parker, has joined the live chat group. Peter Parker? Another me? The Peter Parker in the streaming room widened his eyes in astonishment upon hearing the system's cold voice and muttered in confusion, "Is this the Peter Parker from the parallel universe?" At that moment, the newly joined Peter Parker expressed his surprise in the chat. "You're also named Peter Parker?" The onlookers in the streaming room shared their astonishment, watching the scene unfold before them, where two versions of the same individual from the multiverse confronted each other, albeit through a screen. "So, are you also Spider-Man? I mean, have you been bitten by a spider?" After a prolonged silence, the extraordinary Peter curiously inquired, having heard the prefix when this Peter Parker joined the stream. "Yes," came the response from the chat group as Peter Parker. "Yesterday, when I visited Oscorp Industries, I was bitten by a spider. Upon awakening, I discovered that my nearsightedness had been cured and my physical condition had improved dramatically." Upon hearing the account of the new Peter Parker, the expressions of everyone in the streaming room morphed into a blend of complexity and astonishment. Wanda remarked, "Why does this story seem so familiar?" Bruce Banner added, "Not just familiar. We've seen it before." Reed Richards interjected, "Isn't this nearly identical to the plot of The Amazing Spider-Man we watched yesterday?" The experiences of the Peter Parker in the streaming room align almost perfectly. New Peter Parker. Just as everyone continued to marvel, the system's icy voice interrupted their discussion. Request initiated. As the voice faded, the large screen in the streaming room began to shift. In New York Central Park, the figures of Tony and Pepper appeared, discussing the dream Tony had last night, in which he envisioned a daughter named Morgan. However, Pepper showed no interest in Tony's revelation, promptly unfastening the garment around his neck, revealing the glowing triangular arc reactor on his chest. "If you truly desire a child, you wouldn't be toying with this contraption." However, Tony remarked that it was merely a piece of equipment designed to store nanomachines, which could be removed at any moment. Amidst his jesting, Pepper finally ceased her quarrel with him, and the two embraced. Observing the dialogue displayed on the screen between himself and Pepper, Tony couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. The information was indeed profound. Strange jested, "It appears our young master has genuinely fallen in love. Quite astonishing." Bruce Banner expressed his astonishment. "I never imagined your technology had advanced so remarkably, Tony." Both Rhodey and Phil Coulson exchanged surprised glances, equally taken aback by the advanced technology Tony Stark possessed. Bruce Banner inquired, "Speaking of which, wasn't the footage of Loki's demise titled similarly? Is this perhaps the footage that follows my arrival on Earth?" Upon seeing his message, Strange rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Now that you mention it, I've noticed too. And this is footage concerning my future. I must be the protagonist." The new Peter Parker remained silent for a considerable time before suddenly speaking up. "Wait a moment. Do you all know this woman?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Yes, she's my secretary, Pepper Potts." Peter's eyes widened in surprise as he peered through the window at the house next door. "But she looks exactly like my neighbor, Mary Jane, who is also my high school classmate." From now on, Peter Quill will be referred to as Quill. The Spectacular Spider-Man will be known as Spectacular Peter. And the Tobey version of Spider-Man will be called New Peter for distinction. Chapter 78. Tony, I almost thought I was seeing green, a new QA. Upon reading New Peter's comment, Tony raised an eyebrow, questioning with uncertainty. "Are you sure? They look alike?" New Peter paused momentarily, hesitating before he continued. "At first glance, they bear some resemblance, but upon closer inspection, they are indeed different." Tony sighed in relief. When he had heard the earlier claim of them looking alike, he instinctively felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. Just as Tony and the others were engaged in their banter, a brilliant golden portal opened beside them, and the figure of Stephen Strange emerged, declaring that the universe was in dire peril and that Tony must accompany him. However, Tony, unfazed by the sudden appearance of the Sorcerer Supreme, retorted, "Excuse me, are you here to sell ticket to a show? And who do we think we are?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tony noticed a familiar face stepping out from behind Strange. It was Banner. Upon seeing Banner, disbelief spread across Tony's face, and he instinctively asked, "Is that you, Bruce?" With Banner's unexpected arrival, Tony Stark followed Dr. Strange back to the Sanctum in New York. As Master Wong deftly wielded his magic to unveil the origins of the Infinity Stones, he elaborated. The cosmic explosion birthed 6 elemental gems, adrift in the nascent universe. Each Infinity Stone governs a fundamental attribute of existence: space, reality, power, soul, mind, and time. With each utterance from Dr. Strange, a fleeting illumination emanated from the ethereal stones. Ultimately, he gestured with his hands, invoking the eye of Agamotto that hung before him, revealing the verdant time stone nestled within. At this juncture, Banner conveyed the gravity of the situation to Tony, recounting Thanos' merciless deeds. He ravaged planets, leaving a trail of devastation where half of all living beings were ruthlessly slaughtered. Just then, the live stream abruptly froze. Current video paused. QA begins. Question: in this universe, why does Thanos only eliminate half of the population during each invasion? To prevent the emergence of divine beings and safeguard the universe from obliteration. He believes the universe's resources are finite. Only by controlling the population can resources be equitably distributed, thereby maintaining cosmic balance. To appease death, one of the legendary 5 creator deities, Thanos aims to instill fear to dominate the entire universe. Please begin answering. Each participant in the live stream has only one opportunity to respond. Those who answer correctly will earn 100 live stream points along with a random reward. Random rewards may originate from any multiverse, while failure to answer will trigger an unknown penalty. The unexpected nature of the QA momentarily stunned the participants in the live stream. What audacity! Does this murderer require justification for his heinous acts? Quill, wearing a disdainful expression, scoffed. If this guy had encountered me, Star-Lord would have shown him a thing or two. Show him a thing or two, Tony retorted dismissively, gesturing towards Loki with his left hand. Young man, do not overestimate yourself. This Prince of Asgard, Loki, ultimately fell at the hands of Thanos. Just yesterday, Loki could have bested you with one hand. Do you truly believe you can contend with Thanos? Star-Lord was momentarily silenced, awkwardly covering his face as he stepped back. Captain America cast a surprised glance at Loki, who wielded the eternal gun with an imposing aura. Pondering internally, this fellow actually perished at Thanos' hands? How formidable must Thanos be? Having grasped the intricacies of this livestream, he understood that although he lacked extraordinary powers, he could still sense the intense pressure emanating from Loki. The news of Loki's demise at Thanos' hands left him utterly astounded. "All right, gentlemen, shall we proceed to answer the question?" Strange interjected, directing their attention to the 4 options presented on the screen. Tony shrugged, expressing his belief that the last option seemed the most plausible. For this warmonger, the other 3 choices were utterly unconvincing. Bruce Banner interjected, cautioning that such a conclusion might be overly hasty, especially regarding the so-called celestial group and the death of one of the creator gods, matters which remained quite unclear. Tony waved his hand dismissively, asserting that clarity was unnecessary and urging confidence in his choice. Beep. Tony Stark has completed his answer. The system begins evaluation. Beep. Tony Stark's answer is incorrect. Random penalty awarded. Upon exiting this space, Tony Stark will be completely incapacitated for 7 days. What? Tony exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. The previous penalty of a month without masculine function had already been quite torturous, and now he faced a week of paralysis. Is the system discriminating against me? Carol shook her head in exasperation, calling him a reckless man. Clearing her throat, she began, I have heard rumors of the celestial group over my years traversing the cosmos. It is said they are giants, towering at 2,000 feet, clad in armor adorned with numerous eyes. The most terrifying aspect is that when a celestial is born, the planet it inhabits is utterly annihilated. Thus far, only legends of their existence have persisted, and as for images, she shook her head, none at all. At that moment, Loki, leaning on the eternal spear, paced within the live-streaming chamber and inhaled deeply before speaking. Actually, there are records. In the library of Asgard, I once stumbled upon accounts of the celestial group, accompanied by a hand-drawn illustration. However, I mistakenly believe these beings were also denizens of the 9 realms. The text chronicled a battle thousands of years ago between my father and the deities of Midgard, fought to protect Midgard from the celestial group. Regrettably, the outcome of that battle remains unrecorded. Odin, seated before the screen, closed his solitary eye momentarily, trembling as if haunted by horrific memories. After a prolonged pause, he opened his eyes slowly, exhaling softly while murmuring, Are the Celestials poised to return? Thor and Loki, can you withstand them for the sake of Asgard? At that moment, Odin's aged eye gleamed with renewed vigor. He suddenly felt that he could not yet perish, at least not until Thor and the others had matured. Wait, Tony interjected, incredulous. Are you suggesting that Thanos' brutal slaughter was in fact a measure to resist the even more terrifying celestial group? This is utterly absurd. On Earth, both Coulson and the Egg were equally astonished, with Egg hastily jotting down notes regarding the rumors of the celestial group. They could scarcely believe that Earth had previously endured an invasion from such entities. Meanwhile, Master Mordo and others remained gathered in the Grand Hall of Camartage, attentively listening to the analysis of the celestial group in the live stream. Mordo turned to the Ancient One, asking, Supreme Sorcerer, what is your perspective on this matter? The Ancient One gently waved her fan, closing her eyes in contemplation for a few moments before reopening them. When one observes the entirety of the timeline, it becomes evident that regardless of the motivations behind Thanos' actions, his choices are fundamentally flawed. His confrontation with the celestial beings can merely be attributed to a series of unfortunate coincidences rather than serving as the principal cause. As for the fabled demise of the Creator, the Ancient One squinted slightly, a smile reminiscent of the Mona Lisa gracing her lips. In this context, their paths do not intersect at all. Mordo exchanged a glance with Caecilius, then cautiously inquired, So, what do you believe the answer is? This is utterly insane, massacring half of humanity to maintain a balance of resource consumption. Insanity is not the issue here, the Ancient One replied, folding her fan. Thanos is merely a pitiful soul who has strayed from the path. Now, answer the question, Mordo, though incredulous. Mordo nevertheless spoke in the chat channel. I choose. Notification. Mordo has completed his answer. The system is beginning the evaluation. Notification. Mordo's answer is correct. Mordo has received 100 live points, which allow him to permanently request segments of the past and future related to himself. He has also received random rewards. Powerful potion and potion making. Beginner, intermediate, advanced. As the system's announcements echoed, for thick, ancient-looking tomes materialized before Mordo. Upon seeing the suddenly appeared spellbooks, even the Ancient One could not help but cast a curious glance, summoning the books to her side. After a cursory examination of the contents, she remarked, I never anticipated that this otherworldly tome of magic could be so extraordinary. The fusion of ordinary herbs can yield potions brimming with magical potency. Chapter 79. Who is the illusionist? How many Spider-Men are there? While the mages of Camartage were engrossed in the mysteries of the potion texts, the other individuals in the live stream found themselves perplexed by the correct answer. Reed Richards commented, It is clear now, Thanos is indeed a madman. He believes that slaughtering half the population will lead to a balanced distribution of resources. What sort of thought process could conceive such an idea? Loki stared incredulously at the screen, aghast at the notion that he might perish at the hands of such a lunatic. Thor exclaimed, This scoundrel killed our Asgardian people for such a reason? By the gods, I shall see him pay in blood. Brother, send someone to injure me. I must reclaim my mantle as the god of thunder and slay Thanos. To which the others responded. Loki, speechless, covered his face in embarrassment, too ashamed to respond to his foolish brother. The footage continues to play. Bruce Banner continued. It was he who dispatched Loki to attack New York. Tony paused momentarily, then slowly nodded, turning to the others and asking, How much time do we have left? It is difficult to ascertain, having gathered the power and space infinity stones. His strength could indeed dominate the universe. Listening to Banner and Doctor Strange recount the calamity that would ensue upon Thanos acquiring all 6 stones, Tony promptly proposed that Strange eliminate the Time Stone. However, Strange and Wong asserted their vow to safeguard the Time Stone, with Strange even believing it might serve as the key to defeating Thanos. Naturally, this irked Tony, who questioned Strange's capabilities. What exactly do you do, apart from fashioning animals from balloons? Strange regarded the arrogant Stark with disdain, retorting, I'm the guardian of this world, you fool. In the live stream, witnessing the palpable tension between the two, Tony extended his hand toward Strange, saying, please don't take offense. My words here are by no means a provocation. Strange shrugged and lightly patted Tony's hand, teasing, I understand. You are merely a blend of arrogance and thoughtlessness. As the atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable, Banner hurriedly interjected, suggesting that the Mind Stone was currently within Vision, and they merely needed to locate him. Who is Vision? The audience in the live stream, intrigued by this new character, expressed their curiosity. Following Loki's previous explanation, they surmised that the scepter contained one of the legendary Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone. Yet, who was this Vision who held the right to safeguard it? Nick Fury furrowed his brow, his expression one of confusion. What is happening? The Mind Stone is not housed within S-H-I-E-L-D, but has been left unguarded? And herein lies the issue. Tony's face turned awkward as he confessed. 2 weeks ago, Vision shut off his communicator and has since gone missing. What? Banner exclaimed in shock. Tony, have you lost another super robot? Tony sheepishly clarified. It's not that I lost him. He is a super robot capable of self-evolution. A super robot? Self-evolution? Tony's mouth fell agape as he stared at the screen, incredulous. What had he heard? He had inadvertently created a super robot? Strange, casting a skeptical glance at Stark, remarked, No wonder you entrusted the Mind Stone to Vision. It turns out he is your creation. However, it seems this robot is rather unreliable, having gone off the grid. Bruce Banner expressed his astonishment. Incredible. Just how advanced is your technology, Tony? Wanda, watching from the screen, furrowed her brow. Having experienced the previous live stream, her animosity towards Stark had somewhat diminished. Yet, seeing him basking in the limelight again left her feeling slightly irked. Loki then shook his head, commenting, Are you all missing something? In the footage, Bruce Banner used the word again. Why did he say again? At last, Loki suddenly burst into laughter. Could it be that he had previously created a super robot and then lost it? Upon hearing Loki's words, the expressions of the others in the live broadcast room shifted dramatically. Fury and Coulson exchanged a tense glance, and in unison, they exclaimed, Tony Stark's artificial intelligence. Moreover, he had acquired some sort of power source yesterday. The system indicated that it could transform mechanical devices into sentient robots. Damn it, this rascal wouldn't dare to cause trouble again, would he? As this thought crossed his mind, the expression on Egg's face darkened further. Strange promptly inquired about Stark, so who can find Vision now? In response to this question, Tony turned away, walking to the far wall of the room, his face a picture of distress. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly murmured, perhaps Steve Rogers could. Excellent, then you should call him at once. Upon hearing Captain America's name, Banner's spirits lifted, as if he had received good news. However, Tony Stark wore a hesitant expression, and after a long pause, he finally addressed the eagerly staring Banner, sheepishly admitting, it's not that simple. We haven't been in touch for a long time. Seeing Banner's still bewildered gaze, Tony could no longer hold back and reluctantly revealed the truth. The Avengers have disbanded. Captain and I have had a falling out. We're not on speaking terms anymore. This left Banner utterly stunned, staring in disbelief at Tony before he managed to regain his composure. Taking a couple of steps forward, a serious and urgent look crossed his face. Tony, listen to me. Thor is dead. Thanos is coming. This is not the time for you two to be at odds. Upon hearing the news of Thor's demise, a struggle appeared on Tony's face. After exhaling heavily, he turned away and retrieved an old flip phone from his pocket. The Avengers have disbanded? The revelation rendered the few knowledgeable individuals in the live stream speechless, yet Loki seemed to revel in the news. Good, let them be disbanded. After all, he had been through enough turmoil in this alternate world and had been unjustly branded. He had long harbored disdain for this group. Meanwhile, a sense of foreboding arose within Nick Fury. The Avengers' initiative had been his brainchild, yet now they were said to be disbanded? What had gone awry? Had he not intervened? Had he not taken action? Captain America, in the live stream, glanced at Tony Stark, having gleaned a general understanding from the materials provided by Coulson. Yet he remained entirely unaware of the intricacies of their relationship. Am I really familiar with this guy? Captain America scrutinized Tony Stark, feeling that this fellow seemed far less reliable than his father, Howard. Staring at the contact information on the phone screen, Tony hesitated for a long while, unwilling to press the dialing button. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to gaze at Strange. Their eyes met, and Dr. Strange's expression shifted as he too felt the sudden vibration. The group hurriedly dashed out of the New York sanctuary, only to discover the chaos that had erupted outside, with countless civilians fleeing in panic down the streets. As they rounded a corner, narrowly avoiding a massive billboard swept by the wind, Tony and Strange were astonished to behold an enormous circular spacecraft suspended in midair. Meanwhile, within a school bus in New York City, every hair on a young man's arm stood on end. He abruptly turned to look out the right side window, his face awash with disbelief at the sight of the hovering circular ship. In the next moment, he slapped the face of a chubby classmate seated in front of him. Ned, divert everyone's attention. Hearing this, the plump boy, Ned, yanked off his headphones and terror-stricken, shouted at the window, "Oh my God, we're all going to die." At the sound of his exclamation, the other students turned their gazes to the window, collectively rushing to the back of the bus. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him anymore, the young man swiftly retrieved an object from his backpack and secured it around his wrist. With a series of mechanical clicks, the device extended, transforming into a web shooter. He then pressed and pulled, activating the mechanism that opened the bus window, allowing him to leap out. Just as he jumped, the elderly driver exclaimed, "Are kids today really this dramatic? Haven't you ever seen an alien ship before?" As Peter leapt from the window, he fished a mask from his backpack and donned it. He then took a daring plunge off the bridge, shooting a web to swing towards the circular spacecraft. As the familiar mask appeared on the screen, the live stream fell silent, all eyes fixated on the expressionless visage of the extraordinary Peter. Yet another Spider-Man? Strange swallowed hard, casting a peculiar glance at Peter Parker beside him, then nudged Tony Stark's shoulder. How can there be so many Spider-Men? Including this one. That makes 3, doesn't it? Did we inadvertently poke the spider's nest? Tony murmured. Wait, that can't be right. Wasn't it said that there's no Peter Parker in our world? I distinctly checked last time, and there was no record of a Peter Parker. Loki raised an eyebrow, a bemused expression playing on his face. Are you certain? I am absolutely certain. After the first live stream ended, I went back to check, and there was clearly nothing. Tony instinctively replied to Loki's skepticism, but as he spoke, he suddenly remembered something, standing frozen in place. Indeed, on that day within the live broadcast, it was not only I who recognized the name Peter Parker. Nick Fury, the old coin of S.H.I.L.D., remained on Earth and, upon discovering Peter Parker's identity, had at least 2 hours to prepare for the concealment of his identity. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that I was unable to ascertain Peter's identity immediately. Loki, observing the change in his demeanor, smirked mischievously and took a leisurely step back, producing a lavish chair from his storage space and settling comfortably into it. The seed had already been sown. Now, it awaited the moment to break through the formidable wall known as friendship. By the way, that old man just now was indeed the same fellow who had appeared a few times before. Thor, at this moment, interjected in the chat channel. Loki, did you ask Father about who this individual is when you returned? Loki raised an eyebrow, languidly reclining in his chair, and shook his head amidst the peculiar gazes of Tony and the others. Can't you think a little? How could Father possibly know a mere human from Midgard? The footage continued. With glasses perched on his nose, Stark relentlessly issued commands, while Strange, upon witnessing the circular spaceship before him, cast a spell to dissipate the fierce winds emanating from it. Sensing the emergence of a target, the circular spaceship suddenly projected a blue beam of light, transporting Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf from the Black Order to the ground. Upon seeing the enemies appear, Tony, Strange, Banner, and Wong moved forward to confront them. As they approached, the slender form of Ebony Maw began to speak with his sinister voice. You should feel elated, for you will meet your demise at the hands of the son of Thanos. You should consider yourselves fortunate, for your insignificant lives may contribute to the balance of the universe. Hearing his familiar rhetoric, the individuals in the live broadcast clenched their fists, and within the small cabin, Banner's hand ring emitted a series of angry beeping alerts. Unable to restrain himself, Tony Stark interrupted the incessant prattle. Apologies, but Earth is closed for business today. You best gather your belongings and vacate with your comrades. Ebony Maw narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze toward Strange, who stood behind Tony. The Guardian of the Stone, is this loquacious creature your spokesperson? Certainly not. Strange stepped forward, extending his hands alongside Wong as the crimson ring of Lagardère unfolded, his expression grave as he declared, I speak for myself, and I warn you, you are illegally invading this city and this planet. Ebony Maw looked disdainfully at the defensive stance of his opponents, then turned to the massive Black Dwarf beside him and spoke in an alien tongue. After which Black Dwarf raised his enormous mechanical axe and advanced toward Tony and the others. With the impending battle poised to erupt, Tony suddenly whispered to Banner, Banner, aren't you going to make a move? Upon hearing his words, Banner felt a tinge of embarrassment and clenched his fists. Truth be told, I'm not particularly keen on this, but when have my opinions ever held any weight? As he spoke, Banner began to grit his teeth in an effort to transform. Yet regardless of his determination, he was unable to achieve the metamorphosis. With the looming threat of Black Dwarf drawing ever closer, Tony gestured for Bruce Banner to retreat. He then activated his nanotechnology suit. After tapping the triangular reactor on his chest, a torrent of crimson metal surged forth, enveloping him like a second skin. In a mere 3 seconds, the red metal had completely encased Tony, forming a splendid suit of armor, the Blood Edge armor. Confronted by the advancing Black Dwarf, Iron Man raised his right hand, transforming the armor on his arm into a shield that effortlessly deflected the attack. Subsequently, four energy launchers detached from behind Iron Man, unleashing a powerful energy blast in unison with his hands, sending Black Dwarf hurtling away with ease. witnessing Tony's dazzling transformation and his impressive assault. Many in the live-streamed audience were visibly stirred. Peter Parker, in particular, erupted with excitement, applauding and exclaiming, "Goodness, Mr. Stark, you are an absolute genius. Every live stream reveals a new suit of yours. Even if I had your blueprints, I wouldn't be able to fabricate the components of your iron armor." Doctor Strange nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, this suit is undeniably your most striking yet. However, I am curious. What extraterrestrial technology have you researched? How is it that, living in the same world, your technology is so far advanced?" With a chuckle, Tony basked in the admiration of the crowd, raising a finger in satisfaction. "Ah, but that's different. I am the genius Stark after all. Moreover, I just noticed I have white hair in this footage. That must be something that happens years from now. Isn't it only natural that I could develop such remarkable technology over a few years?" As the audience listened to his boastful proclamations, they collectively expressed their annoyance. Bruce Banner interjected, "While Stark's new armor is undeniably impressive, I can't help but wonder, back in the Avengers, we were all fighting side by side. How do we end up so fragmented? What caused a rift between Tony and Captain America?" Phil Coulson added, "You're not alone in that curiosity. We're all wondering the same. However, I helped the Captain view his future, so hopefully that will shed some light on the truth." Captain America raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "My future, you say?" At that moment, Reed Richards chimed in the chat, "I just noticed something. This captain resembles my ex-girlfriend's brother. His name is Jonathan." Captain America, taken aback, pointed to his chest in surprise. "I look like him?" Doctor Strange stepped in to clarify, "There's no need for astonishment, Captain. This is the marvel of the multiverse. Across different universes, there are bound to be individuals who bear striking resemblances." Upon hearing his explanation, the captain began to grasp the concept of parallel universes, and then, with a hint of regret, shook his head. "Well, I thought there was another Captain America." Phil Coulson replied, "Not at all. You are the one and only Captain America." The others exchanged peculiar glances, as those familiar with the first Avengers film knew, well, that Coulson was an ardent admirer of Captain America. Yet such overt flattery was a novelty to them. "Thank you, Coulson," Captain America said, blinking awkwardly, exhaling slowly, and returning his attention to the footage. As the Black Dwarf was sent flying back, Ebony Maw merely waved his hand lightly, dismissing it aside. Then Ebony Maw raised his hand again, launching Iron Man into the air, while simultaneously commencing an assault on Doctor Strange and the others. Seeing that Banner was unable to transform into the Hulk, Doctor Strange resorted to using a portal to send him to the park. At this moment, Iron Man had also landed, urging Doctor Strange to discard the Time Stone. However, Strange replied with grave seriousness, "The Time Stone must remain with me." With no other choice, Iron Man charged at Ebony Maw, but just as he approached, the recently propelled Black Dwarf stood up, striking Tony with a blow that sent him flying several blocks into the park where Banner was located. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce battle within the park, and even with advanced Iron Man armor, he found himself powerless against the overwhelming force of the Black Dwarf's axe, which knocked him to the ground. Just as the mechanical axe, slicing through the air, was about to strike Iron Man, it suddenly halted mid-flight, intercepted by the slender figure of Spider-Man. The young hero greeted the Black Dwarf, then turned to Iron Man, asking, "Are you all right, Mr. Stark?" "Kid, where did you come from?" Tony inquired, astonished by the sudden appearance of Spider-Man. "I was at the Museum of Modern Art." Before the young Spider could finish his sentence, the Black Dwarf rudely flung him aside. However, this gave Tony a moment to breathe. With the laser blast from the Iron Man suit, he and Spider-Man managed to suppress the Black Dwarf. The new Peter, Tobey S. version, watched in awe as the agile Spider-Man performed on the screen, calling out to the extraordinary Peter in the chat room. "Wait, you just said we're all Spider-Men. Does that mean we all become like him after being bitten by a spider?" The extraordinary Peter nodded. "Indeed, before I was bitten, I was just a weakling, but after being bitten by the mutated spider, look at me." He then performed a backflip in a live stream and shot 2 strands of webbing at the ground. "My body underwent a transformation, and the citizens of New York even gave me a nickname, Spider-Man." New Peter paused, then with wide-eyed admiration exclaimed, "That's really cool." While the battle raged fiercely on one front, on the other side, Doctor Strange's fight against Ebony Maw was proving to be rather challenging. Despite the commendable synergy between Doctor Strange and Wong, they faltered when faced with the wrath of Ebony Maw, who swiftly overpowered them, leaving Strange ensnared against the wall. However, as Ebony Maw attempted to seize the Eye of Agamotto from Strange's chest, he was met with a magical barrier that burned his hand. This was merely a simple enchantment, yet unraveling it proved to be a formidable challenge. Even in captivity, Doctor Strange wore a faint smirk of satisfaction. "Then I shall eliminate you first." In a fit of rage, Ebony Maw hurled Strange to the ground and summoned binding magic to restrain him. The magical ropes constricted around Strange's neck, making each breath a laborious struggle. "If I perish, you shall never break this spell." A mocking expression flickered across Ebony Maw's ashen face. With a flick of his wrist, the ropes tightened further. "Then I shall ensure you suffer far worse than death." As the noose grew tighter, Strange soon found himself gasping for air, collapsing to the ground. Subsequently, Ebony Maw gestured with one hand, excavating the earth beneath Strange to transport him back to the ship. "Clearly, you are lacking." Loki jeered, observing the unconscious Doctor Strange being taken away on the screen. His face adorned with derision as he turned to address Strange in the live feed. "Your combat style is riddled with flaws. Even the power of the Time Stone went unutilized. It leaves me wondering, does the next generation of Earth Sorcerer Supreme possess such feeble abilities?" Chapter 81. The Tale of the Avengers, Strange Schemes, and Iron Man's Voyage into Space. Hearing Loki's mockery, Strange initially contemplated a retort. Yet as he beheld his own unconscious form on the screen, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. If I were to lose to Thanos, it would be no disgrace. After all, Loki met his end at his hands. But to be bested by a mere minion of Thanos, what does that say? Having inherited the title of Sorcerer Supreme, he found himself unable to prevail even in a 2-on-1 against Wong, ultimately falling captive. At that moment, Peter Quill interjected, "It seems your sorcery is merely a parlor trick, completely ineffective. If it were me, I'd just aim straight for that ugly fellow's head and pull the trigger. What good is magic if it can't grant him immortality?" Carol Danvers nodded in agreement, believing that magic was indeed unreliable and that a powerful energy blast would be far more effective. "I can single-handedly defeat Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Dimension. Do not underestimate me." In response to the ridicule, Strange defiantly exclaimed, pointing at the screen, "I assure you, my actions bear profound significance. Let's not forget, I possess the legendary Time Stone, capable of glimpsing into the future." Reed Richards remarked, "While your explanation may seem somewhat contrived, it remains plausible." "Wanda, what does it mean? Could it be that Strange intentionally lost?" Reed nodded thoughtfully. "It is possible. Given that we already know Thanos seeks the Infinity Stones, why not take the initiative to confront him directly and eliminate him? Thus, I surmise that Strange's strategy mirrors his approach to defeating Dormammu, employing time magic to wear him down." Loki gently tapped the armrest of his chair, a faint smile crossing his lips as he shook his head at Reed's conjecture. "Mortal, your thoughts are commendable. However, you arrived a tad late to the discussion. You are unaware that we deliberated on a particular matter during our previous live broadcast." Upon hearing Tony's remark, those who had participated in the initial broadcast, including Tony and Banner, were momentarily taken aback, simultaneously voicing in the chat, "The power of one stone cannot affect another." Strange, struck by Tony's assertion, hesitated and questioned, "Is that truly the case?" Tony Stark, with a resigned nod, admitted, "Though I wish to dispute it, this revelation was born from an experiment between Loki and myself. At that time, he attempted to control me using the Mind Stone, but my arc reactor intervened. He speculated that the technology of that reactor might derive from the Tesseract, the Space Stone. The mention of the Tesseract caught Captain Marvel, Carol, off guard, prompting her to instinctively glance at her own fists. Years ago, I collaborated with Nick Fury to investigate this matter. It seems that the source of my powers also traces back to the Tesseract." Instantly, the audience within the live stream turned their astonished gazes toward her. Even Loki, who had been reclining in his chair, sat up straight. "Are you implying that your powers originate from the Tesseract?" "Indeed." Carol crossed her arms and nodded. "It is a distant memory, one I nearly forgot. Long ago, a Kree scientist arrived on Earth and joined the Pegasus Project, of which I was a member. Following the Kree Empire's attack, I was compelled to destroy the research product of the Pegasus Project, that energy engine, after the doctor perished. Yet, unexpectedly, the explosion of the engine did not claim my life. Instead, it bestowed upon me immense power. Clenching her fists, Captain Marvel then turned to Tony. You mentioned that your arc reactor also derives from the Tesseract. Let me see it. Tony shrugged helplessly, explaining, in truth, I have yet to construct that device. After all, I have only glimpsed it in future visions. A silence enveloped the live stream for a few moments, as everyone marveled at Captain Marvel's experiences. Though she recounted her tale with nonchalance, the audience was not lacking in insight. After all, the explosion of an aircraft engine must possess tremendous force. That Carol survived is remarkable enough, but to gain superpowers from such an ordeal is nothing short of extraordinary. Now, back to the matter at hand. Loki continued to strike the handrail with a rhythmic cadence. In the previous vision of the future, Thanos had already seized 2 Infinity Stones, while Strange possessed merely one Time Stone. Where one might ponder lies his chance of victory. If there were indeed a need to redeem Strange, Loki shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps he was simply wise enough not to choose death on Earth. After all, a bloodthirsty fiend like Thanos would, if engaged in battle with you on Earth, likely ensure that more than just a handful of you would perish. Half of humanity would be dragged down with you. Loki's voice was calm, devoid of any overt malice. Yet it sent tremors of rage through all who were watching the live broadcast, causing cold sweat to bead on their foreheads and their limbs to grow icy in the sweltering heat. When would Earth's superheroes rise to the occasion? Could we truly not stop a single Thanos? Thor exclaimed, I can't hold back any longer, my friends. Who will assist me in reclaiming the powers of Thor? I must seek vengeance against Thanos. He bears no stones now. I can certainly defeat him. An eerie silence enveloped the live stream, the atmosphere thick with unease as everyone exchanged speechless glances, suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for Loki and King Odin. Having a brother like that must be exhausting. The footage continued to play, just as Ebony Maw was reveling in his triumph, carrying the unconscious Strange away. The cloak of levitation sensed its master was in peril. It tightened momentarily, squeezing through the magical bonds and whisking Strange away to safety. Upon witnessing this, Ebony Maw let out a furious roar and commanded his magic to pursue the cloak. The cloak darted past Iron Man, who, upon seeing his comrade unconscious, urged Spider-Man to rescue him. Although the cloak maneuvered deftly, it was ultimately ensnared by a transformed streetlight, forcing it to relinquish Strange, who began to plummet towards the ground. In a critical moment, Spider-Man arrived, catching him with his webbing. However, before Peter could catch his breath, a beam of light from the circular spaceship descended, ensnaring Strange's body. Spider-Man exerted every ounce of strength, but could not pull the unconscious Strange from the beam of light and was, with a cry of alarm, lifted into the sky along with him. Mr. Stark, I'm being pulled up. Upon hearing Spider-Man's plea, Iron Man responded urgently, Hold on, kid. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the mechanical battle axe of Black Dwarf transformed into a large lock, ensnaring Iron Man and bringing him crashing to the ground. Fortuitously, at that moment, the Sorcerer Supreme arrived, conjuring a portal that transported Black Dwarf to a frozen wasteland, severing one of its arms in the process. Having dealt with the earthly adversary, Stark hastily activated his suit and pursued the circular spaceship, dispatching a suit device to rescue Spider-Man, who was on the verge of losing consciousness due to lack of oxygen high above, accompanied by the mechanical sound of extension. A brand new steel spider suit was donned upon the small spider. Bruce Banner suddenly spoke up in the chat channel. Hey, Stark, why has your intelligent assistant changed? Wasn't it Jarvis before? Now it's a woman named Friday? Tony shrugged his shoulders. You asked me, how would I know? I don't possess the qualities of Robinson. But I must admit, this method is quite brilliant. Being able to summon a suit at any time and having the assistant switch it out during battle is truly ingenious. No wonder I'm so clever. Satisfied, Tony Stark nodded, then noticed the unmistakable envy etched on Peter Parker's face. Glancing at the box containing the blood and mutated spider in his hand, he mused. Speaking of which, I promised to give him a portable suit yesterday, but I completely forgot about it when I returned home. As soon as the new spider suit was fitted, the small spider exclaimed with excitement, "Mr. Stark, this feels completely rejuvenating." Finally catching up with the circular spaceship, Tony observed Peter was safe and nodded approvingly, commanding his intelligent assistant, "All right, Friday, send him back." "Oh, don't do that." In the midst of the small spider's startled cries, a parachute suddenly deployed from the back of the spider suit, and the immense force of the wind swiftly yanked him away from the circular spaceship. Upon entering the spaceship, Tony connected with Pepper Potts through communication. On the line, Pepper urged Tony to return immediately, but as the circular spaceship ventured beyond Earth, the signal quickly faltered, and even Friday lost communication with Tony. Unbeknownst to Tony, the small spider, swept away by the parachute, was now clinging to a web and laboriously climbing back onto the spaceship, instead of obediently returning to Earth. He resolved to follow Iron Man, watching the Earth grow increasingly distant. The small spider lamented, "Had I known, I would have stayed on the school bus." Inside the spaceship, Ebony Maw forcefully pushed the control stick, and thus, the vessel carrying 4 individuals soared deeper into the cosmos. Chapter 82, Loki, Forbidden Powers Quarrels, and the death of Ebony Maw. As the spaceship accelerated away from Earth, tranquility gradually returned to the planet. Amidst the chaotic debris, a disheveled Banner picked up the phone Stark had discarded. After bidding farewell to Wong, he dialed Steve Rogers' number. "I think this kid is impressive," Dr. Strange suddenly remarked. "A high school student facing an alien invasion and stepping up is truly commendable." Observing the small spider in the footage, who, despite nearing unconsciousness from oxygen deprivation, refused to abandon his will to save himself, Strange felt a stirring within his usually tranquil heart. While it was not quite sentimentality, it nonetheless brought him a sense of warmth. Aside from Christine, Strange had few friends. The people around him often regarded him with admiration and fear, occasionally mixed with a hint of disdain. Such reckless attempts to offer assistance in a situation are indeed rare. Tony let out a deep sigh, expressing a foreboding sentiment. "I have a rather ominous premonition. This is not a challenge a mere child should confront, especially as we venture into the cosmos, potentially landing on some bizarre planet. What if he encounters misfortune and sacrifices himself? This is exceedingly rash." In conclusion, Tony Stark closed his eyes and shook his head. Beside him, the extraordinary Peter Parker was immediately indignant. "Mr. Stark, what is wrong with being a high school student? Everyone has traversed that phase, and, as you have seen, in my previous vision, I saved New York. That is not comparable, child." Tony raised a finger and shook his head. "You are merely facing a madman, and that lizard-like creature could occasionally revert to humanity. Moreover, even if you were to falter, there are armies and the nation to assist you, not to mention the citizens of New York paving the way for you. But this time, we are battling a deranged lunatic with countless soldiers under his command. Even the gods of Asgard are not his match. You may not realize it, but Loki's antics in New York nearly led to our collective annihilation. You have witnessed what became of Loki when he fell into Thanos' grasp. I cannot concur with your perspective." The new Peter Parker chimed in the chat channel. "My Uncle Ben Parker often tells me that with great power comes great responsibility. Since this alternate version of myself possesses power, I believe he must step forward to fight for the safety of Earth." The extraordinary Peter Parker, receiving support from his otherworldly self, nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed, with great power comes great responsibility. My Uncle Ben told me the same." Seeing both Peter Parkers maintain their opposing views, Tony found it difficult to accept, but just as he prepared to express his frustration, he suddenly rubbed his face, questioning himself with a peculiar expression. "How strange. Why am I suddenly so agitated?" Nearby, Loki smirked as he withdrew his left hand, having just surreptitiously employed a bit of enchanting magic to amplify Tony Stark's emotions. Since he did not exhibit any aggressive tendencies, the system seemed unresponsive, posing no punishment. However, just as Loki reveled in his mischief, the system's cold voice suddenly resonated. "Loki Odinson, in light of your repeated use of magic to influence the other viewers in the live stream, you are hereby prohibited from utilizing any of your powers upon entering the live stream henceforth." As the words echoed, the chair Loki had recently conjured vanished from beneath him, causing him to lose his balance and awkwardly tumble to the ground. Even the eternal spear, Gungnir, slipped from his grasp, scattering into motes of light. Upon hearing the voice, Tony and the others turned to Loki, who was feigning nonchalance as he rose from the ground. Tony furrowed his brow. Wait a moment. Were you the one causing mischief? Did you use magic to interfere with my thoughts? No. Nonsense. The system claims you have cast a spell upon me. You must be mistaken. It was I who almost struck that fool from Missouri. Loki appears as a gentleman, yet speaks with his eyes wide open, weaving tales of deceit. If you doubt my words, perhaps you should summon the system and inquire. Tony scrutinized Loki with narrowed eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he suddenly remarked, Is this truly your nature? A mouthful of lies and a penchant for mischief? Loki raised an eyebrow at this. Are you daring to provoke a god? Who cares? Tony shrugged. Can you even lay a hand on me now? Loki, I see through your faade. You have long concealed your true self behind the torment of others, masquerading as a cold and dangerous figure, hoping to instill fear. Yet, in truth, you are akin to a timid jester, hiding your heart and too afraid to reveal it to others. You may possess a measure of cunning, but this version of you remains eternally tragic. Tony's voice resonated within the live stream, piercing like a barrage of sharp arrows aimed at Loki's psyche. No matter how Loki attempted to evade, he felt as though he were a target, relentlessly pierced by Tony's words. At that moment, Thor, unable to remain passive, erupted in the chat. Hey, you dandy. On what grounds do you speak of my brother? Do you dare challenge me to a duel? Yet no one paid heed to his furious outburst. Loki and Tony remained locked in their standoff for some time. Sensing the escalating tension, Strange and Peter Parker hurriedly stepped forward to intercede. Just then, Loki spoke again. Perhaps. Stark, but the world always requires the likes of me, does it not? Tony paused, seemingly taken aback by the response. Observing Loki's impassive countenance, he slowly shrugged. I do not share your viewpoint. The world never necessitates anything. It is merely humanity that imposes its own shackles. So it seems that the prodigal Stark has returned, transformed into a life mentor? Loki scoffed, raising his hands in mock surrender and retreating a few steps. Let us abandon this discourse and resume watching the unfolding scenes. The imagery continued, with the ship's course set. Ebony Maw directed his gaze towards the recently awakened Doctor Strange. Confronted by a myriad of dark spells aimed at him, Strange displayed a flicker of unease. Without hesitation, Ebony Maw commenced his torment of Strange, driving the sharp, elongated spells into his body, coercing him to surrender the Time Stone. As the long needles pierced his flesh, Doctor Strange could not suppress a muffled groan, yet he remained resolute and unyielding. Tony, observing from above the torment inflicted upon Strange, grappled with how to intervene when he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Startled, Tony hastily raised his repulsor against the intruder, only to discover, to his astonishment, that it was Strange's magical cloak greeting him. As Tony gazed at the remarkably sentient floating cloak, he couldn't resist throwing out a quip. Wow, your cloak truly exhibits unwavering loyalty to its master. A chuckle escaped him as he added, Mr. Strange, I never anticipated your cloak would be quite so amusing. A look of intrigue illuminated Peter Parker's face as he curiously inquired, By the way, I recall from your vision of the future that this cloak appears to possess a sense of autonomy. What exactly is it? A magical artifact? Are all the artifacts from Kamar Taj endowed with such qualities? At that moment, Master Mordo interjected in the chat channel. You are mistaken, young Peter. Not every artifact possesses consciousness. Only those venerable relics, crafted by the hands of ancient masters, exhibit such sentience. Are there many of these artifacts? Strange asked, curiosity piqued. Surely there can't be just one? Mordo replied, Of course not. We have two. One red, one blue. Just as Tony was contemplating the floating cloak, the previously stealthy Spider-Man reappeared aboard the ship. This revelation displeased Tony immensely. He deemed the current battle perilous, with a high likelihood of no return. Believing that Spider-Man should remain on Earth rather than accompany them onto the spacecraft. Yet, A single statement from the young hero left Stark utterly speechless. If I can't even protect my neighbors, what right do I have to be Spider-Man and serve as a good neighbor in New York? Though it may seem a bit of a stretch. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Tony fell silent for 5 seconds before patting Spider-Man on the back, signaling his consent for him to join the fray. All right, we have some trouble on our hands. Observing Strange below, who had begun to emit loud cries of anguish, Spider-Man suddenly suggested they could take inspiration from an old film. Alien. Meanwhile, the Ebony Maw, who was tormenting Doctor Strange, noticed Strange's gaze shift behind him. He turned to see Iron Man standing beside the cockpit, and with a sneer, summoned massive steel blocks with his magic, disdainfully declaring, "You cannot save anyone. Your power is utterly insignificant in my view." Iron Man nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, but this kid has seen far more films than you. With that, Iron Man's shoulder launched a missile, creating a colossal breach in the ship's wall. The whoosh of the rushing air followed, effortlessly sweeping the unprepared Ebony Maw out of the spacecraft, encasing him in an icy sculpture amidst the vastness of space. As the screen displayed Ebony Maw's demise, Strange exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. That was rather abrupt, wasn't it? Peter Quill commented dryly, although he appeared grotesque. I must admit his strength was formidable, and yet he met his end tossed into space. Peter Parker's focus had shifted away from the matter at hand. Instead, he gazed enviously at the 4 sharp claws extending from the small spider suit on the screen. Goodness, this suit is truly magnificent, resembling a real spider. He exclaimed with delight. Huh, this is my masterpiece. Tony Stark proudly patted his chest and assured Peter beside him, "Rest assured, I shall deliver. Once the spider suit is perfected, I will gift you the most formidable one. It will be available tomorrow, and I kindly ask everyone to show their support." Chapter 83. The comedic Guardians of the Galaxy strike back. Thor is not dead. After vanquishing Ebony Maw, Doctor Strange insisted on returning to Earth, which displeased Tony Stark, leading to a heated argument between the two. Tony believed that if Strange had escaped with the Time Stone earlier, they would not be facing such troubles now. It was Doctor Strange's stubbornness that had led to their current predicament aboard the spaceship. Noticing the tension between the two, Peter, the small spider, swiftly interjected with humor, easing the dispute between Tony and Strange. Yet, they soon confronted a more pressing dilemma. Should they face Thanos directly or devise a means to return to Earth? This question sparked a fresh disagreement between them. Doctor Strange asserted, "Under no circumstances should we relinquish the Time Stone to Thanos. You still do not comprehend the gravity of the situation." Observing the nonchalant expression on Tony's face, Strange's tone grew more earnest. "I do not understand," Tony retorted, stepping closer to Strange, his voice low yet fervent. "What you fail to grasp is that the shadow of Thanos has haunted me for 6 years. Tony spoke rapidly, believing that engaging Thanos on his home turf would be more advantageous, suggesting they take him by surprise while he was unprepared. After a moment of silence, Strange nodded in agreement, but cautioned Tony, "We may initiate an offensive, but you must be prepared. If I must choose between you, this child, and the Time Stone, I would unhesitatingly sacrifice both of you. I must do this for the fate of the entire universe." Tony dismissed the warning entirely and turned to announce to the small spider, "From this day forth, you are a member of the Avengers." Bruce Banner remarked, "So, it turns out the proposal to take the initiative and change the battlefield was Stark's idea all along. We misunderstood Strange, thinking he was the mastermind behind the plan." Reed Richards added with a chuckle, "I recall someone just insisting they possessed the Time Stone and must have glimpsed the future. This is quite the slap in the face. It makes me question why Master Goo he chose to pass on the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme to Strange." The esteemed Master Mordo refrained from expressing his opinion, yet silently bestowed a like upon Reed. Strange, with an unwavering spirit, lifted his chin defiantly. "Ha! I refuse to believe that as the Supreme Sorcerer, I am unprepared. Furthermore, it is plausible that my foresight through the Time Stone granted me insight into Stark's intentions, leading me to follow his lead." Peter Quill, brimming with admiration, nudged Captain Marvel with his elbow and inquired curiously, "Has this fellow always been this shameless?" Captain Marvel shrugged and pushed Quill aside, replying, I am not well acquainted with you all. I wouldn't know. The scene shifts, and the circular spacecraft swiftly approaches its designated destination, observing the ground drawing nearer. The three occupants within the ship are suddenly engulfed in panic. They are still quite inexperienced with operating this vessel. Through the vigorous efforts of Iron Man and Spider-Man, the spacecraft ultimately avoids a disastrous collision with the ruins of a structure on the planet, disintegrating instead upon landing. In this critical moment, Doctor Strange hastily conjured a colossal magical shield. Sheesh, I never wish to ride in any vehicle you pilot again, Strange remarked, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Stark shrugged. Everyone has their first time, right? Besides, I'm not like this variant. I can pilot a Gundam now. So this little ship is a piece of cake. As the spacecraft touched down, Spider-Man, suspended upside down, suddenly warned of an approaching threat. No sooner had he spoken than a round grenade hurtled toward them, exploding between the three and sending them sprawling. Three figures emerged at the entrance of the spacecraft, and with a roar, Drax the Destroyer hurled 2 daggers toward Doctor Strange. Upon witnessing the flying blades, Strange swiftly deployed his magical shield to intercept them and subsequently ensnare Drax with his floating cloak. Star-Lord, Peter Quill, was engaged in a skirmish with Iron Man. During their close-quarters combat, Quill utilized a magnet to pin Iron Man against a nearby metallic apparatus. Alongside Mantis, they restrained Peter Parker, pressing a firearm against his temple. Everyone, freeze, calm down, Quill commanded, observing Spider-Man being taken hostage. Unyielding, Tony, after freeing himself from the magnet, aimed his palm repulsor at the fallen Drax the Destroyer. What the heck is that me? Peter Quill exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing himself unmasked on the screen. Turning to Strange and Tony, he wore a peculiar expression. There's footage of my entrance. Surely next, I will be depicted as Star-Lord, claiming you all as my loyal subordinates. Tony Stark replied with confusion. Upon unmasking, Quill leveled his weapon at Iron Man. I will only ask you once, where's Gamora? Iron Man also removed his mask, revealing Tony's face, puzzled as he looked at Quill. Then allow me to pose a more sophisticated question. Who is Gamora? The two individuals found themselves in a stalemate. Star-Lord, gazing at the uncooperative Iron Man, declared fiercely, very well, if you refuse to divulge her whereabouts. I shall eliminate all 3 of you and seek out Thanos myself. Upon hearing this, Tony and Strange quickly grasped the situation. Tony inquired, It is now my turn to ask, to whom do you pledge your allegiance? To whom do I pledge my allegiance? Peter Quill retorted, still agitated. How am I to answer that? Jesus Christ. Tony, rendered speechless by his response, lowered his weapon and pointed at Star-Lord, asking, You hail from Earth? No, I am from Missouri. Isn't Missouri on Earth, you fool? The others chimed in. Wanda remarked, This exchange sounds oddly familiar. Reed stated, If we are not hallucinating, yesterday, in the live stream, Loki engaged in a strikingly similar dialogue with this Star-Lord. Coulson added, coincidentally, based on the name and location he provided, we have indeed traced his history. Peter Quill, born in 1988, vanished after his mother's death, reportedly running out of the hospital. Witnesses claimed to have seen an alien spacecraft overhead at the time of his disappearance, leading many to insist he was abducted by extraterrestrials. It appears now that this is indeed the case. Mother, Peter Quill murmured, suddenly pulling an old portable cassette player from his pocket. Oh my God, does anyone still use such antiquated devices? Exclaimed Peter Parker, astonished by the vintage player. He then rummaged through his own pocket and produced a sleek, modern music player, offering it to Peter Quill. Honestly, this relic has been obsolete for years. Today's devices can hold thousands, even tens of thousands of songs. Star-Lord curiously accepted the slim music player, examining it thoroughly before asking, Don't deceive me. How can such a thin device hold a cassette? Cassette? No. We now download music directly onto this device, Peter Parker explained, demonstrating how to use the player. He then queried, Do those aliens in the universe not listen to music? Child, you are straying off topic, Tony Stark interjected, gesturing for Peter Parker to refocus on the screen. So, you're not allied with Thanos? At this moment, Peter, still restrained by webs, questioned Star-Lord, who was controlling him from behind. Allied with Thanos? Star-Lord's expression contorted in disbelief. Certainly not. We are here to eliminate Thanos. He has taken my girlfriend, and I intend to settle the score. But who are you exactly? Peter, removing his helmet, proudly introduced himself. We are the Avengers. The Mantis, ensnared in webs, exclaimed in excitement. You are the ones Thor mentioned. You know Thor? Tony felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Thor's name, recalling that Banner had previously claimed he was dead. Star-Lord nodded, his expression filled with disdain. Of course, that tall guy, not particularly good-looking and desperately in need of affection. Curious, Strange inquired, so, where's Thor now? Thor interjected, Did I hear my name? So I'm not dead? Ha, brother, did you hear that? I'm alive. Loki slowly curled his lips into a faint smile, inhaling deeply as he reflected. The explosion of the ship and the vacuum of space had failed to extinguish Thor, his future brother. Just how formidable had he become? His physical strength was almost monstrous. Yet, Loki soon fell into contemplation. Given Thor's immense power, how could Asgard still have been destroyed? Could it truly be that Thanos unleashed an assault on Asgard with the Power Stone? In Asgard, upon hearing the news of Thor's survival, Odin and Frigga finally exhaled in relief. Frigga grasped Odin's hand tightly, sighing softly. I should be glad to hear that Thor is alive. But thinking of the Loki from that world who has perished, I cannot help but feel sorrow. Odin reciprocated the grip, stroking the queen's hand. The news of Thor's survival invigorated him. As long as life remained, he believed Asgard could be rebuilt, even if it had been destroyed. Observing the queen wipe her tears, Odin sighed, his single eye gleaming with golden light as he gazed at the screen in the room. Do not worry, my queen, as long as I draw breath. I vow to protect both Thor and Loki. The narrative continued. After clearing up misunderstandings, Tony and Star-Lord's factions engaged in pleasant discussions regarding Thanos' impending attack, during which Tony shared his plan. However, the destroyer Drax seemed utterly uninterested, even yawning, which irked Iron Man. Star-Lord then explained they typically don't adhere to plans. Curious, Spider-Man asked, so how do they usually operate? Kick their butts and rob them blind, was Mantis's response, leaving Tony and Spider-Man dumbfounded, gazing at their optimistic demeanor in disbelief. Wanda couldn't help but laugh, clutching her stomach. I'm dying of laughter. Just look at the bewildered expression on Tony Stark's face. Phil Coulson remarked, well, I must say, Star-Lord, your team is truly hilarious. Bruce Banner added, I bet Tony has never heard such a heart-stopping response in his life. In the live broadcast room, Carol nudged the equally skeptical Star-Lord with her elbow, glancing at him with curiosity. Are your teammates always this foolish? Peter Quill shook his head in confusion, exclaiming that he had no such unreliable teammates, which only diminished his standing. Tony sighed in exasperation and resumed, urging Star-Lord to gather his companions for yet another pre-battle rally. To his astonishment, he found Quill to be even less dependable than his two comrades. Reluctantly, Tony approached Spider-Man, lamenting that the young hero had not uttered a single serious word. Young hero? Quill interjected, visibly displeased as he stepped forward, saying, do not forget, I possess only half of human lineage, so even if I am foolish, it is merely half as foolish as you. He gestured in a circle towards Iron Man, stating, you are 100% foolish. Your mathematical prowess is truly astonishing. The laughter erupted once more in the live stream. However, after the amusement subsided, the crowd's curiosity shifted to Star-Lord, who stood at the edge. You have only half human blood? Does that mean your father is not human? Dr. Strange inquired, only to be met with an expression of shock from Quill. Peter Quill slowly shook his head, gazing at the curious faces around him as he said, I do not know. I was kidnapped by marauders aboard their ship at a young age. No one told me my heritage, and my mother never revealed who my father was. It sounded like a tragic tale, yet curiosity piqued. If this fellow could be abducted by aliens, it seemed his father must be a figure of some significance in the cosmos. Tony clenched his fist against his palm, asserting otherwise. What could he possibly possess that would attract the attention of extraterrestrials? As the footage continued, amidst Quill and Tony's dispute, Mantis suddenly called out from behind Iron Man, excuse me, does your friend often behave this way? The group collectively turned to see Dr. Strange, floating mid-air, his head twisting erratically. Just as Tony approached him, Dr. Strange, engaged in time magic, suddenly paused, dispelling the spell of the Eye of Agamotto. He gasped, stumbling to the ground. Tony rushed to support him, observing his bewildered expression and asking, "You're back? What happened? What were you just doing?" Spider-Man inquired with curiosity. Doctor Strange, panting heavily and appearing shaken, replied, "I just ventured into the future and witnessed various outcomes. I saw all the possible results of this battle." Star-Lord, his demeanor serious, questioned, "How many outcomes did you see?" 14,000,605. "And how many times did we emerge victorious?" Iron Man asked, intrigued. Doctor Strange swallowed hard, his expression grave as he turned his gaze to Tony, slowly uttering a single word, "Once." At that moment, the image abruptly cut off, and the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed once more, announcing, "A new round of questions begins. In this battle, how can victory be attained? Thor, the god of thunder, slays Thanos with his storm axe. Captain Marvel returns to Earth, defeating all of Thanos' armies and ultimately vanquishing him. The Hulk utilizes the Infinity Gauntlet to resurrect the fallen warriors, rejoining the fight as the group unites to overpower Thanos. Iron Man snaps his fingers while wielding the Infinity Gauntlet, eradicating Thanos. Let the answering begin. Each participant in the live stream has but one opportunity to respond. Those who answer correctly will be awarded 200 live stream points along with a random prize. Failure to answer correctly will trigger an unknown penalty. As new questions arise, the atmosphere within the live stream remains unchanged. Upon hearing Doctor Strange mention, they have only triumphed once. A heavy silence envelopes the room. Is Thanos truly that terrifying? It is essential to understand that among the 14,000,605 outcomes, each represents a distinct multiverse, with 14,000,604 of those worlds having succumbed to Thanos' tyranny. This implies that their counterparts in parallel universes have also perished at his hands. Tony Stark murmurs softly, glancing at Strange. "Tell me, sorcerer, were those words mere folly?" Strange opens his mouth, helplessly responding, "I wish that were the case, but it is evidently impossible." Peter Parker, though not directly affected as it does not pertain to his universe, shares their dismay, contemplating the countless worlds ravaged by a madman of war. The sorcerers of Kamartaj turn their gazes toward Master Gu-E, with Mordo expressing his uncertainty. "Master, is Thanos truly this formidable?" Rarely setting aside her fan, Master Gu-E observes the fear etched on her disciples' faces and slowly nods. "Though I hesitate to shatter your spirits." His possession of 6 Infinity Stones and the Gauntlet indeed surpasses even that of the All-Father Odin. Mordo and Caecilius exchange shocked glances, struggling to comprehend the revelation that Thanos, with 6 stones, is mightier than the Sorcerer Supreme. How then can Strange and his companions hope to defeat such an adversary? The power he has displayed seems insurmountable. In despair, Mordo laments, shaking his head, increasingly perplexed as to why Master Gu entrusted the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme to Strange. Amidst the silence of the live stream, the ever-optimistic Thor rises once more. "Hey, friends, why the silence? Didn't that sorcerer say we would prevail?" Loki closes his eyes, letting out a resigned sigh. "All right, brother. Perhaps now is not the time for your optimism. Winning merely once among over 14 million outcomes is hardly something to inspire confidence. But at least we have won, have we not?" Thor continued, "Loki, over the course of more than 1,000 years, I have engaged in countless battles, the vast majority of which were perilous. And even I could not guarantee victory. Yet, why is it that I emerge triumphant each time? It is because I refuse to surrender, I refuse to falter. What of Thanos? What are the Infinity Stones? He failed to vanquish me last time, and this time it shall be his turn to perish." Although Thor's words might sound somewhat brash and exaggerated, in such an atmosphere, they serve as a modicum of inspiration, redirecting everyone's attention back to the task at hand. At that moment, Reed Richards suddenly spoke up. "Having examined these questions, it is my first encounter with a multiple-choice question." Bruce Banner added, "What is the big deal?" During our first live stream, there were questions graded on the completeness of answers. Loki glanced at the options before casting his gaze toward Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Narrowing his eyes slightly, The system's options rarely stray aimlessly. Does this imply that this woman possesses the power to confront Thanos directly? Sensing Loki's gaze, Carol slowly turned to meet his eyes. Recognizing that he had been caught staring, Loki donned a bashful smile and waved at her. Yet his enthusiastic greeting earned him a roll of the eyes. Wanda remarked, "Uncle Reed, have you figured out the answer yet?" "I'm eagerly awaiting your analysis." Reed replied, "Little girl, do you take me for a sheep to be sheared? Besides, on a question reliant solely on guesswork, your choices are likely more reliable than mine." Tony, resting his chin in contemplation, snapped his fingers and spoke. "Among these options, 3 methods of defeating Thanos are presented. It stands to reason that since Thor has been vanquished by Thanos, he should not be his equal. Thus we can eliminate those options. Moreover, the claims are rather extravagant. A single individual defeating Thanos' army and killing him sounds like a tale spun from fantasy. While the options may seem cruel, death is an inevitable part of battle. Hence, Banner's act of wielding the Infinity Gauntlet to resurrect everyone seems justifiable to me. Is there any issue with casting a vote for myself? I choose." Ding. Tony Stark's response is complete. The system commences evaluation. Ding. Tony Stark's answer is incorrect. Random penalty awarded. After 7 seconds of memory withdrawal from space, Tony Stark's memory will significantly decline, a state lasting for 6 months. Aha, wrong answer. You deserve it. Who told you not to choose me? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Thor erupted in laughter. However, given the logic in your analysis, I shall graciously include you. I choose. Ding. Thor Odinson's response is complete. The system commences evaluation. Ding. Thor Odinson's answer is correct. Thor Odinson receives 200 live stream points. In today's unexpected respite from work due to the pandemic, I endeavor to release 4 chapters, commencing with Chapter 85, The Great Battle Against Thanos. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Thor leapt from the sofa in a fit of excitement, joyfully seizing Dr. Shavig and the others who had just returned and began to dance in circles. Meanwhile, the live audience was astounded by Thor's ability to answer the question correctly, their incredulity directed solely at the answer itself. Thanos had been slain twice. Bruce Banner pondered in confusion. How could this be? Does he possess immortality? Doctor Strange stroked his stubble thoughtfully, speculating. Perhaps he truly wrested the time stone from my grasp, thereby granting himself a temporal rewind. Tony Stark, hearing this, snapped his fingers and addressed Strange. But does he even wield time magic? Not necessarily. Loki interjected suddenly. The purpose of the Infinity Gauntlet is to enable the wielder to harness the true power of the stones. If Thanos acquires the Time Stone, as long as he dons the gauntlet, he can wield its power with effortless precision. Tony nodded in agreement. Then the matter becomes straightforward. Since Strange forbids us from destroying his stones, we need only seize that gauntlet. Bruce Banner added. Yet it appears the situation is not so simple. Look at the options available. I can resurrect the warriors who have fallen and re-engage them in battle to vanquish Thanos. Who, precisely, are these slain warriors? How many are there? Upon hearing this, Tony Stark suddenly recalled something, drawing in a sharp breath as he slowly articulated. Do you remember the question posed by the system after Thanos killed Loki? Both Loki and Strange paused, momentarily taken aback, before Loki coldly responded. Thanos collects the Infinity Stones to snap his fingers? Tony nodded and continued. There was also a question regarding why Thanos invaded planets, only to eliminate half their populations. The more he spoke, the more terrifying the implications became, his expression reflecting sheer horror. Loki has mentioned that collecting all the Infinity Stones grants one the power to control the universe. If we consider these 2 questions together, could it be that Thanos wishes to use the Infinity Stones to eradicate half of Earth's population? As the speculation hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the group. The previous inquiries regarding Thanos had already served as a warning. Yet when Tony Stark pierced through this veil of disbelief, the weight of the revelation felt unbearable. The seemingly absurd act of snapping his fingers was, in fact, a means to expedite his murderous intent. Reed Richards, the Fantastic Mister, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he tightened his shirt. This madman is truly terrifying. Since there are concerns about the uneven distribution of resources among the population, why then does he not wish to double the resources? Possessing the power to command the universe. Achieving such a feat should be quite simple, wouldn't it? A mere snap of the fingers to eliminate half? Captain Steve Rogers gazed in shock at the conclusions drawn by Tony and Loki, his face a canvas of disbelief. How could such madness exist? After all, that equates to over 3 billion lives. Those watching the live broadcast felt a jolt of trepidation, instinctively clutching their hearts as they sensed the rapid pounding caused by their shock and fear. The wristwatch of Bruce Banner emitted another alarm, prompting him to refocus and engage in diaphragmatic breathing to stabilize his emotions. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Odin was equally taken aback by Tony's conjecture. Previously, upon witnessing Thanos collect the Infinity Stones, Odin had assumed this being was merely a power-hungry figure reminiscent of his younger self. Little did he know, Thanos gathered the stones not for power, but to facilitate a more efficient slaughter. Was this truly the intended use of the Infinity Stones' power? Odin felt an urge to pry open Thanos' mind, desperate to understand the logic behind his madness. The imagery continued to unfold. A cerulean spatial portal opened, and Thanos' figure emerged slowly from within. Upon seeing the familiar desolation of Titan, along with the wreckage of a crashed spaceship, Thanos furrowed his brow. At that moment, Doctor Strange, seated above, initiated a greeting, capturing Thanos' attention. Seeing him, Thanos sighed. It appears Ebony Maw has perished. This day has indeed cost me dearly, yet he accomplished his mission. Doctor Strange smiled. Don't celebrate too soon. You still have to contend with me, the master of the mystic arts. The scene shifted, revealing Star-Lord and Spider-Man cautiously hiding among the ruins. At this juncture, Thanos clenched his left fist, the Infinity Gauntlet adorned with 4 radiant stones. As the Reality Stone illuminated, it transformed the surrounding debris into a vibrant planet. While Thanos proceeded to introduce his homeworld to Doctor Strange and unveiled his grand design. Regarding those planets afflicted by overpopulation, Thanos opined that only through a completely random massacre, devoid of personal sentiment and distinctions of status, could the correct path be pursued. They all claim I am mad. Yet the reality aligns perfectly with my predictions. Upon finishing, Thanos retracted the power of the Reality Stone, prompting Strange to issue a sardonic laugh. Congratulations, great prophet. However, Thanos paid no heed to his mockery and continued, with all 6 Infinity Stones at my disposal, a mere snap of my fingers will eradicate them. This, too, is my mercy towards them. Then, I shall sit in a tranquil universe and behold the beauty of the sunrise. For only the most potent can make such a harrowing choice. Nick Fury could no longer restrain his fury, exclaiming, "Listen, what utter nonsense is this?" Coulson, equally speechless, leaned back in his chair, realizing that events had indeed unfolded in the most disastrous manner they had anticipated. Star-Lord gazed incredulously at Thanos on the screen, lamenting. How can someone so deranged possess such formidable power, and yet have so many followers? The thought that this fiend had abducted the girlfriend he had yet to meet ignited a growing anger within him. What a scoundrel! Upon hearing this, Doctor Strange lost all desire to converse, spreading his magical shield and challenging Thanos. You will soon discover that our resolve is no less formidable than yours. Upon hearing a look of confusion crossed Thanos' face. In the next moment, he abruptly looked skyward as a colossal wreck of a spaceship, propelled by Iron Man, came crashing down, instantly burying him beneath the earth. Seeing Thanos trapped, the others sprang into action. A burst of purple light erupted, swiftly dismantling the massive wreckage into scattered fragments. Thanos, seething with rage, unleashed a furious shout, activating another Crimson Reality Stone, which transformed the debris back into birds that flapped their wings and soared toward Iron Man. We must not allow him to clench his fists. After engaging Thanos in close combat, Strange quietly instructed his levitating cloak, which obediently ensnared Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. However, compared to the power of Thanos with the Power Stone, the cloak's strength was utterly insufficient and was soon torn from his left hand and cast aside. Having evaded the flock of birds, Stark finally returned to provide support, launching dozens of bombs at Thanos. Yet, the flames and shockwaves from the explosions were absorbed and transformed by the Power Stone, surging back as a torrent of fire that sent Iron Man flying. Young Spider-Man attempted to ensnare Thanos' arm with webs, but was effortlessly swatted away. At that moment, a dilapidated spaceship descended from the sky, colliding forcefully with Thanos while he was caught off guard. Nebula leaped from the ship, engaging Thanos in battle while shouting, "You should have killed me long ago. Where's my Gamora?" Another search for Gamora? As he watched Thanos effortlessly defeat everyone on the screen, Loki exhaled slowly, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. Previously, he had been exceedingly confident about defeating Thanos, but witnessing Thanos' displayed might made Loki realize his earlier confidence may have been somewhat misplaced. The power of the Infinity Stones, indeed, was formidable. Loki narrowed his eyes, an involuntary smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that he needed to hasten his plans. Observing the newly arrived ally being flung away, Doctor Strange quickly employed a new spell, the Crimson Chains of Sidorak, to bind Thanos' left hand. At this moment, Thanos' left hand, encased in the Infinity Gauntlet, could no longer maintain its grip, while Star-Lord and his companions re-emerged, each employing their powers to restrain the remaining limbs of Thanos. Observing Iron Man taking his place to grasp the Infinity Gauntlet, Doctor Strange reopened a portal, allowing the Mantis to descend from above, perching herself upon Thanos' neck. "Sleep, sleep," she murmured, her antennae glowing as she exerted her utmost effort to lull Thanos into a state of half-slumber. "Is he under control? Don't let go. Parker, hurry and assist." Upon hearing Iron Man's urgent call, Spider-Man dashed over, joining forces to pull at the Infinity Gauntlet alongside him. Seizing the opportunity while Thanos was restrained, Star-Lord triumphantly landed on the ground, holstering his weapon and taunting Thanos before inquiring once more, "Where is Gamora?" Even in his constrained state, Thanos clenched his teeth in response. "She's my Gamora." Silence. "Where is she?" The group exchanged perplexed glances at Star-Lord, their minds racing with the implications of this brief exchange. Yet at that moment, the Mantis, who was hypnotizing him, noted that Thanos' heart was steeped in sorrow and mourning. This revelation caused both Star-Lord and Nebula to shift their expressions dramatically, while Drax, the Destroyer, erupted in a furious roar, demanding to know what Thanos had to mourn about. "It is Gamora," Nebula said, turning to face Star-Lord, her voice thick with emotion. "He took Gamora to Vormir and returned with the Soul Stone, but Gamora did not come back." "Damn it, what does this mean, you bastard?" Star-Lord bellowed in agitation, the implications of Nebula's words weighing heavily on him. Could it be that his future girlfriend had perished in such a manner? As Chapter 86 unfolded, titled "The Inept Ally," observe the Supreme Sorcerer, Star-Lord's outburst caught the attention of a livestream audience, their eyes widening in shock. What had the mechanical woman just said? Vormir? Loki's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he noted the name, resolved to investigate its significance upon his return. Nick Fury, too, inscribed the name in his notebook, only to sigh in resignation afterward. The impending conflict was destined to escalate to a cosmic scale, and yet their S-H-I-E-L-D could hardly keep pace with the unfolding drama. Are there hextech runes applicable to space warfare? He pondered aloud, glancing at Coulson beside him. Coulson closed his eyes for a moment, contemplating, then shook his head. "No, but there's a rune that can facilitate group teleportation, akin to Asgard's Bifrost. However, given my current abilities, it may not reach far enough." "What use is that?" Nick sighed in exasperation. "Kamartaj can do that too. And it's simpler, just draw a circle with your hand." Captain Marvel's face also displayed a look of keen interest. She was aware of the location of the Vormir planet, but had never taken the time to visit it, unaware that it harbored an Infinity Stone. The footage continued. Upon hearing Nebula's words, Star-Lord Quill slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with disbelief as he fixated on the disoriented Thanos. Noticing Quill's unsettling demeanor, Iron Man hastily removed his helmet, urgently advising him, "Quill, you must remain calm. Do you understand? Do not act rashly. We will remove the gauntlet shortly." Iron Man's voice grew increasingly frantic on the screen, causing those watching the live broadcast to collectively hold their breath. However, Star-Lord paid no heed to Tony's counsel, teetering on the brink of emotional collapse as he implored Thanos, "Tell me he is lying, you bastard. Tell me this is all a fabrication." Yet, the Thanos controlled by Mantis bore a sorrowful expression that was unmistakable as he spoke in fragmented phrases. "I had no choice. This cannot be. This cannot be." Upon hearing Thanos' words, tears welled in Star-Lord's eyes as he grasped the grim reality that Gamora had indeed been slain by Thanos. This realization sent him into a complete breakdown, unleashing a frenzied roar while he relentlessly struck Thanos' head. Twice. Mantis's hands were also struck by the weapon in Quill's grasp, causing her to reflexively release her hold. Seeing this, Tony promptly abandoned his attempt to remove the gauntlet and intervened to restrain the agitated Star-Lord. The number of individuals controlling Thanos was suddenly halved, leaving only Spider-Man still vigorously attempting to pry off the gauntlet, rapidly exclaiming, "Almost there. I'm nearly done." However, at the very moment the gauntlet began to slip from Thanos' grasp, freed from Mantis' control, his chaotic eyes regained clarity. Instinctively, he seized the gauntlet once more and, with a powerful thrust, sent all those who restrained him flying. What on earth? What is this madness? Just when it seemed that Thanos was on the verge of losing the gauntlet and the battle plan was about to succeed, he awakened due to Star-Lord's assault, turning the tide against Iron Man and the others. The viewers in the live stream were instantly incensed. "Why?" Extraordinary Peter was the first to exclaim, shrugging and pointing at the screen as he questioned Star-Lord. "If you could just wait another 10 seconds, Spider-Man could remove the gauntlet, and then you could decide how to deal with Thanos. Why'd you have to wake him up?" Doctor Strange, equally exasperated, buried his face in his hands. "I cannot comprehend this. If the previous plan had succeeded, we could have eliminated Thanos, and this crisis would have been resolved." Wanda, too, expressed her frustration in the chat. "I finally understand why Uncle Strange said there was only one successful outcome out of 14 million attempts. With such a bumbling teammate, how can we ever win?" Star-Lord listened to the jest directed at him, and, for an unprecedented moment, felt a pang of embarrassment. He squatted down in silence, exclaiming, "Please, stop the insults. I truly do not understand why I've lost my mind." Loki shook his head, remarking, "Another poor soul ensnared by the whims of love. Why can't you learn from my brother Thor? When I threatened to slay his beloved, Thor nearly crushed me with his hammer." Thor, appearing on the screen, expressed his disbelief with a question mark. "How could that be? You are my dearest brother. I would never harm you." That was the act of a parallel universe. Merely an illusion. He then inquired, "By the way, did you plead my case to Heimdall after returning yesterday?" Loki chuckled lightly. "I almost forgot to mention it. Father specifically instructed Heimdall that you are not to be released for the next few months." "That is impossible. Loki, you are deceiving me." Ignoring Thor's furious outburst, Tony pounded his chest to calm himself, letting out a resigned sigh. "Well, since we find ourselves in this predicament, we must observe how this multiverse version of me, along with Strange, can devise a strategy to defeat Thanos. Alas, it seems rather bleak." Loki scoffed, "You are overthinking it. A Thanos wielding a single gem can overpower the Hulk, myself, Heimdall, and Thor. How could you possibly stand a chance against a Thanos with 4 gems?" The footage continued. Faced with Iron Man's obstruction, Thanos clenched his fist and summoned a surge of purple energy from the Power Stone, obliterating a satellite of Titan above and sending its fragments crashing down towards Tony. Countless meteors streaked through the atmosphere like a legendary meteor shower, thundering towards Iron Man. No matter how deftly Tony dodged, the relentless rain of meteors ultimately buried him beneath the ground. As the meteors struck, the shockwave sent the unconscious Star-Lord and others soaring into the air. Observing this, Spider-Man frantically shot webs, desperately rescuing Star-Lord and the others. Having dealt with Iron Man, Thanos now faced the Sorcerer Supreme, Strange. The two exchanged a calm gaze before launching their respective assaults. Doctor Strange extended his hands, unleashing crimson bolts of energy that forced Thanos to leap. Unyielding, Thanos retaliated with a robust blast of purple energy aimed at Strange. As he saw the violet brilliance approaching, Strange remained unfazed, summoning the mirror dimension to nullify the Power Stone's energy surge. With a thrust of his hands, the diamond-patterned mirror dimension advanced toward Thanos. Strange aimed to ensnare him within the mirror dimension, recalling that the Ancient One had once stated that if an enemy is trapped within, they cannot escape unless they possess a certain talisman. However, the intention was noble. Yet against the mirror dimension, Thanos merely delivered a powerful punch, shattering it completely. The Azure Space Gem illuminated as the shattered mirror realm was reformed by Thanos, giving rise to an ever-expanding black hole that surged towards Doctor Strange. Upon witnessing the black hole, entwined with earth and debris, approaching him, Doctor Strange swiftly invoked the ancient form of Hogarth, obliterating the black hole that Thanos had propelled and transmuting that force into countless green butterflies. The returning butterflies startled Thanos momentarily. However, upon realizing they posed no threat, he regained his composure. Yet, Doctor Strange did not relent. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the duplication spell, Econ's form, summoning a multitude of doppelgangers, each wielding slender magical energy whips. Thousands of these magical whips ensnared Thanos' arms tightly. Observing Strange's continuous release of legendary spells on the screen, the mages of Camartage were left dumbfounded. Could it truly be that this individual had only studied magic for a few years? The spells he performed were beyond the capabilities of even the most skilled mages present. Yet he wielded them with such finesse, engaging Thanos, who possessed 4 stones, in a formidable exchange. Master Mordo cast a surprised glance at Ancient One, who was gracefully fanning herself with a satisfied smile, and instantly comprehended her intentions. Indeed, Strange's talent was unparalleled among the mages of Camartage. It was no wonder he had mastered such a vast array of magic in just a few short years. Caecilius looked on with a complex expression at Strange's stunning performance on the screen, recalling when Master Ancient One had once praised his own extraordinary talent during his magical studies. A compliment that had swelled his pride for quite some time. Yet, it appeared he had merely been gazing at the sky from a well. Wanda, watching from the screen, widened her eyes in awe at Strange's suave demeanor, enviously murmuring, "Is learning magic really that impressive? I must master that dark grimoire, no matter what." In a live stream, as Strange single-handedly confronted Thanos with an array of unique spells, he excitedly applauded himself and declared to those around him, "Is there anyone left who doubts my prowess? Behold, this is the might of the Sorcerer Supreme." Tony, unable to contain his amusement, patted the excited Strange on the shoulder, dousing him with a dose of reality. "Wake up. Stop dreaming. This is the alternate version of you. No matter how suave he seems, it has nothing to do with you." Moreover, a mischievous grin crept onto Tony's face. "You are still just a powerless surgeon." Thanks for the reminder. The exhilaration that had just surged within Strange dissipated in an instant, and he retorted with indignation towards Tony. "I see you're just jealous. Jealous that I'm stronger and more handsome than you." Loki, expressionless, observed Strange as he bantered with the likes of Peter and Tony, slowly rubbing his fingers together. This fellow possesses such formidable magical talent. From an apprentice incapable of wielding magic to a supreme mage capable of confronting the formidable Thanos. This transformation transpired in merely a few years. If granted a few more years, would he not surpass Odin in strength? Loki pondered introspectively. Had the live-streaming system not emerged, with his current abilities, he could hardly contend with Thanos, let alone withstand the might of Doctor Strange, who could easily overpower him. This realization left him in a state of profound unease, as his millennia of arduous magical training paled in comparison to the efforts of a mere mortal over a few years. Chapter 87. The Defeated Ones. The footage continued to play. Confronted by the magical energy whip ensnaring him, Thanos remained unfazed, clenching his left fist. The brilliance of the Power Stone illuminated, instantaneously dispelling all surrounding magical energies and obliterating Doctor Strange's myriad astral projections, leaving only his true self, who landed awkwardly on the ground. Subsequently, Thanos clenched his left fist once more. The reality and space stones glimmered, folding the space between him and Doctor Strange, directly bringing the sorcerer before him. You seem to have quite a bit of magic, mage, yet you have not utilized your ultimate weapon even once. Thanos sneered as he effortlessly extracted the eye of Agamotto from Strange's chest, crushing it with disappointment as he remarked, "So, it was merely a fade." With that, Thanos forcefully hurled Strange aside, rendering him unconscious once more. "Is that all?" Captain Marvel exclaimed upon witnessing Doctor Strange's unconscious state, unable to restrain herself. Then, glancing at Strange within the live stream, she managed a faint smile. "Apologies, I meant no offense. I simply did not expect Thanos to triumph in this manner." Reed Richards remarked, "Well, I had anticipated that Strange would swiftly deal with Thanos, yet it appears that Thanos possesses superior skills." Bruce Banner sighed, "There's no denying it. Thanos with the Four Stones is utterly terrifying. It is understandable that Strange cannot contend with him, but the feeling of hope followed by disappointment is quite disheartening. If Thanos is this formidable with 4 stones, how shall we prevail when he gathers all 6? Tony pondered, stroking his chin, his brow furrowing. "I simply cannot fathom a solution." As he gazed at the unconscious Doctor Strange, Thanos was about to approach and demand the location of the stones when a mechanical device suddenly flew towards him, restraining his left hand and preventing him from closing the Infinity Gauntlet. Having narrowly escaped, Iron Man landed firmly, his face hidden behind his helmet. Brimming with fury, "If you dare to strike me with satellites again, I shall not hold back." Facing the armored figure, Thanos calmly called out, "Stark." This caught Iron Man by surprise. "You know me?" Thanos smiled faintly. "Of course. You're not the only one cursed by knowledge." Tony, upon hearing this, lost all interest in conversation and unleashed several miniature missiles aimed directly at Thanos. However, as the smoke from the missiles dissipated, Thanos stood unscathed in his place. Witnessing this, Iron Man no longer hesitated. Seizing the moment while Thanos was still unresponsive, he charged forward. The nanomaterials on his legs coalesced, delivering a powerful kick to Thanos' chest, causing him to lose his balance. Subsequently, his hands transformed into a pile driver, striking Thanos' chest with great force. In retaliation, Thanos crushed Iron Man's helmet with a single hand and sent Tony flying with a punch. He then shattered the mechanical device on his left hand, tightening his fist to unleash a wave of purple energy. As the purple energy wave approached, Tony swiftly conjured a massive shield to deflect the impending attack. "Stark, can you truly withstand the energy of the Power Stone? The material of your armor is quite extraordinary," Bruce Banner exclaimed, astonished as he observed the screen. "The Asgardian ship was utterly obliterated by the Power Stone, yet your nano-armor withstands its energy." With the onslaught of the Power Stone's energy, Stark staggered but quickly regained his composure, accelerating towards Thanos. The armor on his left foot transformed into a colossal claw, pinning down Thanos' left hand, while his left arm morphed into a metallic hammer radiating blue light, delivering a fierce blow to Thanos' face. With a resounding thud, Thanos bent at the waist from the impact, surprised to find a scrape on his right cheek. Yet, he remained unfazed, wearing a mocking grin as he gazed at Iron Man up close, deriding, "Is this all the strength you possess?" As soon as the words left his lips, Thanos forcefully overturned Iron Man, who had been pressing down on him with his weight, and took a few steps forward to deliver a punch aimed at Tony's head. Caught off guard, Tony quickly raised his arms to block the incoming strike. Hud. Thanos' fists rained down upon Tony, shattering his armor and sending fragments flying in all directions. Subsequently, Thanos lifted the weakened Iron Man and unleashed another energy blast that sent him hurtling away. This close-range assault finally breached the armor encasing Tony, and upon seeing Thanos advance towards him once more, Tony hastily summoned other parts of his nano-armor to reinforce his arms, launching a golden energy pulse at Thanos. However, Thanos effortlessly intercepted the attack with the Infinity Gauntlet and approached Tony without impediment, delivering a resounding slap that shattered the armor on his head. At this point, only half of Tony's armor remained, leaving his body exposed. In desperation, Tony condensed a portion of the nano-armor into a short sword, making a final reckless thrust towards Thanos. With the towering advantage of the Titan race, Thanos effortlessly grasped Stark's wrist, forcefully twisting it to snap the short sword from his grip, then swiftly plunged it into Stark's unprotected abdomen. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, and Tony's body was jolted as if struck by a tremendous force, causing him to stumble backward and collapse onto a pile of rubble. "Oh my goodness!" exclaimed the extraordinary Peter, witnessing Tony's grievous injury. He could not help but gasp, subsequently feeling embarrassed as he caught the glances of others around him. Tony sighed deeply, reflecting on the inevitable defeat that had befallen them. Star-Lord, too, was engulfed in disappointment, regretfully cradling his head in his arms, lamenting that had it not been for his actions, perhaps Thanos could have been thwarted long before, sparing everyone this dire predicament. Captain Marvel, standing beside him, gently nudged Star-Lord with her leg, prompting him to lift his gaze. "I believe you need not dwell on regret," she stated. "Firstly, this situation has yet to unfold. And secondly, even if you hadn't erred, others would surely have disrupted the plan. Do not forget that Sorcerer has foreseen over 14 million outcomes, and what you're experiencing now may very well be the singular successful instance." Star-Lord shook his head, still visibly conflicted. "What if that one chance for victory was the moment we removed the gauntlet? Then you would have perished, but it wouldn't concern you in this world," Carol shrugged, her expression somewhat bemused. "Strange, isn't it? Yesterday, when you entered the live stream, you were brimming with pride. Buck up, channel that energy you had when confronting Stark." Tony interjected, baffled. "Why drag me into this? I hold you in high regard, Stark," Thanos declared triumphantly, having vanquished Iron Man. He supported Tony's head, allowing him to rest against the debris. "When I succeed, half of humanity will survive. Of course, I hope they will remember you." With that, Thanos coldly raised the Infinity Gauntlet once more, the 4 embedded gems beginning to glow ominously. "Stop!" At that moment, Doctor Strange's voice resonated through the air. Thanos turned to meet his gaze. Looking at Thanos, Doctor Strange seemed to surrender as he spoke. "Spare his life, and I shall offer you the Infinity Stones. Do not presume to negotiate." Thanos aimed the gauntlet menacingly at the sorcerer. Strange shook his head, disregarding Tony's protests, and summoned the Time Stone from the void, handing it over to Thanos under Tony's helpless stare. As Thanos embedded the Time Stone into the gauntlet, a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Just one more." Suddenly, a barrage of energy projectiles erupted from a distance, and the newly revived Star-Lord charged forward, shouting in fury as he unleashed a relentless assault on Thanos. Yet, unfazed by the commotion, Thanos opened a portal and departed from the scene. Star-Lord, lost in purpose, gazed sorrowfully at the surrounding ruins, along with the despondent figures of Tony and Strange, and incredulously inquired, "Have we lost?" At that moment, Tony, weary of the conversation, turned to Strange, his face a mask of confusion, and asked, "Why have you done this?" Strange exhaled slowly. "We have reached the final juncture." The image abruptly interrupted, and the cold, mechanical voice of the system resounded once more. "A new round of questions begins. Question: in this world, why did Strange surrender the Time Stone?" Note: this is a multiple-choice question. 1. To protect Iron Man, Tony Stark, from death. 2. Doctor Strange was initially stalling to ensure Ant-Man's survival. 3. Because Thor exists on Earth, Strange believes he can handle Thanos. 4. Doctor Strange believes that Vision, the keeper of the last stone, can easily defeat Thanos. Please begin answering. Each participant in the live stream has only one opportunity to respond. Those who answer correctly will receive 200 live stream points and a random reward. Failing to answer will trigger an unknown penalty. Chapter 88. The Power of the Phoenix. Strange turned to Ash another multiple-choice question. The audience in the live stream scratched their heads in exasperation. It was already challenging to answer questions based on guesswork, and now a multiple-choice question was presented. What a gamble! Are we to be as fortunate as Thor, the fool? Nevertheless, one of the options must be the correct answer. I recall the previous question had already given the answer regarding Thor slaying Thanos. Strange continued, "Moreover, this option can be confirmed. After all, it was to save Tony that I would ultimately surrender the Time Stone, leaving us with only 2 options. Tony nodded in agreement, but then queried, "Who is this Ant-Man? Does anyone know him?" Nick's expression shifted as he swiftly opened his computer to search for information. He soon pulled up a classified document displaying a photograph of a bespectacled elderly gentleman with white hair. Hank Pym? Phil Coulson furrowed his brow as he read the name beside the photograph aloud. Isn't he the founder of Pym Technologies? He's Ant-Man. Nick Fury nodded slowly. This individual was once renowned alongside Howard Stark. Alas, does he possess any remarkable qualities that would compel Doctor Strange to relinquish the Time Stone to ensure his survival? Fury shook his head and instructed Coulson to share Ant-Man's information with the audience in the live stream. Upon learning of Ant-Man's identity, the others shared Coulson's bewilderment. Since we are unaware of his identity, let's take a risk and consider him a correct answer as well. In that case, only one option remains. Tony snapped his fingers, brimming with confidence as he commenced his analysis. The powers of the stones cannot interact, thus Vision could not possibly confront Thanos with the Mind Stone. Can a mere robot defeat Thanos? It seems rather implausible. After all, based on the preceding narrative, this entity was created by me, and if I cannot vanquish Thanos, I harbor doubts regarding his combat prowess. Strange, upon hearing this, turned his head. So, what do you posit is the answer? Tony nodded, raising his chin and retorted, "Why not attempt to answer the question yourself?" Strange, undeterred, boomed an answer at the screen. "I choose." Ding. Stephen Strange has completed his answer, and the system begins its evaluation. Ding. Stephen Strange answered correctly. Stephen Strange receives 200 Livestream points. Random reward of 15 Phoenix Force acquired. Wow, he got it right. But what is this Phoenix Force? Just as Strange's excited voice echoed, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, accompanied by a grunt, as a scorching essence of flames engulfed the entire Livestream room. Soon after, the sound of Phoenix's hooves resonated, and fierce flames erupted from his being, expanding outward like a bomb. The Livestream audience recoiled in alarm, but just as they thought they could not escape, a faint golden shield enveloped each person, shielding them from the flames. It resembled the moment Thor acquired Odin's power. Tony Stark suddenly addressed Loki, who stood beside him. This power feels even more formidable than that thunderous might. Loki narrowed his eyes. He had never truly felt Thor's Odin force. But Stark's implication suggested that strange power at this moment might surpass Thor's. Remarkably, this was merely 1/5 of the Phoenix Force. Could it possibly overshadow Odin's power entirely? Asgard. Odin stood, astonished, gazing at the screens below, filled with flames of red, gripping the eternal spear tightly. The Phoenix Force. This mortal has indeed garnered the favor of the Phoenix. Memories from millennia past flooded back, and Odin recollected the fiery-haired woman he encountered in his youth, the primordial Phoenix. This system can bestow the Phoenix Force upon a mortal? After a brief moment, the torrential flames began to recede, returning to Strange's body, allowing him to finally open his eyes wide. By the gods! Tony Stark playfully tapped Strange on the shoulder as he opened his eyes, his face a mask of envy. Had I known the reward would be so splendid, I should have answered the question myself. Gaining the Phoenix Force, Strange chuckled heartily, saying, no worries, future me saved your life. Consider this a favor returned. Indeed, this has been the most regrettable business venture I have ever undertaken. Tony remarked with a resigned shrug. Carol Danvers, intrigued, scrutinized Strange from head to toe and clenched her fists. Upon my return to Earth, we must engage in a friendly contest. I am eager to ascertain the true extent of your Phoenix power. Excellent. Without a moment's hesitation, Strange acquiesced to Carol's challenge, as he too was curious about his current capabilities. The scene shifts to Earth. On Earth, Thanos slowly affixed the yellow Mind Stone into the Infinity Gauntlet. As the 6 stones were successfully embedded, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, with rainbow-like patterns ascending his arms, eliciting a mixture of agony and ecstasy from Thanos. He raised his left hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, scrutinizing it intently. Before he could make a move, a powerful bolt of lightning struck his body, forcing him to stagger back. Thor, the god of thunder, descended from the heavens, eyes crackling with electricity, launching his storm axe towards Thanos below. Thanos looked up at the impending onslaught of the god of thunder, quickly clenching his fist to unleash an energy blast. The rapidly spinning axe, enveloped in lightning, effortlessly cleaved through Thanos' energy beam, and to Thanos' astonishment, it pierced his chest with ease. "Yes, that's me. Look how magnificent I am," Thor exclaimed excitedly while watching the live stream, bouncing around like an exuberant gorilla. Dr. Selvig and Jane Foster had just heard Thor recount the narrative unfolding on screen, understanding the terror of Thanos and the complex history between him and Thor. Yet, they were taken aback. The seemingly invincible Thanos, once described as horrendous, was now so easily wounded by Thor. Is the god of Asgard truly this formidable? Jane gazed at the seemingly foolish Thor, her eyes filled with intrigue. The short-haired Thor landed, his expression icy as he glared at Thanos, delivering a menacing remark while pressing the axe blade forcefully into Thanos' chest. With a scream of agony, Thanos trembled and raised his left hand, weakly addressing the fierce-faced Thor. "You should have aimed for my head." Realizing Thanos' intent, Thor incredulously exclaimed, "No." With the sound of snap, brilliant white light erupted. As the light dissipated, Thanos' body was marred with scars, and his left arm was charred. Thor, in disbelief, shouted at him, "What have you done?" However, Thanos dismissed him entirely, activating the Space Stone to escape from the scene. In the final moments of hope, a lingering sense of loss permeated the atmosphere as the viewers in the live stream witnessed Thanos successfully snap his fingers. A sigh of disappointment escaped from an unknown individual, resonating with the sentiments of others who nodded in agreement. Tony, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned his neck slightly. Thus, the path to success is often fraught with uncontrollable mishaps. Just like this battle, Star-Lord and Thor gave their all, yet one misstep led to an abyss of despair. These repeated misfortunes culminated in our ultimate defeat. How could it be? That has billions of lives at stake. Captain America still found it hard to believe, questioning whether the madman had truly lost his mind. Doctor Strange, at a loss for words, sighed. "Didn't you hear Thanos? He intends to wipe out half of the universe with a mere snap, which would mean extinguishing hundreds of billions of lives. I swear, next time, I shall sever his head," Thor proclaimed fervently, continuing, "Loki, upon our return, ask Father about the Stormbreaker. What manner of weapon is it, and where can it be found? When I return, I shall wield it to avenge you against that scoundrel Thanos." Loki's eyes twitched slightly, but he nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I will inquire this time." "This time? What do you mean? Were you deceiving me before?" Thor suddenly grasped the implication, exclaiming in the chat channel. The scene continued. On the desolate Titan, the defeated group had awakened, helping one another to rise from the ground, their faces marred with despair and defeat. Suddenly, Mantis turned to the crimson sky, alerting everyone. It seems something dreadful is occurring. As her warning resonated, Tony and the others were taken aback as they noticed ashes beginning to swirl around her. In a moment of sheer disbelief, Mantis's entire being disintegrated into dust before their astonished eyes. Following suit, Star-Lord and Drax were also reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. Tony Doctor Strange's voice emerged from behind, prompting Tony Stark to whirl around in panic, his gaze falling upon the still form of Doctor Strange on the ground. "We have no other choice," Strange calmly explained to Iron Man before his own form vanished entirely. "Mr. Stark." At that moment, the voice of young Spider-Man echoed, drawing Tony's attention once more. "I feel awful." The young hero trembled, staggering towards Tony, collapsing into his embrace. His voice quivered, filled with emotion as he stammered. "I don't know what is happening, I don't know. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, Mr. Stark. I truly do not wish to perish." His body felt light, yet in his weakened state, Tony could no longer hold him, and they both fell to the ground. In a moment of collapse, the young spider seemed to embrace his fate, accepting the grim reality of his impending demise. He gazed earnestly into Tony's face and offered a heartfelt apology, saying, "I am truly sorry." As his words faded, the young spider's body disintegrated into ashes, carried away by the evening breeze on Titan, drifting from Tony's embrace. Tony stared in disbelief at the ashes mingled with his own blood, struggling to comprehend that this was once a vibrant young man full of life. The two survivors stood in stunned silence, with Nebula's voice heavy with despair, declaring, "He truly did it." Chapter 89. He died in my arms. Live broadcast of Iron Man. As Nebula's words hung in the air, the screen above completed its broadcast, plunging into darkness. Tony remained transfixed by the screen, the echoes of the young man's cries and his calm apology still resonating in his ears. "I'm sorry. Oh, child. Where's the fault in your words? It is I who failed to protect you." Tony shook his head in anguish, striking his chest to ease his turbulent emotions. Regret washed over him for his future self. He should have been more resolute, ensuring the boys returned to Earth before boarding the ship. Perhaps Tony himself was unaware that, after witnessing the prophetic glimpses of the future in the live stream, his very nature had begun to transform imperceptibly. His attitude towards Loki had shifted from derision to empathy, and he had evolved from the carefree Tony Stark into the responsible Iron Man. The adage, "With great power comes great responsibility," resonated not only with Peter Parker, but also with Tony Stark himself. Yet, sheltered within the confines of a live stream, Tony had yet to reveal his transformation. Noticing Tony's distress, Dr. Strange gently nudged his shoulder and inquired with concern, "Are you all right? You look rather unwell." Snapping back to reality, Tony forced a smile. "I'm fine. It's just that thinking about that boy dying in my arms is quite painful. I find myself wondering if I had kept him out of this battle, would he have lived safely on Earth?" The guilt in his voice was palpable. Hearing his self-reproach, the extraordinary Peter approached to offer comfort. "Do not be too sorrowful, Mr. Stark. I believe the version of me in your universe would not blame you. After all, you urged him to return to Earth. He simply chose not to heed your advice." The newly joined Peter Parker chimed in. "Indeed, and for what he told you, this version of me is principled and responsible. Even if you had sent him back to Earth, he would have found a way to catch up with you. Let's not forget that the hefty sorcerer on Earth possesses a portal." Bruce Banner added, "Precisely, Stark. You cannot extinguish a child's courageous heart that seeks to protect others. Moreover, consider this. I did use the Infinity Stones to bring them back, did I not? That child will return." Tony listened to their exchange of reassurances, falling into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he finally clenched his jaw, a glimmer of resolute determination gracing his features. "Nick Fury and Coulson, I am acutely aware that the details regarding this child are undoubtedly concealed by you. I did not issue threats. But should I return and find his information absent from my inbox, do not be surprised if I instruct Jarvis to take a leisurely stroll through your SHIELD database. Trying to intimidate me?" Nick Fury scoffed dismissively. "You should perhaps focus on your own predicament. If memory serves, the system has recently imposed considerable penalties upon you, has it not?" Suddenly, Tony recalled the punitive consequences of his prior failures, a wave of frustration surging within him. The Avengers. Infinity War has concluded, and we are about to commence with the second segment, the future of Tony Stark, Iron Man 1 and Iron Man 2. Initiating an invitation for special guests to join the live chat group. These guests will not occupy the live broadcast positions. Ant-Man Scott Lang has joined the live chat group. Ant-Man, Scott Lang? Phil Coulson and Nick Fury exchanged astonished glances, simultaneously turning their attention toward the still-open file on Hank Pym, their expressions a mix of confusion. "Boss, who is this Ant-Man?" Coulson inquired, clearing his throat, a hint of curiosity in his tone, which only deepened the scowl on Egghead's face. The audience in the live stream shared this intrigue, especially since Coulson had just mentioned that the Ant-Man was Hank Pym. Captain America, ever straightforward, voiced the collective bewilderment. "Strange. Didn't T. Coulson just say that the Ant-Man was Hank Pym? Mr. Lang, who might you be?" However, Scott did not respond to Captain America's query. Instead, he exclaimed in astonishment within the chat channel, "Captain America? You are Captain America? You're actually alive?" Steve Rogers paused, intrigued, and asked, "You know me?" "Of course." Scott exclaimed with enthusiasm. "The warden at San Quentin State Prison loved showing us your documentaries. And you are my idol." "Prison? Idol?" A sudden chuckle escaped Tony, who had been solemn moments before. Realizing the inappropriateness of his laughter, he quickly covered his mouth to suppress it. Yet, he noticed that not only he but also Strange and Captain Marvel Carol bore equally peculiar expressions. I recall Captain America as a heroic figure. Loki chimed in with a mischievous curiosity, especially that courageous SHIELD agent, Phil Coulson, who was an avid fan of yours, even carrying a limited edition album of your exploits to his grave. Yet, how is it that a criminal admirer has now emerged? Scott, breaking free from the thrill of meeting his idol, stated awkwardly, I was impulsive back then and made some mistakes. Those were not merely trivial mistakes. At this moment, Nick Fury voiced his thoughts in the chat channel. A master's degree holder in electrical engineering, disgruntled after being dismissed, attempted to extort his former employer, and under the cover of night, pilfered funds from the company's account. This has recently become quite the headline. However, many online have labeled you a rogue, considering it was Vista Corporation that first acted unlawfully. After your futile attempts to report them, you breached their system and returned the money swindled from those clients. Quite commendable, Nick Fury remarked with a grin. Your abilities are impressive. If you are interested, I can rescue you from the harsh confines of prison, provided you are willing to join SHIELD and serve our cause. Oh, the fox's tail is up, exclaimed Tony Stark. Let us be honest. If Scott truly joined you, that would indeed be a hardship. With his talents, what could he possibly achieve in your ranks? Create a terrifying system to surveil the entire world? Tony adjusted his suit and addressed Scott directly on the screen. From my perspective, your situation is rather trivial. Rather than joining the espionage organization SHIELD, you would be better off aligning with Stark Industries, as your expertise as an electrical engineer aligns more closely with our interests. Watching Tony vie for Scott's allegiance from SHIELD, the other viewers in the live stream momentarily failed to grasp the situation, but soon, Dr. Strange understood. Indeed, that prior answer had revealed the uniqueness of this Ant-Man. Even his future self had braved a confrontation with Thanos for the sake of protecting him, only relinquishing resistance once he confirmed the man's safety. Such an individual would undeniably be of great interest to all major factions. Faced with the overtures from both SHIELD and Stark Industries, Scott found himself momentarily bewildered. When did he become such a coveted prize? Moreover, what was this live stream phenomenon, and why had it suddenly appeared in his cell? Playback begins, accompanied by the system's cold voice. The previously silent screen came alive once more. As Tony Stark's anguished screams echoed, the Silver Mark II suit spiraled downward. This continues from your previous high-altitude fall, doesn't it? Strange remarked, recalling the familiar scenes and cries. Curious, you're not going to end up incapacitated, are you? Or perhaps break some part of your suit. Get lost, Tony retorted, unable to suppress his frustration, raising a middle finger in disdain. Do you think I'm like you, crashing while texting? After repeatedly calling for JARVIS with no response, Tony had no choice but to feel around for a switch on his leg, twisting it vigorously to activate the suit's gliding wings, shattering the icy encasement on the armor. As the chill receded, the suit's systems rebooted, powering the thrusters once more, allowing Tony to ascend into the sky. Witnessing his miraculous escape, Tony couldn't help but let out a triumphant whoop, soaring back above his grand villa. However, he had forgotten that his armor was quite heavy. Once he deactivated the propulsion system, he plummeted like a lead weight, crashing through several layers of ceiling and landing forcefully atop a luxurious sports car in the basement. Just after Tony had removed his suit, he noticed a gift from Pepper Potts. Upon opening it, he was astonished to discover it was the old arc reactor he had previously replaced. Inscribed upon it was a message from Pepper. This item proves that Stark is a person of heart. Meanwhile, within the base of the faction, a group of individuals was gathered around a pile of iron components, meticulously comparing them to the blueprints left behind by Tony Stark in the cave, piecing together the Iron Man armor. Thanks to their efforts, the Mark I suit had already been reconstructed by more than half. At that moment, Strange curiously inquired, "By the way, after you caught the spoilers last time, did you give those guys any trouble?" "Trouble?" Tony scoffed, a proud smile crossing his face. "I blasted them all to the sky in my Gundam, especially that bald one. I treated him to a laser. The newcomers in the live stream learned about the plot of Iron Man 1 from Peter's incessant chatter, including the misadventures of that alternate universe Tony. They held no particular opinions on Tony's methods, except for Captain America, who furrowed his brow with slight disapproval yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. Merely reflecting inwardly, this Tony Stark seems to lack the excellence of Howard. Today, as he drove on the highway back to Suzhou, the update may be delayed, and he apologized, mentioning it would be over a 4-hour journey. Chapter 90, The Observer? The betrayal by Obadiah. In Captain America's perception, Howard Stark was a humorous, responsible young man with a strong sense of patriotism. Notably, as a scientist, he had the audacity to venture to the front lines to develop weaponry, which gained Captain America's respect. His son, undoubtedly bright and courageous, possessed a peculiar demeanor, reminiscent of spoiled rich heir. The footage continued. While Tony was engrossed in refining his armor, the news broadcast from the wall caught his attention once more. He looked up to see a female reporter announcing that Tony had organized a charity ball at the Disney Concert Hall for the Firefighters Family Foundation. This piqued Tony's interest, and he inquired of J.A.R.V.I.S. Did we receive an invitation to the gala? No, sir. Surprised, Tony picked up his mask. But then he heard the reporter's malicious speculations about him, prompting a plan in his mind. He left J.A.R.V.I.S. to continue fabricating the Iron Man suit and set off in his luxurious sports car to attend the event. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of numerous reporters, and many models approached him, greeting him enthusiastically. However, Tony regarded them with disdain, merely reaching out to pat an elderly gentleman embraced by 2 companions, exclaiming, "You are in splendid spirits, Hefner." Hefner? The founder of Playboy, Hugh Hefner? Are you jesting, Tony? The audience in the live stream, once again confronted with the familiar visage that turned towards them, gasped in astonishment, and Bruce Banner was the first to voice his disbelief upon hearing Tony's address. Dr. Strange nodded thoughtfully. I had the fortune of meeting Hefner. He does not resemble this man at all. Tony, observing the incredulous gazes directed at him, waved his hands dismissively. Don't look at me. I do not know this old fellow. I must have mistaken him for someone else. Phil Coulson interjected. While it's plausible that you've misidentified someone, it seems rather absurd, does it not? Hefner is not known for his gray hair. Master Mordo suddenly proposed an intriguing hypothesis. What if this elderly gentleman, upon appearing before you, is subconsciously replaced by familiar figures in your perceptions, yet upon being captured as an image for the system to display, he reverts to his true appearance? Nick Fury pondered. Are you suggesting he possesses magical abilities? It is quite possible, Mordo replied. During our encounters with various dimensional entities, we often come across individuals with peculiar powers, particularly those like the legendary Hell Lord Mephisto, who can alter memories, project illusions, or transform their own appearance. Dr. Strange, intrigued, inquired, so you are implying that this individual may possess abilities akin to Mephisto? Mordo nodded confidently, indeed. Otherwise, how would you explain this occurrence? He appears to have infiltrated all of our futures. Master Gu Yi observed Mordo's blind confidence and, closing his eyes, shook his head in resignation. When he had sought Gu Yi's insights regarding the identity of the old man the previous day, Gu Yi had already sensed that Mordo's reasoning was somewhat askew, but he had not anticipated it would veer so drastically off course. The extent of Mephisto's powers was formidable within his dimension, yet outside of it. Even Dormammu could easily overpower him. Such a being could hardly project themselves casually onto Earth. As Gu Yi twirled his fan, he contemplated the identity of this old man, who had appeared 5 times. If his conjecture was correct, he might be the ancient observer from Legends, or perhaps, if one were to dare further, there could be even bolder possibilities. At that moment, Caecilius, noticing Gu Yi's peculiar expression, curiously asked the Sorcerer Supreme, Master, have you discerned the identity of this old man? Gu Yi turned a glance at Caecilius. Ever since Strange's future had been unveiled the previous day, despite her assurances, Caecilius had endured significant disdain at Camartage, intensifying his already fragile disposition, causing him to speak with caution. Fearing that Caecilius might once again be led astray by fate, Gu Yi nodded and shared his conjecture. albeit omitting certain details. This information was subsequently relayed by Master Mordo to the chat channel. Tony curiously inquired, "Observers? Were they?" Loki then stepped forward, stating, "I possess some knowledge about them. Do not judge me. The Library of Asgard contains many peculiar texts. The Observers are said to be one of the oldest races in the universe, appearing even before its inception. Their technological prowess surpasses that of most species by billions of years. However, they adhere to some strange customs, such as witnessing all events in the cosmos solely as bystanders, never intervening. As for their appearance, imagine a person with a large balloon perched atop their neck. That is their likeness." Upon hearing Loki's description, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, yet they were simultaneously filled with immense curiosity, astonished to learn of such a bizarre race existing in the universe. However, Star-Lord interjected, "Wait, what do you mean by that? For instance, when Thanos committed his massacre, those balloon-headed beings just stood by like fools and did nothing?" Loki smirked precisely. "They do not act. To them, we are akin to worms within the universe. Our existence or demise is of no consequence to them. Even if Thanos annihilated half of all life in the universe, they would remain utterly unmoved." Star-Lord exclaimed, "So they are merely a bunch of self-proclaimed noble idiots, sitting on their thrones like spectators at a circus, watching us perform?" Loki shrugged. "If that's how you wish to interpret it, so be it." Tony and Captain America exchanged glances, astonished by the revelations shared by Loki and Doctor Strange. They realized that beyond Earth, there were not only Thanos lurking, but also the legendary dimensional deities, and Dormammu was not the sole threat. There existed the demon Mephisto, along with the even older Observers. Coulson exhaled deeply, seated in his chair, feeling as though his worldview had shattered into fragments. They were still grappling with the petty conflicts of small nations on Earth, and now they were inundated with the existence of such advanced races. Was this truly appropriate? The footage continued. Tony's arrival interrupted Obadiah's interview. Upon their meeting, Tony remarked on Obadiah's lack of hospitality, but Obadiah reassured him that he had already convinced the board. Yet, Tony was indifferent to these matters. He simply wished to enter and enjoy some wine. As soon as he stepped inside, Agent Coulson approached him. But Tony was no longer inclined to listen to his ramblings, for his gaze was entirely captivated by Pepper Potts. After casually dismissing Coulson, Tony Stark made his way toward Pepper, and they began to dance. After the dance concluded, they found themselves on the rooftop conversing. But Pepper felt a sense of nervousness about their recent dance. To alleviate the awkwardness, Tony promptly turned to descend the stairs to fetch some wine. As he awaited his drink, a female journalist approached Tony, claiming that she had previously been deceived by him, genuinely believing that he had turned over a new leaf. However, Tony, whose heart was captivated by another, showed little interest in her entanglements and merely urged the bartender to expedite his departure. It was then that he heard the journalist mention a familiar town name, Gamira, and saw her present a series of harrowing photographs, one of which featured a man he recognized, one of the culprits sporting a beard, alongside weaponry emblazoned with Stark Industries insignia, including the Jericho missile. The journalist informed him that these photos were taken just the day before. Fuming, Tony rushed to confront Obadiah, demanding to know why he was acting with such duplicity. Faced with Tony's wrath, Obadiah finally cast aside his faude. "Tony, do you know who orchestrated your dismissal? It was I who petitioned the board for your expulsion." He sneered, patting Tony on the back before departing the banquet, leaving Tony seething with fury. To think the one who betrayed me was Obadiah. Tony Stark realized at that moment who the true malign influence within the company was, erupting with indignation. I had believed he was steadfastly loyal to me. Wanda interjected, her voice cutting through the tension in the live stream. "Don't change the subject, Stark. During our last broadcast, you assured me you wanted to be a better person. Yet is this how you handle matters? You shut down the weapon development division while secretly allowing your subordinates to sell arms?" Her words pierced through him. "As long as you remain oblivious, it's not your doing, is it? Turning a blind eye?" Tony stared blankly at Wanda's furious inquiries in the chat, momentarily at a loss for words. Since he had returned to resolve the issues with the culprits, he had indeed called a press conference the following day, just as depicted, announcing the closure of Stark Industries' Weapon Development Division. He had genuinely taken that step, and with the assistance of Obadiah and Coulson, the board members who had once opposed him had fallen silent. Yet afterward, buoyed by his newfound freedom and the development of the Iron Man suit, he had cast those matters aside. Now, upon learning of Obadiah's treachery, Tony felt a sudden realization wash over him that he might have committed an extraordinarily foolish act. After a lengthy pause, Tony sighed softly, closed his eyes for a few seconds, and then reopened them, his gaze now resolute. I was too complacent. I apologized, Miss Maximoff. After a glance at Loki and the extraordinary Peter, Tony hesitated momentarily before candidly apologizing. I regret to say that I was overly confident last time and dismissed your suspicions. You were correct. Obadiah is indeed the traitor lurking beside me. The extraordinary Peter shyly scratched his head, replying, It's all right, Mr. Stark. I was merely speculating. Loki then let out a soft hum, remarking, mortals lack the ability to read minds. Given your arrogant disposition, it is only natural for you to misjudge others. Tony gritted his teeth, expressing his disdain with a retort. Honestly, there are moments when I genuinely wish to land a punch on that fair face of yours. At this juncture, Strange interjected, Now that you are aware of Obadiah's treachery, what are your plans? Tony scoffed. What to do? He owes me a life, and thus it must be a life for a life. Excuse me. Captain America could no longer contain himself, stating, I believe you might want to consider a more measured approach. After all, there are laws in this country, and you could very well bring his misdeeds to justice. As an old friend, Captain America felt it necessary to guide Tony's moral compass to prevent him from straying down a dark path. One cannot simply take another's life, otherwise. How does that differ from the madness of Thanos? However, once he finished speaking, Steve suddenly sensed a notable silence in the room. In fact, the expressions on the faces of the other six were quite peculiar. Could someone please share their knowledge with this venerable gentleman of 90 years? I nearly burst into laughter just now. Tony could not help but mock. Legal action? Do you genuinely believe Obadiah would end up in prison? Let me tell you, if he were to be investigated or detained by the police, I would wager that within 15 minutes, he would stroll out of the precinct without a care. Do you understand? Never mind. Tony shook his head. What purpose does this discussion serve? After all, you have been out of touch with the times for far too long. The footage continued. Back at home, Tony remained in a foul mood, adjusting the screws on his armored arm while watching the news report on a faction called the Freedom Fighters. Beside me, a woman awaited news of her husband, who had been abducted by rioters. Isn't that Dr. Ethan? The young man's memory was sharp. Peter instantly recognized the figure in the photograph, the very Ethan who had sacrificed himself to protect Tony in the previous footage. Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. In the footage, Ethan's death was accompanied by the claim that his family had perished. However, Tony soon realized the truth. Ethan's family had not died. He merely lied about being alone to spare himself the burden. Ethan, oh Ethan, Tony sighed, lamenting his own negligence. After rescuing Ethan, he had failed to confirm whether his family was still alive. Listening to the announcements echoing in his ears, Tony Stark felt his inner fury intensifying, ultimately unable to restrain himself as he unleashed a shockwave from his palm, obliterating the workstation. Observing the impact of his strike, Tony nodded in satisfaction before donning his form-fitting suit. The black mechanical floor extended under J.A.R.V.I.S.S. command, allowing Tony to adorn himself with the Mark III armor as effortlessly as putting on clothes. Had it been the first time anyone witnessed Tony donning the Iron Man suit, there would have been gasps of admiration from those present in the live stream. However, since their encounter with Tony's nanotech armor, the excitement had waned, with only the newcomer Scott expressing any enthusiasm for this comparatively rudimentary method of armor dressing. Even Peter, who had previously envied the Iron Man's suit, merely pursed his lips, a faint glimmer of envy crossing his face. Observing the disparity between himself and Tony, he mused that the impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. Wait a moment, Tony paused. What is my future self doing? Instead of thoroughly investigating Obadiah, he was rushing into a fight in armor? Loki chuckled at this. Isn't that quite normal? It perfectly aligns with your aristocratic behavior. Strange, however, offered a different perspective. It doesn't really matter. Since we already know Obadiah is up to no good, Tony can deal with him when he returns. Are you sure? Loki tilted his head, a look of amusement on his face. Trust me, sorcerer, you might be overestimating this Tony Stark. Clad in his armor, Tony swiftly flew to Afghanistan, coincidentally encountering a group of freedom fighters wreaking havoc in a local town, just as these militants were about to unleash gunfire upon innocent civilians. Iron Man descended with a resounding crash. After a brief moment of shock, the closest insurgent regained his composure and began firing wildly at Iron Man. Yet, the bullets merely ricocheted off the armor, leaving not a single mark, and the assailant was swiftly sent flying by a powerful punch from Iron Man. Having achieved his initial success, Tony then utilized his palm repulsor to accurately dispatch 3 nearby assailants. As he executed a graceful turn, he was surprised to find that the remaining armed thugs had taken hostages, screaming in terror at him. Upon seeing the women and children being held captive, Iron Man gradually lowered his palm repulsor. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the armor's targeting system locked onto all the assailants before him. With a series of precise shots, dozens of bullets were unleashed from the armor, effectively neutralizing the armed thugs without harming any civilians. Witnessing Iron Man effortlessly eliminate his subordinates, the bearded thug hastily pulled out a satellite phone. However, before he could complete the call, Iron Man yanked him from behind the wall and tossed him to the furious civilians. "Dispose of him as you see fit," Tony coldly remarked, before controlling the armor to soar back into the sky once again. Captain America observed as Iron Man efficiently subdued all the assailants, unable to suppress a nod of admiration. This scene did not go unnoticed by Tony, who, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, teased, "Oh, is the venerable elder not planning to reprimand me? I just took down a dozen people." Steve Rogers turned to face Tony, recognizing the playful expression on his face and understanding that he was being jested. Yet, Captain America solemnly explained, "The circumstances differ. While I did not take lives, there are inevitably casualties on the battlefield. Moreover, you were confronted by a gang of ruthless thugs. Had you refrained from acting, countless civilians would have perished as a consequence." Seeing the astonishment on Tony Stark's face as he absorbed these words, Steve chuckled. "I participated in World War II. You can't genuinely believe I am a mindless traditionalist, can you?" Tony, momentarily speechless, slapped his forehead in disbelief at being looked down upon by this elder. "And please, refrain from calling me an old man. My physical age is still 25. Meanwhile, I suspect you are nearing 40, feeling rather hollowed out." Upon receiving Captain America's retort, Tony's expression faltered, muttering an expletive under his breath. Meanwhile, Iron Man, having just ascended, utilized his remote targeting system to lock onto the Jericho missile positioned in the valley. Stark was well aware of the destructive power of his creation, and just as he was about to neutralize the terrifying missile, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending him plummeting to the ground. As the camera pulled back, it revealed that a tank had struck Iron Man. "What incredible luck to hit so precisely," exclaimed Spider-Man, astonished. "Given Mr. Stark's flight speed, even with my mutations, I wouldn't dare claim I could make such a shot. For a tank to knock you from the sky is utterly ludicrous." Dr. Strange mused. Could the tank operator also possess superhuman abilities? Or perhaps its targeting system is a marvel of advanced technology. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Tony interrupted their speculations. "I believe this individual simply got lucky. Should they fire again, I would undoubtedly evade easily." Cautiously, the downed Iron Man peeked from the crater he had created, confirming the tank's position before slowly rising. Although he appeared relatively unscathed, the armor showed signs of considerable wear. The tank, lowering its cannon once more, aimed at Iron Man and fired a second shell. However, this time, Tony merely sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the projectile. He then raised his right hand, launching a small missile aimed swiftly at the tank's location. After firing the missile, Iron Man confidently turned away, not even glancing back as he walked in the opposite direction. 3 seconds later, a resounding explosion echoed as the entire tank was engulfed in flames, obliterated by the missile. Indeed, that is precisely the case. I confidently asserted that I could evade the next explosion. "Tony," donning his brown spectacles with a flare of flamboyance, casually tousled his hair and proclaimed, "A true man never looks back at an explosion." At that moment, Star-Lord arched an eyebrow and cautioned, "I advise you not to become too complacent. Perhaps Obadiah will send someone to hunt you down shortly." Unfazed, Tony spread his arms wide, embodying a figure ready to embrace the tempest. "Let them come. It matters not. As long as he prepares himself for the beating I shall deliver." Scott Lang observed the screen, captivated by the transformation of battle into art through Iron Man's armor, and excitedly inquired in the chat channel, "Wait, did you create that, Stark? It's utterly magnificent." The allure of mecha has always been a man's romance, and as a master's graduate in electrical engineering, Scott harbored a profound passion for machinery. Witnessing Tony's striking armor ignited a desire within him regarding Tony's previous recruitment offer. His demands were modest. He simply wished for a suit akin to that. Chapter 92. The face slapping is ubiquitous. Why should only 50 points suffice? After neutralizing the Jericho missile, Iron Man nonchalantly turned to depart. However, the American military's radar soon detected his presence. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Colonel Rhodes instinctively thought of Tony and called him to inquire whether he was involved in the matter. Yet, soaring through the skies, Tony vehemently denied any connection, even fabricating a story about jogging in a valley. Upon hearing his response, the military dispatched 2 F-22s to engage Iron Man. Following a fierce skirmish, Tony's armor was struck by cannon fire, forcing him to deploy the flaps and seek refuge beneath one of the aircraft. However, this concealment was swiftly discovered by another plane. In a moment of peril, Tony had to once again reach out to Rhodes to extricate himself from the military's pursuit. Nevertheless, while escaping, he inadvertently damaged another F-22, prompting Rhodes to explain at a press conference that it was merely a mishap during a military exercise. The scene shifted to the base of the Freedom Fighters, where a convoy arrived. Obadiah emerged from the vehicle to meet with the bald leader whom Tony had injured. The bald leader displayed his wound, only for Obadiah to mock him disdainfully, saying, "Had you eliminated him sooner, perhaps you could have saved your face." The bald leader retorted coldly, "You offered too little. It is not worth my effort." Bruce Banner remarked, "This essentially seals the deal. Tony's earlier ambush was indeed orchestrated by Obadiah." Phil Coulson added, "As it turns out, you are quite fortunate. We just conducted an investigation and discovered that Obadiah has had numerous connections with the Freedom Fighters organization. Moreover, a recorded video call revealed that during last week's attack, Obadiah instructed them to eliminate anyone indiscriminately." Tony's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that Obadiah did not merely send someone to abduct me, but intended to take my life directly?" Nick Fury replied, "Indeed. The sole reason you have survived in this universe is owing to that bald-headed individual. Otherwise, you would have perished during the ambush on your convoy." Clenching his fists, Tony couldn't help but think, "Obadiah, you truly are adept at concealing your intentions." As the two men entered the camp, the bald leader showcased the mark eye that Tony had constructed in the cave, just as he audaciously proposed to Obadiah that he desired 20 such Iron Men. Obadiah produced a small device that incapacitated the leader. Subsequently, Obadiah not only seized the Mark I armor, but also ruthlessly eliminated all the Freedom Fighters. Loki, observing the scene on the screen, nodded in approval. "I must admit, this fellow executes his plans with remarkable efficiency and possesses a ruthless streak. It is a pity that luck is not on his side. Otherwise, he might have genuinely posed a threat to you." Tony scoffed. "Even if he were granted 2 centuries to develop, he would never surpass me." Upon returning, Tony entrusted Pepper, who had unrestricted access to the company, to investigate the clandestine transactions. During her investigation, Pepper uncovered Obadiah's conspiracy to assassinate Tony and hurriedly copied all the evidence onto a drive. With Happy, the driver, providing protection, the two swiftly fled Stark Industries. Realizing that his plot was exposed, Obadiah immediately rushed to the underground laboratory in Sector 16 of the company. There, he assembled a research team to attempt to create an arc reactor akin to Tony's and replicate the Iron Man suit. However, despite the large arc reactor lying before the scientists, They were incapable of replicating and miniaturizing it as Tony had done. As the reality of his impending exposure dawned on him, Obadiah sprang into action. He invaded Tony's mansion and, taking advantage of Tony's moment of vulnerability, used the sonic device to incapacitate him. Seizing the opportunity, he forcibly extracted the arc reactor from Tony's chest and made his escape. Watching the screen where he lay pale and weakened on the sofa, breath fading, Tony was left speechless. Loki chuckled, glancing at the visibly distressed Tony and Strange. Did I not just hear someone confidently declare that upon his return, he would deal with Obadiah and could even afford him time to develop? Strange, with a slight grimace, looked at Tony and sighed. What an embarrassing turn of events. Having witnessed the admirable future you, I seem to have forgotten that the present you is still quite inept. Nick Fury chimed in with a mocking tone. Let us not forget, Strange, that the Avengers Initiative originally prioritized Stark. But it was precisely due to his flaws that I had to remove his name from consideration. Forget it. I have no desire to join that so-called Avengers. Anyway, Tony stubbornly insisted, these are merely minor setbacks. Just watch. Even if they take my core, I can still defeat him. The footage continued. Just as Tony was resigned to his fate, he suddenly caught sight of a box on the workbench. It was the rudimentary reactor he had previously discarded, which Pepper had repurposed into a gift for him. At that moment, this gift became Tony's only lifeline. His eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he crawled toward the old reactor, but due to the loss of energy support, his heart grew increasingly weak, rendering him unable to reach the box on the table. He could only lean helplessly against the edge of the table, waiting for death. In a critical moment, his little robot slid over to him, retrieving the arc reactor and restoring his strength. Good boy, little buddy. I'll upgrade you when I get back. Tony gasped for breath upon escaping death, his heart racing from the near ordeal. Though he was confident he would survive, the tension was palpable. Seeing the little robot he had often dismissed save him, Tony resolved to upgrade it to a full-fledged robot upon his return. Meanwhile, Obadiah embedded the arc reactor he had stolen from Tony into the chest of his Ironmonger suit. At the same time, Agent Coulson of SHIELD, responding to Pepper's request, arrived at Stark Industries to apprehend Obadiah. However, the noise they made upon entering alerted Obadiah, who wasted no time in activating the Ironmonger. Colonel Rhodes had also arrived at Tony's basement and found Tony pale and weak. From Rhodes, Tony learned that Pepper was leading a team of agents to capture Obadiah. Upon hearing this, Tony exclaimed, they definitely lack manpower. Realizing Pepper was in danger, Stark hastily donned his armor. Watching Tony's dazzling transformation, Rhodes appeared more excited than Tony himself. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Let us move out. But Tony was not in a joking mood. He blasted away the damaged sports car and instructed Rhodes, keep the airspace clear for me. With that, Iron Man soared gracefully into the sky, heading towards Stark Industries, leaving Rhodes alone to gaze at the Mark II in the basement. Take care, baby. Until next time. With envious words, Rhodes departed from Tony's home. Just then, the live stream abruptly froze. Current video paused. Q&A begins. Question: how can Tony triumph over Obadiah's Ironmonger? Elevate it to the heavens, incapacitating its systems through the icy battle armor, ultimately allowing it to plummet to its demise. Employ the Mark III armor to decisively vanquish the Ironmonger. Enable Pepper to overload the arc reactor within Stark Industries, unleashing a powerful energy surge to obliterate Obadiah. Request assistance from SHIELD to bombard the Ironmonger. Let us commence with the rapid-fire questions. Each participant in the live stream is afforded but one chance to respond, with those answering correctly earning 50 live points along with a random reward. The random rewards may stem from any conceivable multiverse. Failure to answer correctly will invoke an unknown penalty. What does this all mean? Tony exclaimed in frustration. Why do they earn 200 points for their questions, while mine is merely 50? The others replied, is your focus always so misplaced? Phil Coulson was the first to answer. While I would love to choose, I believe it against the recent breathtaking display of the Ironmonger, SHIELD, currently lacks an effective strategy to defeat him, particularly since the use of weapons of mass destruction is absolutely prohibited. As for the options, Tony's own armor managed to descend unscathed. I doubt the Ironmonger would crash as a result. As for the rest, it's better left unsaid. You've gone too far. Tony protested once more. I invented all these things. Why am I deemed incapable of defeating him head-on? Ding. Phil Coulson has completed his answer. The system begins its evaluation. Ding. Phil Coulson answered correctly. Phil Coulson receives 50 live points and a random reward, a memory eraser. The memory eraser, originating from the Men in Black universe, can be utilized to erase a biological entity's memories for a short duration. As it is an improved version, it will not elicit adverse reactions. However, its efficacy diminishes with the strength of beings possessing extraordinary powers. The system's voice echoed, rendering a definitive conclusion, which left Tony momentarily speechless, while the others could not restrain their laughter. Wanda remarked, "Oh, Stark, why so glum? Cheer up. I still prefer your rebellious demeanor." Reed Richards quipped, "Indeed, the irony is omnipresent. Just moments ago, Star-Lord jested with Tony not to be overly confident. And Tony had just exhibited unwarranted confidence in easily defeating the Ironmonger, only to ultimately rely on his assistant to ignite the arc reactor to win the battle." Star-Lord laughed heartily. Thus, moderation is key. Overindulgence serves no purpose. Chapter 93. Old memories. As the participants in the live stream continued to jest at Tony Stark's expense. Within the S.H.I.L.D. office, Phil Coulson and Nick Fury gazed excitedly at the memory eraser that had materialized atop the desk. This truly is a remarkable invention. Henceforth, S.H.I.L.D. need not dispatch agents solely to clean up messes. Nick Fury inspected the device in his hand, resembling a thick ballpoint pen, nodded in satisfaction, and inquired of Coulson, "Do you know how to operate this?" Coulson nodded, retrieving his sunglasses from his chest. "I understand. This device must be used in conjunction with sunglasses, or may lead to self-inflicted harm." Fury returned the memory-erasing device to Coulson and, with hands clasped behind his back, strolled to the window, gazing pensively at the cityscape below. After half a minute of contemplation, he inquired, "Have we determined who is responsible for the death of the Special Forces operative who committed suicide after being revived?" Natasha mentioned that this matter might involve Ramlow's deputy, who happened to be absent that day while the Special Forces were deployed. Coulson pulled out his phone and projected an image of a fierce-looking man. Fury inhaled deeply. "Speaking coldly, apprehend them once the live broadcast concludes. After interrogation, erase his memory. If he does not comply, eliminate him and then revive him." Suddenly, an awkward expression crossed Coulson's face. "Actually, sir, I only discovered that the Guardian Angel rune has a 90-day limit after using it last time." "What the hell? A rune that grants a second life is not infinitely usable?" Fury's blood pressure surged at Coulson's words. "Then why waste it on such a worthless individual?" "Sir, I only realized it after using it." Coulson murmured quietly, promptly closing his mouth. "Great, you've lost half a year's bonus." As Fury's roar echoed, Coulson exhaled slowly. His curiosity piqued. "Bonus? Does S.H.I.L.D. have such a thing?" As Tony had surmised, Coulson and the other agents were no match for Ironmonger. Just as Ironmonger emerged, aiming a machine gun at Pepper Potts, Tony finally arrived on the scene, albeit belatedly. The two rushed into the street, engaging in battle, but Tony, lacking sufficient energy, found himself unable to wield high-output weaponry, resorting instead to soaring into the sky in an attempt to freeze Ironmonger's armor with the frigid air. As fate would have it, a layer of solid ice soon encased Ironmonger, and with a swift punch from Tony, he plummeted downward. At that moment, Iron Man's chest reactor energy was finally depleted, and under JARVISS guidance, the suit gradually descended to the ground. Just as Tony believed the danger had passed and removed his left gauntlet, Ironmonger reappeared, delivering a powerful blow that sent Tony spinning. Realizing he was powerless to resist, Tony had a sudden inspiration, instructing Pepper to activate all switches, causing the reactor to overload and release a tremendous energy shock that blew off the rooftop. As Pepper flipped the switches, Tony leaped onto Ironmonger's back. grasping the cables at the base of its neck and yanking forcefully, disabling its optical systems and compelling Obadiah to open the suit, revealing his body. However, Obadiah seized the opportunity, grabbing Tony and hurling him onto the rooftop, shattering the glass beside him with gunfire, leaving Tony to grasp the beam desperately to avoid falling. At that moment, Obadiah began to mock Tony, deriding his desire to rid the world of weapons, while he himself had constructed the most formidable one. Watching the Ironmonger relentlessly launch missiles at him, Tony shouted for Pepper to activate the reactor. A brilliant blue beam erupted from the reactor, soaring into the heavens. And the immense energy pulse not only sent Tony flying, but also fatally incapacitated Obadiah within the Ironmonger. With its pilot incapacitated, the Ironmonger plummeted helplessly, accurately striking the colossal arc reactor and triggering a tremendous explosion. Had it not been for your Secretary-S intervention, you might have been obliterated by Obadiah, Loki remarked with a mischievous grin, observing the complex expression on Tony Stark's face. What has caused the sudden silence of this arrogant fool? Tony gritted his teeth, then suddenly smiled in resignation. She is to be my future wife. What shame is there in being saved by my own wife? As he spoke, he pulled in the onlookers, Strange and Peter, saying, regardless, I am a superhero, just as Strange, Peter, and Banner are. Moreover, we superheroes have all been saved by our girlfriends. What does this signify? It signifies that to be a heroic figure, one must first have a girlfriend. Even your brother is no exception. Thor and Jane Foster, watching from the screen, exchanged a glance, feeling a sudden awkwardness. And Loki, the reason you have not become a heroic figure is precisely because you lack a girlfriend. Loki squinted at the self-satisfied Tony Stark, eventually displaying a look of disdain. You're spouting nonsense. Oh, do challenge me. Tony grinned slyly, observing the impassive Loki with newfound curiosity. Wait, Thor, your brother hasn't ever dated, has he? Thor hesitated, instinctively preparing to speak, only to hear Loki's warning. Shut up, Thor. If you dare respond, I will petition Father to exile you for another 6 months. All right. Thor acquiesced promptly in the chat. Tony Stark, you might as well give up. I will definitely keep my brother's 1,000-year secret of being single. The group reacted. Loki, do you think you're amusing? Wanda, honestly, Loki, why not come to Earth and deal with your brother? I can't stand it anymore. This guy is even more foolish than my brother Pietro. Mordor the Mage. I find myself somewhat skeptical about what King Odin has been up to over the past millennia. How could he raise 2 sons, one intent on treason and the other with an intellect bordering on oblivion? At that moment, Odin, appearing despondent, sat at the edge of his bed, yearning to burst into the live stream and retort, "Do not inquire. My heart is already extinguished." With the assistance of S.H.I.L.D. and the U.S. military, Tony convened a press conference to clarify the chaos of the previous night. As he stood upon the stage, the journalist with whom he had shared a brief romantic encounter earlier made her presence felt once more, repeatedly disrupting Tony's train of thought, leading him further astray in his remarks. Noticing the disarray, his steadfast friend Rhodey quickly urged him to adhere to the prepared script. However, to everyone's astonishment, after a 5-second pause with the speech in hand, Tony discarded it and calmly declared to the reporters below, "I am Iron Man." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. The scene fell silent, and just when everyone presumed the broadcast had concluded, the screen flickered back to life. Inside a dilapidated, cluttered house, an old television set aired the very footage from the press conference, Tony's voice resonating through the room. "In truth, I am Iron Man." Upon hearing these words, the elderly man on the bed became agitated, calling his son Ivan to his side. In broken Russian, he expressed, "That should have been your apology. I can only impart the knowledge I possess." With tears in his eyes, the son comforted him, but soon realized that his father had ceased to breathe. Suddenly, Peter Parker interjected, "Mr. Stark, forgive my audacity, but this does not seem like an auspicious beginning to a story." Reed Richards chimed in, "Indeed, I share your sentiment. It appears to be the prologue to an age-old grudge. Stark, surely your ancestors did not seize another's fortune?" Tony, visibly exasperated, quipped, "Enough. You two comic enthusiasts. This is no mere tale. It is the realm of reality. Do you comprehend? There are no grudges, no disputes, no stolen treasures. Hey, what's your hurry? Reed jested. Who knows? Perhaps your father or grandfather pilfered someone's invention. Ancestral matters are notoriously murky. That is utter nonsense, Tony retorted, gesturing dismissively. Thank goodness you do not inhabit my world. Otherwise, based on your recent remarks, I would have to pilot a Gundam to pay you a visit. Nick Fury, rarely one to contribute to the chat, remarked, to be honest, Reed, your speculation is quite accurate. Upon hearing Fury's comment, the chat room ignited with curiosity. The renowned spy, possessing a wealth of secrets and knowledge of countless individuals, surely had insights into hidden narratives. Fury continued, in fact, the rift between Hank Pym and Howard Stark, which led to Pym's departure from S.H. Isle, was due to Howard appropriating 4 vials of Pym particles. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd, though it only served to incite Tony's ire further. Curse it, you spy leader, not a single commendable word escapes your lips. On what grounds do you slander my father? A mere Pym particle. What value could it possibly hold to warrant theft? The egg vendor shrugged nonchalantly, responding, believe it or not, that is entirely up to you, regardless. S.H.I.L.D.S. database unequivocally documents this matter, and your father himself acknowledged it years ago, admitting he could not replicate the Pym particle. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with Hank Pym. In New Mexico, upon witnessing the messages displayed in the chat channel, Dr. Shavig let out a sigh. Contemplating, he might be speaking the truth. Thor, Jane, and the others turned their heads in astonishment, particularly Jane, who gazed at Shavig in disbelief. Eric, how do you know about all this? After a moment of silence, Dr. Shavig replied, do you recall the live stream of Thor 1 from yesterday? After your belongings were taken, I mentioned that I would reach out to a scientist I knew from the past for assistance. That scientist is Hank Pym. Chapter 94. Your father is a thief. Obadiah must flee. Black Widow. Jane stared in amazement at Dr. Shavig, as if encountering him for the first time. So, you also know superheroes? Dr. Shavig looked at Jane with exasperation, feeling that ever since Thor's arrival, her intelligence had diminished significantly. Is this really the focus now? Aren't we discussing Hank Pym? Never mind. I shall refrain from speaking further. The footage continued. After his father's passing, Ivan Vanko wiped away his tears. Retrieving a blue blueprint, unrolling it on the table, smoothing it out, and gazing at the design labeled as the arc reactor, noting the names in the author section. Anton Vanko and Howard Stark. This is impossible, Tony exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the screen. Yet the blueprint stood as undeniable evidence. The word Stark Industries emblazoned on it struck Tony like a steel baseball bat to the head. His father had indeed stolen another's work, and it was the research of a partner, no less. Was the loathsome spy leader telling the truth? Strange and Spider-Man sought to comfort Tony. Calm down, Stark. Take your time. Perhaps there's a twist to this tale. With the blueprint in hand, Ivan Vanko swiftly commenced his work. As the audience watched Ivan's actions unfold on the screen, their curiosity quickly transformed into wide-eyed astonishment, especially Tony, whose expression became increasingly dazed. It truly was the arc reactor. As blue light illuminated the screen, Tony struggled to close his mouth, slowly swallowing, his eyes filled with shock and dismay. Father. Wanda couldn't help but remark, this guy seems even more capable than Stark. In such a rudimentary setting, this Russian has managed to create a reactor all on his own. Upon receiving news about Wanda, Tony's countenance darkened considerably. If there were to be a singular source of pride for Tony thus far, it would not be his iron suit nor his advancements in nanotechnology, but rather the creation of a miniature arc reactor, an accomplishment his father had never achieved. This fostered in Tony a delusion of having surpassed his father. Yet, upon observing Ivan Vanko on the screen, who could replicate a miniature arc reactor merely by examining blueprints, Tony felt the sting of inadequacy. The disparity between individuals can be utterly disheartening. Remarkably, Loki echoed this sentiment, glancing at the visibly distressed Tony. Raising an eyebrow as he continued, it appears that this father-son duo harbors significant animosity towards the Stark family. Tony, his expression numb, cast a sidelong glance at Loki. A faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips, I never imagined you would exhibit concern for others. Loki retorted, Are you out of your mind? Is this what you consider concern? Your focus is perpetually askew. He then observed Tony's ashen face, shrugged, and chose to refrain from further disturbing him. Loki could discern that Tony was experiencing a profound crisis of perspective. The scientist he once idolized had suddenly morphed into a suspected thief, appropriating the achievements of his collaborators. The shock was akin to Loki's own revelation of being adopted. The scene shifts, revealing Tony in his iron suit, gracefully descending onto a stage teeming with an enthusiastic crowd. Surrounded by the rhythms of music and the allure of dancers, as he stylishly removed his armor. Before the throng, Tony raised his right hand, reveling in their adulation. This marked the opening ceremony of the Stark Industries Expo, and, as the proprietor, Tony was obliged to attend. After delivering a brief speech, Tony pointed towards a large screen, which showcased a recording left by Howard Stark. Meanwhile, he retreated to a shadowy corner, extracting a device to pierce his hand. Toxicity level 19. Gazing at the displayed results, Tony sighed in resignation. Mr. Stark, are you poisoned? Exclaimed an astonished Peter Parker, drawing attention to the footage on the screen and prompting Tony from his stupor. Finally regaining his focus, Tony glanced at his own image on the screen and replied nonchalantly, It's probably palladium poisoning. The element I used when constructing the arc reactor was palladium, which is highly toxic. Prolonged exposure allows its toxicity to gradually infiltrate my system. Surely not. Strange shook his head in disbelief. If you were indeed suffering from palladium poisoning, you should have perished long ago. How then did you survive until the invasion by Thanos? Moreover, in subsequent footage, your use of the iron suit was frequent, yet no symptoms of palladium poisoning were evident. Is there a possibility that Tony Stark abandoned the use of palladium and instead crafted a new arc reactor with a different element? Reed Richards boldly speculated. Surely he wouldn't be foolish enough to await his demise? A new element, perhaps. Tony remained silent, gazing at the screen, his mind continuously simulating the feasibility of other elements on the periodic table. After the expo concluded, he had barely settled into the car with Happy when he received a summons. The officer delivering the summons informed him that he was required to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee the following morning in Washington, D.C. However, upon his arrival the next day, Tony discovered this was merely a ploy by the U.S. government to covet his Iron Man suit. With his characteristic bravado, Tony could hardly contain himself. He mockingly ridiculed the senators present, even jesting about Justin Hammer, who had been summoned by the senators. He audaciously hacked into the U.S. Department of Defense's system, broadcasting footage of military attempts to replicate his armor. In the face of the humiliated senators, Tony, with a smug expression, proclaimed, Most countries would need at least 510 years to reach my level. As for Hammer Industries, they require a minimum of 20 years. Subsequently, he likened the senators to mere clowns, inciting their ire and transforming their scheme against his armor into nothing more than a puff of smoke. Strange, observing Tony effortlessly stirring the emotions of the audience, could not help but exclaim, I must say, in just 6 months, your growth is evident. You are beginning to employ your intellect to solve problems. At that moment, Tony had emerged from his earlier despondency. In response to Strange's teasing, he shrugged and replied, Don't speak nonsense. I am a dual PhD from MIT. What a coincidence. I too hold dual PhD in medicine and philosophy. Strange retorted, raising an eyebrow with pride. Captain America, hearing this, felt a pang of inferiority as he fidgeted with his ears. Was a university degree now so undervalued? He recalled that prior to enlisting, he had been an art student at a community college, albeit one who had dropped out before even starting. Yet he at least had graduated high school. At this thought, he glanced at the live audience, just in time to catch Star-Lord quietly asking Carol, Hey, what SA PhD? Well, I'm not at the bottom. Their SA slacker here too, confirmed. Tony's brazen remarks were overheard by a man far away in Siberia. Unbeknownst to Tony, upon returning to his home in California, he immediately replaced the corroded chip in his arc reactor. JARVIS warned him that if he continued to utilize the Iron Man suit, he would inevitably face chronic deterioration. Gazing at the monitor displaying the grotesque veins surrounding his arc reactor, Tony's countenance darkened. Jarvis. Advise him to inform Pepper Potts, who was about to descend into the basement, of his condition, but Tony declined and muted Jarvis. Later, while engaging in playful banter with Pepper, an idea struck him. He contemplated appointing her as the new head of Stark Industries. Phil Coulson interjected, unable to contain himself. That certainly sounds like a romantic choice. However, Tony Stark, you seem to be rather irresponsible. I have entrusted others to manage my own company. Why should it concern you? Wait, considering your apparent interest in my affairs, could it be that there are spies within my organization? Tony furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his irritation. Damn it. I distinctly remember warning you all to retract your claws. Is that so? Nick Fury replied with a sardonic chuckle. Stark, do you genuinely believe you can manage your company? Had it not been for our assistance yesterday, while you were still live streaming, your board would have issued a ban against you, stripping you of your position. Furthermore, it was our timely intervention that prevented Obadiah from fleeing the country. What did you say? Obadiah is trying to escape? Tony exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief, suddenly agitated. He hadn't even settled accounts with him yet. And now this man was attempting to run away. Let us not call it an escape. We merely discovered that he has a trip to Afghanistan planned recently. So we set up some obstacles for him. Consider me indebted to you. Keep a close watch on him, and when I return, I shall settle the score, Tony declared. Clenching his fists, his mood darkening, eager to confront Obadiah upon his return. The scene continued. Pepper's actions were swift and within days. She had completed all the necessary paperwork, leaving only Tony's signature pending. When she went to the gym in search of him, he was engaged in combat practice with his driver, Happy. At that moment, the door swung open, and a strikingly beautiful woman with cascading red waves entered, clutching a stack of documents, capturing the attention of both Happy and Stark. Isn't that Black Widow, the one named Natasha? Tony immediately recognized her, incredulity washing over him as he pointed at the screen, questioning Coulson and Nick Fury. Have you audaciously placed someone right beside me? Is this how you choose to bully me? Chapter 95. You are but a child. The whip and chains make their entrance. Social death. Nick Fury, however, denied the accusation. Stark, that is a serious charge of slander. We have not stationed any agents beside you. Coulson has stated that you are not worth our time. Nonsense. Tony scoffed, clearly unimpressed. I witnessed that woman appear with my own eyes, and you still wish to deny it. Surely, no one would actually consider events that have yet to transpire as proof, would they? Stark, has your mind become muddled? The darkly sarcastic voice added. Or is it that this system's foreshadowing has blurred the lines between reality and fantasy for you? Are you implying that I suffer from delusions? Apologies, but I would argue that the one with delusions is you. At least I am not preoccupied with thoughts of an alien invasion, researching the Tesseract to summon Thanos. Tony retorted with scorn directed at Fury. However, the boiled egg remained utterly unfazed, crossing its arms and maintaining a cold smile as it replied in the chat channel. Thus, it is clear that you understand nothing, little brat. You are merely a fortunate child endowed with advanced technology, blissfully deluding yourself into believing that you comprehend everything, the world, the universe. Captain Marvel, upon seeing Fury's message, nodded in agreement, then turned to glance at the visibly agitated Tony Stark, a smirk appearing on her face. This fellow certainly lacks the grace of Dr. Howard and is far from his maturity. Do you know Howard? Captain America inquired, leaning closer before extending his hand. I heard you mention that you served in the military? Captain Marvel took his hand and replied, I was an Air Force pilot. The best one. As Natasha made her entrance, she swiftly incapacitated Happy with a single blow, showcasing her formidable combat skills that startled both Tony and Pepper. A stunned Tony candidly expressed to Pepper that he desired such a secretary. However, Pepper, well aware of his motives, promptly dismissed his proposal. Yet, Pepper ultimately could not resist Stark's will. Upon their arrival in Monaco, she was approached by the Black Widow, impeccably dressed in pink formal attire. This irked Pepper, but Tony, whose blood toxin levels had already reached 53, remained indifferent. Upon witnessing the car race, he unabashedly abandoned all restraint and jumped into one of his team's racing cars. Loki, observing the spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Tony to turn and look at him in confusion. "Don't look at me. I simply find your situation somewhat pitiable. Here you are, on the brink of death, yet unwilling to disclose your condition to the woman you cherish. Instead, you indulge yourself in fleeting pleasures. I fail to comprehend whether you are attempting to preserve your meager pride." Tony pressed his lips together, gazing at his reflection on the screen, and then posed a pointed question. "If you knew you were destined to be slain by Thanos, with no power to resist, what would you do?" Loki raised an eyebrow, his sunny smile gradually fading as he curled the corners of his mouth into his signature mischievous grin. "I would make an attempt." Tony continued to probe. "Attempt what?" "Everything." Loki's response momentarily stunned Tony, as he discerned the layers of meaning in that brief statement, recognizing Loki's resolute spirit, an intensity he himself lacked, or perhaps, at present, simply did not possess. Just as Tony Stark sped through the racetrack, Ivan Vanko, disguised as a mechanic, infiltrated the arena. He activated the arc reactor, and a fierce surge of electricity ignited his coat, revealing the exoskeleton apparatus beneath. With a flick of his wrists, a lengthy metallic whip crackled with energy. He casually wielded the whip, cleaving through every racing car that charged at him, including Tony's, whose vehicle was severed at the front. The force of inertia sent him crashing against the edge of the track. Fortunately, with the swift support of Happy, who drove a Rolls-Royce into the arena alongside Pepper, they collided with Ivan Vanko, forcing him against the wall. Happy then handed Tony the briefcase-shaped Mark V armor, thereby saving him from imminent peril. Although the Mark V boasted limited defensive capabilities and a meager array of offensive tactics, Tony relied on his advanced technology to triumph over Ivan, ultimately ripping the arc reactor from Ivan's chest, depriving his exoskeleton of its power source. The armor system scan revealed to him that what he held was an identical device to the arc reactor embedded in his own chest. Without hesitation, Tony crushed it. Yet the lingering questions in his mind compelled him to visit Ivan in prison. Upon their meeting, however, Ivan accused Tony's father of being a fraud and a thief, even mockingly warning him as Tony prepared to leave the cell. "Let me offer you a piece of advice. The death from palladium poisoning is quite painful." Tony rubbed his wrist, gazing intently at the screen. He held a profound admiration for his father. Yet, akin to many familial relationships, theirs was far from perfect. As a prominent arms dealer, Tony was well-versed in the disputes that often arose within such commercial dealings. Just as he had previously consoled Peter Parker, he knew that rivalries among scientists over experimental achievements were not uncommon. Should someone ever inform him that his father had engaged in such underhanded dealings, Tony would not be entirely surprised. However, being psychologically prepared for such news was one thing. Hearing it outright was an entirely different matter, especially when it came to the arc reactor, a source of pride for both Stark men. Only to be told today that it was stolen by his father, Tony found it utterly unacceptable. Phil Coulson observed the conflicted expression on Tony's face displayed on the small screen and curiously inquired of Fury, "Sir, why didn't you simply reveal the truth to him?" Fury scoffed, "Tell him? With that boy's arrogant nature, would he even choose to believe it?" After a brief chuckle, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, adding, "The more intelligent a person is, the more incorrigible their foolishness becomes. Their arrogance often leads to the erroneous belief that they possess all the answers. It is far wiser to allow them to expend their mental faculties in pursuit of the truth. To be honest, my ability to lead SHIELD effectively over the years stems from my refusal to engage with fools." On the return flight, the astute Pepper sensed that Tony was concealing something from her. But when pressed for answers, he remained tight-lipped. Unable to elicit any further information, she reluctantly ceased her inquiries. Meanwhile, in prison, Ivan Vanko successfully escaped with the assistance of a guard, subsequently being blindfolded and transported to a pristine hangar. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he discovered that his mysterious benefactor was none other than Justin Hammer, the head of Hammer Industries. Following their conversation, the two forged a successful partnership. Tony, feeling hopelessly afflicted by palladium poisoning, finally relinquished his burdens. At his final birthday celebration, he donned his Iron Man suit and indulged in unrestrained revelry, engaging in a series of ludicrous antics. The audience in a live stream witnessed Tony urinating in his armor, and though the specifics were obscured, their disdain was palpable as they grimaced in unison. Staring at the absurdity of his own actions on the screen, Tony's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This was mortifying. Wanda remarked, "Goodness, Stark, that's utterly revolting." Reed Richards inquired, "By the way, how did you know the suit could filter urine for drinking? Have you actually tried it?" "Dear heavens, Tony, I suddenly find myself reluctant to converse with you." Strange stepped back in distaste, shaking his head at Tony. "Please, this isn't me. I mean, it's the alternate version of me. You cannot hold his actions against me." Tony stammered in protest, momentarily pausing as a sense of déjà vu washed over him. Loki approached, gently patting his shoulder and offering an encouraging glance. "Do continue. We wish to hear more of your feeble excuses." Witnessing the ridiculousness of the situation, Colonel Rhodes, who had previously vouched for him, could no longer endure it. He stormed into the basement, donned the Mark II armor, and engaged Tony in a fierce confrontation. Their battle wreaked havoc on Tony's mansion, and after exchanging a volley of repulsor blasts, Rhodes, observing Tony slumped against the wall, silently piloted the Mark II away from Tony's home, returning directly to the military base. "Is this what one might call settling affairs?" Carol interjected, "For you, the Iron Man suit is as vital as life itself, yet you nonchalantly allowed a friend to take it. That seems rather blatant." Tony shrugged. "Rhodes is a good man. I trust him with it, and besides, it wouldn't burden him unduly. As you've all seen, certain organizations have long coveted my armor." Nick Fury, watching from the screen, raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping that Stark was subtly deriding him. Chapter 96, The Temporary God King, The Malevolent Celestial. "A father's love, are you truly prepared to give up?" Bruce Banner queried. "Honestly, Tony, don't surrender until the very last moment. Once, the Hulk was a nightmare for me, yet I never shied away. I continually sought ways to control it, until you could no longer bear it, and chose to end your life." Tony interjected rapidly, cutting off Banner's counsel. Banner paused for a moment before continuing, "Indeed, I chose to end my life, but at least I fought back and made an effort. Much like Loki's earlier response to you, I explored every avenue. But you have not. The version of you captured in that footage has thus far shown no resistance, merely indulging and evading. Such actions are futile." Listening to Banner's words, Tony clenched his teeth and replied, "I understand your point, but even Jarvis has explored every conceivable element and has yet to identify a suitable alternative. What more can I do?" "Every element, are you certain?" Nick Fury reappeared mysteriously in the chat channel, remarking, "Your perspective and knowledge are but a fraction of what your father possessed." "What does that mean?" Tony could not help but inquire upon hearing the spy chief's comment. Yet no matter how loudly he called out, Fury offered no response. After Rhodey departed with the armor, Tony laid down all his worries, soaring over a fast food establishment to enjoy a donut while watching the sunrise. At that moment, the one-eyed Nick Fury approached. As the two engaged in casual conversation inside the fast food joint, the Black Widow, donned in a new agent outfit, approached and, to Tony's astonishment, administered a lithium injection. Current video paused. Question and answer session begins. Question: what fate awaits Tony next? 1. Sustaining his life through SHIELDS serum. 2. Undergoing surgical modifications to remove the arc reactor from his chest. 3. Collaborating with Jarvis and SHIELD to develop a new antidote for his ailment. 4. Creating a new element to replace palladium under the guidance of his father, Howard. Please begin answering rapidly. In the live broadcast, each participant has but one opportunity to respond. Those who answer correctly will earn 50 live points and a random reward. Random rewards may originate from any multiverse, while failure to answer will trigger unknown penalties. Another 50 points. Tony Stark muttered indignantly. "Can't this system grant me 100? Be content," Loki remarked with a smirk. Turning to Stark, "After all, you remain merely immortal. Even in the future, why should the system favor you? 50 points is its utmost benevolence. Speaking of mortals, you can't claim to be an Asgardian, can you?" Tony retorted, gesturing in a circle with his finger. After all, you're a frost giant. Loki shrugged nonchalantly. At least for now, I am still the Prince of Asgard. And just yesterday, my father Odin proposed that I temporarily succeed him as the interim God King of Asgard. What? Such good fortune? Thor exclaimed excitedly. Loki, quickly accept Father's proposal. Then revoke my exile and allow me to return to Asgard. Rest assured, I shall not contest your claim to the throne. I merely seek power. Loki chuckled. I decline, just as I did in yesterday's vision. Once I take the throne, I shall not overturn Father's final command. Loki, we are brothers. I am adopted. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. Loki snapped his fingers and, with enthusiasm, declared, with so few points, there is no need to overthink it. I shall simply choose one at random. Do not inquire as to why, but I find little enjoyment in this S-H-L-D. Loki, with his arms crossed, scoffed disdainfully. Moreover, surgery cannot rectify Stark's predicament. Beep. Loki Odinson has concluded his response. The system begins its assessment. Beep. Loki Odinson's answer is correct. Loki Odinson receives 50 live broadcast points. Rewards a random bonus. The Soul Fire, the Evil Star God. The Evil Star God, hailing from the cosmic star god realm, comprises 8 entities led by the ethereal void star god, Sauron. Evil Star God? Upon hearing the system's introduction, the crowd's expressions shifted, their gazes anxiously directed towards Loki on the small screen. This malevolent deity was already formidable, and now he had gained the system's support. Was this not an alarming development? Sensing the probing looks from those around him, Loki glanced at the black sun wheel that had manifested on his left arm, along with the 8 small flames surrounding him. A wicked smile crept upon his lips as he raised his left hand, proclaiming, "Arise, Sauron, and meet your new master." Loki's resounding voice echoed within the live stream, and with his invocation, a massive black hole suddenly unfurled in the air behind him, an overwhelming force stirring a tempest within the broadcast. Amidst the howling winds, an enormous robot, nearly 100 meters tall, emerged from the black hole, crashing down with a thunderous roar that sent shockwaves through the bodies of all present. Is this the Evil Star God? Everyone in the live stream gazed at the colossal machine, their eyes wide with awe. Sauron slowly bowed his head, gazing down at the Loki, who appeared as small as an ant by his side, and gradually knelt on one knee, stating, "I have come to pay my respects." "My lord, how immense!" The extraordinary Peter stared at the kneeling yet still towering Sauron, his mouth agape in envy. "Goodness, their rewards are magnificent. Why must I receive such a trivial thing?" Venom interjected, "This is outrageous. This evil god has even acquired a servant of comparable strength. Is there no justice? Is there no law?" Regardless of how others felt within the live stream, Carol, unrestrained by any prohibitions, was overtaken by goosebumps. This potent and malevolent aura. Carol instinctively clenched her fists, raising her gaze towards the ironclad star god, her entire body trembling. Having traversed the cosmos and interacted with myriad powers over the years, she had never encountered anyone wielding such immense strength. Turning to face the imposing evil star god, Loki absorbed the knowledge and information it imparted, contentedly closing his eyes. Nick Fury, observing from the screen, noted the deepening shadow on his otherwise dark visage. Watching Loki, who despite his eyes being closed could not conceal his amusement, he forcefully tore through his small notebook with the pen in his right hand. After viewing the first Avengers film, he had already elevated Loki's threat level to the highest degree, yet the system seemed to oppose him, bestowing Loki greater powers with each live broadcast. This was utterly absurd. Even his own son could not expect such treatment. The footage continues to play, as Egg informs Tony that this potion can merely alleviate his symptoms. A complete cure necessitates a new approach. However, Tony insists that he has already explored every element, unable to find a substitute for palladium. Yet, Fury interjects, "You have not tried all the elements." The scene shifts back to Tony's disheveled home, where Egg reveals some past secrets to him. It turns out that the arc reactor in Stark's chest was originally named the Light Arc Reactor, and in truth, it is merely a prototype. Howard had once stumbled upon methods to produce far more potent energy, rendering the arc reactor's output akin to that of a mere AA battery compared to this new energy source. Subsequently, Fury helps Tony confront his inner turmoil regarding Anton Vanko, even disclosing that Howard Stark was one of the founding members of SHIELD. This barrage of revelations leaves Tony astounded. But before he can collect himself, Fury has someone bring in Howard's old documents and departs. Tony blinks in disbelief, not just at the footage but also in the live stream, where he is utterly flabbergasted. His father had grasped the threshold of advanced energy decades ago. The scientists in the live stream express their astonishment, acknowledging Howard Stark as a remarkably proficient scientist, which leads Tony to recall the smug expression on his future self's face after miniaturizing the arc reactor, causing him to feel a pang of embarrassment. Could it be that the gap between him and his father is truly this vast? Opening all the materials left by Fury, Tony clutches the notebook and spends the night poring over it. However, just as he prepares to give up once more, the footage of Howard discussing the StarkTech Expo suddenly shifts. Howard's expression changes dramatically as he addresses the camera. "Tony, you are too young to understand this now, so I have recorded everything for you." He gestures toward the model of the Stark Industries Expo behind him. "This is all crafted for you, and one day, you will realize that this is not merely a human invention. It is the culmination of my life's work, the key to the future." He continues, "I am constrained by the technological limitations of my era, but one day, you will accomplish this. That will be your moment to change the world." The camera captures close-ups of the Stark Expo model before Howard, with deep emotion, concludes, "Tony, my greatest creation is you." Tony Stark silently watches the recorded footage, exhaling slowly. Strange, witnessing this, cannot help but remark, "Tony, you have a wonderful father. Is he a good father?" Tony chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Just as the image had depicted moments ago, he had always perceived his father as cold and calculating. The sudden display of genuine emotion caught him off guard, leading him to wonder if he had fallen under some enchantment. Loki, having retracted the void star god Sauron, looked at Stark's face marred by a bitter smile and sighed with understanding. Indeed, paternal love is often a perplexing sentiment, too subtle to grasp. Chapter 97, Spider Sense. Watch me send him flying with my ex-wife. Loki's poignant reflections reached Odin, the All-Father, restoring a flicker of vitality to the weary god. Indeed, Loki comprehends the struggles of this old father. As Odin glanced towards Thor, his single eye sparkled with a sudden intensity as he focused on Earth. Locating Thor, still languishing on the couch in Old Bridge, New Mexico, joyfully indulging in food. Unable to contain himself, Odin struck his thigh in frustration. Alas, this fellow is utterly useless, failing to comprehend the profound implications of my exile, consumed solely by gluttony. Odin muttered indignantly, withdrawing his gaze without hesitation. Just before his consciousness faded, he faintly caught Thor's jubilant shout, "Daisy, bring me another serving of mac and cheese." In a live broadcast, Tony remained silent for a moment before addressing the screen. "So, Nick Fury, you've known all along about these matters? About my father's plans?" Nick reclined in his chair, adjusting to a more comfortable position. "Of course, and I am aware of far more than you can imagine." Tony nodded slowly, a surge of curiosity about his father igniting within him. He resolved to inquire about his father's affairs with Fury upon his return. The imagery continued. Still unable to grasp the profound meaning behind his father's words, Tony felt compelled to attend the Stark Industries Expo. Now that he had relinquished his position at Stark Industries, he could only seek out Pepper. On his way, he brought along a box of strawberries. However, the now busy Pepper had no time to entertain Tony, angrily informing him of her strawberry allergy. Observing the now empty office, Tony could only sigh in resignation. Yet when his gaze fell upon the upright model of the Stark Industries Expo, he suddenly comprehended the true essence of his father's words. This is the key to the future. Excited, Stark dismantled the model and took it home, utilizing Jarvis's scanning capabilities to unveil the new elemental structure hidden within the model by his father. One cannot deny that Howard Stark is the most brilliant individual I have ever encountered. Captain America marveled at the footage displayed on the screen. envious of how Stark had concealed his newly invented element as a cipher within the map. Is this the legacy of the clever? Alas, fate has been unkind to the gifted. I never anticipated that upon my return, he would have already passed away. As he spoke, a look of melancholy crossed Captain America's face, for this individual had once been his steadfast comrade in arms. With a resolute spirit, Tony Stark, having discovered a new element, immediately procured all the necessary materials and commenced a grand renovation of his mansion. Amidst a dazzling white light, he successfully synthesized his innovative element. Meanwhile, upon learning that the U.S. military had acquired the enhanced technology developed by Tony, Ivan Vanko reached out to him, issuing a provocative challenge. You suggested I increase the rotational speed. One excellent idea. The history of the Stark family is about to be rewritten. Recognizing the taunt in his words, Tony hastily instructed Jarvis to trace the call's origin. However, even in the final moments when the tracking failed, Tony discerned his intent. He aimed to strike at the Stark Industrial Expo. Realizing this, Tony swiftly donned his armor and soared into the air. At the expo, the boastful Justin Hammer showcased the iron soldiers created by Ivan, along with the war machine armed with their weaponry. Unbeknownst to him, those iron soldiers standing behind him were being remotely controlled by Ivan via computer. Just then, Iron Man arrived, but before he could inquire about Ivan's whereabouts, the iron soldiers and war machine piloted by Colonel Rhodes raised their weapons, targeting him. Sensing the imminent danger, Iron Man fled the exhibition hall to grant the audience time to escape. Following a fierce skirmish, several Air Force iron soldiers were accidentally shot down by their allies, which displeased Ivan, prompting him to open fire on the suspected Iron Man with all the iron soldiers. In the crowd, a child donned an Iron Man helmet. Gazing at the soldier robot aiming at him, he raised his glowing left hand. Observing the child in peril, Iron Man swiftly descended, vanquishing the iron soldier opposing the boy, and encouragingly remarked, "Well done, young one," before soaring back into the sky. In the live stream, the remarkable Peter Parker suddenly shuddered, displaying a look of uncertainty as he gazed at the child wearing the iron helmet on the screen. Did you feel that too? Just as he pondered the inexplicable sensation, the new Peter chimed in the chat, "My spider sense just activated. It tells me I've encountered another Spider-Man." The extraordinary Peter nodded. "Indeed, I share that strange feeling, reminiscent of when you first entered the live stream." This meant that the boy they had just seen was the Spider-Man from Mr. Stark's universe. Listening to the exchange between the two Peters, the audience in the live stream finally grasped the reason behind their earlier unusual expressions. However, Reed Richards inquired with perplexity, "But has this child truly become Spider-Man already?" "Not necessarily." The extraordinary Peter pondered for a moment before deducing. "Perhaps it is because we have already foreseen his future that the spider senses within Peter and myself have detected his presence." "Is this the child?" "I understand now." Tony, upon hearing this, fixed his gaze intently on the screen displaying the child in a helmet, looking up at him as he soared away, nervously clenching his hands. "Previously, you turned to ash in my arms. This time, I shall ensure your safety." As Tony engaged in battle with the iron soldiers, Black Widow began to comprehend the situation and, accompanied by Happy, made her way to Hammer Industries. Due to the urgency of the situation, she had no choice but to change her attire in the car, causing the driver, Happy, to widen his eyes in astonishment, his excitement rendering him unable to maintain control of the vehicle momentarily. Observing his old companion's captivated demeanor, Tony could not help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Peter Quill found himself thoroughly entertained, remarking, "Ah, is this something I can witness without spending a dime? That chest and physique are indeed impressive." Captain Marvel, standing nearby, shot him an exasperated glance, shaking her head in disdain as she swapped places with Captain America. Upon arriving at Hammer Industries, Black Widow wasted no time and charged in. While Happy was still engaged in a futile exchange with a security guard, Natasha had already dispatched the entire security team. When the two of them burst into the computer control room, they discovered that Ivan Vanko had vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Black Widow immediately commenced decrypting the computer, remotely rebooting Rhodey's armor, thus alleviating the urgent predicament Tony faced as he hesitated to take action against Rhodey. Gazing at Tony's visage on the screen, Black Widow complimented him on his new energy core. "Thanks," Tony replied gratefully. "I suppose I won't be dying anytime soon." However, to Tony's astonishment, at that moment, Pepper Potts activated the video call and overheard his remark, instantly inciting her ire as she chastised Tony for withholding this information from her. Faced with his girlfriend's reproach, Tony could only promise to explain everything once the ordeal was concluded. After ending the call, he roused Rhodey, and the two friends reconciled, joining forces to obliterate all the descending Iron Soldiers. Just when they believed the crisis was resolved, a more formidable suit of armor, the Whiplash armor piloted by Ivan Vanko, descended before them. Confronting the adversary who had toyed with them for so long, Colonel Rhodey launched his powerful attack, declaring, "Watch me obliterate him with my ex-wife." "What are you using?" Tony stared at Rhodey in astonishment, his bewilderment evident even beneath the iron helmet. A small missile ascended from the shoulder of War Machine, igniting with a roar and hurtling fiercely towards Ivan. In the next moment, the sharp tip of the missile accurately struck Ivan's chest armor, accompanied by a crisp sound as it was deflected and fell into the water, extinguishing its trailing flames with a soft splash. Observing the scene, Iron Man let out a resigned sigh and turned to War Machine, inquiring, "Hammer's weapon?" Rhodey remained silent for a couple of seconds before awkwardly replying, "Indeed. How could such a military manufacturing company dare to collaborate with the U.S. government?" Reed Richards, bewildered, remarked, "My God, is the government in your world really that foolish and flush with cash? Why is it that I can't secure investment for my project on space exploration and the research of new elements to benefit humanity? Why you military folks are willing to pay a hefty price for this dud?" Spider-Man, equally perplexed, asked Mr. Stark, "Didn't you previously mention that Hammer Industries is somewhat akin to your company? How is it that the weapons they produce are so defective?" New Peter observed, in stark contrast, "I suddenly realized that our Oscorp is truly a conscientious military enterprise." Tony shook his head and responded fairly, "I wouldn't attribute this missile's failure solely to Hammer. When he introduced it, I surmised this missile belonged to the kinetic kill category, which requires an extremely high velocity and substantial kinetic energy to penetrate the target's outer armor, triggering an internal explosion. However, Rhodey was too close to Vanko. This distance was insufficient for the missile to accumulate the necessary kinetic energy to breach Vanko's battlesuit. To be honest, this is also why I often claim that his creations are more showy than practical." Chapter 98. Loki is dead. Loki in a live stream watches Loki. Rhodey, in a state of disarray, stowed away his weapon, while Ivan Vanko advanced a step forward, wearing a provocative expression that silently mocked Tony and the others. Witnessing his insufferable demeanor, Tony aimed at several critical points on his armor and opened fire. Yet, 12 bullets were entirely deflected by the armor. With his helmet secured, Ivan began to wield his electrified whip, launching an assault on Tony and Rhodey. Faced with the formidable whip armor, Tony and Rhodey were subjected to an overwhelming onslaught. Regardless of the tactical countermeasures they attempted, Ivan dispatched them to the ground with his electric whip. After several exchanges, Ivan seized the opportunity to ensnare both of their armors with 2 electrified whips. Observing War Machine's glowing crimson eyes, Tony suddenly recalled their earlier confrontation at his residence. Straining against Ivan's whip, Tony shouted at Rhodey, "Raise your hand." Noticing the repulsor in Iron Man's right palm, Rhodey seemed to grasp his intent. After a brief quip, he too raised his left hand. Their palms ignited with brilliance as 2 repulsor blasts collided, unleashing a torrent of energy that resulted in a violent explosion, shattering the glass of the Stark Eco Park where they stood. As the smoke cleared, Tony and Rhodes approached the side of Ivan Vanko, only to be astonished to find that he had not yet succumbed to death. Peter Quill, witnessing the scene, mockingly remarked, "Stark, your technology seems rather inadequate. With such a grand display, you can't even kill a single man." "How absurd." Captain Marvel, Carol, chimed in jest, though I must admit that smoke was quite impressive. Tony, wishing to defend himself, felt a sudden pang of bitterness. These two had traversed the cosmos and encountered numerous extraterrestrial technologies, rendering his own innovations rather pedestrian in their eyes. "You have lost," Ivan coughed, a sneer gracing his features before his head slumped, and he fell silent. With his passing, The arc reactor embedded in his chest ignited in crimson, alarms blaring incessantly. It was then that Tony realized Ivan had programmed all the armors to self-destruct in advance. Remembering that Pepper had not yet vacated the vicinity, Tony hastily soared to her side, cradling her as they fled from the Stark Industries Expo. In the very next moment, the incapacitated armors erupted in a series of explosions. Having navigated through these tribulations, Pepper and Tony reconciled, passionately embracing atop a rooftop. The scene shifted to a spacious room, where Nick Fury and Tony were engaged in a discussion regarding Natasha's research findings on Iron Man. After Tony vocally read through Natasha's analysis, he expressed his dissatisfaction. "This is utterly unreasonable. Why can you accept another version of me, yet refuse to embrace the true me?" To which Nick Fury replied, "Based on these results, we have decided that, for the time being, you shall serve solely as a consultant." Though Tony initially intended to refuse, he turned and made a request. "Washington, D.C. should award both me and Rhodes. We require a distinguished award presenter." The following day, the previously scheming Senator Stern stood on the podium with a forced smile, presenting medals to Tony and Rhodes. Observing the senator's evident disdain for Tony, yet compelled to present the award with gritted teeth, the audience could not help but laugh aloud. I find myself pondering whether this reflects the power of wealth or the overwhelming influence of S.H.L.D. Reed Richards sighed. "However, I must say, this is indeed quite gratifying." Over the past few months, in pursuit of funding for his research, Reed had faced rejection after rejection from affluent investors who dismissed his plans outright. After enduring countless dismissals, he begrudgingly sought out his former friend, Victor, and with his support, was able to continue his research. Thus, from that point forward, even if unspoken, Reed began to acknowledge the formidable power of money. The broadcast of Iron Man 12 has concluded, and the future of Loki Odinson, third in line, is about to be aired. The universe has detected the demise of Loki, and soon, Loki from the same timeline branch will be showcased, commencing the invitation for special guests to join the live chat group. However, they will not enter the live broadcast. Falcon Sam Wilson joins the live chat group. "Wait, am I truly dead?" Quietly awaiting to witness his future, Loki was momentarily stunned upon hearing the system announce his death. He then shouted into the chat channel, "Banner, come out. Why didn't your snap bring me back to life?" Bruce Banner. Tony, with an odd expression, snapped his fingers a few times, perhaps in Banner's eyes. "You are not one of our comrades. You're talking nonsense. On that spaceship, I fought alongside them. Are you telling me that doesn't team make us comrades?" Loki retorted, irritation evident in his expression. "In the end, it's still this guy being hypocritical. Brother, I thought you were merely using illusions to feign death. I didn't realize you sacrificed your life to save me. Your demise is so tragic." Thor, reflecting on Loki's actual death, couldn't help but wail in the chat channel. "Shut up, you fool. Don't dramatize this." Loki, feeling increasingly agitated, interrupted Thor's lament, gritting his teeth as he continued to gaze at the screen. "Strange, perplexed," inquired, "However, I find it curious. What does it mean for this Loki from the same timeline branch? Logically, if a timeline branch has emerged, it should already constitute different entities within the multiverse. Why does the system specifically state this is from the same timeline?" Scott Lang. Could it be that this fellow traversed through time? Like Marty in Back to the Future. Master Mordo, at this juncture, we require a professional to address your queries. Understand, if two Lokis appear on the same timeline, a time paradox arises, leading to a new timeline. Consequently, one Loki's future must inevitably be obliterated, for the multiverse cannot coexist on a singular timeline. If two worlds draw near, they shall march toward mutual destruction. But what if Mr. Loki merely wishes to observe without intervening? Curious, Spider-Man asked. If time travel is solely for observation and does not involve participation in the past, would that still lead to the demise of another self? Master Mordo remained silent for a moment before uncertainly responding. That should also be unfeasible. Two identical entities in proximity can easily create a time loop. Moreover, since the system has opted to reveal this, it signifies that the second Loki has indeed created a new timeline. Odin, with a complex expression, observed the discussions within the live chat, his right hand stroking the hilt of the eternal spear. After a long pause, he sighed deeply, the last vestige of hope within him dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming fury. Thanos. Odin pronounced the name with deliberate clarity, a glint of menace flashing in his single eye. Wait, who exactly are you? And what is this illusory screen? As the crowd fervently discussed Loki, the newly joined participant in the live chat, Sam Wilson felt ignored. Gazing at the ethereal display hovering before him, he hesitantly posed his query in the chat channel. Due to his involvement in the Falcon program, he was determined to master the art of avian flight. Thus, taking advantage of the military's day off, he ventured into the woods to feed his feathered friends while simultaneously studying their flight patterns. However, as he scattered breadcrumbs into the air, an ethereal screen abruptly unfurled in the forest, startling Sam with its surreal appearance. Yet, when his gaze shifted to the smaller screens beneath the larger one, he was captivated by a familiar visage. Oh my God, is that you, Captain America? You're alive? Indeed, I just woke up after 60-some years. Captain America awkwardly responded. Having heard this remark no less than 20 times since morning, his ears nearly calloused from the repetition. Upon seeing Captain America, Sam Wilson's excitement surged, diminishing his initial resistance to the system screen. Thanks to the enthusiastic introduction by the extraordinary Peter, Sam finally comprehended the purpose of the ethereal screen before him. A spoiler of the future? A dimensional live streaming system? How utterly absurd. As the system's cold voice announced the commencement of the footage, the previously dark screen began to illuminate with images. Observing the scenes unfolding on the screen, the early viewers of the Avengers displayed expressions of astonishment. This appears to be the Battle of New York. As the camera zoomed in, their conjectures were validated. Inside Stark Tower, the Avengers, having just vanquished Loki, handcuffed him, with Thor even employing a magical artifact to silence Loki's incessant chatter. Subsequently, they shoved Loki into the elevator, while Stark secured the Tesseract within a box. The earnest Hulk attempted to join them in the elevator, but was halted by Tony Stark. With a shift in the scene, Stark, carrying the box containing the Tesseract, and Thor encountered Alexander Pierce, the director of S.H.L., who had arrived with his men to seize the box. As the two factions battled for the artifact, Stark suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if struck by a heart attack. Tony, is your heart acting up again? Strange inquired curiously, then, rubbing his fingers together, added, I recall you still have shrapnel in your body from that terrorist explosion. Should we head to the hospital? I could perform surgery and insert a stent or something. I perceive that you might be seeking to extract my essence. However, that image merely reflects my former self. The present me remains unscathed. Tony rolled his eyes, gazing at the screen where his twitching figure lay, inhaling deeply in bewilderment. Moreover, theoretically, my arc reactor should be capable of absorbing shrapnel. How then could I be rendered in such a state of paralysis? Chapter 99. Two Starks, a disturbing revelation. Time Management Bureau. As the audience on the screen gasped at the sight of the incapacitated Stark, Ant-Man suddenly appeared, delivering a kick that sent the box containing the Tesseract flying. Loki, handcuffed and silenced, widened his eyes in astonishment, glancing at the ejected box before turning his gaze back to Stark. From his perspective, it appeared as though Ant-Man had emerged from Stark, provoking his confusion and leading him to speculate whether the fallen Stark was orchestrating something. The silver box skidded a distance before being retrieved by a soldier clad in Special Forces attire. As the soldier moved outward, he communicated through his channel. Well done. See you in the alley. I need to grab a bite first. That familiar voice and tone. Instantly, all eyes in the live stream turned toward Tony Stark, who himself wore an expression of utter perplexity. Is that me? No, I am sprawled on the ground, convulsing. How can there be another version of me here? Are there truly two of me in this world? No. Reed Richards was the first to respond. Addressing Dr. Strange in the chat, did you not just state that a world cannot harbor two identical individuals, lest a temporal paradox ensue? What does this situation imply? Tony Stark has certainly challenged your assertion. Dr. Strange replied. Loki chuckled derisively. Someone asserted that the presence of identical individuals would lead to the world's destruction. Yet here we are, and this so-called expert appears far from professional. Doctor Strange retorted, "Be quiet. You have already been shackled by your brother Thor, and yet you remain so restless." After exchanging a sharp retort, Doctor Strange quickly turned to Master Gu, but before he could speak, she shook her head and declared, "Do not ask me. I do not know." Doctor Strange's shoulders sagged in defeat as he gazed with exasperation at the smirking Supreme Sorcerer. Very well. Now, even the Supreme Sorcerer wishes to observe the unfolding drama. Yet, just as he felt disheartened, Master Gu, seated prominently, smiled and addressed all the sorcerers in the hall. "Today, I must impart a lesson anew. In the face of the unknown, we must not be prideful. Particularly when such things may embody formidable power, humility is essential." The sorcerers nodded in agreement, even Doctor Strange awkwardly lowering his head. Furthermore, they had not erred in their conjecture. The figures portrayed in the images indeed hailed from the future. Upon hearing this, Master Mordo was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the impossibility of the situation. How could this be? The ability to traverse time and space with a physical body is something even the previous Supreme Masters have failed to achieve. How could they, Mordo? Master Ancient One interrupted his murmured disbelief, gently fanning herself with a delicate fan, savoring the gentle breeze. Once the live stream concludes, I suggest you pay a visit to Stark. It seems that the coming week will be quite challenging for him. Upon hearing Ancient One's directive, Master Mordo promptly nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze back to the live stream. If Master Ancient One's insinuation held any truth, could the reason for these individuals' temporal travels be linked to Stark? Was that why she urged me to approach him? Just then, Stark, having reached the staircase, was suddenly hurled away by a tremendous force. It turned out to be the Hulk, who, having been denied access to the elevator by the others, had opted to descend the stairs. He burst through the door, sending Stark flying as he roared to vent his wrath. The box came flying back, violently jolting open, and the blue tesseract tumbled out, sliding across the floor to rest at Loki's feet. Seeing that no one was paying him any mind, Loki quickly bent down to retrieve the tesseract and opened a portal to escape the scene. "Ah, so you know how to use the tesseract for your own escape?" Tony suddenly turned to glance at the impassive Loki, his expression a mix of curiosity and incredulity. "Why didn't you flee the ship then? Surely, the tesseract could have transported two individuals without issue?" Loki merely shrugged. "How should I know?" Peter Parker, feeling the weight of the moment, remarked, "It's truly moving how deep the bond between Mr. Loki and Mr. Thor runs. I envy your relationship." "Be quiet, you foolish child. Thor and I share no such bond," Loki retorted, pointing a finger at Peter, then turning to the live stream audience. "If anyone dares to bring this up again, I shall summon Sauron to ensure you are rendered utterly helpless." Thor, not to be outdone, chimed in from the chat, "Loki, you should also be silent, you dolt." As the scene shifted, Loki found himself in a vast desert, attempting to assert his identity to a group of bewildered villagers when suddenly a golden portal opened nearby, and several fully armed warriors emerged. It appeared to be an ordinary temporal incursion. A robust black woman stepped through the portal, addressing the small screen she held in her hand. "The rate and slope of temporal branch development are stable." With that, she stowed the device and declared to Loki, "Temporal offender identified. On behalf of the Temporal Variance Authority, I am here to arrest you for the violation of the sacred timeline. Raise your hands." Loki, clearly unimpressed, chuckled disdainfully. "What a bother today has turned out to be. I've had my fill of fully armed fools directing me, so consider this my final warning. Get out of my way." As Loki rushed towards them, the leading black woman raised her staff and struck him forcefully across the cheek. The impact caused Loki to float momentarily, his cheek rippling as if caught in a turbulent wave, rendering him agonizingly slow, as though submerged in deep water. Observing the wretched state of Loki on the screen, laughter erupted from the live stream, transforming his expression into one of deep dismay. How could this be? He was unable to withstand the assault of an ordinary woman? Your speed has been reduced to 1/16th, yet your pain perception remains in real time. Seizing the moment while Loki floated in midair, bound by the power of time, the black woman produced a collar and leisurely fastened it around his neck, subsequently nullifying the time dilation. In the next instant, released from his constraints, Loki collapsed onto the sandy ground, the relentless agony rendering him nearly devoid of resistance. Two additional warriors approached without uttering a word, hoisting Loki up, while the black woman gazed at the tesseract on the ground and instructed the remaining male warrior. Reset the timeline. After issuing her command, she picked up the tesseract, as her companion placed a golden device on the sand and pressed a button to activate it. Loki, restrained by the soldiers, turned to look back, his face instantly reflecting profound shock. Reset the timeline? The live stream erupted in disbelief, viewers exchanging incredulous glances, questioning whether they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. Tony furrowed his brow, skepticism etched on his face as he inquired, "I want to understand, what exactly does this reset entail? Is it akin to restarting a game when one cannot defeat the computer?" Reed Richards vehemently shook his head. That's absurd. It's impossible. Consider the multitude of lives across a universe. I suspect it merely resets the time from when Loki first appeared in the desert. After all, he shouldn't have escaped at this point, should he? Thus, a new question arose. Strange pointed at Loki, who stood aside, and asked Reed, "Where's Loki gone?" "He was taken," Reed instinctively replied, but his expression suddenly shifted. "Wait, are you suggesting the Loki from this world? We all know that the Tesseract and Loki do not vanish in the future. If Loki has been taken by this so-called Time Management Bureau, then who is the Loki that appears in our understanding after the timeline reset? Who is the one that defied Thanos and perished?" Strange words reverberated in the live stream, resonating in the minds of all viewers. An indescribable sense of unease began to permeate their thoughts. "I'm not I." Loki articulated this chilling revelation slowly, his eyes wide with disbelief. The sorcerers of Kamartaj whispered among themselves. Ever since the Time Management Bureau revealed its suspected manipulation of temporal powers, they frequently cast glances at the eye of Agamotto worn by Master Wong. The Time Management Bureau. Nick Fury squinted, exchanging a knowing glance with Coulson. After listening to the analyses from the live stream participants, they both concluded that this organization appeared rather nefarious, and Fury even sensed a whiff of conspiracy in the air. Odin blinked in confusion. The Time Management Bureau? In all his millennia, he had never heard of such an entity. Could it be a ruse? Throughout the live stream, only Thor remained bewildered, gazing vacantly at the expressionless Dr. Selvig and the others. What do they mean? Why does my brother claim he is not himself? After a prolonged silence, Jane Foster finally regained her composure. Looking at the somewhat dim-witted Thor, she spoke with a sympathetic expression. "They say your brother was captured by an entity called the Time Management Bureau following the Battle of New York. And that group reset the timeline, creating a new Loki to replace your brother until he perished at Thanos' hands for your sake." Thor furrowed his brow, puzzled as he gazed at Jane. "What nonsense are you speaking? Even inebriated, I would not dare utter such things. Have you been drinking?" Chapter 100. The Origin of the Time Management Bureau. My fate is my own. "Jane, you've truly had too much. You're beginning to speak incoherently." Upon witnessing the pity on Daisy and Selvig's faces, Thor realized they were not jesting. Yet, he could not accept this explanation, shaking his head vehemently. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are deceiving me," Thor shouted in fury. Eric and the others looked on at the distraught Thor, moving forward to console him. But the enraged Thor refused to heed their comfort. In desperation, Daisy retrieved her taser once more. Snap! The world fell silent. They placed the now paralyzed Thor back onto the sofa, allowing him to continue watching the screen. At that moment, Jane unexpectedly noticed that Thor was shedding tears. Seeing his tears, Jane felt a stirring within her, silently grasping his hand. The footage continued to play. Loki, shoved through a portal, was brought to a place resembling a corporate reception, where another green-skinned Skrull and a debauched human were forcibly escorted in. Noticing that the reception desk seemed oblivious to him, Loki bolted in an attempt to escape. But the black woman beside him merely raised her left hand, pressing a button on the remote, and Loki found himself instantly returned to her side. Upon seeing himself back in position, Loki, indignant, glared once more at the woman and again sprinted away. Yet the black woman, with a casual air, pressed a button on the remote, causing Loki to return to his original position. Upon discovering that the collar around his neck confined him, and rendered escape impossible. Loki hastily fumbled with the collar in a desperate attempt to break free. However, the black woman offered him no chance. Forcibly escorting him to the front desk and carelessly tossing the Tesseract to the registrar. She then led Loki away from the premises, observing the registrar casually examining the Tesseract. Captain America was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? This individual appears to be human. Is it not true that the Tesseract cannot be touched by human hands? During my pursuit of Red Skull, he was reduced to ashes precisely because he grasped the Tesseract barehanded. Bruce Banner chimed in. Indeed. And I recall in the first Avengers film, Director Fury, while wearing gloves, struggled to withstand the Tesseract's intense heat, repeatedly shaking his hand. Tony snapped his fingers. My interest in this so-called time management bureau has suddenly peaked. The black woman shoved Loki into the elevator, slamming the doors shut with a resounding thud. Loki scrutinized the peculiar little robot within the elevator. As it extended its mechanical claw towards him, Loki unceremoniously swatted it away, sternly warning the robot's screen, absolutely not. This is exquisite Asgardian leather. The robot's screen immediately displayed a look of indignation. Then it raised another mechanical claw holding a flashlight, aiming it at Loki. Do not move, it commanded. Before Loki could fully comprehend the situation, the flashlight emitted a golden beam that disintegrated his clothing entirely, leaving him utterly bare in the elevator. The audience in the live stream erupted in startled exclamations, with Carol jokingly remarking, "Not bad, Loki, you've got quite a physique. That rear is remarkably fair." Star-Lord, Peter Quill, made a quip as well, earning him incredulous stares from several nearby superheroes. You cannot be serious? Even Captain America found himself stepping back, creating a bit of distance from Star-Lord. Though he bore no prejudice, he remarked, "I was merely jesting. What's the harm?" Star-Lord looked around with a wounded expression, as if to say, "Is it forbidden to make jokes?" Suddenly, Loki found himself devoid of clothing, only to be clad in a new prison uniform as he transitioned to the next elevator, where he was compelled to sign numerous documents. After a photograph was taken, he entered another waiting area. The soldier stationed at the entrance instructed Loki to retrieve a ticket from the previously mentioned human. However, the arrogant young man brazenly refused, strutting inside defiantly. Seeing that he was ignoring the advice, the soldier decided not to pursue the matter further and turned to Loki, saying, "Please take a ticket." Loki, grumbling in response, reluctantly pulled a ticket from the dispenser and placed it in his pocket. Following the soldier's gesture, he proceeded into the passageway. As Loki took a few steps forward, he could no longer contain himself and shouted, "This is a mistake. I should not be here." How familiar that sounded. As if every imprisoned soul uttered such a lament. Phil Coulson jested in the chat channel, "I never expected even the divine to be an exception." Loki raised an eyebrow, but chose to ignore him. His attention was entirely captivated by the unfolding revelation before him. "Hey, hello. You might say this is a mistake. I should not have come here." A female voice echoed, and Loki, startled, glanced around to discover a television on the wall of the hall beginning to display animated imagery. An orange-clocked figure appeared on the screen, smiling at Loki as it declared, "Welcome to the Time Management Bureau. I am Miss Time. I am here to impart some knowledge before your trial, so do not waste time. Take a seat and listen closely." The screen transitioned to another animated sequence. Long ago, there was a vast multiverse war, during which countless unique timelines vied for supremacy, nearly obliterating everything. The voice of the self-proclaimed Miss Time resonated, invigorating the audience in the live stream. Previously, when spoilers from Doctor Strange were aired, the viewers had garnered some understanding of the multiverse. Yet they had not witnessed its true essence. The worlds of the extraordinary Peter and Reed Richards could, in strict terms, only be classified as parallel universes. The voice on the screen continued its explanation, revealing three peculiar figures clad in yellow robes. At that moment, the omniscient time keepers emerged. They brought about peace by restructuring the multiverse into a singular timeline. And this is the sacred timeline, it continued. Thus, the timekeepers can safeguard all existence and maintain the proper flow of time. However, there are times when individuals like you deviate from the path created by the timekeepers. Such individuals are term time offenders, Perhaps you instigated a rebellion or merely arrived late to work. Regardless of the cause, you have strayed from your path and created a nexus event. If left unchecked, these events could spiral into another multiversal war. To prevent such occurrences, the Timekeepers established the Time Management Bureau. They are responsible for intervening and rectifying your missteps, restoring the timeline to its intended course. The animated visuals on the screen aptly illustrated the Bureau resetting time, showing a time offender reappearing in a scene where no temporal nexus had previously occurred. If your actions have led you to a point where you cannot return to your original timeline, you must accept the consequences of your transgressions. Therefore, please hold onto your ticket. We shall soon arrange for your judge. Miss Time's exposition concluded, yet the silence within the live stream did not dissipate with her departure. In the grand conflict of the multiverse, the sacred timeline rendered Tony and Strange momentarily speechless, their lips murmuring the recently chilling terminology. Loki, pale-faced and tightly pursed lips, breathed heavily, his nostrils flaring. After a prolonged silence, he was the first to shatter the stillness of the live stream. A mouthful of lies. Utterly absurd. Glancing at the incredulous expressions of those around him, Loki, in a fit of ironic mirth, pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Come on. There must be a limit to such nonsense. What does it mean that the Timekeepers created this path? According to her, are all our actions, our thoughts, and even our futures preordained by these three reptilian beings? Nonsense. This is a charade. The so-called Time Management Bureau has spun an outrageous lie, attempting to deceive the entire world." With a dismissive scoff, Loki proclaimed, "Mark my words, I shall be the one to dismantle this falsehood." Reed Richards, emerging from his astonishment, absorbed Loki's outburst. After a half-minute of contemplative silence, he responded, "Indeed, I too find the words of this time, Miss Absurd." However, observing that animated demonstration, if a new timeline branch is created, then the Time Management Bureau's purported method of resetting the timeline involves obliterating an entire world and restoring it to the state prior to the temporal event. I surmise that the moment Loki was taken by the Time Management Bureau was when he witnessed this process, hence his astonished expression. Obliterate an entire world? The group trembled at the implication. Such brief utterances concealed profound meaning. Enough of this. Do you truly believe their tales of resetting the timeline? Loki's eyes widened, revealing a faint lavender aura of magical energy, hinting at a hint of madness. Or have you all accepted your fate, resigned to being mere pawns in the hands of these so-called timekeepers? He raised his left hand and slowly clenched it into a fist before them. I refuse to accept it. My destiny is mine to command, not theirs. Chapter 101. A smile resolves grudges. The terrifying cut. Significance. Loki's voice resonated throughout the live stream, stirring all who watched. In truth, when this spoiler live streaming system emerged, a seed had already been sown deep within their hearts. For the likes of the optimistic Peter and the deeply pessimistic Bruce Banner, knowing their future ultimately brought them joy. For it allowed them to evade future mistakes and provided a shortcut to fulfill their urgent desires and whims. For individuals such as Carol and Star-Lord, the situation is rather disheartening. Their experiences in the cosmos have afforded them a broader perspective than that of any terrestrial superheroes, having encountered countless forces. The system that can draw the bodies or consciousnesses of beings from various universes and planets into a peculiar space has instilled within them a sense of caution. Thus, since entering the live broadcast room, they have refrained from participating in any quiz segments. Conversely, the more astute among them, Stark Strange and Reed Richards, upon their first encounter with the spoiler-laden live system, have already begun to contemplate the existence behind it. If their future could be so casually divulged, it follows that the entity responsible possesses the means to reverse their fates, potentially rendering them even more tragic than originally foretold. Therefore, these intellectuals are the most eager participants in the live quiz, for they are unconcerned about the system's ultimate objectives. Their sole focus is on augmenting their own strength to ensure their survival. Yet, when they hear Loki's furious roar, their self-proclaimed calm minds and hearts pulsate with sudden intensity. If one's fate is indeed preordained by an unfamiliar entity, leaving no room for error, how does one differ from a marionette? Tony exhales deeply, closing his eyes as a soft chuckle escapes his lips. He slightly shakes his head and, upon reopening his eyes, scans the expressions of the others in the live room. Eventually, with a resigned gesture, he extends his hand to Loki, sighing, "I never expected that in the face of an uncertain destiny. The one I found most irksome would become someone I admire. If you intend to oppose them in the future, count me in." Loki, after a long moment of contemplation, finally reaches out to grasp Tony's hand. "To be honest, I have never found you particularly agreeable. I must clarify, my disdain for you is even greater." Watching the two inexplicably shake hands, the extraordinary Peter Parker gazes at Strange, puzzled, and inquires softly, "Sorcerer, what is happening between Mr. Stark and Mr. Loki?" Strange, his expression a blend of complexity, exhales slowly, "It's nothing. They simply share a common goal now." Loki turns to Strange, raising his chin and asking, "Which? Will you join us?" "Me?" Strange blinks in surprise, snapping his fingers to conjure a flicker of flame, gesturing to create a fleeting image of a phoenix. "Of course. I will be delighted. Mr. Stark, may I join as well?" The extraordinary Spider-Man, Peter Parker, raises his hand, eager to be part of this small coalition, but is firmly rebuffed by Stark. "Not yet, kid. You're still too young." Nick Fury observes the trio in the live room, who have suddenly reconciled, his brow furrowed in concern. The truth behind the Time Variance Authority remains undiscovered, and yet these three have inexplicably formed a small alliance. Is this appropriate? Loki, the god of mischief, is perpetually concocting plots and schemes. The image continues as Ms. Time incessantly remarks, "Just ensure you possess a ticket, and the next available assistant shall meet with you." Upon hearing her introduction, Loki scoffs, raising his hands to the heavens with a laugh. Timekeeper, who would believe such nonsense about the sacred timeline? At that moment, a human who had entered earlier suddenly began to quarrel with the guard over the matter of tickets. As their argument escalated, the soldier abruptly twisted his baton, pressing the glowing end against the man's body. To Loki's astonishment, the man spontaneously ignited, disappearing entirely. Not even ashes remained. Snapped back to reality by the horrific sight, Loki quickly fumbled through his pockets, ultimately retrieving the ticket he had previously discarded. With a long sigh, he raised the small red ticket above his head. Loki gazed speechlessly at the screen, observing himself, frightened like a startled bird. The true enemy has yet to appear, and already he is so unnerved? This must be a technological ploy. The Time Management Bureau appears to possess advanced technology. Tony Stark, intrigued by the footage of the soldier causing the man to vanish, turned to Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, and inquired, "Have you encountered such technology in the cosmos?" Carol shook her head. "I have not seen anything identical, but there are numerous technologies in the universe capable of producing similar effects. If you seek to discern the true forces behind the Time Management Bureau using this method, it may prove challenging." Tony shrugged in resignation. "Is that so? Then we must consider alternative strategies." He then turned to Loki. "Has your father, as king for so many years, ever mentioned the existence of this so-called Time Management Bureau?" Loki fell silent for a few seconds. "Even if my father knows, I cannot consult him at this moment." Strange clapped his hands, drawing the group's attention. "With King Odin absent, we still have the Supreme Sorcerer. The Sorcerer Supreme, possessing the Time Stone and having witnessed numerous multiverses, must surely have some insight into these beings." Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when a message from Master Mordo promptly arrived. "Strange, before you spoke. Master Gu instructed me to inform you that she has not encountered any existence of the so-called Time Management Bureau. Therefore, she too cannot ascertain whether these entities truly exist." The group fell silent, realizing that aside from King Odin, Master Gu was perhaps the most knowledgeable in the live stream. Yet even she was unaware of the Time Management Bureau's existence. Peter Quill murmured while gazing at the screen, "Could they truly be a bunch of frauds?" Just as he was about to continue speaking, he noticed that Carol's expression seemed somewhat off. As the scene shifts to France in 1549, within a church in Aix-en-Provence, Agent Mobius is accompanied by several timekeepers, meticulously examining the lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. The timekeepers deduce that these individuals have fallen victim to an ambush. Mobius, unfazed, lets out a soft grunt of acknowledgement. It is then that he hears one of the timekeepers behind him exclaim, "It's him." Mobius nods, articulating his own analysis while noting the absence of one of the time reset devices at the scene. At that moment, a child suddenly bursts forth, startling the timekeepers who instinctively draw their weapons. However, Mobius intervenes, approaching the child and communicating in French to ease her apprehension. Once the child regains her composure, he inquires, "Do you know who is responsible for all this?" The little girl pauses, and after a brief moment, she turns and points towards the window, indicating a depiction of a red demon clad in green robes. Bruce Banner suddenly interjects, "That looks quite familiar. Let me think. Oh, I remember. A few days ago, while I was wandering and took refuge in a library, I happened to come across this image while researching Norse mythology." Tony raises an eyebrow, intrigued, and asks, "Who is this image of?" Loki, with a playful tone, quips, "You humans have woven such tales in your Norse mythology. Surely it cannot be about me, right?" Yet, Banner confirms Loki's suspicion. "Indeed, it is you. Certain versions depict you as a demon due to the shape of your helmet." Loki is taken aback for a moment, but then Strange interjects, "Wait, does this mean the girl is suggesting that Loki is the one who murdered these people?" "Impossible." Loki quickly refutes. "If I had committed such an act, I would surely remember it." Captain America then joins the discussion. What if the perpetrator was judged? Much like that vanished human just moments ago? Then, the Time Variance Authority reset the timeline, recreating a version of Loki. This very Loki, who being newly created, lacks any memory of having slain these timekeepers. Captain America spreads his hands, a look of earnestness on his face as he gazes at Tony and the others. "What do you think? Is this a possibility?" Loki, Strange, and Tony exchange glances, uncertain about Captain America's hypothesis. After all, if one were to delve deeper into this line of thought, considering Loki's character and methods, it is conceivable that Loki himself may not even be aware of how many times he has been reset. And with each recreated version of him, does he remain truly himself? Meanwhile, within the Time Variance Authority, Loki finally steps into the courtroom, bracing himself to face judgment. Laufeyson, also known as Loki, stood before the judge, a black female magistrate, who solemnly inquired after reading his file, "Do you plead guilty?" With a disdainful smile, Loki retorted, "Madam, deities do not confess to crimes." Undeterred by his defiance, the magistrate reiterated her question, "Do you believe yourself guilty or innocent, sir?" Perceiving her rising ire, Loki moderated his tone and replied, "To be guilty as the god of mischief, perhaps. To consider the tedium of it all as a crime, certainly. But to be guilty of violating the sacred timeline, absolutely not. You have mistaken the culprit." Chapter 102. The unperturbed Caecilius in response to Loki's declaration. The magistrate scoffed. "Is that so? Who do you believe we should apprehend?" "Without a doubt, the Avengers. My acquisition of the Tesseract stemmed from their temporal escapades. Undeniably, this is their final attempt to thwart my ascension to godhood." Loki proclaimed with unabashed pride, "Trust me, I can sense the identical scent of cologne on two Tony Starks. If you seek temporal offenders, you should pursue them." Yet, the magistrate dismissed his rebuttal. "We are not here to debate the Avengers. Their actions are rational. But you should not evade responsibility. Are we truly traversing time?" Pondered Tony, stroking his chin. "And considering that initial clip, what I require from the future is the Space Stone." Bruce Banner interjected. "I suddenly recalled our previous answers. Those multiple-choice questions indicated that both of us snapped our fingers. Could it be that we are journeying through time to procure the Infinity Stones from the past to combat Thanos, who wields all six?" This hypothesis seemed plausible, and after deliberating the feasibility of their plan, the group nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the Time Variance Authority also validated their actions, signifying that this was indeed the path to overcoming Thanos in the year 1140000605. Strange exclaimed with excitement, "What a splendid conjecture and course of action." However, has humanity truly reached a technological pinnacle allowing for effortless time travel? Captain Marvel, Carol, gazed skeptically at Tony Stark and the other Earthlings. "With so many advanced civilizations in the universe, how have you managed this feat?" Tony Stark chuckled, "Madam, I concede your formidable strength. Yet do not underestimate the intellect of modern humanity. The footage continued. Faced with the magistrate's accusations, Loki lost interest in further debate, proposing instead a divine discussion with the timekeepers. However, the judge resolutely declined, inciting Loki's frustration and igniting his desire to teach them a lesson through magic. However, his magical prowess proved utterly ineffective here, eliciting mockery from the Time Guardian behind him. Upon witnessing his relentless antics, the female judge unhesitatingly sentenced him to a severe reset as punishment, just as Loki was on the verge of being dragged away. Agent Mobius returned in the nick of time to intercede on his behalf, escorting him out of the courtroom. As they traversed the corridor, Loki continued to curse vehemently, proclaiming his intent to incinerate the entire Time Variance Authority. At that moment, his gaze was abruptly drawn to the vibrant and advanced future city beyond the corridor, alongside the towering statues of three rogue figures. Those were the statues of the Time Keepers. Loki stared in bewilderment at the unfamiliar spectacle before him, and as Mobius led him away, he muttered to himself, "This place is truly a nightmare." In response, Mobius jested, "That belongs to another department. I could help you burn that one." Subsequently, Mobius ushered Loki into a room and activated the projector on the table. Reed Richards remarked, "I feel like the aesthetic of this Time Variance Authority has been in a steady decline since we exited the courtroom. Initially, I thought Loki was unable to wield magic because the TVA possessed greater power to suppress it, only to discover they rely on advanced technology." Wanda concurred. Indeed, the space city Loki just saw resembles something out of Star Wars, and their mode of transportation seems to involve leisurely flying spaceships. Where's the ease of a sorcerer in that? New Peter interjected, but doesn't this organization also possess technological teleportation? Perhaps they simply choose not to use it. Peter Quill added, "Yet, it is rather foolish for Loki to mistake technology for magic." Upon hearing this, Loki glanced at Star-Lord, but before he could speak, Phil Coulson chimed in through the chat channel. "It's quite simple. The powers they wield, be it the Bifrost or energy attacks, are perceived as magic by them, while we view them as advanced technology. The misunderstanding arises from differing civilizational perspectives." Curiosity piqued, Loki raised an eyebrow. He had assumed SHIELD was hostile towards him, yet this individual was advocating for him. Watching Mobius adjust the machinery, Loki could not resist a quip. "I must say, this room looks like it's meant to end my life. Is that so? You appear quite reluctant to trust others." Mobius replied, intrigued, "Only children and dogs trust indiscriminately. In this world, the only person you can truly believe in is yourself." "Is it yourself, then?" Mobius laughed. "I quite like that phrase. I'll have to print it on a t-shirt." As Loki observed the projector finally display an image, he curiously inquired, "If you truly can monitor the timelines, why have I never heard of you before?" Mobius replied without raising his head, "That is because you were not meant to know before. You have always existed within the confines of a predetermined path." Upon hearing this, Loki could not help but retort, "In my life, I shall do as I please." However, this time, Mobius did not engage in a debate. Instead, he warmly invited him to sit down. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room plummeted once more, as everyone felt an unsettling resentment towards Mobius's disdainful attitude towards their fates. Within Kamartash, the repeated echoes of the sentiment that their destinies were all predetermined caused Master Mordo and others to cast anxious glances towards the supreme sorceress, Master Wong. As the strongest protector of Earth, Master Wong had always been their source of reassurance, but now, faced with the Time Variance Authority that transcended the multiverse, could she truly safeguard them? This thought sparked a flicker of anxiety among the sorcerers of Kamartash. Master Wong, seated at the head of the gathering, had long sensed the unease among her fellow sorcerers. Yet, she chose not to speak, believing this to be an invaluable opportunity for them to confront their inner turmoil. After the live broadcast concluded the previous day, she had sensed that those sorcerers who had watched the stream seemed to have developed a slight inner demon, though faint. It was still detectable by the soul of Master Wong. Particularly, she was acutely aware of Master Mordo's struggles with his inner demons. Yet his rigid disposition left her powerless to assist him, and she resolved to send him to Tony Stark after the broadcast concluded. This was the only solution she had discerned after glimpsing the myriad futures with the Time Stone. Just then, Master Wong's gaze fell upon Caecilius, who sat opposite Mordo. Observing his calm demeanor and composed posture, curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Master Caecilius, what is your perspective on the Time Variance Authority?" Caecilius, caught off guard by the sudden address, paused momentarily before responding to Master Wong. "I believe they're deceiving us." "Oh." Master Wong's interest was immediately piqued. "Do elaborate." "As you wish, Supreme Sorceress." Caecilius replied with a slight bow, then spoke clearly. "Yesterday, you all witnessed the foretelling of Doctor Strange's future. In that vision, I betrayed Kamar-Taj, allied myself with Dormammu, and even conspired to assassinate the Supreme Sorceress." The audience nodded, attentively awaiting his analysis. "However, after the foretelling concluded and Master Wong reviewed my future, she stated that my fate had been entirely altered, reversed. Therefore, I ask you all, if the Time Variance Authority truly existed, would they allow such a significant upheaval in my destiny? For instance, within the confines of a live broadcast, figures such as Tony Stark have experienced a transformation in their fates since their last appearance. One might ponder why the Time Variance Authority has not intervened to reset the timeline. After all, the future images foretold by this system represent what they deem to be the sacred timeline. Such significant alterations to the sacred timeline would elicit no response from them? Shall we then conclude that 1. The Time Variance Authority does not exist. 2. This system has the capacity to bypass the Time Variance Authority and directly alter our destinies? Though not particularly skilled in humor, Caecilius managed to force a smile, asserting, "So why should we be concerned or anxious? After all, we cannot afford to offend either of these powerful factions, can we?" The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj exchanged glances, astonished that none of them had yet discerned the truth. Suddenly, Loki, prompted by Mobius, was seized by a malicious thought and charged toward him. Yet, Mobius merely pressed a button on the remote control, causing Loki to reappear in his original position. I have stated before that the flow of time within the Time Variance Authority operates differently, Mobius remarked, laden with significance, before inviting Loki to take a seat and prepare to watch the projection. Once seated, Mobius opened a beverage and introduced himself, stating, "I am responsible for apprehending dangerous time criminals." Loki retorted with a sardonic tone, "Such as myself?" Mobius took a sip from his drink and shook his head. "No, I refer to those truly perilous time offenders, while you are merely an innocuous little kitten," though he did not display any overt emotion. The condescension in Mobius's words was enough to ignite Loki's ire. However, under the circumstances, Loki was compelled to temper his response, crossing his arms in frustration as he glared at Mobius. The two engaged in a fervent debate, with Mobius dismissing Loki's aspirations of kingship as absurd, be it as the king of Earth, the ruler of the 9 realms of Asgard, or even the universe. The universe is vast, Loki, the king of the universe. Wow, that title does sound impressive. As Mobius's derision echoed in Loki's ears, he finally snapped, retorting coldly, "Try mocking me one more time." Within a group dedicated to sacrifices, a delicate beauty who favored black stockings announced the release of her new book. Beginning with an apocalypse simulator experience, Chapter 103, revealing the foreshadowing of Frigga's demise. Mockery? No, I'm actually one of your admirers. What baffles me is why, endowed with such formidable power, you are consumed with thoughts of dominion. Mobius inquired curiously. To this, Loki replied candidly, "Freedom is the grandest illusion, for it renders the majority feeble." He boldly declared that the Time Management Bureau was merely a circus created by the timekeepers, with Mobius and his ilk playing the roles of clowns within the spectacle. You, with your mouth full of metaphors, are rather appealing. You sound quite clever. Loki's taunt elicited not anger from Mobius, but rather a chuckle and a teasing retort, to which Loki frowned and proudly proclaimed, "I am clever." Observing Loki's confident demeanor, Mobius gradually restrained his smile and activated the machine before him. I had a nagging sense that Loki was destined to be humiliated into despair by this man. Strange suddenly laughed, noting that since Mobius's arrival, Loki had seemingly been under relentless pressure, both physically and mentally, led along by the nose. Captain America nodded slowly. Having participated in numerous interrogations during World War II, he could discern that Loki had clearly faltered in their recent encounter. What could possibly make me collapse? This future version of myself has merely endured exile and the defeat in the Battle of New York. If I cannot bear this, how can I achieve anything significant? Loki scoffed dismissively, crossing his arms defiantly. Tony snapped his fingers, cautioning him, "Do not speak too boldly. What if the organization discovers your demise? How will we handle the video loop?" Loki regarded Tony Stark with disdain. "Are you even human? This is something only you would dare to do." The footage continued, as Mobius utilized the projector on the table to display Loki's recent experiences, the failure in the Battle of New York and the death of Coulson. Yet, this only served to heighten Loki's impatience, as he coldly addressed Mobius. "I have no interest in playing games with you. I am a god." "What god? The god of mischief?" Mobius chuckled, gesturing towards the screen. "I see no evidence of trickery here." Sensing Loki's reluctance to continue this line of discussion, Mobius shifted the topic. "Let us discuss your escape instead." He proceeded to showcase various humiliating moments from Loki's past, igniting a surge of anger within him that compelled him to rise and leave. However, his resistance proved futile. With a mere press of a remote, Mobius compelled him back into his seat, forcing him to comply. After a series of failed attempts to resist, Loki ultimately broke down, demanding to know what Mobius truly desired. Mobius replied, "I simply wish for you to confront the reasons behind your actions honestly. I am earnest. I seek to unearth the genuine thoughts of the terrifying god of mischief." "What, indeed, drives Loki?" At that moment, Phil Coulson interjected, "There are hidden meanings in his words." Nick Fury nodded slightly. "Just now, Stark and the others mentioned that this man has been tracking a time criminal, Loki, and, at this moment, he is likely closing in on Loki's objective, to delve into Loki's psyche and then transpose that understanding onto the time offender." "Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that I am merely a subject of study?" Loki raised an eyebrow, his expression one of incredulity. "Am I to be treated as your laboratory rat, akin to the experiments conducted in Midgard?" Tony nodded in agreement. Perhaps that is indeed his intent. Sometimes, one must place trust in professionals in matters of interrogation. These two agents are quite reliable, unlike certain sorcerers. Mobius interjected sharply. "Is that a veiled insult, Tony Stark? You'd best be prepared." After venting his frustration, Loki redirected his focus toward Mobius. "To be frank, you are a pitiable figure, merely an inconsequential presence." He gestured dismissively. "To me, you are but a minor obstacle on the path to my success." Mobius maintained his stoic demeanor, patiently awaiting the culmination of Loki's outburst before calmly inquiring, "Have you finished? If so, please resume your seat. It is imperative that you begin to take this matter seriously." As he spoke, Mobius twisted a knob and declared, "Had you not seized the Tesseract, you would presently be confined within the dungeons of Asgard." The projection screen shifted to reveal Loki, shackled and in chains, being escorted before Queen Frigga by Asgardian guards. Upon hearing Frigga's heartfelt call, Loki lifted his gaze, his pride evident as he asked, "Mother, have I given you cause to be proud?" Frigga, her face etched with concern, implored him, "Loki, do not allow things to deteriorate further." In a live stream, witnessing his own woeful figure in chains, Loki exhaled softly, realizing this must be a glimpse of the future following Thor's escorting him back to Asgard after the Battle of New York. "Boring, what is this nonsense? This never even occurred." Loki scoffed, pointing disdainfully at the screen. Mobius reminded him, "It has not happened for you, but for the Time Variance Authority. We possess knowledge not only of your past, but also of all that is destined to unfold in your life." Loki still found this assertion absurd. Yet Mobius pressed the play button to continue the footage. "Am I not also your mother?" Frigga asked sorrowfully. "No." The Loki on the screen gritted his teeth as he uttered those words, causing the watching Loki to change his expression, bewildered by how cynical his future self had become. At that moment, Mobius interjected, then the Dark Elves launched a surprise attack on the Asgardian palace. "You believe you had lured them toward Thor." The scene shifted, and the projected Loki, with a smile, advised, I think you should take the left staircase." However, you led them to the sound of Mobius once again resounding, instilling in Loki an ominous premonition. As his voice echoed, the scene shifted to Frigga being ensnared by the cursed warrior, and in the next moment, a sharp sword pierced the queen's body. Both Loki in the live stream and Odin before the screen stood up simultaneously, unleashing a furious roar. Even Thor, who was languishing on the sofa, struggled to sit upright. Odin, gazing at the familiar cursed warrior on the screen, struck the ground with the eternal spear in anger, summoning the guards outside to mobilize everyone to investigate the dark elves' sealing location. He had never anticipated that these dark elves, whom his father had not slain years ago, would return in the near future to invade Asgard and murder his queen. This was utterly unforgivable. Rage surged within Odin, prompting him to resolve to eradicate all dark elves once and for all. Meanwhile, Loki in the live stream, witnessing Frigga perish due to his own mischief, felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling violently and his expression darkening profoundly. He was genuinely taken aback that this future version of himself would inadvertently cause Frigga's death in an attempt to deceive Thor. Despite his recent reticence towards Odin due to his lineage, he had never harbored any disrespect towards the mother who raised him. Yet, he had not foreseen that she would meet her demise in the future because of him. What a wretched fate. Clenching his fists, Loki silently vowed that if this was indeed the destiny orchestrated by the so-called timekeepers, he would do everything in his power to overturn it, not merely for himself, but also for his mother. Loki, with a dazed expression, stared at Frigga's lifeless body projected before him, stepping back in disbelief. Breathing heavily, he turned to Mobius and shouted in agitation, "Where have you taken her? Where is she?" Mobius shrugged, stating, "You led them directly to him." Loki, upon hearing this, roared in anger, "I don't believe you. You're lying. This isn't real." "It is real," Mobius replied, his expression serious for the first time. Pointing emphatically at Loki, "This is the rightful flow of time. It will happen over and over, for it must be so. This is the path of the sacred timeline, and the Time Variance Authority must ensure it remains so." However, Loki was not swayed by his words and continued to demand, "Where is she?" Yet Mobius disregarded his question. Pressing on, "Why won't you tell me? Do you take pleasure in hurting others? Do you revel in slaughter?" Loki, filled with rage, retorted, "I will kill you, just as you did to your mother." Mobius's scornful remarks instantly shattered Loki's composure. Enraged, he seized a nearby chair and hurled it with great force. The chair narrowly missed Mobius, instead striking the screen behind him. The projection momentarily shattered upon impact, only to reconstitute itself, revealing once more the haunting image of Frigga's demise. This sight plunged deep into Loki's heart, igniting a fury that propelled him once again towards Mobius. Yet with a mere press of a small remote, Loki found himself abruptly returned to his original position. However, having discarded the chair, he clumsily collapsed to the floor. Witnessing this spectacle, Mobius quickly offered his apology. "I am sorry. The temporal distortion merely loops your time, but it does not affect the chair." Chapter 104. Peggy Carter, in a drawer full of infinite gems as he tucked the remote into his pocket, Mobius cast a stern gaze upon Loki, who sat on the floor. "Loki, you were not born to be a king. Your existence brings only suffering, calamity, and death. This has been true in the past, and shall remain true in the future." With that, Mobius activated the projector once more. It is precisely for this reason that others achieve lives of greater brilliance and excellence. As Mobius's words faded, Loki turned his attention to the projector, which now displayed scenes from the first Avengers film, showcasing the assembly of the heroes. In the live stream, as he witnessed the imagery along with Mobius's dialogue, Loki ground his teeth in fury, his rage piercing through the very heavens. "So, according to him, my fate is not only dictated by those three cosmic lizards, but I am also destined to be a villain, a stepping stone for your glory, a mere backdrop for your heroic narratives?" The grinding of his teeth echoed ominously. Having already been infuriated by the revelation of his life as a puppet on strings, Loki now felt as if he had been struck a devastating blow. Not only was his destiny preordained, it was one of failure, relegating him to the role of a mere background character for heroes, potentially becoming a mere badge of honor upon another's breast. This was utterly intolerable. The sinister sigil of the evil sun on his left forearm began to radiate warmth, emanating a dark luminescence akin to a miniature sun. The diminished specter of the void star god, Sauron, materialized beside Loki, its icy voice resonating. "My lord, I sense your wrath. Do you require my intervention? With the power of time, I can manipulate it at will." What? The revelation from Sauron's phantom astonished everyone in the live stream and those before the screen. This malevolent deity could wield the power of time as well. Master Wong narrowed his eyes, contemplating. This system is indeed extraordinary. Even the rewards it bestows carry such remarkable implications. "Return," Loki coldly responded, questioning the utility of volunteering at this juncture, suggesting it would be prudent to await the appearance of the Time Variance Authority. Tony sighed, surprised that his casual remark had manifested into reality. Loki cast a disdainful glance at him, shaking his head dismissively, declaring that they were merely a band of charlatans, eager to witness what further deceptions they could concoct. The footage continued. Upon witnessing the images displayed on the screen, Loki appeared to relent, gazing at Mobius with a look of confusion and inquiring about the nature of their surroundings. Yet, Mobius merely extended his hand, assisting him to his feet. At that moment, the female timekeeper who had previously confined Loki burst in, summoning Mobius with news of impending trouble. When Mobius returned to the room, he was astonished to discover Loki had vanished without a trace. Realizing belatedly, he hastily checked his pockets, only to find his remote control had also disappeared, prompting an exasperated sigh as he lamented the cunning trickster that Loki was. Loki chuckled mockingly, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed he was not as foolish as he appeared. Meanwhile, another version of Loki manipulated the controller's buttons, teleporting himself to a corridor he had traversed earlier. Simultaneously, a portal opened behind him, and a timekeeper entered, accompanied by a woman with wavy hair. "Peggy?" Captain America in the live stream surged forward, incredulity etched on his face as he beheld her image on the screen. "Peggy Carter?" Phil Coulson and Nick Fury in the SHIELD office perked up at the mention, having also glimpsed her fleeting presence, though they initially hesitated to believe it. However, with Captain America recognizing her, it seemed improbable he could be mistaken. "Ms. Carter has encountered the Time Variance Authority? This is rather unexpected. Director, should we inquire with Ms. Carter?" Phil suggested, glancing at Director Fury, who shook his head. "Ms. Carter is not one to divulge her heart easily." Coulson, puzzled, questioned whether they should disregard the matter. "We have Captain America with us, I believe, Ms. Carter would be profoundly shocked upon seeing the revived captain," he remarked. "You're quite audacious, Director," surveying the area to ensure he remained unnoticed. Loki prepared to make his escape. However, he then spotted the man he had first encountered, seated at the front desk awaiting his belongings. Fueled by indignation, he charged toward him, trailing him into an office. Taking in the surroundings of the office, Loki seized the staff member. "Hello, I recognize you. You are the criminal with the blue box," the staff member exclaimed, only to be swiftly silenced by Loki's hand over his mouth as he crouched down, urgently demanding, "What is your name?" "Casey." Loki momentarily faltered, a flicker of discomfort crossing his features at the sight of the man before him uttering a woman's name. Quickly, he turned away to compose himself, resuming his fierce threat. "Casey, hand over the Tesseract, or I shall eviscerate you as one would a fish." Yet Casey, with a bewildered expression, inquired, "What is a fish?" Loki, taken aback, exclaimed, "How is it possible that you do not even know what a fish is?" "I've spent my entire life confined to the office," Casey replied. Loki, perplexed, retorted, "What does that have to do with anything?" "Naturally, I must understand what it is you are threatening me with." Faced with the sheer foolishness of the individual before him, Loki once again donned his menacing demeanor. "Death, Casey. The agonizing brutality of death." All right, I shall comply." Casey rose and opened the transport vehicle. Retrieving a blue cube from a drawer and nonchalantly offering it to Loki. "Is this what you meant?" Loki took the Tesseract and exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, As he instinctively glanced into the drawer, he appeared struck by lightning, his face frozen in shock as he stammered, what is this?" The camera shifted, revealing dozens of vibrant infinity stones lying peacefully within the drawer, purple, green, red, orange. "How could you possess so many infinity stones?" Loki stuttered, rendered speechless by the sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, Casey continued, "In truth, we have many of these. Some even use them as paperweights, though only a select few appreciate them." In a live stream, all viewers erupted in exclamations of disbelief upon seeing the drawer filled with infinity stones, subsequently falling into a state of stupefaction. Figures such as Kamataj, the Ancient One, Odin, and even the previously jovial egg in the S.H.I.E.L.D. office stood in shock. Everyone, like Loki on the screen, suddenly found themselves bereft of words. In prior footage, for a single space stone, Thanos had slaughtered countless individuals aboard the Asgardian refugee ship, and in the effort to safeguard the Time Stone, the Sorcerer Supreme, Strange and others had fought valiantly, ultimately surrendering the Time Stone solely to protect Stark. Furthermore, just one space stone had forged the formidable Captain Marvel and enabled Stark and his father to develop a new element to power the Iron Man suit. One Time Stone could empower a novice sorcerer like Strange to triumph over the Dark Dimension's demon, Dormammu. Ultimately, the power of the stones is both formidable and terrifying. Yet at this moment, what had they witnessed? The Infinity Stones, the harbingers of both creation and destruction, lay scattered in a drawer, even being repurposed as a paperweight by some. A mere receptionist from the Time Management Bureau exhibited utter indifference towards the existence of these stones, even scoffing at the notion that using them as a paperweight was merely a niche pastime. How could the viewers in the live stream reconcile such a reality? Was the Time Management Bureau truly so fearsome? After a lengthy silence, Bruce Banner shook his head, his face etched with bitterness, and remarked in the chat, "I suddenly have a thought. If Thanos were to witness this scene, would he not also be driven to despair?" In a live stream, Loki opened his mouth, suddenly feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. He slowly sank into a seated position, patting his legs, only to realize that those around him had also settled onto the ground. Tony Stark, noticing Loki turn towards him, smirked. "Standing for too long makes your legs numb. It's much more comfortable to sit." Loki nodded in agreement, choosing not to call him out, for even he himself was struggling to grasp the situation. While he may have been unfamiliar with the nature of the other stones, the Reality Stone was something he had been acutely aware of throughout his life. The Reality Stone, forged from the remnants of the Dark Elves' defeat by Odin's father, Bor, countless millennia ago, was documented in the tomes of Asgard's library as the Ether. The Dark Elves had long mastered the stone's formidable power, crafting a cursed army, resulting in devastating losses for Asgard in that battle. Yet, there were 5 such powerful Reality Stones lying within that drawer. The Ancient One, who had just been engulfed in shock, returned to her seat, though the shifting of her cushion by several centimeters attested to her inner turmoil. The expressions of Mordo and Caecilius reflected similar disarray, particularly Caecilius, who had just been fervently asserting that the Time Management Bureau was a mere facade, only to have the truth slap him in the face. Chapter 105, Odin is Dead. A touching moment in Loki's life, being confronted with harsh truths, is never pleasant, especially when the time stones they revered were casually found in abundance, 7 in a single drawer. Caecilius sighed in disbelief. If there was any truth in his previous analysis, it was that the hierarchy of the Time Management Bureau was indeed on an entirely different level compared to theirs. The Ancient One slowly closed her eyes, for the first time questioning her own understanding. Could it be that such an organization truly existed, manipulating the very fabric of the multiverse? The imagery continued. Loki, his worldview shattered, stood in a daze, scrutinizing the office's surroundings. After a moment, he turned to Casey, his expression vacant, and asked, "Is this really the most powerful force in the universe?" Just as he found himself lost in thought, the office door resonated with a chime, and a black female timekeeper burst in, accompanied by a small squad, their staffs glowing with an orange light at the tips. Loki was well acquainted with the perilous radiance. Previously, while waiting in the courtroom, He witnessed a human male reduced to ashes after merely being touched by the tip of a long, orange-glowing staff. As the leading timekeeper approached ever closer, Loki hastily pressed the button on his remote, teleporting away at the last possible moment. The staff, emanating an orange glow, made contact with a small cart, and amidst the golden flames, an entire drawer of infinity stones vanished, leaving the cart in smoke. The onlookers fell into a profound silence as they beheld the cart's disintegration. Dozens of infinity stones, with 6 stones per universe, had just been amassed into a collection worth at least 5 or 6 universes. The fact that these primal gems, representing the very essence of the cosmos, could not withstand the typical weaponry of the Time Management Bureau was indeed absurd. Returning to the projection room with the controller, Loki despondently tossed it onto the table and began fiddling with the projector, bringing forth the haunting image of Queen Frigga's demise. As he gazed upon his mother's passing, tears welled up in Loki's eyes, and his lips quivered as he pressed the fast-forward button, continuing to watch the images flash across the screen until Odin appeared. "I love you, my children." The projection of Loki turned to face Odin, his expression a tapestry of emotions. "Remember this place? It is our home." After uttering these words, the aged Odin, accompanied by Loki and Thor, transformed into golden motes of light and ascended into the sky. "Father is dead?" Loki stared in shock at the screen, his mouth agape. Though he had anticipated Odin's demise, witnessing the moment of his departure struck a chord of desolation within him. With both mother and father gone, it was inconceivable. It must all be a fabrication, the Time Management Bureau nothing but a band of deceivers. Thor, deeply shaken, erupted once more in the chat channel, struggling to fathom the possibility that his brother might have been reset, unwilling to accept the notion that his mother could have been harmed by Loki, and utterly unable to reconcile the death of the omnipotent Odin. In that moment, Thor had branded the so-called Time Management Bureau as frauds. "My brother's lies are 100 times more credible than theirs." Odin sighed in despair, realizing that his final choice had been natural demise, not a death in battle. Strange suddenly inhaled sharply, pointing at the screen. "Ah, I recall. That costume-clad Thor. I saw him yesterday in my spoiler segment, where he raised a goblet, saying they had come to Earth to find their father." "Are you implying that Odin met his end on Earth?" Tony asked, astonished, casting a peculiar glance at Loki. "Why would Odin choose Earth?" Loki shrugged. "How am I to know?" "Earth?" Initially somewhat relaxed, Odin straightened his posture upon hearing the words resonating in the streaming room. Damn it, he nearly forgot that Hela was still confined in the underworld. If he were to perish on Earth, wouldn't Hela then open the gates of the underworld and escape? Contemplating this, Odin's single eye narrowed. Wait, with the threats from the 9 realms escalating, should he consider releasing Hela? After all, the system's revelations had proven his familial upbringing a complete failure. Whether he released 1 sheep or 3, the outcome remained the same. It seemed that Odin, having been forewarned of the future, had completely let go of his inhibitions. Rather than leaving the dilemma of Hela to Loki and Thor after his demise, it would be more prudent to resolve the matter while he still possessed strength. As Odin transformed into shimmering particles and dissipated, Loki could no longer contain himself and began to choke back sobs. His face contorted in anguish as he shut his eyes tightly. The screen continued to play. "Loki, in this world, you are my most cherished companion. I believe we can stand shoulder to shoulder forever." Thor's voice resonated from the projection, snapping the anguished Loki back to reality. He lifted his gaze to the screen, where he beheld a scene of himself alongside Thor, who had lost an eye, standing on a rainbow bridge, with a woman of sun-kissed skin clad in white Valkyrie armor positioned between them. Thor's voice continued. "Perhaps you are not as malevolent as you think, brother." "Perhaps," Loki replied with a sly smile. "Thank you. If you were here, I might even embrace you." Tears streaming down his face, Loki couldn't help but smile at this. Then he heard his own voice emanating from the projection. "I am right here. I lost an eye," Thor exclaimed, then nodded. "But it looks rather cool, just like father." "What am I saying? These images are mere illusions," Wanda interjected abruptly. "So, does that mean the words you just spoke to your brother were also false?" Thor hesitated for a moment. "That is indeed true, My bond with my brother is never built on falsehoods. In a live stream, Loki offered a faint smile, blinking away the recent heat in his eyes, softly muttering, "Fool." The scene shifted again, showcasing the moment of Loki's demise aboard the Asgardian refugee ship. Witnessing this horrifying image, Loki involuntarily rose, holding his breath. With a sickening crack, as the projection depicted Loki's neck being snapped, he finally regained the ability to breathe. Closing his eyes and gasping for air, unable to bear the sight of Thor cradling him in the flames. Yet his jaw clenched tightly, a glint of ferocity evident in his brow. Simultaneously, the projection ended, and an English message indicating the completion of the archive appeared on the screen. Gazing at this final image, Loki erupted into a neurotic, ghastly laugh, his mirth unabated even as the door to the screening room swung open behind him. The indifferent black female guard coldly inquired, "What is so amusing?" The honorable mission was met with Loki's disdainful retort, a clever double entendre. As he turned to face the approaching female guard, the mutual animosity between them flared, prompting both to charge at one another. Although the female guard possessed superior combat skills, Loki's intellect prevailed. He seized the remote control, liberating himself from the collar around his neck, and ensnared it around the guard's throat. He began to frantically twist the dials, distorting the very fabric of time for the temporal guardian. "Cease this at once." Amidst the temporal distortions, the female time guard's form flickered in and out of existence, intermittently issuing warnings to Loki. Yet, in his agitated state, Loki dismissed her pleas, continuing to recklessly manipulate the controls until the guard vanished entirely. Satisfaction curled Loki's lips. It seemed that in this variant of reality, even stripped of extraordinary powers, he had not lost face. However, it appeared that he had irrevocably provoked the wrath of the Time Variance Authority. "Mr. Loki," the concerned Peter Parker remarked, "the devices in their possession appear formidable. Even the Infinity Stones could be obliterated by them. Do you stand a chance against their fury? After all, you're not as powerful as you are now. Facing their wrath?" Loki scoffed. "No, my dear child, they need me. For as Banner just articulated, they're in pursuit of another version of myself. They require my assistance to locate his existence. Moreover, I have an inkling that this version of me is not the one they refer to as the Sacred Timeline's Loki, but rather a Loki from the true multiverse." A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Loki's eyes. "I am curious to discover what makes this version of me such a persistent headache for the Time Variance Authority. I eagerly anticipate his performance." After relocating the female guard to another location, Loki despondently sank onto one side of the room, his hands covering his face. At that moment, Mobius burst in, weapon in hand, declaring, "Loki, you have nowhere left to run." Yet, upon seeing Loki sitting on the steps, his expression one of profound dismay. Mobius gradually lowered his weapon. "I can no longer return to my timeline, can I?" Loki lamented, rubbing his hands together, his demeanor disheartened. After a long pause, he spoke softly, "I do not relish causing harm to others. It is not my preference. I undertake these actions only because I must." Loki spread his hands wide, a look of helplessness etched on his face. This is merely part of an illusion, a cruelly crafted ruse designed by the weak to instill fear. Just moments prior, Loki had mocked the Time Variance Authority with this very phrase. Yet now, he found himself using it to describe his own predicament. Especially when it comes to the term weak, he pointed his hands at himself. "I'm a villain." However, Mobius shook his head in response. "I do not share that perspective." Chapter 106. Loki's Intentions, the Future Notebook. Loki grasped the cosmic cube beside him, weighing it in the palm of his hand. Observing this, Mobius teased, "Have you tried using it?" Loki nodded, a look of resignation on his face. "I have attempted it several times. I never anticipated that even the Infinity Stones would hold no power here. The authority of the Time Variance Authority is indeed formidable." Noticing that Loki seemed to have given up his struggle, Mobius divulged his plan. As it turned out, the Time Variance Authority was pursuing a time criminal who had already slain numerous timekeepers. Loki, curious, inquired why they were seeking him. Mobius provided an unexpected answer. "Because that time criminal is you." At this moment, the live stream elicited little reaction. After all, Previous hints had led everyone to surmise the objectives of the Time Variance Authority. However, what piqued their curiosity was the nature of another Loki, who had managed to confound the Time Variance Authority so thoroughly. The footage paused once again. Current video paused. Q&A begins. Question: what choice will Loki make next? 1. Unable to return to his original world, in order to avoid being reset, Loki chooses to submit and fully join the Time Variance Authority as a member of their organization. 2. In a state of despair, he declines Agent Mobius's invitation and faces resetting or pruning by the Time Variance Authority. 3. He feigns allegiance to the Time Variance Authority, teaming up with another Loki to overthrow the organization. 4. He wreaks havoc within the Time Variance Authority, dismantling it entirely to liberate all timelines in the multiverse. Please begin the rapid responses. Each participant in the live stream has only one opportunity to answer. Those who respond correctly will earn 100 live stream points and a random reward. The random rewards may originate from any multiverse, and failure to answer will trigger an unknown penalty. What is this? The Falcon, who had just joined the live stream, stared at the screen in confusion. Oh, Mr. Falcon. This is the most fascinating aspect of the system. It not only reveals our past and future imagery, but also poses questions for us to answer. Correct answers yield additional rewards. The friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Peter, enthusiastically explained to the newcomer. Meanwhile, the other participants in the live stream had already begun speculating on the correct answer. I highly doubt it. Although Loki is cunning and full of schemes, he is not one to easily abandon his persona. After all, he even dared to confront Thanos. Strange commenced his analysis. Furthermore, upon deeper reflection, this answer seems rather implausible. How could he possibly yield and submit? Such behavior starkly contradicts Loki's inherent penchant for betrayal. Loki bared his teeth in a sardonic grin. Why do I sense you're subtly mocking me? In future compliments, could you refrain from employing pejorative terms? Strange chuckled heartily. Alas, you are, by nature, a paradoxical entity. Take, for instance, your actions in the spoiler-laden Thor 1 from yesterday. You possess the means to vanquish Thor and usurp the throne of Asgard, yet you chose inaction, awaiting your own downfall. At that moment, Wanda interjected, moreover, you profess to be born a king, bearing a noble mission, yet when it comes to overthrowing Thor, you claim to desire nothing more than the same equitable treatment as he receives. This is not merely contradictory, it is also rather petulant. Loki, upon hearing this, disdainfully scoffed. What do you, a mere girl, know of such matters? Wanda laughed joyfully. Oh, really? Then do argue against me. After all, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Loki's lips twitched, and after several deep breaths, he finally calmed himself, choosing not to engage in a battle of wits with an ignorant child. Meanwhile, Captain America, standing aside, spoke up. So, according to your analysis, if this multiverse's Loki is indeed a villain, does that render the answer the correct one? Tony and the others exchanged puzzled glances with Cap. How could you arrive at such a ludicrous conclusion? Captain America, feeling unjustly wronged, retorted, did you not just proclaim him to be cunning, naturally inclined to betrayal, and a bundle of contradictions? With so many inherent flaws combined, it seems quite reasonable to assume he could embody a villain intent on world destruction. Loki sighed in resignation. I merely enjoy mischief. I am neither foolish nor mad. The annihilation of the Time Management Bureau, instigating a multiversal war, culminating in the world's obliteration. What advantage would that confer upon me? In such a scenario, I would undoubtedly feign allegiance, awaiting the opportune moment to overthrow their dominion. Ultimately, would that not still lead to the destruction of the Time Management Bureau? What difference would it make? Captain America shrugged in silence, who said that toppling an organization necessitates its utter obliteration. Is it not possible for me to maintain control? Loki regarded him with a peculiar expression. You have slumbered for but a few decades, and your thinking has already become so rigid? With that, Loki raised his gaze to the screen and proclaimed, I choose. Ding. Loki Odinson has completed his response. The system begins evaluation. Ding. Loki Odinson's answer is correct. Loki Odinson earns 100 livestream points, applicable for viewing segments of his past and future. Random reward acquired. Future Notebook. The Future Notebook, originating from the realm of the Time King, allows the user, when wielding the notebook with its accompanying pen, to make minor adjustments to imminent occurrences in the future. The specifics of its capabilities are for the user to explore. As the system's announcement concluded, a notebook, resembling a tablet, materialized before Loki. Curiosity sparked among the onlookers as they turned their attention to Loki, who held a peculiar notebook in his hands. Had the system just claimed that this object could alter the future? The moment he touched the notebook, a torrent of information surged into Loki's mind. Once the influx subsided, a trademark, mischievous smile crept across his lips. Observing the intrigued expressions of those in the live stream, Loki suddenly fixed his gaze upon Star-Lord, who had previously dared to provoke him. With a sly grin, Loki opened the future notebook and inscribed a phrase within it. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, delivered a resounding slap to Peter Quill, sending him reeling. Tony Stark, who stood beside Loki, caught a glimpse of the phrase just as Loki finished writing, his expression filled with confusion. What could possibly be altered by this? Just as Tony pondered this perplexity, a sharp sound of a slap and a familiar cry echoed through the live stream. Everyone turned to witness the astonishing sight of Star-Lord being sent flying by an enraged Carol. Dazed, Star-Lord rose to his feet, clutching his swollen face, ready to defend himself, but the fury in Carol's eyes made him swallow his words. Suddenly, clarity struck him, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Loki, exclaiming, "It was you. You orchestrated this." Moments before, Star-Lord had unexpectedly kissed Captain Marvel, prompting the ever-curious Spider-Man to lean in and whisper to Tony. So, Captain Marvel just slapped him for that. Realization dawned upon the crowd. Yet their attention soon returned to the enigmatic notebook in Loki's possession. Could Star-Lord truly have dared to kiss Captain Marvel? It seemed implausible, and surely the notebook was to blame. Intrigued, Tony took the notebook from Loki's hands, questioning, "So, you merely need to write something in this notebook, and reality will align itself to manifest the future you inscribe?" This sounds remarkably like a weapon of causality, akin to Odin's legendary spear, Gungnir. Dr. Strange raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and remarked, "The legend states that once Gungnir is thrown, it inevitably strikes its target. The act of hitting the target is the effect. Thus Odin need only execute the throw." Loki nodded in agreement. The principle is quite similar. However, it appears this object bears significant limitations. For instance, it cannot alter the fate of an entire world. I even attempted to write that Thanos perished, but it proved impossible. Why is that? Spider-Man intrigued. Is it due to the system's mention of a limited scope? Loki shook his head. The entanglement of fate is far too potent. To be frank, this reward merely allows me to make inconsequential modifications. Once it delves into deeper realms of the future or destiny, the notebook becomes ineffective. I suspect its function is reminiscent of that time-warping collar. The faces of the onlookers suddenly illuminated with understanding as they observed Loki putting away his notebook. Captain America even sighed, expressing his initial belief that this object could directly alter the course of the world. If that were the case, we could easily defeat Thanos. He mused. Loki shrugged and spread his hands, replying, "If only it were that simple." In the SHIELD office, upon witnessing Loki's expression, Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged a glance. "Do you believe him, Director?" Coulson inquired curiously after a moment of silence. Fury shook his head dismissively. "I trust him not at all. My brother is about to embark on his mischief once again." Thor, seated on the sofa and having calmed his emotions, chuckled upon seeing Loki's familiar gesture of shrugging and spreading his hands. For over 1,000 years, every time he prepares to deceive, he performs that very action. "How do you know?" Daisy turned her head in curiosity. "Aren't you often tricked by him?" "Not at all," Thor replied, contentedly finishing half a bottle of beer and letting out a satisfied belch. He gestured, "Trust me, no one understands my brother better than I do." Chapter 107. The debate resurfaces upon hearing Thor's remark. Dr. Eric Selvig was taken aback and asked, "Are you saying your brother just lied to everyone about that notebook?" Thor glanced at Dr. Selvig, bemused by his animated reaction. "What's the big deal?" My brother has only met these people a few times. Why should he trust them? It's entirely normal to keep some secrets. No need for such alarm. Very well, Professor Selvig sighed in exasperation. Realizing he had been schooled in human relations by the arrogant god of thunder, yet he found himself unable to counter. The footage continued playing. The scene shifted to a team of timekeepers arriving in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, in the United States in the year 1985. At that moment, the town was celebrating a lively medieval costume festival, yet the timekeepers were indifferent to the festivities. Upon tracking the time offender, they barged into a large tent. As they split up to search, a hand emerged from the shadows, its fingertips glowing with a green luminescence, which it pressed against the temple of the leading female timekeeper, bewildering and controlling her. Together, they dispatched the remaining 3 timekeepers who had yet to respond. Subsequently, the hooded mysterious figure emerged, holding the bundled time reset device and dragging the enchanted female timekeeper towards the open golden portal. Not long after this small group vanished, the Time Variance Authority received news, detailed by the previously apprehended female timekeeper who had captured Loki. Upon entering the timeline of 1985, 20 and her team mysteriously vanished. We had gathered ample evidence to confirm that the individual among us was indeed Loki. Yet the specific identity of this Loki remained elusive. At that moment, clad in the uniform gifted by Mobius, Loki stood within the ranks and confidently declared, to clarify, regardless of who it may be, this Loki is undoubtedly of a lesser caliber. The female timekeeper, upon hearing this, offered a slight smile but refrained from responding directly. Instead, she stated, "Allow me a glimpse at your back." Puzzled, Loki glanced at his attire, turning about in confusion. It was then that everyone noticed a single word emblazoned across his back: time criminal. A ripple of suppressed laughter echoed around the room, as if to remind Loki that he was merely a time offender at present. In the streaming chamber, Loki's eyes narrowed dangerously, observing the mockery directed at him on the screen, and he huffed in displeasure. The African-American female guardian teased, "I would want everyone to forget your true identity once they step outside." In response to her taunt, Loki retorted, "Is that so? I am your only lifeline in capturing the true murderer." Noticing that the two were on the verge of another quarrel, Mobius promptly intervened, beginning to manipulate the device in his hands while addressing the group. "What we are seeking is a Loki time criminal, essentially a replica of this fellow, a type of offender we are all quite familiar with, considering how many times we have dealt with this character." As he spoke, he projected numerous miniature images of various Lokis, each labeled with their respective designations, such as Frost Giant Loki, Green Giant Loki, and Athlete Loki. With each shifting projection, Loki's expression grew increasingly grim. "Is this all me?" The Loki in the streaming chamber mirrored his distress, astonished to discover that in this multiverse, there existed hundreds of versions of himself who had met unfortunate fates. Bruce Banner sighed in resignation. It seems that no matter the universe, Loki cannot escape a tragic destiny. Rebellious genius. Reed Richards chimed in playfully. Who would have thought that all Lokis across the multiverse refuse to be constrained, choosing instead to tread the path of time criminals? Could this be a commonality among Lokis? However, Mobius remained oblivious to Loki's dismay and continued to elaborate on the magical abilities possessed by these Lokis. Yet, as he reached the conclusion of his discourse, Loki interjected, and let us not forget about duplication magic. Observing the puzzled expressions of those around him, Loki began to expound upon his prodigious magical prowess, elucidating the distinction between creating illusions and conjuring duplicates. It was evident that Loki took great pride in his invention, and as he concluded, he earnestly inquired, "Surely, you are all aware of this information, are you not?" The crowd fell into silence, and Mobius's expression turned grave as he began to allocate teams. Upon hearing that Loki would also participate in the operation, the others expressed their confusion. Mobius could only sigh and explain that it was unavoidable. Regardless of which variant of Loki was involved, they had yet to locate him. Thus they needed to enlist the help of their expert. Upon hearing this, Loki gleefully winked, inhaled deeply, and pointed to himself. "That would be me." Subsequently, aside from Loki, the other agents donned their gear and proceeded to the location where Team 20 had vanished, continuing the pursuit of another variant of Loki. As they walked along the town streets, Loki, filled with curiosity, posed a question to Mobius, inquiring why they could not simply arrive before the incident occurred to prevent a rogue Loki. Mobius replied that the Nexus event would impact the flow of time, causing this timeline to extend and evolve. They needed to address the altered timeline before they could restore it to the sacred timeline. Afterward, Mobius remarked on Loki's lack of diligence in studying, to which Loki retorted that it was due to the arduous nature of the textbooks. Hearing this, one of the timekeepers behind them raised the time reset device strapped to their chest and asked Loki, "What is this thing? Do you know?" Loki glanced back and replied smoothly, "It's a reset device designed to erase the influence of the divergent timeline, allowing time to heal its wounds." It sounds like a more eloquent way of saying it dismantles everything around. Wait a moment. Does that mean this organization only appears when a timeline diverges? Tony snapped his fingers, just like workers pruning a sapling. If the tree grows normally, they remain absent, but when it sprouts an errant branch or grows crooked, these individuals emerge to rectify it. But I still have that question. On what grounds do they assume the tree is crooked? Merely based on the absurd script penned by the timekeepers? And is there truly only one so-called sacred timeline? Upon hearing his inquiries, Strange closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before tentatively responding. Certainly, there must be more than one. Let us boldly hypothesize. Previously, when I was clandestinely studying time magic, you all witnessed the cracks in time within the void, which indicated that the multiverse indeed exists. According to their narrative, if our timeline is the sacred timeline, then these multiverses should have been obliterated and should not exist. Moreover, their appearance only after a Nexus event seems too peculiar, not at all resembling the formidable nature they describe. At this juncture, Bruce Banner chimed in. Then how do we explain the Infinity Stones? Master Modu, those Infinity Stones must surely be counterfeit. How could they possibly be destroyed by mere ordinary weapons? Moreover, even if they were to be obliterated, such a lack of disturbance is inconceivable, for they embody one of the 6 primordial forces of the universe. Phil Coulson, so these individuals are merely a band of charlatans wielding advanced technological prowess? A moment of silence enveloped the live stream. Until New Peter spoke up, your descriptions have led me to recall a name you mentioned before, the Observers. Wanda concurred. Indeed, it does seem to align with the characteristics of the Observers. Did not Master Modu assert that they possess technology far beyond human comprehension? They also exhibit a penchant for observing the myriad events unfolding in the cosmos. Perhaps they are, in fact, the ones orchestrating these machinations behind the scenes. Within Kamartaj, upon hearing Wanda's remarks, Master Gu gently shook his head. Although the Observers are formidable, they have consistently adhered to their vow of non-interference in the affairs of the universe. Such a modus operandi is in stark contrast to what has been suggested, and instances within the cosmos that align with such behavior are exceedingly rare. The most renowned examples include beings such as, or perhaps a certain chaotic Wanda from a future timeline. Yet, beings of such magnitude possess the capability to alter the fabric of a universe on their own. Why then would they go to such lengths to establish a peculiar organization? Master Gu furrowed his brow, sensing that matters had taken a complicated turn. Often, it is the unknown that evokes the greatest terror. The footage continues. Upon entering the tent, the timekeepers conducted a brief analysis of the scene before preparing to dash out and apprehend the time criminal. However, Loki, feigning understanding, began to spin a web of deception, stalling everyone's progress until the female timekeeper number 15 noticed that the connection signal had surged to critical levels. Only then did he reveal his demands. His stipulations included ensuring that the captured time criminal would not be pruned and that he would have an audience with the Time Guardians. At that moment, it became evident to all that Loki had made no genuine discovery. He was simply fabricating nonsense. Annoyed, the subordinate was instructed to reset the timeline, while the female timekeeper number 15, seething with anger, led her team out of the tent. The camera panned down to the time reset device on the ground, with a golden liquid gradually transformed into a deep purple. After a flicker of light, the golden radiance emanated from beneath the device. enveloping the surroundings and pruning everything that did not belong to this timeline, including the fallen timekeepers and their weaponry. Chapter 108. Is another me female? Indeed, due to Loki's incessant meddling, the timekeepers returned empty-handed and submitted their mission report, resulting in Mobius being summoned for a discussion with Judge Ravana. As for Loki, the perspectives of the two had diverged significantly. Ramona perceives Loki as a contradictory amalgamation of rebelliousness, obstinacy, capriciousness, and malevolent traits. For it is precisely this role he plays within the sacred timeline, an immutable fact. However, Mobius holds a different view, believing that Loki is redeemable. As he speaks, he shifts the conversation towards the timekeepers. Upon hearing this, Ramona straightens her posture with utmost seriousness and warns Mobius that the timekeepers are meticulously observing every detail of this case. Never before have they shown such keen interest in any matter. Her tone becomes gravely earnest as she concludes that they are intent on apprehending this time offender. That is a falsehood. In that moment, Loki, Captain America, and even Coulson and Egg on the other side of the screen could not help but voice their simultaneous disapproval. They all perceived the unnatural expression that crossed the judge's face when Mobius mentioned the timekeepers. I too sensed the deception. It further substantiated that this variant of Loki had undeniably become a significant threat. Tony scoffed coldly. This could be advantageous. If this Loki strategy proves effective, we might just glean some insights from his methods. As their discussion drew to a close, Ramona resolved to grant Mobius and Loki one final opportunity. After leaving the office, Mobius engaged Loki in conversation and led him to a desk, allowing him to examine all the files concerning time offenses. However, once Mobius departed, Loki, unwilling to remain idle, approached the female archivist under the pretext of an external task, seeking to peruse the archives established at the dawn of time. Yet, the archivist informed him that those records were classified. In a bid for compromise, Loki altered his request, asking to view documents pertaining to the beginning and end of time, only to be met with the same response regarding their confidentiality. Well then, what is there that I am permitted to see? Loki inquired with evident irritation. In the next moment, the archivist led him to the center of the bookshelf and retrieved a dossier on the time offender Loki Laufeyson, placing it firmly in his hands. With a resigned sigh, Loki returned to the desk, filled with disappointment as he opened the folder. Yet, upon reading the records of Ragnarok, he suddenly discerned the whereabouts of another Loki. The apocalypse loomed. Because the world is destined for destruction, when an individual traverses to the eve of the world's end, their actions will inevitably be overshadowed by that impending doom. Having uncovered this revelation, he hurried to find Mobius and shared his analysis, only to be met with skepticism regarding Loki's conjectures. Nevertheless, at Loki's urging, they ventured to the ancient city of Pompeii to validate his hypothesis. I must admit, I had never noticed you possessed such wisdom. Tony Stark glanced at Loki with curiosity, remarking, honestly, this analysis is far more captivating than that foolish rebellion you orchestrated. Loki snorted disdainfully. That is merely because the inhabitants of Asgard are too dim-witted, hardly worth my intellectual effort. Is that so? I believe you are indeed akin to what that little girl said, reluctant to harm your brother out of love. Reed Richards suddenly interjected, laughing heartily and teasing. You truly are quite the tsundere. Bah, mortal, what do you know of divine intentions? Loki declared with pride. Moreover, that was merely the work of a lesser Loki from another realm, completely unrelated to me, the superior Loki. He raised his clenched left fist, asserting, I am, without doubt, the most elite Loki across all multiverses. Star-Lord scoffed derisively. You're just a fool, a prankster. Even if you're clever, it's merely a petty cleverness. Loki cast a sidelong glance at Star-Lord, choosing not to argue, but instead smiled and waved the futuristic notebook in his hand, laughing heartily at Star-Lord's face, which had turned a shade of deep crimson. Indeed, the thrill of mischief was exhilarating. Loki mused, observing Star-Lord's inability to voice his anger, feeling the resentment accumulated from the spoilers dissipate in an instant. The imagery continued. Confirming their suspicions, Loki and Mobius spent the night searching for all apocalypses, But as Mobius had stated, historical cataclysms were as abundant as the stars. After a fruitless night of searching, the two ultimately decided to temporarily abandon their quest and sat together in the cafeteria, chatting merrily. Just as Loki was defending the actions of his younger self, Mobius suddenly recalled a detail uncovered during a previous investigation in France concerning a time criminal. With this thought, they hurriedly sifted through their materials and pinpointed the apocalypse that best matched their theory. The year 2050, in Alabama, USA, the catastrophic incident at the Lockhart supermarket warehouse. Without hesitation, Mobius promptly assembled a team and, accompanied by Loki, journeyed to the year 2050. According to reports, while this place was soon to be ravaged by a hurricane, the abundance of food and supplies suggested that the fugitive time criminal Loki was likely using this location as a base, returning repeatedly. Mobius had initially intended to keep Loki close, as before, but was rebuffed by the female timekeeper, who had been deceived previously, opting instead to lead Loki herself. As they entered the verdant area, they unexpectedly encountered a frail black man who claimed to be there to purchase plants. However, given the hurricane conditions, it was difficult to trust his words, prompting the female timekeeper and Loki to approach him cautiously. Just as the female guardian was about to touch the man's wrist, he unexpectedly reached out first, grasping her wrist, and with a faint flash of green light, he collapsed to the ground. Loki gazed in bewilderment at the black woman before him, initially suspecting her to be the orchestrator of his predicament. Is he dead? Typically, the response was negative. Slowly, 15 turned around, her expression and demeanor transforming dramatically as she smiled at Loki. So, you are the fool sent to capture me? Observing the sudden shift in the female guardian's demeanor, Loki quickly grasped the situation, raising an inquisitive brow. You must be here to apprehend me. Come now. If everyone has their own identity, then you are merely a reflection of me, she retorted. With that, 15 flashed a grin, revealing a familiar, mischievous smile. Seeing her smile, Loki reciprocated with a similarly charming grin. Was this the same beguiling magic that swayed hearts? Much like that medieval ball? In the live stream, Captain America, intrigued by the transformation of the black woman on screen, curiously inquired, "Is this also one of your tricks?" "Indeed," Loki replied proudly, nodding his head. "It is merely a simple form of mental persuasion, a possession spell, nothing extraordinary. During the Battle of New York, I wielded this magic to manipulate dozens of individuals, nearly defeating all of you Avengers." "What?" Captain America exclaimed, his face a mixture of disbelief as he turned to Tony Stark. "Is he really that formidable?" Tony Stark let out a sound of astonishment, clicking his tongue before awkwardly nodding. "Though I hesitate to admit it, we were indeed in quite a dire situation back then." However, Phil Coulson, unwilling to concede, countered, "Come now, Loki, without the power of the Mind Stone, you would never have achieved that." Loki replied with a confident smile, "I do not deny that I borrowed the strength of the Mind Stone at that time, but if it were now, a mere thought would suffice to control all of you." The group was taken aback, particularly Bruce Banner, who, recalling the chaos he wrought under Loki's mental manipulation during the first Avengers film, felt a chill of dread. If he were to be provoked and transformed now, causing harm to others, the weight of his guilt would be even greater, especially since General Ross had recently sought to capture him. The imagery, continued, possession is quite clever, Loki remarked with a flippant tone, following closely behind the female guardian. A touch feeble, amateurish, yet undeniably astute. Feeble, you say? Perhaps akin to being a pawn yourself. The female guardian retorted with a scornful twist. Yet Loki merely shook his head. "I work for my own interests. Deluding yourself." She laughed lightly. "I was previously concerned that they had found a more advanced version of me." At that moment, a male store clerk approached, eager to direct them toward a refuge. However, upon being touched by the female guardian, a flicker of green light flashed in his eyes, and he unveiled a wicked, Loki-esque smile. Upon witnessing the female guardian collapse, Loki hurriedly approached to assess the situation. At that moment, the possessed male clerk mockingly interjected, "Oh, are you seeking assistance from your little companions?" Observing the depth of cunning and the mastery of possession displayed by this version of Loki, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. With a grave expression, he probed, "What? Are you afraid to confront me face to face? Reveal yourself? For earning trust is no trivial endeavor. Oh, goodness, so you are an undercover agent. The male clerk smirked, his face still adorned with derision. In the streaming room, Loki suddenly scrunched his brow in distaste, watching the clerk's antics on screen, and uncertainly remarked, "Why do I feel something is amiss? This multiversal variant of myself seems rather effeminate." Chapter 109. The purpose of variant Loki and the unwelcome Star-Lord, is that so? The extraordinary Peter questioned Loki with a puzzled expression. "I seem perfectly normal, don't I?" Loki snorted. "That is merely because you're still too young and lack an understanding of women. Just ask the two adults beside you for their insights." Feeling awkward, the extraordinary Peter turned to Tony and Strange, asking, "Mr. Stark, am I mistaken?" Tony shrugged, his expression one of nonchalance as he patted Peter's shoulder. "Kid, go back and have a chat with Gwen about the anatomical differences between women and men." Ever since this Loki appeared in the tent, I sensed her form was rather slender. And did you not notice how she moved with the essence of femininity when she possessed the black woman? However, the guardian she possessed was already a woman. Stark, don't you find that contradictory? Reed Richards interjected, feeling the need to contest. Strange interjected. What Stark means is that despite being possessed by this Loki, the Time Guardian's demeanor and expressions may have shifted, yet her female posture remained unchanged. The current revelations suggest that this female guardian resembled a soldier, yet post-possession, she exhibited a touch of femininity. After all, the manner in which most women and men walk does differ, and such subconscious traits do not alter easily. I only recognized the anomaly when she possessed the male clerk. Tony nodded, gesturing towards Captain Marvel, who was present. "If you still don't grasp the concept, consider your girlfriend, then observe our Captain Marvel here. I mean no offense. I merely wish to commend you as a strong woman." The latter part was directed as an apology towards Carol. Those in front of the screen, with girlfriends, pondered deeply, and upon reflection, some indeed noticed the differences. At that moment, Strange suddenly interjected, "Of course, perhaps it aligns with Loki's speculation that this fellow is simply effeminate. Would it be too much to find a cooler spot, cover yourself with leaves, and await your demise? I realize your canine mouth can yield no ivory." Loki shot Strange an exasperated glance, shook his head, and redirected his attention to the screen. "If you could exhibit a modicum of courtesy, I might share my intentions with you." Observing the male attendant's continued air of disdain, Loki unleashed his trump card. "I am poised to overthrow the Timekeeper's dominion, and, to be candid, I require a subordinate." Upon hearing Loki's declaration, the attendant gradually halted, turning with a sardonic smirk. "I presume you mean me? What do you think?" Loki blinked. Loki? To his surprise, the Loki opposite him grimaced in distaste. "Do not address me by that name. You may call me Randy." "Very well." Loki sighed, realizing, "I now understand why Thor has always harbored resentment towards me." Thor, seated on the sofa and indulging in ice cream, erupted into laughter. "Who would have thought, dear brother, that one day your manner of speech would repulse you?" Feeling a twinge of irritation, Loki's tone soured as he bluntly remarked that it was precisely his earlier insistence that had hindered the pursuit of the variant Loki. Nonetheless, even so, the Loki possessing the male attendant remained utterly dismissive, declaring his disinterest in the ruling authority before turning to leave. Meanwhile, as their conversation unfolded, a shadowy figure lurking behind a nearby shelf connected wires to the resetter. As Loki and the attendant engaged in their exchange, Loki suddenly spotted the resetter upon the shelf, and clarity dawned upon him. "Is this your scheme? Luring us here only to obliterate us all?" However, just as he finished his retort, he realized the attendant who had been leading was now conspicuously absent. Before Loki could fully comprehend the situation, a robust figure lunged from the side, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. This burly man, possessed by the variant Loki, cackled maniacally as he seized Loki and proceeded to deliver a thorough beating. As the imagery played to this point, the scene froze once more. Current video paused. Question and answer session begins. Question: what is the purpose of the variant Loki's actions? To trap the Guardians, using the resetter to annihilate them all. To utilize the resetter to strip the Guardians of their equipment, leaving them within this timeline to be claimed by a hurricane. to set the time resetter and, at the last moment, return everything, obliterating it all. To transport all resetters across various timelines, causing chaos to draw near the timekeepers. Please begin answering. Each participant in the live stream has one opportunity to respond. Those who answer correctly will receive 100 live stream points and a random reward. Random rewards may originate from any multiverse. Failure to answer questions will trigger unknown penalties. Speaking of which, were you previously overshadowed by Hulk's transformation into Banner, thus hesitant to engage in combat? Tony Stark gazed at Loki with a peculiar expression, noting that this timeline likely follows closely after the events of the first Avengers film. I recall that during that time, you could suppress Captain America in close combat. Even your brother, Thor, struggled against you. How have you become so? Shut it. If you repeat that, I shall tear your mouth apart. Since the footage of him being bested by Hulk had aired, Loki developed an acute sensitivity to the term, particularly when uttered by Earthlings. Captain America looked at Stark in disbelief and inquired, "What did you say?" He could suppress me in hand-to-hand combat. Indeed, you faced quite the humiliation, held at bay by his scepter as he commanded you to kneel. Tony replied with a mischievous grin, snapping his fingers repeatedly. Ever since he discovered that his snapping could annihilate Thanos, he had developed a newfound fondness for the gesture. Had I not arrived in time, neither you nor the S.H.L.D. agents would have been able to contend with him. Captain America shook his head in disbelief at Tony's expression, but reluctantly accepted this reality upon hearing Bruce Banner corroborate it. This also prompted Thor's boastful remark, "Come now. Have you considered who taught my brother his combat skills? He honed them while wrestling with me since childhood. Do you comprehend what it means to be a god?" Wanda chuckled. "Indeed, known as the god of thunder, yet truly a god of hammers. And now, this hammer god cannot even lift his own weapon. How pathetic." "I detest humanity," Thor retorted. After a round of laughter, the group refocused on the topic at hand. However, Tony intervened, dissuading Strange from analyzing the question, and approached Spider-Man, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Hey, Peter, I saw some spoilers earlier, and your girlfriend mentioned you're one of the top students in class. What are your thoughts on this question? Share them with us." Caught off guard by Tony's sudden inquiry, Spider-Man hesitated for a few seconds before awkwardly responding, "Mr. Stark, my analysis may not be accurate." No, my boy. You must be willing to take risks. You were among the earliest to join this live stream. Yet you've hardly attempted to analyze questions. It's always been Banner, Loki, the Doctor, and Mr. Richards doing the heavy lifting. Even the not-so-bright Thor had the courage to answer early on. You should showcase your intellect as well. Spider-Man cannot rely solely on physical prowess to combat crime. Tony, he's still just a kid. What crime is he combating? Captain America, the second oldest Good Samaritan in the room, stepped forward, glancing at the visibly nervous Peter, offering words of comfort. "Don't be anxious, kid. You are certainly far more intelligent than we were at your age." "All right then." Peter, feeling an awkward twitch, as if ants were crawling all over him, took a deep breath, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. "Considering the images we previously observed, the erasure of the Time Guardian's body post-reset eliminates that option. Moreover, it is evident that this Loki has amassed a plethora of reset devices, indicating her intentions extend far beyond merely annihilating everyone. Thus, the answer must be in. However, which one specifically remains unclear." Just as the astute Peter was articulating his analysis, Star-Lord's voice rang out unexpectedly beside him. "I choose." As Star-Lord exclaimed his answer, he met the disapproving gazes of Tony and the others, shrugging in annoyance. "What's the problem? Isn't this a buzz-in format? Am I not allowed to respond?" Tony frowned in dissatisfaction. "Have you always been such a jerk? It was you who caused the mess in Avengers, Infinity War. If not for your antics, Thanos would have been vanquished long ago. How can you blame me for events that never transpired?" Star-Lord scoffed dismissively. "Besides, I was merely illustrating the treachery of human nature to you all." Ding. Peter Quill's answer has been submitted. The system begins its assessment. Ding. Peter Quill answered incorrectly. Random penalty awarded. Peter Quill's celestial bloodline sealed for 5 years. A ripple of derisive laughter erupted in the live stream upon the system's announcement of his failure. Wanda remarked, "Some individuals truly are embarrassing." snatching a child's answer while coveting their reward, only to end up with nothing. Strange acknowledged the treachery of human nature, but simultaneously, he recognized the folly of a clown. Tony interjected, "Wait, did no one notice that the system indicated this guy possesses a celestial bloodline within him?" Loki sneered disdainfully. A god? Does he even deserve such a title? Chapter 110. This Loki is truly impressive. Even the simple-minded Thor joined in the mockery in the chat, stating, as gods, we would never stoop to such vile tactics of claiming another's hard-earned victory from behind their back. The system's punishment was now upon them. With a sudden jolt, Peter Quill felt an overwhelming sense of weakness within him, staggering to the ground. However, due to his recent disgraceful actions, the others distanced themselves from him, creating an invisible barrier. All right, Peter, now that the correct answer has been revealed, please respond according to your analysis. Tony clapped Peter Parker on the shoulder, urging him forward. Peter nodded, expressing his gratitude to those around him, and proclaimed loudly, I choose. Ding. Extraordinary Peter Parker's answer has been submitted. The system begins its assessment. Ding. Extraordinary Peter Parker answered correctly. Extraordinary Peter Parker earns 100 live points, redeemable for segments related to his past and future. Random reward. The Legacy of Ultimate Spider-Man, Parker. Ultimate Spider-Man? Is this the fourth iteration of Spider-Man? The crowd suddenly felt as if they were at a loss for words. Upon entering this so-called dimensional livestream, the promised multiverse was nowhere to be seen. However, Spider-Man encountered several versions of himself, and now yet another Spider-Man emerged. The moment the system's voice sounded, Peter, standing in the livestream room, stiffened abruptly, an overwhelming influx of information and knowledge inundating his mind. Observing his bewildered and rigid demeanor, the onlookers refrained from disturbing him, allowing him the solitude to process this deluge of information and turn their attention back to the screen. The footage continued to play. After the beleaguered Loki finally regained his composure, the burly man had completed the installation of all the reset bombs. Struggling to rise, Loki approached the distant figure with a disgruntled expression, bellowing, "What do you truly seek from me? What's happening here?" Yet, the burly man did not respond directly. Instead, he coldly remarked, "Prepare yourself, Loki." He then collapsed back onto the ground. At this moment, Tony, curious, nudged Loki's shoulder. "You still haven't answered my earlier question. You can hold your own against Captain America and Thor, so why couldn't you overcome this ordinary middle-aged man? Have you concealed some trick that eludes my observation?" Loki, visibly annoyed, regarded Stark with a frown. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It's quite simple. The possession spell inherently transfers a portion of my power to the host, which is why this man is stronger." "And how much power does it transfer?" Strange inquired, raising an eyebrow, intrigued by the possession spell. "Do I seem to care?" "I cannot possibly transfer all my strength," Loki retorted, then, as if struck by a thought, cast an odd glance at Tony and Strange. "I sense that you too harbor ulterior motives. You've misunderstood." Tony and Strange quickly gestured in denial. However, the earnest Captain America, at that moment, dampened the atmosphere with his observation. "So, this variant Loki, merely with a fraction of her power, can overpower you? Does that not imply she possesses remarkable strength?" Captain America's intent was to highlight that since this variant Loki could easily defeat Loki, and Loki could similarly best him, it suggested that this variant Loki could effortlessly dominate her original counterpart. Yet, Loki found a profound irony in these words. "Are you mocking me, mortal?" Loki gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of Captain America's comments, especially as he articulated them with such a serious analytical tone. This made Loki feel less wounded and more insulted. But just as Loki was still perplexed by the burly man's collapse, a sudden echo of his own voice resonated behind him. Turning around warily, Loki beheld the time criminal they had been pursuing now materializing behind him. As the hood of the black cloak Loki slowly descended, the face that had long been shrouded in darkness was finally revealed to the onlookers. It was a visage of remarkable beauty, with golden hair and piercing blue eyes, adorned with a small circlet reminiscent of demonic horns. Loki, his expression shattered, gazed in disbelief at the female Loki who now stood before him, rendered momentarily speechless and unable to regain his composure. Wow, what an enchanting Loki sister, Wanda exclaimed in astonishment. I never imagined such a formidable lady would be fighting alone. Loki, you're falling short. Had you possessed even half her prowess, you would have been overthrown long ago. Carol nodded in agreement, her face radiant with admiration. Indeed, this female Loki's cunning and combat style are impressive, devoid of any hesitation, far more reliable than your incessant claims of being ahead. Loki raised an eyebrow in silent disbelief, pondering the absurdity of their praise. What is this nonsense? She merely revealed herself, and you all begin to fawn over her? Must you be so sycophantic? Ahaha, Loki! I never thought I would witness the day you truly became a woman. Your childhood dream has come to fruition, Thor Odinson exuberantly shouted in the chat, bombarding the channel with messages. Yet young Peter expressed his confusion. It's strange. Your brother has transformed, yet you seem even more excited than he is. Wanda chimed in playfully, right? God of Thunder, why do I sense you're overly thrilled? Could it be? Silence, mortals! Restrain the filthy thoughts that plague your minds. Loki interjected, unable to restrain himself any longer as the conversation spiraled further off course. You are blaspheming. How do you know what we think is impure? Nick Fury quipped with a wink. It seems you're quite perceptive. Just as Loki was lost in thought, the countdown on the reset device, previously set, reached its conclusion. The overloaded energy extinguished the supermarket lights, and amidst the darkness, countless star-like lights ignited as the reset devices finally activated. Mobius and the other timekeepers soon arrived. But upon witnessing the activated reset devices being whisked away through the portals beneath them, panic ensued. Where have they gone? In a sudden shift, the central monitor in the hall blared with urgent alarms, revealing numerous dark red branches extending rapidly from the sacred timeline, swiftly encroaching upon the red alert line. The analysts within were thrown into chaos, with one snatching a colleague's phone and shouting, "Someone has breached the sacred timeline." Bruce Banner, his face a mask of shock, exclaimed, "Good heavens, I thought she had merely taken a few reset devices. I had no idea she had appropriated so many." According to our previous analysis, a time resetter has the capability to erase temporal branches, allowing time to regress to a moment prior to a specific event. However, if an individual's original choice aligns with the sacred timeline's design, and there are no consequential events connected to that time, yet inexplicably the timeline is reset, will the individuals who have been reset still make the same choices? Reed Richards remarked, "It seems that in such a scenario, the timeline would be utterly chaotic." The white lines displayed on the screen indicate that the sacred timeline has become entirely distorted. In a live broadcast, even Loki could not help but feel astonished by his variant, Lady Loki. This woman was rather unhinged. Within the supermarket warehouse of Lockhart, the interior was illuminated by the red emergency lights due to a power outage. Witnessing the success of her scheme, Lady Loki seized an instrument and opened a portal, then waved goodbye to Loki before stepping through and vanishing. After a moment of hesitation upon seeing her disappear, Loki resolutely crossed through the impending portal upon hearing Mobius's distant calls draw nearer. The scene shifted, revealing a golden portal opening from which Lady Loki emerged. Evading the fully armed Guardians' intent on preserving the timeline, she finally captured a solitary timekeeper, her hands glowing with green light as she attempted to wield magic to control him. However, to her astonishment, upon touching the Guardian's temple, she discovered that her once infallible mimicry had lost its efficacy. He was completely immune to her magic. Reluctantly, Lady Loki resorted to physical prowess, defeating the advancing Guardians one by one and dispatching them with her staff. Her fluid movements captivated everyone in the live broadcast. Wanda, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "How impressive! This Lady Loki is extraordinary. Her combat skills are remarkable, effortlessly overpowering so many timekeepers." Captain America observed, "It appears that her previous possession magic significantly curtailed her abilities. Had she been fighting Loki directly, I can assure you, this Loki would have faced dire consequences." Loki, upon hearing this, retorted, "That is not comparable. Close combat is the choice of brutes. I am an elegant sorcerer. Besides, I did not fight with my full strength just now. If I had truly unleashed my power, with her limited skills, I would have resolved the matter long ago." You are a sorcerer? Phil Coulson couldn't help but interject. Come on, Loki. After all the spoilers we've seen, aside from conjuring a mere illusion, what other magic have you truly demonstrated? It's been nothing but wielding two little daggers. Tony added. Speaking of which, it seems the sorcerers of Kamartaj are quite similar. Aside from Master Gu, E, and Strange showcasing their abilities, others like Master Mordo and Wong Haven T revealed much in terms of magical prowess. Modu, Stark, you understand nothing. The art of a mage's combat is not merely the mindless casting of spells. It is a harmonious integration of arcane tools and techniques that truly defines a mage's prowess. Chapter 111. Two proud souls in a dance of love and rivalry. Mother. Just as the live stream was abuzz with fervent discussions about the combat techniques of mages, in Asgard, within the chamber of Odin, Frigga entered. The All-Father, I have just witnessed the gathering of the divine sentinels. Numerous fully armed troops have mobilized. Upon entering, Frigga gazed at Odin, who sat solemnly at the edge of his bed, concern etched across her features. Is there a new threat emerging? She inquired. Odin gestured dismissively, refraining from divulging the reasons, instead inviting her to sit beside him. The aged Odin grasped Frigga's hand and turned his attention back to the screen, where Frigga, upon seeing her familiar son, exclaimed in astonishment, Loki? Is this a glimpse into Loki's future? As the female Loki wreaked havoc, the original Loki finally traversed the portal. Upon surveying the familiar corridors, he momentarily lost his bearings before discerning the female Loki's intentions. Retrieving his confiscated dagger from the armory, Loki pursued her, eventually cornering her at the end of a corridor. With dual blades raised, he directly questioned her, Are you truly Loki? Yet, the female Loki was uninterested in idle chatter. Do you really have nothing better to do? You're obstructing my path. The two, who were clearly at odds, soon clashed in combat, but just as before, Loki was no match for his female counterpart. Amidst their quarrel and skirmish, reinforcements arrived. Ramona, accompanied by two Time Guardians, intervened to halt their conflict. As they charged forward, the female Loki swiftly placed her blade against Loki's throat, threatening loudly, If you dare approach, I shall end his life. Upon hearing her threat, Ramona laughed, unfazed, and replied, Please do so. With that, they raised their staffs, glowing with orange light, and advanced. Observing the unfolding scene, Loki's eyes flickered with determination as he deftly extracted the time controller from the female Loki's grasp, opening a portal to transport them both away. This time, they found themselves in an unknown realm, and in their struggle for the singular controller, a fierce battle ensued once more. The female Loki seized the controller first, only to discover, to her astonishment, that its power had been depleted. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Loki employed an illusion and successfully snatched the controller from her hands. Enraged, the female Loki shouted, Return it to me. You have no idea how to recharge it. To which Loki retorted dismissively, Of course I do. You're not the sole technophile, Loki. Upon hearing his address, the female Loki's face twisted in disgust. Do not call me that. Loki felt a sense of bewilderment. Tech enthusiast? No, it's Loki. The expression of female Loki became exceedingly fierce. Wanda remarked, Isn't this young lady Loki? Why does she detest that name so much? Is there some underlying reason? New Peter speculated. Could it be that we have all misunderstood her? Perhaps she is not Loki after all? Extraordinary Peter countered, No, remember? The previous title explicitly stated she is a variant of Loki. If I am not mistaken, it is likely that this name conjures unfavorable memories for her, hence her desire to escape the misfortune associated with it. Thor interjected, You speak nonsense. The name Loki was bestowed by my father. Are you implying my father lacks the ability to name? Extraordinary Peter replied, Mr. Thor, we are merely engaging in discussion. Please refrain from being so agitated. Loki dismissed him. Ignore him. He is merely a muscle-bound fool. In Asgard, Frigga gazed in confusion at the screen displaying the two Lokis in confrontation, turning to Odin beside her. What does this imagery signify? Are there truly two Lokis in our realm? Odin shook his head. I have yet to comprehend the specifics. It is said these are Lokis from the multiverse. Frigga keenly noted Odin's phrasing. Are there indeed other Lokis? Just as the two were poised to continue their conflict, a small meteorite crashed through their chamber, prompting them to cease their standoff and step outside. They looked up to witness the sky raining down meteor fragments of various sizes, resembling a purple meteor shower. Upon seeing this scene, female Loki vehemently berated Loki for being an idiot, as this apocalypse was the most perilous one stored within her device. The two exchanged barbs while assisting each other in evading the falling meteorites, swiftly retreating into a nearby building. Just as they caught their breath, female Loki's expression shifted to one of ambiguity as she approached Loki, her hands glowing green as they reached for his neck. Loki slowly lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the oddly behaved female Loki, and could not help but frown, asking, "What are you doing? Do you wish to possess me?" Loki scoffed, "That is futile." "Why? Because you are a sorcerer?" Hilby growled in frustration. "No, it is because my mind is far too powerful." Loki proudly pointed to his head. "Very well." Seeing that the possession spell is ineffective, female Loki drew her dagger once more, seemingly intent on resuming the battle. Loki sighed in exasperation. Do we truly have to proceed in this manner? Another fight? Although female Loki sheathed her dagger, she persisted in questioning Loki about the whereabouts of the time controller. "Loki." Resigned, deflected, "It resides within my heart." "Very well, then I shall extract it now." Loki sighed once more, exclaiming, "How utterly ridiculous, yet so endearing." Tony Stark, unable to contain himself, remarked, "This isn't a battle at all. It's merely flirtation." "Loki, to be honest, you two seem quite well matched." Strange interjected, "Indeed. There's a term that comes to mind. Yes, Tsundra. In my view, you both embody that spirit." Wanda chimed in, "A man and a woman caught in a love-hate dynamic. Goodness. Please lock it down, thank you." Loki retorted, while Peter Parker recalled, "Just yesterday, Mr. Loki was adamantly declaring that throughout these long years, no woman was worthy of his affection. Surely, this female, Loki wouldn't end up with him either." Tony countered, No, my dear child, you're mistaken. What if Loki is simply a narcissist? Please be reasonable. Do you think I'm like you, with women constantly on my mind?" Loki scoffed disdainfully, crossing his arms. "Besides, while this woman may possess a modicum of cunning, that is the extent of her capabilities, resorting solely to brute force. What distinguishes her from Thor?" Reed Richards chimed in, "But what if you genuinely fell for female Loki? Wouldn't that imply you could also fall for Thor?" Loki couldn't help but exclaim, "For heaven's sake, are you all out of your minds? Dismiss those absurd notions from your heads." Upon learning the perilous situation they were in, they chose a direction in search of abundant energy sources to recharge the time controller. Along the way, female Loki revealed that she had adopted the name Sylvie. The duo stumbled upon a solitary cottage, where an elderly woman informed them of a nearby train that could lead them to the Ark escape vessel. They unanimously agreed that there lay a powerful energy source capable of recharging the controller, and without hesitation, they pursued the departing train. Upon encountering a long queue, Loki transformed into a guard, falsely claiming that Sylvie was a prisoner he was tasked to escort, thereby evading ticket inspection and boarding the train, where they found seats. On the train, the two engaged in an open-hearted conversation. Loki divulged to Sylvie that his magic was taught by the goddess Frigga, and at her request, he described his mother. She is the queen of Asgard, kind-hearted and exceedingly noble. Sylvie chuckled. "Are you certain she is your mother?" Loki shook his head. "No, in truth, she is not. I was adopted. Did I just let that slip? My apologies." Surprisingly, Sylvie dismissed it with a wave of her hand. "It's all right. I know I was adopted." "What? They told you?" Loki exclaimed, astonished, staring incredulously at Sylvie. "Of course, didn't they inform you?" Sylvie raised an eyebrow, her expression revealing a sense of understanding. It appears that even if Loki were to discover his adoption, his fate would not be any more favorable. Bruce Banner sighed and mused that perhaps his destiny was indeed predestined to be thus. Loki narrowed his eyes slightly, yet remained silent, tightening his grip on the notebook of the future. As their conversation continued, the mention of their mother seemed to illuminate Loki's face. "When I was a child, my mother would perform little magic tricks for me. They appeared quite challenging, yet she told me I could do it too because—" Loki's voice faltered, and his gaze lowered, "because she believed I was capable of anything." With that, he raised his left hand, conjuring a wisp of smoke from his palm, addressing Sylvie. She was the kind of person who instilled confidence in you, who made you believe in yourself. Listening to Loki's heartfelt words through the screen, Frigga silently covered her mouth, her eyes misting with tears. Since the emergence of the dimensional live streaming system, the depiction of Loki had been that of a recluse or a villain, even plotting to assassinate his father, which deeply troubled Frigga. After witnessing the harrowing scenes of brotherly conflict the previous day, she had nearly lost faith in the live streaming system. She feared encountering more distressing imagery of familial strife, which was why she had chosen not to remain there today. However, to her surprise, upon her return, she witnessed this sincere moment from Loki, which brought her immense joy. Chapter 112. A resounding slap of reality. Indeed a deception. The conversation on the train continued. And it was at this moment that Loki learned Sylvie had entirely self-taught her magic, which astonished him, prompting an eager discussion regarding the nuances of her magical practice. Just then, a train attendant interrupted their dialogue, inquiring whether they would like some wine. Without hesitation, Loki took both glasses. After a sip of wine, their conversation soared to new heights, delving into matters of love. Curious, Loki inquired about Sylvie's romantic life, discovering that she had a long-distance relationship with a postal worker during an apocalyptic event, which rendered the atmosphere between them somewhat awkward. After all, upon learning of her boyfriend, Loki found it challenging to navigate his own feelings, given that she was his counterpart. Sylvie then reciprocated by asking Loki if he had anyone special in his life. What about you? You are a prince. Perhaps your beloved is a princess? She teased with a smile, raising an eyebrow. Or perhaps another prince. Loki smiled faintly, lifting his glass. Perhaps both exist, much like you and me. The chat room erupted in howls of astonishment, the audience bursting into laughter. Stark even bit his lower lip, whistling in disbelief. Before the screen, Wanda erupted with excitement, laughing like a giddy child. Aha! Loki, you have revealed your true feelings. You have openly admitted your affection for the prince. It is well known that Asgard boasts only two princes, Loki and Thor. Strange could not help but chuckle, so Mr. Loki, do you truly harbor feelings for your brother that transcend mere sibling affection? Oh, and let us not forget, you are not even blood brothers. Observing the chaotic revelry around him, Loki sighed in exasperation. Is the height of your intellect measured solely by your stature? Can none of you discern that I am merely humoring her? With an utterly composed demeanor, Loki, having anticipated the repercussions of his words upon hearing himself on the screen, hastily scribbled in his future notebook, "In 5 seconds, everyone will abandon the discussion regarding Loki." He then continued with calm rationality. Moreover, Asgard governs the 9 realms, each of which is home to numerous kingdoms. Is it so strange that among those realms there are several princesses or queens? Surely, Thor is not the only prince in existence. Do not jest with me. Thanks to the enchanting influence of his future notebook, the audience temporarily accepted Loki's explanation and refrained from further inquiries. This allowed Loki to breathe a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Thor, the god of thunder, interjected in the chat channel, "That's splendid, brother. Your disinterest in me brings me peace. You nearly frightened me to death just now." Loki retorted, "Am I permitted to use foul language? Fancy me? I would have to possess a most twisted mind and exceedingly poor eyesight." As the train continued its journey, Sylvie soon succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Upon her gradual awakening, she was astonished to find that Loki had dispelled his illusion magic and donned the attire of a time criminal, dancing exuberantly among the crowd. Upon noticing Sylvie had awakened, Loki raised his goblet in salute, then downed its contents in one swift motion, gleefully smashing the cup to the ground while exclaiming, "Let us have another drink." Seeing that Loki had indulged a bit too much, Sylvie quickly pulled him aside, demanding to know why he was being so reckless. Yet, in his inebriated state, Loki merely waved her off and, emboldened by the alcohol, replied, "Regarding your earlier question, I have contemplated an answer." After a brief pause, Loki conjured a dagger from thin air, a mysterious expression adorning his face as he began. Love is akin to a dagger. It may be far removed or incredibly close, allowing one to see through it to oneself. How exquisite! But it may also leave you bloodied and battered, Yet ultimately, when you reach for it, Hilvy slowly raised her hand toward the dagger. But just as her fingers were about to make contact, a flash of green light erupted, and the dagger vanished from Loki's grasp, transforming into mere illusion. Hilvy pursed her lips slightly. So, love is like an illusory dagger? Your metaphor leaves much to be desired. Is it not reasonable? Curse it. I find it quite profound. Loki, you are being rather ambiguous. Tony Stark chuckled. Through the reflection of the dagger, you see yourself. I presume you are referring to Sylvie. It seems that no matter how defiant you may be, you cannot escape the impending reality of your variant's downfall. Nevertheless, this declaration of love is rather commendable. As he concluded, Tony gave Loki a thumbs up. Loki, gritting his teeth in annoyance, was reluctant to admit that it was evident the version of himself on the screen was indeed captivated by Sylvie. This thought ignited an overwhelming fury within Loki, who yearned to leap into the image and deliver a sound thrashing to his future self. Truly a fool, to be enchanted by another version of oneself. Had he lost his mind? At that moment, a passenger summoned a small squad of soldiers into the carriage. A disagreement ensued due to the lack of a ticket, leading to a scuffle between the two and the soldiers. In his inebriated state, Loki was carelessly hurled out of the window by the soldiers. Upon witnessing Loki's expulsion, Sylvie recalled that the time controller was still in his possession, prompting her to exclaim in alarm and jump off the train after him. However, the impact from Loki's fall shattered the time controller into countless fragments, eliciting an enraged roar from Sylvie. Spotting Sylvie sulking atop a small mound of earth, Loki hurried over to offer her comfort. Yet, Sylvie despondently informed him that according to the course of history, the Ark was destined for destruction, and the entire planet would meet its demise, leading to the death of all. Loki, however, believed that the Ark's destruction was contingent upon their absence. Now, they could very well commandeer the Ark and escape this planet. With no feasible alternatives, Sylvie reluctantly acquiesced to Loki's absurd suggestion, and they set off on foot towards the Ark's location. Along the way, in a bid to conserve his energy, Loki proposed that Sylvie possess him, thus allowing him to traverse the distance meant for two with the effort of one. Sylvie replied that while possession magic did not lack such capabilities, she earnestly explained the intricacies of her ability to Loki. It turned out that as long as she physically touched those with weak minds, she could immediately manipulate their thoughts. However, if the individual possessed a strong intellect, Sylvie would need to delve into their past memories, creating an illusory space drawn from their recollections to ensnare their minds. Loki listened, incredulous, to him. Sylvie seemed far more deserving of the title of sorceress. Sylvie smiled slightly, using the example of the 20 pieces of information she had stolen from the timekeepers, indicating that she belonged to the category of individuals with unstable minds. Since everything in her mind was shrouded, Sylvie could only access her memories from centuries ago to successfully entrap them. Upon hearing this, Loki suddenly halted, gazing at Sylvie in astonishment. What? What did you say? Access your past? Sylvie wore an expression of self-evidence. Indeed, she is merely an ordinary inhabitant of Earth, with a penchant for margaritas. Ordinary? Loki incredulously echoed. But they informed me that everyone working there was created by the timekeepers. Sylvie furrowed her brow. That is utterly absurd. They're all time criminals, just like you and me. Loki, upon hearing Sylvie's assertion regarding the employees, was taken aback and turned to her, asking, "They themselves are unaware?" Silence ensued. The revelation that the employees were, in fact, time criminals left all viewers of the live broadcast momentarily stunned. Loki struck his palm with force, producing a resounding clap. Indeed, I knew these individuals were nothing but charlatans. All this talk of preserving the sacred timeline and the timekeepers is nothing but a web of deceit. Tony Stark nodded in agreement. At last, we have unveiled their false facade, catching a glimpse of the iceberg's tip of this enigmatic organization. I now have a hypothesis. Given the astonishing technology and capabilities that have been revealed, which even I find daunting, is it possible that this is an organization from the future? The so-called sacred timeline might simply be a historical record passed down by them. Bruce Banner's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Tony, you may be onto something. Everyone is aware that the true history of certain events has always been subject to debate and remains ambiguous. Thus, it is highly plausible that the truth has been obscured. Reed Richards added, "If that is the case, then the puppeteers behind this are certainly not the timekeepers, but rather some scientists from the future. They have altered history to suit their own ambitions. Such an undertaking would be monumental, thus explaining its significance. It resembles a cycle. They apprehend time criminals, subject them to memory erasure and brainwashing, transforming them into their pawns, only to capture new time criminals until history is rendered immutable, progressing in the direction most desired by those hidden hands." Strange remarked, "If that is the case, then Tony's previous analogy holds true. They are akin to nursery workers, tending to the grand tree of history until they can pluck the fruits they desire." Loki's expression grew increasingly somber. "I suddenly comprehend why they tacitly condone Tony Stark's actions, and why they tolerate the Avengers' temporal excursions." "You mean?" Captain America, upon hearing this, had an epiphany. "They fear that if they intervene, drawing our attention, we might inadvertently track their existence. For if we can traverse back to the past, we can also venture into the future." Spider-Man interjected, "Listening to you all, I suddenly feel a chill run down my spine, and goosebumps have erupted all over me." Chapter 113. Is the Singularity the Temporal Nexus? A means of combat. Chapter 113. Is the Singularity the Temporal Nexus? A means of combat. Spider-Man continued, "Moreover, speaking of this, do you all recall what I mentioned when I first entered the livestream today?" Tony clapped his hands, pointing at Spider-Man Peter, and exclaimed, "Are you referring to the incident where your uncle was attacked last night?" Peter nodded. "Indeed, I have found this matter perplexing since last night. I neither ran away from home nor quarreled with my uncle. To be honest, 9 o'clock in the evening is not particularly late. I have returned home at this hour several times before, yet my uncle still went out to look for me last night." Strangely enough, the situation unfolded almost identically to the one in my previous foretelling. I was ridiculed by the convenience store clerk for lacking money, and then a man wearing sunglasses, taking advantage of the chaos, seized the clerk's cash. Subsequently, the clerk pursued him, drawing my uncle's attention. Coincidentally, my uncle intercepted the robber. This entire sequence of events mirrored the foretelling image precisely, with not a single detail amiss, save for one discrepancy: the timing. The shooting depicted in the foretelling occurred several days after I became Spider-Man, whereas I had just recently assumed that mantle last night. I had no time to ponder these matters then, but upon witnessing Mr. Loki's future and the existence of this organization, a chilling hypothesis struck me. Could the attack on my uncle have been orchestrated by them? Everyone in the live stream, after hearing Spider-Man Peter's narrative, exchanged uneasy glances, feeling a chill run down their spines. If one event could be deemed a coincidence, a series of interconnected and identical incidents surely could not be classified as such. New Peter interjected, "Wait, are you suggesting that this frightens me? Are you implying that our uncle is destined to be attacked?" Spider-Man Peter replied, "I do not know. I'm merely speculating at this point. Moreover, I must mention that had I not previously acquired a device that allows time manipulation through answering questions, even if I had sensed something amiss yesterday, my newly acquired Spider-Man abilities would not have sufficed to save my uncle." Strange inhaled sharply, his face etched with caution as he inquired, "Are you saying that you sensed something was wrong last night?" Spider-Man Peter nodded. "Yes, shortly after exiting the convenience store. My acute hearing picked up the sounds of an argument within the supermarket. Out of curiosity, I turned back just in time to witness the sunglass-clad man seizing the money. At that moment, I sensed something was off and immediately turned back, yet even then, I was unable to prevent him from firing his weapon." A heavy silence fell over the group. Those present, having viewed the Amazing Spider-Man 1 yesterday, were well aware of Peter's abilities. Yet, even with such formidable powers, he had nearly failed to save his uncle from an ordinary man, which seemed utterly absurd. Reed Richards pondered aloud. Could this be a narrative contrivance? At Kamartaj, upon hearing Spider-Man Peter's story in a live stream, Master Mordo and Caecilius once again turned their attention to the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, saying, "Master, the events this child describes sound eerily familiar. Caecilius, much like your assessment of Strange's ascension to wizardry yesterday, Could it be that the experiences of this child are linked to an event of singularity? The Ancient One leisurely sipped her tea before gently setting it down. One cannot entirely dismiss such a possibility, yet in the truest sense. This has occurred only once in his realm. After all, a future foretold by spoilers has the potential to manifest into reality. Thus, to dialectically ascertain the coincidence of reality against a future predicted by spoilers seems rather presumptuous to me. However, does our world not also harbor Peter Parker? With that, the Ancient One closed her eyes, formed a hand gesture, and the eye of Agamotto unfurled before her. The verdant time stone rotated several times within the eye before she dispelled the spell, reopening her eyes to reveal a look of astonishment that none had ever witnessed. It is peculiar. I perceive two indistinct yet undeniably real futures within him. How can this be? The imagery continued. In the distance, the horn of the ark interrupted Loki's astonishment, prompting both individuals to abandon their other thoughts and hasten towards the ark at full speed. However, as they navigated through the chaotic, disordered crowd, a colossal meteor descended from the heavens, striking the vessel that bore the hopes of all on this planet, cleaving it in twain. Witnessing the obliteration of the spacecraft that symbolized their escape, Sylvie felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away, despondently retreating. The scene shifted to Judge Ramonda, who stood before the corridor where Loki and Sylvie had vanished, reminiscing about the first time she apprehended Sylvie. At that time, she was merely a captain of the Time Variance Authority, having captured Sylvie from Asgard and escorting her for trial. Yet, in a moment of audacity, the young Sylvie deftly pilfered the device from her waist and, before the eyes of many, activated a portal, vanishing into thin air. The recollection concluded, and the door before her finally swung open. Judge Ramonda swallowed nervously and stepped into the chill of the room. Upon witnessing the female judge disappear behind the door, Bruce Banner suddenly exclaimed, "Could this be the very location where Sylvie gleaned the whereabouts of the Time Keepers from her mind? It is likely. Did not the female Loki, upon acquiring a means to encounter the Time Keepers, make her way here with deadly intent?" Phil Coulson concurred in agreement. The scene transitioned once more. After emerging from that room, Ramonda encountered Mobius. Having lost track of Loki, Mobius implored Ramonda for another opportunity to meet with Sylvie, believing that since she had witnessed peculiar visions alongside the female Loki, it was probable that the latter was concealed within those images, necessitating clarity on which timeline those visions belonged to. However, Ramona rebuffed him, revealing that 20 had been utterly driven to madness by the female Loki upon her return, rendering her incapable of speech. She implored Mobius not to divert his attention elsewhere, but to expedite the search for the two Lokis. "This woman is lying." Captain Marvel, Carol, interjected suddenly, asserting that 20 had undoubtedly awakened her true memories. Upon her return, when they discovered that a puppet, previously brainwashed and controlled, had regained her thoughts, they resolved without hesitation to eliminate her. With a sigh, Carol added they succeeded. Strange raised an eyebrow at this, unable to contain his curiosity. "Why do you seem to understand this operation so well?" Carol cast him a disdainful glance, replying, "Because I was once 20. Strange paused for a moment, then suddenly grasped Carol's true intent and sheepishly apologized. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood." Meanwhile, as Mobius and the others scoured the myriad timelines in search of the two Lokis, on the satellite of Rada, Loki and Sylvie faced the impending doom of falling meteors. Observing Sylvie's despondent figure seated upon a rock, Loki approached and silently offered his apologies. "I'm sorry." Sylvie hesitated, seemingly lost, before speaking. "I remember Asgard, my homeland, my people, my life." At this critical juncture, Sylvie finally lowered her guard and confided in Loki. She expressed that the universe yearned to break free from control, resulting in chaos. For instance, she was destined to become the goddess of mischief, yet when the sacred timeline branched, it emerged and seized her. Loki and the others recalled the earlier memories shared by Judge Ramona, their expressions shifting to one of realization. It appeared that the reasoning behind the arrest of this female Loki was even more absurd. Loki scoffed, simply because she envied the Valkyrie of justice. They radicalized her thoughts as a temporal divergence and imprison her as a time criminal. Wanda chimed in, "That's downright tyrannical. Are we not even allowed to daydream?" Reed Richards sighed. "While others may fantasize without consequence, the crux of the matter is that she is a female Loki. As she herself stated, she is destined to become the goddess of mischief. But if she were to become the Valkyrie of justice, who would fulfill Loki's role? After all, in the established narrative, Loki embodies chaos and death." Thor exclaimed, "This is utterly preposterous. Why should my brother's choice of life be subject to the whims of these fools? I swear, if I ever encounter them, I shall crush them with my hammer." The submerged falcon suddenly spoke. "Speaking of which, while I perceive this as a ruse, they wield the power of time. How could you possibly defeat them with just a hammer? Strange. Indeed, this is a dilemma. Approaching them closely may lead to being ensnared. Yet once the battle commences, there exists the risk of succumbing to temporal dilation, akin to Loki's initial capture." Tony Stark, upon observing that collar constraining Loki, "I have conceived a strategy. Since they possess the ability to traverse time, we too can devise a weapon capable of distorting time itself. Thus, upon striking them, we can utilize their own time travel against them. Of course, this approach is contingent upon our possession of the technology for temporal traversal." Bruce Banner sighed in resignation. "However, for countless years, innumerable scientists have grappled with this enigma without resolution, and our resources on the subject are woefully inadequate." "Resources? That is the simplest matter." A sly grin spread across Tony's face. "The SHLD has been operating for so long, they must have clandestinely amassed a wealth of data." Chapter 114. After Thanos snapped his fingers, "Your tongue remains unyielding." Nick Fury scoffed at this. "Damn it, so you've been waiting for me all this time." "Yet." He then crossed his arms, reclining leisurely in his chair. "We indeed possess pertinent information, but Stark, acquiring it is not as straightforward as you presume. Let us reconvene once you are able to move again." Tony shrugged. "I knew it. Trying to extract anything from this guy is no simple task." The tale of Sylvie finally reached its conclusion, and the two sat in silence, watching as meteors rained down from the firmament, heralding the disintegration of the satellite. This world was on the brink of annihilation. As meteors crashed around them, Sylvie, in a state of despair, turned to Loki and inquired, "Do you believe that Loki's very essence signifies our destined failure?" Loki shook his head, resolutely replying, "No, we may encounter failure, at times utterly devastating, yet we shall not perish. We will endure. Are you not a testament to this? When you were captured, you were merely a child. Yet now you stand alone, having nearly vanquished an organization that claims dominion over the temporal order. You are far superior to them. You are extraordinary." As Loki continued to extol her virtues, Sylvie tenderly caressed his arm. Meanwhile, within the Time Variance Authority, 15 and Mobius remained undeterred in their pursuit of anomalies within the timeline, intent on apprehending Loki and Sylvie. As 15 issued her commands, Mobius detected an unusual signal emanating from his own being. "Lock onto the current temporal aura." At that moment, the monitors began to emit beeping alerts, and the staff shouts momentarily dispelled Mobius's doubts, redirecting his gaze to the screens. Then, with an expression of bewilderment, Mobius queried, "This is no trivial disturbance, but have you ever witnessed such a proliferation of temporal branches?" The female guard, 15, stepped forward with a look of astonishment, observing the monitors intently. Upon the screen, a slender golden branch of time ascended at a considerable obtuse angle. The scene shifted back to the lakeside, where, confronted by two colossal meteors imbued with the intent of destruction and death, Loki and Sylvie instinctively clasped each other's hands in a display of tension. Yet, after a fleeting moment, they exchanged a reassuring smile, gradually regaining their composure. An unusual emotion blossomed between them. Even as the meteors became increasingly dense, they remained unperturbed. However, just as they braced for the impending doom that would accompany the demise of their planet, two golden portals materialized behind them, startling yet awe-inspiring. Witnessing the emergence of the portals, the audience in the live stream collectively exhaled in relief. Loki closed his eyes, releasing a sigh of relief through his nostrils. Thankfully, they had survived. Peter, with a hand pressed against his chest, spoke with a tone laced with trepidation. It's fortunate that the portals opened at the last moment. Otherwise, Mr. Loki would have perished alongside his girlfriend on the Radha satellite. Loki immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? What girlfriend?" Yet, before he could elaborate, Tony interjected, raising a hand to silence him. "I dare say this isn't necessarily a fortuitous turn of events. Loki's time manipulator is already malfunctioning, and they have found him. Thus, these golden portals must have been opened by them. It stands to reason that Loki and Sylvie are likely to find themselves ensnared once more." Captain America nodded in agreement. Originally, both Lokis sought to evade their fated erasure during the apocalypse, and now they have unwittingly fallen back into the web of fate. It is uncertain what fate awaits them. However, Strange proposed an alternative perspective. "I believe you may have overlooked a crucial detail as the apocalypse loomed over Loki and Sylvie. The sudden opening of the portals seems rather coincidental. Moreover, thus far, regardless of the number of participants, only a single portal has been opened at a time. Yet now two have appeared simultaneously. Is it truly targeting Loki and Sylvie?" With a contemplative expression, Strange stroked his chin. "Or could it be that a new figure has emerged to rescue them?" Bruce Banner added, "That is indeed a possibility. I even suspect that it might be the Time Guardians orchestrating this. If it turns out to be true, then every step taken by Loki and Sylvie has been meticulously orchestrated by them. The thought of that is chilling. Are you suggesting that while we appear to have severed the visible threads, an invisible thread has been manipulating us all along?" Loki furrowed his brow. For the first time since the inception of the broadcast, displaying no disdain or opposition, but rather engaging earnestly with Banner's words. This sentiment felt oddly familiar. Indeed, whenever Loki concocted his schemes or pranks, he too relied on a series of coincidences, carefully ensuring that his presence remained undetected by his unwitting victims. Once, he believed that the victims he could deceive with his cunning were nothing but simpletons. However, when he encountered a more adept architect of deception and found himself ensnared in their intricate web, Loki realized that he was no different from those fools, utterly unable to truly see through the ruse. How fascinating. Indeed, how utterly fascinating. A smile slowly crept across Loki's lips as he caressed the future notebook in his hands. Suddenly filled with immense anticipation, he yearned to challenge his own vulnerabilities and pondered whether, while ensnared in a scheme, he would be as passively led as those two variant Lokis. But have you noticed that ever since Loki took Sylvie's hand, the monitors have exhibited peculiar anomalies? Could the birth of a new timeline be somehow linked to their union? At this moment, Mr. Fantastic Reed interrupted the chat channel, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "And that scene, that atmosphere," Loki retorted, "is there nothing in the minds of mortals besides love and romance? My variant shares similar objectives with Sylvie. After fighting side by side for so long, can we not simply be friends or comrades? Must we be lovers?" Tony couldn't help but chuckle. "Come on, even if Thanos snapped his fingers and turned you to dust, your tongue would remain stubborn." Yet, halfway through his laughter, Stark's smile faded as he recalled that little spider. Damn it, must one truly sacrifice to achieve ultimate victory? The imagery continues as the scene shifts. Loki and Sylvie are indeed captured, adorned with suppressive collars that bind them despite their struggles. They are forcibly separated in a corridor and taken to different locations. On the way to the interrogation room with Mobius, Loki expressed his discontent about being escorted by only 2 guards, demanding equal treatment alongside Sylvie, deeming it an affront to his dignity. This elicited an involuntary laugh of exasperation from Mobius. "You simply cannot control yourself, can you?" Upon hearing this, Loki could not help but retort, "You betrayed me." But Mobius countered loudly, "No, you betrayed me. Please, don't be so childish. You are the childish one." As they exchange barbs, they arrive at the door of the interrogation room. It was the same room where the files had been screened before. Upon entering, Mobius spoke, "I've only just realized that, in truth, you are not the god of mischief at all." "Oh, here we go again." Loki struggled against his bonds, a sarcastic smile gracing his face. "The ignorance of mortals mocking the ignorance of gods. So who am I then? The god of self-sabotage? The god who stabs from behind?" Mobius shook his head and raised the time controller he had prepared. "You are a scoundrel, a dreadful friend. Now, I shall give you a moment to reflect upon your transgressions. Upon concluding his words, Mobius pressed the controller, and a grand crimson door swung open before Loki. The dazzling red hue led Loki to believe it was a deadly contraption, causing him to struggle even more fervently as he shouted Mobius's name once again. Very well. Let us see what this desperate trickster can conjure up next, he mused. Mobius gestured for the two soldiers to release Loki. After a brief moment of composure, Loki earnestly warned Mobius, "You have been deceived." Mobius let out a derisive laugh and waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "Throw him in." Despite his valiant resistance, Loki could not escape the grasp of the two timekeepers, who unceremoniously pushed him through the portal. As he stepped through, he was greeted by the familiar sights of Asgard, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "What?" he exclaimed, throwing up his hands in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Thor, upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events, exclaimed, "Ah, brother, they have sent you back to Asgard? How generous!" Loki, exasperated, covered his face. "Do you ever stop to think? Before they cast me in here, that fellow explicitly stated I was to reflect upon my actions. Clearly, they have devised some form of punishment for me." Thor retorted, "Brother, surely you jest. Who in Asgard could possibly punish you? Is it Father? Yet, I recall no instances of him ever reprimanding you, considering you always shift the blame onto me whenever you err." Wanda interjected, "Oh, you big fool. Are you aware that your brother is tarnishing your reputation? Why not inform your father?" Thor replied, "What nonsense is this? Sibling rivalry is one thing. Do we truly need to involve our parents? Besides, with his meager schemes, what harm could he inflict? It's barely a tickle. Moreover, as the elder brother, it is my duty to care for and indulge my younger sibling." Chapter 115. As Loki beheld the familiar surroundings, he fully let down his guard, hands on his hips, exuding a sense of triumph. But just as he relaxed, a woman's voice suddenly pierced the air from behind him. "You!" Turning around, Loki's eyes lit up with joy upon recognizing the newcomer. "Sif, it's you," he exclaimed, but Sif's countenance bore no trace of happiness. Instead, she approached, her anger palpable as she brandished her severed hair, scolding, "You cunning, cowardly, pitiful worm. This is your doing." "What?" Loki's heart sank at the sight of Sif drawing closer, the hair in her left hand igniting a sense of foreboding within him. Indeed, the next moment, a resounding slap struck his face with ferocious force. Sif, filled with fury, declared, "I hope you understand that you are destined to spend your life in lonely solitude." The pain on his face served as a stark reminder for Loki that he was indeed in the realm of reality, not a figment of imagination. He chuckled, surveying his surroundings. Well, a prison constructed from dreadful memories? How kitsch! However, upon hearing his sardonic remarks, Sif wasted no time and delivered a sharp knee to the part of Loki that was best left unmentioned, followed by a powerful punch that brought him down to his knees. In a live broadcast, witnessing this brutal scene, nearly all the men shuddered, feeling a phantom pain in a certain part of their bodies alongside Loki on the screen. Simultaneously, expressions of sympathy surfaced on their faces as they turned their gazes toward him. Loki thought, "Is it truly acceptable for me to be subjected to such a public execution?" Bruce Banner remarked, "By the way, could this be the most infamous incident involving Sif's hair from Norse mythology, aside from Ragnarok? TSK, TSK. It seems that no matter the universe, Loki is inevitably at the mercy of Sif's hair." Strange quipped curiously, "So, did Sif proceed to give you a thorough beating afterward?" Loki shook his head, responding, "I remember that I simply took a shower and then enjoyed a delightful drink, and that was the end of it." "So uncomplicated?" Tony asked, skeptical. "Indeed, it was that simple," Captain America inquired. "Then what was the purpose of confining you here?" Loki shrugged. "Who knows? To use such trivial matters to torment me is truly laughable." Loki in the footage shared this sentiment, disdainfully provoking Mobius from beyond the confines of his punishment space. Yet, just as he began to recover from the pain in his legs, Sif's voice echoed once more from behind him. In a similar fury, with the same forceful slap, she delivered a knee strike to the very spot that had just suffered. "Damn it," Loki gasped, instinctively clenching his legs as long-buried memories resurfaced in his mind. the pain transcending the passage of time to invade his senses once again. Is this truly that brutal? A time loop? Tony couldn't help but gasp as well, patting Loki's shoulder in sympathy. You poor soul. Enduring endless beatings in a time loop must be excruciating. However, he suddenly burst into laughter at the end. Endless beatings? No. No. I believe infinite beatings is a more fitting description. Reed Richards couldn't resist adding salt to the wound. Speaking of which, as a frost giant, your regenerative abilities should be quite formidable, right? So, I have a question. If Sif continues to deliver lethal strikes, would you explode? Loki stared at the screen in disbelief. Damn it. I recall you claiming to be a scientist. Don't you study the resilience of eggs? At this moment, Strange, with a sense of melancholy, approached Loki from his left side and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him, do not worry. I, too, have endured such suffering in the future. Nick Fury interjected with a sardonic smile. But that is quite different, sorcerer. You utilize the time loop to save the world, while this fellow merely faces punishment. Subsequently, regardless of Loki's explanations, Sif appeared repeatedly, delivering harsh slaps, knee strikes, and ultimately a powerful punch, plunging Loki into deeper despair. Meanwhile, Mobius, filled with curiosity, made his way to Judge Ravana's chamber, seeking a conversation with Sylvie to unravel the peculiar spike in the Nexus event. Additionally, he harbored an inner desire to inquire about Sylvie's actions concerning 20. However, no matter how he pleaded, Judge Ravana refused to grant him an audience with Sylvie, leaving Mobius with no choice but to exit the room in resignation. In the corridor, he encountered several other Time Variance Authority agents stationed outside Sylvie's cell, to whom he exchanged a few light-hearted remarks. Just as he was about to depart, the black female agent, known as 15, unexpectedly caught up with him, inquiring if Loki had said anything to him. Indeed, Mobius nodded. He claimed to have deceived me. Upon hearing this, the female agent furrowed her brow, revealing an unusual expression. Though Mobius failed to comprehend her demeanor and curiously asked, "What is it?" Yet, the female agent did not respond directly, merely shrugging her shoulders. I'm simply performing my duties. It appeared that Loki's girlfriend, while possessing this black woman, had also helped her recover fragments of memory. Though this timekeeper was astute enough to mask her emotions, Carol observed the expression of 15 on the screen and immediately grasped her state, nodding in agreement with her arms crossed. Years ago, under the mental stimulations of the Skrulls, she had activated portions of her memories on Earth, displaying a similar reaction. Loki, upon hearing this, nodded in acknowledgement. This is the essence of deception. I merely need to plant a seed and patiently await its germination, prying open the fissures in those people's hearts. At that moment, Star-Lord could no longer contain himself, interjecting, "Ha, are you still toying with your tiresome tricks? Do not forget, you are confined in a temporal prison, enduring beatings time and again." Loki, feigning indifference, turned his head and mockingly retorted, "With such concern for my well-being, perhaps you should reflect upon your own circumstances. Without your miraculous lineage, will you endure as steadfastly after your next beating? After all, I suffer merely in the realm of projections, while you are vulnerable in the reality." Though the Loki in a live stream remained defiant, the Loki within the visuals, battered and beleaguered, eventually succumbed to his plight. He confessed his mistakes to Sif and pleaded for mercy, his sincere demeanor diffusing her anger as she extended her hand to help him rise from the ground. However, Sif, with a frigid tone, issued a curse-like reprimand to Loki. "You shall be alone, and you will remain so forever." After uttering these words, Sif departed without a backward glance, and at that moment, Mobius appeared at the doorway. "Well then, Loki, are you prepared to engage in a serious discussion?" The two stepped out of the temporal prison, and Mobius urged Loki to elucidate his earlier remarks. Yet, Loki insisted on being released. Otherwise, he would remain silent, prompting Mobius to mockingly liken his behavior to that of a cockroach's instinct for survival. Subsequently, Mobius shifted the topic, inquiring how long Loki had been in service to Lady Loki, which irked Loki considerably. "Me work for her? Please," Loki scoffed dismissively. In response, Mobius waved his hand and said, "Then if you are not working for her, what exactly is your relationship, partner?" This question rendered Loki momentarily speechless. But he quickly dismissed Mobius's conjecture, listing a series of Lady Sylvie's numerous flaws. Ah, Loki, who would have thought that despite your indifference towards her, you could enumerate all her shortcomings? Truly, are you committed to embodying this Tsundere persona? Wanda chuckled, once again deriding Loki. Reed Richards chimed in. Isn't this quintessentially Loki? A classic case of one who speaks disdainfully, yet behaves otherwise. New Peter remarked, hearing you say that reminds me of some classmates of mine. Their way of expressing affection is through bickering and creating trouble for each other. Perhaps Sylvie and Loki belong to this type of couple, clearly harboring feelings but utterly misaligned in their expressions. At that moment, Ant-Man Scott interjected, actually, that is not entirely accurate. Didn't you say Loki has never been in love? Suddenly, a beautiful girl who resonates with his personality enters his life. It's quite normal for him to become infatuated. Moreover, feeling a bit anxious during one's first romance is a common reaction. I assent it? Nonsense. Who told you that first-time lovers are always anxious? Have you ever been in love? The incredulous Mr. Fantastic Reed scoffed, recalling his calm demeanor while courting Susan. Me? I have a daughter. Do you really think I haven't experienced love? Scott Lang couldn't help but laugh, finding it hard to believe this guy could be a scientist, as he seemed more like a construction worker engaging in banter. Mobius nodded. I suspect you wouldn't seek a partner unless it served your interests, and, inevitably, you would choose treachery once more. Loki was displeased with this assessment, declaring it merely a standard means to achieve one's objectives. The incessant banter had thoroughly drained Mobius's patience regarding Loki's evasive tactics. He once again pressed, demanding to know what had caused the connection incident on the Lotta satellite. However, Loki claimed that he would not divulge information to Mobius, for as soon as he did, Mobius would not grant him the opportunity for explanation, but would instead proceed to prune him immediately. Observing Loki's obstinacy, Mobius sighed and once more retrieved the time controller, saying, Then allow me to convey my regards to Lady Sif. Wait, don't do that, Loki interjected, a wave of emotion surging within him as he raised a hand to halt Mobius's action. Subsequently, as Mobius resumed his seat, Loki began to fabricate his story once again. In Chapter 116, the shattered worldview of Mobius was revealed. Was he truly engaging himself? Loki falsely asserted that a female version of himself had previously appeared in his realm and devised a plan with him, which, in retrospect, seemed to have unfolded quite successfully. This version of Loki, a time criminal, would ultimately be discarded by none other than Loki himself. I have good news for you. You need not take matters into your own hands. She has already been pruned, Mobius remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Now, hypothetically speaking, if I were to release you— Wait, Loki suddenly interrupted. What did you just say? Hypothetically, if I were to be released? No, that time criminal. She is dead? Unfazed, Mobius explained that Sylvie had killed 2 individuals and, refusing to enter the time prison, was pruned directly by the 15th agent. Upon hearing this, Loki felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness, sitting in the chair with a numbed expression of sorrow, eventually mustering a stiff smile as he forced a laugh. Well, I suppose I am finally rid of her. Alas, the demeanor of the god of mischief was utterly lost. He had fallen into the trap of this mortal interrogation. Tony shook his head, remarking, It seems this future variant of yours does not possess a strong psychological fortitude, and your skills in deception are utterly lacking. Loki did not contest this, instead letting out a long sigh. After witnessing my mother's death, my father's demise, the fall of Asgard, and even my own death all within a single day, I believe it is commendable that I have not completely shattered. I too felt my mind go blank upon seeing my own death. Experiencing the vision of one's own demise is indeed a peculiar sensation. Phil Coulson interjected, especially when the one who brings about your death is alive and thriving right before your eyes. It is even more distressing, despite Loki's utmost effort to suppress his emotions. The blend of regret, loss, and sorrow reflected in his eyes was unmistakable to Mobius, who was taken aback and dropped his pen onto the notebook. No way. Look at your eyes. You are fond of her. No wonder you were oblivious to the events surrounding the Nexus incident on Lamentus. You two were busy in your romantic entanglement while the world was ending. Mobius wore an expression of bewilderment. Having never encountered such a scene, two temporal offenders of the same essence, particularly you, engaging in this morbid and twisted romantic entanglement, is utterly chaotic. This threatens to unravel reality itself. No wonder the timeline has encountered such anomalies. At this very moment, my reality has been completely shattered by you. You are nothing short of a narcissistic figure, astonishingly enamored with yourself. Loki listened silently to the tirade, his demeanor serious as he solemnly informed, her name is Sylvie. In that instant, the once quiet live stream room, which had been subdued by Loki's explanation, once again brimmed with a jovial atmosphere. From the beginning until now, Loki had maintained a facade of defiance, denying any affection for the female variant of himself, and insisting that this was merely one of his future nefarious schemes. Yet, just moments ago, upon hearing of Sylvie's demise, the image of the Loki variant showed no mercy, delivering a resounding slap of self-reproach right to his face. Strange couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head in disbelief. Even the staff had not witnessed such a remarkable romance. Loki, how am I to assess you favorably? Tony, breathless with laughter, pounded his chest vigorously. I told you so. You are indeed a narcissist. I have claimed no falsehood. Due to the divergence of universes, Reed Richards's musings took on a more whimsical tone. Speaking of which, if you truly end up together in the future, how will you coexist? I mean, engaging with oneself, doesn't that seem peculiar? The Sorcerer Supreme, unable to contain himself, quipped, engaging with oneself? You, scientist, are truly clever. Are you insinuating that Loki is, in fact, some sort of plant? At that moment, Thor Odinson chimed in the chat, attempting to alleviate his brother's predicament. Silence, you mortals. My brother's affections are his own prerogative. When did it become your place to critique? Tread carefully, or when I regain my strength, I shall wield Mjolnir and seek retribution, allowing you to taste the wrath of Odin's son. Wanda interjected. Thor, cease your antics. I know your brother has cast you aside, which is understandably disheartening, but remember, you still have Jane Foster. Thor, upon a reminder, suddenly recalled the image of himself kissing Jane, causing him to momentarily choke on his words as he retorted. Foolish little witch, what do you imply? Mr. Thor, Peter the Extraordinary interjected. Her implication is that you already have a girlfriend in Jane Foster. Hence you and Mr. Loki cannot. Enough. Loki bellowed, interrupting everyone. All right. I concede that the emotions of my variant are somewhat convoluted, but matters of the multiverse should not be taken personally. With Loki's flustered outburst, the group couldn't help but erupt in a laughter once more. Today is your day, Loki. Upon confirming that Sylvie had not perished, Loki exhaled a sigh of relief. Under Mobius's persistent inquiries, he divulged another unsettling truth. The timekeepers ought to be overthrown. Listen, Mobius, if Sylvie has spoken correctly, this organization has been deceiving you all along. Mobius, disdainful, scoffed. Here we go again. In the past 10 minutes, you have uttered at least 50 lies. And you continue to fabricate, attempting to make me believe in your so-called girlfriend. She is not my girlfriend. Loki lamented with an exasperated sigh. What you choose to call her is your affair. After all, she is the woman who captivated you at first sight. Yet before he could finish his thought, Loki rudely interrupted, revealing the stark reality. You are all-time criminals. Everyone working here is. The timekeepers did not create you. They merely abducted you from the timeline and erased your memories. Sylvie accessed your memories through possession. Mobius stood frozen, quietly absorbing Loki's account. So before this, you had your own past. Perhaps you had a family, a life of your own. After a prolonged silence, Mobius finally spoke in a low voice, well articulated. Seeing his expression, Loki understood that Mobius had absorbed none of his words. He lay back in his chair, shaking his head in disappointment. Indeed, Mobius unhesitatingly manipulated the controller, denouncing Loki's words as falsehoods, asserting that he had lost his patience and that the case must come to a close. He summoned 2 guards from outside. As the guards dragged Loki from the chair, he scoffed. You know, there are many deceivers in here, and you are the greatest among them. Without lifting his gaze from the controller, Mobius replied, Is that so? Are you suggesting I deceived you about your girlfriend's demise? No. I am grateful for your honesty regarding that matter. I refer to your self-deception. as the crimson prison door creaked open. Loki unhesitatingly cast this remark over his shoulder as he stepped inside, this time without a hint of struggle. My goodness, Mr. Loki rarely speaks the truth, and this old fellow does not believe him? Peter Parker, his hands clasped behind his head, wore a worried expression. Does that mean Mr. Loki is destined to suffer further? Believe? Disbelieve? Loki smiled faintly. No one fully trusts another, save for puppies. And look at Mobius's face. He has already begun to believe. It is merely that the truth I revealed was too shocking for him to accept at once. Or perhaps he has yet to find a reason to convince himself. Do not let my confinement deceive you. The seeds sown by my variant and Sylvie are on the verge of blossoming. The more intelligent a person is, the more thoughts swirl within their mind. Even a mere falsehood can stir tumultuous waves deep in their soul, let alone the half-truths I just spoke of. Upon hearing this, Captain America raised an eyebrow. Are you so certain? Absolutely, Loki replied, spreading his hands. I have orchestrated such schemes countless times. There is nothing astonishing about it. Furthermore, what I intend to do through Mobius is to disseminate these tumultuous waves into the hearts of all, thereby instigating a cataclysmic tsunami. At that point, toppling the Time Variance Authority will be a mere trifle. Falcon interjected. Isn't that a tad overconfident? Before I embark on a mission, no matter how smoothly our strategic rehearsals go, unexpected occurrences always arise once we are in the field. Your meticulous planning may not unfold as you envision. Star-Lord, with a sardonic grin, chimed in. Indeed, some individuals seem to concoct numerous schemes, yet they have never succeeded. Loki arched an eyebrow at this, his left hand glowing with the dark radiance of the malevolent black wheel, the illusory projection of the dark god Sauron appearing beside him. Sauron, do you remember this face? After we leave the live stream, seek him out in the cosmos, obliterate his vessel, and cast him onto a desolate planet. Star-Lord's eyes widened in horror, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at Loki. Is this lunatic serious? We're merely jesting online, and he intends to chase me down through the wires? Is this not a game worth playing? At your command, my lord. Are you certain you do not wish for me to crush this insignificant insect? Yet, regardless of Star-Lord's inner turmoil, Sauron's cold and indifferent voice reverberated ominously in the live stream. Chapter 117. The Death of Mobius. Conspiracy 15. Witnessing Loki's apparent fury. Those present in the live stream, including Tony and Strange, exchanged glances and hurried to intervene. Calm down, brother. Let it go. You're far too handsome to stoop to his level. Indeed, Mr. Loki, when Thanos invades, Star-Lord will be part of the battle as well. Persuaded by their words, Loki's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. He loosened his grip, and Sauron's projection dissipated. He regarded Star-Lord, who stood some distance away, appearing both terrified and defiant, and scoffed dismissively, "Mind your words, mortal. Even though I cannot wield my magic within this stream, I possess 100 ways to make you vanish once we are outside. Your audacity to challenge me stems solely from your twisted divine bloodline. But let me assure you, in my eyes, that bloodline amounts to nothing. I am a god, a true deity, the god of magic and deceit, master of the 9 realms, and from this day forth, I declare my third title, the malevolent god Loki. Remember this name." Loki cast a meaningful glance towards a certain direction in the live broadcast room, for which the viewers could observe the various hosts on the small screen. Nick Fury, noticing Loki's provocative gaze, narrowed his single eye with a hint of danger. He could not believe that the 1,500-year-old Loki would be entirely incensed by Star-Lord's trifling remarks. He recognized that Loki was merely using this opportunity to set an example. But what was the purpose of his actions? Or his ulterior motives? Furthermore, what did he mean by referring to himself as the master of the 9 realms on several occasions? Egghead furrowed his brow deeply, suddenly feeling a chill as if impending doom loomed on the horizon. After a moment of contemplation, Egghead's expression shifted dramatically, and he instructed Coulson, "Wait, Coulson, go fetch the space stone. I sense something is amiss." The imagery continues. Meanwhile, disregarding Loki's suffering in the time prison in the corridor, the 15th female guard was gasping in fear. Upon noticing the propaganda slogans plastered on the wall, she paused, twisting the long staff in her hand. igniting the orange glow at its tip, and then strode purposefully towards the chamber where female Loki was imprisoned. Sylvie turned to glance at the fierce-faced 15, rising with an air of nonchalance, and issued a verbal provocation, preparing to seize the weapon and counterattack when the guard approached out of anger. However, contrary to her expectations, the other party sheathed her weapon and instead opened a portal, beckoning her to follow. The two traversed the portal, returning to the Rockcart supermarket, on the brink of a hurricane. It turned out that after being possessed by Sylvie, the 15th female guard recalled fragments of her past memories. To validate the authenticity of those memories, she chose to bring Sylvie into the apocalypse, temporarily lifting the restrictions on her magical abilities, allowing her to possess her once again. This time, she finally beheld her former appearance and identity, gazing at Sylvie with astonishment. I looked so happy back then. Scene shifts to Judge Ramona's office, where Mobius is presenting Loki's case closure report to her. To celebrate the resolution of this case, Judge Ramona poured him a glass of wine. While she stood to place Sylvie's weapon on the rack, Mobius stealthily exchanged his time controller with Ramona's. Loki observed Mobius's actions on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. This guy isn't too foolish after all. Having acquired Ramona's time controller, Mobius hurried to the archives, discreetly activating the device to sift through the files of 20, only to discover the disheartening news of her demise. This revelation left Mobius feeling disheartened, yet he still clicked on her final video file. To his astonishment, when confronted during the interrogation, she insisted that she was merely a time criminal, claiming her existence within the sacred timeline was entirely her own, only for the video to be abruptly cut off by Ramona. This revelation made Mobius realize that he had indeed been deceived, prompting him to re-enter the time prison to seek out Loki. Mobius offered his apologies. Although incredulous, he found himself compelled to believe the words of both Lokis. In a moment of reflection, Loki suggested, perhaps if you altered your perspective, trusting what your friend says might make it more palatable for you. After a brief silence, Mobius finally unlocked his heart, acknowledging that Loki had been right from the very beginning, and together, they needed to unite to rescue Sylvie. However, just as they were enthusiastically exiting the time prison, they were taken aback to find Ramona and a small squad of timekeepers waiting in the room. "I believe you have taken my belongings," Ramona coldly questioned as she regarded the emerging Mobius. In response, Mobius nonchalantly produced the device from his pocket, apologizing, "I'm sorry. I traveled quite a distance only to realize I had taken the wrong one." Another timekeeper accepted the device and returned it to Ramona. Yet the silence lingered as they continued to scrutinize Mobius's face. The two sides maintained their gaze for an extended period before Mobius finally revealed a relieved smile, declaring, "You know what? If given the choice, I would go to where I truly belong, the very place I was before. Perhaps I even have a jet ski there." Loki regarded Mobius with admiration, but at that moment, Ramona, with a chilling demeanor, commanded the nearby timekeepers, eliminate him. A glowing orange staff was pressed against Mobius, and amidst the dazzling golden flames, his entire being vanished before Loki's astonished eyes. Peter Parker watched in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh my God, did that uncle just die?" Wanda responded, "Honestly, I thought Loki and this white-haired agent would elegantly play the hero saving the princess." Thor added, "He was a courageous warrior. Asgard will remember his name." While some viewers lamented his fate, others expressed differing opinions. Captain Marvel, Carol, remarked, "Such a swift demise feels rather hasty. This method increasingly resembles that of the Kree Empire." Bruce Banner, resting his chin in contemplation, mused, "If the timekeepers truly know everything, they must have had high hopes for Mobius. I can't shake the feeling that he wouldn't be so easily dispatched." Tony, rather than debating whether his demise was hasty, "We should delve into what this pruning truly signifies. Does this act of pruning and resetting genuinely obliterate the existence of these entities?" Strange speculated curiously, "Could it be that pruning is a new form of brainwashing?" Reed Richards dismissed the notion. "I highly doubt that. If it were brainwashing, the other members would eventually become aware of the anomalies. In my opinion, these punishments likely employ spatial powers to transport these individuals to a desolate world, leaving them to await their demise. However, The nature of this world remains a mystery, even to them. Tony snapped his fingers. Speaking of which, after pruning Mobius, it seems Loki should be next, right? Loki waved his hand, responding confidently. No, this woman mentioned before that the Timekeepers are quite concerned about this matter. So until they see me and Sylvie, I surmise the Timekeepers will not allow us to perish. Captain America suddenly envisioned a gruesome scenario. No way. Could this woman intend to kill you both in front of the Timekeepers? Peter Parker exclaimed in alarm. Oh my, what do we do now? Mister. Loki and Miss Sylvie are surely doomed. Strange interjected. Wait a moment, where did that 15th Guardian go? Loki clapped his hands, realization dawning. Ah, I see. No wonder Sylvie chose not to flee. She anticipated Ramona's intentions before I did. Thus, after swaying the 15th Guardian, she cleverly returned, diverting attention and arranging for the 15th to prepare a backup plan. That little girl is impressive. Loki nodded in satisfaction. Therefore, the moment we encounter the Timekeepers, it will mark their end. The scene continues. After pruning Mobius, Ramona subsequently ushered both Lokis into the elevator. Inside the elevator, Sylvie earnestly inquired, So, was my associated event? What brought me here, robbed me of my life, and caused all of this? Yet, in response to her questioning, Ramona scoffed dismissively, I don't recall. Is any of this significant? Wanda, I genuinely feel like using the magic I just learned to slap her across the face. She's infuriating, having ruined Sister Sylvie's life, and yet she dismisses it with a mere question of its importance. Carol, I wouldn't say she's merely dismissing it. It feels more like she's provoking Sylvie. She seeks to convey, with an air of indifference, that destroying your life is a trivial matter, so trivial that we wouldn't even bother to remember the reasons. It's reminiscent of when I freed myself from the supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire. It adopted a similar lofty and disdainful attitude, but in the end, I gave it a thorough beating. A cold smirk danced upon Carol's lips as she clenched her fists with fervor and twisted her neck, observing her demeanor. The onlookers could not help but sigh silently. This woman was indeed a violent maniac. Tony, upon hearing this, exhaled a sigh as well, noting that from the current perspective, whether it was provocation or mere jest, it had become inconsequential. Sylvie's inquiry seemed more a formality, likely intended not to elicit a response from Ramona. Loki nodded in agreement, reflecting on the ancient tales where heroes, moments before confronting the Dark Lord, would stubbornly question the reason behind their plight. Upon hearing her response, the trio lapsed into silence once more. Soon, they found themselves standing before the grand entrance of the Timekeepers. As the colossal doors thunderously swung open, Sylvie and Loki finally stepped into the enigmatic chamber, officially confronting the three legendary Guardians of Time. The previous chapter had been obscured by the deletion of 400 words, which have now been revised and released. The second chapter may take a bit longer, as my old notebook malfunctioned, prompting the purchase of a new one. Chapter 118 introduces a novel method of inquiry and fresh rewards. Surely Star-Lord cannot have met his demise. Within the frigid stone chamber, three space lizards clad in yellow robes sat regally upon their thrones, their cold gazes fixated on Loki and his companions. Esteemed and benevolent Timekeepers, Ramona proclaimed, halting her steps to respectfully report to the three-seated Guardians. As I promised, I have brought these two time offenders. The Timekeepers regarded Loki and his companion, shackled by collars, and the center figure spoke. After enduring numerous tribulations, you have finally arrived before us. Do you have any final words before your demise? Loki disdainfully raised his arms in mockery, retorting, Is this the reason you summoned us here? To kill us? I have lost count of how many times I have met my end, so do as you please. In response to Loki's derision, the Timekeeper in the lower right corner remarked, Your bluster holds no sway over us. Is that so? I beg to differ. Sylvie scoffed, stepping forward. I believe, but the moment she advanced, Ramona activated the collar's control, promptly pulling her back to her original position. The Timekeepers, witnessing the spectacle, exchanged cold smirks, prompting Sylvie to glare at Ramona in annoyance before turning back to the Guardians. I believe you are fearful. Yet the Central Guardian impatiently interjected, No, time offender. Your threats are disappointingly underwhelming. Dispose of them. Wait, I have not finished. Sylvie seemed intent on advancing once more, but Judge Ramona was unwilling to grant her that opportunity, swiftly pressing the control button. However, she was soon taken aback to discover that Sylvie's time had already become distorted and chaotic. As she grappled with her confusion, the large door of the room swung open once more, revealing the formidable female, guard number 15, who strode in, weapon in hand. With a deft motion, she activated the controller, releasing the collars binding Sylvie and Loki, and exchanged a knowing smile with her. Oh, splendid work. The moment 15 emerged to rescue Loki and Sylvie, the extraordinary Peter and Wanda in the live stream erupted with joy. Yet, Tony Stark could not suppress a frown. Something feels amiss. Loki smiled wryly. Are you disappointed? The legendary trio of space lizards, guardians of time who supposedly concluded the multiverse war and unified the sacred timeline, have turned out to be such as they are? No. I merely ponder that if the Time Guardians were truly as powerful as they are portrayed, they would resemble deities. Yet, they appear less like living gods and more akin to marionettes. Marionettes? Loki suddenly turned to the screen, his eyes widening in realization. Damn it, have we been deceived again? Thanks to 15 support, the liberated Lokis swiftly incapacitated all the Time Guardians in the room, save for Ramona. Subsequently, Loki returned Sylvie's blade to her, preparing for her to conclude the matter. As Sylvie, her face etched with murderous intent, glared at the seated Time Guardians, they seemed to hesitate. You two are a descendant of the Time Guardians, Sylvie. We can discuss this. Is that so? Sylvie scoffed disdainfully, hurling the knife forcefully toward the Time Guardians. The scene shifted with the spinning knife, yet just as it neared the Time Guardians, the footage abruptly froze. Current video paused. QA begins. Question. Can Sylvie kill these 3 Time Guardians? Are these 3 Time Guardians real? Will they be destroyed? Will Loki survive? This is a mandatory question, to be answered exclusively by the 7 hosts within the live stream. Each participant has only one opportunity to respond, and those who answer correctly will earn 50 live stream points. The highest score will receive a random reward. Random rewards may originate from any multiverse. Note, this is a compulsory question. The system allows only 5 minutes for responses. After 5 minutes, all must have their answers mentally prepared, or they will be considered to have forfeited, incurring severe penalties. Those who answer incorrectly will be treated as having forfeited. To prevent external assistance for the hosts, the chat channel will be temporarily blocked after 1 minute. Good luck with the answers. Mandatory question, exclusively for the live stream, blocking the chat channel. Upon hearing the system's announcement, several individuals in the live stream erupted in outrage. Thor pounded the sofa in anger. Why should I be denied the chance to answer? Such a simple question. I could easily answer it. The system is targeting me. Falcon. Speaking of which, Peter, when you previously introduced me to the answering method, you neglected to mention this one. Extraordinary Peter. Well, Mr. Wilson, to be honest, this is my first encounter with such a method as well. Reed Richards. Is this not discrimination? Are the audience members in our chat group inherently inferior? Is on-demand viewing prioritized over live broadcast? And now answering as well? Wanda also protested loudly. This is a conspiracy. Yet, as the 1-minute mark was reached, all information in the chat channel was wiped clean. Observing the blankness of the chat, Tony Stark smirked and remarked, if you wish to answer questions, it's simple. Just exchange 200 points, and next time you can enter the live room. However, someone of my fortune requires no such thing. Indeed, he then surveyed the expressions of the others in the live room and shrugged. Now we have become rivals. Captain America calmly responded, it matters not. Fair competition is valued everywhere. Wait, did you not just declare us rivals? What does that mean? Before Captain America could finish his thought, he noticed Tony Stark, Doctor Strange, Extraordinary Peter, and Loki huddled together in discussion. He immediately raised his hand and exclaimed, are you all cheating? Loki furrowed his brow. Has this American soldier not fully awakened? Why do I sense he possesses no emotional intelligence whatsoever? Tony spread his hands in response to Captain America. Yes, we are rivals. But who says rivals cannot band together for warmth? Captain America, at a loss for words, was approached by Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Captain, let us form an alliance. Captain America regarded the formidable young woman with sincerity and shook her hand. "Welcome aboard, ma'am." The six quickly gathered to discuss, while Star-Lord stood alone, observing as they excluded him, muttering his discontent. "Hey, what is the meaning of this?" Yet, the others merely cast indifferent glances at him, aside from Captain America, who was tempted to share insights with him. Loki and others scoffed dismissively, given this fellow's audacity to covet extraordinary Peter's answering rewards. The group had already held him in low regard. Their earlier intervention to prevent Loki from leaving was merely a nod to his bravery in resisting Thanos, which had bought them precious time, thus granting him a semblance of respect. However, that did not imply they would indefinitely tolerate his antics. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and with the resounding chime of the system, 7 profile pictures instantly appeared on the screen, each accompanied by their respective answers. Loki Odinson: "Yes, false, will not perish." Ishal D. Tony Stark: "Yes, false, will not perish, Loki will die." Stephen Strange: "Yes, false, will not perish, Loki shall not die." Peter Parker: "Yes, false, will perish. Mr. Loki shall die." Steve Rogers: "Yes, false, will not perish, Loki will die." Carol Danvers: "Yes, true, will perish, Loki shall not die." Peter Quill: "No, true, will perish, Loki is certain to die." All responses completed. Congratulations to Loki Odinson, Tony Stark, and Steve Rogers for answering correctly, tying for first place. Random rewards. Loki Odinson receives a page from the Book of Stories. Tony Stark obtains the Cosmic Warship Archangel, and Steve Rogers acquires the Halo of Equality. The page from the Book of Stories contains immense magical power. The user can inscribe a narrative using their own blood as a medium. Once the story is fully recorded, the page transforms into a new world entirely governed by the user. The Archangel for the Gundam universe. The latest warship of Earth's military, enhanced with meteor equipment to match the Freedom Gundam. The Halo of Equality allows the host, when confronted by a foe of greater strength, to either diminish the enemy's power to their own level or gain a random ability from the adversary. Due to the trio's collective correct answers, they shall receive a new ability, the Mark of the Court of Life. This mark may be used only once. When their thoughts align and they consent, they can merge into the supreme being of the Court of Life, with a combined duration of 1 minute. As the other 4 did not answer correctly, they will face a random punishment of electric shock, with the lowest scorers, Carol and Star-Lord, receiving an additional penalty, dimensional fragmentation. The voice of the system faded, followed closely by the sound of thunderous lightning, striking down upon the heads of the other 4, incapacitating them, just as they were recovering from the pain inflicted by the lightning. The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with the sound of shattering glass. In the next moment, the space surrounding Carol and Star-Lord appeared to fracture like glass, revealing numerous cracks. As the sound of shattering intensified, 2 miniature black holes emerged, and a mysterious, imposing dimensional portal opened, drawing the 2 into its depths. The punishment persisted for 1 minute, the sound of breaking glass echoing continuously, even eliciting a sympathetic expression from Loki. Once the punishment concluded, the 2 were expelled from the dimensional portal amidst the sound of shattering glass. The others hurried forward to check on them, with Captain America displaying his gentlemanly demeanor by assisting Carol to her feet. Subsequently, all gazes turned to the only ordinary individual remaining in the live broadcast room, Star-Lord. The extraordinary Peter gazed at Peter Quill, who lay on the ground, his garments torn to shreds, bloodied and barely clinging to life. He then turned his attention to Carol Danvers, who, though trembling, appeared relatively intact, her clothes and skin unscathed, save for her tousled hair and pale complexion. Quietly, he looked towards Tony Stark and inquired, "Mr. Stark, do you think Star-Lord will meet his demise here in the live broadcast?" Upon hearing Peter's question, Tony couldn't help but stroke his stubble thoughtfully. Theoretically, that shouldn't be the case. The system's realm is rather extraordinary. Furthermore, with Strange present, it would be quite disrespectful to his profession if someone were to die in front of him. Indeed, as soon as he witnessed Star-Lord's near-death state, Dr. Strange had already commenced his efforts to save him. Although lacking medication, he could certainly perform basic CPR. Under Strange's urgent care, Star-Lord finally coughed, expelling a mouthful of blood. Yet, He merely glanced up before promptly fainting upon returning to the live stream. I'm quite curious about the punishment you both endured. Why does it seem that Tony Stark is looking at Carol with a restored complexion? Peter asked, intrigued. What transpired between you? Carol steadied herself, closed her eyes, and took a few deep breaths before responding. I cannot articulate it fully, but to summarize, every second we bore witness to the explosions, collapses, and destructions of dozens of universes around us. The catastrophic energy was nearly entirely contained by the system, allowing only a minuscule crack through which we could feel the wind. Yet, even with my utmost defenses, I could not withstand it, and Star-Lord is now merely immortal. Carol left her sentence unfinished, merely shrugging, but everyone comprehended her implication. The chat channel's ban was finally lifted, and the previously muted individuals flooded back in. Reed Richards, just regaining the ability to send messages, couldn't refrain from voicing his frustration. What were you thinking? This question was so simple I could answer it with my eyes closed. Yet only 3 individuals managed to select the correct answer in the end. Especially Star-Lord. If he didn't want to think through the question, he could have left the opportunity for someone who needed it. This was clearly counterproductive. Nick Fury scoffed derisively. I suspect the only correct answer he chose was out of his grudge against Loki, hoping to curse him. How ludicrous. Is this individual truly of divine blood? While others stand as mortals beside the gods, he stands as a god beside mortals. Scott Lang, having just resolved a pressing matter in his cell, washed his hands and shook off the water. By the way, did no one pay attention to the last answer to this question? That Mr. Loki in a live stream has died once again. I recall he had already seen his own death once when viewing the projection in the interrogation room. Now, yet another death? At that moment, Bruce Banner speculated, perhaps what the system refers to as death is merely a matter of being edited out. Wanda curiously retorted, can a mere alteration be deemed as death? Wasn't it previously discussed in the live stream that alteration might merely signify a spatial transition? The imagery continued to unfold. The flying knife, rotating with precision and sharpness, severed the neck of the Time Guardian seated at the center, accompanied by a burst of flames. The large head rolled down the steps, coming to rest at Loki's feet, capturing his attention. However, Sylvie paid no heed to the rolling head, instead picking up a soldier's weapon, preparing to confront the remaining 2 Time Guardians above. At that moment, the other 2 Time Guardians erupted into a sinister, mocking laughter, subsequently collapsing into their seats. It was only then that Sylvie sensed something amiss. She picked up the head from the ground and discovered it was merely that of a robotic construct, a fake, soulless automaton. Loki and Sylvie stared in disbelief at the head smoldering in their hands. With a resigned sigh, Loki expressed his frustration and anger. Everything is far from over. Then, is the architect behind this? Sylvie shook her head furiously, casting aside the mechanical head. I thought this was the end. Loki, feeling equally helpless, turned away, hands on his hips, exhaling in exasperation. At that moment, a realization struck him. He recalled Mobius's words in the Time prison regarding the love between 2 Lokis, which would lead to ruin. He abruptly pivoted to face Sylvie. Sylvie, I have something to disclose. We can force this individual out. Sylvie gazed at him in confusion. Do you know how? Nervously, Loki rubbed his hands together, appearing flustered, while we were at the Lotus satellite. Yet, as he attempted to articulate his thoughts, he found himself unable to express them smoothly. His usually agile tongue felt stiff and clumsy, projecting a sense of disarray. Sylvie, sensing her confusion deepening, inquired, What are you saying? Loki abandoned verbal communication, instead grasping Sylvie's shoulders, caressing them gently. Upon witnessing his gesture, Sylvie was momentarily taken aback, finally comprehending the sparkling intent in his gaze. However, her instinctual modesty compelled her to ask, What are you intending to do? Loki drew in several deep breaths, but before he could speak, a look of anguish swept across his face. In the next instant, akin to the sound of a match being struck, golden light began to emanate from Loki's chest, his entire being igniting, and then, before Sylvie's horrified eyes, he vanished completely. Once he had disappeared, Sylvie discerned the true culprit behind all this. It was Ramona, whom she had just defeated. now awakened and launching a surprise attack on Loki from behind. Ah, what a pity. Loki, why are you so cowardly? Is it so difficult to utter those 3 words, I love you? In a live broadcast room, watching Loki being cut out, Wanda resembled an aggrieved fan of a drama, furiously lamenting in the chat channel. Meanwhile, Thor, still in Old Bridgetown, stood up in a fit of rage, his hair bristling as he gazed at the screen where Loki had vanished. His body trembled with anger. That wretched woman! How dare you harm my brother? Thor let out a thunderous roar. As his voice echoed, Dr. Selvig and the others watched in astonishment as Thor's entire being suddenly radiated with bouncing arcs of electricity. A tempestuous field of lightning swirling around him, scattering papers in the vicinity as the electric energy danced wildly in the room. Daisy, frightened, drew her stun gun once more, but was restrained by Jane Foster. Wait, Daisy, it seems Thor is about to regain his powers. Dr. Selvig's face turned pale at these words. This is bad. If Thor regains his powers, this house will be utterly destroyed. Remembering the scene from yesterday's Thor 1, where Thor reclaimed his godly identity, Daisy and Jane were instantly thrown into a panic. Yet, before they could react, Thor's body convulsed violently and collapsed to the ground. In light of the penalties, Thor Odinson has illegally acquired the powers of the god of thunder twice in succession, thereby violating the system's punishment. Consequently, the previous penalty has been doubled. His powers, along with all his abilities, will continue to be stripped for 1 month. Should there be another infraction, the system will forcibly revoke all of his abilities. As the audience lamented Loki's failed confession, the cold, mechanical announcement of the system echoed once more in the live broadcast room, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Confoundingly, how had Thor offended the system again? Odin of Asgard sighed, his expression a complex mixture of concern as he gazed at the system interface. Loki had met his demise yet again, and Thor had just been on the verge of reclaiming the recognition of his godly powers, only for the system to suddenly intervene and seal his abilities. Odin sensed a profound malice from the system towards their family. It seemed that thus far, Asgard had been portrayed tragically in the footage. Beside him, Queen Frigga was already in tears, not only due to Thor's powers being sealed, but also because of Loki's fate. As for the notion of falling in love with Lady Loki, well, what mother wouldn't wish to see her son find partner? And as for this so-called love for oneself, does it truly matter to a god? Loki, feeling utterly helpless, sighed, what on earth is happening? How have I discovered that, in this footage, everyone dies so recklessly and absurdly? Reed Richards reassured him, fear not, Loki. While the deaths of others may be absurd, yours is undoubtedly worthy. After all, you are the protagonist. Moreover, this editing has certainly whetted our appetites. Now, let us see if you will provide clarity. Are you truly dead? Or have you been transported to another realm? Come, reveal the answer. Loki. The scene shifts to a desolate ruin, where numerous familiar and unfamiliar buildings flash by. The unconscious Loki lies on the ground, opening his eyes to behold a black man, an oddly dressed old man, a remarkably valiant child, and a crocodile, who are all gazing intently at him. Where am I? Am I dead? Who are you? Loki, astonished, rises to his feet, recalling that he had been cut down. How could he possibly find himself here, surrounded by such an odd assembly? The oddly dressed elder promptly pats Loki on the shoulder, gesturing towards the massive black mist in the distance, and responds, "This is the void. That is Ilias. And we're its lunch, so we must hurry." No sooner had he spoken than the trio and the beast turned and fled. Bewildered, Loki instinctively followed them, still reeling from the shock. These individuals, Loki in the live stream observes the elder's familiar attire and the child's recognizable headband, exclaims in astonishment, "Could they all be me? Wait a moment." Subsequently, Loki disdainfully points at the crocodile cradled in the arms of the child Loki, noticing that the crocodile, too, wears a set of Loki's headgear. Could it be that this crocodile is also a Loki? Strange, unable to contain himself, quips, "Is it raining Lokis?" For new Lokis appearing at once? Chapter 120. The Truth of Cutting and Resetting. I Killed Thor. Tony nodded. We shall discuss this further later. The crux is that Loki did not perish after being cut, which proves that cutting and resetting are mere fabrications. So, where exactly is this place? And what is Ilias? Bruce Banner took a sip of tea, reflecting, after all this time streaming, is this nefarious organization finally revealing its true nature? New Peter, not necessarily. Look at the predicament of these Lokis. They seem to be struggling for survival as well. Moreover, wasn't it said that the organization had cut down numerous Lokis? Why are only these four still together? Loki ground his teeth. Though I'm loath to admit it, I believe the vast majority of Lokis prefer not to team up with others. Why? More hands mean more strength, do they not? Wanda inquired curiously. Just like you and Sylvie, the two of you nearly toppled everything. That is different, Loki explained, but was soon interrupted by a suddenly enlightened Tony. I understand the reason. You mean to say that when Lokis gather, they are unlikely to engage in anything virtuous. Loki waved his hand, ultimately conceding with a weary smirk. Indeed, the imagery continues. Within the courtroom of judgment, Sylvie kicks Ramonda to the ground, demanding the truth. Observing her murderous intent, Ramonda quickly pleads for mercy, informing her that Loki is still alive. Seeing Sylvie's incredulous expression, Ramonda hastens to relay all that she knows. As we sever a branch of reality, it is impossible to annihilate everything. Thus, we relocate them to a point within the timeline, allowing them to cease their progression. Essentially, the timeline is not reset, but rather displaced. Sylvie eagerly inquired, "To where has it been transferred?" Ramona shrugged her shoulders in response. "To the void at the end of time. There, all existence collides and then halts its evolution. The rules dictate that the end of time continues to evolve, and the Time Guardians will ultimately transform it into a utopia. Regardless of your belief, no one has ever returned from that place. But if you trust me, I can assist you." The two women exchanged glances for an extended moment, before Sylvie finally produced the time controller she had just seized. In a live stream, after hearing Ramona's explanation, those who had previously engaged in analysis began to voice their thoughts. "So, we were only half correct?" Reed Richards remarked, "It is, in fact, not as terrifying or omnipotent as we imagined. After all this, they are merely a transport organization endowed with the ability to traverse time and space. I had thought the notion of resetting the timeline was something grand, but it turns out to be just a spatial transfer device." Extraordinary Peter queried. "Then what about the countless Infinity Stones and the Space Stone rendered ineffective in the hands of Mr. Loki? How do we explain that?" Strange furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Perhaps the truth is a blend of fact and fiction. There may have indeed been a multiversal war, and those Infinity Stones are treasures from the worlds that suffered defeat. As for Loki's Space Stone losing its potency, I suspect it is due to its absence from our universe. After all, that stone is the source of our universe's power. Can it still wield its abilities if removed from our cosmos?" Master Mordo interjected, "Strange, you are correct. I just consulted the Supreme Sorceress, and her answer mirrored yours. Once a stone departs from the universe in which it was born, it becomes indistinguishable from an ordinary paperweight." Falcon posed a question before we proceed. "What exactly is the power of the Infinity Stones? Why is there such an obsession with them?" The scene shifted to Loki, while fleeing alongside several others. Glanced back to see a distant purple-black mist moving as if it were a living entity, leaving behind a desolate and barren landscape. It seemed to sense being observed, and from the black mist erupted a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens, followed by 3 crimson flames illuminating the mist to form the head of a beast, rendered particularly fearsome by the violet lightning illuminating it. "Goodness, what is that?" Extraordinary Peter exclaimed as he gazed at the monstrous form dominating the screen, unable to suppress an exclamation of dread. "That thing looks truly terrifying." Tony remarked, "Is this the Time Guardian's trump card? Cast aside those reset and trimmed fragments of existence into this world, letting them devour all that is around, much like feeding kibble to a pet dog?" Bruce Banner, "Good heavens, Tony, your words send chills down my spine." Loki, unable to contain himself, gasped in astonishment and rushed to the elder Loki, adorned with a comical horned helmet, urging him, "I suggest we pause. I have countless questions to pose." Yet, the elder Loki retorted that apart from survival, they needn't concern themselves with anything else. This incited a furious growl from Loki, who vehemently vented about the pressures he had endured in recent days. At that moment, A roar echoed from a distance, prompting young Loki to conjure a golden short sword, startling the approaching Loki into submission. Silence. You will attract Ilios. Subsequently, they revealed the true nature of Ilios. It is a living storm, consuming matter and energy, casting all branches here for its insatiable appetite. We are akin to being in a shark tank, with Ilios as the shark. The nearby alligator emitted a disgruntled grunt, to which the elder Loki promptly reassured, there is no alligator tank, it is merely a metaphor. He then turned to the still bewildered Loki. Like the rest of us, he is somewhat sensitive. Loki, astonished to encounter yet another version of himself, had already developed a semblance of immunity to the multiverse's peculiarities, merely inquiring, why are there so many of you here? In response, Elder Loki elucidated that they were all captured and brought here, fortunate to have survived. Loki proposed that they could utilize a time controller to escape. But this elicited mockery from the Black Loki, as such a device was non-existent in this void. Very well then, what if we orchestrate a Nexus event? The Black Loki continued to scoff. It matters not what transpires here. Our sole purpose is survival. My goodness, have I truly sunk so low? Observing the three Lokis on the screen, each resigned to their fates, the Loki in the livestream scoffed. In comparison, I suddenly perceived that this variant resembling my future self and Sylvie are remarkably exceptional. Exceptional? Have you elevated yourself too highly? Let's not forget, this has been a spoiler-laden journey, and even your future self has likely begged for mercy countless times. Yet you dare to critique others? Nick Fury sat alone in his office, legs crossed upon the desk, with a mocking expression as he remarked, yet the elder Loki speaks the truth. You are perpetually devising futile plans, much like the rebellion you orchestrated in Asgard. Loki twisted his neck, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Just as he was about to retort, when Tony Stark interjected, enough already, you old voyeur. I've noticed you have a tendency to confront everyone in this live broadcast. I am curious to know what gives you such confidence. Those few agents you sent out, or perhaps your hidden cameras scattered about. Or could it be this legendary soldier who has just emerged from the ice? Captain America detected the provocation in Tony's tone and, aware of their respective identities, quickly stepped forward to mediate. Stark, calm down. Fury has no intention of targeting anyone. Loki, hearing this, chuckled and took a step closer to stand alongside Stark. Or have you joined his malevolent organization bent on world domination? Captain America shot a glance at Loki. SHIELD is not an evil organization. Its predecessor made remarkable contributions to humanity during World War II, providing the Allies with substantial equipment support and combat personnel. What does that concern me? Loki looked at Captain America with a puzzled expression. Moreover, even if SHIELD is a benevolent organization, does that mean its leader is a good person? The footage continued, and young Loki interrupted the conversations of everyone, urging them to leave quickly. Trailing behind them, Loki helplessly asked the older version of himself, why do you all obey him so readily? The elder Loki replied with a smile, because he is the king here. Oh, king, what is your connection to the incident? Loki's tone brimmed with teasing, yet caused young Loki's expression to darken. Turning to Loki, he coldly stated, I killed Thor. This made the hands on hips Loki's expression freeze, revealing a look of disbelief. At that moment, Thor, having recovered, lay on the sofa laughing heartily. Come on, that little brat couldn't he possibly kill me, haha. Brother, I must say, even in the multiverse, your lying is quite convincing. Wanda, exasperated, slapped her forehead. How about Asgard funds an IQ test for Thor? I have a feeling he may not surpass a score of 70. Doctor Strange sighed helplessly. It seems the saying of like father, like son holds true. Odin's illustrious reputation has been thoroughly tarnished by his son. Young Peter chimed in. This young Loki has already been captured and trimmed, which means his words must hold some truth. Besides, being mistakenly killed at your age is quite normal. I assent it? Thor replied, you don't understand. My brother has enjoyed playing assassination games with me since he was 8. Once, he transformed into a snake, knowing I adored them. Just as I joyfully approached to pick up the snake, he suddenly turned back into himself and stabbed me. But for me, It felt like a mere tickle. So, saying Loki would kill me. Don't be ridiculous. Chapter 121. An unresolved dispute leads to a duel, although Thor's expression was obscured. Loki could easily surmise the comical visage of his elder brother at that moment, prompting him to stifle a sigh behind his hand. Hadn't he just offended the system and faced renewed punishment? Why couldn't he simply remain compliant? What folly had beset the Asgardian pantheon? It seemed that the throne of Asgard was destined to be usurped by him. In light of this, it was understandable that young Loki faced such scrutiny. After all, slaying Thor would significantly disrupt the so-called sacred timeline. Tony rested his chin on his hand, an expression of enlightenment illuminating his face. Within the framework of their narrative, Loki was destined to be a character of failure. Yet, against all odds, he had triumphed over Thor and even taken his life, thus not only defying his character arc, but also impeding the progression of the timeline. Peter, the Extraordinary One, threw up his hands in exasperation. That sounds utterly absurd. With so many multiverses, is it impossible for there to exist even one universe where Mr. Loki could best Mr. Thor? There already is. Strange interjected, gesturing towards Loki. This very individual before us has not only bested Thor, but has also ascended to the role of acting king of Asgard. Loki's lips curled into a devilish smile. That is because I hold my own destiny in my hands, unlike those inept fools. How amusing. Do you not label yourself the god of mischief? Nick Fury piped up once more. If you truly consider yourself a deity of malevolence, then you have not shattered your own narrative. Upon hearing Fury's words, the smile on Loki's lips froze for a brief moment before morphing into a sinister grin, with faint purple luminescence glimmering around his pupils. Indeed, I am the god of mischief. Thus, after I emerge, wreaking havoc upon your S-H-I-E-L-D and eliminating half of your agents. Would that not be entirely reasonable? Captain America stepped forward, intent on thwarting Loki's intentions, but was preempted by Captain Marvel, who boldly declared, "If you plan to confront Fury, then you might as well face me first." The audience in the live stream was left in a state of bewilderment, gazing at the valiant Captain Marvel, their faces etched with confusion. Wasn't this lady perpetually traversing the cosmos? Why was she entangled with the duplicitous king of S-H-I-E-L-D? Moreover, it appeared their relationship was rather unusual. Huh. Loki smirked, directing his gaze outward from the live stream. So, this is the foundation of your incessant, mindless provocations towards me? The protection of a cosmic soldier? He pointed at Carol with a derisive grin. You exude confidence, woman. I trust your prowess matches your audacious demeanor. At this juncture, Tony exchanged a glance with Strange and cleared his throat, seeking to intervene in the escalating tension between the two. Strange opened his mouth and said, "In truth, I do not oppose your duel. After all, our powers have evolved beyond what they once were, and the urge for a contest is undeniably present, especially for Carol. My Phoenix Force is eager for a bout with you. However, we have but one stipulation. The battleground must not be in New York." Tony quickly added, "And certainly not in Los Angeles. That's where my home resides." At that moment, Nick Fury let out a derisive grunt, suggesting, "How about New Mexico? I seem to recall your brother resides there. After such a long absence, you must miss him dearly." Loki's smile dimmed slightly. "Mortal, do you dare threaten the god of mischief?" "Threaten? No, no." The egghead interjected with a scoff. "How could I? One of us is a shoe, and the other is an ant." The live stream fell into a tense silence once more, until a new message refreshed in the chat. "Thor, Loki, are you coming to see me? Before you arrive, might you swing by my bedroom? I have a barrel of Asgardian wine hidden beneath my bed that I would appreciate you bringing along." The four Lokis and a crocodile swiftly advanced, soon arriving at a bunker. The group descended further, the camera gradually shifting downwards to reveal some astonishing entities buried within the earth. For instance, Thor's hammer, and a certain Thor colliding within a bottle. What on earth is this? Upon seeing Thor incessantly crashing against the walls of the bottle, the excitement of the duel was forgotten as everyone in the live stream erupted in exclamations. "Wanda, goodness, first we have a crocodile Loki, and now a frog Thor? Is this an Animal Kingdom version of Asgard?" Bruce Banner, incredible. A treasure like Mjolnir casually buried in the soil. Thor shouted, illusion. This is undoubtedly an illusion. How could I possibly be a frog? Brother, this must be your doing. Loki retorted, you speak nonsense. I would never engage in such trivial antics. Thor insisted, do not deny it. At 15, you cursed me into becoming a frog for a night and tossed me into the fountain of Asgard, binding me with magic. Had our mother not passed by, I would have drowned that night. Loki replied, that was different. That spell was meant to last but a single day. This one has clearly been entombed for many years. Meanwhile, in the courtroom, Hill was listening to Miss Time as she introduced knowledge about the end of time. However, through their analysis, it became evident that they could hardly reach the end of time and uncover the mastermind behind it unless they utilized the legendary Unit 1. The Void Ship. As she spoke, Miss Time began to search through the archives, while Judge Ramona continued to divert Hill's attention. Yet, seasoned as she was, Hill could easily discern the unusual intentions of the two and promptly call them out, saying, Miss Time, where exactly is the information on this Void Ship? Haven't you found it yet? The Miss Time immediately felt a surge of anxiety, her eyes darting around. Well, it is buried quite deep. Judge Ramona, attempting to shield herself, remarked, in fact, that document is classified. I might not even be authorized to view it. Yet, Sylvie coldly retorted, no, I believe you are, if it indeed exists. Just then, the sounds of the Time Guardians assembling outside the courtroom echoed, and in the next moment, the grand doors were thrust open by the Guardians, who stormed in, weapons drawn. Upon witnessing this, Sylvie realized she had fallen into a trap and swiftly concealed herself behind the judge's bench. With reinforcements at her disposal, Judge Ramona mockingly taunted Sylvie, take my advice. Raise your hands and come out. I will place you in a time loop, which might spare you some suffering. After all, you could relive your cherished memories. Do you have any beautiful memories? Despite not seeing her face, Sylvie could sense the malice emanating from Ramona. Glancing at her weapon, Sylvie steadied herself. Beautiful memories. There is actually only one. A resolute expression crossed her face as she tucked the time controller into her waist, twisted her weapon, and activated the orange glow at its tip. Without hesitation, she thrust it into her chest, executing a self-trim in front of their eyes. This left not only the Time Guardians in the footage bewildered, but also the audience in the live stream in shock. After a long pause, Wanda was the first to regain her composure, exclaiming excitedly, this is amazing. I never expected Miss Sylvie to be so brave that she would choose to self-trim in order to seek Loki in the void. Oh my, I have never seen a television show that could move me so deeply. Loki furrowed his brow in confusion. What you say is misleading. Self-trimming does not equate to death. Wanda retorted. Now you may know it doesn't mean death, but did Miss Sylvie know? Moreover, the information that one does not die after trimming was conveyed to her by your enemies. If you were Sylvie, would you trust that? Yet, she chose to self-trim without hesitation for your sake. Do you have any conscience at all, Loki? Wanda's words struck Loki like a bolt of lightning, reverberating in his ears. In truth, he had already perceived Sylvie's earlier actions, but having never experienced love, he instinctively chose to be obstinate. However, such matters cannot simply be ignored. Peter Parker expressed his envy. This is what love truly is. Miss Sylvie is magnificent. She essentially wagered her life on whether trimming would lead to death or a reunion with Loki. At that moment, Tony playfully tapped Loki's shoulder. Congratulations. You are about to become a protagonist, Loki. Meanwhile, Strange grasped Tony's implication and couldn't help but chuckle. Stark means to say, Loki, you now have a girlfriend. So from this point onwards, you are also a hero. To be frank, your words are utterly nonsensical. Tony crossed his arms defiantly, challenging, come now, refute me. Let us consider our own live stream as an example. Aside from the two high school students, young Peter and the newly adult Wanda, can you name a single male protagonist without a girlfriend? Upon hearing Tony's confident assertion, Strange pondered for a moment before replying, Master Mordo, have you forgotten the final scene of your own spoilers? Tony scoffed. Mordo, in a twisted mindset, believed there were too many sorcerers and began to slaughter them. In the grand hall of Kamar Taj, watching the sorcerers turn their heads at Tony Stark's remarks, Master Mordo could not help but squirm uncomfortably, waving his hands vigorously. Masters, Do not heed his nonsense. This is slander. Tony Stark is slandering me. Suddenly, Strange recalled the newly joined Falcon in the live stream and inquired, Falcon, do you have a girlfriend? Sitting in a small grove and fiddling with a blade of grass. Sam was taken aback by the question directed at him and stammered, well, I'm still in the military, so I haven't looked for one. Tony shrugged, all right, that's one. Now, excluding our confirmed examples of Loki and Ms. Carol, we could say it's 8-1. Doesn't that validate my point? Wanda interjected, wait, how can there only be 9 of you, excluding us 4? Indeed, Peter Parker counted on his fingers. I've tallied it up. Excluding Master Mordo, there should be 10. That makes the ratio 8-2 or 9-1. Tony nonchalantly replied, what are you thinking? Are you counting Nick Fury as a protagonist? Chapter 122. I miss my brother. Could Loki still be alive? Nick Fury glared at the screen, his expression dark as he watched Tony mock him, utterly bewildered by the man's behavior. Initially, Fury had thought that since the system had revealed his connection to Howard Stark, Tony would naturally be closer to S.H.A.E.L.D. Furthermore, given that the spoilers indicated he had joined the Avengers, one would expect him to feel a greater sense of belonging. Yet what was this man's issue? Continually seeking confrontation? Captain America furrowed his brow and tentatively asked, Stark, is there some misunderstanding between you and Fury? Misunderstanding? No. Tony raised a finger and shook his head. There is no misunderstanding. I simply find him insufferable. A cold smirk spread across Tony's face. While reviewing the spoilers, he suddenly realized something. Since his father had thoroughly researched the arc reactor, why was he so ignorant of this information? He had spent years in collaboration with Obadiah, yet they had made no progress whatsoever. Even Tony himself had personally engaged in the research without any fruitful results. He could hardly believe that his father, an eminent scientist, would have failed to back up his experimental data and research notes if he had indeed discovered something new. However, after considering the several boxes of materials Nick Fury had sent him, he suddenly comprehended the truth. It was all the doing of the S.H.I.E.L.D. spy organization. They must have seized all the documents following his parents' tragic accident and stored them away in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s warehouses. Alternatively, they may have intended to retain control over his father's groundbreaking research. As for why they so readily returned the materials in the footage, it could be said that Fury genuinely wished to prevent his demise. But it was also evident that they had thoroughly examined his father's work, yet still could not uncover the new element his father had discovered. Thus, they decided to allow him to take a chance. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, all parties were merely utilizing one another. As Tony pondered these revelations, his frustration grew. Had he been privy to his father's documents earlier, would his future self have had to endure such suffering? The footage continued. In the void of the bunker, the various Lokis shared their tales, yet whether it was the Black Loki or the Alligator Loki, the events they recounted struck Loki as absurd. At that moment, the younger Loki suddenly turned to the elder Loki and inquired, by the way, what about your story? The elder Loki shook his head, stating that no one would be interested in hearing his tale. However, Loki expressed his keen interest, for in his understanding, Thanos had sought him out following the Twilight of the Gods and had killed him. He was curious how the elder Loki had managed to survive. Thanos? Upon hearing the name, the elder Loki displayed a look of disdain, straightened his posture, and began recounting his experiences. In my timeline, everything proceeded normally until Thanos attacked our ship. Hearing this, Loki suddenly recalled a vision he had seen and interjected, did you not attempt to assassinate him? The elder Loki's face contorted in disdain. Of course not. I mean no offense, my friend, but weapons are utterly worthless against Loki's magic. They can even undermine our magical potential and strength. The Black Loki interjected, but they do seem formidable. Indeed, the elder Loki scoffed, especially when you find yourself being choked and they clatter to the ground. The Loki in the live stream narrowed his eyes. Since acquiring the template of the malevolent god, he had seldom relied on weaponry, particularly after the Battle of Jotunheim, where he easily repelled the king of the Frost Giants, his biological father Laufey, solely with the force of dark energy. It was from that moment that he realized how foolish his previous behavior as a melee mage had been and how immensely powerful magic truly was. Seeing no one rebut his words, the elderly Loki continued, I created a remarkably lifelike projection, so convincing that even Thanos was deceived. Then I feigned death amidst a pile of corpses. After fabricating my demise, I wandered the cosmos, distancing myself from Thor and everything else. I began to ponder the essence of a universe and my rightful place within it. Ultimately, I realized that wherever I ventured, only suffering would ensue, which led me to erase myself from the equation of reality. I took refuge on a desolate planet, solitary and isolated, and thus spent a considerable amount of time. At this juncture, Loki interjected with a question about how he had been found, causing the elderly Loki's expression to falter slightly. I felt a touch of loneliness, he confessed, unable to suppress a bittersweet smile, nostalgia flickering across his face. To be honest, I found myself missing my brother. I wondered if he thought of me, or if anyone else did. But just as I was preparing to depart that planet, I was sought out. The subsequent story was self-evident, as the elderly Loki concluded. After all, on the timeline, we can only play one role, that of the god of exile. In the livestream room, listening to the elderly Loki's tale, everyone couldn't help but sigh and lament. Reed Richards remarked, he sounds like an immensely powerful deity. Compared to Loki, he resembles the legendary god of trickery. The illusion that deceived Thanos must have been extraordinarily real. Wanda added, my heart ached, particularly when he mentioned missing Thor. Bruce Banner chimed in. I had been contemplating something earlier, but I feared that voicing it might embarrass Loki. Loki raised an eyebrow at this. Speak boldly. The worst I could do is scold you. Banner continued, well, it pertains to that moment when you reviewed your file. Wasn't there a scene from Avengers, Infinity War, where Thanos choked you? I wonder if perhaps, at that moment, you weren't truly dead. After all, the last image before the file concluded was you being embraced by Thor. This suggests you were still conscious then. You felt Thor's embrace. And only afterward did the record end. Could it be that, as this elderly Loki suggested, the version of you documented was merely a projection? Thus, when your neck was snapped, you didn't perish immediately. It was only upon experiencing Thor's embrace that you dispelled the magic. Didn't you mention your duplication technique? You claimed you could create a corporeal version of yourself, albeit one with diminished power. Upon hearing this, Loki grasped the implication but still furrowed his brow, uncertainly replying. But before my summon began, didn't the system declare that the version of me in the universe was already deceased? Banner replied, not necessarily. Death can manifest in myriad forms. It isn't solely the end of life that constitutes death. Have you forgotten? The earlier inquiry yielded a response indicating your death. Yet did you truly die? No. You merely experienced a severance. As Strange interjected, he mused aloud. It is quite possible, the elder Loki remarked, that he has erased himself from the equation of reality, and has since lived in solitude on a distant planet. This aligns with the narrative requirements, for Loki is indeed dead, as long as he remains unseen. No one will concern themselves with whether he still breathes. Moreover, even the formidable Ebony Maw, serving under Thanos, suffocated and perished the moment he entered the cosmos. How then could Thor, who is significantly weaker and burdened by grievous wounds, have remained exposed in the universe for such an extended duration, ultimately encountering Star-Lord and being rescued? Is it truly mere coincidence? While I am uncertain of the year the Battle of New York transpired, I am aware that you had already mastered the art of duplication by then. Surely, in the ensuing years, you would have progressed even further? Upon hearing this, the other participants in the live stream could not suppress their anxious gasps of realization. Even Odin, gazing at the screen, widened his one eye in astonishment, murmuring, has Loki truly grown to such an extent? Peter the Extraordinary lamented, indeed, it seems that no matter the multiverse, Mr. Loki remains an exceedingly powerful entity. It is no wonder Mobius previously spoke of Mr. Loki possessing immense strength. Tony, for the first time, regarded Loki with a look of astonishment, then lightly punched his shoulder. If Banner and Strain's analysis holds true, I must concede, you truly live up to the title of God of Mischief. Loki, hearing this, smirked. Of course, I did not expect my plans to be uncovered by you all. Quite impressive indeed. Shameless, as Loki unabashedly boasted. Master Mordo could not refrain from sharing his thoughts in the chat, which elicited a wave of laughter in the live stream. Among the audience, Thor was the most exuberant. He leapt to his feet, vigorously pounding his chest with his fists. I knew it. I knew my brother would not perish. Ha ha ha, Loki. You have truly mastered the art of cunning and deception. In his excitement, Thor opened 4 cans of beer, eagerly distributing them to Dr. Selvig and the others. Then raised his glass joyfully to my brother Loki. Upon hearing the revelry, Loki shook his head, ultimately unable to contain himself, stood up, and informed the other 3 of his departure. Observing their bewildered expressions, he recounted the existence of Sylvie and declared his intent to eliminate Elias and overturn the order, only to be met with uproarious laughter from all the Lokis present. In the face of their mirth, Loki shook his head and ascended the stairs. Yet, the moment he lifted the manhole cover, he was taken aback. At the entrance of the bunker, dozens of Lokis had gathered, encircling a peculiar Loki clad in an odd suit, adorned with a curved headpiece, who stood with hands in pockets, bending to curiously inquire, "Hello, which one of us are you?" Gazing at the multitude of Loki surrounding him, Loki could not help but sigh. This is truly a nightmare. Chapter 123. Could it be that Helios possesses intelligence? Wow, so many Lokis, Wanda exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the screen, displaying dozens of Lokis. These must be the ones that were previously cut. I recognize a few of them. Peter, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded in agreement. Mr. Loki, with so many of you gathered, surely you can find a few willing allies to help you overthrow your foes. Loki scoffed at the remark. Ah, child, you remain ever so naive. Trust me, when so many Lokis convene, it can only spell disaster. Is that so? I see that this younger Loki, along with the elder and the black Loki, seem to get along quite well with you, she replied, somewhat incredulous. Strange sighed. That's merely because Loki hasn't spent much time with them. Haven't you heard? Loki's very nature is deception and betrayal. As the Lokis entered the bunker, they soon discovered that it was indeed the black Loki who had betrayed them by revealing the bunker's location to the leading President Loki. Just as President Loki was about to declare his intention to ascend to power, the other dozens of Lokis simultaneously chose to betray him as well. Loki, watching the foolishness of his multiversal counterparts, could not help but cover his face in exasperation. Indeed, when Lokis come together, calamity ensues. With a scream, chaos erupted among the Lokis as they turned upon one another. Amidst the melee, the elder Loki seized the opportunity to conjure illusions of their 4 companions, while simultaneously opening a portal to transport them away from the chaos. Meanwhile, in the void, Sylvie awoke in a dilapidated vehicle, the rumble of thunder resonating in her ears. Her instinct, honed through years of perilous encounters, alerted her to impending danger. Climbing out of the vehicle, she looked up to behold the enormous, shadowy creature known as Helios. Uncertain of what it truly was, Sylvie instinctively turned and fled. During her escape, her body unwittingly invoked possession magic, brushing against a wisp of the encroaching black mist, revealing strange visions. My goodness, is this a memory? The sorcerer Modu suddenly chimed in through the chat channel. The creature that devours everything possesses memories? Tony was taken aback. No wonder those Lokis claimed it was alive. It seems to possess literal consciousness. It truly has a brain, a life of its own. Loki gasped in astonishment. A creature with independent awareness that can consume all. This is its trump card? This certainly complicates matters. Tell me, if you were to confront this Helios now, how confident would you be? Tony inquired, turning to Loki with curiosity. Loki pondered for a moment before shaking his head uncertainly. Perhaps even at this moment, I cannot claim that I would assuredly defeat it. Strange regarded him with skepticism. Surely you jest. You have garnered so many rewards, and yet cannot contend with it? Loki nodded slightly, observing that this creature appeared to be in a misty form, rendering it almost immune to physical attacks. My magic, it seemed, could not counteract such a gaseous foe. Reed inquired curiously, how can one employ absolute zero to freeze this gaseous entity into a solid state? Yet, as his words left his lips, Bruce Banner interjected, that is rather improbable. Let's not forget that this monster can also devour energy. It is likely that before it could be frozen, it would absorb the cold energy you release. The extraordinary Peter gaped in bewilderment, muttering, "Does that imply this creature is virtually invincible?" "Sylvie." Loki's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the screen, his expression calm as he declared, "Our only recourse now seems to be relying on Sylvie's possession magic to inhabit this monster." Ant-Man Scott then cautioned, "However, Ms. Sylvie is currently in a perilous situation. The dark mist is rapidly closing in on her." The footage continued, and at that moment, a distant, muffled horn sounded. Wall was uncertain whether it signified friend or foe. The encroaching black fog compelled Sylvie to sprint towards the car. An old vehicle approached rapidly, executing a sharp turn to halt before her. The door swung open, revealing familiar white hair. It was Mobius. Seeing that Mobius was still alive, Loki exhaled in relief. Although he did not know him personally, his variant had forged a semblance of friendship with Mobius. Thus he could be considered a half-friend. Survival was paramount. Life still offered opportunities. The three escaped Lokis, accompanied by a small alligator, stood on the grassy void, fervently lamenting Loki's treacherous nature, particularly the elder Loki and Kid Loki, who were steeped in despair. Yet, Loki himself once again mentioned Sylvie, asserting that she was their sole chance for victory. Tony, observing this, tapped Loki on the shoulder. "I noticed that while you may feign indifference, your variant is genuinely smitten with Sylvie, constantly extolling her virtues." Loki scoffed. "What? Are you envious that my variant has such an impressive girlfriend? If you're envious, perhaps you should seek out a female variant of yourself in the multiverse to marry. Imagine a female Iron Man. I am quite curious to see who would have the sharper tongue between you two." Tony, hearing this, spread his hands and chuckled. "Stop joking. I refuse to believe there exists a female version of me in the multiverse." Reed then chimed in, "Not necessarily. It is entirely possible that a female version of you has wed some superhero here on Earth. For heaven's sake, could you refrain from uttering such ill-fated predictions?" With no alternatives left, the elder Loki and Kid Loki reluctantly agreed to assist Loki, but just then, yet another warship descended from the void, capturing the attention of Elrian, who darted towards it at an astonishing speed. Subsequently, like a swarm of locusts sweeping over a field, the ominous clouds engulfed everything, leaving behind only a heap of decayed steel, as the lives aboard the ship were entirely consumed. In the live stream, upon witnessing Ilias's voracious power, the audience was struck with terror, their hearts racing with anxiety. Could Loki and his companions possibly triumph against such a formidable foe? Indeed, upon seeing the devastating aftermath of Ilias's consumption of the warship, doubts began to creep into the minds of Loki and his comrades. Just then, a vehicle approached rapidly from behind them, prompting both the young Loki and the elder Loki to take a defensive stance. However, when young Loki recognized the figures emerging from the car, he could not contain his excitement and rushed towards them. It was none other than Sylvie and Mobius. Upon seeing the approaching young Lokis, Sylvie was equally startled and instinctively prepared to attack, but she was halted by Loki, who exclaimed, "Wait, these are my friends. To put another way, this is our child version, this is our future version, and this is our alligator version, our child version." Wanda let out a mischievous chuckle. "Loki, your double entendre is quite clever." Loki furrowed his brow, bewildered by her response, glancing at his companions. Do the mortals of Midgard have nothing better to do? Why must they distort my words? Isn't this a case of taking things out of context? The extraordinary Peter interjected, "Well, actually I know the reason. Some of the girls in our class do the same when watching dramas, always debating whether the leads are a good match, and they refer to it as shipping, as in couples. Damn it, you are all so boring." Loki shook his head in exasperation. After their encounter, Sylvie restructured the plan. She believed that the Creator was concealed in the void at the end of time, and Ilias was merely the guardian of that realm. Thus, if she could possess him, she would surely gain access to the void. The group seized the opportunity while Ilias wandered off to take a temporary respite. Mobius and elder Loki wisely left the two young Lokis outside to enjoy their moment of solitude. Sitting on the grass, Loki and Sylvie leaned against each other, the awkwardness stemming from their earlier failed confession in the timekeeper's chamber lingering between them. compelling them to find solace in conversation about Mobius. Just then, a cool breeze swept by, prompting Loki, feeling slightly cold, to conjure a thin green blanket and drape it over himself. Turning to Sylvie, noticing her yearning gaze, Loki smugly grinned. "If you wish, I could conjure one for you as well." Sylvie sniffled and tugged at her collar. "Why don't you instead conjure me a new outfit? You have no idea how uncomfortable this one is." At this, everyone erupted into laughter once more. Tony Stark, laughing heartily, was doubled over as he patted Loki on the shoulder, exclaiming, "My goodness, Loki, it turns out Thor was telling the truth all along. You haven't been in a romantic relationship for over 1,500 years." Captain America could not help but exclaim, "Who would have thought that the cunning Loki, who has so deftly played so many, would appear utterly foolish in the presence of women, resembling nothing more than a quintessential straight man?" Loki, wrapping himself tightly in a blanket, disregarded his girlfriend, Strange, who was shivering in the cold and casting him a disapproving look, saying, "What am I to say about you?" Thor chimed in, "Brother, you truly are daft. Why hesitate? Just embrace her to share warmth." Bruce Banner added, "Well, we hesitate to get close to our girlfriends for fear of transforming into the Hulk when excited. Yet some have the opportunity and leave their partners to face the cold winds. The disparity is infuriating." In all honesty, observing the foolish behavior of Loki in the footage, the Loki in the live stream bore an expression of sheer embarrassment. As the laughter intensified in the chat room, Loki quickly raised his voice in protest, declaring, "I must clarify once more. This is the doing of a variant from the multiverse. Please do not attribute this to me." Tony, resting his chin on his hand, took a moment to compose himself before finally catching his breath. After inhaling deeply a few times, he snapped his fingers at Loki and said, "Never mind, continue. Everyone is eager to hear how you will defend this variant's actions."